Baishui Province, Rongyang City First High School. Awakening talent. Grade G. Awakening classification, none. Everyone around was stunned. A once-in-a-century super trash talent appeared in their school. The staff responsible for recording looked at the dumbfounded Gu Xing, guessing that he was unwilling to be eliminated like this, and softly comforted him. Classmate, pursuing liberal arts also has great potential for development. Gu Xing just nodded and silently returned to his class's area. On the way, everyone avoided him, fearing they might catch this grade G misfortune and awaken some unlucky talent themselves. Brother Xing, are you okay? Qian Yuan cautiously asked, observing Gu Xing's expression. Gu Xing shook his head, his gaze falling on the suddenly appearing light blue transparent display panel in front of him. Warning: non-game players are prohibited from datifying their bodies. Identity being retrieved. Reading the information on the screen, Gu Xing remained silent, slightly surprised. But the surprise didn't last long. Indeed, he was a transmigrator. This was the holographic game Ling Su he had played in his previous life, and he had played the role of a deity, aiding humanity through crises. After completing the game, the sunrise before him turned into the blinding white light of an operating room. He had seamlessly transmigrated into the body of a newborn baby. Being reborn as a baby was already unfortunate enough, but the worst part was that he had long known he couldn't harness spiritual energy. He was a complete waste. Fortunately, he had a father from the Gu family, a loving mother, and an adorable sister. His family was happy and harmonious. It didn't matter if he couldn't cultivate, living was enough. Just now, he truly felt a surge of power. It was the stellar force he was familiar with from his past life. No spiritual energy, yet possessing stellar force. This was bad. The self-proclaimed Lord Star God persona from his past life. Was it going to manifest in reality? In the game, it was fine, but in reality, it would be troublesome. It absolutely couldn't be exposed. As he was lost in thought, new words appeared on the system interface. Identity retrieved successfully. Welcome back, GM. Upon seeing the last two words, Gu Xing froze. GM? Did it mean Game Master as he understood it? At that moment, the director overseeing the awakening ceremony loudly announced, "All right, students, the awakening ceremony is over. The class placement exam will officially begin in 3 days. Please gather at the field at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow." As soon as the announcement ended, some students headed for the school gate in groups. Some stayed behind to experiment with their newly awakened abilities, while others began currying favor with the high-ranking awakeners. Qian Yuan looked at the still dazed Gu Xing and was about to remind him to leave when an unharmonious voice suddenly rang out. "So what if you're handsome and good at studying? In the end, you still awakened as a useless grade G." Hearing this familiar yet grating voice, Gu Xing, a refreshed villain NPC, he scanned the surroundings and saw that those who had previously performed well academically but awakened at lower levels were now surrounded by someone who loved to show off. Was this the pattern of holding grudges and taking revenge wherever possible? In this day and age, everyone has their chance to rise, but he and Su Dong had no deep-seated enmity, right? Beside him, Qian Yuan frowned and whispered, "This isn't something you can deal with." Su Dong chuckled lightly, spreading his hands helplessly. "What? Did I say anything untrue? I awakened as an A-level summoner. I'll definitely get into one of the 7 great academies in the future." Qian Yuan involuntarily glanced at Gu Xing. Gu Xing had consistently ranked first in exams, especially in liberal arts, where he remained in the top 3 in national exams. The 7 great academies were practically at his fingertips, but such an outstanding student couldn't cultivate spiritual energy. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to bear it either. Gu Xing ignored the cannon fodder and turned his gaze to the newly appeared prompt box. Detected NPC's disrespect towards GM. GM may execute punishment. Please select a punishment from the following options. 1. Decrease cultivation speed by 1% 30%. 2. Decrease combat strength by 1% 30%. 3. Decrease luck by 110 points. Note: specific values can be chosen. Gu Xing's interest was piqued when he saw the decrease luck option. Anyone who's played games knows that luck is incredibly valuable, more so than combat strength or cultivation speed. Moreover, Once luck drops, it often leads to misfortunes, which are more immediately noticeable. Thus, he chose to decrease luck. Decreased luck by 10 points. Punishment activated. At that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Su Dong's attention was entirely on Qian Yuan, and he didn't notice a classmate behind him experimenting with fire abilities. That classmate was clearly inexperienced. The fireball he had just summoned immediately went out of control. The fireball, like a wild horse, bolted straight towards Su Dong. A nearby water ability user noticed and quickly used water power to extinguish the fire. Everything happened so quickly. Su Dong only felt a surge of heat, followed by a wave of cold. The alternating hot and cold sensations made him extremely uncomfortable. He immediately became furious, turning to reprimand the two classmates loudly. "If you want to test your abilities, go somewhere else. Don't mess around here." Gu Xing's gaze fell behind Su Dong. Before long, he turned and lowered his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Qian Yuan, seeing Su Dong's back, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Su Dong, your pants, ha ha." Su Dong, bewildered by Qian Yuan's laughter, frowned and looked down along the line of sight, only to realize that his pants had somehow been burned through, exposing his backside. Damn it! He hurriedly covered his rear with both hands, his eyes filled with rage as he shouted at Qian Yuan. "What are you laughing at?" The commotion was significant, attracting the attention of many students who hadn't yet left. All eyes were now on Su Dong. Seeing the large scorched patch on his pants and his comical attempt to cover his backside, many couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't that Su Dong? Why is he covering his butt? Did someone attack him?" "No, it's not an attack. A classmate's ability went out of control and burned Su Dong's pants right on his butt. Ha ha ha, what bad luck." The mocking laughter around him reached Su Dong's ears, making him both angry and anxious. He wanted to rush up and punch these jeering students, but the cool sensation on his rear forced him to endure, shouting angrily. "What are you looking at? Get lost." Everyone knew Su Dong was an A-level awakener and didn't dare provoke him, so they pretended not to see anything and dispersed. Seeing this, Gu Xing kindly reminded him, "You should head to the combat training building and get a new pair of pants." The training building was nearby, and they had spare uniforms there. It was certainly better than heading home while trying to cover himself up. "I don't need you to tell me that." Su Dong snapped, then hurriedly dashed towards the combat building. Yet, after barely 2 steps, his left foot tripped over his right foot, and he lost his balance. With a loud thud, he fell flat on the ground. Qian Yuan laughed heartily. "Ha ha." Gu Xing simply muttered, watching Su Dong's clumsy display. He couldn't help but press his lips together to stifle a smile. Losing 10 points of luck turned out to be this unlucky impressive indeed. "Don't run too fast. Careful you don't fall again." Qian Yuan shouted loudly to Su Dong. Su Dong nearly stumbled again upon hearing this, but managed to steady himself in time and quickly ran into the combat building. After the entertainment left, the crowd dispersed in 2s and 3s, but the smiles on their faces made it clear they'd be spreading this story to everyone who hadn't witnessed it. Qian Yuan wiped tears of laughter from the corner of his eyes, then turned to Gu Xing. "Brother Xing, shall we go too?" Gu Xing nodded. The two walked side by side towards the school gate. Noticing Gu Xing's silence along the way, Qian Yuan assumed he was troubled about the awakening matter. Boldly, he slung an arm over Gu Xing's shoulder and offered some comfort. "Don't listen to Su Dong's nonsense. With your grades, even without awakening, you'd still be stronger than many martial artists, maybe even their leader someday." Gu Xing glanced at him helplessly. "You think something like this would get to me?" Qian Yuan scratched his head, meeting Gu Xing's gaze. "Wouldn't it?" Gu Xing sighed, seriously clarifying, "I'm really not upset about the awakening talent thing." Before he could finish, Qian Yuan interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "I know, I get it. Someone like Gu Xing, a prodigy blessed by fortune, couldn't he possibly care about such a thing, right? He's just pretending to be strong. Brother Xing, if you feel like crying, just cry. I won't laugh at you." Gu Xing was speechless. Just then, a crisp voice called out, "Brother." Gu Xing looked up and saw a cute girl waving at him. "Gu Yu? What are you doing here?" Gu Xing asked in surprise, walking towards her. Gu Yu smiled and stuffed a red banknote into his hand. This is a bonus for my big brother's successful awakening. Looking at the money in his hand, Gu Xing felt a surge of emotion. Gu Yu quickly added, "Am I thoughtful or what? So, big brother has to treat me to a meal with the bonus. I want fried chicken and cola." The warmth in Gu Xing's heart vanished instantly. He sighed. "Gu Yu, you've already had fried chicken 3 times and 5 bottles of cola this week. If you eat any more, I'm telling Mom you're constantly eating junk food." Gu Yu stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Oh, come on, just this once. Think of it as celebrating your long-awaited awakening." She said this while tugging on Gu Xing's arm, pulling him away. As they walked, someone passing by whispered to their companion, "His brother's a loser, so his sister won T turn out much better. She's gonna be a loser too." Detected NPC disrespecting GM. Initiating punishment. Gu Xing noticed the notification window pop up. A free chance to slap back, it was only natural to take it. Just as he pressed the punishment button, he caught a glimpse of Gu Yu's subtle movement. She discreetly flicked a tiny object, no bigger than a fingernail, which hit the person's backside with precision. A muffled poof sound followed, accompanied by a sudden fart-like noise. Immediately, a nauseating stench filled the air. "Whoa, who let that out? That smell is insane." The people nearby covered their noses, their faces full of disgust. "I saw it. It was him." Someone pointed at the person who had insulted Gu Xing. The man's face flushed red as he stammered. "It wasn't me. I didn't tea. Stop pretending. It's obvious it was you." Another pointed at his rear. The man turned to look and saw a strange brownish smoke wafting from behind him. Frightened, he tried to explain, "I swear it wasn't me. I didn't tea fart or anything else." But no one believed him. As he tried to argue further, he tripped over his own feet, hitting a branch. With a loud rip, his pants tore, revealing cartoon-patterned underwear. "Wow, still wearing cartoon briefs at your age?" Someone teased, pointing at his torn pants. His face turned beet red. He quickly covered the hole with his hands and scurried away in embarrassment. Gu Yu tugged at Gu Xing with one hand while covering her nose with the other, muttering disdainfully, "Brother, let us go. Don't want to catch an eye infection." Gu Xing sighed helplessly. How did this guy end up with such terrible luck? It wasn't he just bad, it was downright humiliating. Though, admittedly, the bad luck worked out pretty effectively. Just as Gu Xing prepared to follow Gu Yu, he suddenly felt a sharp sting in his palm. Gu Yu bit her lip, her expression suddenly serious. Her grip on his hand tightened significantly. Gu Xing was about to ask her what was wrong when Gu Yu spoke firmly. "Brother, wait here for me." She released his hand and ran forward, pulling out her phone to make a call. Gu Xing stood there, confused. He wanted to speak, but before he could, the system's notification sounded. Domain type skill detected. Skill immunity activated. He noticed that the students ahead had all frozen in place, as if time itself had stopped. Before he could make sense of what was happening, a strange sound came from behind him, a sharp, eerie whistling, like the air being sliced open. He felt someone appear behind him, ghost-like. A wave of intense killing intent washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Danger was here. Just as Gu Xing prepared to dodge, a bullet zipped past his cheek like lightning. He could feel the searing heat as it grazed his skin. Thud, the figure behind him seemed to collapse, struck down. He heard the wet splatter of blood hitting him, soaking into his clothes. Warm, ticklish, sticky. Gu Xing pretended to remain still, like the other frozen students, but his mind was racing. What on earth just happened? A few more gunshots rang out, bang, 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 the deafening noise making his ears ring. The gunfire stopped, and an eerie silence fell over the area. The sticky sensation on his back disappeared. The feeling of blood trickling down his skin was gone too. Just as he thought it was all over, a beam of light suddenly enveloped the crowd. Gu Xing couldn't sense any spiritual power, but he could feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. "Skill has been immunized," the system's voice echoed. Gu Xing clearly saw a white thread appear in everyone's mind, slowly rising toward the sky. After the thread disappeared, the previously motionless students resumed their actions. They continued walking or chatting. Gu Xing turned to look at the ground behind him. There should have been a corpse there. Someone passing by bumped into Gu Xing's shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. That person glanced at Gu Xing, saw the confusion on his face, and sneered, muttering, G-level trash. After that, the person turned to leave but ended up tripping and falling flat on their face. At this moment, Qian Yuan also walked up to Gu Xing. Wow, Xingji, how did you get so far all of a sudden? Gu Xing watched as the system panel disappeared, remaining silent for a moment before asking, what were you doing just now? Do you still remember? Qian Yuan felt that Gu Xing was acting a bit odd, but still replied, wasn't I just trying to talk some sense into you? Then you ran off. Gu Xing sensed that something was off. Just then, he felt something in his hand. He opened his palm, and his pupils shrank sharply. It was the bonus his sister had just given him. Gu Xing firmly gripped Qian Yuan's shoulder, his tone urgent and serious as he asked, where's my sister? She was just here a moment ago. This money was given to me by Gu Yu. Don't you remember? Noticing Gu Xing's unusual state, Qian Yuan replied worriedly, Gu Yu? She hasn't been here. Xingji, are you so upset about your talent situation that you're starting to lose it? Let's go to the hospital. I know a doctor who deals with cases like this all the time. Listening to Qian Yuan's words, Gu Xing became even more confused. So, except for him, everyone else had lost that memory? Even digital records had been erased? Gu Xing realized he wouldn't get answers from Qian Yuan. He suppressed his emotions and shook his head. It's fine. Maybe I remembered wrong. The bill in his hand proved that everything earlier hadn't been a dream, only that everyone else had forgotten about it. So, what exactly happened? Gu Xing thought about Gu Yu's reaction at the time. She had clearly noticed something unusual and left immediately. Then, the person who had tried to kill him appeared, and gunshots were fired. Perhaps the answer lay with Gu Yu. I'll head home first. You should get back early too. After saying that, Gu Xing ran in the direction of his house. At this moment, a figure in a black robe silently watched Gu Xing's retreating back. Placing their right hand over their chest, they murmured in a low voice, You have finally returned, Star God. When Gu Xing got home, he opened the door, took off his shoes, and called out, Gu Yu, are you home? Click. The door to the bedroom opened. Behind a door adorned with a pink bunny pattern, Gu Yu emerged, wearing a pink bunny onesie, her black hair draped over her shoulders. Her round cheeks and the penguin plushie she was holding made her look incredibly adorable. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking groggy as if she'd just woken up. HM, brother, you're back? Gu Xing looked at his sister, who had just come out of the bedroom. Changing into house shoes, he pulled a 100 yuan bill out of his pocket. Gu Yu, look at this. What is it? Gu Yu's eyes lit up. Wow, a red bill. She immediately snatched it and held it up high to admire it. Then she grinned and said, Is this to celebrate your smooth awakening? I want fried chicken and cola. Gu Xing looked at her exaggerated expression and nodded. You already said this once at the school gate earlier. Hugging her penguin plushie, Gu Yu mumbled under her breath. I don't know what you're talking about. I was clearly napping in my room and only came out when I heard the door open. Seeing her guilty expression, Gu Xing leaned against the wall and rolled his eyes. Still pretending? I already know every time you lie, you use that penguin to cover your mouth, afraid you'll laugh. Hearing this, Gu Yu lowered her head even further, her face hidden behind the plushie, and softly murmured, I didn't lie. Come on, show me your face. Let me see if you're smiling. Gu Xing rolled up his sleeves, pretending to grab her penguin plushie. Brother, Gu Yu took a step back in fright. Gu Xing gave a knowing smile, leaning back against the wall with his arms crossed, his right hand open, and a warm, yet fake smile on his face. Go ahead, start your performance. Gu Yu knew she couldn't keep it up anymore. Resigned, she sat down on the couch, tossed her penguin plushie aside, crossed her legs, and put on a nonchalant air. Didn't expect your memory to remain intact. After a moment, she seemed to realize something and relaxed. Oh right, I forgot. That thing only affects people with spiritual energy in their bodies. But you reject spiritual energy, so you're not included. Gu Xing, 6. Hearing this, Gu Xing confirmed that what had happened earlier was real. With countless questions in his mind, he also sat down on the couch and looked at Gu Yu. How do you know I reject spiritual energy? Gu Yu pulled out a bag of chips, opened it, and began eating. Don't you remember? 5 years ago, we had blood drawn. It was to test the purity of spiritual energy in our blood. Higher purity means stronger talent after awakening, lower purity means weaker. Your blood had no spiritual energy at all. It shocked them for quite a while back then. Gu Xing thought back and indeed remembered something like that. Some people had come to draw their blood, and his parents had said it was a health checkup. 2 days later, a group of people took both him and Gu Yu away. Surrounded by people, he overheard their hushed discussions but was quickly released. Gu Yu, however, didn't return for a long time. He had thought she was ill and had worried himself sick until she came back and even changed schools. So, the school you attended back then. The full name of my school is the Primary Genius Training Center, or Junior High for short. The rest is under a confidentiality agreement, so I can't say. Oh right, don't go around talking about this. Anyway, even if you did, no one would believe you. Plus, I'm not even at the legal awakening age yet. Seeing Gu Xing's expression, Gu Yu realized that what she said must have stung for someone who couldn't cultivate. She sighed and, like a little adult, shook her bag of chips. This is why I don't really want you going out. The world is too dangerous for you. Hearing this, Gu Xing's expression stiffened slightly. Pretending not to understand, he thought to himself, am I really being treated like a child? But he didn't want to dwell on these matters and hurriedly asked, so you were involved in what happened at the school gate earlier? Gu Yu fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Yes. Have you heard of Paradise Lost? Gu Xing naturally knew that those people were the opposing faction he had encountered in his previous life while playing games. He represented the Star Temple, while Lost Paradise was the antagonist faction aligned with alien beasts. However, Gu Xing couldn't explain too much and hesitated before nodding. I know a little. Gu Yu understood that while her brother had read many historical books, the matter of Lost Paradise wasn't recorded in them. She casually explained, Lost Paradise is a group of extremists who worship alien beasts. They are afraid of having too many geniuses, so they often resort to assassination. After listening, Gu Xing pondered for a moment and asked, then the incident involving time freezing back then wasn't caused by Lost Paradise, was it? It must been one of your friends, right? Gu Yu nodded and then shook her head. It wasn't my friend, I don't even know him. At the time, I sensed something was wrong and was about to step aside to make a report call, but then a man in black came over and asked me to help them eliminate heretics. Before I could react, he directly used a domain skill. I saw you were about to be killed and hurriedly fired to save you. After hearing this, Gu Xing nodded. So the gunshot I heard back then was yours. At this point, Gu Xing curiously spread his hands. Your gun is your innate ability, right? Let me see it. Oh, Gu Yu nodded. She made a grasping motion in midair, and a gun appeared in her hand. She patted Gu Xing's hand. Gu Xing looked at the gun in his hand. Its body was light pink, slightly translucent, like an exquisite artwork carved from top-grade pink gemstones. It was unlike any gun he had ever seen. To describe it, it somewhat resembled a Desert Eagle. He attempted to remove the magazine, but couldn't. It seemed that this was indeed an innate ability, and only the owner could disassemble it. Is your ability just to create this kind of gun? Gu Yu pouted, looking helpless. I'm an SSS-level genius. If my ability were only to create one gun, how could I possibly be SSS level? Although Gu Xing had encountered many geniuses, he had never seen an ability related to guns. Then what exactly is this? Gu Yu had been waiting for him to ask this question and proudly answered, my ability is called Gunsmith Mastery. I can completely comprehend all knowledge about firearms. With every level I advance, I can create a new type of gun. You should read in the books that ability users who can create guns are unrestricted by the rules. The weapons they create can be used to fight alien beasts. Gu Xing nodded. He naturally knew this. When he first started playing the game, the alien beasts had just started appearing. He had used 2 nuclear bombs to attack the Ling Void, but ended up making the alien beast stronger due to radiation. His beginner phase was forcibly turned into a hell mode. Fortunately, he turned the tide, leading humanity to frantically research abilities and cold weapons. Otherwise, humanity would been doomed. While Gu Xing was staring blankly at Gu Yu, he suddenly noticed a floating interface pop up beside her, displaying her detailed information. Name: Gu Yu. Gender: female. Level: mid-stage tier 2. Awakened ability: SSS level Gunsmith Mastery. Accompanying ability: Bomb Expert. Attribute: 98. Status: none. Gu Xing's eyes widened in surprise. He tried to focus his mind, and the interface expanded. When he looked back at Gu Yu's panel, he noticed something odd in the accompanying ability section. He remembered that when he had checked Su Dong's information before, there was no such section. Why did Gu Yu have it? And why did she have the bomb expert ability when she already possessed the gunsmith mastery ability? A dual ability? Gu Xing pondered over this and then looked at Gu Yu, asking, "Are you hiding something else from me?" Gu Yu immediately denied it. No. Gu Xing stared at her, his gaze falling on the plush penguin she was tightly hugging. The penguin toy was clutched closely by Gu Yu, but its belly was bulging as if something was hidden inside. Gu Xing activated the penguin's interface, and sure enough, it appeared. Penguin bomb, created by Gu Yu. Seeing the words bomb, Gu Xing frowned and pointed at the toy, questioning, "How many dangerous things like this do you have? Don't tell me all the toys in your room are bombs." He had been to Gu Yu's room before, filled with plush toys. He had thought his sister was a soft and cute little girl, but now it turned out she secretly had guns, bombs, and everything else. She could practically be an arms dealer. Hearing the word bomb, Gu Yu's heart tightened. "Brother, let me explain." Gu Xing, seeing her flustered and at a loss for words, crossed his arms and silently waited for her to continue. Gu Yu saw how serious he was, sighed, and stood up. "Come with me," she said as she walked to her bedroom door. She pushed it open and made a please enter gesture. Gu Xing stepped into the room, and what greeted him was a pink princess-themed room filled with stuffed toys everywhere. Scanning the room briefly, Gu Xing couldn't help but twitch his brow. Wow, they were all bombs. Gu Yu walked to the wall, took down a plush toy, and pressed a switch on its back. Click, a hidden door slowly opened. Gu Xing curiously peeked inside, only to find a laboratory of nearly 100 square meters. Is this spatial expansion technology? Gu Xing stared at the array on the wall and asked. Gu Yu nodded. Yes, my teacher discovered I had a talent in this area, so they gave me this lab to facilitate my experiments. As she said this, she quickly explained, "Brother, don't worry about safety. The walls here are made of explosion-proof materials and can withstand a level 6 explosion. I only make small bombs with a power level not exceeding 5. It's completely safe." Gu Xing said nothing, only rubbed his slightly aching head, feeling a complex mix of emotions in his heart. He finally began to connect the dots to the past. Ever since that medical examination, his family seemed to have been hiding something shady from him, desperately compensating him and treating him like a precious treasure, taking extra care of him. When everyone else was sending their children to martial arts schools for training, his parents were unusually open-minded. He had only casually said he didn't want to go, and they actually agreed. It turned out his family knew he was a waste. But speaking of which, brother, how did you discover my bombs? I need to improve them. Gu Yu asked earnestly, genuinely wanting to create bombs that would perfectly blend with toys and remain completely undetectable. Gu Xing. Buzz, the vibrating phone interrupted his thoughts. He pulled it out to see that the caller ID read Qian Yuan. Gu Xing pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line came Qian Yuan's voice. "Xingji, you free at home? It's still early. Come out and hang out." Hang out. Gu Xing and Gu Yu locked eyes. Gu Yu mouthed silently. "No, it's too dangerous." Gu Xing said, "All right, send me the address. I'll be there soon." After hanging up, he glanced at Gu Yu, who was puffing her cheeks in frustration. Gu Xing patted his backside, stood up, put on his shoes, and walked to the door. He flashed a teasing smile at Gu Yu. "When your big brother wants to go out, he goes out. You stay here like a good girl, and I'll bring you back some snacks." "So what if it's a G-level mission?" he asked the big brother. Gu Yu rolled her eyes at his smug expression and said, "Go wherever you want. Just make sure you're back before dark." Gu Xing didn't respond. He waved a hand, grabbed his jacket from the side, and left. Downstairs, Gu Xing pulled out his phone and stared at the address Qian Yuan had sent him, frowning for a moment. Why go to such a remote place? It would take at least half an hour to get there on foot. Whatever, a promise is a promise. As long as I get back before dark, it doesn't matter where I go. Although he had acted decisively earlier, the thought of getting nagged by his sister if he didn't make it home on time was just too troublesome. He picked up his pace. Passing by a row of shared electric scooters, Gu Xing hesitated for half a second before decisively scanning the code and hopping on one. Riding the bright yellow scooter, Gu Xing sighed in appreciation. Shared electric scooters were truly the best invention of this era. Spend a little money and save half the time, it was such a great deal. Before long, a figure riding a yellow electric scooter approached and stopped in front of Qian Yuan. Gu Xing parked the scooter, turned, and looked at Qian Yuan, who was leaning against an unbranded black car. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings. This was an old, rundown neighborhood. Almost no one lived here anymore, and some walls were even marked with large, bold demolition notices. Don't come to places like this. It's too unsafe, Gu Xing said with a frown. He couldn't understand why they had to meet here. Brother Xing, I have legitimate business here, Qian Yuan explained excitedly. I just got word about a high-quality energy core, so I had to change the meeting place to here for the deal. Gu Xing, a high schooler with his own connections? No wonder the Qian family was one of the 4 great clans. But this wasn't arranged by the family. Qian Yuan had sourced it himself. It seemed Qian Yuan was from a branch family and didn't live an especially privileged life. Gu Xing nodded in understanding. All right, then hurry it up. Got it. The person should be here soon. Once the deal is done, we'll leave. Qian Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The seller had been urging him constantly, and he didn't want to leave Gu Xing hanging, so he had brought him along. However, why did it feel like Gu Xing's gaze had a hint of pity? Since they had to wait, Gu Xing struck up a conversation with Qian Yuan. What kind of energy core is this? Why do you have to trade for it privately? In the base city, there were plenty of places to buy energy cores. Rare ones were occasionally out of stock, but most were readily available. There was no need to come all the way here to buy one. Qian Yuan's face lit up with pride. This is an elite Lord-level energy core. I secured it through my own network. It was freshly hunted, and I locked it down right away. The trade happens here. I see. In these peaceful times, high-tier energy cores were usually bought up directly by the major clans. To get your hands on a good one, you either had to hunt it yourself, pre-order it at a high price, or quickly strike a private deal with the seller. To absorb a first energy core of such a high level as Elite Lord tier, Qian Yuan's connections were indeed impressive. The cultivation levels of mutant beasts were similar to those of ability users, but due to innate differences, their power levels varied. The tiers were divided into 5 levels: Ordinary, Lord, King, Catastrophe, and Immortal. Adding the word elite to any tier indicated that the beast was in transition from a lower level to a higher one. For example, Elite Lord tier meant that among the Elite Lord tier beasts, one could evolve into a King tier beast when a Void Realm King tier beast perished. So, do you know what skill this energy core contains? Gu Xing asked. Qian Yuan nodded. Of course. I've awakened a special type ability, and finding a compatible skill isn't easy. The skill in this core fits perfectly, so I had to come and see it for myself. What kind of skill is it? Can you give me a hint? Gu Xing was curious. He wanted to know what kind of skill had Qian Yuan so excited. But skills were usually personal secrets, and unless the relationship was close, people rarely disclosed them. You'll find out during the class placement exams, Qian Yuan replied. All right, I'll look forward to it. Not long after, another person riding an electric scooter appeared in front of them. Qian Yuan glanced at the 2 identical scooters and paused. Was riding electric scooters the trend now? The masked man parked his scooter, his eyes focusing on the 2 of them. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Is the trade happening here?" Qian Yuan nodded and retrieved something from the open car window. Gu Xing kept his eyes fixed on the man. The man's gaze never left Qian Yuan. Especially when Qian Yuan turned away, the man's eyes grew cold, like a predator sizing up its prey, with a hint of viciousness. It was clear this man had other intentions. While Qian Yuan was busy handling a briefcase, Gu Xing leaned over and quietly warned him, "Be careful." Qian Yuan's hand, holding the briefcase, paused slightly before he gave a subtle nod. Then, facing the masked man, he opened the briefcase. Stacks of neatly arranged cash were revealed, catching the man's greedy eyes. "This is 1 million in cash," Qian Yuan said. The man's eyes glinted with avarice. Qian Yuan closed the briefcase and placed it at his feet. "Now, let me see my item." The man withdrew his gaze, let out a cold snort, and pulled an energy core from his coat, handing it to Qian Yuan. After confirming the core was legitimate, Qian Yuan nodded and picked up the briefcase. One hand for the goods, one hand for the payment. The man agreed, and the two cautiously approached each other. As Qian Yuan extended the briefcase, the man suddenly twitched his arm, revealing a sharp blade that he thrust viciously toward Qian Yuan's neck. Qian Yuan had been on guard, thanks to Gu Xing's earlier warning. He swiftly stepped back, his eyes cold as he glared at the man. "You're breaking the rules." The man chuckled darkly, curling his lips. "Heh, I thought it might be someone else. Didn't he expect it to be you?" Qian Yuan frowned, a bad feeling rising in his chest. Sure enough, the man's greedy laughter grew louder as he said, "An S-class genius and a direct descendant of the Qian family. Do you know how much you're worth on the Lost Paradise bounty list?" Qian Yuan's expression darkened. The man continued, his tone tinged with madness. 50 million. A full 50 million. The man's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling. "Do you know how many crystal cores I had to sell to earn this money? I couldn't make that in a lifetime. If I take your head and claim the bounty, the 50 million will all be mine. All mine." The man roared his last sentence and charged at Qian Yuan like a wild beast. Qian Yuan quickly dodged, but as a newly awakened high school student, he was clearly no match. His movements were half a beat too slow. With a sharp sound, the man's dagger tore through Qian Yuan's left sleeve. Blood spilled out, instantly staining his left shoulder red and soaking through his white shirt. The pain made sweat bead on Qian Yuan's forehead. He knew he couldn't defeat this man, and Gu Xing, standing nearby, hadn't even awakened yet. There was no way he could help. "Run!" Qian Yuan shouted as he bolted toward the street. The street was bustling with traffic. If they encountered a high-level ability user, they might be saved. Even if they didn't, the dash cams on the cars would leave evidence, and the man wouldn't escape responsibility if he succeeded in harming anyone. Watching Qian Yuan flee, the man's eyes turned even redder. "It doesn't matter. Take your time running, you can't escape. If I kill you, the 50 million is mine." Hurrah! The man's speed suddenly increased several times over. In just a few steps, he caught up to Qian Yuan and viciously stabbed toward him. Qian Yuan could only dodge clumsily. Gu Xing stood to the side. The man had no intention of attacking him. Listening to the man's words, Gu Xing had already pieced together the truth. It was nothing more than Qian Yuan's own network of connections betraying him, exposing his identity. The Qian family was one of the four great families, placing the highest value on direct lineage. At first, Gu Xing hadn't completely believed Qian Yuan when he said he was only borrowing the surname, assuming he was just a low-status branch member. He hadn't expected to encounter a direct descendant from another city's base while here in Rongyang Base City. But wasn't he the Qian family's main house in Luhai Province? Why had a direct descendant come to Baishui Province? The surrounding noise pulled Gu Xing's thoughts back to reality. Seeing the clear advantage the man held in the fight, Gu Xing knew Qian Yuan couldn't hold out. He felt a bit helpless. Was he being dragged into this fight? He had planned to just remain a weak, G-rank nobody. Gu Xing glanced around, puzzled. Since Qian Yuan was a direct descendant, why didn't he have hidden bodyguards? Qian Yuan was on the verge of collapse. So troublesome. Gu Xing muttered under his breath, suddenly moving to stand between Qian Yuan and the man. The man didn't react in time before Gu Xing executed a spinning kick, sending the dagger flying from his hand. The blade spun in the air a few times before clattering to the ground. Ah! The man clutched his right hand. As a defensive-type ability user, he hadn't expected to feel pain from a mere kid, let alone get injured by him. Qian Yuan clutched his arm, looking at Gu Xing in astonishment. Seeing the cold expression on Gu Xing's face, Qian Yuan swallowed hard and stammered. "Xing? Xing Ji, you. Stop talking. Run and contact your bodyguards. Get them here to save you." Oh, okay." Qian Yuan realized he was injured and had become a burden. He quickly ran off to call for help. The man, watching his 50 million bounty about to slip away, grew furious. His eyes turned bloodshot as he prepared to chase, but Gu Xing blocked his path. "Come on, let us spar for a bit. I've never really fought a proper ability user before. Let us test your skills." Gu Xing had been observing closely earlier. Though he wasn't confident he could win, he was sure he could escape. "You deserve to die," the man roared, his anger surging as he clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at Gu Xing. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Xing's eyes. He ducked to avoid the blow and countered with a punch to the man's stomach. Boom. As his punch landed, Gu Xing frowned and stepped back a few paces, shaking his hand. It felt like he had punched a rock hard and unyielding. This man's skin was clearly no ordinary defense. This man was at least a second or third tier ability user with a body type ability granting something akin to full body hardening. The man sneered at Gu Xing's reaction. Kid, don't play hero if you don't have the strength. Hitting a stone would only shatter one's fist. Gu Xing figured he had already bought enough time, and Qian Yuan was likely out on the street making his call by now. In a family as powerful as the Qians, ability users capable of arriving quickly were almost guaranteed. He just needed to stall for a few more minutes. As he was planning to deliberately reveal a couple of openings, he didn't expect Qian Yuan to return. Gu Xing frowned in surprise. Why are you back? Qian Yuan, pale-faced, held a blood-stained phone in his right hand and gave Gu Xing an awkward smile. The phone has no signal. There's a barrier here, and we can't get out. Xingji, we're trapped. Hearing this, the man couldn't help but laugh. Do you know why I brought you here? Before either of them could respond, the man revealed the truth. This is a formation specifically set up for me. Once someone enters, someone has to die for it to break. He looked down at Gu Xing with a sneer. Kid, wanna live? Kneel and kowtow to me. Maybe I'll spare you if I'm in a good mood. Qian Yuan knew this was all his fault, putting Gu Xing in danger. He felt deeply guilty. Xingji, I want to make it out of this. As long as you survive, that's enough. Just as Qian Yuan was about to plead, Gu Xing cut him off. Find a corner, treat your wound properly, and don't pass out. With that, Gu Xing looked at the system interface beside him. A flurry of prompts popped up. Detected NPC disrespecting the administrator. Please select a punishment, GM. Reduce cultivation speed by 1% 30%. Reduce combat power by 1% 30%. Reduce luck by 110. Cancel punishment. Note: combat power reduction includes both basic attributes and skill potency. Without hesitation, Gu Xing chose the second option. Combat power reduced by 30%. Punishment initiated. After finishing the operation, Gu Xing charged at the man again. The man saw Gu Xing's overconfidence and didn't even bother dodging, letting him strike. This time, Gu Xing didn't use his fists. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's stomach. Ugh! The man staggered back a few steps, his face showing clear astonishment. Just moments ago, Gu Xing couldn't break through his defense. How had he suddenly become this strong? The man's body type ability didn't reveal whether it had been weakened from the outside, and he didn't have time to carefully assess the changes. Not bad, Gu Xing said with satisfaction. Damn it! The man, realizing he needed to take this seriously, clenched his fists and prepared to fight in earnest. He originally intended to kill the $50 million target, but now it seemed he had to deal with the trouble at hand first. Although their strengths were evenly matched, he had physical enhancement abilities and the aid of a psychic. He should have the upper hand. This is your fault, the man roared, the air around him surging violently, exuding an imposing aura. Die, he shouted as he charged toward Gu Xing. Detected continuous inappropriate behavior by NPC towards the administrator with no signs of remorse. Please choose a punishment. Decrease training speed by 1% 30%. Decrease combat power by 1% 40%. No punishment. Gu Xing chose to decrease combat power without hesitation and immediately saw the man's attributes drop from 65 to 28. This time, Gu Xing effortlessly blocked the man's attack with one hand. The previously sharp force of the punch landed on him like a soft, powerless breeze. Impossible. The man struggled to break free from Gu Xing's grip, retreating several steps before realizing his strength had decreased significantly. What have you done to me? The man stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Gu Xing didn't bother to respond. He rushed forward and began pummeling the man relentlessly. He didn't believe the man before him only had these two weak skills. There had to be a trump card. Besides, the system could stack punishments. Since the opportunity was there, he decided to try them all. The man desperately defended himself, retreating step by step, his eyes full of helplessness. He couldn't understand why his strength had suddenly vanished. He wanted to escape, but found no way out. Originally full of confidence in his ability to kill his target, he now realized he had brought disaster upon himself. What to do? Was he really going to die here? While dodging attacks, the man racked his brain for a solution. His gaze landed on Qian Yuan nearby. Hey, aren't you fighting me to protect that fat guy? Hearing this, the boy's attacks faltered slightly. The man quickly jumped back a few steps and continued tempting him. Join me. Let's kill the fat guy and split the money 50-50. How about it? 25 million. Enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. The man knew he couldn't defeat Gu Xing and didn't even understand what had happened to himself. But faced with death, he had no choice but to compromise. Someone had to die here, and all he needed to do was convince the boy. Gu Xing shook his sore hand. Even with his physical attributes sealed by 70%, his well-trained, robust physique hadn't disappeared overnight. Still, the fight was wearing him out. From what he had observed earlier, the man's skills were all focused on enhancing physical defense. However, the system seemed to have frozen, with no response whatsoever. It was a complete waste of his expectations. Qian Yuan sat slumped nearby, lacking any medical supplies for stopping the bleeding. He could only use his clothes to roughly bandage himself. Due to excessive blood loss, he was dizzy and disoriented, unable to hear the conversation between the two. Despite the man's words, Qian Yuan showed no reaction. Gu Xing found it odd and turned to look at him. He quickly opened his interface and scanned it. The status displayed blood loss condition, and Gu Xing frowned deeply. The man, seeing no response from the boy and noticing that he was still looking at the fat guy with concern, knew he couldn't sway him. So he pulled out a backup dagger from his sleeve and decisively launched a sneak attack while Gu Xing was distracted. Detected repeated offenses by NPC against the administrator with no signs of remorse. Please take action as GM. Account ban. Gu Xing's eyes lit up. Hearing the sound of the dagger slicing through the air, he calmly caught the blade's tip with one hand and smirked. Didn't expect a little surprise. The man's face turned pale as he hurriedly tried to activate a skill using his spiritual energy. But he realized his spiritual energy felt completely drained, leaving him unable to sense it at all. His skills failed to activate due to the lack of energy. Impossible. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Xing had already closed the distance and delivered a brutal knee strike to his abdomen. The blow to his abdomen caused the man's internal organs to shift. His body flew like a broken kite, crashing into a nearby black car with a loud bang. Ugh! The man's eyes widened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clutching his stomach, he looked up in terror at Gu Xing, who was walking toward him step by step. He was terrified, truly terrified. Watching the boy approach, his mind went blank, consumed by the fear of death. Please don't kill me. I beg you, please don't kill me. The man trembled, his voice filled with despair, desperately pleading with the boy he had mocked earlier. Gu Xing picked up the dagger he had kicked away earlier and crouched down, meeting the man's gaze. His eyes showed no mercy as he said coldly, I hope you can be a law-abiding person in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's eyes widened in horror. He clutched his neck with both hands, his mouth agape, desperately trying to breathe, but only producing a gurgling sound. Moments later, with a heavy thud, the man collapsed beside the black car, lifeless. Gu Xing turned to see the distant scenery begin to shimmer. The formation had been lifted. Detected locked skill. Immunity granted. Hearing the mechanical notification, Gu Xing paused briefly, tossed the dagger aside, and walked toward Qian Yuan. After taking a few steps, he turned back to the man's body and retrieved a smooth crystal core from his chest pocket. Holding the crystal core, Gu Xing resumed walking toward Qian Yuan while dialing emergency services. After receiving treatment, Qian Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the hospital ceiling for a moment before seemingly remembering something. Struggling to sit up, he called out, Gu Xing. A hand supported his back, accompanied by a slightly annoyed voice. I'm here. Stop yelling. Qian Yuan turned to see Gu Xing beside him and exclaimed in shock, Gu Xing? You're actually alive. Gu Xing froze for a moment, then looked at Qian Yuan helplessly. If I were dead, who would take you to the doctor? Oh, right. Listening to those words, Qian Yuan slowly allowed Gu Xing to help him up and looked around. This was clearly a hospital. It must have been Gu Xing who brought him here. He was even more amazed. Brother Xing, I can't believe I'm still alive. Seeing Qian Yuan awake, but seemingly not in his right mind, Gu Xing asked with concern, "Do you want me to register you for a checkup to make sure your brain is okay?" Noticing Gu Xing's expression, as if he were looking at an idiot, Qian Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. "No need, Brother Xing. I'm fine." But now that he thought about it, hadn't that man said the formation required someone to die to break it? Could it be? Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing with wide eyes, full of shock. Gu Xing had actually killed that man. Thinking of this, Qian Yuan nervously swallowed and cautiously asked, "Brother Xing, back then you..." Gu Xing shot him a glare. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Hearing this, Qian Yuan understood Gu Xing didn't want to elaborate. Every cultivator has their secrets, after all. But noticing Gu Xing's expression still hadn't improved, Qian Yuan carefully probed, "Brother Xing, are you mad?" Of course I am. I nearly lost my life for the sake of the precious young master of the Qian family," Gu Xing replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Qian Yuan shrank back, his neck retreating. "Brother Xing, it was truly an accident. I didn't expect it to turn out like this either." Seeing Qian Yuan's submissive demeanor, Gu Xing spoke indifferently. "All right, dear young master, do you have an explanation for me?" Gu Xing fixed his gaze on Qian Yuan, who remained silent for a moment before forcing an awkward smile. "Well, Brother Xing, we all have our secrets. Can we not talk about it?" Gu Xing, observing his discomfort, sighed. "Fine, then think about what you can say." As he spoke, his eyes drifted to the panel beside Qian Yuan. Name, Qian Yuan. Gender, male. Level, early stage, tier 1. Awakened talent. S-class money gives you power. Innate talent. Eye for treasure. Attributes, 76. Status, weak. Combat power 10%. Gu Xing's eyes narrowed as they lingered on the innate talent section. He hadn't expected Qian Yuan, apart from Gu Yu, to also possess an innate talent. But something about these attributes seemed odd. A Tier 1 cultivator whose stats matched those of a Tier 3? How exactly were these star points accumulated? It frustrated him immensely. Seeing Gu Xing's expression grow darker, Qian Yuan assumed he was upset about this matter. Gritting his teeth, he decided to confess, "Brother Xing, actually, I have another innate ability, something I was born with and didn't need to awaken. This ability, well, it lets me see if someone can benefit me." Gu Xing was taken aback. "Benefit me? I can benefit you." He didn't believe it. He was just a poor kid. How could he possibly help the privileged young master of the Qian family? Qian Yuan shook his head. "Benefits come in many forms. I can't explain it clearly. Simply put, I can sense who is advantageous to me." Hearing this explanation, Gu Xing nodded. No wonder, back at the start of the term, this guy had clung to him like a shadow, insisting on becoming friends. At the time, he had been annoyed but went along with it anyway. Buzz Gu Xing's phone vibrated in his pocket. He immediately pulled it out to check. It was a message from Gu Yu. "Brother, I want fried chicken and bring a bottle of cola too." Gu Xing lowered his head to reply to Gu Yu and casually said to Qian Yuan, "My sister's urging me to head home. I've already covered your medical expenses. Rest up properly." Seeing Gu Xing's expressionless face, Qian Yuan thought he was truly angry. But in truth, benefits weren't the most important thing. The key was that, over time, Gu Xing had come to genuinely appreciate this academic overachiever. However, now it seemed their friendship might end here. "All right, I'll make sure to repay all the medical expenses," Qian Yuan said. Gu Xing responded, still focused on replying to Gu Yu's message. He then turned and left the hospital room. Qian Yuan lay back on the bed with a sense of loss. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Gu Xing strode over to the bedside, handing Qian Yuan a crystal core he had retrieved from the man earlier. "I almost forgot to give you this. I got this core back for you. Absorb it when you've recovered." Qian Yuan stared at the crystal core in his hand, surprised that Gu Xing had not only brought it back, but was also willing to share it with him. He choked up for a moment, hesitant before finally asking, "Brother Xing, are we still friends?" Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan's dazed expression, puzzled. Was this guy's brain broken? Why was he suddenly acting so muddled? Of course, Seeing Gu Xing's familiar expression and tone, Qian Yuan's eyes grew misty. He exclaimed emotionally, "Brother Xing." "Shut up already," Gu Xing said, amused by Qian Yuan's silly grin. They had been friends for 2 years. Besides, Qian Yuan was a core member of the Qian family. Both emotionally and logically, their bond wouldn't be easily severed. Not to mention, it would been a waste to have saved him only to fall out later. "All right, I'm off now." Gu Xing took a few steps before turning back to remind him. "Make sure to clean up your side of things, don't let anyone escape." Hearing this, Qian Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Xing, this kind of thing will never happen again." Gu Xing nodded in satisfaction and left the hospital room. "Brother, you're back so late today. Were you out partying?" Cough, cough, cough. Gu Xing nearly spat out his cola. He quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, looking exasperated. "Who taught you to say that?" Their family had always been strict and proper. Their parents had never mentioned clubbing or nightlife, and Gu Xing himself had certainly never gone out to such places. Gu Yu, unfazed, continued eating her fried chicken as she explained, "I saw online that high school seniors are under a lot of pressure and might take the wrong path, like going to bars to drink, and then—" "Wait," Gu Xing interrupted, incredulous. "You've been reading about that kind of stuff? High school senior stress? What did that have to do with a middle schooler like her?" "No. I've also been watching videos about car repairs, carpet cleaning, and ocean fishing." Gu Yu counted off on her fingers, listing different types of content. Gu Xing's mouth twitched as he quickly changed the subject. "All right, I was just accompanying a friend to the hospital today. Nothing major." Gu Yu frowned. "That friend Qian Yuan?" Gu Xing took a bite of fried chicken and nodded. "Yeah, he got scratched by something and went to the hospital to avoid infection." He kept it vague, downplaying the situation. He knew he couldn't tell the truth otherwise. His sister would worry. Hearing this, Gu Yu didn't think much of it. After all, what danger could someone without spiritual power possibly encounter? If there had truly been any danger, he wouldn't have survived to tell the tale. She let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Oh, by the way." Gu Yu suddenly remembered something and looked at Gu Xing seriously. "You should keep your distance from Qian Yuan. His background is too complicated for you to handle. He's a direct descendant of the Qian family, I know," Gu Xing replied nonchalantly. Gu Yu instinctively nodded but then looked shocked. "You know? Did he tell you?" Gu Xing wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked up. "Yeah." In truth, he didn't understand why Qian Yuan had insisted on coming to this school. It's probably a poor direct descendant who got kicked out due to family competition. Gu Yu looked at Gu Xing's indifferent demeanor and could only say helplessly, "All right, just be careful these days. The news just mentioned another disappearance." "Got it, I'll be cautious. I'm heading to my room to rest. Don't forget to wipe the table." Gu Yu bit into a large chunk of fried chicken and nodded, making an okay gesture. Only then did Gu Xing feel at ease enough to head back to his room to rest. After eating to his heart's content, Gu Xing lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and pulled out his phone to check the time. "Only 7 o'clock, I'll wash up in a bit." He was about to open a video app when his phone suddenly vibrated, and a mechanical female voice announced, 2,000 yuan has been credited to your Pay account." 2,000 yuan suddenly appearing. This transfer was definitely from Qian Yuan. Has he wrapped things up on his end? Gu Xing wondered, opening the chat with Qian Yuan and typing, "Are you still at the hospital?" The reply came quickly, "Qian Yuan. Yeah, just finished absorbing the crystal core. Feeling a bit tired. Since I've already paid for the bed for the night, I'll head back tomorrow." Gu Xing, successful absorption? Qian Yuan, of course. And it's the skill I'm most satisfied with. Smug. Qian Yuan. Guess what kind of skill it is? Seeing this message, Gu Xing felt a bit speechless. Back then, he had kept quiet about his own powers, hiding them from everyone. And now Qian Yuan wanted him to guess? Thinking of the awakening talent displayed on his system interface, Gu Xing casually typed, something related to money. Qian Yuan. Shock Xing bro, you're so smart. Thumbs up. Gu Xing. Qian Yuan. Ha! The skill I got is the Lord tier ability of the Devouring Gold Toad Coin Shield. It perfectly complements my awakened power. Two keywords stood out to Gu Xing from this statement: Devouring Gold Toad and Coin Shield. He knew about the Devouring Gold Toad. It was an extremely rare exotic beast, typically living in dark, damp, and thickly muddy environments. Its whole body would be covered in mud. Though only the size of a fist, it weighed over 5 pounds. Such environments weren't uncommon, but the devouring gold toad's scarcity was due to its peculiar survival needs. It could only live in mud that contained buried gold nuggets. Without the gold, it couldn't cultivate and was easily preyed upon by other exotic beasts. A lower-tier devouring gold toad would possess a skill called Coin Shield, which allowed it to form a protective barrier using the gold element energy within its body. However, this defensive skill consumed a tremendous amount of energy, had a short duration, but offered extremely high defensive strength. As for the more advanced King tier, based on his understanding, there hadn't been a single one in nearly 1,000 years. After all, this species wasn't suited to being a ruler within mystical realms. Buzz, the phone vibrated again, pulling Gu Xing out of his thoughts. He glanced at the latest messages. Qian Yuan, I just tested it. This skill lasts for a maximum of 3 seconds, and even if I immediately toggle it off and on, it doesn't last much longer. Qian Yuan, I knew it'd be short, but I didn't expect it to be this short. The duration is way too brief, it's practically useless. Qian Yuan, Xing bro, we might end up at the bottom of the rankings crying emoji. The phone kept vibrating, and Gu Xing's hand felt numb. He switched it to silent mode, then rolled over and replied. This skill is instant cast, right? Qian Yuan, yeah, that's exactly why I wanted it. If the cast time were too long, I wouldn't be able to predict accurately. A bad prediction means I'd just get stabbed. Even though my role is as a tank, I still hate getting hurt. Instant cast? That's easy to handle. Gu Xing, try adapting. Don't use too much spiritual energy. Qian Yuan, 1T work. If I use less spiritual energy, the skill 1T even activate. Gu Xing, I mean, when practicing, only cover a small area with the skill. Got it. The other side went silent for a moment, then sent several rapid-fire messages. Qian Yuan, holy crap. Qian Yuan, Xing bro, you're a genius. Qian Yuan, I've had an epiphany thanks to you. I'll test it out after I absorb 2 more crystal cores. Seeing the last message, Gu Xing knew Qian Yuan wouldn't reply for now. He set the phone aside, closed his eyes, and began contemplating his own matters. With this, can I sneak through the class division assessments unnoticed? His goal wasn't the genius class, but the humanities elite class. He had already passed the written exam, and entering the mystical realm was just a formality for him. The humanities class had no task quotas, only the martial arts class did. Once the assessments were over, he could slack off openly. If he really didn't want to attend classes, he could even skip them entirely since several universities had already reached out to him. This thought made Gu Xing quite pleased. As he groped for his phone with his eyes closed, a notification appeared in the lower left corner of his vision just as he touched it. Successfully eliminated an elite cultist of Paradise Lost. Stardust points +5. Gu Xing! Exclamation point. So earning Stardust points is tied to eliminating bad guys. Huh. But that doesn't fully add up. To him, the masked man was a bad guy, but he hadn't gained any Stardust points from that. Paradise Lost was the mastermind, and the bounty was on Qian Yuan, not him. By logic, it shouldn't count as a bad guy. Yet someone else eliminated a member of Paradise Lost, and he still gained Stardust points. Does that mean only by killing members of Paradise Lost can I earn Stardust points? Gu Xing could only surmise this. Looks like Qian Yuan must have killed that guy. Suddenly, another thought struck him. Speaking of which, if others can open their panels, doesn't that mean I can too? Though he was a GM, even an admin should have their own panel, right? Let us give it a try. Gu Xing pushed open the door and headed to the bathroom. His room had no mirror, and though the living room did, he didn't want Gu Yu to notice anything unusual. The bathroom was the safest option. Standing before the sink's mirror, Gu Xing stared intently at his reflection and silently willed the panel to appear. Finally, a faint blue panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Gu Xing. Gender, male. Level, Dust tier. Innate skill, GM system. Attributes, 52. Status, none. Gu Xing stared at the panel, slowly typing out a single question mark. Dust tier? What the hell is that? Gu Xing scrutinized the screen for a long while, but unable to glean anything further, He gave up and instead focused on the innate skills section. Spend 1 Stardust point to unlock detailed information about the innate skill. Current Stardust points, 5. Gu Xing. Why do I have to pay for this? In the end, he reluctantly clicked confirm, suppressing the sting in his heart. Now, he had fallen to the point where he had to pay to understand his own abilities. Unlock successful, remaining star points, 4. GM system. Non-game players cannot undergo body datafication, cannot absorb rule spiritual energy, and cannot absorb rule core skills. Special permissions granted. No rule restrictions. Can't absorb rule spiritual energy and core skills. Rules are the fundamental laws of operation and execution. But which rules is he actually following? The game's or this world's? Too little is known, and too much is unknown. There's no way to figure it out, so he decided to give up for now. Permissions? And the words are even golden. Gu Xing curiously clicked to check. Permission. As a GM, you possess the authority to ban anyone current permission level 1. Permission level 1 can ban NPCs from levels 1 to 3. Seeing that his permission level was only 1, Gu Xing immediately raised a middle finger. Looks like I have to start from the bottom. Huh. After cursing the system 300 times, Gu Xing turned his attention to the next piece of information. Skills owned. Stellar Power, GM Protection, Stellar Shield, Stellar Enhancement, Prophecy. Just these? Where's the detailed description? Would you like to spend 1 star point to unlock detailed skill information? Current star points, 4. Fine, unlock it. In the end, Gu Xing still clicked confirm. Stellar Power. Absorb the power of a planet's core, unrestricted by rules. Training can earn star points, current star points, 3. GM Protection. Unable to undergo datafication or train spiritual energy. Automatically immune to all spiritual energy-based mental attacks and control. Stellar Shield. Use stellar power to envelop yourself, enhancing defense. Stellar Enhancement. Condense stellar energy for enhancement. Prophecy. Pose a question and receive a prophetic answer. Although the descriptions were simple, Gu Xing's mind was suddenly filled with a lot of information, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. I'll leave these for now. Let's check the attributes first. Gu Xing rubbed his head and spent 1 star point to open the attribute interface. Strength, 15. Constitution, 17. Mental Power, 21. Agility, 19. Fortune, 0. Seeing the value of fortune at 0, Gu Xing was silent for a long time before slowly typing a question mark. However, looking at these attributes, he finally understood why Qian Yuan's attributes could be compared to that masked guy's. It must be that Qian Yuan's fortune is ridiculously high, while that guy's is ridiculously low. But why is my fortune so low too? Hint: star points can be converted into attribute values. Seeing the hint pop up, Gu Xing's eyes lit up. Then I can use star points to increase fortune. Note: fortune value cannot be changed. Gu Xing. Frustrated and helpless, he decided to give up altogether. Fine, let's try out that prophecy ability first. Faced with such a powerful skill, of course he wanted to test it out. What should I prophesy about? Let's go with what will happen during the class placement exam the day after tomorrow. Gu Xing followed the method in his mind to activate prophecy. At first, he only felt the energy within him was very weak, not enough to sustain the entire process. But not long after, a surge of energy suddenly supplemented him. Using this energy, Gu Xing performed the prophecy and soon received the answer. Do not approach the Lord-level dire beast, or it will bring misfortune. This prophecy instantly snapped Gu Xing awake, and he opened his eyes sharply. The previous sensation had been bizarre, as though activating some skill. A voice in his mind had delivered the answer. Could it be the prophecy succeeded? Why can't I approach the Lord? Would I be killed? Every year, the class placement exams were the same, involving field tests inside an artificial spirit ruin. The dire beasts in the spirit ruin were mostly herbivores or omnivores, typically at ordinary level 1 early or mid-stage. Level 1 elite class dire beasts were rare. For newly awakened individuals like them, entering was not particularly dangerous. The most dangerous were the Lord-level dire beasts, but those entry-level lords were usually treated as bosses to be defeated. Although he wasn't too familiar with the specific situation inside, Gu Xing hadn't planned to approach the Lord anyway. His strategy was to linger around the outskirts of the spirit ruin, pass time, and leave once the allotted period ended. Whatever, this prophecy is definitely useful. Gu Xing thought happily, turning back to check the panel only to find his star points had dropped from 2 to 0. What? What happened? Is there some hidden fee deduction? He hurriedly searched for any notification about star points being deducted. Sure enough, as his thoughts shifted, a fee table appeared in front of him. He directly focused on the last line. Due to insufficient stellar power, 2 star points were automatically converted to make up the difference. Gu Xing. So the surge of energy earlier was replenished using star points. Huh? Perfect. Time to try cultivating and save up more star points before school starts. With that thought, Gu Xing began cultivating stellar power. Cultivating stellar power wasn't particularly demanding. Gu Xing simply lay on his bed and started the process. At first, he felt as though his soul was leaving his body. Then came a pulling sensation from behind him, as well as in front. Gu Xing guessed these were probably Blue Star, the Sun, and other planets. Even more astonishing, these planets continuously transmitted energy into his body. He didn't even need to deliberately absorb it. The energy was delivered right to his door. In that case, he gladly accepted it. He had only just begun absorbing when… Bang! 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 Bro, your shoes are still by the door. You didn't leave, did you? Gu Yu's voice came from outside the door, snapping Gu Xing out of his cultivation. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Based on his estimation, it was around 4 or 5 in the morning. It really doesn't feel like much time has passed. Bang! 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 Bro, if you don't open the door, I'm coming in. The door creaked under the strain. Gu Xing quickly got up to open it. All right, I'm coming. Geez, can't you find some walnuts to crack if you're feeling so strong? Gu Xing looked at Gu Yu standing by the door and couldn't help but tease her. Gu Yu gave him a once-over before finally exhaling in relief. Good. You're fine. Hearing this, Gu Xing was a little puzzled. What's going on? Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Gu Xing pulled it out to see that Qian Yuan was calling. Gu Yu glanced at it and said, Answer it. It's probably about the thing I mentioned. Gu Xing found it strange, but still answered the call. As soon as the call connected, the person on the other end urgently spoke. Brother Xing, are you okay? Gu Xing was confused and asked, I'm fine. Seriously, why are you all calling me in the middle of the night? What happened? Could it be that something went wrong during his cultivation earlier? That shouldn't be possible. Hearing Gu Xing's calm tone, Qian Yuan let out a sigh of relief and began explaining. Here's the situation. After that incident, I sent people to capture the mastermind. But just as we confirmed the location for the arrest, the guy committed suicide. And then, early this morning, I received a series of assassination signals. Uncle Lu said I had been targeted by a locking skill. I was worried you might have been targeted too, so I called to confirm your safety. After listening, Gu Xing suddenly recalled the system informing him of being locked onto, but he had automatically been immune to it. He had thought only he was affected, but it turned out Qian Yuan had been locked on as well. Oh, it must be just you who got locked onto. I'm perfectly safe. That was all Gu Xing could say. After all, he couldn't reveal the secret of his immunity. Qian Yuan found it odd. Huh? Is that so? Well, never mind. As long as you're fine, I'll hang up now and let you rest. After hanging up, Gu Xing sighed in relief, only to find Gu Yu's piercing gaze fixed on him. Seeing his sister staring, he avoided her gaze guiltily and asked, What's wrong? Gu Yu spoke each word deliberately. Brother, every time you lie, you blink twice. Huh? Do I? Gu Xing blinked. Then why didn't that locking skill affect you? Gu Yu was clearly trying to get to the truth. Gu Xing thought for a moment and replied half-truthfully. You know I'm G rank. I don't have spiritual energy, so I can't be tracked. It was true he had no spiritual energy, but in reality, the system had automatically granted him immunity. Gu Yu scrutinized him for a while, then nodded. All right, I was about to contact a teacher who could break that kind of skill, but I guess it's unnecessary now. You go back to sleep. I'm heading to my room. With that, she turned and closed the door behind her. Watching the door shut, Gu Xing finally relaxed completely and returned to his bed. Phew, glad I managed to bluff my way through. He sat down, opened his panel, and checked carefully. He had been cultivating from 8 in the evening to 4 in the morning, a full 8 hours. Not only did he not feel tired, but he felt even more energized. Turns out cultivating can replace sleep. Gu Xing decided to stop sleeping altogether. He would dedicate all his sleeping hours to cultivation. Besides, cultivating was much more comfortable. All right, let us see. After 8 hours of cultivation, I should VE accumulated at least 7 or 8 star points, right? He eagerly opened his panel, only to be dumbfounded. Current star points, 0.4. In other words, he had worked hard for 8 hours and hadn't he even earned a single full star point? Just as Gu Xing was about to give up, a system notification popped up. Spend 50 star points to unlock a new skill. Current star points, 0.4. Gu Xing, staring at the message, then back at the 0.4 star points. He was furious. Damn system. It even knew how to tempt him. But still, he took the bait. After all, this new skill seemed very enticing. New skills were always more powerful. Brother, what has been up with you lately? Staying up late and waking up late too. Gu Yu asked curiously, munching on a bun and eyeing Gu Xing. It's nothing. Just a little anxious, Gu Xing sighed. After much effort, he had managed to save up a single star point. But he was still far from the 50 star points needed. So frustrating. If he'd known it would be this hard to accumulate star points, he wouldn't have bothered making that prophecy. Oh, Gu Yu glanced at Gu Xing's troubled expression, thought for a moment, and said, maybe you should skip this exam? Gu Xing shook his head. It's not because of that. Beep, beep, beep. His phone rang. Gu Xing checked the sender of the messages. Qian Yuan. Bro, are you heading out? Qian Yuan. You'd better hurry, or the King of Hell 1T let us off. The living King of Hell was the nickname of Shun Yin, the 11th grade head teacher. He had been specially recruited 2 years ago, and his stern appearance and personality were notorious. The 11th grade students feared him greatly, but Gu Xing didn't mind. After all, the head teacher was generally kind to students who stayed out of trouble, especially to someone like him, a model student. Qian Yuan's messages were filled with urgency. Gu Xing took a sip of porridge and replied, I'll be there in 5 minutes. After sending the message, he stood up. I'm heading out. All right, good luck with the exam, brother. Don't forget to bring me back some fried chicken. Eat less junk food. Yeah, I know. Now go. Hearing her nonchalant tone, Gu Xing could only shake his head helplessly, put on his shoes, and head out. As soon as he stepped out of the building, he saw the flags fluttering near the school in the distance. Rongyang First High School was a provincial key high school, and the housing prices in the nearby neighborhoods were sky-high. Thinking of this, Gu Xing sighed as he walked along the sidewalk. I really wonder when Mom and Dad will come home. When he was younger, his parents weren't so busy. But now, due to work, their visits home had become infrequent. Money was always sent on time, and if it wasn't enough, he could leave a message to request more. Having money is fine, but don't trade your health for wealth, only to spend that wealth trying to regain health later in life, Gu Xing muttered. He quickly shook off these thoughts and quickened his pace toward the school. At this moment, a white owl silently watched him from a distance. Entering the school grounds, a spacious sports field came into view. Class banners were planted across the field, with students gathered sparsely around them. As Gu Xing walked into the school, many eyes turned to him. Their gazes followed him as he made his way to the Class 3 area. There were quite a few students from Class 3. As Gu Xing approached, they quickly stepped aside, their expressions complicated. Gu Xing noticed, of course. Scanning their reactions, he chose to stand at the edge, pulled out his phone, and began replying to messages, ignoring the people around him. Strangely enough, Qian Yuan, who had been urging him earlier, hadn't shown up yet. Not far away, a group of students deliberately raised their voices, ensuring Gu Xing could hear them. That G-rank loser is here. A G-rank loser participating in the placement exam? 1T he get eaten by the exotic beasts? I don't think so. After all, they're herbivores at most. They'll bite him to death, huh? Not exactly. There are omnivores too. I think he'll still get eaten. The group whispered among themselves. Feeling annoyed, Gu Xing casually cleaned his ears, yawned, and muttered softly, so bored. Might as well find someone to team up with and hunt exotic beasts. Though his voice wasn't loud, everyone paying attention to him heard it. What did you just say? A person rushed forward, seemingly intending to teach Gu Xing a lesson, but a stern voice rang out at the school gate. What do you think you're doing? Qian Yuan arrived just in time, stepping in front of Gu Xing. I just want to know what Gu Xing meant earlier, the student said, hesitating to act upon seeing Qian Yuan. His face darkened as he glared at Gu Xing. Qian Yuan had just arrived and was clueless about what had happened. Gu Xing shoved his phone back into his pocket and looked up at the student, speaking with irritation. What I meant was, if you're bored, then talk about forming teams properly. Stop constantly gossiping about me. Got it. Now is the perfect time to form teams. It might even be possible to find reliable teammates. Why were they always focused on criticizing him? The system's notification sounds were giving him a headache. If the exam wasn't about to start, he would have already acted. Besides, he was talking about everyone. So why did certain people insist on jumping out to cause trouble? You, a worthless G level, dare to order others around. The student was fuming. This guy clearly had no power, yet he wanted to act like a leader. In this era, the stronger one's abilities, the greater their voice. How could a G-level nobody even qualify to speak? Qian Yuan began to grasp what Gu Xing meant. He, too, understood that only the strongest had the right to speak. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These people had no vision at all. How could Gu Xing be a G-level nobody? He was a genius among geniuses. Someone who could single-handedly face nearly third-tier ability users, escape unscathed, and even rescue him. If Gu Xing was considered worthless, then there wouldn't be any true geniuses left in the world. The tension between the two escalated, and they were about to clash, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd whispered among themselves, though most were just watching. Just as the two were about to make a move, a powerful surge of spiritual pressure suddenly swept through the area. Forgot everything you learned from your textbooks over the break. A voice, heavy with authority, resonated across the field, leaving everyone frozen in place out of fear. Only Gu Xing remained composed, turning toward the teaching building. A tall man in black and white casual wear slowly emerged from the building. It was Shun Yan. Shun Yan spoke calmly. We are a community with a shared destiny. Our blades should be pointed at the alien beasts, not at each other. Understood. All the students shouted in unison. Understood. Their loud voices echoed across the field. Shun Yan nodded with satisfaction, his expression softening. As Shun Yan departed, Qian Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Just a bit of pressure from the King of Hell, and I could barely breathe. For a moment, I thought I'd landed in the underworld. Gu Xing didn't reply, his gaze fixed on Shun Yan's retreating figure, pondering the concern in Shun Yan's eyes. He thought to himself, does he think this little bit of spiritual pressure would trouble me? What are you thinking about? Qian Yuan patted Gu Xing's shoulder. Gu Xing withdrew his gaze. It's nothing. Your cultivation progress is impressive. You're nearing the late stage, aren't you? Qian Yuan chuckled sheepishly. Brother Xing, you noticed? I was planning to surprise you when I broke through. He patted his chest and continued. The alien beasts in the placement exam 1T surpassed the second tier. With my current strength, I can definitely protect you. After speaking, he deflated slightly and muttered under his breath, though Brother Xing probably doesn't need my protection. Looking at the dejected chubby boy, Gu Xing patted his shoulder. No, I want to make a move this time, so my safety is up to you. For the placement exam, he only intended to go through the motions and had no plans to hunt alien beasts. He initially thought of finding a safe spot to hide, but running away in the face of danger without the ability to retaliate wasn't an option either. It would be more convenient to have a bodyguard. Hearing this, Qian Yuan understood and regained his spirit. All right, I'll protect Brother Xing with my life. I swear it. He clenched his fist and placed it over his chest, lifting his head high. Seeing Qian Yuan's theatrical demeanor, Gu Xing laughed and asked, have you been reading night novels? Qian Yuan exclaimed in shock. Brother Xing, how did you know? Time ticked by as more and more students gathered at the field, standing with their respective classes and interacting with high-ranking peers to invite them into teams. Because Qian Yuan was standing with Gu Xing, the pair of misfits created a peculiar vacuum space. One was a G-level nobody, the other a failure from the Qian family. No one wanted to talk to them. Qian Yuan didn't mind, and Gu Xing cared even less. At that moment, Qian Yuan glanced toward the school gate, muttering curiously to himself, strange, most people are here already. Why haven't any S-level students shown up yet? Hearing his muttering, Gu Xing swept his gaze across the gathered students. Indeed, among the S-level and above, only 4 existed. Qian Yuan was here, but the other 3 were absent. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "They're here." Qian Yuan pointed toward the school gate, and Gu Xing followed his gaze. 4 people appeared at the gate. Leading them was a girl Gu Xing had never seen before, followed by the 3 absent S-level prodigies. The crowd erupted into chatter. Who is that girl? A transfer student? She is so pretty. Why are those 3 S-levels following her? Did they form a team? With a lineup like that, they're definitely getting into the genius class. Humph, who knows if it's just the 3 carrying her. Rich kids are so annoying. As everyone speculated about the newly arrived girl, the 4 of them approached Xin Yan. Xin Yan raised his voice, commanding, "Quiet, everyone." The crowd fell silent. Sun Yin continued, "This is a new transfer student from the imperial capital. Her name is Sun Yinshi, and her talent is SS level." Sun Yinshi gave a slight nod. "Hello, everyone." Hearing that she was SS level, the crowd collectively gasped. The imperial capital must be way stronger than here. Why would she come here? Who cares about that she is SS level? If her abilities are offensive, there's no doubt she'll get into the genius class. No wonder she could form a team entirely made up of S levels. With an SS level leading, they could probably go straight to hunting bosses. I think it's highly possible. After all, having an SS level leader is a rare opportunity. Because Sun Yinshi was a transfer student, she could choose any class to align with. Everyone wanted to build a connection with her, so they were naturally enthusiastic. "Yinshi, join our class 1. We're the first class, so we'll head out first." "What is the point of going first? Our class has several A levels. Come to our class." Other classes also began calling out, and even class 3 wasn't an exception. Sun Yinshi scanned the room and asked a female classmate beside her. The classmate pointed in the direction of Gu Xing, and then she led 3 others towards that spot. "That transfer student is heading towards our class, Xingji. Could she be looking for you?" Qian Yuan asked curiously as he watched Sun Yinshi walk straight towards them with her group. Gu Xing looked a bit helpless as he noticed Sun Yinshi's focused gaze. He said, "She has been staring at you this whole time. She is definitely looking for you." "Looking for me?" Qian Yuan hadn't yet processed the situation when Sun Yinshi was already standing in front of him, stepping into his safe zone. As Qian Yuan turned his head, his eyes locked with Sun Yinshi's gaze, a gaze identical to Gu Xing's. It carried a powerful aura, like that of a true leader. Sun Yinshi didn't align herself with any group nor respond to the conversations around her. She just stared directly at Qian Yuan. Feeling a bit pressured under her gaze, Qian Yuan nervously hid behind Gu Xing and whispered, "Xingji, what's with this girl?" "Gu Xing, weren't you supposed to protect me? How come you're hiding behind me now?" Gu Xing raised his head, looking at Sun Yinshi, who was still staring at Qian Yuan. He asked, "Are you here to find Qian Yuan?" Sun Yinshi shifted her gaze to Gu Xing and nodded. Realizing what was going on, Gu Xing patted Qian Yuan on the shoulder, urging him to step forward. "All right, you two can talk." Although Sun Yinshi and Gu Xing were both from prominent families, Gu Xing didn't like attending these sorts of social gatherings. They weren't close, and he especially disliked talking to girls with such an intimidating aura. It reminded him of his own mother. Shaking with fear, Qian Yuan turned back to Gu Xing, pleading for help. But Gu Xing only gave him a look that said, "Solve this on your own." Receiving this signal, Qian Yuan took a deep breath, looked at Sun Yinshi, and asked, "What do you want from me?" Sun Yinshi looked straight at Qian Yuan, extended her hand, and said, "You're an S rank. I hope you can join my team to hunt a Lord-tier alien beast together." Hearing this, the crowd began whispering among themselves. "I knew it. She is definitely going after the Lord." According to the seniors, no one has defeated the Lord in the past 3 years. But the Lord is only tier 1, right? How can it be so hard? Don't underestimate it. The Lord doesn't just have unique abilities, but also a group of underlings. You have to deal with them first, or it's a death sentence. Although Qian Yuan had already guessed that Sun Yinshi intended to hunt alien beasts, he didn't expect her to personally invite him. With your Team S lineup, hunting alien beasts is already more than enough. Why do you still need me? Sun Yinshi answered calmly, I want to ensure no one gets injured. The stronger the team, the better. Hearing her reasoning, Qian Yuan nodded and pointed at Gu Xing. I can join, but I have to bring my brother along. I don't feel comfortable leaving him behind. Gu Xing was surprised that this was Qian Yuan's only condition for joining the team. Sun Yinshi glanced at Gu Xing, her thoughts stirred by what she had heard from the students. She shook her head and said, Our team already has 4 people. The school rules state that teams can't exceed 5 members. 6 is not allowed. Besides, teaming up with us is very risky. Qian Yuan shrugged. Then there's nothing I can do. I have to protect my brother, you know his rank. Sun Yinshi's gaze lingered on Gu Xing, noticing that he showed no reaction to Qian Yuan's words. A rare G rank, perhaps. At that moment, the loud sound of a car door opening echoed through the air. One by one, buses drove into the school gates. The students, watching the buses arrive, grew more serious. These buses were here to take them to the examination site. Xin Yan, the grade director and the person in charge of this exam, stood before everyone and announced, Class monitors, begin roll call. Once everyone is accounted for, board the buses. Yes. The roll call proceeded class by class. While the 3S rank geniuses returned to their respective classes, Sun Yinshi remained standing beside Gu Xing. As a transfer student, she could stand anywhere since she would be reassigned to a new class after the exam. Gu Xing looked at Sun Yinshi and opened her status panel. Name, Sun Yinshi. Gender, female. Rank, late stage tier 1. Innate talent, sixth sense. Talent skill, child of ice and snow. Attributes, 53. Status, equipped, plus 4% mental power. Seeing her status panel, Gu Xing was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected her to have an innate talent. Sixth sense, so it's a kind of intuitive ability? Beyond that, Gu Xing also noticed the hint in her status bar, equipped. Gu Xing's gaze fell on Sun Yinshi's hand, noticing an antique-looking ring on her finger. A new panel suddenly popped up beside the ring. Ring. Details require star points to unlock. Remaining star points, 1.8. Gu Xing felt speechless. Star points, it's always star points. This system must be a scam designed to drain him dry. Sun Yinshi, with her strong mental acuity, sensed his gaze and turned to look at him. You've been staring at me. Is there something you want to say? Caught in the act, Gu Xing saw no need to hide it. He pointed at the ring and said, That ring is quite special. Sun Yinshi was a bit surprised but didn't hide it, replying, It's a gift from my father for the exam. I see. Gu Xing nodded. In truth, he was curious about the ring's origins. Beside them, Qian Yuan overheard their conversation and immediately recognized the ring. You actually have equipment? Seeing Qian Yuan's shock, Gu Xing realized this item must be extraordinary and asked him to elaborate. Qian Yuan, a bit surprised that Gu Xing didn't know, explained, Equipment is different from ordinary armor or weapons. It enhances basic attributes. Humans can't create it, so every piece of equipment is incredibly valuable. Hearing this, Gu Xing stared at the ring on Sun Yinshi's hand again. If humans can't create it, does that mean this equipment comes from the trial tower? Qian Yuan nodded but then shook his head. Not entirely. Some are obtained from spirit ruins. Every spirit ruin hides a treasure. It could be equipment or something else. But most equipment comes from the trial tower. Sun Yinshi was surprised. Although the existence of the trial tower was common knowledge, not every high school student knew that equipment could be obtained from it. As Gu Xing observed Sun Yinshi's determination to challenge the Lord-tier alien beast, a prophecy flashed through his mind. This time, the misfortune mentioned in the prophecy, could it be implying that Sun Yinshi might fail? Thinking of this, Gu Xing reminded her that Lord hasn't been defeated by anyone for 3 years. It's probably even stronger now. You all need to be careful. Although the Spirit Ruin was designed as a testing ground for newly awakened students, as long as they hadn't reached the 2nd tier, surviving meant they could try again next year. Gu Xing knew about that Lord last year. It had already reached the late stage of the 1st tier, and it might have maxed out this year. A maxed-out 1st tier Lord would require at least 3 to 5 similarly ranked experts working together to defeat it. With their current strength, they were still far from that level. Thanks for the reminder. I've got it, Sun Yinshi said politely, though she didn't quite understand why Gu Xing was suddenly concerned about her. After chatting for a while, it was their turn to board the bus. The bus was just enough to seat Sun Yanxi and her group, so Gu Xing and Qian Yuan had to switch to another one. Once seated, Qian Yuan noticed Gu Xing looking thoughtful. He patted Gu Xing's shoulder and whispered, "Bro Xing, if you like her type, I could introduce you to my sisters." Gu Xing responded coldly, "Don't overthink it. I'm just considering what you said yesterday. I'm worried something might go wrong." "Oh," Qian Yuan said, patting Gu Xing's shoulder again with a laugh. "Relax. The spirit ruin is even more heavily guarded than my house. Even if something happens, it won't be that serious." Listening to Qian Yuan's casual tone, Gu Xing sighed. "I hope so." The buses quickly arrived at the outer city of the base. They stopped at a heavily guarded entrance to the spirit ruin. The doors opened, and everyone got off. After stepping out, Gu Xing curiously looked around. Although he had been here in his previous life, the in-game scenery was vastly different from reality. In this life, he had never left the inner city of the base, and his understanding of the base's layout came solely from books. When the spirit ruin first opened, alien beasts ran rampant, and ordinary people lived in hardship. Later, awakened individuals gathered and established base cities across various provinces. The base cities were too small to accommodate everyone, so those who couldn't fit had to live by the city walls. Over time, as the number of alien beasts decreased and the population grew, officials simply built walls around the outer areas. Although collectively referred to as base cities, people called the original areas the inner city and the newly walled areas the outer city. "Wow, so this is the spirit ruin. I've only ever seen it in books," a nearby classmate exclaimed. Gu Xing looked up and saw a massive, pale white, oval-shaped tunnel with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. The spirit ruins were divided into 6 levels: white for normal, blue for dangerous, purple for chaotic, orange for nightmare, red for destructive, and black for apocalyptic. "This is a man-made spirit ruin? It looks just like a natural one," Gu Xing muttered, staring at the pale white oval tunnel. He could vaguely see a green grassy field inside. "Hey, Bro Xing, have you ever been to an apocalyptic-level spirit ruin?" Qian Yuan asked. Thinking back to his previous life's experiences, Gu Xing figured he probably hadn't, so he shook his head. Qian Yuan, already expecting this answer, excitedly started talking about his own experiences. "This summer, I went to the west and saw an apocalyptic-level spirit ruin. That thing was enormous, at least a few hundred meters tall. I can't even imagine what kind of monsters are inside." As he spoke, Qian Yuan couldn't help but shiver, revealing his fear. Seeing this, Gu Xing said calmly, "That spirit ruin has always existed, but no alien beasts have ever come out of it, and no one can enter. It's more like a tourist attraction." Even though Gu Xing had indeed seen alien beasts emerge from it before, it had only been for a brief moment. Qian Yuan nodded in agreement. "Exactly, but the officials still won't let anyone get close. I only took a quick look from a distance and snapped a photo. I'll send it to you after the exam." "Sure." As the two chatted, a loud and clear voice suddenly called out from the front, "Quiet." Everyone immediately fell silent and turned their attention to Shun Yan, who stood on a temporary platform. Shun Yan looked down at the crowd of students and said, "Now, I'll explain the rules for this placement exam. The exam is simple. Hunt alien beasts within 5 hours and collect their crystal cores. After exiting the spirit ruin, exchange the cores for points. The points system is transparent, and all the rules are written in this manual." Shun Yan raised a small booklet. This booklet not only contains the points exchange table, but also a map, detailed information on the alien beasts in the spirit ruin, and a special talisman. This talisman is inscribed with a teleportation spell. It can be activated with human blood to transport you back outside. However, using the talisman means forfeiting the exam, and you'll be disqualified immediately. Qian Yuan whispered, "This is why humanity went to great lengths to build man-made spirit ruins. It's essentially a massive formation to protect everyone and ensure safety." Gu Xing nodded in agreement. After all, losing the chance to take the exam was far better than losing one's life. Shun Yan scanned the crowd with a stern gaze. "Let me emphasize this once again. You can only obtain crystal cores by hunting alien beasts. Stealing is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught will face severe consequences. Understood. Louder. Did you all skip breakfast? Understood. Good. Now line up to receive your manual and prepare to enter the spirit ruin. Yes. The crowd began lining up to enter the spirit ruin. At the entrance, staff members held scanners to inspect each student. When it was Sun Yinchi's turn, the device suddenly lit up. Just as the staff began to speak, Sun Yinchi raised her hand, showing a ring, and explained, "This is a ring that enhances mental power." The staff called a colleague over to inspect the ring with a specialized tool. After checking the readings, they nodded and said, "It's not spatial type, and the enhancement is under 5%. She can pass." Sun Yinchi smoothly received her manual and entered the spirit ruin. Watching from the side, Gu Xing curiously asked Qian Yuan behind him, "Doesn't wearing an enhancement ring count as cheating?" Qian Yuan replied nonchalantly, "That's just a family resource. It's considered part of her family's talents, not cheating. Why didn't you bring one then? Our family doesn't have equipment with less than a 5% enhancement." Gu Xing passed the scan without issue and received his manual. Staring at the pale white entrance to the spirit ruin, he stepped in without hesitation. He had expected to see endless grasslands, but what greeted him instead was a spacious indoor hall. A group of people dressed in military uniforms patrolled the area, their sharp eyes scanning everyone to ensure they were carrying the manual and preventing any cheating. Gu Xing recalled the green grassland he had just seen in his mind, guessing it was likely a virtual projection from the military uniforms. He took a deep breath, pulled himself back from his thoughts, and followed the crowd forward. The organizational discipline personnel noticed more students entering and raised a loudspeaker to shout, "Please line up as instructed and collect your backpack at the entrance. Weapons are placed outdoors. Each person is limited to one based on your handbook." "Brother Xing, stop daydreaming. Let's go." Qian Yuan lightly tapped Gu Xing's arm, reminding him. Gu Xing nodded, retracting his gaze, and followed the flow of people. He seemed to have felt a familiar aura just now and turned his head to look back. However, the aura quickly disappeared, and he thought it might have been his imagination. At the entrance, Gu Xing received a dark green backpack. He opened the box to take a look and found inside 2 bottles of water, a compressed biscuit, a roll of gauze, a bottle of healing medicine, and a small dagger. This dagger was probably meant for digging out crystal cores in the wild. "Brother Xing, what weapon are you going to choose?" Qian Yuan stood nearby, looking at the various weapons with curiosity. During martial arts class, when the teacher let everyone pick weapons, Gu Xing would always wait until others had chosen before taking whatever was left: swords, spears, knives, shields. He had tried them all and then just played with them on his own. As a result, no one really knew what weapon Gu Xing was skilled at, nor had they ever seen him train at the martial arts hall. Gu Xing originally didn't intend to take a weapon, but noticing that everyone else was leaving with their chosen weapons, it seemed a bit odd if he didn't take anything. So he casually picked up a spear that had been knocked over onto the ground and said, "This will do." Seeing Gu Xing grab a spear, Qian Yuan also went to the side and picked up a shield. Each person could only choose one weapon. Watching Qian Yuan take a shield, Gu Xing was a bit speechless. "Are you really planning to kill mutated beasts by slapping them with a shield?" Qian Yuan was surprised. "Brother Xing, how did you know?" Gu Xing rubbed his forehead, thinking it might be better if Qian Yuan teamed up with someone else. Qian Yuan noticed everyone heading toward the registration area and turned to Gu Xing. "Hey, Brother Xing, should we go register too?" To prevent disputes due to uneven distribution, the school had a rule allowing students to register team information. Spoils of battle would be distributed based on team points and then further divided according to pre-hunt ranking ratios to ensure fairness. In the past, only teams hunting lords would encounter distribution disputes. Now, many people opted to form teams. It might be because hunting in a team was easier, or they wanted help from others. There were even cases of 4 carrying 1. But Gu Xing knew this was just a small class division exam with relatively lenient requirements. Even if someone cheated in this test, there would be no way to cheat in the final college entrance exam. Not to mention, this was an artificial spiritual realm, definitely under surveillance. Severe cheating might result in losing eligibility for the advanced class altogether. Gu Xing looked at the gathering crowd, found it troublesome, and turned to leave. "No need. I don't want any crystal cores." You can have them all. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, scattering dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, rustling sound. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and the unique aroma of the forest. Holding a map, Gu Xing located a small gathering spot of long-haired boars. He stopped, turned, and said to Qian Yuan, "The long-haired boars here are roughly at the early stage of the first rank. They're clumsy. You can practice by picking two to try." After speaking, he gripped his spear, leaned against a large tree, and yawned. "I'll rest here for a bit." "All right, Brother Xing." Qian Yuan knew Gu Xing wasn't interested in hunting, so he grabbed his shield and slipped into the surrounding bushes. Soon, he locked onto two targets. The two long-haired boars were foraging adorably, their brown fur glistening under the sunlight. They used their snouts to search the ground for food, occasionally letting out grunts. These two long-haired boars were about half a meter long, still in their juvenile phase, with early first-rank strength. As a shield-bearing tank, Qian Yuan had no problem handling two of them. With that in mind, he took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the shield, and charged at one of the boars. Sensing danger, the boar raised its head, snorted, and let out an angry grunt. It glared at Qian Yuan, issuing a warning. Not daring to be careless, Qian Yuan quickly rushed to the boar and raised his shield high, smashing it down hard. With a loud smack, the boar's skull was crushed. It died before it could even let out a cry. The other boar charged at Qian Yuan's calf with all its might. Bang! It hit Qian Yuan's leg, but to no effect. Instead, the boar itself ended up dizzy from the impact. Hee, striking in the moment feels great. Qian Yuan laughed, looking at the golden glow surrounding his calf, and finished off the boar with a smack of the shield. He then turned to deal with the other one. Quickly, both long-haired boars were killed by Qian Yuan's silver-white shield. "Phew, that's done. Let us head back for now," Qian Yuan said, wiping his sweat as he dug out two crystal cores and started walking back. "Brother Xing, I'm back." The bushes next to Gu Xing suddenly rustled. Qian Yuan immediately grew alert and shouted nervously, "Brother Xing, watch out behind you." Gu Xing, still yawning with half-closed eyes, looked at Qian Yuan's tense expression. "What?" At that moment, a figure suddenly burst out of the bushes, charging straight at Gu Xing. Gu Xing appeared indifferent but easily dodged the attack from the long-haired boar. This boar was nearly a meter long, seemingly an adult, with strength reaching the mid-stage of the first rank. After dodging the initial attack, Gu Xing stretched lazily and looked up, noticing Qian Yuan still frozen in shock. He asked in confusion, "Stop staring and get moving. Were you expecting him to step in and help you? A slacker?" Qian Yuan snapped out of his shock at Gu Xing's speed and launched an attack on the boar. Although this boar was not weak, reaching mid-first rank, it was still of an ordinary level and posed no challenge for him. Soon, Qian Yuan used his 1-meter-tall shield to crush the boar, its skull shattering completely. Gu Xing looked at the brutally slain boar, his mouth twitching slightly. "It's just a boar. No need to use so much force." Qian Yuan glanced at the carcass and chuckled. "I was afraid it wasn't he dead, so I made sure to be thorough." "All right, then quickly dig out the crystal core. The commotion just now will definitely attract other mutated beasts. Get ready for combat." Hearing that more exotic beasts were on their way, Qian Yuan glanced at his shield and then at Gu Xing, who clearly had no intention of fighting. He immediately chickened out. "Brother Xing, let's retreat for now. There are too many beasts, and I'm afraid we can't handle them. It's exhausting even to take down one." Gu Xing gave him a sidelong glance. "Don't be scared. Once we finish off this wave, we'll leave. Who told you to pick a shield? Why didn't you choose a sword or a blade?" Qian Yuan scratched his head. "I've been reading a comic about holy knights recently and thought shields looked pretty cool. Plus, my awakened skill is defense-oriented." Gu Xing was speechless. This reason was silly but understandable. After all, it made sense for a tank to wield a shield. Thinking back to how Qian Yuan had given up teaming up with Sun Yanqi to help him, Gu Xing sighed and beckoned him over. "Come here." Qian Yuan, having just placed a crystal core into a specially made pouch in his backpack, eagerly scurried over. Gu Xing extended his hand. "Give me the shield." Although Qian Yuan was puzzled, he obediently handed over the shield. Gu Xing examined the structure of the shield, pondered for a moment, and decided to modify it. He infused the tip of his spear with a layer of astral energy, making it even sturdier than the shield. Then, he directly carved out a sharp tip at the bottom of the shield with his spear. Qian Yuan stared in shock. The shield and spear were made of the same material. So how could the spear pierce the shield so effortlessly without even a scratch? This was amazing. It resolved the age-old shield versus spear debate once and for all. Seeing you struggle to bash things, I added a sharp edge. Give it a try. Oh sure, let us test it out. This time, for long-haired boars appeared 2 adults and 2 juveniles. With the modified shield, Qian Yuan could now stab with the sharp edge and defend with the shield. It indeed saved him a lot of effort. Excitedly, he shouted back, "Brother Xing, you're so smart." Gu Xing was speechless. That flattery was far too blatant. At that moment, a swift wind rabbit suddenly leaped out of the bushes. Before it could bite Qian Yuan's neck, Gu Xing dashed forward in a flash, stabbing the rabbit in the head with his spear. Splurt! The swift wind rabbit died instantly, leaving Qian Yuan drenched in cold sweat and utterly astonished. The rabbit's speed was so fast that he couldn't react in time. If it had bitten him, he might have been gravely injured. Moreover, Gu Xing, who had been standing several steps away, had closed the distance in an instant. His strength had to be at least 2nd or 3rd tier. Stay focused. There are still 2 long-haired boars left to deal with. Gu Xing retracted his spear and cleared an open space, motioning for Qian Yuan to continue the hunt. Got it, Brother Xing. Knowing this wasn't the time for idle chatter, Qian Yuan quickly dealt with the remaining beasts. Not long after, Qian Yuan collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. I can't go on. I'm too tired to fight anymore. Gu Xing glanced at the defeated beasts, then turned to look at the exhausted Qian Yuan slumped nearby. I'll handle digging out the crystal cores. Once I'm done, we need to leave. The smell of blood here is too strong at attract more beasts. With that, Gu Xing crouched down and began extracting the cores from the slain beasts. Sitting on the ground, Qian Yuan gasped for air as he stared at the 5 exotic beast corpses, especially the swift wind rabbit that had appeared out of nowhere. Gu Xing's abilities were clearly far superior to his own, so why didn't he ever call him useless? Qian Yuan couldn't help but feel curious. Brother Xing, with your skills, why don't you join the elite class? The class divisions after the assessment were split between academic and combat streams, with each stream further divided into regular and elite classes. Recently, the authorities had been prioritizing the combat stream, establishing elite classes in every school to cultivate talent. Only those excelling in both academics and combat could join. However, since Gu Xing didn't want crystal cores, he couldn't qualify for the elite class. Qian Yuan didn't understand why someone as strong as Gu Xing wouldn't aim for it. After all, once divided into classes, the elite class had access to better resources. Being ahead in one step meant being ahead in every step. The elite class had superior teachers and resources, significantly increasing the chances of getting into a good school. I'm not really interested. You can have these. You join the elite class, I'll just go to the academic-focused advanced class. Gu Xing handed the 5 crystal cores to Qian Yuan and sat down to rest. After all, his parents already knew he couldn't cultivate. The academic advanced class didn't require combat scores, and he was confident he could make it. Entering the Lingshu Inner Academy was just a formality for him. Qian Yuan lowered his head, staring at the crystal cores. He took a deep breath, as though making a monumental decision, and said, Brother Xing, if you're not going to the elite class, then I won't either. I'll join the academic advanced class too. Gu Xing looked at him in slight surprise, then stood up and walked off. Suit yourself, as long as you don't regret it. Qian Yuan understood Gu Xing's meaning. With his strength, Gu Xing could easily enter the elite class, yet he chose to give it up. Anyone would think this decision was foolish, but Qian Yuan knew it was absolutely the right choice. Qian Yuan chuckled and caught up to Gu Xing. Brother Xing, don't worry. This is my own decision. At that moment, near the entrance of the long-haired boar lord's cave, for people crouched in the bushes. Gao Yuan, are you sure there aren't any beasts nearby? Sun Yanxi asked, frowning. The boy named Gao Yuan nodded. Sister Yanxi, I scouted the area and didn't see any beasts. Could they all have been summoned into the cave by the Lord? On the other side, a girl named Qian Fengying frowned and shook her head. Impossible. The wind tells me there's only one creature inside, nothing more. Qian Fengying's ability was wind-based. She could not only absorb wind elemental crystal cores, but also sense subtle changes carried by the wind. This allowed her to roughly estimate the number of creatures inside a cave. While the sensation was faint, she could distinguish between one and many. Nearby, a boy named Zhou Changming looked worried. Could something have gone wrong? Even if the Lord has a strong sense of territory, it's unlikely for the surroundings to be completely devoid of beasts. Hearing this, Sun Yinshi frowned and pulled a special coin from her pocket. She closed her eyes, murmured something, and tossed the coin into the air. The coin shimmered in the sunlight before landing back on her hand with a crisp snap. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened her hand and looked at the coin's front. Prepare your weapons. We're going in. Sun Yinshi put away the coin, stood up, and headed straight for the cave. Although the others didn't understand the meaning of her earlier actions, they were here to hunt the Lord, so naturally, they followed her into the cave. One by one, they summoned their weapons. Gao Yuan summoned a long spear, his life-bound weapon, and also a conjured item. Zhou Changming, the tank of the group, put on a brave front despite the fear written on his face, raising his shield and walking at the forefront. Qian Fengying stayed in the middle because she was the weakest in terms of strength and leaned more toward support roles. She clung tightly to Sun Yinshi's arm. Sun Yinshi walked beside Qian Fengying, right behind the tank, but if danger arose, she would undoubtedly be the first to charge forward. After all, this was her team, and as the leader, she had to step up in the face of danger. The light in the cave gradually dimmed, leaving only the sound of their footsteps on the stone ground and the occasional drip of water from an unknown source. I'll provide some light, Gao Yuan said, waving his spear and preparing to use his ability. But Sun Yinshi stopped him. Firelight will alarm the Overlord. There's light inside, let's see first. Gao Yuan listened, confirmed that there was indeed a faint glow ahead, and retracted his spear before continuing to follow the group. The path wasn't long, but as they ventured deeper into the Overlord's lair, tension was palpable. Everyone slowed their steps. At the deepest point, their surroundings grew brighter, and Sun Yinshi finally identified the source of the light. At the center of the cave, the ceiling seemed to have been blasted open, allowing sunlight to pour through. In the middle of the cave, a boar with massive tusks lay atop a large boulder, its breathing shallow yet heavy with the oppressive aura of an overlord. This aura had little effect on Sun Yinshi, but for the others, especially those encountering an overlord for the first time, it was intimidating. Qian Fengying couldn't help but tremble. Though they had undergone 2 days of emergency training and fought numerous beasts in actual combat, this was their first time facing a creature of overlord level. Sun Yinshi turned to look at her team and said calmly, "Follow the training." Understood. Everyone nodded. Zhou Changming took a deep breath, slowly approached within 10 meters of the boar, and shouted loudly, "Come on." His shield gleamed with a strange light. The boar was startled awake, opening its eyes to glare directly at the humans before it. Beasts were naturally hostile to humans. Overlord-level beasts had intelligence and knew they were confined here by humans, making them particularly prone to provocation and rage. Roar! The boar stood up, bellowing toward the sky, causing the entire cave to tremble. It then let out heavy breaths, scraping its right paw against the ground, clearly preparing to charge at Zhou Changming. Prepare for battle. Sun Yinshi saw the boar's hostility locked on Zhou Changming and immediately shouted to her teammates behind her. Understood. The team rushed toward the boar without hesitation. The boar glared at Zhou Changming, determined to knock him down with its charge. As the boar launched its attack, Zhou Changming felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. This was his first time facing an overlord-level beast, and his hands began to sweat. The boar moved at lightning speed, closing the distance to Zhou Changming in the blink of an eye. It opened its massive maw, revealing razor-sharp tusks, and lunged fiercely at Zhou Changming. Zhou Changming nervously raised his shield to block the attack. Bang! The collision of shield and tusks produced a muffled thud. Zhou Changming felt a jolt of numbness in his wrist, pain radiating from his hand. The boar, deflected by the shield, veered off course and crashed into the nearby stone wall, leaving a massive dent in it. Ice freeze. Sun Yinshi waved her hand lightly, and a chill emanated from her fingertips, swiftly forming into an ice spike that froze the boar's fur legs. The boar, immobilized by the ice, could only glare angrily at Sun Yinshi, letting out a piercing howl. At that moment, Gao Yuan charged forward, spear in hand. He instantly appeared in front of the long-haired boar, tightly gripping the spear, and leapt with all his might, thrusting the spear straight forward. The tip of the spear emitted flames, a fire attribute effect added after absorbing the crystal core. Stab! Gao Yuan shouted, and the spear fiercely pierced into the long-haired boar. A dull sound of flesh being punctured was heard, but it wasn't fatal. The thick fur of the long-haired boar acted as natural armor. Qian Fengying, use wind. Sun Yinshi shouted. Got it. Qian Fengying immediately activated her wind attribute ability, spreading the flames on Gao Yuan's spear across the long-haired boar. Large flames burned on the boar's body, causing it to let out a miserable scream. We did it. Everyone cheered. The long-haired boar's lord's skill made its fur harden, enhancing its defense. Now, the flames had burned away its fur, meaning it couldn't use its skill temporarily, making it much easier to defeat. Roar! The long-haired boar, burned and enraged, roared continuously. Its fur was almost completely burned off, rendering its lord's skill unusable. Zhou Changming, you and Gao Yuan distracted, I'll circle around from behind. Sun Yinshi commanded. Zhou Changming immediately understood, raised his shield, and activated his taunt skill. Gao Yuan also charged forward, the tip of his spear still ablaze, attacking the long-haired boar head-on. Seeing the aggro focused entirely on the two of them, Sun Yinshi knew that after breaking through, the long-haired boar's wounds were completely healed by the energy overflowing from the crystal core. Enraged, it charged fiercely at Gao Yuan, who was the closest to it. Zhou Changming was stunned in fear upon seeing the boar's sudden breakthrough. Sun Yinshi, noticing Gao Yuan frozen in place, shouted urgently, "Dodge quickly!" Hearing her shout, Gao Yuan finally reacted, but it was already too late. Bang! The long-haired boar rammed into him with great force, sending Gao Yuan flying and slamming heavily against the nearby stone wall. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. Pooh! The blood stained his clothes red, and he completely lost consciousness. In battle, losing consciousness without rescue was equivalent to a death sentence. Seeing the long-haired boar approaching the unconscious Gao Yuan, Zhou Changming raised his shield and shouted loudly, "Come at me!" The shield glowed, attracting the boar, which charged straight at Zhou Changming. The strength of a second-tier beast was far beyond that of a first-tier peak. Zhou Changming was sent flying by the impact, spitting blood from his mouth. Sun Yinshi coldly stared at the charred boar in front of her, calculating the likelihood of quickly ending the battle. Suddenly, the long-haired boar turned and lunged at her. Its massive head carried a ferocious aura, and its tusks gleamed dangerously. Sun Yinshi's heart tightened as she immediately conjured an ice shield to block the attack. Crash! The boar's strength was overwhelming, and the ice shield shattered after holding for just a moment. She was flung like a cannonball onto a stone platform. Sun Yinshi felt her breath catch, and blood surged up her throat. Struggling to stand, the intense pain prevented her from straightening up. As expected, it was impossible to kill a second-tier lord with just them. Run. Use the formation to escape and get the teachers. Tell them someone tampered with this place. Sun Yinshi gave her final command, using all her strength to freeze the boar's forelegs, though it would only delay it for a moment. Crash! The ice shattered. At that moment, the long-haired boar's eyes turned blood red, and a strange dark purple aura emanated from its body as it stepped closer to Sun Yinshi. She forced herself to stand, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and stared at the boar in front of her. The booklet issued by the school lay discarded to the side. She could only fight this lord to the death. If luck was on her side and she could hold out until the teachers arrived, she might survive. But the odds were slim. Zhou Changming lay motionless, coughing up blood, while Gao Yuan remained unconscious. The wind element support, Qian Fengying, was helpless, covering her mouth with tears streaming down her face. Sister Yinshi. Run! Sun Yinshi shouted again. Qian Fengying wiped her tears and prepared to activate the formation to escape. But as she bit her finger and pressed it onto the formation, nothing happened. What's going on? Qian Fengying froze, noticing that the talisman paper she had just activated had disappeared, yet she hadn't been teleported. Why are you still here? Sun Yinshi saw the only mobile Qian Fengying still standing there and urged her anxiously. Sister Yinshi, the formation won't activate. What do we do? Sun Yinshi's mind went blank upon hearing this. Why couldn't they leave? Was there another formation? Could it be that they were really going to die here? The shadow on the wall was preparing to act when the long-haired boar, now just 10 meters away from Sun Yinshi, suddenly stopped and quieted down, no longer advancing. The unconscious Gao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his expression strange. Huff, huff. The cave was filled only with the heavy breathing of the long-haired boar as it lowered its head to sniff the air. Sun Yinshi snapped back to her senses. Although she didn't understand why the boar had stopped, she maintained her defensive stance. The boar's nose pointed toward the cave entrance, and after confirming the direction, it turned and quickly ran out. At the same time, the shadow on the stone wall disappeared along with the boar. Everyone stared in shock at what had just happened. After the boar vanished, Qian Fengying hurried to Sun Yinshi's side. Yinshi, are you okay? The recent battle had left them exhausted, and Sun Yinshi weakly allowed herself to be supported. I'm fine. Yinshi, the formation 1T activate. Are we really going to die? Qian Fengying's voice choked with emotion. She didn't know what to do next, placing all her hopes on this SS-level genius. Sun Yinshi's mind was in chaos. She had discovered too much in such a short time. But the most pressing matter now was, you all head toward the Spirit Ruins entrance first. I need to find out where that boar is going. A second-tier lord was an absolute threat to the students, and she had to figure out the boar's movements to relay accurate information to the teacher. Yinshi, ignoring Qian Fengying's objections, Sun Yinshi picked up the small booklet that had fallen to the ground and walked out of the cave without looking back. Hey, Xing, look at those two rabbits over there. Ugh, they're hopeless. Let us hurry up and leave. This place is too close to the Lord's territory. Don't worry. Although it's close to the Lord's territory, it's still over 100 meters away. Lords are very vigilant and generally 1T leave their territory easily. Boom, a tremor came from afar, as if the earth were shaking violently. Something was rushing over at an astonishing speed. Wow, is there an earthquake in the Spirit Ruins? Qian Yuan trembled all over from the shock. Gu Xing gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed in the direction of the sound, his brows furrowed. A long roar echoed from the distance, and Gu Xing's eyes glimmered with starlight as he focused intently. Watch out! Huh! Boom, a black shadow darted out of the forest at high speed, heading straight for Gu Xing and Qian Yuan. Gu Xing grabbed Qian Yuan by the collar and instantly dodged the beast's attack. Seeing the attacking beast clearly, Gu Xing muttered under his breath, "It's actually Lord level." What? A Lord level beast. Qian Yuan, still being held by the collar, didn't bother fixing his clothes. He stared at the red-eyed beast in front of him and murmured, "No, Lord level beasts usually don't leave their territory." And this aura. Qian Yuan's heart tightened, and he shouted loudly, "This lord is actually broken through to the second tier. Gu Xing, let us run, huh?" Qian Yuan turned his head, about to urge him, but the person who had been standing there was already gone. He looked into the distance and saw only a dashing figure. "Xing, wait for me." The long-haired boar wasn't slow, but its massive size made it cumbersome. Gu Xing chose to take the narrow path, ensuring that even someone like Qian Yuan, who wasn't a speed expert, wouldn't be caught by the lord. Xing, why is this lord still chasing us?" Qian Yuan panted heavily, having run for nearly 10 minutes. They were far beyond the lord's territory by now, and logically, it should have turned back. Gu Xing turned his head to look. The long-haired pig was still chasing relentlessly, refusing to give up. He felt something was off. There was supposed to be only one lord in the Spirit Ruins, and wasn't that lord surrounded by Sun Yinshi and her team? Moreover, this strange beast not only carried the aura of a second-tier creature, but also emitted an unsettling, peculiar energy. Could it be? Not good. Gu Xing's expression turned tense as he suddenly changed direction and dashed off in another direction. Xing. Xingji, what is going on? Wait for me. Gu Xing and Qian Yuan ran back into the Lord's territory, coincidentally encountering Sun Yinshi, who had just emerged looking somewhat disheveled. What are you doing here? Where are the others in your team? Gu Xing asked urgently before Sun Yinshi could speak. He needed to quickly understand the situation. Although they had temporarily shaken off the Lord, he knew that creature would soon find its way here. Sun Yinshi calmly recounted what had just happened. When we went to attack the Lord, we didn't find any other strange beasts nearby. Inside the Lord's cave, there was a forced breakthrough formation, and the crystal core inside was of monarch level. After the Lord broke through, it charged out directly. I came out to confirm the situation. You wanted to confirm if this was related to Lost Paradise, right? Gu Xing finished the sentence. Sun Yinshi hadn't yet spoken, confirming his own suspicions. Sun Yinshi was a bit surprised that Gu Xing knew, but there was no time to dwell on it now. She nodded. Boom, 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 the sound of the earth shaking grew closer. Gu Xing knew the enemy was catching up. He turned to Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan and said, use the formation to leave first. Once you're out, inform the teacher about this. Sun Yinshi smiled bitterly. It's useless. We tried in the cave the formation 1T activate. How could that be? Gu Xing frowned. Qian Yuan, unwilling to give up, decided to try. He took out a small booklet containing a formation. Flipping to the page with the formation, he bit his finger and dripped blood onto it. The formation absorbed the spiritual energy in the blood, igniting itself, and a burst of white light erupted around them. Qian Yuan felt a powerful suction enveloping him, but he wasn't transported out. The flames dissipated, and he was still in the spirit ruins. Gu Xing stared at Sun Yinshi, noticing her injuries were severe. The others in her team must be in bad shape too. Logically, the examiners should have arrived by now. So why hadn't they? Could this be part of the assessment? Gu Xing helplessly recalled yesterday's prophecy. Don't approach the Lord, it will bring misfortune. Could it be referring to this moment? I'll hold off the Lord. You two hurry to the spirit ruins entrance and notify the army to come and assist, Gu Xing said. Sun Yinshi stepped in front of Gu Xing and Qian Yuan, her hands gathering pale blue ice crystals, determined to use her life to buy them time to escape. Xingji, should we run? Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing. He knew Gu Xing's hidden strength was enough to take down this second-tier strange beast. But he wasn't sure if Gu Xing was willing to reveal his power in front of others. The situation was urgent. Would Gu Xing act? Seeing Qian Yuan's hesitant expression, Gu Xing sighed and said, don't look at me like that. Of course, I'll act. Although they could wait for the examiners to arrive, once they did, Sun Yinshi's team would definitely lose their chance to enter the genius class. Besides, if they gambled wrong, this was still an unexpected situation. Once these two people died, as the sole survivor, he definitely couldn't escape responsibility. Sun Yinshi listened to Gu Xing's words, feeling somewhat puzzled. Qian Yuan, however, excitedly patted her shoulder and said, don't worry, Brother Xing is really strong. Last time Gu Xing made a move, he had already fainted, but this time he was determined to see just how powerful Brother Xing really was. Sun Yinshi heard this and showed a look of doubt on her face. But seeing how relaxed the two of them were, she couldn't hide the urgency in her tone. This is no time for jokes. Hurry up and tell the teacher what's happening here. But Gu Xing and Qian Yuan didn't move at all. Not only did they not seek help, but they also started discussing the skills of this lord. Do you know the lord's skill of the long-haired pig? Gu Xing's expression was indifferent as he held his long spear, waiting for the long-haired pig to charge into the clearing. Huh? Isn't the lord's skill of the long-haired pig rapid hair growth? But I remember that move doesn't cure baldness. You really haven't learned anything. Hee, you know I sleep through class. Sun Yinshi couldn't help but interrupt their conversation. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go. But Gu Xing and Qian Yuan seemed not to hear her, continuing to discuss the lord's weaknesses. You can tell its traits just by the name. Long-haired pig. Oh, I get it. You just need to shave its hair to make it easier to fight, right? Qian Yuan scratched his head, looking like a student being quizzed by a teacher. Of course, But the simplest method is still using fire attributes or learning penetration skills to directly crush it with level superiority. At that moment, the second-tier Lord level long-haired pig roared and charged out. Gu Xing stopped talking, gripped his long spear tightly, and rushed toward the Lord. Gu Xing focused his energy, let out a light shout, and gathered all his strength into his arm, throwing the long spear like an arrow. The silver-white long spear seemed to have a life of its own, cutting through the air and emitting a faint special glow. Thud! The long spear precisely pierced the long-haired pig's eye. The spear plunged into the eye, blooming with bright red and white blood. The long-haired pig let out a miserable scream, the massive impact forcing it to retreat several steps, shaking its head in an attempt to pull the spear out. Gu Xing stood less than 5 meters away, watching the struggling long-haired pig, slightly disappointed. So close. He had intended for the spear to penetrate its brain, but clearly he hadn't succeeded, which was a bit of a pity. However, the power of the starlight was more effective than he had imagined, strengthening the spear tip and his arms and legs, making it easy to break through second-tier defenses. The long-haired pig couldn't pull out the spear and roared furiously, launching a final attack on Gu Xing. But no matter how it charged, it couldn't touch a single hair on Gu Xing. Qian Yuan stood to the side, completely petrified, his eyes wide open, utterly shocked by Gu Xing's performance. A few days ago, he had estimated Gu Xing's strength to be around second tier. But a second tier fighting a second tier lord shouldn't be this simple. This second tier lord had only recently broken through, but it was still a lord. Most ability users would need to form a team to defeat a lord of the same level. Gu Xing was clearly G level, so how could he rely on physical strength to be this powerful? Sun Yanqi was also completely stunned by Gu Xing's strength. Based on his current performance, Sun Yanqi guessed he had at least reached late second tier, possibly even third tier. But there was no spiritual energy fluctuation coming from him at all, which left her puzzled. Could he really be G level, relying solely on physical strength? If Gu Xing was this strong just with physical power, then he was even more formidable than a third-tier ability user. Finally, Gu Xing seized the opportunity, gripped the spear lodged in the long-haired pig's eye, and thrust it forcefully, piercing straight into its brain. Squish! The long-haired pig let out a desperate wail and collapsed heavily to the ground. Gu Xing nimbly jumped off the pig's body, pulled the spear out of its eye, and turned to look at Sun Yanqi and Qian Yuan. We don't need to call for reinforcements anymore. His face was relaxed, as if he had casually dealt with an ordinary mutant beast that had appeared out of nowhere. Gu Xing looked down at the bloodstains on the spear handle and disdainfully shook it off. If it weren't for the fact that discarding weapons would cost money, he would have thrown it away long ago. Brother Xing, you're amazing. I want to learn spear techniques. Can you teach me that move you just did? Qian Yuan ran up to Gu Xing excitedly, his face full of admiration. Gu Xing glanced at him indifferently and pointed at the long-haired pig behind him, saying, "First, take care of business and extract its crystal core." Got it. Qian Yuan agreed readily, pulled out a dagger, and eagerly walked toward the pig's head to start digging out the crystal core. Gu Xing turned to the still dazed Sun Yanqi, walked over to her, and said, "The Lord is dead now, and the others are temporarily safe. You can hold off on reporting for now." The main thing was that he needed to figure out how to explain things to the examiner. As expected, getting close to the Lord was bound to bring trouble. It was no joke. Sun Yanqi looked up at Gu Xing, her impression of him deepening further. She took a deep breath, smiled, and extended her hand, saying, "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Sun Yanqi, from the Sun family in the imperial capital, a direct descendant." Gu Xing was slightly stunned, not expecting Sun Yanqi to also be a direct descendant, and from the mysterious Sun family at that. Qian Yuan had mentioned before that, on the surface, there were 3 major families, but in reality, there were 4. The Sun family, being a military family, was not convenient to disclose publicly in the media. But how did all these direct descendants end up here? What a coincidence, and they were all somehow ruined. Although he didn't particularly want to deal with people from powerful factions, he had no choice now. He extended his hand and lightly shook Sun Yanqi's hand, saying, "I'm Gu Xing, from Rongyang Bay City, an ordinary student." The last sentence was deliberately said, and Sun Yinshi immediately understood that he was asking her not to reveal his strength. She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, you saved me. If you encounter difficulties or have issues with cultivation, feel free to come to me. The Sun family will fully support you." The two shook hands, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Qian Yuan poked his head out and glared at Sun Yinshi, saying, "Our Qian family is no worse than the Sun family." Gu Xing withdrew his hand and looked at Qian Yuan. "Did you get the crystal core out?" "Yes, I got it out." Qian Yuan handed the crystal core to Gu Xing, who then passed it to Sun Yinshi, saying, "You take it." Sun Yinshi stared at the light brown crystal core in her hand, somewhat puzzled. "Why give it to me?" "Yeah, Brother Xing. Why are you giving her the crystal core you hunted?" Seeing the two of them looking confused, Gu Xing patiently explained, "You both know my talent level. Keeping this crystal core with me would be hard to explain. Besides, Sun Yinshi is leading a team, and the other members of her team can't continue hunting right now. So handing the crystal core to Sun Yinshi's team is the most suitable solution." To put it bluntly, it was about finding a scapegoat. Those people outside who had been keeping an eye on the students would definitely gossip if they knew he had taken the Lord's crystal core. He really didn't want to hear the system's incessant alarm sounds. Qian Yuan suddenly realized, "Oh, so that's how it is." Gu Xing's goal wasn't the genius class points were useless to him. Now that he had enough points, he didn't need them at all. So, giving the crystal core to Sun Yinshi was indeed the best choice. Sun Yinshi looked down at the crystal core and held it tightly. Logically, she shouldn't accept it, but if she didn't, it would be unfair to the teammates who fought the Lord together. This person not only saved her, but also thought everything through so thoroughly. "Thank you." Sun Yinshi bowed deeply to Gu Xing, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Gu Xing waved his hand. "No need to thank me. You need to leave Lingxiu, and don't tell anyone about me." Still uneasy, he reminded her again. He really didn't want any trouble. "Got it," Sun Yinshi agreed, a faint smile appearing on her face. As expected, her intuition was right. Watching Sun Yinshi's figure gradually disappear, Gu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He believed that as someone from a military family, Sun Yinshi would keep her word and not reveal his secret. Even if someone suspected, no one would believe it. After all, who would believe that someone labeled as useless could single-handedly take down a second-tier lord? Lost Paradise. Gu Xing murmured softly. He was particularly sensitive to this aura. It was very likely from Lost Paradise. Since he had awakened this system designed to counter Lost Paradise, it was normal for him to sense their aura. It wasn't just the long-haired boar that carried this aura, he had also felt a trace of it when he first entered Lingxiu. Qian Yuan listened to Gu Xing's murmurs and muttered, "Even though the elite level of Lost Paradise has already been captured, why are there still remnants? Could someone be backing them?" Gu Xing shook his head. "Not sure. We'll have to wait for Sun Yinshi to investigate." Gu Xing and Qian Yuan waited until there was only half an hour left before the deadline to return to the Lingxiu entrance. By then, there weren't many people at the entrance. After all, once the crystal cores were submitted, they could disband. But there were always some who wanted to stay to calculate points or join the commotion. Qian Yuan opened his backpack, took out the bag containing the crystal cores, and asked Gu Xing, "Brother Xing, I'm going to submit the crystal cores. Are you coming with me?" Gu Xing had just returned the spear and, noticing the gazes of those around him, nodded. "All right, let's go together." When everyone saw Gu Xing return, they started whispering. Didn't expect him to come back alive. Thanks to Qian Yuan's protection. Otherwise, how could a useless guy who's worse than an ordinary person survive in Lingxiu? Exactly, he was just dragging everyone down. Everyone spoke up. On the surface, they were supporting Qian Yuan, but in their hearts, they were full of jealousy and mockery. Hearing these sour remarks, Qian Yuan couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to argue, but Gu Xing stopped him, gently shaking his head. "Ignore them." "But they..." Qian Yuan was still a bit indignant. "It's fine. I don't care." Gu Xing smiled, comforting him. Seeing Gu Xing's indifferent attitude, Qian Yuan had no choice but to ignore the gossip around them. He walked to the counter and placed the bag of crystal cores down. The staff took out the crystal cores from the bag and began identification using specialized equipment. Another staff member noticed Gu Xing and Qian Yuan had come together and asked, Is this an individual score or a team total score? If it was an individual score, these crystal cores would only count for one person's points. If it was a team score, it would be distributed according to the pre-competition agreement. They're all his. Gu Xing pointed at Qian Yuan. The staff looked at Qian Yuan, and after receiving his confirmation, continued scanning the crystal cores with the equipment. This device was specifically designed to calculate exam points, equipped with detailed scoring rules for all exotic beasts in the spiritual realm, and could directly calculate the final score. Soon, Qian Yuan's score was revealed. The final score is 307 points, the staff announced. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this score. Generally, hunting one ordinary exotic beast would earn 5 points, while elite-level exotic beasts would earn 10 points, with specific points depending on the difficulty of the hunt. 307 points meant Qian Yuan had hunted at least over 50 exotic beasts, averaging 1 kill every 10 minutes or so, leaving no time for rest. Even the highest score for a Lord-level exotic beast was only 1,000 points, and after being divided among several people, it would only be a little over 200 points. 307 points, this was the highest score they had ever heard of. Hearing everyone gasp, Qian Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose. On their way back, they accidentally entered the territory of the long-haired pigs. Between the two of them, one killed the long-haired pig lord, while the other slaughtered many long-haired pigs. After hunting too many of the same species, the body would be marked with a special signal that the species could sense, resulting in being chased down. They were surrounded and pursued by a group of long-haired pigs, and had no choice but to fight back, which led to obtaining so many crystal cores. Of course, most of the points were earned by Gu Xing, while Qian Yuan barely managed to protect himself. So, these crystal cores were actually quite burdensome for him. 307 points? Oh my, that's so many. He must be able to get into the genius class. Over 100 points is enough to get in, but I didn't expect Qian Yuan to score so high. If I had known, I would have teamed up with him. Gu Xing really lucked out, teaming up with someone so strong. I heard Gu Xing and Qian Yuan's scores are calculated separately. They acted together, so does that mean? No way. Does Gu Xing have crystal cores too? The staff thought the same and called out to Gu Xing, who was about to leave, asking, "Student, where are your crystal cores?" Gu Xing stopped, turned around, and looked slightly confused. Me? I don't have any crystal cores. Qian Yuan, let's go. All right, Qian Yuan responded, packed up the crystal cores, and followed Gu Xing. The crystal cores obtained from hunting were all personal property, and Qian Yuan was planning to let Gu Xing keep them. He knew his own family wasn't wealthy, and selling these crystal cores would be a decent income. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this news. Gu Xing actually doesn't have any crystal cores? If this counts as a team score, both of them can get into the genius class, right? I don't understand. They seem to have a good relationship. I guess Gu Xing might be aiming for the liberal arts class. After all, he's the top in liberal arts, and even with 0 hunting points, he can still get into the key liberal arts class. But being the top in liberal arts isn't as good as the genius class. What exactly is Gu Xing thinking? At this moment, Shun Yin walked over from a distance, heading straight to Gu Xing's side, and said coldly, "Gu Xing, come with me." Gu Xing looked up, not understanding why Shun Yin was calling him, but still glanced at Qian Yuan. "I'm leaving. You go back by yourself first." Qian Yuan nodded, watching Gu Xing's back, feeling a bit puzzled about why he was being called. Looking at the crystal nucleus in his hand that was supposed to be given to Gu Xing, Qian Yuan thought for a moment and then put it in his pocket. "Forget it. I'll just sell it directly." Gu Xing followed Shen Yin to the door of an office. After knocking and entering, Gu Xing saw the principal standing with his back to them, gazing at the students outside the window. "Principal, I've brought Gu Xing," Shen Yin said. The principal turned around, his gaze somewhat blurry, but he looked at Gu Xing. Seeing Gu Xing's slight nervousness, the principal smiled and walked to the sofa nearby, gesturing for him to sit down. "Sit down and let's talk." Gu Xing sat on the sofa opposite, while Shun Yin retreated to the door and closed it casually. The room was left with only the principal and Gu Xing. It was the first time Gu Xing had seen the principal up close, and he felt a bit nervous. The principal was a middle-aged man in his 50s. At this moment, He had withdrawn the powerful spiritual energy he had earlier, his face showing a gentle smile, as if he was casually chatting with him. Principal, why did you call me? Gu Xing asked directly. Gu Xing, I've been observing you for a long time. The principal began slowly, his smile gentle but his tone carrying a hint of inquiry. I want to ask, did you encounter any danger in the spirit ruins? Gu Xing's heart tightened, understanding the underlying meaning of the principal's words. Although he suspected the principal might know something, he chose to pretend nothing had happened. I acted together with my friend. With him around, I was relatively safe. Oh, the principal nodded. There was indeed an incident in the spirit ruins, but it didn't affect the exam, and no one was injured, fortunately. However, as he spoke, he pushed an agreement toward Gu Xing. I hope you can keep the situation in the spirit ruins confidential. Gu Xing picked up the agreement and looked at it. It stated that he could not disclose anything about the spirit ruins to outsiders. He signed his name and agreed, saying, "It's fine, no one was injured, thanks to the efforts of the Watchtower staff." The principal paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Ha, good. Then you can go back now. Don't be late tomorrow." "All right, principal, I'll leave now." Gu Xing stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. As he walked out of the office, he saw Shun Yin standing at the door with his arms crossed. Shun Yin had his eyes closed, seemingly unwilling to pay him any attention. Gu Xing said, "Goodbye, Teacher Shun," and quickly left. He hadn't eaten all day and was starving. After Gu Xing left, Shun Yin slowly opened his eyes, pushed the door open, and walked into the office. The principal was sitting on the sofa, gazing out the window, absent-mindedly drinking tea, seemingly deep in thought. Hearing the door, the principal withdrew his gaze and gestured for Shun Yin to sit down. Shun Yin nodded and sat down, asking with a hint of doubt, "What's the situation with Gu Xing?" The principal put down his teacup and spoke slowly. "He doesn't have the aura of the lost paradise on him, nor does he possess any forbidden power." Shun Yin frowned, thinking seriously. Could it be some new force? Doesn't seem like it. Everyone carries a spiritual energy fluctuation. Even ordinary people have faint spiritual energy. But Gu Xing has neither spiritual energy fluctuations nor forbidden power. The principal stared at the teacup and murmured, "It's too strange." Shun Yin listened and also felt puzzled. He had always thought Gu Xing was just an ordinary student, introverted, excellent in liberal arts, a good student. But how could a good student possess such strange power? So what do we do next? Sun Yinshi refuses to say much, and the matter of the lost paradise still needs further investigation. Shun Yin sighed. He had come here to teach, hoping to complete his mission while enjoying the joy of teaching. Now, however, he was caught up in unexpected trouble. The principal seemed to recall something, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. Regarding the investigation, Gu Xing suggested we start with the Watchtower staff, he said with a smile. He didn't mention students or soldiers, but staff. This narrows down the scope significantly. There was a tone of satisfaction and approval in his voice, clearly pleased with Gu Xing's performance. So sensible, knowing his boundaries. Shun Yin frowned. You mean to trust him? Start the investigation directly with the Watchtower staff? The principal gave him a calm glance. We have to investigate anyway. Starting with the staff isn't wrong. Besides, he saved someone, he can't be an enemy. Shun Yin nodded, finding the reasoning sound. But thinking about leaving someone with such an unclear identity at the school didn't feel safe. He asked, "Principal, should we arrange for someone to monitor him?" The principal was about to respond when a white owl suddenly flew to the window, tapping the glass lightly with its beak, making a thud sound. Both of them saw the owl. The principal's eyes lit up, and he quickly got up to open the window. The owl held a black card in its beak, which the principal took. Slowly, words began to appear on the card. Trustworthy, Genius Class 6, 7. The 6 and 7 were written in a unique style, like a signature that no one could replicate. As soon as the words appeared, the card suddenly ignited, turning to ash in an instant and disappearing without a trace. The principal looked up, trying to spot the owl, but it was already gone. Shun Yin felt the powerful aura emanating from the owl, at least at the 9th tier. Beast masters capable of controlling 9th tier spirit beasts were exceedingly rare. The speed of that owl was so fast that even he, a 7th-tier expert, couldn't see it clearly. A beastmaster with such a swift spirit beast could only be that legendary figure. Thinking of this, Xinyan's throat tightened, and he cautiously asked, "Was that a message from Lord Sixth Seat?" The principal, still holding the black patterned card, smiled. The 6th seat and 7th seat jointly issued the order. This person is trustworthy and must be cultivated as a genius. What? Xinyan was stunned. Those were two major figures. They had actually used special talisman paper and even sent the 6th seat's most prized spirit beast to deliver the message for Gu Xing. But he quickly realized a significant problem. But Gu Xing's hunting score is 0. With such a score, he can't even qualify for the genius class. The principal looked out the window and said calmly, "Then let him join the genius class as a liberal arts prodigy." Just then, Gu Xing walked to the window. The principal looked at him and smiled, saying, "After all, a liberal arts prodigy is still a prodigy." Achoo! Just as he came out of the spirit ruins, Gu Xing sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose, puzzled by the sudden chill that ran through his body, as if someone had stabbed him in the back. His phone rang. Gu Xing took it out and glanced at it. The lock screen displayed a transfer notification and a message from Qian Yuan. He opened Qian Yuan's message, which automatically jumped to the chat interface. "Brother Xing, something came up at home, so I left first. There's a white car with the word Qian on it at the Spirit Ruins exit. It's my family's. Just get in and give my name. By the way, my family has already collected the crystal cores, and the money has been transferred to you." Image. The last one was a photo from Qian Yuan, but it wasn't a traditional selfie. In the photo, Qian Yuan held his phone high, showing only half of his head, with the background being a massive black vortex gate. Even from a distance of at least several hundred meters, he still couldn't capture the entire vortex gate. Gu Xing put away his phone, and his gaze involuntarily fell on the nearby white sedan. He didn't recognize the car, but its extended body looked extremely expensive. Passing classmates cast envious glances at the car, with the Qian character on it particularly eye-catching. Gu Xing knew that if he walked over, he would definitely be killed by his classmates' stares, so he simply headed toward the nearby bus instead. Now everyone could disperse on the spot. Some had their parents pick them up, while others, lacking money, could only take the bus back to school. He had no other choice, just like them. As soon as he got on the bus, it was just full, and it started moving. The students on the bus were quietly discussing points and scores. Before the exam, everyone had received a volunteer application form to rank their preferences. Based on past results, scoring below 50 meant no chance of entering the key class. Scoring between 50 and 100 meant a high probability of getting into the key class, and scoring above 100 gave a strong chance of entering the genius class. Almost everyone had the genius class as their first choice, the martial arts key class as their second, and their third choice depending on personal circumstances. To fit in, Gu Xing's first and second choices were the same as everyone else's, but for his third choice, he selected the liberal arts key class. After all, his hunting points were 0, so there was no way he could get into the genius class or the martial arts key class. He was jokingly referred to as a grade G waste by everyone, so he could only go to the liberal arts key class. As for liberal arts, he had nothing to worry about after all. No one in this world knew its knowledge better than he did. Thinking about his upcoming senior year, where others would be desperately training in martial arts and memorizing books, while he could handle everything with ease, Gu Xing felt quite pleased. His phone rang again. Most of the students had received messages at this time, and Gu Xing was no exception. He opened his phone to see a new notification in the school group. The notice stated that the official start of school would be in a week, and the results and class placement lists would be posted on the school bulletin board. Another week of rest. Not bad. Gu Xing thought as he gazed at the scenery outside the window. He felt that his wonderful senior year was finally about to begin. A week later, the first day of formal classes was scheduled for 8 a.m., and everyone went to the school hall's bulletin boards to check which class they had been assigned to. There were 3 bulletin boards in the school hall, one for liberal arts, one for martial arts, and one for the genius class. Gu Xing arrived at school early and leisurely walked to the liberal arts bulletin board, which was almost ignored by others, and began searching for his name on the list of the elite class. The liberal arts department was divided into only 3 classes, with just one elite class, making the search quite convenient. Let me see, 42 students in the elite class, ranked by grades. Gu Xing looked at the first row, and an unfamiliar name caught his eye, leaving him puzzled. Huh? The top scorer in liberal arts isn't me? I was clearly the top scorer in the written exam, both in the school and the base city. Could it be a transfer student again? Although Gu Xing was confused, he didn't dwell on it and continued searching for his name. The second row wasn't him, the third row wasn't him, the fourth row. The more Gu Xing looked, the more his brows furrowed, and by the time he reached the last column, he still hadn't found his name. Strange, could it be that because my hunting points are 0, I was assigned to the regular class? Being in the regular class wasn't a big deal, it just meant the academics would be slightly more challenging, but it wasn't a problem. Gu Xing then turned to the liberal arts list to search for his name again. Still, he couldn't find it. No way. Could it be that my liberal arts grades were so good that I was assigned to the martial arts elite class instead? With a head full of questions, he then ran to the martial arts bulletin board and searched for his name in the 3 elite class lists. But after going through them all, he still couldn't find it. How is this possible? Could it be a mistake, and they forgot to write my name? By this time, other students had started arriving, and everyone immediately focused on the genius class list. Some were pleasantly surprised to find themselves in the genius class, while others were disappointed and dejected. Someone curiously stared at the genius class list and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Gu Xing actually got into the genius class." Hearing this, Gu Xing froze. Genius class? How could he be in the genius class? Snapping out of it, he quickly ran to the genius class bulletin board. There were 2 sheets of paper posted there. One was the genius class student list, with Gu Xing prominently listed in the first row, followed by Qian Yuan in the second row and Sun Yinshi in the third row. These were all familiar names. Next to it was another announcement. Rongyang First Advanced High School, as a pilot program, allows the top scorer in the written exam to directly enter the genius class, regardless of hunting points. We hope everyone values their liberal arts grades. Gu Xing gritted his teeth in frustration. What pilot program? What top scorer directly entering the genius class? This was all the principal's doing. So this was the place where he would be under special scrutiny, the genius class. This is just too much, so annoying. He irritably rubbed his head and suddenly remembered the prophecy from before. That prophecy was about him, saying that what happened in the spiritual realm would threaten others, not himself. So, don't approach the Lord, it will bring misfortune. Why hadn't he listened back then? Why hadn't he listened? If he had stayed on the outskirts, none of this would have happened. At this moment, Qian Yuan walked into the school hall, saw Gu Xing standing in front of the genius class bulletin board in a daze, and quickly ran over, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, Xingji, why are you here so early?" Gu Xing said nothing. Qian Yuan glanced at the list and pretended to be very surprised. "Wow, Xingji, you actually got into the genius class, and you're ranked first. Let me see. First place in the experimental sight written test, automatically admitted to the genius class. Wow, Xingji, you're really lucky." "Shut up." Gu Xing was almost annoyed to death. He didn't want to spend a single day in high school. Haha, Xingji, don't be upset. I know you actually think the martial arts training is too troublesome, and joining the genius class is the best choice. Hearing this, Gu Xing turned to Qian Yuan and asked, "How is the genius class schedule arranged? Tell me." The surrounding discussions grew louder, and students gathered around the genius class announcement board, pointing and whispering. Some showed jealous expressions, their words tinged with sarcasm. "Xingji, let's head to the genius class first." Qian Yuan looked at the dense crowd of students around them. The genius class schedule was not allowed to be disclosed, so he decided to tell Gu Xing on the way. Seeing that the two were about to be surrounded, Gu Xing decisively nodded and quickly followed Qian Yuan to leave. While climbing the stairs, Qian Yuan said, "You know the schedule for the regular class, right? 10 classes a day, plus evening self-study, 6 days a week. Whether it's liberal arts or science, it's exhausting." Gu Xing nodded, aware of this. After all, most students in the regular class lacked background and resources or self-discipline, relying on the school to manage their training. The key class, also known as the elite class, has classes 5 days a week, 6 classes a day, with 2 self-study sessions in the afternoon. Liberal arts students self-study, while martial arts students train outside. Gu Xing interrupted. I know that. What about the genius class? Fewer classes? Qian Yuan smiled. That's the key point. The genius class only has half-day classes, which means 4 classes a day and only 2 to 3 days a week. The rest of the time is self-study, but it's actually specialized tutoring. Teachers will help you identify weaknesses and provide one-on-one tutoring. If you want to train, you can go directly to the school's training grounds. The most important thing is, Qian Yuan looked around and whispered, you can get a special permit to leave school. Just report where you're going, like training at the Spirit Ruins or having a family-arranged tutor. As long as you apply, it's easily approved. Hearing this, Gu Xing's eyes lit up. It seemed staying in the genius class wasn't a bad thing. Are you sure all of this is true? Back in his first and second year of high school, Gu Xing often looked out the window while skipping class and saw some students in school uniforms wandering freely around the campus. They looked no different from students skipping class, but the teachers treated them exceptionally well, which had always puzzled Gu Xing unexpectedly. They were all genius class students. Qian Yuan frowned, a bit dissatisfied, and said, Xingji, you actually doubt me? My information is so reliable, and you still don't believe me? Thinking about the false information that almost cost him his life, Gu Xing simply shook his head. I don't believe you. Qian Yuan was a bit helpless, gave up pretending, and revealed the truth. The principal told me this personally. Do you think he would lie to me? Gu Xing looked at him, thinking, as expected. He knew this chubby guy had sworn a while ago that he would join the liberal arts key class with him. But today he didn't even mention it and acted overly shocked. Not to mention that ridiculous experiment point explanation. It's one thing for students without connections to believe it, but he has a background, how could he believe it? Qian Yuan felt a bit nervous under Gu Xing's gaze, but still tried his best to persuade him. Brother Xing, although I kept something from you, staying in the genius class is really better than going to another class. And for someone like you, who was specially recruited, no martial arts teacher will force you to practice martial arts. You'll have plenty of time to arrange things yourself. You really need to stay. This was a task his father had urged him to complete at all costs, and even the principal had personally intervened. Gu Xing absolutely couldn't transfer classes. Although he didn't understand why, seeing his old man so serious for the first time, he was genuinely scared. Looking at the nervous Qian Yuan, Gu Xing sighed. Fine, I get it. Staying in the genius class, right? Since it makes things easier, it doesn't matter. Really? Brother Xing, you're not mad at me. Qian Yuan blinked, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Gu Xing said helplessly, I know you're being forced to. Blaming you won't solve the problem. Hearing this, Qian Yuan was so moved he almost cried, hugging Gu Xing's leg tightly. Brother Xing, I knew it. You'll always be my big brother. All right, stop being so cheesy. The two joked around as they walked to the genius class classroom door. Gu Xing patted his wrinkled clothes from Qian Yuan's hug and walked into the classroom, looking for a comfortable spot to quietly be a slacker. As soon as he entered the classroom, everyone's eyes turned to him. There were already quite a few students inside, including people both Gu Xing and Qian Yuan knew. Hey, Sun Yanxi, I didn't expect you to be here so early. Qian Yuan spotted a familiar face and excitedly went over to greet her. The others' gazes were complicated, mostly filled with disdain. After all, Gu Xing had entered the genius class as a special recruit. This didn't align with their idea of proper admission, so some couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Gu Xing didn't care what they thought and strode to the last row by the window, plopping down into a seat. Qian Yuan sat at the desk to Gu Xing's right, glanced around, and couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, Brother Xing, this spot is really nice. The others gathered in small groups, whispering and occasionally sneaking glances at Gu Xing. This strange atmosphere made Qian Yuan a bit nervous, while Gu Xing took out his phone to check the news. Successfully eliminated a Paradise Lost ordinary level heretic. Star point +1. Current star points 10.6. Seeing this sudden notification, Gu Xing's eyes lit up. Oh, another one. The incident at Lingshu a while ago had gradually settled, earning him 2 star points. This was the third one. He had worked so hard to cultivate and only earned 7 points. Yet killing one Paradise Lost member could earn 1 point. But there must be a leader behind this. Where's the leader? The ordinary level members had already been captured, so there must be a skilled expert behind them. But there were no clues yet. Could the matter not be over? Thinking of this, Gu Xing frowned. This was more troublesome than he had imagined. Hey, Gu Xing. Someone called him from the side. Gu Xing snapped out of his thoughts and turned to see Su Dong standing by the desk. Su Dong pointed at the seat and said matter-of-factly, "This spot is mine. Move." Qian Yuan was displeased. He slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Su Dong. "Su Dong, how dare you talk to my Xing Ji like that?" Su Dong turned his head and saw it was Qian Yuan. He sneered disdainfully. "I'm talking to Gu Xing. It's not your place, you tag along. Are you looking for a fight?" "Fight it is. Who's afraid of who?" Qian Yuan rolled up his sleeves, while Su Dong clenched his fists, and the spiritual energy of a sword began to gather. "Enough!" Gu Xing stood up and stepped between the two. Su Dong hadn't even reacted to how quickly Gu Xing had stood up to block them. The summoned sword in Su Dong's hand disappeared due to insufficient spiritual energy. Gu Xing looked at Su Dong, who had withdrawn his sword, and said, "Fine, you can have this spot." Xing Ji. Qian Yuan looked visibly dissatisfied. He couldn't understand why someone as capable as Gu Xing would let others step all over him, leaving him feeling stifled with anger. "It's fine. Sitting anywhere is the same. It was just elementary school kids fighting over seats. With such short class periods, it didn't matter where one sat. Are you really giving it up?" Su Dong was stunned by how soft Gu Xing was. Shouldn't he be indignant and fight for dominance? Gu Xing nodded. "Yes, since you like this spot, I'll let you have it. I'll sit somewhere else." After saying that, he chose a seat in the front row by the window. Qian Yuan saw that someone was already sitting behind Gu Xing, so he could only sit to Gu Xing's right. The people around them looked at Su Dong, their gazes turning strange. Isn't this bullying? Who knows? I remember Gu Xing is AG level, even weaker than ordinary people. Exactly, Su Dong is an A level, yet he's bullying someone who can't cultivate AG level. What is he thinking? And Gu Xing didn't even want to join the genius class. He's the top scorer in liberal arts, always admired by classmates and teachers wherever he goes. Yet here he's being bullied. Gu Xing is so pitiful. If Gu Xing had only gotten in through connections, people might have been angry and even wanted to gang up on him. But Gu Xing hadn't used any backdoor methods. He earned his place as the top scorer in liberal arts. Yet instead of being placed in the liberal arts advanced class, he was assigned to the genius class, becoming the bottom of the class. Bullied as soon as he arrived, anyone who saw it would feel sorry for him. Listening to the murmured discussions, Qian Yuan finally understood why Gu Xing had acted the way he did. He quietly gave Gu Xing a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. The students in the genius class were all strong, so they naturally weren't afraid of Su Dong's retaliation. Their discussions grew louder, just enough for Su Dong to hear. You all. Su Dong trembled with anger, but the matter of the seat was already settled. Gu Xing completely ignored the surrounding voices, focusing on the latest news on his phone, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. The others continued their quiet chatter. Qian Yuan lay on the desk, resting his face on his fist. Watching Gu Xing engrossed in his phone, completely indifferent to the surrounding commotion, a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. Since that incident, he had truly started to consider Gu Xing a friend. But the more time he spent with him, the more Qian Yuan felt Gu Xing was hard to figure out. Qian Yuan came from the Qian family and had experienced many things. But Gu Xing? His knowledge of Long Kingdom's history surpassed even the teachers. And then there was that peculiar cultivation. You think Gu Xing is strange too, don't you? A female voice came from behind, voicing Qian Yuan's thoughts. Qian Yuan instinctively nodded and suddenly turned to look at Sun Yanqi behind him. Qian Yuan leaned back, creating some distance. Why are you sitting here? They had met a few times before, but they weren't close enough to sit at adjacent desks. Sun Yanqi looked at Gu Xing's profile and continued. I checked Gu Xing's file yesterday. The Sun family had close cooperation with the authorities, granting them far higher access. Qian Yuan immediately became nervous. Did you find anything? Sun Yanqi shook her head. Gu Xing's file is very clean, but, hearing this, Qian Yuan grew even more anxious. But what? Sun Yanqi recalled the unexpected guest from yesterday, pursed her lips, and shook her head. Forget it. Qian Yuan was completely confused. Don't leave it halfway. Finish what you were saying. Sun Yinshi turned away, ignoring him, and gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting back to yesterday. Yesterday, when she tried to use her ability to predict Gu Xing's identity, an owl carrying a black card flew into her study. Her grandfather immediately appeared, took the card, and read the text on it. It was the first time she had seen her grandfather look so serious. He warned her not to predict anything about Gu Xing and added, "If you can't be friends with him, then by all means, don't become his enemy." Although she didn't understand her grandfather's meaning, it was clear that Gu Xing was definitely not simple. "Hurry up and tell me." Qian Yuan was so anxious he was scratching his head. Sun Yinshi clearly knew something but refused to say it. This was driving him crazy. "Quiet." A familiar voice came from the doorway. Gu Xing immediately put away his phone, and Qian Yuan reluctantly turned his head. Everyone looked toward the door. "I believe everyone is familiar with me, but according to the rules, I still need to introduce myself." The man at the door slowly walked to the podium, rolled up his sleeves to reveal solid muscles, placed both hands on the edges of the podium, scanned the class, and spoke calmly. "My name is Shun Yin, late stage level 7, self-type. I am your grade director for this year, and also the head teacher of the genius class. Over the next year, I will be responsible for your practical combat courses. I hope you're prepared." Hearing Shun Yin's introduction, everyone was stunned. Currently, each person's abilities are divided into 7 categories: self-type, support type, mental type, special type, supreme type, summoning type, and attribute type. Levels are divided from 1 to 10. Shin Yin was actually a level 7 expert. Gu Xing's face showed little expression. He had already known Shun Yin's true strength. Name: Shun Yin. Gender: male level. Late stage level 7 awakened talent. A beast transformation. Tiger attributes 6-11 status. None. Closing the panel, Gu Xing's expression remained indifferent. Seeing Shun Yin's close relationship with the principal, he had already figured things out. Regardless of how others reacted, Shun Yin continued. "The genius class usually admits 30 students, but due to policy adjustments, this time it has been increased to 31. At this point, Shun Yin paused, his gaze turning sharp as he scanned the class. "I will not tolerate any bullying in this class. Anyone who violates this rule will be immediately expelled from the genius class." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks, especially Su Dong. The head teacher had significant authority, and the grade director was even more powerful. No one wanted to be kicked out of the genius class over something trivial. Seeing everyone's reactions, Shun Yin nodded in satisfaction and said, "I trust everyone understands the rules for the first day back at school. The tournament starts in the afternoon. I hope only the strongest will remain. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." "Louder. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." At this moment, a bold student asked, "Will Gu Xing participate too?" The classroom instantly fell silent. Gu Xing turned around and saw that the one asking wasn't Su Dong, but another student named Gao Yuan, an S-level student who had once teamed up with Sun Yinshi. Unexpectedly, besides Su Dong, someone else was paying attention to him. Shun Yin directed his gaze at Gu Xing and shook his head. Gu Xing's situation is special. He can participate in the competition, but he won't be expelled from the genius class. Gu Xing had already anticipated this. After all, they had gone to great lengths to bring him into the genius class. How could they possibly let him leave? However, Shin Yan's tone shifted. "Everyone must participate in the tournament. If your performance is poor, I will arrange additional training courses." Everyone else had to participate, which implied that Gu Xing was no exception. If he didn't participate, he would have to undergo extra training. Gu Xing understood clearly that this statement was specifically directed at him. After speaking, Shun Yin glanced at his watch. "All right, next, everyone is free to move around. If you have any issues with practical combat, you can find me in room 203 of the combat building." Finally, he cast a glance at Gu Xing and turned to leave. Once Shun Yin left, the classroom became lively, and everyone started discussing him. "Wow, I didn't expect the King of Hell to be a 7th-tier expert, and late stage at that." He never mentioned it. When he joined the school, he was already the grade director and didn't take on any classes. "I heard that leveling up is very difficult. High school teachers are usually 5th tier. How did he reach 7th tier? I know. He's new this year and is a specially appointed teacher. Wow, does that mean we lucked out? 7th tier mentors aren't common. Don't say that. Anyone who gets into the genius class is definitely qualified to attend the 7 great schools. Haha, you're absolutely right. Should we go check out the combat building? Sure. Qian Fengming noticed Sun Yinshi hadn't moved and mustered the courage to approach her. Yinshi Jia, let's go check it out together. Sun Yinshi originally wanted to find Gu Xing, but seeing Qian Fengming, she thought she could meet him later anyway, so she nodded and followed her. After most people had left, Qian Yuan walked over to Gu Xing and asked, Xingji, are you going to check it out too? Qian Yuan didn't feel much about 7th tier experts. After all, while they were rare among ordinary people, his family had seen plenty of them, so he wasn't impressed. Gu Xing initially didn't want to go, but recalling Xun Yan's look, he felt the other party wanted him to go, so he sighed and said, all right, let's go check it out. The first floor housed indoor arenas, while the second floor was dedicated to practical combat rooms specifically for their use. The genius class had exclusive training rooms, so they didn't have to compete with others for space. Gu Xing and Qian Yuan strolled leisurely. As soon as they reached the second floor, they heard the dull sound of metal clashing coming from room 203. The door was open, so they naturally looked inside. They saw a student wielding a long blade sparring with Shun Yan. The student's blade techniques were fierce, but Shun Yan easily neutralized his attacks. The student was forced back, and Shun Yan pointed out his weakness sharply. Your blade techniques are fierce, but they lack variation. Don't always follow textbook moves, learn to adapt flexibly. The student glanced at the knife in Shun Yan's hand, then at his own, and a flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. He nodded and said, thank you, teacher. I understand now. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions, Shun Yan replied. He then looked up at the others and asked, who else would like me to help guide them? Everyone raised their hands eagerly. Shun Yan scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Gu Xing, who had just entered the classroom. Gu Xing, come here. I'll guide you, Shun Yan said. Gu Xing hadn't raised his hand but responded softly, all right. He walked toward the weapon rack. Facing the array of weapons, he pondered for a moment before finally choosing a long knife, the same as Shun Yan's. Gripping the long knife, he tested its weight and found it satisfactory. I'll use this one, he said. Standing nearby, Sun Yinshi watched Gu Xing holding the long knife, feeling a bit puzzled. The last time they met in the spirit ruins, Gu Xing had clearly used a spear. Although confused, she said nothing. Qian Yuan watched the scene with excitement. He knew how skilled Gu Xing was with a spear, but had never seen him fight with a long knife. The others, aware that this duel wouldn't last long and fearing accidental injury, quickly stepped back to leave a clear space. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the windows, casting dappled shadows on the two figures. Gu Xing gripped the long knife tightly. In truth, he didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of everyone, but he had no choice but to accept Shun Yan's guidance. He understood that to thrive in the class of geniuses, he had to show some genius of his own. Are you ready? Shun Yan asked. Gu Xing took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the long knife, and assumed a defensive stance. Ready. Good, begin. As soon as Shun Yan's words fell, Gu Xing shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The tip of his blade sliced through the air, charging toward Shun Yan with unstoppable momentum. Shun Yan calmly met the attack. The clash of metal immediately echoed through the classroom. Not bad, hiding some tricks up your sleeve. Shun Yan praised with a smile. Gu Xing's move appeared defensive, but was actually a feint, catching Shun Yan's attention. After all, the other students were too straightforward and lacked strategy. Seeing his move fail, Gu Xing quickly retreated to find another opportunity, casually replying, thank you for the compliment, Teacher Shun. All right, my turn now. Shun Yan turned into a blur, appearing in front of Gu Xing in an instant. With a flash of his blade, Gu Xing could only block hastily, looking a bit flustered. Your reaction and speed are good, Shun Yan remarked as his blade traced a half arc. He glanced at the slightly disheveled Gu Xing, but your stamina is lacking. Before his words had fully landed, Shun Yan spun around to Gu Xing's back, his long knife dancing like a dragon. Gu Xing barely managed to turn and block, but was already at a disadvantage. Hesitating during an attack is a grave mistake, Shun Yin said sternly, clearly pointing out Gu Xing's shortcomings. The onlooking students were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone last so many rounds against Shun Yin. Seeing their reactions, Gu Xing realized it was time to go all out. He dodged Shun Yan's attack with a quick sidestep and took the opportunity to swing his blade at Shun Yin. He thought this strike would surely land, but Shun Yin deftly evaded and countered with a swift thrust aimed at Gu Xing's chest. Gu Xing narrowly dodged to the side, but was forced into a corner. Just as he was about to escape, the blade was already at his neck. The sparring match was over, with Shun Yin emerging victorious. "Teacher, I lost." Gu Xing reluctantly raised the long blade, looking at Shun Yin. Although he felt unwilling, he admitted defeat. Shun Yin withdrew the long blade, turned around, and commented, "You performed very well." Gu Xing was somewhat flattered and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher, for the compliment." Seeing Gu Xing's reaction, Shun Yin worried he might become arrogant and reminded him, "You're too focused on technique. Your strength and basic physical fitness are lacking. Your foundation is unstable. Practice the basics more." Gu Xing nodded in agreement. Shun Yin turned to guide other students, while Gu Xing returned the blade to its place, sat down to rest, and watched Shun Yin continue instructing. Qian Yuan, who was feeling a bit dejected after being beaten, ran over to complain to Gu Xing. "Brother Xing, I couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the King of Hell." Gu Xing comforted him. "It's okay. Tanks are meant to take hits." Hearing this, Qian Yuan recalled the scene of Gu Xing sparring with Shun Yin earlier and said enviously, "Brother Xing, you're amazing. Your blade skills are so impressive." "Not bad," Gu Xing responded indifferently. In his previous life, he had played that game and invested quite a few skill points, including weapon mastery. Since it was a holographic game, he had wielded weapons countless times. Although he didn't have muscle memory, the techniques were already ingrained in his mind. Just as Shun Yin said, the technique was sufficient, but his stamina needed improvement. With over 30 students in the class, Shun Yin spent 2 to 3 minutes guiding each one, which took more than an hour to complete. Just as he glanced at Gu Xing resting nearby, he suddenly thought of a good idea to make Gu Xing a sparring partner. "Gu Xing, you." "Teacher, I need to go to the restroom." "Go ahead, come back soon." "Thank you, teacher." Gu Xing quickly left the classroom. As soon as he stepped out, he patted his chest. Luckily, he noticed Shun Yan's unusual expression earlier, clearly intending to make him a sparring partner. No one wanted to take on such a thankless task. "Good thing I ran fast. Going to the restroom was just an excuse." After all, Shun Yan had already announced free dismissal, so he could go anywhere outside the classroom. Gu Xing calmed his racing heart and leisurely walked to a shady spot to sit down. The room was too stuffy, and the breeze outside was just right. This spot was on the way to the convenience store, making it a perfect place to observe the students' strength levels. Quite a few have reached mid-stage of the first tier, not bad. "Oh, this one's good, late stage of the first tier." Gu Xing watched the students coming and going, carefully observing. The 7 major schools stipulated that there were no level restrictions for liberal arts, but martial arts students must reach the 3rd tier. Therefore, whether they were struggling students or top achievers, everyone worked hard to reach the 3rd tier before graduating from senior year. After all, you never know when luck might strike. If someone got eliminated for not reaching the 3rd tier, they'd definitely cry their heart out. Cultivation talent levels not only represent strength, but also cultivation speed. S-level ability users improve much faster than F-level ones and encounter bottlenecks much later. F-level ability users can at most reach the peak of the 2nd tier. Of course, there are a very few F-level talent users who, through extraordinary effort, reach the 3rd tier, 4th tier, or even higher. Gu Xing glanced quickly. Most people were at mid-stage of the 1st tier, with very few reaching late stage of the 1st tier. "Huh, so boring. I might as well go back to the teaching building and lie down for a while." Just as he was about to get up, Gu Xing suddenly felt a peculiar aura, identical to the feeling those lost paradise people had given him before. Could they be nearby? He looked around cautiously. At this moment, 2 girls were walking and chatting, passing right in front of him. One of the girls had a strange expression, constantly turning her head as if searching for something. The other girl noticed and asked, Xia, what's wrong? What are you looking at? The girl called Xia clutched her chest, her brows furrowed, as if enduring some kind of pain. I don't know, my chest feels tight, and I'm in a really bad mood. Huh? Suddenly feeling down. Could it be a side effect of your awakened skill? Xia shook her head. I'm not sure. I just feel really angry, but I don't know why. The other girl comforted her. Maybe you're just too tired from training. I've experienced something similar before. Maybe. Gu Xing listened to their strange conversation and couldn't help but open the panels of the two girls. He first checked the one comforting Xia. Name, gender, female level, Tier 1 mid-stage awakened talent, D-speed enhancement attributes, 28 status, none nothing unusual. Then he shifted his gaze to Xia's panel, his brows furrowing. Name, Li Chuanxia gender, female level, Tier 1 late-stage talent skill, a fire affinity attributes, 132-100 status, sealed, didn't expect that knowing just one character of the name would reveal the full name. This system is quite considerate. Wait, this isn't the time to care about that. Gu Xing stared at the word sealed, noticing it was golden, and couldn't resist clicking to check further. Would you like to deduct 1 star point to unlock detailed information? Current star points. 10.6. Gu Xing thought to himself. Only 6 points left. Although the strange aura suggested this girl might be related to Lost Paradise, he was more curious about what was hidden in the seal. Looking at his pitifully low remaining star points, Gu Xing shed 2 tears but still chose to pay for the unlock. Seal, realm suppressed, power locked by magic at Tier 1, cannot be probed by ordinary means. Only by destroying the seal medium can the cultivation be restored. Oh, so that's it. But what exactly is the seal medium? The two girls were too far away, and for safety's sake, Gu Xing decided to get closer, while also taking the opportunity to show his face and draw their hostility toward himself. Since they were Lost Paradise people, he had to earn some star points. He couldn't let them go to waste. With this thought, Gu Xing walked toward Li Chuanxia. At this moment, Li Chuanxia felt her heartbeat quicken, her body slightly uneasy. The girl beside her, Zhou Ping, noticed her discomfort and asked with concern, Xia, are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Li Chuanxia clutched her chest and shook her head. I'm fine, just need to rest in the classroom for a bit. Then I'll help you walk. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Hi, can I get your contact information? Zhou Ping turned her head and saw a handsome young man standing nearby, smiling as he held out his phone. Zhou Ping widened her eyes in disbelief and said, You are Gu Xing. Gu Xing saw her reaction and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect you to recognize me, but I'm more interested in getting to know her. After saying that, Gu Xing pointed at Li Chuanxia. Li Chuanxia looked at Gu Xing, standing in front of her. Although Gu Xing was indeed good-looking, another thought emerged in her mind, suppressing her little impulse. Kill him. Kill him. This thought echoed in her mind over and over again. Sorry, she's not feeling well right now, maybe another time. Zhou Ping noticed that Li Chuanxia kept her head down and didn't speak, assuming she wasn't interested, and politely declined Gu Xing. Gu Xing looked at Li Chuanxia, who kept her head down and remained silent, her body trembling slightly. He guessed he might have successfully attracted her and pretended to be disappointed, saying, that's such a pity. After saying that, he turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Li Chuanxia suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Xing's arm with such force that it seemed she could break his bones. Gu Xing turned to look at her but pretended not to feel anything, still maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, and asked, What's wrong? Li Chuanxia took a deep breath and pulled out her phone. Let me add you as a friend. Hearing this, Gu Xing seemed to be particularly pleased and quickly exchanged contact information with Li Chuanxia. After the exchange, Gu Xing glanced at the system information on the dark green bracelet on Li Chuanxia's wrist, a bright smile appearing on his face as he waved goodbye to the two girls. As the distance grew, Li Chuanxia slowly recovered from the tension earlier and let out a sigh of relief. Xia, what happened to you just now? Zhou Ping asked with concern, as Li Chuanxia's behavior earlier had been quite strange. Li Chuanxia smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. I feel much better now. That's good. But earlier, Gu Xing actually took the initiative to ask for your contact information. Do you think he fell for you at first sight? Zhou Ping started rambling. Gu Xing was the top scorer in the written exam and even got into the genius class as an exception. He's incredibly handsome. I even confessed to him before, but I got rejected. Li Chuanxia had no interest in listening to Zhou Ping continue talking. Her mind was still occupied with thoughts of Gu Xing from earlier. She was certain that she truly wanted to kill Gu Xing. There was something about him that she found repulsive. Although she didn't know why she felt this way, following her instincts couldn't be wrong. Since she was going to act today anyway, she might as well deal with the person she disliked the most first. Li Chuanxia looked down at the friend request she had just sent, accepted it without hesitation, then put her phone back in her pocket and left with Zhou Ping while chatting. Gu Xing looked at the accepted friend request and felt overjoyed. Brother Xing, I finally found you. A voice came from behind, accompanied by a pat on the shoulder. Gu Xing turned around, breathed a sigh of relief, and put his phone back in his pocket. Ah, it's you. Finished with class. Qian Yuan nodded. Yeah, it's been over for a while. I've been looking for you everywhere. Seeing Gu Xing remain silent, Qian Yuan curiously looked around. By the way, Brother Xing, why are you here? I didn't see you buying anything. Qian Yuan saw Gu Xing standing empty-handed on the path leading to the convenience store and found it a bit strange. It's fine. The cafeteria is about to open for lunch. Let's go eat. Sure. I just asked, and the cafeteria lady said there's braised pork today. The two chatted as they walked into the cafeteria. The cafeteria was quite crowded, seemingly filled with people who either had no classes in the morning or had finished early, all gathering here in preparation for the arena competition. Gu Xing casually grabbed a meal, scanned the code to pay, and found a place to sit. After taking just 2 bites, someone approached. No seats left. Mind if I share the table? Gu Xing looked up and saw it was Sun Yanqi. He glanced around and noticed that almost every table was occupied. Sure, sit down. Thanks. Sun Yanqi placed her tray on the table and sat across from Gu Xing. Gu Xing glanced at her tray. It was all vegetables, not a single piece of meat. The two ate in silence until Qian Yuan suddenly ran over and immediately noticed Sun Yanqi. Hey, what a coincidence. Qian Yuan sat down next to Gu Xing, smiling as he spoke. Sun Yanqi nodded slightly, acknowledging his greeting. As Qian Yuan sat down, Gu Xing caught a strong whiff of meat. Turning his head, he saw that Qian Yuan's tray was piled high with meat. Looking back at his own tray, the balance of meat and vegetables seemed quite healthy in comparison. Qian Yuan, his mouth glistening with oil, chatted with Gu Xing as he ate. Brother Xing, how many points do you think you'll score in this arena competition? Gu Xing estimated, I'll be lucky to pass. Qian Yuan shook his head. I think you'll definitely score over 90. Your blade skills are incredible. Most people don't stand a chance against you. This arena competition was more like an exhibition match, conducted in a one-on-one format. Contestants showcased their abilities, with the focus on scoring rather than winning or losing. If someone could defeat their opponent instantly, their score would naturally be high. Exceptional performances, like Gu Xing's blade skills, could also earn high marks. The main purpose, however, was to let students compare their strengths, especially those in the elite class. But Brother Xing, you need to be careful. Even though it's just an exhibition match, there are still some unavoidable dangers. As long as you're still breathing, though, the school's emergency team will definitely save you. Huh? Qian Yuan's casual joke suddenly reminded Gu Xing of Li Chuanxia, whom he had encountered earlier. Could she be planning to cause trouble during the arena competition? After all, killing during a fight was no longer unheard of. If someone admitted their identity after committing murder, it would undoubtedly create a tense atmosphere on site. Thinking of this, a brilliant solution flashed through Gu Xing's mind. He smiled and said to Qian Yuan, Thanks for the reminder, I got it. Sun Yanqi, listening to Gu Xing's response, showed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. After finishing their meal, the three, sharing the same destination, decided to walk together. Gu Xing finally had the chance to check Sun Yanqi's current panel. Name, Sun Yanqi. Gender, female. Level, first tier perfection. Innate talent, sixth sense. Talent skill, SS Ice and Snow's favorite. Attributes, 60. Status. None. Gu Xing had only seen Sun Yanqi's panel twice, and each time he was utterly shocked. While others were still in the mid-stage, she had already reached perfection. Her cultivation speed was astonishing. As expected, those with SS-level talent were truly monsters. The three of them arrived at the first floor of the combat building and entered the indoor arena, which was also their competition venue. Pushing open the glass door, they were greeted by a massive arena. Below it was a circle of open space with tables and chairs, likely the judges' seats. The outermost area near the walls was lined with rows of spectator seats, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Let's grab a front row seat. Qian Yuan pointed to the designated class area, where a few classmates were already seated. Other classes had more people, as their numbers varied. Gu Xing found a spot with an excellent view and sat down, with Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi sitting on either side of him. Sitting in the middle, Gu Xing felt a bit speechless. Qian Yuan, being an old acquaintance, naturally sat beside him. But Sun Yinshi sitting so casually next to him, weren't there other empty seats? Gu Xing turned to glance at Sun Yinshi, but she was staring straight ahead at the busy staff below the stage, her face expressionless. Seeing this, Gu Xing didn't bother her further. Not long after they sat down, a peculiar presence slowly approached. Gu Xing immediately spotted the source Li Chuanxia. At that moment, Li Chuanxia also noticed Gu Xing and smiled, waving to greet him. Gu Xing waved back with a smile. My star points. Qian Yuan noticed the interaction between Gu Xing and Li Chuanxia and teased, Xingji, I didn't expect you to know Li Chuanxia. Gu Xing turned and asked, You know Li Chuanxia? Not exactly, just heard about her, Qian Yuan replied. Hearing this, Gu Xing immediately pressed for details. Tell me more. Apart from basic information, he knew little else and could only rely on Qian Yuan to dig deeper. Seeing Gu Xing's interest, Qian Yuan didn't hold back and began to explain. Li Chuanxia is an exchange student, apparently transferred from a high school on the outskirts of the base. She's an excellent student. She likes to hunt solo but had to withdraw early due to an injury, almost making it into the genius class. Such a pity. Xingji, why are you asking about her? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her. Qian Yuan finished, then turned to glance at Li Chuanxia, stroking his chin and nodding. She is indeed quite pretty. Gu Xing, don't overthink it. Can you find out which school she's from? Sensing something odd in Gu Xing's tone, Qian Yuan got serious, pulling out his phone to scroll through his contacts. I can check, but it might be tricky. I'm not familiar with schools on the outskirts of the base. I'll do it. A voice came from Gu Xing's right. He turned to see Sun Yinshi. Without saying much, Sun Yinshi made a phone call directly. Gu Xing marveled at her swift action and was curious why she was helping him. Watching Sun Yinshi handle it so effortlessly, Gu Xing could only thank her for now, mentally noting the favor, and then asked, Can you find out about Li Chuanxia's background or any recent events? Investigating someone's background was not allowed. Sun Yinshi looked at Gu Xing and asked, Do you think there's something wrong with Li Chuanxia? Gu Xing glanced at Li Chuanxia, who was chatting and laughing with someone nearby, and nodded. Just a hunch. It's fine if you can't check. It's done. Her background is clean. But 2 months ago, she ran away from home for a week due to family conflicts. Her parents reported her missing, but she returned on her own later. Her personality seems to have changed a bit since then. Just as Gu Xing's suspicions arose, Sun Yinshi finished reporting the investigation results. Qian Yuan was astonished. That fast? Is this the true strength of the imperial capital's officials? Gu Xing, upon hearing personality change, became certain of his suspicions. The real Li Chuanxia might no longer exist. The person now was likely an imposter. Gu Xing fell into deep thought, while Sun Yinshi straightened her posture and waited quietly. As for why she asked about Li Chuanxia, she didn't care much, but she had a vague guess in her heart. Perhaps the cheerful Li Chuanxia over there was just pretending. After all, the records described her as shy, making it unlikely for her to be chatting so happily with the boys nearby. However, aside from this, Sun Yinshi was more curious about how Gu Xing had discovered it. No one else had noticed, so how did Gu Xing, as a G rank, figure it out? As expected, Gu Xing harbored many secrets. Qian Yuan, observing Sun Yinshi's strength, began to waver as he recalled the things she had said before. Brother Xing, do you think? Qian Yuan didn't finish his sentence, but Gu Xing nodded. Yes, just like what happened in the spirit ruins, there might be similar people here. At that moment, Gu Xing's phone vibrated. He opened it to see a message from Li Chuanxia. When we compete on stage later, lose to me, and I'll be your girlfriend, okay? Heart emoji. Qian Yuan leaned over. Instead of finding it flirtatious, he felt it was more like a countdown to death. Brother Xing, are you really going? Qian Yuan asked worriedly. It's fine. This is my practical combat experience pack. Gu Xing smiled and replied with a sure. Li Chuanxia, who was chatting with others nearby, noticed her phone light up. After reading the latest message, her smile grew even brighter, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in it. At 1 p.m., all the senior students had arrived and were seated in their respective class sections. Gu Xing looked at the 4 people on the judges' panel, the principal and 3 directors. Normally, the principal wouldn't bother with such a boring evaluation, right? Qian Yuan looked at the principal, puzzled. Gu Xing glanced at the principal, who turned to look at him, smiled, and nodded before continuing his conversation with Shen Yan. Gu Xing thought to himself, it seems the principal genuinely wants to see my performance, which is why he came as a judge. To value me this much is truly unexpected. Well, at least I won't have to explain myself later. Everyone's here, let's check to make sure no one is missing. Gu Xing muttered to himself, scanning the crowd. Everyone else seemed normal, except for the strange seal on Li Chuanxia. At this moment, Shen Yan stood up, picked up the microphone, and began to speak. Students, the arena competition is about to begin. The judges are myself, the principal, and 2 directors. We will score fairly. The scoring rules have been sent to your phones and posted on the school bulletin board, but in case anyone missed it, I'll repeat them. The competition values performance. Winning or losing is secondary. Combat students are not allowed to challenge support students proactively. Gu Xing observed the eager students. Many were dissatisfied with the results of the last Crystal Core hunt and wanted to use this opportunity to turn things around. Those who didn't participate would be pushed aside by others, so this forced everyone to join in. Then let's start with the regular class. As soon as Shen Yan finished speaking, a male student immediately stood up, ran onto the stage, and pointed at a student from the genius class, saying, I want to defeat you and join the genius class. Gu Xing looked in the direction he was pointing. It was directly at him. Qian Yuan couldn't help but laugh and teased, Brother Xing, you've been underestimated. Gu Xing patted Qian Yuan's shoulder and stood up. I know, but this actually makes things easier, saves time. Shen Yan saw the situation and did not intervene, sitting down and letting the referee take over. Gu Xing walked to the edge of the stage, casually picked up a blunt-edged spear, and stepped onto the stage, locking eyes with the burly man. To show respect, Gu Xing glanced at his status panel. Name, gender, male level, early stage tier 1 awakened talent, E-level strength enhancement attributes, 15 1.5 status. Underestimating combat power reduced by 10%. Gu Xing was speechless. His attributes were only 15. Even the old lady downstairs exceeded 20. Could it be that he hadn't trained at all? The referee noticed the burly man had no weapon and asked, Are you ready? The burly man looked at Gu Xing with utter disdain. To deal with trash like you, a G-level waste, I don't need a weapon. The referee turned to Gu Xing, who nodded, ready. The referee stepped back a few paces. All right, the match begins. Gu Xing looked at the man's face full of contempt, but didn't get angry. This world is like a grand stage. There will always be people who think others' achievements are mere luck. Jealousy blinds them, making them eager to prove themselves. He had picked up the spear to deal with truly challenging opponents. But as for this, clatter, Gu Xing threw the spear to the ground. The male student sneered. Trash is trash. Can't even hold a weapon. Listening to the person in front of him repeatedly calling him trash, Gu Xing shook his wrist and sighed. I was planning to hold back a bit, but since you said that, I guess I should perform properly. The student was about to retort when suddenly a gust of wind whistled past his ears. Before he could react, a heavy slap landed squarely on his face. Smack! The student was sent flying off the stage by the slap, landing heavily on the ground and instantly losing consciousness. I'm much better. Gu Xing shook his hand and let out a long breath. The student lay unconscious, his mouth crooked, as medical staff hurriedly carried him away. The audience gasped collectively. some covering their faces, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Gu Xing's performance was too fierce. A seemingly chubby person had managed to slap someone directly out of the arena, something many of them couldn't even do. Qian Yuan covered his cheek, trembling all over. Brother Xing's strength is insane. Even with my weight, I couldn't slap someone that far. Sun Yanxi's eyes held a hint of admiration. After all, in the spirit ruins, Gu Xing had been able to use a spear to precisely hit the eye of a Tier 2 Lord-level long-haired boar during a throw. On the judges' panel, two directors whispered to each other. How can an ordinary person have such strength? This must be a Tier 2 or Tier 3 strength-type fighter. Honestly, how do we even score this? The loser hasn't even recovered yet, and Gu Xing completely crushed him, someone remarked. Shunyan nodded in satisfaction. When sparring with Gu Xing, he could clearly sense that Gu Xing's strength was extraordinary. The principal, meanwhile, looked at Gu Xing with admiration. This kid is much stronger than I expected. Even the referee was stunned, staring at the classmate who had been sent flying out of the ring, unable to react for a long time. It's time to announce the results, Gu Xing said, shaking his hand slightly as he looked at the referee. Finally snapping out of his daze, the referee stammered. Oh, right. He quickly declared, I announce that the winner of this match is Gu Xing. The judges then revealed their scores, 85, 80, 81, 84. With such a one-sided match, there wasn't too much suspense. The scores were more a recognition of Gu Xing's G-level strength than anything else. The audience immediately erupted into a heated discussion. Afterward, the referee turned to Gu Xing and said, You can now choose to leave the stage or pick an opponent to challenge next. Though the words were directed at Gu Xing, the referee's microphone made sure everyone present could hear them loud and clear. As a result, several confident individuals raised their hands, eager not only to earn performance points, but also to see how strong Gu Xing truly was. Gu Xing, of course, had no intention of stepping down. He kicked up the spear lying on the ground, turned around, and pointed its tip at a student from the elite class, his eyes full of battle intent. Come on, how much longer do you want me to wait? Many others raised their hands as well, trying to guess who exactly he was challenging. At this moment, a girl who hadn't raised her hand suddenly stood up. She stared at Gu Xing with a gaze full of killing intent. The more dangerous the opponent, the more interesting it gets. Li Chuanxia began walking toward the arena step by step. The chatter around them grew noisier, but Gu Xing offered no rebuttal, leaving the audience no choice but to quiet down. No way, Gu Xing is actually challenging a girl. Humph, fighting a girl? How can he call himself a man? A real man should face off against another man. Exactly. Challenging a girl is nothing impressive. Don't say that. I know that girl, she is stronger than most of us. Really? Yeah. She even completed the elite class hunting mission solo and almost made it into the genius class. Standing to the side, Qian Yuan looked anxious. After all, that girl was an undercover agent from Lost Paradise, and her strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Should we send a message to Yin Wang? Qian Yuan hesitated and turned to suggest this to Sun Yanxi. Sun Yanxi waved her phone. I already did. Qian Yuan. Damn it. One step too late. He could only sigh helplessly and turn his attention back to the pair on stage. Hopefully, Gu Xing can deal with her. Although Gu Xing was strong, Qian Yuan was still a bit worried about him facing a member of Lost Paradise, known for their penchant for underhanded tactics. Li Chuanxia stepped onto the stage, smiling sweetly as she looked at Gu Xing, in such a hurry to hand me the victory. Gu Xing noticed her empty hands and asked, You're not using a weapon? Li Chuanxia feigned a hurt expression. You don't even know what my awakening ability is. And here I thought you cared about me. How disappointing. But if you hand me the victory, I won't feel so sad. As she spoke, she clenched her fists, and flames ignited around them. Gu Xing ignored her words and stared at the flames, smiling faintly. A fire element brawler? Not bad. After speaking, Gu Xing picked up his spear, assumed a defensive stance, and looked at the referee. Let's begin. The referee glanced at the two of them and shouted loudly. All right, the match begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chuanxia darted forward with a sudden burst of speed. Her movements were so swift that Gu Xing only caught a glimpse of her figure before she was right in front of him the next second. He quickly swung his spear to block, the shaft colliding with Li Chuanxia's fist. Although it was just a clash between her fist and the spear shaft, Gu Xing heard a crisp metallic sound. The flames on her fist were only inches away from his face. Here's a tip. Don't let an elemental boxer get close to you, it's too dangerous. With a flash of fire, a column of flames shot out from Li Chuanxia's hand. Gu Xing had already retreated backward otherwise. If that flame had hit his face, he would have been lightly burned at best, seriously injured at worst. The system's penalty indicator in the upper left corner quickly skyrocketed to 99 plus, but Gu Xing chose to ignore it. Although the system could weaken the penalties for him, how could he maintain his image if he relied on that? Thinking of this, Gu Xing awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. I won't let you win this match so easily. Li Chuanxia merely smiled faintly and continued her attacks. In the audience, people began to murmur, "Wow, I didn't expect Gu Xing to be like this, he can't even beat a girl." Exactly, I thought he was impressive, but he's so weak. TCH, with this level of skill, he managed to get into the genius class? Must have been thanks to some policy. Yeah, even I could beat her. Qian Yuan was jumping anxiously on the side. Brother Xing is barely holding on, he can't beat that girl at all. Sun Yinchi watched the battle on stage and gently shook her head. No, Gu Xing is doing it on purpose. Look closely. Huh. Qian Yuan was puzzled but calmed down to observe carefully. Although Gu Xing's evasions seemed a bit clumsy, he always managed to perfectly avoid attacks at critical moments. Meanwhile, Li Chuanxia's fierce attacks never even touched Gu Xing's clothes, nor did a single strand of his hair catch fire. The four judges at the panel were very satisfied with the performance, especially the principal. He had previously been reluctant to serve as a judge because he found the students' battles too immature and boring. This time, however, he was pleasantly surprised this year's students were truly strong. But the principal frowned as he focused on Li Chuanxia, who was pressing Gu Xing hard on the stage. Every move she made carried lethal force, if not fatal. It would leave someone severely injured. These techniques were clearly killer-level moves, and yet a student was using them so proficiently, with almost every strike being deadly. Principal, take a look at this. Shen Yin took out his phone, showing a message from Sun Yinchi on the screen. After reading it, the principal looked up at the two on stage and noticed the relaxed smile on Gu Xing's face. He smiled slightly. Don't pause the match yet. This kid is acting so convincingly, he must have his own plan. Understood. Shen Yin put away his phone and continued watching their duel. As soon as the referee announced the start, the protective formation was activated. It would only disappear if someone jumped off the stage. A metallic clash echoed through the air as the two figures continuously crossed paths on the stage. Gu Xing swiftly sidestepped to dodge Li Chuanxia's attack while thrusting his spear toward her body. Li Chuanxia reacted quickly, spinning her body to evade the spear's strike, and continued her assault, forcing Gu Xing to stay on the defensive. Li Chuanxia sneered. Is this all you've got? Show me your true strength. Clang Gu Xing blocked her punch and retreated a few steps, his back hitting the ropes at the edge of the ring. He touched the ropes behind him, his expression darkening. Do you really want me to go all out? Li Chuanxia approached him leisurely. Of course. If you don't, how do you plan to end this? Gu Xing smiled as he noticed Li Chuanxia had entered his attack range. All right, but you'll need to show your full strength too. Stellar Force activated. Leg enhancement. Wrist enhancement. Spear tip enchantment. Swish taking advantage of the moment when Li Chuanxia let her guard down, Gu Xing charged forward suddenly. Li Chuanxia was startled by the sudden counterattack and quickly raised her hands to defend. But Gu Xing's target wasn't her fists, it was the jade bracelet on her right wrist. The spear tip made contact, and the stellar force instantly enveloped the bracelet. Under the dual assault of the spear and the stellar force, the bracelet shattered, releasing a violent surge of deep purple energy that engulfed Li Chuanxia entirely. What? Li Chuanxia was shocked, feeling the powerful energy surging within her. She looked down at the shattered bracelet, disbelief filling her heart. How could the restriction on this bracelet be broken by such an ordinary iron spear? She stared at Gu Xing, who was smiling casually in front of her, and suddenly understood. Furious, she demanded, "How did you figure it out?" Gu Xing glanced at her rapidly rising level and combat power, then effortlessly jumped off the ring, still smiling as he said, "I told you, I never go back on my word. I'll let you have this victory. You're not going anywhere." Even though she had regained her former strength, she couldn't catch Gu Xing. Just as Gu Xing jumped off the ring, Xinyan rushed over from the judge's table and directly restrained Li Chuanxiao on the stage, cuffing her with special handcuffs. Gu Xing turned back to see Li Chuanxiao already subdued and pretended to be surprised, saying, "Not letting me leave? How about I come back up again?" With that, he jumped back onto the ring, bent down, and looked at Li Chuanxiao, whose face was red with anger. Feigning regret, he said, "I'm back, but you stop talking nonsense. Those are human traffickers, taking people to dig in illegal coal mines. My mom said they were taken to beg." The discussion grew louder, and everyone felt uneasy, unsure of what to believe. Shunyan bent down to pick up the broken jade bracelet from the ground, stood up, and hearing the murmurs from the audience, cleared his throat and loudly announced, "This match is cancelled due to Li Chuanxia's use of banned substances. Her qualification for the competition is revoked, and she is expelled. I hope all students take this as a warning." The students quieted down slightly upon hearing this. Gu Xing, seeing the matter come to an end, prepared to turn and leave, but Shunyan stopped him. "Come with me to the principal's office." "Huh?" Gu Xing turned around, showing an awkward and reluctant smile. Can I not go?" "No." "All right." Gu Xing sighed and resignedly followed Shunyan. The principal, who had been sitting at the judge's table, was already gone. Soon, the two arrived at the principal's office, where the principal was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Seeing them enter, the principal raised his cup with a smile and asked Gu Xing, "Gu Xing, would you like a cup of tea?" No, thank you." At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the wall, revealing a hidden door. Before Gu Xing could react, Shunyan carried the unconscious Li Chuanxiao inside, while the principal calmly continued drinking his tea. Gu Xing felt helpless, thinking he was completely treated as an outsider. The principal noticed him still standing and smiled. "Do you want to go in and take a look? If not, you can stay here and chat with me." It was a choice, but Gu Xing wanted to leave. However, he knew the principal would definitely not agree, so asking would be pointless. He simply sat back on the sofa. The principal, seeing him sit down, smiled and brewed him a cup of tea. "Try this, it's top quality by Hao Yinjin." Gu Xing looked at the tea. He did enjoy tea. He picked it up, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. "By Hao Yinjin? Not bad." The principal drank his tea calmly, saying little. The atmosphere between the two was quite relaxed. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a man walked in. Regarding the interrogation of that person, he spoke while lowering his head to take out a document. Seeing Gu Xing present, he immediately stopped talking. Gu Xing put down his teacup and stood up. "Then I'll head back. No need to leave." The principal gestured for him to sit down and turned to the man. "Just say it directly." Gu Xing watched the scene and could only obediently sit down, behaving properly like a model student. Li Dongyu just wanted to drag him into this mess, an old fox, but Gu Xing couldn't refuse. Since he couldn't leave, he could only listen to what the man had to say. The man, seeing the principal unconcerned about Gu Xing's presence, was curious about his identity but still began to speak. "Principal Li, this is the confession we recorded during the interrogation of the suspect Meng Shihui." The principal took the file, opened it, frowned slightly, and then handed it to Gu Xing. "You take a look too." Gu Xing noticed the surprise in the man's eyes and sighed inwardly. He didn't want to get involved either, but he had no choice. He took the file and began to carefully read the information. Meng Shihui, a resident of the outer city of Rongyang Base. She excelled in liberal arts, was admitted to a prestigious university, and joined the military after graduation. After 3 years of training, she became a staff member in the Spiritual Realm Division of Rongyang City's class placement exams. The family background is clean, with no criminal record. She deliberately sabotaged the teleportation array, causing the formation to fail. During the interrogation, she displayed an extremely strong sense of nihilism. When asked about the mastermind behind her actions, she suddenly went berserk, completely losing her sanity. Even purification skills couldn't control her, and in the end, she struggled desperately. Her wrist bones fractured until her death. Interrogation record, interrogator. Have you ever thought about how many students your actions might kill? Meng Shihui, isn't that exactly what I want? You know, officer, these students all deserve to die. Humanity deserves to die too. Meng Shihui, I may not be able to kill everyone, but causing the deaths of some students is enough for me. Interrogator, was someone instructing you to do this? Meng Shihui, I did it willingly. Everyone is guilty. They don't deserve to live in this world. They all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Meng Shihui, officer, kill me. I'm human too. I deserve to die. Interrogation ends. Suspect deceased. Cause of death, wrist fracture. Excessive anger leading to heart failure. Gu Xing put down the file. The principal smiled and poured him another cup of tea, asking, Did you find anything? Gu Xing looked at the man, then at the principal, who seemed to reveal a flaw, knowing that pretending to be clueless was no longer an option. He had to voice his deduction. If purification doesn't work, it means she wasn't affected by mind control skills. The most likely explanation is brainwashing. The principal nodded, agreeing with Gu Xing's analysis. The man beside them listened and seemed puzzled. Is it something like hypnosis? Gu Xing paused for a moment, then shook his head. That's unlikely. Although hypnosis could explain her state, the chances of someone with a military background being hypnotized into betrayal are extremely low. Regular hypnosis techniques wouldn't work and might even be detected by the target. The man couldn't think of another reason and asked, Then, what exactly is the cause? Gu Xing pointed to Meng Shihui's interrogation record and said, She might have been exposed to some skill that manipulates emotions. The man suddenly understood and bowed deeply to Gu Xing in gratitude. Thanks to your analysis, our investigation now has a direction. Gu Xing felt a bit embarrassed and quickly waved his hand. No need to thank me. I just shared my guess. I'm glad I could help. The principal laughed heartily. Gu Xing, it was worth calling you here. Gu Xing could only smile awkwardly. Damn it. He didn't believe the principal didn't know this was a test. Was he really being used as a tool? The principal looked at the man and waved him off. All right, you go back and continue the investigation. I'll have a chat with Gu Xing. The man nodded, taking one last look at Gu Xing, memorizing the face and name of this genius clearly, then left. Gu Xing had seen such scenes before and was used to them, but now he had to pretend to be a rookie, nervously taking a big sip of tea to calm himself. To be honest, the tea tasted good, warm and comforting, as if there was spiritual energy flowing through it. Unfortunately, he couldn't absorb it. The principal could tell Gu Xing was serious and confirmed that he stood on the side of justice. Seeing Gu Xing about to leave, he tentatively asked, Would you like to join me in interrogating that person? That person was Li Chuanxia. Thinking of her crazy look when she bit him earlier, Gu Xing decisively shook his head. Forget it. I need to go back and watch my friend's match. The principal didn't try to stop him, nodded, and waved him off. Goodbye, principal. Gu Xing, thinking he could finally leave, quickly said this and ran off. This kid. The principal watched Gu Xing's hurriedly departing figure, smiled, shook his head, and turned toward a nearby bookshelf, activating a mechanism. Clatter, a hidden door slowly opened, and the principal walked straight in. At this moment, Li Chuanxia was still unconscious. Shen Yin did not wake her, but was instead fiddling with something in his hands. The principal walked over and asked, Did you find anything? Shen Yin handed the jade fragment in his hand to the principal. Take a look at this. The principal took it and stared at the broken, dark green jade, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Shen Yin continued, There's a restriction on it. This isn't ordinary jade, it's a crystal core. Crystal cores are harder than many materials, and with the restriction, it can only be destroyed by breaking the restriction. The principal understood Shen Yan's point. Not only had Gu Xing found someone from the Lost Paradise, but he had also managed to break the restriction using the school's ordinary iron spear. The principal carefully observed and found faint traces of power still lingering on the jade. This is, back on the first floor of the combat arena, Gu Xing's appearance caused whispers among the other students. He ignored the discussions and went straight back to his seat. Just as he sat down, Qian Yuan, full of curiosity, bombarded him with questions. Brother Xing, where did you go just now? The principal left too. Did you go to see the principal? What did you talk about? How's Li Chunxia? Did they ask you to handle it personally? Smack. Gu Xing gave Qian Yuan a hard flick on the forehead. Qian Yuan clutched his head, but his eyes still showed determination to keep asking. Seeing this, Gu Xing sighed. We just chatted casually. I didn't participate in Li Chunxia's interrogation, so I don't know. Just as he finished speaking, a light blue message box appeared in front of Gu Xing. Through your efforts, you have eliminated one elite member of Lost Paradise. Star points plus 5 current star points remaining. 15.6. Gu Xing froze for a moment. It was resolved so quickly, but on second thought, it made sense. Lost Paradise must have ways to ensure their members don't reveal the truth. Capturing them alive was useless. They could only be eliminated. Well, that's that. Qian Yuan looked disappointed. This was his second time encountering something so thrilling, yet he had no sense of involvement at all. Even the message was sent by Sun Yanqi. You should focus on yourself first. Did you participate in the arena match? How many points did you get? Gu Xing asked a few questions in return, making Qian Yuan's head hurt even more. I was waiting for you to come back, so I could ask for your advice after the match ended. Then hurry up and go. I'm going now. Qian Yuan saw that the match on stage had ended and quickly raised his hand to go up. Gu Xing looked toward the judges' table. The principal and Shun Yin had both left, and their positions were replaced by the vice principal and the arena administrator. Qian Yuan chose a shield, and his opponent was an ability user wielding an axe. Although Qian Yuan was a tank with low damage, his defense was very strong. His opponent had exerted too much effort in the previous round, so naturally, he lost this one. The judges gave Qian Yuan high scores, averaging 9.3 points. Seeing Qian Yuan proudly showing off to him, Gu Xing nodded, indicating it was good. Qian Yuan grinned and continued the competition with high spirits. Gu Xing. Sun Yanqi suddenly spoke, making Gu Xing pause and turn to her. What's wrong? The girl had no expression on her face and said seriously, You're really strong. Gu Xing was puzzled and awkwardly replied, Thanks for the compliment. It was just a polite remark, but Sun Yanqi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately said, I want to fight you. Her eyes were filled with a desire for battle, with no other emotions visible. Gu Xing? A battle maniac? He couldn't reveal his true strength in front of everyone, so he decisively refused. Not now. Then let's set a time. You really want to fight, huh? Seeing Sun Yanqi's determined gaze, Gu Xing could only sigh and nod. All right, let's find a time later. Okay. The afternoon's competition quickly approached its end. Apart from the first real match, the rest were all exhibition matches, leaving Gu Xing bored and yawning. To be honest, he'd rather go to the liberal arts class and read a book. When are we getting our textbooks? Gu Xing turned to ask Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan thought for a moment. Probably tomorrow. Although the written test scores don't count for much, the books still need to be distributed normally. That's good. Gu Xing nodded in satisfaction. At 5:40 p.m., the competition finally ended, and the school announced immediate dismissal, with regular classes resuming tomorrow. Students left in groups to train at martial arts gyms outside the school, while Gu Xing was the only one heading home. Looking at the gradually setting sun, Gu Xing stretched lazily. Finally, everything is settled, and the normal life of senior year can finally begin. Thinking about the days ahead, he felt content and quickened his pace toward home. Miss, it's time to get in the car. The driver softly reminded Sun Yanqi, who was still staring at a distant figure. Sun Yanqi responded with a hum and got into the car to leave. Gu Xing climbed to the 4th floor in a few quick steps and unlocked the door with his key. I'm back. While taking off his shoes, he glanced inside the house. The TV was playing cartoons. Gu Yu, wearing bunny pajamas, was squatting on the sofa leisurely eating potato chips. Hearing the door open, Gu Yu instinctively glanced over. Seeing it was Gu Xing, she immediately looked away and casually asked, How was the competition? The liberal arts class isn't required to participate, right? Gu Xing plopped down next to Gu Yu and grabbed the potato chips from her hand. I got into the genius class. What? Didn't your hunting score get 0? Gu Yu was so shocked she forgot about the chips, turned around, grabbed his collar, and urgently asked, What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Ugh, stop shaking me, I'm choking. Gu Xing quickly swallowed the chips and began recounting today's events, though he left out the special incident. After listening, Gu Yu frowned in thought. So it was due to policy reasons. You just got lucky. Oh, by the way, we're starting school soon. The exact date isn't set yet, but it should be in the next couple of days. Gu Yu said while tearing open another bag of chips. Study well, just don't end up at the bottom of the rankings. I always rank first in every combat exam. What about liberal arts? As long as my combat skills are strong enough, I can defeat any exotic beast. Oh, since you haven't left yet, let me tutor you. Huh? No way. On Monday, Gu Xing arrived at the classroom on time as usual. However, today there was only one liberal arts class, and the topic was the weaknesses of exotic beasts. Gu Xing already knew all of this, so he didn't need to listen. Next was the regular training session. As the school's grade G waste, Gu Xing didn't need to participate. The substitute teacher directly gave him a day off. Brother Xing, I really envy you. The teacher actually gave you a leave note directly. Qian Yuan sighed helplessly, yet enviously. In the afternoon, they still had to undergo strict physical training. Those training sessions were specifically designed for them, but Gu Xing was exempt, and he was also excused from liberal arts classes. All right, I'm heading home now. You better hurry to the combat building. Gu Xing patted Qian Yuan's shoulder to comfort him, then left. As he walked out of the school gate, he looked at the leave note the teacher had signed and felt a bit surprised. If it were teacher Shen Yan, he definitely wouldn't have been allowed to leave. But Shen Yan had taken leave, and today's substitute teacher was someone else. That teacher seemed to sympathize with him and directly approved the leave note. He handed the leave note to the gatekeeper, who let him pass after a glance. On his way home, Gu Xing even bought dinner. On Tuesday, in the middle of the night, Gu Xing received a private notification from Shen Yan. The school was organizing a collective training session on the mountain to absorb spiritual energy, and everyone was required to attend. However, Gu Xing could choose not to go. Since he couldn't absorb spiritual energy at all, it didn't matter whether he went or not. If he did go, it would just be for the experience. Gu Xing snapped out of his training, rubbed his messy hair, and checked the time. It was 3 in the morning. Looks like Shen Yan just remembered and specifically notified me. After politely declining, Gu Xing quickly resumed his training. Whether he went or not didn't matter. Although the star points were important, the most important thing was his adorable little sister. In the morning, when Gu Yu woke up, she saw Gu Xing, who should have been at school, sitting beside her and staring at her as she worked on her exercises. She was on the verge of tears. Brother, don't you need to catch up on sleep? Gu Yu looked helpless, pleading for him to let her go. Gu Xing tapped his phone, and the screen lit up, showing the time. It's almost 10 o'clock, nearly lunchtime. You just woke up, and you think I need to catch up on sleep? But I want to catch up on sleep. No way. Do your exercises. Ah, stupid brother. On Wednesday, the school unexpectedly gave everyone a day off to consolidate their cultivation. Since there were no classes, Gu Xing naturally continued tutoring Gu Yu. The moment Gu Yu stepped out of her room, she looked as if she'd seen a ghost and tried to retreat back inside. But in the end, she couldn't escape Gu Xing's clutches. Ugh, stupid brother. Gu Yu angrily gripped her pen, cursing Gu Xing as she worked on her exercises. Gu Xing didn't care at all. He just stared at the pen that was about to snap and reminded her. If you break the pen, the ink will spill everywhere, and cleaning it up will be a hassle. Ugh, you're so annoying. Gu Yu continued working on her exercises with a tearful face. At that moment, a message notification sounded on Gu Xing's phone. Gu Yu, as if seeing her savior, quickly said, Brother, someone sent you a message. Finish your exercises first. Did you get this question right? Gu Yu pouted and continued writing with her head down, while Gu Xing took out his phone to check who had sent him a message. Brother Xing, are you free today? My dad sent me a lot of crystal cores to choose my second skill, but I don't know which one to pick. Can you come to my house and help me decide? It was a message from Qian Yuan. Seeing that he had already reached the peak of the first stage, could it be that he broke through today? Hey bro, who is texting you? Is it a notice for class? Gu Yu stretched her neck to see who had sent the message, but Gu Xing stood up directly. Finish this worksheet today, and I'll check it when I get back. Ah, no. Gu Yu wailed like a ghost, but Gu Xing had already put on his coat and left. Gu Xing knew Qian Yuan's address well, having been there a few times before. He hailed a cab and soon arrived at a residential area. The neighborhood consisted of standalone villas with many guards. Qian Yuan had already informed the guards, so Gu Xing was able to enter smoothly. Gu Xing quickly found Qian Yuan's house. Two black sedans were parked at the entrance, with the character Qian engraved on them. Beside the cars stood several burly men who looked like bodyguards, scanning their surroundings vigilantly. They seemed like rookie bodyguards escorting valuable items. One of the men in black saw Gu Xing approaching and immediately stopped him. Halt! Just as Gu Xing was about to take out his phone to explain, the villa door suddenly swung open. Qian Yuan, dressed in pajamas, ran out to open the door. "Brother Xing, you're finally here. Come in quickly." The man in black saw Qian Yuan and immediately stepped back, respectfully addressing him. "Young Master Qian Yuan." Qian Yuan ignored them and directly pulled Gu Xing into the villa, saying as they walked, "Don't mind them. Help me pick quickly so they can leave." With that, Qian Yuan led Gu Xing to the living room. On the coffee table were several trays filled with crystal cores, along with a device specifically for analyzing them. Gu Xing didn't need to use the device to examine them. Just by looking at the color and texture of the crystal cores, he could tell they were top-notch. "Here, Brother Xing, just scan them with this device. It'll display the beast's name and skill," Qian Yuan said, handing the device to Gu Xing. Looking at the nearly 100 crystal cores in front of him, Gu Xing decisively declined the troublesome task and asked, "Have you already picked any you like?" "Of course." Qian Yuan pointed to a tray that was only half filled with crystal cores. "These are the ones I think are pretty good, but I can't narrow it down further." Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. "Even with your treasure appraisal eye, you can't tell?" "Treasure appraisal eye?" Qian Yuan was momentarily stunned, but quickly caught on and nodded. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, I can use it. These are the ones that look the brightest to me, but there are just too many, and I can't handle it." Qian Yuan irritably ruffled his hair. He had never experienced decision-making difficulties since he was a child. He would just buy the whole set. But since only one crystal core could be absorbed at each stage, and the skill obtained depended on luck, it would be troublesome if he ended up with the worst one. Hearing this, Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. He picked up a tray, took out the device, and began scanning to confirm the skills. In truth, he didn't need the device to figure it out, but doing so would make Qian Yuan think he was some kind of expert. After all, those who could identify crystal cores with the naked eye were considered top-level professionals. Gu Xing scanned while chatting with Qian Yuan. "You should have 3 skills now: your innate skill, an awakening skill, and an absorption skill." Qian Yuan nodded. "Yes, my awakening skill is using value to strengthen my body." Gu Xing was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. Value is so abstract. How do you measure it? Seeing Gu Xing's confusion, Qian Yuan smiled and explained, "When I cultivate, I place valuable items nearby, like money. Not only does it enhance spiritual energy absorption, but it also adds extra effects based on value. For example, cultivating near gold enhances metal resonance, while cultivating near water enhances water resonance." Gu Xing thought of Qian Yuan's special ability and asked, "What about being near people?" Qian Yuan scratched his head. "I haven't found a pattern yet, but being near valuable people definitely helps my cultivation." After hearing this, Gu Xing gave the skill a vivid nickname. "Isn't this just like freeloading Wi-Fi?" Huh. Qian Yuan was amused by the analogy and suddenly realized, "You're right, it really is." Gu Xing opened Qian Yuan's panel. Name: Qian Yuan. Gender: male. Level: early stage of Tier 2 innate talent. Treasure appraisal eye awakening talent. Money gives you power attributes. 101 status. None. To help Qian Yuan choose a crystal core, Gu Xing decisively spent a star point to check his awakening talent. This wasn't just helping, it was an investment to better assist him. As Gu Xing confirmed the selection, he encouraged himself. Upon seeing the detailed description of the awakening talent, his eyes widened slightly, and he rubbed them in disbelief. "Brother Xing, what's wrong?" Qian Yuan noticed his strange expression and asked curiously. "Nothing. Tell me, which path do you want to take? Support tank, combat tank, or pure tank?" Gu Xing asked seriously while looking at Qian Yuan's panel. Qian Yuan hesitated. He actually wanted to be a combat tank, but it required agility to dodge fatal damage, and he wasn't quick enough. Support tank meant sacrificing himself to protect others, which he didn't want. Pure tank was too weak without teammates. Even small monsters couldn't be defeated, and he'd have to rely solely on his shield to endure. Seeing Qian Yuan's indecision, Gu Xing knew he hadn't chosen any of the paths and might be trying to balance both. Why not go for counter-tank? Gu Xing suggested. Counter-tank. Qian Yuan froze for a moment, then slapped his forehead. That's right. Counter-tank can both deal damage and withstand hits. This realization enlightened Qian Yuan. He had been stuck thinking he had to choose one of the three paths, or even two, but hadn't considered combining them. Gu Xing nodded and handed Qian Yuan a crystal core. Absorb this. I bet your dad would want you to absorb this one the most. Qian Yuan picked up the crystal core. It was transparent brown with hard spikes on the surface, which had almost scratched him earlier. Gu Xing wanted Qian Yuan to absorb this king-level skill counter damage. Reflect 30% of all types of damage except mental damage back to the attacker. Beasts with counter damage abilities were extremely rare, and most could only reflect a single type of damage. However, the iron-armored lizard could reflect mental damage as well as all other types. Understanding Gu Xing's intention, Qian Yuan felt a bit deflated, but my current success rate for absorbing counter damage is too low. I'll wait until I reach tier 4 or 5 to try. Counter damage is a skill that tanks dream of, but the absorption success rate is extremely low, especially at lower levels where it's even harder to obtain. What is more troublesome is that once a crystal core of the same type has been absorbed, trying to use it to absorb a different skill will have an almost zero success rate. Some people, when absorbing a Lord-level crystal core, first obtain a common skill, and only after upgrading do they use nearly 100 crystal cores to extract the desired Lord-level skill. Lords can try this, but kings cannot, because it's impossible to gather 100 identical king-level crystal cores nationwide. Don't worry, I have a way to slightly increase your absorption success rate, Gu Xing said mysteriously. Xing bro? In the training field, Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing directing the servants to bring over tennis balls, basketballs, volleyballs, soccer balls, and even ping-pong balls, his face full of confusion. What are you doing? Gu Xing waved for everyone to leave the training field, then picked up a tennis ball and said, Of course, I'm helping you increase your absorption success rate. Feeling the ball was about right, Gu Xing walked to Qian Yuan's side, took out a crystal core, and pointed to the ground. Now kneel down, curl your body, and hold the crystal core with both hands. From the moment I start hitting you with the ball, you begin absorbing until the process is complete. Hearing this absorption method, Qian Yuan's mind was full of question marks. Xing bro, are you sure this will increase the success rate? Gu Xing had anticipated his question and answered calmly. Counter damage is different from ordinary skills. Ordinary skills require you to imagine how to use them in your mind, but counter damage needs external stimulation. Anyway, trust me and just do it. Qian Yuan nodded but asked again, Then why do I have to curl up? Can't I just sit? Gu Xing sighed helplessly. I'm afraid your face will turn into a pig's head after absorbing. Curling up exposes only your back and butt, which can take the hits better. Qian Yuan. Oh. After saying that, he began to act. Following the instructions, Qian Yuan curled into a ball, exposing only his back and butt. Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan's panel and sighed softly. Money will grant you power. Gain extra cultivation when near valuable people or objects below was a real-time display of the various elements Qian Yuan was near. Among countless 0.1 and 0.01 bonuses, Gu Xing noticed a hint about himself. Gu Xing's success rate increases by 50% when absorbing desired crystal cores. Current success rate 50.001%. No wonder Qian Yuan said he was valuable. Without Gu Xing, this 0.001% success rate wouldn't even be worth a gamble by the king of gamblers. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Xing decided to test the effect of star power on someone outside the Lost Paradise. He squatted beside Qian Yuan, condensed faint blue star power in his hand, and lightly patted his shoulder. I believe in you. Qian Yuan's panel added a new line. Star power increases absorption speed. Success rate plus 10%. This was too exaggerated. Gu Xing returned to the ball basket, grabbed a tennis ball, and directly threw it at Qian Yuan. Whoosh, the tennis ball didn't T-curve, but shot straight toward Qian Yuan's waist. Ow! Qian Yuan cried out in pain from his waist. Don't shout, absorb. Gu Xing reminded impatiently. Qian Yuan gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and began absorbing the crystal core, silently praying that it would be the counter-damage skill, otherwise the beating would be for nothing. Bang bang in the training field. A boy in a black jacket was throwing various balls at the curled-up chubby boy. The chubby boy trembled all over, unsure whether it was the aura of the crystal core or the pain that scared him. He only knew that if the absorption failed, he might really get smashed to death. Gu Xing stared at Qian Yuan's panel, calculating where to hit for the highest success rate. Whoosh, a basketball came flying again, landing on Qian Yuan with a dull thud, like a deflated ball. The success rate had already risen to 99%. This number meant that as long as nothing unexpected happened, it was a sure thing. At this moment, Gu Xing vaguely saw a light brown spiked armor appear around Qian Yuan, indicating that the absorption was successful. Gu Xing stopped his actions and quietly waited for Qian Yuan to wake up. 10 minutes later, the translucent brown spikes slowly disappeared, and Qian Yuan opened his eyes, jumping up excitedly. Brother Xing, it worked, hiss. My back, it hurts so much. As soon as Qian Yuan stood up, he felt like his back had been taken over by someone else. It was definitely bruised all over. His physical fitness was at tank level normally. Basketballs or tennis balls couldn't hurt him. But now he was injured. Just how hard had that ball hit him? Gu Xing tried to help him sit down, but Qian Yuan clutched his buttocks, his face full of helplessness. Brother Xing, my butt hurts. I can't sit. Gu Xing, I'll help you back to your room. So, Gu Xing had no choice but to support Qian Yuan back to his room. The servants around them all stared at them with strange looks, as if watching an unexpected drama unfold. Gu Xing helped Qian Yuan into the room, and Qian Yuan immediately lay face down on the bed. Although his body hurt terribly, his face was full of excitement. Brother Xing, you were absolutely right, it really worked. I'm only at tier 2, yet I managed to absorb a king-level skill, and it's even a rare counter-damage ability. Something like this has never happened in my family before. The more Qian Yuan spoke, the more excited he became, trying to prop himself up to talk. But his back hurt so much that he could only lie down, grumbling. Ugh, this process really hurts like hell. Seeing this, Gu Xing grabbed the indoor intercom and handed it to Qian Yuan. All right, doesn't your family have potions? Quickly call someone to bring one over. Qian Yuan, unwilling to endure the pain any longer, immediately ordered someone to deliver the potion. After drinking it, Qian Yuan instantly felt rejuvenated. Gu Xing was a bit surprised. Was the potion really that effective? He sniffed the lingering herbal scent in the air and couldn't help but feel speechless. This potion must have cost millions. Of course, it would work. Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing, his eyes full of admiration. Brother Xing, you're amazing. Did you come up with this method yourself? How about selling me the specific technique? I'll give you a share of the profits. Gu Xing immediately shook his head. It depends on the person. The success this time was half due to Qian Yuan's innate talent and half due to Gu Xing's meticulous adjustments. Qian Yuan noticed that Gu Xing was unwilling to elaborate and didn't press further, instead changing the subject to continue praising him. Brother Xing, I think you're even more incredible than the star god. Ahem. Gu Xing almost choked on his own saliva and quickly said, Don't say that. If the people from the Star God Temple hear you, they'll definitely tear you apart. The existence of the Star God Temple was known nationwide. They didn't belong to any national power and were incredibly strong. Some countries considered the Star God Temple a threat and wanted to eliminate them. And the result? They hurt the enemy by 1,000 but lost 3,000 themselves. On the other hand, those who maintained friendly relations with the Star God Temple, like the Dragon Nation, were thriving. Therefore, many countries want to cooperate with the Star Temple and extend an olive branch. However, the Star Temple is very exclusive, only providing specialized training equipment and ability detection instruments to other countries, without meddling in other affairs. The leader of the Star Temple is the Star God, but it is rumored that after the great disaster of spiritual energy revival 1,000 years ago, the Star God saved humanity and then disappeared. Gu Xing felt helpless about this. He himself didn't want to disappear, but he ended up crossing over, with no choice in the matter. They're so elusive, they wouldn't care about us. By the way, Xing Ji, your name has Xing in it. What a coincidence. Gu Xing was speechless. This name was given by his parents, and he didn't know why. His personality hadn't changed, but after crossing over, he had become a bit lazier. That's the name my parents gave me. Besides, I'm not the only one in this world with Xing in their name, it's purely coincidental. You should rest well first. I need to go back and keep an eye on my sister's homework. All right. Just as Gu Xing reached the door and was about to open it, the butler made a knocking gesture. Seeing Gu Xing come out, the butler bowed and then said to Qian Yuan, "Young master, the family head is here." Lying on the bed, Qian Yuan heard this and propped himself up excitedly. "Asking my dad is here?" Seeing his excitement, Gu Xing guessed they might want to talk privately and decided to leave first. However, the butler blocked him and said with a smile, "The family head has long heard of young master Gu Xing's deeds and came specifically to chat with you." Gu Xing was full of confusion. A father and son catching up, why involve me? But he still responded, "All right." Gu Xing and Qian Yuan went downstairs to the living room and saw a middle-aged man they didn't recognize. The man was leisurely sitting on the sofa drinking tea, while the servants stood in a row beside him, all with respectful expressions. As soon as Qian Yuan saw the man, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "Dad, why are you here? I was planning to visit you during the long holiday, but you came first, saving me the trip home." Saying this, Qian Yuan affectionately sat next to the man. Gu Xing had just come downstairs and looked at the middle-aged man. He had seen this person on TV before the head of the Qian family, Qian Xiaodong. Although he looked to be in his 40s, in this world where higher levels meant longer lifespans, he was actually over 60 years old. This scene was completely different from what Gu Xing had expected. After all, he had been neglected by his family and sent here, so the father-son relationship shouldn't be very good. Thinking of this, Gu Xing couldn't help but use his ability to open the panel for a look. Name: Qian Xiaodong. Gender: male level. Early stage of 7th tier awakened talent. S-class Shinong herbal mastery attribute value. For 58 status. Normal. The man looked at Gu Xing and seemed a bit surprised to see him completely unafraid. People like him, high-level ability users, naturally carried an aura that made others unable to underestimate them. Except for his children and servants who were used to him, anyone meeting him for the first time would feel fear, even panic. But the young man in front of him acted as if nothing was wrong. Qian Yuan noticed his father's confusion and explained softly, "His talent is G-class, so he can't sense spiritual energy." "Oh, I see." Qian Xiaodong nodded after hearing this. He wasn't entirely sure if the pressure was a form of spiritual energy, as the information on G-class was still incomplete. Moreover, this level had already been abandoned for research 500 years ago. That accident destroyed most of the related records. Even so, he had never seen anyone as composed as Gu Xing when facing such pressure. Truly, being the child of those two distinguished individuals made him different. "Hello, uncle." Gu Xing greeted the man who had been silently observing him. Qian Xiaodong nodded with a smile and pointed to the sofa opposite him. "Come, have a seat." "Thank you, uncle." Gu Xing sat down. Although he wasn't nervous, he didn't completely relax either, sitting obediently like a good student. Qian Xiaodong looked at him and said with a smile, "You're Qian Yuan's friend, right?" Gu Xing. Gu Xing nodded, and Qian Xiaodong continued, "I've heard quite a bit about you from the youngest." Hearing this, Gu Xing glanced at Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan gave him a look, signaling that he wouldn't let him feel awkward. Sure enough, Qian Xiaodong didn't mention the matter of the first crystal core, likely because Qian Yuan had helped steer the conversation away. The gratitude of a great family isn't something that can be easily brought up. Someone like Gu Xing, who appears to be a seemingly useless G-level genius on the surface, could easily be suspected of having connections with external forces. Qian Yuan watched the two chatting happily and yawned out of boredom. "Dad, don't tell me you came just to chat. He still needs to go home and help his sister with her homework." "Oh." Qian Xiaodong looked at Gu Xing and smiled. "I didn't expect you to have a sister." Gu Xing knew his background had already been thoroughly investigated. Seeing him feign ignorance, he cooperated and said, "Yes, My sister's name is Gu Yu. She's 14 years old and about to take her high school entrance exams. I need to help her review properly. Haha, but I heard from the youngest that your parents are on a business trip. Recently, Rongyang Base hasn't been very safe. If there's any danger, you can come to me. Thank you, uncle. Haha, all right then. Since you're in a hurry to go home, I'll have the driver take you. Thank you for the trouble, uncle. Qian Yuan quickly interjected. I'll walk brother Xing to the door. Thus, Qian Yuan escorted Gu Xing to the car door and waved. Message me when you get home. Gu Xing waved back, and the car quickly started and drove away. Qian Yuan watched the car leave and let out a sigh of relief. What? Do you really think I would doubt his motives? Qian Xiaodong quietly walked up behind Qian Yuan. Whoa! Qian Yuan jumped in surprise, looked at his father, and exhaled. Brother Xing is a bit special, so I was afraid you'd make things difficult for him. Listening to his son's protective tone, Qian Xiaodong laughed and scolded. You brat! Why would I suspect someone for no reason? Then why not? Qian Yuan muttered. You brat! Qian Xiaodong pinched his ear and said with a smile. Are you asking for trouble? Dad, it hurts. It hurts. Qian Yuan inhaled sharply and begged for mercy. Seeing him like this, Qian Xiaodong didn't get angry. He let go and said, As for Gu Xing, I don't doubt him. On the contrary, you should befriend him and get closer to him. Qian Yuan rubbed his ear and snorted. Of course I know that. Didn't I already tell you? The light around Gu Xing is the brightest I've ever seen. Wasn't transferring schools the right choice? Qian Xiaodong said irritably. You dare say that? You insisted on transferring from Luhai Province to Baishui Province, claiming you were searching for your own light. If I didn't know you had a special talent and kept persuading your mom, would you have been able to come out? Qian Yuan smiled awkwardly. As a direct descendant of the Qian family, traveling this far was indeed risky. By the way, how's my mom doing recently? Is her health okay? Qian Xiaodong snorted. You still have the nerve to ask? You must go home during the holidays to see your mom. Don't worry. Qian Xiaodong glanced in the direction Gu Xing had left and added, Bring your friend over to our house for a visit too. On Thursday morning, the first class was a cultural studies lesson. Most students sat upright, except for Gu Xing. He was flipping through analysis of weaknesses in exotic beasts, page by page, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The content was almost the same as what he had known 1,000 years ago, lacking novelty. He put the book down and started reading modern history. Suddenly, the teacher on the podium stopped speaking, scanned the classroom, and fixed his gaze on Gu Xing. He frowned slightly, his tone displeased. Gu Xing, stand up and answer. How do you determine the danger level of a red armor bear? Gu Xing, surprised to be called on, raised his head. He looked at the unfamiliar teacher, a trace of doubt flashing through his mind. But he stood up slowly and answered calmly. The shoulder armor of an ordinary red armor bear resembles gray stone. For elite level ones, it leans slightly red. Lord level ones are deep red, and king level ones are black. The teacher, surprised that Gu Xing wasn't stumped, continued asking, Explain the attack methods of red armor bears and how to defeat them. Gu Xing looked at the teacher, slightly puzzled. Teacher, you haven't covered this part yet, have you? He didn't recall offending the teacher. The teacher was momentarily speechless, his face slightly flushed. He glared at Gu Xing, his tone tinged with impatience. Didn't you do any pre-reading? If you didn't, then leave. Before he could finish, Gu Xing interrupted. Red armor bears primarily use close-range attacks. Lord-level ones also employ wide-range special ability attacks. Before releasing these powerful skills, they perform specific preparatory actions. As long as you observe carefully and dodge in time, you can avoid damage. To deal with red armor bears, it's recommended to use fire-based spells for long-range attacks to maintain a distance advantage, while simultaneously using heavy weapons to quickly break their armor, making it easier to kill them. Gu Xing finished in one breath, smiling at the teacher. Teacher, am I correct? The teacher listened and couldn't find any faults. It was exactly as stated in the textbook. The classmates quietly whispered among themselves upon witnessing this scene. The teacher, feeling awkward, could only forcefully reprimand Gu Xing. Don't think you're impressive just because you're good at cultural studies. Practical skills are the most important. Sit down. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Gu Xing smiled and thanked him. then sat back down and continued flipping through the modern history book. After class, Qian Yuan eagerly dragged his chair over to Gu Xing's side and whispered, "Brother Xing, that teacher is new here. He's a top student from one of the 7 major schools, Baishui University, teaching the advanced class. Our original teacher took leave, and he's just a substitute. He'll be gone tomorrow." Gu Xing remained immersed in his book, not even lifting his eyelids, and responded indifferently, Qian Yuan saw this and felt it was unfair for him, muttering, "Wherever you go, teachers praise you. That teacher is clearly jealous of you. A G-level genius, being able to enter the genius class. But honestly, Xingji, your counterattack just now was absolutely amazing." Thinking of Gu Xing's performance in class, Qian Yuan's face lit up with excitement, feeling particularly thrilled. Come on, Xingji, give me some other reaction." Gu Xing closed his book, turned to Qian Yuan, and asked, "The next class is Teacher Shen Yan's practical combat class. Aren't you going?" "Going." During the practical combat class, after Shen Yan finished explaining the basics of weapon knowledge, he let the students practice freely. Qian Yuan, holding a longsword, challenged Gu Xing. "Xingji, let's spar." Having just learned sword techniques, Qian Yuan felt invincible. At this moment, Sun Yinchi suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said, "Gu Xing, spar with me." Qian Yuan was not convinced and stared at Sun Yinchi. "Xingji is sparring with me." Sun Yinchi replied indifferently. Gu Xing agreed to spar with me. Gu Xing, "Sorry, I want to rest." Ignoring their argument, he quietly slipped to a corner to slack off. At this moment, Shen Yan's voice rang out. "The students whose names I call, come with me to the office next door." Shen Yan began calling names: Gao Yuan, Su Dong, Sun Yinchi, Qian Fengming, Qian Yuan, Zhou Changming, Gu Xing, Gu Xing. Shen Yan ignored his slightly helpless expression and left directly. The students whose names were called gradually left the classroom. As he passed by Gu Xing, Su Dong snorted disdainfully, his face full of contempt. "Gu Xing, ? What's this guy up to again?" Qian Yuan returned his weapon to its place, patted Gu Xing's shoulder, and said, "No idea what King Yin wants us for. Xingji, they're all gone, let's go too." Gu Xing reluctantly responded with a and followed Qian Yuan out. When they arrived at the office, Gu Xing and Qian Yuan were the last to arrive. The other 5 students were already standing inside, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. "Everyone's here, right?" Shen Yan glanced at the 7 of them, confirmed, and then spoke. "The inter-school genius class competition is coming up soon. We need to select 8 participants. 7 have already been decided." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted. "So that means, Gu Xing, you're going to participate in the competition too?" Shen Yan looked displeased at Su Dong, who had spoken. "Is there a problem?" Shen Yan coldly asked in return. Feeling the pressure from Shen Yan, Su Dong's face instantly turned pale, but he still forced himself to continue. "Gu Xing is a G-level participant. If he joins the competition, taking up a spot, isn't that not very appropriate?" Actually, he wanted to say it was a waste, but under teacher Shen Yan's pressure, he ultimately changed his wording. Shen Yan withdrew his oppressive aura and looked at the others. The minority obeys the majority. "What do you all think?" Qian Yuan and Sun Yinchi strongly supported Gu Xing's participation. The other students, though they had doubts in their hearts, seeing that teacher Shen Yan had specifically kept Gu Xing, silently chose to remain neutral. Besides, during the class division battle, anyone slightly perceptive could see that Gu Xing was very strong. "All right, now we've confirmed 7 participants. There's still 1 spot left." Shen Yan walked to the table and handed several identical lists to Gu Xing. "These are the ability lists of the classmates in the class. Take a look and let me know who you recommend." Gu Xing saw there were 7 lists, turned around, handed 1 to each person, and then looked down at the list in his hand. The list had some special markings. The ones with check marks were the 7 people present, while many other names had horizontal lines underneath. Those marked with horizontal lines were people Shen Yan thought were decent but hadn't decided on yet. Qian Yuan leaned over to look at the list in Gu Xing's hand and whispered, "Brother Xing, you're the most special one on the list." Gu Xing looked at his own row. The awakening descriptions for others included level, attributes, and the number of absorbed crystal cores, but for him, apart from a level marked as G, there was only none. However, Shen Yin had personally added a note to Gu Xing's list. Weapon mastery, sufficient skills, insufficient stamina, needs special attention. Gu Xing thought to himself, special attention? Is this a direct order for special care? He didn't respond to Qian Yuan, but instead looked at Sun Yinshi and asked, do you have any recommendations? Sun Yinshi understood that Gu Xing wanted her to analyze, so she calmly glanced at the list and said, the genius team can have 5 people at a time, and the remaining 3 can be supplemented based on needs. She glanced at the people present and continued, currently, there are 3 melee fighters, 2 tanks, 1 ranged, and 1 support. Now we need to choose one from the support and range categories. Everyone thought Sun Yinshi's analysis was reasonable, and Gu Xing nodded in agreement. Qian Fengying leaned over, pointed to a name, and asked softly, how about this a level awakened archer? Sun Yinshi shook her head. No, he just awakened recently. There are very few people who can use a bow. He only summoned the bow, but his proficiency is lacking. Then how about this fire type? Fire type is difficult to control and can easily injure teammates. What about this one? Others continued to make recommendations, but Sun Yinshi rejected them one by one. Qian Fengying thought for a moment and said, if we can't find anyone for ranged or support, why not choose another melee fighter? Sun Yinshi nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Qian Yuan immediately pointed to a name. For melee, how about this one? Sun Yinshi leaned over to look. B-level berserker, Hu Tianba? Qian Yuan nodded. Yes, that's him. What do you think? Sun Yinshi shook her head. No. Although he meets the requirements, he must team up with a purifier, otherwise his skills could harm his teammates after being released. Qian Yuan, seeing his recommendations constantly rejected, felt a bit dissatisfied and asked, all our recommendations are being rejected. Do you have any suggestions yourself? Sun Yinshi bluntly said, I think 7 people are enough. She believed the main output was already covered by those present. The others fell silent. Shen Yan's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected the discussion to end with this result. He reminded them, you must have 8 people to compete. Then he looked at Gu Xing and asked, Gu Xing, who do you recommend? Everyone's gaze turned to Gu Xing. He could only point to a name and say, her, she's fine. Qian Yuan curiously looked at the name Gu Xing pointed to and read the information aloud. Lu Yaoyao, B-level fear intimidation? Shen Yin didn't expect Gu Xing to choose Lu Yaoyao. He frowned slightly and said, although fear intimidation is powerful, her personality is too timid to fully utilize this skill, and the crystal cores she absorbed are quite ordinary. Lu Yaoyao's skill could make opponents fall into fear, reducing their damage attributes. However, she herself was very timid and often shrank back. This skill worked well against some unintelligent beasts, but when used on humans, it mostly failed. After listening, Gu Xing nodded. I know, but what the books say always has some reasoning. This statement left everyone stunned. Qian Yuan asked, Brother Xing, what are you talking about? Gu Xing looked at Lu Yaoyao's name and slowly said, awakened abilities are related to personal attributes, personality, interests, and background. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, that's what the books said, and it was true in reality as well. But the books talk about most cases. Lu Yaoyao might be an exception, Su Dong directly refuted. Gu Xing glanced at him and said helplessly, then I have nothing better to recommend. The group discussed for half an hour but still couldn't reach a conclusion. When the class bell rang, Shen Yin put away the list and looked at everyone, saying, all right, there's still some time before the competition. You can go back and think it over, discuss among yourselves. But don't reveal the abilities of other classmates on the list to anyone. If I find out someone leaks it, they'll be sent directly to the tribunal for handling. The tribunal was essentially a court specifically for resolving disputes among ability users. Everyone knew that leaking someone else's abilities was a serious matter, and there was no need to do so. So, they all said, goodbye, teacher, and left the classroom. Qian Yuan walked up to Gu Xing and asked in a low voice, Brother Xing, were you joking when you recommended Lu Yaoyao earlier? After all, Lu Yaoyao was quite famous in the class. She had entered the genius class with one of the lowest scores in the class. During the class division battle, She was in the mental category and had no attack power, so she didn't participate in the competition, which preserved her spot. Gu Xing shook his head and said, I wasn't joking. He genuinely thought highly of her. What did you notice? Sun Yinshi suddenly appeared beside them, startling both Gu Xing and Qian Yuan. Wow, weren't you walking ahead just now? Qian Yuan stepped back 2 steps in fright. Gu Xing turned to look at Sun Yinshi and nodded. Have you ever looked directly into her eyes? Her eyes? Sun Yinshi thought for a moment and shook her head. She always hides her eyes with thick bangs. I've never seen them. What's the matter, Brother Xing? Are her eyes scary? Qian Yuan asked curiously. He hadn't seen them either, but hearing Gu Xing say this piqued his curiosity. More or less. Instead of listening to me, why don't you go see for yourselves? Then you'll understand, Gu Xing said vaguely. In fact, he hadn't truly seen Lu Yaoyao's eyes either. But during the class division battle, he glanced at the class information and discovered her unique situation. Name: Lu Yaoyao. Gender: female level. First stage: late phase. Innate talent: Wicked Woman's Eyes. Awakened talent: Fear Intimidation. Attributes: 23-2. Status: Fear Combat Power 10%. Most people's status bars were blank, only showing information when injured or experiencing extreme emotions. But most of Lu Yaoyao's state is fear, a negative state, completely opposite to others. Moreover, she is the 3rd student in the school with a companion talent, following Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan. Gu Xing was very curious about the specific details of the Evil Woman's Eye and spent a star point to check it out. Evil Woman's Eye, a pair of eyes filled with malice. No one is willing to meet your gaze. Note: she carried a sinful aura since the fetal stage. A certain organization discovered and trained her. She should belong to that organization. Current star points, 17.4. Seeing this description, Gu Xing found it strange. Who trained her? I spent money, so why can't I see the full details? No matter how he clicked on the system interface, the system wouldn't explain. Gu Xing had no choice but to ask Lu Yaoyao directly. But before he could speak, Lu Yaoyao had already run far away. Judging by her speed, it seemed she had allocated all her attribute points to speed. Seeing her so resistant, Gu Xing gave up. Wow. In that case, I have to go check it out. Qian Yuan was excited after hearing this and decided to find her and lift her bangs to take a look. Watching Qian Yuan's excited expression, Gu Xing said helplessly, You better not go, don't scare her. According to the status bar, Lu Yaoyao is very sensitive to emotions and might have psychological issues. Qian Yuan didn't believe he would scare her and retorted, I look so funny, how could I scare her? Gu Xing ignored him and turned to Sun Yinshi, saying, You're a girl, you should be able to talk to her. Sun Yinshi didn't quite understand what common topics girls might have, but still nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. She walked straight into the classroom to find Lu Yaoyao. Gu Xing watched Sun Yinshi's back, thinking about her eccentric personality, feeling that something might go wrong, and followed her in. Qian Yuan saw Gu Xing leave and followed as well. After class, students gradually left the hallway. Sun Yinshi glanced around but didn't see Lu Yaoyao, so she pushed open the classroom door against the flow of people. At that moment, Lu Yaoyao was picking up a long spear someone had dropped on the ground and placing it back on the weapon rack. Lu Yaoyao, Sun Yinshi called out. Hearing her name, Lu Yaoyao froze, lowered her head, shrank her body, trying to minimize her presence, and nervously attempted to slip away through another door. Sun Yinshi noticed her reaction and moved faster than her, standing at the door to block her path. Lu Yaoyao lowered her head and said softly, Classmate, can you let me pass? Her body trembled slightly, and her voice was so tense it almost quivered. Watching this scene, Sun Yinshi thought to herself, This is even more severe than the introversion described in the data. Can she really participate in the competition under such circumstances? But recalling Gu Xing's instructions, she straightforwardly said, Do you want to participate in the genius battle? If you do, let me see your eyes. When Gu Xing and Qian Yuan walked against the crowd and arrived, they happened to see this scene. Qian Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Gu Xing, on the other hand, sighed helplessly, covering his forehead. Sun Yinshi's words were too blunt, sending her almost felt like a wasted effort. At this point, Gu Xing had no choice but to step forward to smooth things over. The genius battle happens to need one more person, and your ability is quite good. If you don't want to, it's okay to just leave." As he spoke, he pulled Sun Yinshi aside to make room for Lu Yaoyao, while keeping an eye on her status bar, watching it slowly change from extreme fear to severe fear. Although she was still scared, it was clearly easing. Lu Yaoyao no longer tried to run, standing there with her head lowered, slowly moving toward the corner without saying a word. Gu Xing knew she was thinking, so he stepped back a little and pulled Sun Yinshi, who was about to speak, further away. After a while, the status bar changed to moderate fear, and Gu Xing spoke again. "Do you have any questions? You can tell me, or tell her she's the team leader." He pointed at Sun Yinshi, pushing the responsibility of the team leader onto her with one sentence. Sun Yinshi was momentarily stunned but still accepted it, nodding and saying, "All right, as long as you let me take a look at." "Stop talking nonsense," Gu Xing said helplessly. Lu Yaoyao remained silent for a long time, taking several deep breaths as if trying to muster courage, then softly said, "Then, if I join, can you help my mom get a divorce?" Her voice still trembled, but there was a hint of determination and pleading in her tone. Gu Xing was taken aback. What was this about now? He noticed the obvious marks of strangulation on Lu Yaoyao's neck beneath her school uniform collar. Domestic violence? Qian Yuan leaned over and whispered. Her father became disabled due to the alien beast riots, and then got addicted to gambling, and a person naturally carrying a hint of darkness could still be so strong it made him feel gratified. If she went to the Paradise Lost, who knows what major events might unfold, and she might even be specially trained by those people. Thinking of this, Gu Xing looked at Sun Yinshi and asked, "So, does this ability qualify her to join the team?" Having someone like her around actually made him feel more at ease. Sun Yinshi remained silent for a moment, then walked up to Lu Yaoyao, tightly held her hand, and said earnestly, "I will help you resolve that matter as soon as possible. Please, you must become my teammate." She understood that while her ice magic was powerful, there were gaps during casting, and she urgently needed someone to draw the enemy's attention. Lu Yaoyao's ability perfectly compensated for this flaw. Not only could she control enemies, but she could also weaken their defenses. Sun Yinshi desperately needed this support, no matter the cost. "Sun, classmate." Lu Yaoyao's hands were trembling, startled by Sun Yinshi's enthusiasm. "Gu Xing, there's no need to be this passionate, right?" Qian Yuan watched the scene unfold and quietly said to Gu Xing, "I feel like this looks like two girls suddenly sparking some chemistry." Gu Xing glanced at Qian Yuan. "Didn't expect you to understand this kind of thing." Qian Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. "It's not like I wanted to watch this, my sisters forced me to." And so, the list for the genius battle was finally confirmed. Gu Xing, Gao Yuan, Su Dong, Sun Yinshi, Lu Yaoyao, Qian Fengying, Qian Yuan, and Zhou Changming. Shunyan looked at the submitted registration form, glanced at Gu Xing, then at Lu Yaoyao, who was lowering her head, and remained silent for a moment. He hadn't expected Gu Xing to recruit such strong players. After all, he had always underestimated Gu Xing, thinking that an introverted and solitary girl couldn't possibly have such great potential. Could this be the power of that person the principal mentioned? Thinking of this, Xinyan set the form down and said, "All right, since the list is confirmed, tomorrow is a day off. The day after, the school will organize an outdoor class training. You all will come with me. I'll personally lead the team and help you bond." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison and then dispersed after school. Gu Xing walked home, silently sighing. Logically, he should have the day off the day after tomorrow, but this time he had to participate in the genius battle. "Looks like I need to let my sister know," Gu Xing muttered. When he got home, the place was empty. He was about to pick up his phone to message Guyu when he saw several unread messages on it. "Guyu, brother, I've gone to school. I'll be back during the holidays. Guyu, by the way, don't go near the outskirts of the base city recently, it's chaotic there right now. Guyu, why haven't you replied yet? Did you turn on Do Not Disturb again? Guyu, angry.jpg Guyu, my phone is about to be confiscated. Leave a message if it's urgent, if not, call my teacher." Seeing these, Gu Xing suddenly remembered that he had been immersed in training recently and had turned on Do Not Disturb. He turned it off and replied with a simple, "Okay." Guyu didn't reply. Gu Xing walked to the living room and sat down, looking at the unfinished test papers on the table. He glanced around the empty house and sighed. Being busy is still better. I wonder when Mom and Dad will come back. Gu Xing felt a bit troubled. His parents had gone on a business trip to another city where the internet was restricted and it was uncertain when they could get in touch. At that moment, his phone rang. Gu Xing looked at it. It was Qian Yuan, who had created a small group chat. Qian Yuan, WeChat red packet, wishing everyone wealth and success. Qian Yuan at everyone. Come grab the red packet and test your luck. Gu Xing didn't hesitate to grab it. After all, free money shouldn't be wasted. This time, the luck-based red packet totaled 200 yuan, split among 8 people. Gu Xing got 10 yuan. Gu Xing, so annoying. After the red packet was distributed, Gu Xing got 10 yuan, while Qian Yuan alone got 100 yuan. The others each got around 20 yuan. Zhou Changming. Thank you, boss.jpg Qian Fengying. Thank you, boss.jpg Qian Yuan at Gu Xing haha. Xingji. Your luck is really terrible. Sun Yanxi. Is this the Genius Battle Group? Qian Yuan. Yep, no one created a group, so I did. Qian Yuan. By the way, let us have a gathering tomorrow to get to know each other. This meal is on me. Everyone else said they were free. Gu Xing thought about it. He didn't have any plans for tomorrow either, so he agreed. Sun Yanxi. I might not be free in the morning tomorrow, but I can finish things up by the afternoon. Qian Yuan. That fast? Are you still at the base perimeter? Sun Yanxi? Gu Xing looked at their conversation and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Sun Yanxi was incredibly fast. She had said this morning that she needed to resolve something quickly, and by the afternoon, it was already done. Lu Yaoyao's mother had been unable to resolve the issue for years, but Sun Yanxi managed to handle it in less than a day. The Sun family's strength was truly extraordinary. However, remembering Gu Yu's reminder, Gu Xing typed, Gu Xing, it's not safe there recently. Be careful not to get into trouble. Sun Yanxi, got it. Do you have time tonight? Gu Xing. Who is she talking to? He was about to ignore it, but suddenly remembered that when he had asked Sun Yanxi for help a few days ago, she had mentioned wanting to PK. Could she mean that after finishing her tasks this afternoon and tomorrow morning, she'd rush back for lunch and still want to PK with him in the evening? So rushed? Gu Xing felt a bit speechless but still agreed. I have time. He knew that if he didn't fulfill this agreement quickly, Sun Yanxi would definitely pester him every day. Sun Yanxi. Great. Let us go together then. Gu Xing. Okay. At this moment, Su Dong sent a TSK emoji. The group chat fell silent. Qian Yuan secretly sent a private message to Gu Xing. Qian Yuan. Xingji. I feel like Su Dong is targeting you. Want me to take care of him for you? Qian Yuan. Slit throat emoji. Gu Xing. Have you been watching gangster movies again recently? Qian Yuan. Xingji, how did you know? Gu Xing remained silent, put down his phone, and rubbed his temples. He really couldn't figure out how he had offended this person, but there were plenty of people who disliked him, and he couldn't be bothered to care. Gu Xing muted the punishment notifications and happily continued his cultivation. After cultivating for a while, Gu Xing stared at the slowly increasing star points and sighed. It's still simpler to just capture those people from Lost Paradise. Thinking about what Gu Yu had said about the base perimeter, it was too far. It was almost noon now, and going back and forth would take half a day, meaning he wouldn't be able to attend the afternoon gathering. How about asking Qian Yuan? Gu Xing thought it was a good idea and took out his phone to send Qian Yuan a message. Gu Xing, have you guys caught any dangerous individuals recently? Qian Yuan. Xingji, why are you suddenly asking this? Qian Yuan. Wait a moment, I'll go ask. Not long after, Qian Yuan replied. Qian Yuan. I asked. The old man said things have been pretty calm recently. Did you discover something? Gu Xing. Nothing. He sighed. It seemed this matter couldn't be rushed. Gu Xing. What time is the gathering? I'll check when to head out. Qian Yuan. Not decided yet. It depends on when Sun Yanxi finishes. But I can't reach her right now. She's been out of contact since this morning. Out of contact? Gu Xing's brows furrowed, and he immediately switched to the main interface to dial Sun Yanxi's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently powered off. Please try again later. Gu Xing hung up, his brows tightly knit. She should have kept her phone on while helping Lu Yaoyao with things. Why is it off now? Could something dangerous have happened? Qian Yuan. Xingji. I suspect something happened to Sun Yanxi. Should we call the police? Seeing the words, call the police, Gu Xing felt helpless. Gu Xing, reporting won't help if she's been missing for less than 48 hours. You need to get the Sun family to send someone to investigate fictional setting. Don't take it seriously. Qian Yuan, the Sun family? The police chief here is from the Sun family, the one who often appears on TV. Sun Jian. Gu Xing fell silent. It seemed he really didn't understand the Sun family's powerful influence. Gu Xing, all right, go ahead and report it. Just as he said this, he suddenly thought of something. Isn't this a great opportunity to earn star points? The criteria for earning star points depend on whether he has been helpful. Perhaps if he pretends to be a concerned citizen and provides the police with the location of that group, the star points could count as his. Gu Xing quickly sent a message. Wait until I tell you to report, then report. Give me Lu Yaoyao's address. Qian Yuan. Xingji, you're not really going, are you? Take me with you. Gu Xing, you're too heavy. If there's danger, I won't be able to save you. Qian Yuan. No love for me, Xingji. Thus, Gu Xing quietly headed to the outskirts of the base. He took a bus from the inner city to the outer city, then a taxi to Lu Yaoyao's neighborhood. As soon as he entered the neighborhood, Gu Xing immediately felt the difference between here and the inner city. The outer city was already inferior to the inner city, and this place was even worse. I didn't expect Lu Yaoyao to live in a place like this, Gu Xing thought. Fortunately, high school tuition fees are now waived. Otherwise, with Lu Yaoyao's circumstances, she might not even be able to attend high school. To avoid drawing attention, Gu Xing pulled up his hood and walked into the neighborhood, hunched over. The buildings were very close to each other, and Gu Xing saw a scantily clad woman standing under a streetlight, throwing flirtatious glances. Hey, handsome, here for some fun? The woman immediately approached when she saw Gu Xing coming closer, but he easily dodged her. Do you work here all the time? Gu Xing asked. The woman sized him up and smiled even more brightly. Didn't expect you to be quite handsome. Want to have some fun with me? Gu Xing ignored her teasing and pulled a few bills out of his backpack. Do you know a student named Lu Yaoyao? The moment the woman saw the money, her eyes lit up, and her smile became much more genuine. She nodded immediately. I know. Lu Yaoyao, that kid with the lame leg. Gu Xing handed her the money, then took out another stack and said, Tell me everything you know, and this will be yours. The woman, seeing more money, immediately snatched it, her face blooming with a smile like a flower, and began to speak. I've seen Lu Yaoyao. That kid looks strange. Whoever sees him gets scared. His name even has Yaoyao in it. Sounds unlucky. That cripple used to live quite well with his wife, but after he broke his leg, his temper changed. His leg wasn't bitten off by a beast. I saw with my own eyes that it was broken by a group of people. I know a few of them, they're loan sharks. That time, the beast only bit his leg a little, it didn't break. His mom has been trying to divorce him, but hasn't succeeded. She often gets beaten by him and still has to pay off debts. But today, I saw that mother and daughter were picked up by a car. I'm just curious, why suddenly threaten with death to get a divorce? Turns out they found someone rich. TSK. Picked up by a car, and suddenly causing a divorce. When were they picked up by the car? And when did the divorce commotion start? The woman thought for a moment. They were picked up yesterday afternoon. As for the divorce commotion, it should have started this month. Besides Lu Yaoyao and her mom, did you see anyone else? The woman nodded. I saw a pretty young girl, same grade as Lu Yaoyao. Did they leave together? Yes, they left together. Gu Xing continued to ask, Is Lu Yaoyao's dad still living here? The woman nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and sneered. Yeah. Where else could that broke cripple go? Yesterday, he even tried to freeload off me, but I scolded him away. He said he'd send someone to find me today. Him? If no one owes him money, he's lucky not to get beaten up. Gu Xing nodded in thanks and quickly left, organizing the information in his mind as he walked. Now he knew that Sun Yanxi and Lu Yaoyao were still conscious yesterday and left together with Lu Yaoyao's mom, but they were schemed against along the way. Suddenly causing a divorce and threatening with death, this indicated that Lu Yaoyao's dad must be planning something big. According to the woman, it seemed her dad was gambling and wanted to sell Lu Yaoyao for money, but her mom found out, leading to the divorce commotion. From the woman's last words, Someone from Lu Yaoyao's family should come today. Gu Xing walked deeper into the neighborhood, arriving in front of a dilapidated, low four-story building that looked like it could collapse at any moment. He stopped and glanced down at the address. That's right, this is the place. Gu Xing stepped onto the creaky wooden stairs and climbed to the fourth floor, knocking on the door. Knock, 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 coming, coming. A voice responded excitedly from inside, and the door clicked open. You've finally come, my money. The man saw Gu Xing, and his smile froze instantly. Gu Xing sized up the man with a prosthetic left leg, ignored his earlier words, and smiled faintly, asking, "Excuse me, is Lu Yaoyao home?" The man's expression turned tense upon hearing this. He glanced at Gu Xing and frowned, asking, "Who are you? Why are you looking for Lu Yaoyao?" Gu Xing lowered his head and pretended to be obedient, answering, "I'm Lu Yaoyao's classmate. We're supposed to meet up before the genius competition to get to know each other. I couldn't reach her, so I came over." The man asked suspiciously, "You're also participating in the competition? The one that only people with exceptional talent can enter?" Gu Xing nodded and smiled earnestly. "Yes, I'm the vice captain of the team." After hearing this, the man's eyes showed greed, and he smiled while stepping aside. "All right, my daughter went out to buy something. You can wait inside." "Thank you, uncle." Gu Xing politely thanked him and walked straight in. The man watched Gu Xing enter the house, peeked outside to ensure no one was watching, then closed and locked the door. Hearing the sound of the door locking, Gu Xing's eyelid twitched slightly. Is this guy stupid? Locking the door while asking him to wait, anyone with a bit of intelligence wouldn't make it so obvious. However, Gu Xing pretended not to notice and obediently sat on the worn-out sofa to wait. He wasn't waiting for Lu Yaoyao, but for the person the man was supposed to meet. Earlier, Gu Xing had deliberately showcased his value. Any student participating in the genius competition would have high talent, and selling them would surely fetch a good price. The man happened to be collecting money, and if the contact arrived, taking Gu Xing away wouldn't be an issue. Judging by the man's attitude, that person should be arriving soon. Thinking of this, Gu Xing sent a message to Qian Yuan and then deleted the chat record. The man didn't notice Gu Xing's subtle actions and shuffled into the kitchen. After a while, he came out holding a glass of water. "Classmate, have some water," the man said with a smile, handing over the glass. Gu Xing accepted it politely, glancing at the semi-transparent liquid floating in the water and the white powder at the bottom of the glass. He tilted his head back and drank it all, smacking his lips to taste it. The flavor wasn't great, and it was a bit harsh on the throat. Seeing Gu Xing finish the water, the man's smile became even more genuine. Lu Yaoyao was worth a lot of money, and her classmate, though he hadn't mentioned how much he could sell for, clearly had significant value based on his tone. Moreover, he was the vice captain of the competition team, which made him even more valuable. The man thought this to himself, his fake smile of goodwill quickly turning into greed. Soon, Gu Xing clutched his head, pretending to be on the verge of fainting, and found a comfortable position to lie down with his eyes closed. Seeing Gu Xing pass out, the man laughed heartily and began muttering to himself, "Humph, once I have money, I'll take revenge on everyone." Gu Xing quietly spat out the substance he had just drunk onto his black hoodie while listening to the man's plans for the future and silently calculating the time. Although this place was in the outer city, it would take some time for the Sun family to arrive from the inner city, but not too long. If he delayed any longer, they would arrive. And how would he continue his undercover mission to earn star points? At that moment, Gu Xing felt a familiar presence approaching. It was someone from Paradise Lost. Finally, they were here. Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed his body, and adjusted his breathing. A man dressed in black entered the room, his brows furrowed. For some reason, his mood worsened as soon as he stepped inside. Seeing the greedy and arrogant demeanor of the lame man, the man in black felt a surge of disgust. He took out a briefcase and said directly, "The money is all here." The lame man was startled by the sudden appearance of the newcomer, but upon seeing the briefcase, he immediately walked over, took it, and opened it. Stacks of neatly arranged banknotes came into view, and the man's eyes turned red. So much money. Truly too much. He knew Lu Yaoyao's price, and it was nowhere near this amount. This must include the money from that student. It accounted for 4/5 of the total. I'm leaving. Things are tense lately. Don't contact me again, the man in black said, preparing to leave, but was stopped by the crippled man. Wait a moment, brother, I met a talented kid today. The man pointed to Gu Xing, who was unconscious on the sofa, and said, it's him. He's also a student participating in the genius battle, definitely gifted. The man in black looked at the unconscious Gu Xing, his gaze becoming complicated. How did he end up here? These gifted kids were hard to take away. Managing to take one in a month was already good. How come 3 had been brought in within 2 days? Could this be a trap? He's the vice captain, came looking for Lu Yaoyao. I kept him here directly. If I let him go, he'd definitely expose us, so I drugged him unconscious. The crippled man said smugly. Although the man in black felt it was unlikely to be such a coincidence, the logic made sense. Maybe this guy was just lucky. Thinking of this, the man in black grew even angrier. Hey, you did well. Then the money. The crippled man asked cautiously, greed flashing in his eyes. Relax, this money is worth more than your life. With that, the man in black directly chopped off the crippled man's head. The man in black led Gu Xing into a room, took out handcuffs, bound Gu Xing's hands behind his back, and then threw him into a cage. After everything was arranged, the man left. Once the man was gone, Gu Xing stared at the identity panel of the man in front of him and decisively chose luck 10. Just after completing this step, Gu Xing felt someone approaching him. Gu Xing. Hearing a familiar voice, Gu Xing opened his eyes and met Sun Yanqi's gaze. Seeing that he wasn't unconscious, Sun Yanqi asked, you don't seem to be pretending. Did you come here on purpose? Gu Xing propped himself up and looked around. There were only the 2 of them, and no guards. Your phone couldn't be reached, so I came to check. I really didn't expect this to happen. Sun Yanqi sighed helplessly. After all, his current image was that of a pitiful and weak person, always waiting for someone to rescue him. You're lying, Sun Yanqi said coldly. Gu Xing. Lying shouldn't be exposed so directly, right? He didn't want to continue this topic, so he looked around and, not seeing Lu Yaoyao, asked, where's Lu Yaoyao? Why isn't she here? Those people took her away directly. She hasn't come back yet. Do you know where they took her? No idea. All right. First, let's deal with the handcuffs. Sun Yanqi watched Gu Xing struggle and advised him. These handcuffs are made of special metal. Spiritual power can't be used, so you can't break them. But under her surprised gaze, Gu Xing forcibly deformed the handcuffs. He casually tossed the metal handcuffs aside, rubbed his wrists, and looked at Sun Yanqi, full of confusion. I think it's fine. The power of the stars is an essential, versatile force for home and travel. It can both enhance and weaken. Sun Yanqi put away her shock, turned around, and took out her handcuffs. Help me unlock these, please. Gu Xing didn't say much and directly helped her open the handcuffs. Since the location was already determined, Gu Xing took out his phone to make a rescue call, only to find there was no signal. Don't bother looking. There's definitely a signal jammer here. But global communication still works. I've already sent the location, and someone will be here soon. Gu Xing was shocked. You actually have global communication? Ever since the spiritual energy revival, all instruments couldn't penetrate the atmosphere, and satellite communication was completely cut off. Later, the authorities developed another type of global communication. It is established through spiritual void channels, allowing signals to be received even underground. It was something she led her team to build over several years. Even now, buying a global communication device is extremely expensive, and the equipment is as big as a brick. Yes, it was a coming-of-age gift from my father. Sun Yanqi lowered her head to look at the watch on her wrist, the screen showing that the coordinates had been successfully sent. Gu Xing looked at the fact that such a large global communication device could fit into a watch and twitched the corner of his mouth. The communication chip must be custom-made, possibly using space compression and expansion technology. Impressive. The power of capital is truly eye-opening. At this moment, Sun Yanqi suddenly frowned, her fingers calculating something. What's wrong? Gu Xing knew Sun Yanqi's innate talent was her sixth sense. Her sudden change in expression definitely meant she sensed something. Sun Yanqi shook her head. No, there are too many changes. I need to calculate carefully. As she spoke, she took out a coin to perform divination, but sensing Gu Xing's gaze, She quickly glanced at the coin in her hand. Turn your head away. If someone else was watching, her results would be inaccurate. However, Gu Xing's sharp eyesight was extraordinary. He could see the result even before the coin was revealed, which would make the outcome inaccurate. Although Gu Xing didn't understand the reason, now wasn't the time for conversation. He obediently turned around and, in the meantime, activated his prophecy to calculate Lu Yaoyao's situation. Seeing Gu Xing turn away, Sun Yinshi held the coin between her index finger and thumb, closed her eyes, muttered under her breath, and then tossed the coin into the air. When the coin fell, she covered it with her hand, then slowly opened her eyes and gently moved her hand away. At the same time, Gu Xing's prophecy results also appeared. Lord level, King level, Calamity level. Gu Xing was baffled. What was this? Why was it suddenly talking about the levels of exotic beasts? Unable to figure it out, he turned to ask Sun Yinshi, "Did you calculate it?" Sun Yinshi looked at the coin's face and shook her head. No result. All right then, Gu Xing muttered, feeling that her companion talent wasn't very useful, and continued his own thoughts. Sun Yinshi glanced at Gu Xing, then looked down at the coin in her hand. Every time she went out, she habitually calculated her fortune. Yesterday, to resolve Lu Yaoyao's matter, she had also done a calculation. Not resolving it, a basket full of bad luck. Resolving it, still endless misfortune. Her grandfather had once said that no decision leads to a dead end. If it does, it must be because some massive variable has altered everyone's fate trajectory. Just now, the result she calculated was great fortune. Gu Xing frowned in thought. This was just an elite squad. There shouldn't be any existence above the Lord level. The last time he encountered a Lord level situation, his prophecy was absolutely accurate. So what did his prophecy about Lord level, King level, and Calamity level mean? Suddenly, he recalled the introduction to Lu Yaoyao's companion talent. Discovered and nurtured her, she should belong to. He remembered how he had once mocked her for having a natural villainous appearance. A bad premonition surged in Gu Xing's heart. This is bad. We need to find Lu Yaoyao immediately. Seeing Gu Xing's face turn grim, Sun Yinshi guessed that he must know what was about to happen. Gu Xing quickly calculated with his hands and pointed in a direction. I hope we're not too late, Gu Xing silently prayed. He was well aware that Lu Yaoyao's psychological defenses were already fragile. Now that she was being targeted by Paradise Lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. With just a little manipulation, she could very likely turn to their side. If Lu Yaoyao were truly bewitched by them, she would become a pawn in their hands, at least a Lord-level existence. A Lord-level existence. Gu Xing gritted his teeth. She was the ally he had painstakingly found. If she were taken by Paradise Lost and became their core strength, he absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Meanwhile, Lu Yaoyao was locked in a dim room. Her eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a painting on the door emitting a faint glow. The painting was a sea of red, thick as if formed by gathered blood. Several white skeletons floated on the surface, each in a different posture. Seeing these skeletons, Lu Yaoyao's fear reached its peak. They were clearly just skeletons, yet she could see their faces. Those skeletons were all people she hated: the classmates who bullied her, the indifferent neighbors, and the father who once tried to strangle her. A voice kept echoing in her mind. Kill those people. They don't deserve to live in this world. Humans are selfish, greedy, and foolish. Look, this world is so corrupt. Why not destroy it? Humans on this planet have never stood on the side of justice. Lu Yaoyao was so terrified that she kept retreating, not daring to approach the door. She leaned against the wall, slowly squatted down, covered her head with her hands, and gently rocked herself, whispering, "No, no." Her body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with despair and fear. She closed her eyes, unwilling to look at the painting anymore, but the voice continued to echo in her ears. The sound grew stronger, pulling at her thoughts. The red waves in the painting surged violently, and she recalled those memories. She didn't want to revisit the look in her father's eyes when he tried to strangle her, the whispers of the neighbors, the cold distance of her classmates. She hadn't done anything wrong. It was all because of these damned eyes. Just because of these eyes, she had endured so much pain. Why? Why should she? The voice kept tempting her. amplifying her inner hatred and despair infinitely. Maybe the voice was right, this world was a mistake. If it could be destroyed. Lu Yaoyao slowly stood up, her gaze hollow, her legs moving involuntarily toward the painting. She reached out to touch the painting, the red ocean seemingly extending bloody hands to drag her into the abyss. At this critical moment, the door was suddenly slammed open, and Gu Xing and Sun Yinshi rushed in. The painting was embedded in the door, and as the door broke, the Red Sea in the painting spread rapidly like boiling blood, self-igniting into smoke and finally dissipating, leaving only an empty frame. Lu Yaoyao, what's wrong with you? Sun Yinshi's gaze immediately locked onto Lu Yaoyao trembling in the corner. She wanted to step forward to comfort her, but was stopped by Gu Xing's outstretched hand. Gu Xing stared at the panel next to Lu Yaoyao, seeing the status bar filled with negative emotions: extreme fear, extreme sadness, extreme anger, moderate confusion, moderate breakdown. His brows furrowed. He looked around the room. It was dim and unlit, with only faint light seeping through the door crack. Apart from their breathing and Lu Yaoyao's faint sobs, the surroundings were deathly silent. But Gu Xing knew this was far more than just claustrophobia. Lu Yaoyao's emotional breakdown and even confusion indicated something much more serious had happened. At this moment, the sound of police sirens came from afar, growing closer. The sound made Lu Yaoyao tremble violently. She looked up at the doorway, her eyes full of fear. On the status bar, confusion and world weariness began to appear. Sigh, things were getting complicated. Gu Xing turned to Sun Yinshi, gave her a few instructions, and after a worried glance at Lu Yaoyao, Sun Yinshi finally nodded and left. Gu Xing took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice, and asked, "Do you still remember me?" Lu Yaoyao looked up, trying to make out the person in front of her through her heavy bangs and tear-blurred vision. Her lips moved slightly, her voice trembling. "You are Gu Xing." Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. They could still communicate. Being able to communicate meant she hadn't been completely brainwashed by Paradise Lost. However, judging by her world-weary and chaotic state, there probably wasn't much time left. After all, the people in Paradise Lost didn't value life at all, a group of extreme lunatics, fanatically worshipping ferocious beasts. Gu Xing was calculating in his mind how to start the conversation and get Lu Yaoyao to explain why she had become so chaotic. Before he could speak, Lu Yaoyao spoke first. "Do you think my existence was a mistake from the beginning?" Gu Xing looked up at her, seeing the tear stains still on her cheeks as she slowly recounted her past experiences. "When I was born, I scared a doctor into fainting. My dad thought I was a curse and even wanted to throw me to my death. He named me Yao, meaning short-lived. Later, as I grew older, I used my bangs to cover my eyes. My classmates thought I was weird. Someone lifted my bangs, and after seeing my eyes, they all backed away in fear. I didn't do anything wrong. My eyes are natural. Why do they look at me like that? I've tried my best to avoid and cover up, but why are there always bad people who want to tear open my scars?" At this point, Lu Yaoyao's voice was filled with despair and anger. If I gouged out everyone's eyes." Gu Xing! Exclamation point. Hearing this, he could hardly believe it. Such an introverted girl could actually say something about gouging out eyes. As expected, the brainwashing skills of those Paradise Lost people were truly strong. Gu Xing looked around, but found no signs of brainwashing materials. However, none of that mattered now. The most urgent thing was to comfort Lu Yaoyao. So, Gu Xing organized Lu Yaoyao's words and first affirmed her feelings. "I understand how you feel. Let us sort this out together. First of all, your eyes are indeed special. It's normal for the doctor to be startled, right?" Lu Yaoyao nodded. "Yes, even the nurses were scared of me." But do you know what newborns need to go through when they're born?" Lu Yaoyao shook her head. She didn't know. Newborns need their umbilical cord cut, their bodies cleaned, their weight measured. Do you think you could do all that by yourself? Lu Yaoyao froze. That's right. All of that required the nurse's help before she could be held in her mother's arms. So, did everyone else fear me too? Not everyone. Did Sun Yinshi distance herself from you after seeing your eyes? And me, did I distance myself from you? Lu Yaoyao froze again, her lips trembling as she retorted, "But my dad, he named me Yao. But in the end, you're called Yao Yao. aren't you? Gu Xing interrupted her, his tone calm. One yao means short-lived, but two yao that essay term from the Book of Songs. The peach tree is flourishing, its blossoms brilliant. In this context, yao refers to something vibrant and flourishing. Lu Yaoyao froze, somewhat incredulous. Is that so? Gu Xing nodded and summarized. So, the unusual circumstances of your birth are not your fault. Your eyes are your unique mark. This world is sometimes too narrow-minded, unable to tolerate even a little difference. Everyone has something special, yours is just more obvious. Tears welled up in Lu Yaoyao's eyes, her body trembling slightly. Is that so? Gu Xing saw the chaotic state in Lu Yaoyao disappear, stepped forward, and gently patted her shoulder. I know there are many fools in this world, but you can't keep focusing on them. You need to look at normal people, like your mom. Lu Yaoyao's eyes trembled slightly. Mom. At this moment, Sun Yinshi had just rescued Lu Yaoyao's mother, and they hurried over. Yaoyao. Her mother called her name. Once, Lu Yaoyao hated this name, but now? Flourishing and vibrant. Huh. Her tears couldn't help but flow as she threw herself into her mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Sun Yinshi walked over, looked at Gu Xing, then at the crying Lu Yaoyao, and asked what had happened. The shielding device here was turned off, and Gu Xing could access the internet. He checked. The original meaning of Yaoyao was indeed what he had just said, but now no one knew it anymore. Because this world had no book of songs, he would need time to study it. Why does being a psychologist also require becoming a historian? At this moment, the system panel popped up. Due to your intervention, Paradise Lost has lost an important member. 1 star points plus 50. Your actions triggered a chain reaction, saving 100,000 humans. Star points plus 10 star points. 77.4 Gu Xing. Exclamation point. Instantly financially free. Fine, I'll be both a psychologist and a historian. So Gu Xing whispered to Sun Yinshi. Don't let Lu Yaoyao touch her phone for now. If she asks about the meaning of her name, don't tell her either. Sun Yinshi was baffled but still nodded in agreement. However, the historian's work could wait. He needed to ask Lu Yaoyao what had happened first. But still, do you think my existence itself is a mistake? Gu Xing looked up at her, seeing tears streaming down her cheeks as she slowly recounted the things that had happened to her. When I was born, I scared a doctor into fainting. My father thought I was bad luck and wanted to throw me to death, even naming me Yao, meaning early death. Later, as I grew up, I used bangs to cover my eyes. My classmates thought I was weird. Someone lifted my bangs, saw my eyes, and ran away in fear. I clearly didn't do anything wrong. My eyes are natural. Why do they look at me like that? I've tried my best to avoid it, to cover my eyes. But why are there always bad people who want to uncover my scars? At this point, Lu Yaoyao's voice was filled with despair and anger. If I could gouge out everyone's eyes. Gu Xing! Exclamation point. Hearing this, he could hardly believe it. Such an introverted girl would actually say something about gouging out eyes. That it seems the methods used by the Paradise Lost group to brainwash people are truly ruthless. Gu Xing looked around, but couldn't he find any tools that could be used for brainwashing. However, that wasn't the main point right now. The most important thing was to comfort Lu Yaoyao. So, Gu Xing organized Lu Yaoyao's words and first affirmed her, I understand your feelings. Let us sort this out first. First of all, your eyes are indeed very special. It's normal for the doctor to faint, right? Lu Yaoyao nodded. Yes, those nurses are all afraid of me. Do you know what happens when newborns are born? Lu Yaoyao shook her head. She didn't know. Cutting the umbilical cord, cleaning the body. Wang, do you think these things happen out of thin air? Lu Yaoyao froze. That's right. All of these require the help of nurses. Only after these tasks are done can she be placed in her mother's arms. Do other people also fear me? Not everyone fears you. Did Sun Yinshi leave after seeing your eyes? Would I leave you? Lu Yaoyao froze again, her lips trembling slightly as she retorted, but my father, he named me Yao, but aren't you now called Yaoyao? Gu Xing interrupted her, his tone calm. One Yao means early death, but two Yao their essay mentioned in the Book of Songs. The peach tree is flourishing, its blossoms glowing brightly. Here, Yao describes flowers blooming beautifully and abundantly. Lu Yaoyao froze, incredulous. Really? Gu Xing nodded and concluded. So, The difference at your birth wasn't your fault. Your eyes are your unique mark. This world is sometimes too narrow-minded to accept differences. But everyone has something special about them. Yours is just more obvious. Tears glimmered in Lu Yaoyao's eyes, and her body trembled slightly. Is that really true? Gu Xing saw her chaotic state dissipate, stepped forward, and gently patted her shoulder. I know there are plenty of fools in this world, but you can't keep focusing on them. You need to look at the normal people like your mom. Lu Yaoyao's eyes trembled. Mom, at that moment, Sun Yinshi arrived with Lu Yaoyao's mother. Yaoyao. Her mother called her name. Lu Yaoyao had once hated this name to the core, but now flourishing and beautiful. Lu Yaoyao burst into tears, throwing herself into her mother's arms, crying her heart out. Sun Yinshi walked over, looked at Gu Xing, then at the crying Lu Yaoyao, and asked what had happened. The shielding device was turned off, and Gu Xing opened the internet to search. In his previous life, the meaning of Yaoyao was indeed as he had said, but there was no book of songs here, so he would need time to study. Why does being a psychologist also require being a historian? At that moment, the system panel popped up. Due to your intervention, Paradise Lost has lost an important member. 1 star points plus 50 due to your actions. You saved 100,000 humans. Star points plus 10 star points. 77.4 Gu Xing. Suddenly, he was a bit wealthy. All right, I'll be both a psychologist and a historian. So, he whispered to Sun Yinshi, don't let Lu Yaoyao touch her phone for now. If she asks about the meaning of your name, don't tell her. Sun Yinshi looked bewildered but still nodded in agreement. However, being a historian could wait for now. They needed to ask Lu Yaoyao what had happened. Before Gu Xing could speak, Lu Yaoyao fainted, and the status bar showed emotional overload. Gu Xing. Let's leave first, Sun Yinshi said. Looking at Gu Xing glanced around the dim room and shook his head. You take this mother and daughter to the hospital first. I still have something to deal with here. Sun Yinshi stared at Gu Xing and asked, so you can't fight with me today either? Gu Xing looked confused. Is her mind entirely focused on fighting? He could only reply helplessly. Maybe later, if there's a chance. All right then. Seeing there was no hope, Sun Yinshi simply turned and left without hesitation. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief, took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and began carefully inspecting the room. There was nothing here, but he was still searching for clues. He couldn't believe that just being locked in a small confinement room could drive someone to such extreme states of chaos and nihilism. He examined the walls around him but found nothing unusual, then slowly closed the door. As he did, he noticed a frame behind the door. It was a wooden door without windows, but it had several unused protrusions that seemed decorative. Gu Xing gestured with his hand and felt that something rectangular must have been fixed here before. Something must have been hanging here. He thought. There were too many possibilities for what could have been hung, but no traces were left behind. He could only wait for Lu Yaoyao to wake up or for the interrogation results to come out. That evening, Lu Yaoyao finally woke up. Her physical condition was fine, but she was shaken and needed some time to rest. Gu Xing asked her about her memories of the small dark room, but Lu Yaoyao couldn't recall anything. I only remember the room being very dark, my mind in chaos, and just wanting to kill everyone. Then you came, she said, her voice trembling as she recalled. All right, don't think too much about it. Just rest well, Gu Xing said, unable to get any useful information. He hung up the phone, feeling a bit helpless. As for the interrogation results, Gu Xing already had an idea, as he had received 4 star point notifications one after another. Now he had 82.4 star points in his possession, but he didn't feel happy about it at all. Nihilism. I think I've heard this term before, from the principal. That Meng Shihui had the same thing. But what connection could there be between Lu Yaoyao and Meng Shihui? Gu Xing lay on his bed, unable to sleep. He felt there was some link between the two, but he lacked the crucial clue. Their ages don't match, their personalities are different, their identities don't align, and they aren't even related. Sigh, I can't figure it out. I might as well try out my new skill. He suddenly sat up and picked up a small mirror that Guyu had left in the living room. To open the system panel, he had to see the other party. Gu Xing discovered that using a phone camera wouldn't work. He could only operate through a mirror or other reflective objects. The moonlight outside was bright, and he didn't bother turning on the light. After all, He wasn't looking at the mirror, but opening the panel to check the skill list. Would you like to spend 50 star points to awaken a new skill? Seeing the locked skill, Gu Xing took a deep breath and chose yes. Unlock successful phantom presence. Reduce presence. Conceal or recurrent remaining star points. 32.4 After unlocking the skill, Gu Xing clearly felt how to use the power of the stars to hide his aura. According to the additional memories from the system, this concealed aura includes details like sound and smell. As long as he doesn't actively reveal his presence, even if he stands right in front of someone, they will automatically overlook him. Gu Xing's eyes lit up. A divine skill, perfect for slacking off. However, the higher the skill level, the more star points it consumes to hide himself, and he wasn't yet sure of the exact range. Can this skill evade the tracking of those dog noses in the Lost Paradise? At this moment, the system popped up a prompt. Note: this skill can block any detection. Oh, I see. Gu Xing finally felt relieved. If it hadn't been for the police car's sound distracting that person last time, he might have been killed instead of being taken away. So unlocking the next skill requires 100 star points. Unlocking a new skill requires 100 star points. Insufficient star points. Current star points. 32.4 Gu Xing. Of course, it can't be that easy. Looking at the remaining star points in his hand, he thought for a moment and decided to enhance his attributes first. After all, his current attributes were a bit low, and the skills were sufficient for now, so there was no rush to unlock new ones. Thus, a new attribute panel appeared before him. Strength, 25 Constitution, 25 Spirit, 25 Agility, 25 Luck, 0 remaining star points. For point 4, Gu Xing looked at the panel and felt quite satisfied, but seeing that luck was 0, he felt a bit disappointed. Forget it, this will do. He lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and didn't want to face reality. The next day, Xin Yan called Gu Xing and Sun Yinshi to the office to ask about what happened yesterday. Sun Yinshi reported the situation to Shun Yan, and Gu Xing added, regarding that room, it still needs a thorough investigation. This matter might be related to the incident that occurred in Lingshu at the time. After listening, Xin Yan glanced at Gu Xing and nodded. All right, I understand. Lu Yaoyao won't be back today. I'll approve her leave first. You take this leave note to the director. As he spoke, Xin Yan quickly wrote the leave note, tore it off, and handed it to Gu Xing. Then he turned to ask Sun Yinshi. Do you want to take a few days off too? Sun Yinshi shook her head. No need. I'm fine. Gu Xing was about to leave, but upon hearing there was a chance to slack off, he immediately pointed at himself and said, Teacher, I was scared too. Count me in. Shun Yan coldly glanced at him, his mouth twitching. Do you think I'll believe that? Hurry up and deliver the leave note, then go line up. You'll be able to leave soon. Gu Xing. Oh, helpless. Gu Xing left dejectedly. Qian Yuan saw Gu Xing come out and immediately approached him. Brother Xing, what exactly happened yesterday? Was it a heroic rescue of a beauty? Gu Xing shook his head helplessly. What beauty? I'd rather just lie down. He handed the leave note to Qian Yuan. You deliver the leave note, I'll go line up. Qian Yuan looked at the disheartened Gu Xing and scratched his head. Lying down and still rescuing. I really don't get you. In Qian Yuan's eyes, Gu Xing seemed uninterested in everything, as if he only cared about those heretics. Could it be that he had some grudge against them? Unable to figure it out, he took the leave slip and left. Gu Xing walked back to the playground alone, saw scattered groups of people standing around, and quickly found the small group participating in the genius battle, then walked over. After all, if he stood alone, Shun Yan would soon have something to say about him. As he walked, Gu Xing suddenly remembered his new skill, casually used it, and then stood next to a classmate. That classmate was happily chatting with someone else, and didn't he notice him at all? Gu Xing wandered around the crowd without drawing any attention. Unexpectedly, this skill is quite useful, and it doesn't consume much star power. I guess it's because these people are low-level, Gu Xing thought to himself, and canceled the skill. As soon as the skill was canceled, many people around noticed him. Zhou Changming said in surprise, Gu Xing, when did you get here? I didn't see you at all. Just got here not long ago, Gu Xing replied. Su Dong, seeing this, impatiently clicked his tongue. Gu Xing smiled and asked him, Su Dong, did I offend you somehow? Although he didn't want to deal with him, This fool always liked to hover around him, and his patience had its limits. Su Dong didn't expect Gu Xing to ask, and froze for a moment before snorting coldly, I just don't like you. What can you do about it? Gu Xing. This was the second time he had encountered someone so arrogant. The last time, that person's face ended up beaten crooked. Now, that guy avoided him whenever they crossed paths. Su Dong snorted coldly. I can't stand those who are good at studying and also good-looking. Gu Xing. His anger inexplicably dissipated. How strange. He thought for a moment and then smiled, saying, thanks for the compliment. As soon as Gu Xing said that, his anger truly disappeared. But Su Dong became furious, shouting, do you think I'm complimenting you? Gu Xing scratched his head, aren't you? You. Su Dong was so angry his eyes were about to pop out. Gu Xing. A voice sounded behind him. Gu Xing curiously turned around and saw the person. Oh, it's Zhou Ping. Aren't you a friend of Li Chuanxia? Zhou Ping was a bit surprised to hear him call her name. I didn't expect you to remember me. Gu Xing nodded and smiled. Of course I remember. You were the first Lost Paradise elite I personally dealt with. How could I forget? Well, Zhou Ping bit her lip and said, after Li Chuanxia took a leave of absence, I couldn't get in touch with her. I don't even know her home address. I wanted to ask if you've contacted her recently. When Gu Xing heard this, he felt a bit helpless. The real Li Chuanxia was already dead, and the imposter who replaced her after the competition was gone too. Unexpectedly, despite carrying the reputation of cheating, she still had someone who cared about her. We haven't been in touch since then. Maybe she changed her phone number. I see. Zhou Ping's mood dropped. After thanking him, she prepared to leave. Wait. Su Dong suddenly spoke up, and both Gu Xing and Zhou Ping looked at him. Su Dong saw the tears in Zhou Ping's eyes, raised his hand as if to wipe them away, but ultimately didn't move. What is it, classmate? Zhou Ping asked. Well, Su Dong mustered his courage and said, I can help you find out about Li Chuanxia. Zhou Ping smiled faintly. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. She lowered her head, looking despondent. I'll ask the teacher. If I really can't find out, there's nothing I can do. She just felt that Li Chuanxia had left too hastily, even leaving her luggage in the dormitory, so she wanted to ask. All right then. Su Dong seemed a bit disappointed. Okay, I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Zhou Ping said, turning around and leaving. Su Dong stared blankly at her retreating figure. At this moment, Sun Yinshi happened to come over and saw Gu Xing standing far away with a look of disdain on his face. She asked, what's wrong? Gu Xing smacked his lips and said, nothing. I just suddenly feel like eating watermelon. This kind of situation was the perfect time to watch the drama unfold. Gu Xing casually brushed her off and ignored Sun Yinshi's thoughtful expression. He walked straight to Su Dong and asked, do you like Zhou Ping? Su Dong, hearing this, took a few steps back, his face full of disbelief. How do you know? Gu Xing looked at him as if he were an idiot. Because I'm not stupid. Su Dong snorted coldly. So what if you know? Gu Xing looked at him and laughed. Su Dong clenched his fists in anger. What are you laughing at? Gu Xing stopped laughing and said, nothing. When people are speechless, laughing is normal. At first, Gu Xing thought Su Dong was just like the others who disliked him, simply looking for trouble out of boredom. But Su Dong never gave up, constantly provoking him, making Gu Xing start to wonder had he beaten up some annoying students before, and they recognized him? Or had he really offended Su Dong somehow? He even suspected that Su Dong might just be a frustrated person. And the result? Su Dong actually saw him as a love rival. This was truly the kind of trouble that only comes with adolescence. Gu Xing sighed. I have no interest in Zhou Ping. Su Dong snorted. Zhou Ping is such a great girl. How could you not be interested? Gu Xing was puzzled. What kind of strange logic is that? She confessed to me before, and I rejected her. Hearing this, Su Dong was furious. What? Zhou Ping confessed to you? Gu Xing was momentarily speechless, sighed, and patted Su Dong on the shoulder. Relax. I'm just a bookworm with no interest in romance. If you like her, go for it. Maybe she likes you too. Su Dong gritted his teeth in anger. She said she likes guys who are good at studying and handsome. Gu Xing was at a loss for words. So, Su Dong had always been fair in disliking those who were both good at studying and good-looking. Now that he had mentioned Zhou Ping's confession, wasn't he just asking for trouble? Gu Xing looked at Su Dong, stayed silent for a moment, and then gently advised, let's change the target. Find someone who likes good students but doesn't care about looks. You. Su Dong's veins bulged in anger, and Gu Xing quickly ran off. Adolescents have big tempers, better not provoke them. Gu Xing, get back here. I'll beat you to death. Su Dong rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Qian Yuan, having just delivered a leave note, happened to arrive and immediately stepped in front of Gu Xing, shouting loudly, if you want to get to Brother Xing, you'll have to go through me first. Fine, then I'll beat you up first. Su Dong clenched his right hand, and a phantom sword formed, aiming straight at Qian Yuan. At this moment, Shen Yin gripped Su Dong's blade with one hand and said coldly, I told you to line up quietly, and this is how you do it. After reprimanding the students of the gifted class, Shen Yin cast a cold glance at Su Dong and Qian Yuan. Since you're so energetic, your training will be doubled from now on. Su Dong, furious, sheathed his sword and glared fiercely at Gu Xing. Qian Yuan walked back to Gu Xing's side, looking distressed. Brother Xing, our training got doubled. Gu Xing patted Qian Yuan's shoulder and comforted him. It's fine. In a few days, we'll be heading to the competition, and we won't have to train then. Brother Xing, you're right. Then he leaned closer to Gu Xing and whispered, Brother Xing, what exactly did you do to offend that hot-tempered guy? Gu Xing thought for a moment and replied, probably just the troubles of adolescence. Qian Yuan, ? Thus began the 3-day special training. They trained on a mountain rich in spiritual energy. Not only was their class there, but also students from other gifted classes in the Rongyang base city. This was also their first meeting before the competition, giving them a chance to gather information about each other. During training, Gu Xing secretly activated his skill and mingled with other schools' teams to eavesdrop on their conversations. Did you hear? There's someone in Rongyang with a G-level talent, practically a legend. Yeah, I heard. That G-level talent even got into the gifted class, apparently due to some experimental policy. I know that person. I think their name is Gu Xing. Gu Xing? The god Gu who always ranks first in the written exams during joint tests. I'm so envious of him. Getting into the gifted class means he'll definitely be admitted to one of the nation's top 7 universities. You're wrong. Even if he didn't join the gifted class, he'd still get into the top 7 universities. With his consistent first-place written exam scores, even if he doesn't go to the battlefield, he'd be a top-tier researcher. I heard Gu Xing is also in this training. With G-level strength, he's even weaker than an ordinary person. Can he really handle our training intensity? Who knows? But I really want to see him. I wonder what he looks like. That's easy. During the evening run, just look for the one lagging behind. That must be him. Just find the most handsome one. He came to gather information, only to find all the gossip pointing back to himself. Gu Xing decided not to completely slack off. During the 5-kilometer evening run, he managed a slightly below average result and didn't fall behind. This left the students trying to find Gu Xing utterly confused. We've checked all the students lagging behind, and none of them seem to be Gu Xing. I think we might have mistaken him. Maybe he's not that handsome. Maybe. Brother Xing, I can't go on anymore. After the run, Qian Yuan's legs were trembling as he collapsed next to Gu Xing. I thought the King of Hell was just bluffing, but he really punished us with double. 10 kilometers, 10,000 meters. Seeing Qian Yuan in such a miserable state, Gu Xing thought of Su Dong, who was also punished to run, and turned to look for him. Sure enough, he saw Su Dong walking shakily to rest, his legs trembling as well. The students, still curious, decided to ask someone else. They stopped a student who had just finished training. Hey, do you know Gu Xing? The one they stopped was Su Dong, who was in a foul mood after being punished to run. He hadn't expected to be chased by a group of strangers asking about Gu Xing. I don't know. He snapped angrily before storming off. Ha ha ha, Gu Xing couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was truly a mix of anger and amusement. Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing, who hadn't said a word, feeling quite hurt. Brother Xing, you're still laughing? We're brothers. Care about me a little. Didn't you bring potions? Already finished them so quickly, Gu Xing said as he turned his head, noticing Qian Yuan gulping down potions. Qian Yuan, with a potion bottle in his mouth, retorted, My body has recovered, but my heart hasn't. Gu Xing glanced at the expensive potion in Qian Yuan's hand, his mouth twitching, unwilling to say more to this rich guy. At that moment, a girl walked over, smiling sweetly at Gu Xing. Classmate, can we exchange contact information in chat? Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing, full of envy. If only he were as handsome as Gu Xing, he might be pursued by girls too. Gu Xing didn't even glance at the girl, stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and said, "Sorry, I need to take my friend to rest, right, Qian Yuan?" Qian Yuan was stunned but quickly caught on. Huh? Oh yeah, my leg hurts. Saying this, he leaned painfully on Gu Xing's outstretched arm and was helped up. The girl, seeing Gu Xing completely ignoring her, huffed angrily and turned away. Brother Xing, even such a pretty girl doesn't catch your eye? Gu Xing looked at the regret in Qian Yuan's eyes and said helplessly, "Didn't you notice? That girl is one of the participants in the genius battle, here to gather information." Huh? Qian Yuan froze. Brother Xing, how do you know? Gu Xing pointed in the direction the girl had walked. Look over there. A few people have been watching us the whole time. Qian Yuan followed his finger and indeed saw 7 people surrounding the girl, occasionally glancing in their direction. When those people noticed Gu Xing and Qian Yuan staring at them, they even smiled at them. Qian Yuan interpreted the smile as provocation. Could they be using a honey trap to sow discord among us? It's not that exaggerated. Maybe they heard that I, a G rank, am participating in the genius battle and came to test the waters. Besides, Gu Xing sighed. Even without their schemes, our internal cohesion is already pretty weak. Brother Xing, don't be discouraged. If they use a honey trap, we'll use one too. Qian Yuan grinned and patted Gu Xing's shoulder. Let us send you and Sun Yinchi to handle it. Gu Xing rolled his eyes. If anyone else going, it's you. Huh? With all this meat on me, I'd only make your plan fail and end up getting beaten. All right, get some rest early. We have training tomorrow. Okay. The special training dormitory was a 4-person room, but thanks to Qian Yuan's money power, Gu Xing and Qian Yuan got a 2-person room. At night, Gu Xing was drying his hair with a white towel when there was a knock on the door. He walked over to open it while still drying his hair. Standing outside was Sun Yinchi. So late, what's up? Gu Xing asked, puzzled. Sun Yinchi handed over a bag. The watermelon you wanted. Gu Xing was completely confused. When did I say I wanted watermelon? This morning. Gu Xing thought for a moment and remembered mentioning it while watching a campus romance earlier. But that wasn't what he meant. Brother Xing, what are you doing? Qian Yuan saw Gu Xing standing motionless at the door and came over to check, only to find Sun Yinchi holding a watermelon, ready to give it to Gu Xing. Seeing the watermelon, Qian Yuan's eyes lit up. Wow, Xingji, how did you know I wanted to eat watermelon? Saying this, he directly snatched the bag from Sun Yinchi's hand and ran to the coffee table to prepare to cut the watermelon. Gu Xing glanced at the watermelon, then at Sun Yinchi, and sighed. Thank you. Would you like to come in and eat together? Sun Yinchi thought for a moment, nodded, and walked in. The 3 sat together, and Qian Yuan cut 3 pieces of watermelon with a knife and handed them to everyone. Gu Xing took a bite. The watermelon was sweet and juicy, with a flow of spiritual energy that surprised him. This type of watermelon was a spiritual plant, only cultivable in a spiritual void environment. The higher the level of the spiritual void, the more precious the spiritual plants produced and the stronger the spiritual energy. Moreover, spiritual plants attract exotic beasts, sometimes even in groups. Gu Xing estimated that only in a chaos-level spiritual void could such watermelons be grown. Qian Yuan took a bite and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Wow, a watermelon with so much spiritual energy, I usually don't get the chance to eat this. This type of watermelon was so expensive that it was almost impossible to buy, and even the Qian family couldn't eat it. Every day it had to be pre-ordered. Qian Yuan ate while boasting, quickly finishing his piece, then cutting another, sighing. If only it were chilled, it would be perfect. After saying this, he suddenly thought of Sun Yinchi's ability and quickly said to her, Sis, help me freeze the watermelon. Sun Yinchi glanced at the watermelon in Qian Yuan's hand, pointed her finger, and the surface of the watermelon instantly froze. Qian Yuan took a bite, and with a crisp crack, he felt like he had bitten into a large ice block, with his lips and tongue stuck to it. Mmm. Qian Yuan jumped up and rushed to find hot water to rescue himself. Gu Xing, This is way too cold. Sun Yanqi saw this and quickly apologized. Sorry, I can't control the temperature of the ice. It's fine, he's just greedy. Serves him right. Gu Xing smiled to comfort her, but he also nervously ate his watermelon, secretly relieved. Luckily, he hadn't asked Sun Yanqi to freeze his watermelon, otherwise he would have embarrassed himself too. The three quietly ate their watermelon. After finishing a piece, Sun Yanqi threw the rind into the nearby trash can, then looked at Gu Xing and asked, So, when are we starting the fight? Gu Xing took a bite of watermelon and looked up at Sun Yanqi, a question mark appearing above his head. He had thought Sun Yanqi brought the watermelon to thank him for saving her life, but he hadn't expected her to bring up fighting. Does this fight have to happen? He really didn't want to fight. Pretending was so hard. Gu Xing swallowed his watermelon and curiously asked, Why do you want to fight me? Sun Yanqi answered seriously. At first, I was just curious about your strength. Later, when you joined the team, as my teammate, I need to understand your true abilities. But the strength you displayed a few days ago made me feel like I don't deserve to know your real level. Now, I just want to see how much of a gap there is between us. Hearing this, Gu Xing pondered for a moment. If she had only said the first half, he could have brushed it off, but now, Gu Xing sighed. I just took a bath, I don't want to move today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Sun Yanqi's eyes lit up upon hearing this and nodded. All right, tomorrow then. I'll have someone prepare the venue. The next day, after their routine training, Gu Xing and Sun Yanqi arrived at the underground arena. Gu Xing looked around, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect there to be an arena here. He had thought they would just find an open space to spar casually, but he hadn't expected to be able to use an arena. This way he could go all out. Yes, after the special training for the Genius class ends, the others will leave. Those participating in the Junior Genius battle will stay behind to get to know each other and engage in friendly sparring. Oh, I see. Gu Xing nodded and carefully observed the surroundings. There were spectator seats here, but noticeably fewer than at the school. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty space, making it feel particularly desolate. The Genius class special training lasted for a week, and those training for the competition had an additional week. With an arena, there would likely be plenty of friendly sparring. Sun Yanqi thought Gu Xing was looking around for surveillance cameras and said, I know you don't want others to know your strength, so I had the surveillance here turned off. You can rest assured. Gu Xing was a bit surprised, not expecting her to pay attention to such details. Sun Yanqi walked to the base beside the arena and inserted a crystal core. The formation around the arena slowly revealed intricate patterns as the crystal core's energy activated it. Gu Xing nodded in approval. The formation seemed well maintained, with no signs of damage. Gu Xing thought for a moment. Sun Yanqi was an ice element mage, and if he used a long-handled weapon, it would be easy for her to freeze it, leaving him empty-handed. In the end, he chose a dagger. Sun Yanqi and Gu Xing stepped onto the arena together, and the formation detected them, automatically activating the defensive array. He held the dagger, spinning it familiarly, then stretched lazily and yawned. Don't say I didn't warn you, I don't have any special skills. I rely entirely on my basic attributes, so don't expect too much from me. Sun Yanqi listened, remaining vigilant, her eyes fixed on the dagger in Gu Xing's hand. She said, Even without skills, you're much stronger than me. Gu Xing shrugged helplessly. All right, just don't set your expectations too high. After speaking, he opened Sun Yanqi's attribute panel to check how much progress she had made recently. Name, Sun Yanqi. Gender, female. Level, mid-stage tier 2 innate talent. 6th sense awakened talent. Ice and snow's favored attributes. 70 plus 7 status. Vigilant combat power plus 10%. She had advanced from early stage tier 2 to mid-stage tier 2 so quickly? Well then, shall we begin? Gu Xing's voice carried a hint of excitement. He was eager to test his body's condition after his attribute boost. All right, Sun Yanqi responded briefly, and before her words had fully landed, her figure moved like a cold wind, delivering a punch imbued with bone-chilling cold straight toward Gu Xing's face. Starting with close combat, Gu Xing dodged Sun Yanqi's fierce strike with ease. Elemental mages are weak in close combat, so I want to test my limits, Sun Yanqi said. Gu Xing nodded. All right, let me see your close combat skills. Although Sun Yanqi was an elemental mage, her punches were strong, and her movements were agile, clearly showing she had put considerable effort into close combat. However, she still couldn't match Gu Xing. Gu Xing used his right hand to spar evenly with her, while his left hand held the dagger hidden behind him, not even using it. After a brief scuffle, Gu Xing struck Sun Yinqi's shoulder with a palm, forcing her back several steps. Sun Yinqi covered her shoulder, looking somewhat surprised. She hadn't defended herself, and her shoulder was struck back so far that, logically, her scapula should have been displaced. Yet, in reality, she was fine, as if some force was protecting her. As expected, Gu Xing wasn't entirely without abilities, it was just that the instruments couldn't detect them. Perhaps his awakening level was even higher than hers. Gu Xing looked at her and said calmly, "For a long-range mage, being able to achieve this level is already quite impressive. Don't take big risks for small victories." Sun Yinqi nodded, understanding Gu Xing's meaning. As an ice element mage, she naturally had an advantage in long-range attacks. Although she had trained in close combat, it wasn't her strong suit, nor should she focus her energy on it. All right. Before her words had fully landed, Sun Yinqi's hands began to condense faint frost. Seeing this, Gu Xing became serious. Although his star power was versatile, it lacked offensive skills, putting him at a disadvantage in this kind of battle. Sun Yinqi waved her hands, and a fierce cold current instantly enveloped the entire arena. Frost spread rapidly, covering every inch of the ground. Gu Xing felt a piercing chill rushing toward him. Watching the arena transform into a silver-white world, he couldn't help but be surprised. Is this a domain skill? Domain skills are typically possessed only by kings or calamities. To have such a skill, one must at least be a 6th-tier expert. It's not a skill, it's a naturally occurring ability from awakening, not part of Crystal Core skills, Sun Yinqi explained, waving her hand as ice crystals quickly formed. This is an SS-level talent that increases the success rate of absorbing ice attribute skills by 50%, adds 20% extra damage to ice skills, provides an additional 10% boost in low-temperature environments, and includes a domain skill that consumes spiritual power to create a low-temperature environment. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow as he listened. Talent skills are everyone's secret. Even the most trusted person might not reveal everything. Why are you telling me? Sun Yinqi was silent for a moment, as if weighing something, then finally looked up with a determined gaze. I want to be your teammate, not a temporary partner, but a long-term ally. I'm being honest because I want you to understand my stance. After interacting with Gu Xing, Sun Yinqi clearly felt that he was entangled in many causes and effects. These causes and effects even influenced the trajectory of the entire world, leading to the final battle. Her grandfather had forbidden her from divining Gu Xing's fate, but her innate intuition kept reminding her that she must stay close to this person, even if it meant sacrificing her life for him. Listening to Sun Yinqi's pledge of allegiance, Gu Xing sighed and said, "I don't want to form a team. My interaction with Qian Yuan was just an accident, we're just friends." "Then I can be your friend too," Sun Yinqi interrupted directly, leaving Gu Xing momentarily speechless. What if he didn't want to make friends? In the end, Gu Xing looked at the ice crystals surrounding Sun Yinqi and said, "Then let me see your strength first before deciding." Hearing this, Sun Yinqi sensed that Gu Xing was politely refusing, but she still agreed. "All right, be careful." This time, she held nothing back. Frost condensed at her fingertips, forming sharp ice spikes in the air, which whistled toward Gu Xing with a biting chill. Gu Xing moved swiftly, dodging each ice spike closely while constantly searching for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Sun Yinqi seemed to have already prepared for this. She could always adjust her position flexibly at the moment Gu Xing tried to approach, maintaining a safe distance and ensuring the continuous attacks of the ice spikes were uninterrupted. As expected, her intuition and coordination as a ranged mage were seamless. Time ticked by, and the cold aura began to stiffen Gu Xing's body. The sluggishness brought by the low temperature made him dodge left and right under the ice spike attacks, appearing somewhat disheveled. Sun Yinqi noticed Gu Xing's delayed evasive movements and immediately cast a 2nd-tier absorption skill at his landing point Extreme Cold Prison. Several ice pillars quickly rose around, encircling Gu Xing tightly. "Be careful." As soon as the words fell, A massive ice spike silently hovered above Gu Xing's head under her control, and then boom, the ice spike pierced through the air, carrying a bone-chilling wind and a deafening roar, stirring up a storm as ice shards scattered everywhere. Sun Yinshi squinted slightly. When her vision cleared, she found Gu Xing had disappeared. She chuckled lightly. As expected, it didn't hit. Gu Xing's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of ease, a bit slow. If it were faster, it might have hit. Sun Yinshi lowered her head, knowing that even if her movements were faster, it would still be hard to hit him. Because she hadn't truly trapped Gu Xing earlier, the sense of danger behind her told her he was right there. I lost. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing withdrew the dagger close to Sun Yinshi's heart and smiled. Thanks for the lesson. Sun Yinshi felt a bit heavy-hearted. It seems there's still a big gap between us. Maybe when I reach the 4th tier, I can catch up to your current strength. She waved her hand to dispel the frost on the field. The shattered ice, losing her spiritual energy support, was quickly absorbed by the arena's formation and dissipated into mist. Gu Xing shook his head. I just happened to counter you. To be honest, if he hadn't used Phantom Presence to lower his presence while Sun Yinshi was casting her skill, he might have truly been hit. Sun Yinshi was strong, stronger than most of her peers. However, the sudden killing intent she displayed earlier didn't trigger the system's warning. It seemed she wasn't an ordinary NPC. Perhaps he would have to wait until the permissions were unlocked to deal with her. Thinking of this, Gu Xing rubbed his palms together and exhaled. All right, it's a bit cold. I'm heading back to the dorm to sleep. Sun Yinshi watched Gu Xing's departing figure, opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately only responded softly, okay. It seemed her strength still hadn't earned Gu Xing's recognition. Sun Yinshi listened to Gu Xing's footsteps gradually fade away. At that moment, a voice came from the exit. You should rest early too, and remember to take a hot shower. Sun Yinshi looked up in disbelief at the departing figure. That person didn't linger and directly took the elevator to leave. Sun Yinshi stood stunned for a while, and finally, a warm smile appeared on her lips. All right. It was a caring reminder from a friend. The week-long special training quickly came to an end, and most of the students from the genius class took the bus down the mountain. Gu Xing watched the departing group, wondering if he should sneak back to school while Shun Yin was away. But then, Gu Xing, come here for a moment. Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Xing turned around and saw Shen Yin. Didn't Qian Yuan say Shen Yin left a few days ago? Why was he back again? Oh, Gu Xing followed Shen Yin, thinking to himself, when I have the ability in the future, I'll make sure you can't train properly for even a single day. The two walked into the office. Shun Yin sat on the sofa and gestured for him to sit down. Sit. All right. Gu Xing obediently sat down and asked, Teacher, why did you call me here? Could it be that he found out I've been slacking off these past few days? He thought Shun Yin would criticize him, but unexpectedly, Shun Yin asked a strange question. How is your stress tolerance? Gu Xing was confused. It's okay, I guess. Why? He couldn't understand why this question suddenly came up. Could it be that there's some big trouble, and he is going to take the blame? Seeing his confusion, Shun Yin explained. Do you know the purpose of hosting the Junior Genius Battle? Gu Xing nodded. Of course. The top 3 teams can be directly admitted to the 7 great schools and enter the genius class. Although he wasn't interested in applying to the 7 great schools, he still needed to know this information. This competition was particularly important to all the students. However, for him, it was just about making up the numbers and not dragging the team down during fights. Seeing that Gu Xing understood the importance of the competition, Shun Yin continued, Your talent and skills have been exposed to other schools. What? Hearing this, Gu Xing's expression turned serious. Our talents and skills have been leaked? Was it someone from the team who leaked them? Leaking someone else's abilities is a serious crime. At best, the offender would be sent to trial. At worst, they'd be imprisoned for life. Currently, the only people in the team who knew about the abilities were a few teachers and the 8 students. The teachers who had access to this information were under strict orders and would never leak it, so it could only be one of the 8 students. Who would be so bold as to do such a thing? Shun Yin didn't directly answer Gu Xing, but instead added another piece of information. 2 days ago, there was an explosion at the school. My office was destroyed, and all the documents related to abilities were lost. So that S.Y. Shun Yin suddenly left a few days ago because something major happened at the school. Gu Xing was silent for a moment before asking, "Was anyone seriously injured?" Hearing this question, Shun Yin paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "It was Sunday, so apart from a few students in the study room who were scratched by flying debris, no one was seriously injured." Gu Xing nodded, finally letting out a sigh of relief. This definitely wasn't the work of another school. Although competition for spots between schools was fierce, they wouldn't resort to such measures. The most likely culprits were the cultists, especially the Paradise Lost group. But hearing that the explosion happened on a Sunday, Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. If they wanted the documents, there was no need to make such a big commotion, right? Xinyan nodded. Exactly. That's why we believe the explosion was just a smokescreen. They didn't intend to harm anyone. There must be another purpose behind it. We decided to publicly focus on investigating the explosion while secretly sending people to uncover their true intentions. Hearing Xinyan say this, Gu Xing was full of questions. He had only casually asked, but Xinyan actually gave him a full report. He just a student there's no need to be so formal. But he understood now. This sending people most likely referred to him. Is he some kind of universal key, expected to handle everything? Seeing Xinyan seriously reporting to him, he decided to help. So what should I do? First of all, let me clarify, I don't have any strong abilities. Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. You don't need to do anything. Just pay more attention to those 4 people in the team. Gu Xing thought for a moment. Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan could be ruled out. They had no motive and no need. Lu Yaoyao hadn't been exposed to relevant information, so she could be ignored as well. That leaves 4 people. But don't you suspect me? Gu Xing asked curiously. Xinyan was stunned for a moment, then choked slightly. I'd rather believe it was Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan working together. Gu Xing. This trust was too blind, making it seem like he had some kind of dirt on him. Perhaps Gu Xing's expression was too obvious. Xinyan cleared his throat and continued. There's one more thing. Regarding a strategy in the team, we need your cooperation. What is it? Gu Xing asked, puzzled. Since we lack a trump card, Sun Yinshi and the others are practicing combination techniques, which will cause quite a commotion, so we want you to draw attention away. Gu Xing, in other words, act as a scapegoat. Gu Xing's face immediately darkened. Xinyan didn't want this either, but among this group of kids, the most reliable one was Gu Xing. He knew what Gu Xing wanted most, so he said, you don't have to participate in the sparring. Gu Xing, seeing no reaction, Xinyan added, you don't have to join the training. Gu Xing. Xinyan watched his silence and finally gritted his teeth. You can leave anytime, deal. Leave it to me. Gu Xing agreed immediately. Xinyan sighed helplessly. Don't cause too much trouble. Gu Xing chuckled. Don't worry. He had already planned to agree, but not taking the chance to mess with Xinyan a bit would be a waste. He just needed to pull a small trick, push it onto other schools, and let them suspect each other. So simple, and he could enjoy a week of relaxation. Perfect. Don't blame him for being ruthless, blame them for blocking his path to rest. Xinyan, still uneasy, reminded him again before letting Gu Xing go. Gu Xing hummed a tune as he walked out. As soon as Qian Yuan saw him, he hurried over. Brother Xing, big trouble. Gu Xing was puzzled. What's the matter? Qian Yuan looked around, then leaned in to whisper. Our talent skills have been leaked. Other schools already know our team's abilities and have started drafting plans against us. Gu Xing listened and responded casually. Qian Yuan, seeing his indifferent attitude, became anxious. Brother Xing, the entire base city is targeting us. Hearing this, Gu Xing was even less concerned. Oh, we've always been targeted anyway. This time, it just happened a bit earlier. Their school had been the base city's #1 every year. This year, they even had Sun Yinshi, an SS-level genius transferred from the imperial capital. Being targeted was normal. Brother Xing, this is different. Qian Yuan explained anxiously. Before, they only found out after facing us. Now they've learned in advance, which means someone in our team leaked the information, and the roster hasn't been submitted yet. They'll definitely take the chance to switch contestants. Gu Xing said indifferently. Anyway, I'm just a G-level loser. No matter how much others target me, it won't be my turn. Qian Yuan was speechless. This was the first time Gu Xing had seen Qian Yuan, someone so well-informed, actually slower than him. But it made sense no matter how connected Qian Yuan was. This kind of closed training couldn't access the internet, so all the information in the world wouldn't help. Gu Xing patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, it's complicated. Once you can go online, you'll understand. Qian Yuan was puzzled. What? No way, Brother Xing. Do you know some secret? Qian Yuan's face darkened. If it weren't for the closed training and lack of internet access, he would have known already. I told you, it's complicated. In truth, he was just too lazy to explain. As he thought about how to investigate those 4 people, it suddenly occurred to him that the person next to him was a walking encyclopedia. Why not just ask him? To save brain power, Gu Xing directly pulled Qian Yuan in and said, Shen Yin asked me to find out who leaked the information. Tell me about the other 4 people on the team. Qian Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked, Brother Xing, are you playing detective? Can I be your assistant? Gu Xing, if that's how you want to see it, sure. Qian Yuan was overjoyed. Last time I didn't go with you. I was worried I'd drag you down. This time, I finally have a chance to shine. Haha, my time has come. Gu Xing couldn't help but laugh at his over-the-top enthusiasm and gave him a light smack on the head. Hurry up. I want to finish this quickly and get some rest. After all, aside from pretending to be useless and hiding his strength, this was the most troublesome thing. The sooner it was done, the sooner he could sleep. All right. Qian Yuan rubbed his head, thought for a moment, and shared all the information he knew about the 4 people. After listening, Gu Xing frowned. They're all from ordinary families? None of them are impoverished. Qian Yuan was about to nod when he suddenly remembered. Oh right, Gao Yuan was adopted. The others are from biological families. Adopted? Gu Xing thought for a moment and asked, does he have a good relationship with his adoptive parents? Qian Yuan thought about it. It used to be good, but then his adoptive parents had an accident. An accident? Gu Xing frowned. Was it an unnatural death? It was related to the recent missing persons cases. Both of them were involved. The authorities compensated him with a sum of money. So now Gao Yuan is wealthier than the average family. Qian Yuan suddenly shifted the topic and asked, Brother Xing, you don't suspect Gao Yuan of being the mole, do you? Gu Xing shook his head. You can't make random guesses without evidence. What about the others? Do they have any suspicious behavior or reasons to need money? This matter was connected to Paradise Lost, making it hard not to think of a link between Gao Yuan and Paradise Lost. Qian Yuan said, Su Dong has a seriously ill grandmother, Qian Fengying's younger brother secretly gambles, and Zhou Changming's father has a mistress. His mother knows but doesn't dare to divorce him, so she often drinks and beats him. Gu Xing rubbed his head in frustration. It seemed like everyone had a motive to sell information. Feeling annoyed, he thought of Sun Yinshi. When Sun Yinshi recruited teammates, she must have investigated their backgrounds, and she was also quite calculating. So Gu Xing went to find Sun Yinshi. As soon as he entered the training room, he saw Sun Yinshi still training. It was a rare day off, yet she hadn't stopped. Wow, Brother Xing, she's doing the intermediate neural response speed test. Qian Yuan ran to the instrument. Staring at the numbers on the screen, his eyes widened. It surpassed 13%. Don't underestimate 13%. This is the result of intermediate neural response, a challenge only for those at levels 4 to 6. This indicates that Sun Yinshi has at least level 4 speed. Gu Xing looked at the numbers without much surprise. He already knew during the match that her main focus was speed. He opened Sun Yinshi's panel and saw her attributes were 71. To verify a hypothesis, he spent 1 Stardust point to expand the basic attributes. Strength, 10 Constitution, 11 Spirit, 15 Agility, 15 Luck, 20, so luck counts as an attribute point too. Then, Gu Xing turned to Qian Yuan and saw his attributes were as high as 90. Without hesitation, he unlocked the view. Strength, 10 Constitution, 15 Spirit, 7 Agility, 8 Luck, 50. Seeing luck as high as 50, Gu Xing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn, it's really enviable. Qian Yuan felt Gu Xing's gaze suddenly turn fierce, trembling all over, completely clueless as to why. Not long after, the test door opened, and Sun Yinshi came out, panting, casually grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat off her face. Seeing Qian Yuan, whose face was bruised, being brought over by Gu Xing. Sun Yinshi didn't wait for Gu Xing to speak and directly asked, "Is it about the matter of leaking abilities?" Yes. Gu Xing had already guessed that Sun Yinshi would know about this. After all, the plan to make him the hidden ace of the team must have been discussed with the captain, Sun Yinshi. Have you calculated it? He already had someone in mind, but he wanted Sun Yinshi to confirm. Sun Yinshi shook her head. I can't calculate it because the person behind him won't let me, but I have guessed who it is. Gu Xing nodded. Since you've guessed it too, it seems my speculation is correct. Qian Yuan, clutching his sore backside, listened to their conversation with a face full of confusion. What kind of code are you guys talking about? I've been following along from the start, but I can't understand a word of what you're discussing. Gu Xing, eyes closed, casually said, Gao Yuan is the traitor. Qian Yuan. What? Gu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, as if remembering something important, and looked at Sun Yinshi. Where is Su Dong? Sun Yinshi calculated with her fingers and pointed westward. Gu Xing nodded and turned to leave. Hey, Brother Xing, why are you looking for Su Dong? Gu Xing waved his hand, heading toward the exit. Nothing. Just feel like someone's about to have bad luck. I'm going to join the fun, you two stay here and wait. Sun Yinshi wasn't much of a fan of joining the fun, but Qian Yuan loved it. However, he also sensed the danger in Gu Xing's words. This was a commotion he couldn't afford to join. Thinking of this, Qian Yuan sighed. If only he were stronger, at least he could tag along. But compared to training, he was more curious about one thing. Why do you say Gao Yuan is the traitor? Sun Yinshi looked at Qian Yuan and explained. Because Gao Yuan's money far exceeds what he should have. Qian Yuan thought about it. Indeed, while the other three also needed money, selling information should earn big bucks, yet not a single rumor had leaked. Gao Yuan, on the other hand, was already wealthy, but now he's even richer. However, Qian Yuan was still puzzled. But Gao Yuan has no reason to sell information for money, right? Sun Yinshi saw that he hadn't considered this possibility and guessed he was unaware of the situation outside, so she reminded him. A few days ago, the school was bombed, and the ability information sheet was stolen. Who do you think could have done such a thing? Qian Yuan froze for a moment, his pupils suddenly contracting. This was definitely the work of heretics, most likely the lunatics from Paradise Lost. More importantly, he recalled what Gu Xing had said. If the disappearance of his adoptive parents was connected to Gao Yuan and the people from Paradise Lost, the situation became terrifying. Seeing Qian Yuan's expression, Sun Yinshi added, I didn't pay for the first crystal core back then. When she first awakened, she had promised her team that everyone could choose a crystal core worth less than 10,000 yuan. The first crystal cores were very cheap, and a 10,000 yuan core basically covered all the skills suitable for a first core. Moreover, Sun Yinshi let them pick rare crystal cores that were hard to find on the market. The others came from ordinary families, and 10,000 yuan wasn't hard for them to afford, but getting rare skills for free was something everyone was happy about. Only Gao Yuan didn't choose one because he had already absorbed a very rare enchantment-type skill early on. That kind of fire attribute crystal core for weapon enchantment was a rare close combat skill, impossible to buy with money alone. An orphan, how could he possibly have access to the kind of channels a family would have? After hearing this, Qian Yuan finally understood why Gu Xing and Sun Yinshi were so certain that Gao Yuan was the traitor. He suddenly realized Gu Xing's attitude when he left earlier and asked in surprise, did Xingji leave because of this? And is it related to Su Dong? Yes. Sun Yinshi knew Gu Xing would handle it well, so she went back to training, practicing while waiting for him to return. Watching Sun Yinshi seriously training, Qian Yuan felt a sense of crisis rising in his heart. Gu Xing wasn't the type to drag others down, but this time he had asked Sun Yinshi to calculate something he already knew the answer to. That meant Gu Xing already considered Sun Yinshi one of his own. I can't let this happen. Xing Ji's shield can only be me. Determined not to be left behind by Gu Xing, Qian Yuan also sat cross-legged and began training. He had to work hard too. Hey, why did you bring me here? Su Dong asked impatiently, following behind Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan led the way ahead and calmly explained upon hearing Su Dong's complaint. Didn't you say you wanted to cure your grandmother? I can introduce you to someone important. Su Dong listened and looked around, asking in confusion, "Shouldn't we be going to a hospital or a classroom rest area? Why are we in this forest?" When Gao Yuan initially said he would introduce someone to help cure his grandmother, Su Dong thought he would be taken to the medical office or a teacher's lounge to meet a high-level medical ability user. He hadn't expected to be brought into this forest. To Su Dong's question, Gao Yuan simply smiled and said, "You'll understand when we get there." Su Dong looked at Gao Yuan's mysterious expression and was about to turn around and leave, but his grandmother's illness couldn't wait any longer. Gritting his teeth, he decided to keep following. They walked a little further until they saw a "Beware of Cliffs" sign nearby, where they finally stopped. Gao Yuan took out an object from his pocket and handed it to Su Dong. "Throw this off the edge of the cliff, and once you're done, I'll pay for your grandmother's treatment." Su Dong stared at the black bead in Gao Yuan's hand, listening to his words, and the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He just wanted money, but he wasn't stupid. "Are you crazy?" Su Dong cursed and turned to leave. Gao Yuan sighed, having anticipated this reaction, and suddenly summoned a long spear, pressing it against Su Dong's neck. "Now choose again. Will you throw away this bead, or—" Su Dong froze, his eyes wide open. "Do you know that attacking someone privately is illegal?" "I do," Gao Yuan said with a smile, playing with the black bead in his hand. "But there's no one here. Who would find out?" "Who said there's no one here?" A ghostly voice came from nearby, startling Gao Yuan and making his hand tremble. Su Dong was also shocked but knew his life was at stake, so he quickly moved his neck away from the spear tip, stepped back a few paces, and stared in the direction of the voice. At some point, Gu Xing had appeared holding a phone, the camera lens almost pressed against Gao Yuan's face. Gao Yuan instinctively stepped back when he saw the camera. "When did he get here?" Gu Xing smiled and explained, "Relax, I filmed it professionally. Just now, I gave you and that black bead in your hand a close-up." Gao Yuan hurriedly stuffed the black bead into his pocket, his gaze dark as he looked at Gu Xing. "Then why are you here?" Gu Xing ignored the hostility, thought seriously for a moment, then looked at Su Dong and smiled. "Of course, to see someone have bad luck. It almost happened, all because I showed up suddenly." Gu Xing seemed a bit regretful and then joked, "So, are you guys going to continue?" Gao Yuan. "Su Dong, do you think this is a movie?" "Oh, you're not continuing then." Gu Xing seemed disappointed, saved the video he had just recorded, quickly sent it to Shun Yin while there was internet, and then turned on the recording function. After finishing, Gu Xing put the phone in his pocket, waved at the two with a smile, and said, "Then you guys continue. I won't disturb you. I'm leaving." With that, he put his hands in his pockets and prepared to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" Gao Yuan rushed forward, trying to grab Gu Xing's collar, but Gu Xing easily dodged. Gu Xing looked at Gao Yuan and feigned ignorance. Then why should I stay here?" Gao Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. "Do you think you can leave after exposing my plans?" Gu Xing nodded and pointed at Su Dong behind Gao Yuan. "What about him? He wants to leave too." Gao Yuan turned around and saw Su Dong, who was secretly preparing to escape. "Su Dong? Question mark. After being caught, he shouted angrily. "Gu Xing, are you stupid? We should hurry and tell the teacher." Gu Xing feigned ignorance and replied, "Huh? I didn't know that." "Well, you can still run now." Watching one person loudly shouting about reporting to the teacher and another secretly encouraging escape, Gao Yuan was so furious his head was about to explode. Fine, fine, fine. You both want to leave, huh? Then neither of you will leave." Gao Yuan shouted, crouched down, and slammed a palm-sized black rectangular object onto the ground, biting his finger to drip blood on it while chanting a mysterious incantation. Blood-red patterns appeared on the black object, then quickly disappeared without a trace. Gu Xing only felt the surrounding scenery sway slightly. The previously quiet forest was now devoid of even bird calls. Su Dong sprinted toward the edge of the forest, but suddenly collided with a transparent wall. Hiss! Su Dong clutched his head, touching the wall in front of him. Although nothing was visible to the naked eye, Su Dong could feel something blocking his path. What on earth is this? He tried various methods, using spiritual power and his fists, but couldn't break through the invisible barrier. Damn it, why can't I get out? Su Dong slammed into the transparent wall and turned to shout at Gao Yuan. Hey, what kind of trick are you playing here? Gao Yuan slowly stood up, sneering. Didn't I say you can't leave? Not far away, Gu Xing also saw Su Dong hitting the transparent wall. He pretended to walk casually to the edge of the formation, tapped the invisible wall, and said in surprise, "This formation. Could it be related to Paradise Lost?" Gao Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to know about Paradise Lost. It seems your relationship with Qian Yuan runs deep. But we're just partners. I exchange information for his upper-level resources fair trade. Gu Xing, upon hearing this, roared angrily. Why would you do this? Seeing the two of them panicking, Gao Yuan sneered. What did I do? Actually, I didn't have to go this far. He pointed at Su Dong, shouting angrily. If it weren't for your black bead rolling to the edge of the cliff, none of this would have been so complicated. Then he pointed at Gu Xing. And you, not only did you come here, but you also brought that lousy phone to record videos. After venting his emotions, Gao Yuan's expression softened slightly. But now, you can't escape even if you want to. The signal here is completely blocked. You can't send out any distress messages. Su Dong didn't believe it. He took out his phone to check, and the signal showed none. He immediately panicked. What exactly are you trying to do? Let me out. Gao Yuan responded with a cold laugh. Out? Sure, but this formation can only be opened with fresh flesh and blood as a sacrifice. In other words, he glanced at the two of them and slowly uttered a few words. One of you must die. What? Su Dong was shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected the situation to escalate to the point of taking lives. Aren't you afraid Shen Yin will find out and report you to the tribunal? Gao Yuan laughed. He won't, fortunately. Gao Yuan's anger clouded his judgment, and he finally revealed his trump card. Now, with a witness, Su Dong, and evidence video and recording in hand, no matter how cunning Gao Yuan is, he can't escape. Sun Yinshi should be on her way here with Shen Yan. Thinking that Shen Yan might not immediately undo the formation, Gu Xing pretended to panic, patting the transparent wall, while actually using the power of the stars to search for the formation's core. He often encountered such formations and knew how to break them. The black rectangular object earlier was the core, but it had already merged with the transparent wall, so now he had to find where it was hidden. In the past, finding the core wasn't so crucial because killing someone was easy. But now, none of the three could die, so the only option was to find the core and break the formation. Gao Yuan watched Gu Xing patting the wall and turned to Su Dong, saying, Haven't you always wanted to kill Gu Xing? Now's your chance. Su Dong gritted his teeth and looked at the mockery on Gao Yuan's face, saying, You're insane. Although he had said he wanted to kill Gu Xing before, it was just out of anger. Gu Xing quietly searched nearby and finally found a spot, his face lighting up with joy. He pulled out the object and shouted, No, you can't kill me. I'm just a powerless G-level. Killing me might not even break the formation. Meanwhile, the leader of a group stopped by a tree, holding a compass. Qian Yuan saw him stop and asked urgently, Are we there? The man nodded. Yes, although this is the lowest level formation, it still takes some time to break. Swish suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed, and the transparent barrier disappeared. Gu Xing's voice came from inside, and everyone turned to look at the three people who had appeared. Su Dong and Gao Yuan exchanged glances. Question mark. The person preparing to break the formation was also stunned. Question mark. As soon as Gu Xing saw Shen Yan, he immediately stumbled and ran over, pointing at Gao Yuan and Su Dong, shouting, You're finally here. They want to kill me. After saying this, Gu Xing covered his forehead. Oh no, I'm just AG level. I'm going to faint from fright. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xing collapsed directly into Shunzu's arms, simultaneously slipping the object in his hand to him. Shunzu was initially confused about what Gu Xing was acting out, but suddenly felt something in his hand and immediately understood. He quickly handed the object to the ability user responsible for breaking the formation and gratefully said, Thank you for breaking the formation. Then, he shouted loudly, Arrest those two. The others immediately sprang into action. An ability user patted the person who had just broken the formation and praised, Brother, you're amazing, breaking it so quickly. The ability user responsible for breaking the formation looked bewildered. I haven't even started yet. How is it already broken? He had just arrived and was preparing to dismantle the formation, but it had already been broken. He hadn't even begun. Since many people had arrived, curious students also gathered to watch. Seeing this scene, they speculated about what had happened. From what that person shouted, it seems someone wanted to kill someone. It should just be a minor conflict. It wouldn't escalate to the point of involving so many teachers, right? G level? What kind of level is that? Isn't the lowest level F level? I know, G level is even lower than F level, completely unable to awaken any talent. Can't even use spiritual power, the most useless of the useless. I've heard of someone named Gu Xing who was rated as G level, yet he's a liberal arts genius and was even specially allowed to enter the genius class. What? How can a G level still stay here? Aren't the ones left now all participating in the genius battle? Maybe he hasn't gone back yet. The crowd whispered among themselves, unable to figure out the reason. Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing's act and recalled Sun Yanqi's strategy of using Gu Xing to attract attention, instantly understanding Gu Xing's intention. He then shouted loudly, "My dear Xingji, you're so pitiful, being bullied by two high-talent students just because you're G level. If we hadn't arrived quickly, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Then he said to Shenzhou, "Teacher, don't let Gu Xing participate in the competition. He's just a G level, what if he gets hurt?" Shenzhou frowned immediately after hearing this and said, "No, the participant list has already been submitted. It can't be changed." Sun Yanqi, standing to the side, didn't quite understand the meaning of their conversation. Listening to them, she said, "The deadline hasn't passed yet, so it's possible to withdraw from the competition." Before she could finish her sentence, a loud voice interrupted her. "Oh, my dear Xingji, don't worry. I won't let anyone disturb your rest. Right, Sun Yanqi?" Qian Yuan winked at Sun Yanqi. "Big sister, help us out. Don't say the wrong thing again." Sun Yanqi was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Right. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she remembered her grandfather's advice. If you don't understand, just agree. Thus, the group grandly escorted the poor G-level student, who had almost been knocked unconscious by two high-level students, back to the dormitory to rest. Others witnessing this scene were also a bit confused but caught on to the key information. What? Gu Xing is actually participating in the genius battle. No way, on what grounds? He's clearly a G-level waste. Is he trying to use the competition to gain fame? What kind of big family is this? I've never heard of a Gu family being prominent. I heard there's been a recent reform. Is it because of that? No. Even with reform, they wouldn't let a G-level participate in the genius battle. We need to go back and ask the teacher. A G-level contestant participating in the genius battle, no matter who heard it. They thought it was a joke. But this matter had indeed happened. Back in the dormitory, Gu Xing opened his eyes and jumped out of Shenzhou's arms. He took out his phone, operating it while saying, "I'll send you the recording. You can use it directly in court later. One witness, Su Dong, is enough. I won't go myself." After sending the recording, Gu Xing looked up at Shenzhou with a serious expression. "However, before that, you need to thoroughly search Gao Yuan's belongings. He has a black bead. I wanted to take it casually, but he wouldn't let me near it. That thing feels very dangerous." Shenzhou nodded and turned to leave. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside, his emotions were surging. He had thought that having one more person to help would mean more strength, especially since the group from Lost Paradise was too dangerous. The sooner they were dealt with, the better. They had already confirmed that Gao Yuan was problematic, but had never found a suitable reason to apprehend him. Yet Gu Xing not only refrained from hastily identifying the target, but also collected a large amount of material and noticed so many details. Indeed, newcomers always bring surprises. Shenzhou shook his head and smiled. Principal Li was right. Gu Xing was even more mysterious than they had imagined. Perhaps, Gu Xing's identity was not as simple as just being the child of two prominent figures. "Brother Xing, why did you suddenly decide to let everyone know your G level?" Qian Yuan asked, puzzled. After all, Gu Xing hated trouble the most. If people found out he was G level and went to the genius class to participate in the genius battle, it would definitely cause a stir, and some might even unite to oppose his participation. Gu Xing sat in his chair and sighed. This would be discovered sooner or later anyway. Might as well let them argue about it now, at least I won't have time to deal with you all. Originally, he planned to take down a few unlucky opponents with a decisive strike, but when he saw a group of students watching as he lifted the formation, he simply changed his plan. This will bring you trouble, Sun Yinshi reminded him. After all, those self-proclaimed geniuses, upon discovering they were on equal footing with AG level, or even worse, would find it hard to accept. Some might go to extremes, even threatening Gu Xing's personal safety. Gu Xing waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry, they won't find me. He had the elusive skill, and Shun Yin also allowed him to come and go freely. When he didn't want to stay anymore, he would leave naturally, without any fear. Qian Yuan nodded. When the competition officially starts, they'll realize how amazing Brother Xing is. Then they'll be left speechless. Sun Yinshi also nodded in agreement. The news of Gu Xing being G-level spread quickly. In this world where strength reigns supreme, G-level individuals were not seen as people needing protection, but rather as soft targets for others to trample on. The higher the talent, the better the resources. Everyone only focused on those at the top, completely ignoring the weaker ones. Why him? Even if it's due to policy reasons, a G-level waste shouldn't be allowed to participate in the genius battle. Exactly. The genius class can only send 8 people to the competition. This is a golden opportunity to change one's fate. What is the school thinking? And this is the first high school. Participating in the competition basically means being pre-admitted to one of the 7 great schools. No way. I need to ask the teacher. In fact, teachers from other schools were also puzzled. The list of abilities from the first high school was already strange, and now there was a G-level talent participating in the genius battle. What on earth is the first high school doing? One teacher rubbed his temples, looking troubled. A G-level participating in the genius battle is unheard of. Could they have discovered some special cultivation method? Another teacher speculated. One teacher put down his phone and sighed. I asked, but got nothing. The first high school is unwilling to say anything. Could it be that they've given up on competing for the top 3 and are just here to make up the numbers? Impossible. With an SS-level transfer student, why would they give up on competing? Could it be that student is from some hidden, ultra-powerful family? If only the external network wasn't down, I'd have checked already. Thus, they could only keep investigating Gu Xing, leaving no time to focus on the other team members. This allowed Sun Yinshi and the others to concentrate on researching combination techniques. Currently, the 5 of them were discussing tactics that Su Dong was called to be a witness, sending Gao Yuan to work on a sewing machine. Lu Yaoyao returned today and joined the discussion. Sun Yinshi was still considering pairings, while Qian Yuan was curious about everyone's opinion of Gu Xing, so he leaned over to Zhou Changming and started chatting. Gu Xing being G-level has spread around. What do you think? Zhou Changming looked puzzled. What do I think? I mean, do you think Gu Xing is qualified to participate in the genius battle? Zhou Changming scratched his head. Gu Xing is pretty impressive. After all, he slapped that fat guy sideways with one hit. I couldn't do that. Qian Yuan recalled that scene and couldn't help but shrink back, pressing his tongue against his cheek. He decided to avoid angering Gu Xing as much as possible otherwise. A slap from him might not kill, but would definitely leave him crippled. Qian Fengming walked over to Sun Yinshi and asked, Yinshi, our team is still short one person. What should we do? Su Dong was only temporarily away and would return in a few days, but Gao Yuan wouldn't be coming back. So the 8-person team now had only 7 members. The school should be organizing a supplementary match, and the results will be out this afternoon. I think Hu Tianba has the highest chance of winning. His skills are amazing, and he can solo god-level players. Qian Yuan, at some point, had joined the conversation and shared his opinion. Sun Yinshi nodded. Luckily, Qian Fengming absorbed purification. That berserk negative effect was very obvious, especially in team battles, where the negative buff made it hard for teammates to cooperate and often led to abandonment. If Qian Fengming hadn't absorbed purification, no matter how strong Hu Tianba was, Sun Yinshi wouldn't have let him join the team. Although the competition included individual battles, the focus was still on team combat. Lu Yaoyao sat quietly in the corner, now able to show her eyes. but she wore a pair of black framed glasses. These were given by Gu Xing, and as long as she wore them, she could avoid the fear of making eye contact with others. She fiddled with the glasses case, her face tinged with a blush. 50,000, 5,000, 30,000, 10,000. Deal. Shun Yin watched Gu Xing's money-loving demeanor and took out his phone, casually operating it. All right, the money has been transferred to you. Gu Xing stared at the payment notification on his phone, his smile growing even brighter. Thank you, teacher. A pair of ordinary glasses worth 10 yuan was swapped for 10,000 yuan. Making money was just a bonus. The most important thing was tricking Shun Yin. Shun Yin could tell Gu Xing was deliberately messing around inside. All right, stop laughing. When you go out, don't talk nonsense. Gu Xing looked up, his face serious. Don't worry. Lu Yaoyao's eyes were our team's secret weapon and absolutely couldn't be casually revealed. Shin Yin rubbed his temples and waved his hand. All right, hurry up and go. By the way, be careful when you go out. Those teachers are asking around about you everywhere and might come directly to find you. Gu Xing didn't plan to stay long. After all, he had just tricked someone, and lingering too long might get him beaten up. Hearing this, he didn't care much. Okay, I'll be careful. Anyway, he had skills, so he wasn't afraid. After saying that, Gu Xing politely said goodbye to the teacher and left happily. But as soon as he stepped out the door, his shoulder was grabbed, and he was pulled into the office next door. Gu Xing. Wait, this fast? Gu Xing faced the surrounding teachers with an innocent expression. Teachers, I don't know anything. I'm just a G level. If you don't believe me, you can check. One teacher didn't believe him and specifically went to the medical office to get a detector. The result indeed showed he was G level. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Shun Yin was pushing all the blame, putting everything on Gu Xing. Meanwhile, Gu Xing was also deflecting, pretending to know nothing. I don't believe it. You must have some special skill. Otherwise, how could you participate in the genius battle? One of the teachers smiled and asked Gu Xing, Student, this is just a friendly competition. Haven't you already figured out our strengths? Gu Xing looked helpless. I'm just here to make up the numbers. You really don't have any special skills? Hearing this question, Gu Xing thought seriously for a moment and said, I'm really good at academics. Does that count? The teachers? Gu Xing spread his hands helplessly. That's my only skill. In the end, under the teacher's persistent questioning, Gu Xing maintained his innocent victim image. After all, he was telling the truth. His strength couldn't be proven, and his high basic stats could only indicate good physical fitness. Finally, the teachers, unable to get anything out of him, let him go. Finally done. Time to go back and sleep. Gu Xing stretched and smacked his lips. On the way, he ran into two students who happened to be talking about him. How do you think that Gu Xing got into the genius battle? Could he really just be a G level? I don't know much about G levels, but I heard they can't even use abilities or awaken any skills. How could such a useless person qualify for the genius battle? Gu Xing glanced at them and, as he passed by, suddenly flicked one of them on the head. Ow! Who hit me? I got hit too. It's just the two of us here. It must have been you. Nonsense. You're accusing me. You were the one who started it. The two friends, who had been chatting amicably, immediately started fighting. Gu Xing, hiding his true strength, leisurely walked away. The verdict is out, Qian Yuan said, leaning on Gu Xing's bed. Gu Xing didn't open his eyes. He just heard the sentence and turned over. What does that have to do with me? Qian Yuan looked at his indifferent attitude and got a bit anxious. How can it have nothing to do with you? Although Gao Yuan has been sentenced to death, he must see you before the execution. Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. Why does he want to see me? Qian Yuan shook his head. I don't know either. I'm just passing on the message. Gu Xing lay there thinking for a while and finally decided to go see him. After all, with Gao Yuan's personality, whatever he wanted to say before dying definitely wouldn't be nonsense. So Gu Xing left and got into the car heading to the tribunal. A man was originally going to drive, but someone next to him stopped him. I'll drive. You don't need to go. This. The man hesitated, glanced at Gu Xing, then at the other person, and finally nodded. All right. Gu Xing didn't pay much attention to their conversation. Sitting in the back seat, he waited quietly. The woman directly got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove down the mountain. Gu Xing recalled the conversation between her and the man just now. The man was someone he had seen before, one of the station personnel on the mountain responsible for matters during the training sessions. Most of the station personnel here are around the 5th tier, people respected by 5th tier ability users. Gu Xing curiously opened her information panel. Name, gender, female level, 6th tier perfection innate talent, power of the stars awakened talent, S level energetic attributes, for 43 plus 10 status, cheerful spirit plus 1% Gu Xing. The power of the stars is not his personal exclusive ability. This kind of power is something new members of the Star Temple must master before entering, enabling communication with the Star Core. This power is extremely difficult to cultivate and usually contains impurities. It seems this person has discovered the pure and flawless power of the stars within him. Gu Xing was relieved he hadn't deactivated the elusive skill otherwise. If his aura were detected, it would be a huge problem. If he were caught and dragged back to the Star Temple as a slave, he could forget about an easy life for the rest of his days. Before Gu Xing could react, the woman driving in front spoke. My name is Yang Xiaoming. I'm a judge from the tribunal. Gu Xing, ? Why is this person introducing herself voluntarily? He was a bit puzzled but still maintained the appearance of a well-behaved student and replied, My name is Gu Xing, just an ordinary student in the gifted class. Yang Xiaoming smiled upon hearing this. Classmate, you're really modest. I've already heard about your deeds. Gu Xing scratched his head, knowing she was referring to the evidence collection incident from before, and humbly said, It was just a coincidence. I see, Yang Xiaoming said softly, then asked, By the way, classmate, your name has the character Xing Star in it. Do you know about the Star Temple? Gu Xing. To avoid being dragged back as a laborer, Gu Xing had to calm himself and reply, Star Temple? I've read about it in books. I heard it collaborates with many countries and is a very powerful organization. As for my name, it just happens to share the same Xing character. My parents chose it, and I don't know much about it. In short, his name has nothing to do with it. Then, he noticed the cheerful status in Yang Xiaoming's panel suddenly jumped from 1% to 5%. Gu Xing. On the way to the tribunal, Yang Xiaoming kept talking to him about the Star Temple. Gu Xing could only recite the descriptions he had read in books word for word, without adding his own speculations. But Yang Xiaoming's questions became increasingly probing, even asking about the internal hierarchy of the Star Temple. This was classified information, and even most people within the Star Temple didn't know the specific rankings of the 12 halls. Gu Xing felt her questions were going too far and quickly changed the subject. By the way, why was Gao Yuan sentenced to death? Isn't it usually imprisonment? The Dragon Nation is relatively humane. Only those who commit heinous crimes are sentenced to death, while most are given years of labor or life imprisonment. After all, living is always better than dying. Yang Xiaoming understood Gu Xing didn't want to talk further and answered briefly. He had a bead that could lift the seal on the mountain, opening a passage for the people of Paradise Lost to enter. If successful, all the geniuses on the mountain would be killed, so he was sentenced to death. Gu Xing nodded. I see. He knew he had asked this just to change the topic. Yang Xiaoming said again. We contacted other base cities and found similar beads with the same effect. Gu Xing frowned, surprised that other bases were encountering the same issue. However, he didn't ask about it. Why was she proactively telling him this? Was she reporting to him? Gu Xing was puzzled. Why did everyone seem to want to report to him? He was just an ordinary student. Hiss, the car came to a steady stop in front of a tall building. We're here. Yang Xiaoming turned to look at Gu Xing. Gu Xing nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and prepared to get out of the car. The building resembled a prison, with sealed doors and windows that couldn't be opened. In front of them was a massive, heavy door. Yang Xiaoming parked the car and walked over to him, saying, Let's go. Gu Xing nodded and followed her. They arrived at the entrance of the courtroom and took the side elevator all the way down. The deeper the elevator descended, the colder the air became. Gu Xing could even feel the spiritual energy being sealed. Although he had no spiritual energy and couldn't be sealed, he could sense the atmosphere. When the elevator doors opened, rows of cells built with spiritual energy isolating minerals came into view. Yang Xiaoming led Gu Xing to one of the cells. Inside sat Gao Yuan, dressed in prison clothes. One of his feet was shackled, and he was idly playing with the straw sticking out from the side of the bed. Hearing footsteps, he looked toward the source of the sound. Seeing it was Gu Xing, he smiled faintly. Gu Xing, you're here. Gu Xing nodded, looking at the completely different Gao Yuan from before, and asked, You said you had something to tell me. What is it? Gao Yuan glanced at Yang Xiaoming beside Gu Xing and smiled. This lady, I want to talk to Gu Xing alone. Yang Xiaoming glanced at Gao Yuan, then at Gu Xing beside her, and softly reminded, Be careful. Gu Xing nodded, watching Yang Xiaoming turn and leave. As soon as Yang Xiaoming left, Gao Yuan stood up, the sound of chains accompanying his movements, and walked toward Gu Xing. The iron bars separated the two of them. Gu Xing did not back down. A so-called S-level genius who couldn't break through the spiritual energy seal had strength comparable to AG level. We're not close. You must have a reason for seeking me out other than reminiscing, Gu Xing said calmly. They were indeed not close. Gu Xing would rather go find Sun Yanxi. Gao Yuan nodded. I know, but this matter I only trust you to handle it. Hearing this, Gu Xing turned to leave. A dying man asking me to do something, what do you think I would feel? Did he look like someone with nothing better to do? Seeing Gu Xing about to leave, Gao Yuan panicked. Wait, it's about Paradise Lost. Gu Xing paused his steps, turned back, and walked to Gao Yuan's side, smiling. Hey, we're classmates and comrades. Helping each other is only right. Paradise Lost, huh? If he could capture a Lord-level or King-level entity, it would be a great opportunity for his new skill. Gao Yuan sighed helplessly. There's a major move happening in Paradise Lost. I overheard it by chance. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow. You should tell that woman earlier. She might be able to help you get your death sentence reduced to life imprisonment. Gao Yuan shook his head. No. If I tell them, the people from Paradise Lost definitely won't let me go. I might die even more miserably before long. I'd rather die easily now. Gu Xing thought, with Paradise Lost's crazy nature, turning Gao Yuan into a puppet was considered mild. Truly miserable. All right, go ahead, Gu Xing thought to himself. This trip was definitely worth it. Surely he could pick up something good. Gao Yuan cleared his throat and said, They said a big figure was involved in an incident. Gu Xing frowned. That's it. Gao Yuan nodded seriously. Yes, that's all. Gu Xing shook his head helplessly. As expected, Gao Yuan still didn't understand Paradise Lost. They now caused minor trouble every 3 days and major trouble every 5 days. If they weren't creating problems, they were preparing to create problems on the way. Oh, I see. Truly disappointing. Gao Yuan saw the disappointment on Gu Xing's face and hurriedly explained. I'm talking about a major incident. They said they could internally collapse an entire base city without deploying a single soldier, making the people of the base city automatically submit to Paradise Lost. All right, I get it. Gu Xing waved his hand. He had said before, the things those people discussed behind Gao Yuan's back were never anything substantial, and it turned out to be just empty talk. Not deploying a single soldier, this sounded more like some random bragging from Xiao Kalami. Now he understood why Gao Yuan didn't tell Yang Xiaoming. It turned out there was no way to reduce his sentence. Seeing Gu Xing dismissive, Gao Yuan sighed. Forget it. If you don't want to listen, then so be it. Gu Xing looked at Gao Yuan's eager expression and indeed felt he genuinely wanted to protect the base city's safety, which made him a bit curious. Then why did you betray humanity? When spiritual energy began to revive, beasts and humans were mortal enemies, and it remains the same now. The people of Paradise Lost are beast worshippers. Cooperating with them is equivalent to cooperating with beasts. What else could I do? Gao Yuan turned his head and sneered. For a better future. After speaking, he sighed and looked at the dim ceiling. I'm an orphan, raised by adoptive parents who were very poor. I once thought my life would just be like this, but then those people found me. Gu Xing listened and asked, So you let them kill your adoptive parents? Gao Yuan shook his head. No, I refused at the time. But they killed my adoptive parents anyway. At this point, Gao Yuan looked at Gu Xing and smiled self-deprecatingly. You all must think I ordered them to kill, right? Gu Xing remained silent. Initially, he did think so. After all, anyone cooperating with Paradise Lost couldn't be a good person. Gao Yuan shook his head. I knew long ago. Then he sighed and said, What else could I do? A child holding a large sum of compensation money, surrounded by people watching. Gu Xing, you could have reported it to the police. Gao Yuan, the police only handle public matters, not private ones. Gu Xing fell silent. He was right now the law was still adjusting to manage beasts and ability users who could care about ordinary people who hadn't awakened yet. So, to survive and to live better, I had no choice but to cooperate with Paradise Lost. But it was just cooperation. Gu Xing asked, then what have you done? Gao Yuan shook his head. Although I've been in contact with Paradise Lost for a long time, up until now, they've only asked me to do 3 things. The first thing was during the class division exam. They asked me to sprinkle the blood of the Lord I hunted onto the stone platform. The second thing is to give them the list of participants in the genius class and record everyone's abilities. The third thing is to throw that item to the edge of the barrier. Gu Xing listened to Gao Yuan's narration and thought for a while. The first thing should be about the Lord going berserk. He remembered Sun Yinshi mentioning that there was a forced breakthrough formation on the platform. The second thing was the leakage of abilities. The third thing was what was happening now. So, their purpose in bombing the school was to divert attention and prevent you from being discovered. Gao Yuan had also heard the news about the school being bombed and nodded. Yes, but I deliberately let the news leak. I specifically made a copy and sold it to other places so that other teachers would notice our skills in advance and raise suspicions. Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. Why do that? Gao Yuan spread his hands helplessly. What other reason could there be? Just to make up for the mistake I made during the class division exam. If this gets discovered, the people from Paradise Lost can only call me stupid, foolish, and a greedy bad guy. Gu Xing listened and looked down at the panel. The panel was clean, with no information at all. Did you say these things during the trial? If you had, you wouldn't have been sentenced to death, Gu Xing asked. Gao Yuan glanced at him and smiled. A mistake is a mistake. Whoever makes it should bear the consequences. I did have contact with the people from Paradise Lost and Endangered Society. Gu Xing sighed. All right, I understand. After saying that, he turned and left. Yang Xiaoming was waiting for Gu Xing at the elevator entrance. When she saw him coming, she pressed the up button and asked, how did the conversation go? Gu Xing nodded. Not bad. The two took the elevator back to the first floor. This time, Yang Xiaoming still drove Gu Xing back. When they reached the mountain, before Yang Xiaoming left, Gu Xing suddenly said, you can study that bead carefully. Although Yang Xiaoming didn't quite understand, she nodded to show she remembered, then drove away. Gu Xing sighed and rubbed his head. I really meddle too much. But having an extra helper is good. I wonder when this helper will come in handy. Gu Xing leisurely returned to his dormitory to rest. Based on the status bar when he saved Lu Yaoyao, if he really helped, he could earn star points. The people at the training base were all geniuses. He exposed Gao Yuan but didn't receive any rewards. This indicated that even without exposing him, the training base would remain safe and sound. Meanwhile, on her way back, Yang Xiaoming kept thinking about Gu Xing's words. Bead, she repeated softly. During Gao Yuan's trial, she noticed his unusual emotions. He didn't defend himself or even hire a lawyer. He directly admitted to the crimes he committed. The Berserk Artificial Spiritual Void Lord, leaking information about the genius class, and the bead capable of locating and teleporting. Although she felt there was something fishy about it, since he admitted it himself, as the judge, she had to remain impartial. In the end, Gao Yuan was sentenced to death, with the execution scheduled for a month later. Yang Xiaoming arranged for someone to check on Gao Yuan daily. If he regretted it and wanted a second trial, she would give him the chance. Unexpectedly, it was Gu Xing who intervened in the end, preventing the fall of this genius. Yang Xiaoming slammed the accelerator, and the car sped towards the tall building. After getting out, she went straight to the experts responsible for researching the black bead, asking them to recheck it, focusing on whether there was a newly added ceiling formation. Finally, they discovered half of the ceiling formation was embedded in the bead, while the other half was hidden in Gao Yuan's life-bound weapon. That formation could interfere with magnetic fields, making positioning inaccurate. Yang Xiaoming applied for a retrial and paid out of her own pocket to hire a lawyer for Gao Yuan. In the end, Gao Yuan's sentence was changed to 30 years of labor reform. As he was leaving, Gao Yuan looked at Yang Xiaoming in confusion. Why are you helping me? Yang Xiaoming smiled, placing her right hand on her chest, and said, May the star god protect you. Knowing the result, Gu Xing was not surprised. He even thought the punishment was too light. It seems Yang Xiaoming has quite a lot of authority, he thought. Gao Yuan had done so many things that, logically, he should have been sentenced to at least 50 years or even life imprisonment, but he only got 30 years of labor reform. Moreover, since he was an S-level genius, there would be people in the prison training him. Labor reform? It's practically closed training. Gu Xing shook his head. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. But I must be careful in the future and never let those fanatics from the Star God Temple find out. Just thinking about those people made him shiver. No, he absolutely couldn't be discovered. The following days passed peacefully. Sun Yinshi and her teammates had finalized their tactics, and the genius battle was about to begin. Gu Xing slumped on the sofa in the exclusive team lounge, looking up and sighing, so tired. Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi finished discussing and walked over excitedly. Hearing this, Qian Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Brother Xing, you've been resting for a week, and you're still tired? Gu Xing raised his eyelids slightly. I don't want to participate in this kind of competition. It's mentally exhausting. Qian Yuan patted Gu Xing's shoulder and said, Brother Xing, you'll get used to it. This is just a preliminary competition. When you get to college, there will be advanced competitions, and after that, national competitions. You might have to participate in all of them. Gu Xing slumped even further. I suddenly feel even more tired. Qian Yuan was speechless. Sun Yinshi looked at Gu Xing's lethargic appearance and said, I'll try to arrange for you not to go on stage in the next matches and help you finish the competition. Hearing this, Gu Xing immediately sat up straight, gave Sun Yinshi a thumbs up, and said, You're the smartest. Then he got up, waved, and said, I'll go watch the match. Call me if you need anything. As Gu Xing pushed open the door, he ran straight into a wall of flesh. Looking up, he saw it was the new teammate, Hu Tianba. Hu Tianba was 2 meters tall, muscular, and clearly not someone to mess with. Excuse me. Thank you, Gu Xing said politely. Hey, what right does a loser like you have to participate in this kind of competition? A dissatisfied voice came from above. Gu Xing looked confused. The last person who said something like this now avoided him whenever they saw him. Recently, Su Dong hesitated when he saw him and then simply took a detour. But this guy? Gu Xing sighed, pressed his hand on Hu Tianba's shoulder, and directly exerted force downward. Hu Tianba felt as if his shoulder was weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and his whole body was forced downward. Thud! Hu Tianba knelt before Gu Xing. He never expected that. As someone known for his strength, he would be pinned down by a waist. At this moment, his head only reached Gu Xing's chest. Gu Xing bent down close to his ear and lightly patted his shoulder. If you're not satisfied, go tell the teacher. After saying this, he strode away. Hu Tianba was still too shocked to speak, standing there dumbfounded until Qian Yuan came over to help him up and patted his chest. Big guy, let me tell you, don't make Xing Ji angry. Normally, Gu Xing wouldn't use this method to shut someone up unless he was truly angry. I was actually defeated by a waist. Hu Tianba still couldn't process it. The scene was simply absurd, like a 3-year-old defeating an adult. Don't stress, there's a lot you still don't know. Qian Yuan had long known how strong Gu Xing was. After all, being able to throw a basketball with a sound that cuts through the air was not something an ordinary person could achieve. But what puzzled him was that Gu Xing wasn't the type to get angry over a competition. After teaching Hu Tianba a lesson, Gu Xing immediately looked in a certain direction. Just now, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, so he ran out to check. But as soon as he came out, the feeling disappeared. Actually, it didn't disappear, it scattered, so much so that he couldn't sense it anymore. This was the first time he'd encountered such a sensation, as if someone had been torn into dozens of pieces. Could it be that kind of monster? Gu Xing followed the corridor toward the place where the aura was strongest. That kind of monster was a vicious puppet from the Lost Paradise. They fused humans and exotic beasts, resulting in grotesque and terrifying forms. The most disgusting ones he had encountered in his past life were those that could split apart, kill one, and 2 more would emerge. However, such puppets were rare. If the goal was merely to destroy this place, There was no need to deploy monsters of this level. As Gu Xing pondered, he had already reached the end of the Aura's Trail storage room. This place was remote, and the staff were all busy with the opening ceremony, so no one was around. Gu Xing pushed the door open and walked in. The storage room was packed with items, dimly lit, and as soon as he entered, he kicked an empty bottle. Apart from the sound of the bottle rolling, the surroundings were eerily quiet. That thing must have left. But Gu Xing decided to search carefully. He might still find something. He walked around the storage room, which was covered in dust, clearly untouched for a long time. However, one corner had obviously been disturbed recently. Gu Xing crouched down and looked at a thin thread on a cardboard box. He picked up the nearly invisible thread and held it up to the light streaming through the door crack to examine it closely. The thread was thinner than hair, yet exceptionally strong, somewhat resembling high-grade spider silk. "Hey, who's in there?" An old man at the door shouted, holding a flashlight. Hearing the voice, Gu Xing quickly wrapped the thread in a napkin, stood up, and smiled at the old man. "The teacher asked me to get some A4 paper. I thought there might be some in the storage room." The old man scolded him for a bit before letting him leave. Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take the thread to Shun Yin when he suddenly sensed a faint aura again. He immediately turned and quickly followed it. Turning the corner, he thought he had found a chunk of flesh, but instead, he saw the old man who had just scolded him. "Gu Xing, why does he have the aura of the lost paradise on him?" Gu Xing, unable to figure it out, decided to follow and take a look. As he approached, the aura suddenly disappeared. Gu Xing, something's off. At this moment, the old man scratched his head in confusion and muttered to himself. Strange. I was clearly heading to the restroom. How did I end up here?" The old man turned around and prepared to go to the restroom again. Gu Xing, leaning against the wall, quietly activated his skill. As the old man passed by, he gently picked up the broken thread from him. Looking at this thread and recalling the thread in the storage room, Gu Xing frowned slightly. After a moment, he smiled. "Kid, playing hide and seek with me, huh? All right, I'll play along. Hey, Xiaoli, why aren't you watching the match?" "I'm not going. You guys go ahead." "Oh, then remember to close the door when you leave." A group of men excitedly went to watch the match, leaving one man leisurely drinking tea on a chair. As he drank, the thread above his head suddenly tightened. His eyes went blank, and he abruptly stood up, his body stiffly leaving the room. Then he turned around, slowly walked into the storage room, squatted down, and opened a cardboard box. The box was empty. The man stared at it for a long time, and suddenly the thread connecting his head snapped. He immediately regained consciousness. He looked around, scratching his head, and said, "Strange, how did I end up here?" In the audience seats, the match was in full swing. A girl wearing a black baseball cap was chewing gum, idly playing with her fingers. "How could it not be here?" she muttered, and suddenly her fingers went limp. "Girl, her thread couldn't possibly snap unless... Damn it, have I been discovered?" She immediately stood up and hurriedly walked out of the venue. "Miss, can I add you on WeChat?" The girl lowered the brim of her hat and said softly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, I can't." What's the rush? Maybe I can help." The voice followed her, and she got angry, raising her head to glare at the person. "I said I can't. Can you shut up?" Gu Xing, rejected twice, felt a bit down. "All right, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But you need to tell me where these threads came from." The girl heard this and realized she had been exposed. She immediately pulled a dagger from her sleeve and swung it at Gu Xing. Gu Xing glanced at her stats, grabbed her wrist, and crushed her bones with force. The girl screamed miserably, cold sweat pouring down. "Don't move, or I'll crush your skull directly." Gu Xing's voice was so low it sounded demonic, scaring the girl into tears. "Please, don't kill me, sob sob sob." Gu Xing didn't expect her to be so timid. He let go of her and asked, "I won't kill you. Now tell me, where did these threads come from?" The girl weakly replied, Someone gave them to me." "Who gave them to you? Where did you meet?" "In." The girl watched Gu Xing approach, and a hidden sleeve arrow shot out from her other sleeve. Gu Xing caught the tip of the arrow with one hand and casually threw it to the ground. The floor was quickly corroded into a large hole. "How is this possible?" The girl's pupils shrank sharply. Just as she was about to surrender, Gu Xing struck her unconscious with a single blow. Looking at the girl lying on the ground, Gu Xing sighed, took out his phone, and called Shun Yin. Hey, teacher, I want to report that a contestant brought contraband. Shun Yin looked at the unconscious girl, then turned to Gu Xing, who was studying the threads, and asked, what exactly is going on? He was clearly called to solve a problem, but instead, he was brought to the lounge and left to figure things out on his own. Wake her up and ask her. I'm busy. By the way, do you have any other precision instruments here? Gu Xing placed the microscope on the table and looked up at Shun Yin. Shun Yin smiled wryly. This is the competition venue. What other instruments do you expect? Why not go ask the Research Institute? He was completely clueless at the moment. Asking for instruments right off the bat was too much. Gu Xing shook his head. No, I can't. I've observed these threads, and they disappear after a certain time. By the time I get to the Research Institute, the threads will already be gone, and it's too easy to get noticed. Then what should we do? Gu Xing looked at Shun Yin and said seriously, you're the teacher. What's the point of asking an ordinary student like me? Shun Yin. That retort, who dares to talk to a teacher like that? In the end, Shun Yin didn't say anything, just sighed and pulled out his phone. I'll have the researchers bring some equipment over and tell them it's to inspect damage to the arena. Gu Xing nodded. I need a spiritual microscope, a spiritual wave detector, and preferably a fine cutting knife. I want to cut open the bomb and examine its internal structure, otherwise, it'll be very troublesome to handle. Shun Yin said helplessly. Troubles really are piling up. But he still complied, because seeing Gu Xing's focused expression, it was clear something serious was happening. After hanging up the phone, Shun Yin stared at Gu Xing and asked, can you tell me what's going on now? Gu Xing carefully stored the threads he had retrieved from the unconscious girl, then took out a black bead from his pocket and said calmly, nothing much, just someone trying to blow this place up. But we haven't found the person yet. Shun Yin was shocked. How can you say something so terrifying so calmly? Apart from the staff here, there were teachers and geniuses. Geniuses were incredibly valuable. If even one of them died, the entire base would be plunged into grief. Shun Yin picked up the black bead on the table and examined it closely. This kind of black bead was like a specialty of Paradise Lost. It had been studied for a long time, but no one had been able to replicate it. It contained many minerals and extracts they couldn't understand. Can you figure out what this thing is? Shun Yin asked. Gu Xing shook his head. I can't understand it, but I know who made it. I want to try and see if I can find the mastermind behind this. Gu Xing knew that this kind of thing couldn't be replicated by ordinary people or even most experts. But by analyzing its structure, it might be possible to identify its creator. It might even be an old acquaintance. Though that acquaintance had long since died, it could be one of their disciples. This kind of delay won't work. How about we urgently evacuate the crowd, minimize casualties first, and then figure out how to dismantle the bomb? Gu Xing immediately shook his head. No. What if that person sees us evacuating and detonates the bomb immediately? We need to find the mastermind first and address the root cause. After saying this, Gu Xing walked over to the unconscious girl on the ground, squatted down, and poked her face with the microscope. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. The girl, hearing these words, immediately opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she cried out. I'm just someone hired to do a job. I don't know anything. Sob sob. Gu Xing looked at her helplessly and said coldly, enough. I don't have time to argue with you. Pass on this message for me. I have Anatoly's relics here. If you want them, dismantle all the bombs nearby. The girl stared at Gu Xing in shock. You actually have Her Majesty's relics? Gu Xing raised his hand, untying the ropes around her wrists, and returned the threads he had confiscated from her. This is no longer your concern. Go deliver the message, or I'll destroy the relics. Then no one will be able to get their hands on them. The girl sat up, rubbing her swollen wrists, clutching the threads as she warily eyed Gu Xing. She was calculating the odds of escaping. Unfortunately, with a 7th-tier ability user watching her, any resistance would be met with ruthless force. Even if she managed to escape, the Queen's relics might be destroyed, and His Highness would never forgive her. With that thought, she finally picked up the threads and started making contact. Not long after, she spoke. His Highness said he'll dismantle the bombs, but you must personally hand over the relics in the old city by 3 p.m. Gu Xing glanced at the time. 3 hours remained. He nodded in agreement. All right. Then, he turned to Shun Yan and said, She is of no further use. Send her straight to interrogation. Shun Yan acted immediately, knocking the girl unconscious with one punch and handing her over to the law enforcement personnel they had already contacted. After dealing with this, Shun Yan asked, Where did you get Anatoly's relics? Anatoly was one of the 6 immortal kings who had fallen during the Millennium War, a massive spider adept at creating bombs and clones. Most of her relics were in the Lost Paradise, though the Dragon Nation also had a small collection. However, the relics within the Dragon Nation were securely locked away in top-tier research institutes, inaccessible even to someone like Shun Yan, let alone an ordinary student like Gu Xing. Gu Xing shrugged. Don't rush. Let us stabilize the situation over there first. Shun Yan's mouth twitched. Do you really believe they'll keep their word and dismantle the bombs? Gu Xing gave him a strange look. Who said I trusted them? After all, the people from the Lost Paradise were notorious for their explosive tempers. Without something tangible to appease them, they would already caused mayhem. Shun Yan was about to press further when he saw Gu Xing already engrossed in studying the bombs again. He could only hold his tongue. For now, the only thing he could do was trust Gu Xing's judgment. Before long, a group of researchers arrived with the equipment Gu Xing had requested. Since the devices were too valuable, Gu Xing had to accompany them to the transport vehicle. The researchers initially assumed it was just a simple inspection, but after hearing Gu Xing's words, they were utterly stunned. You're saying we need to dismantle bombs? A young man exclaimed in shock. Gu Xing frowned and explained, These bombs are powered by spiritual energy. As long as you don't use spiritual energy to sever the connections during the dismantling process, they won't explode. Hearing this, the group immediately fell silent. Although they had extensive knowledge, dismantling bombs was a meticulous task that typically required skills or innate abilities to assist. But all of these abilities relied on spiritual energy. How could one possibly dismantle a bomb without using it? An elderly man spoke. I can dismantle it, but the equipment on the vehicle isn't precise enough. We'll need to return to the Research Institute to use more professional tools. Gu Xing sighed. As expected, I'll do it. You all go out first. Saying this, he picked up the mask beside him and put it on. Our teacher couldn't even do it. How could you possibly manage? A researcher looked down on the young man and immediately retorted. Gu Xing shrugged. If you think you can, go ahead. You. The researcher glared angrily, ready to rush forward, but the elderly man calmly blocked him. The elderly man's gaze was somewhat blurry, but he looked up at Gu Xing for a moment, then restrained the impulsive researcher and bowed deeply. Apologies, my student was too hasty. Gu Xing waved lightly, his face expressionless. It's fine. Hurry up and leave. I'm starting now. Saying this, he skillfully put on gloves. Seeing his urgency, the elderly man hesitated as his gaze fell on Gu Xing's composed and methodical demeanor. Finally, he spoke. Can I stay as your assistant? The other researchers were shocked upon hearing this. The teacher was a top expert, usually sought after to be an assistant, but now he was volunteering to assist someone else? And the other person was just a young man. Gu Xing thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Having an experienced person to help would make things easier. Thus, everyone else left the vehicle, leaving only Gu Xing and the elderly man. Outside the vehicle, the researchers were discussing fervently. Can the teacher and that student really do it? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Using just a few small instruments to dismantle a micro bomb? What a joke. That student is definitely bluffing. But the teacher seems to trust him. Could that student be the teacher's most prized pupil? Maybe. Since they worked together regularly, they were naturally familiar with each other, and the discussion grew heated. Meanwhile, Shun Yan remained silent, his brows furrowed. Half an hour later, the car door finally opened. Gu Xing stepped out and handed something to Shun Yan. Take this to check for bombs. At the same time, he pulled out his phone to check the time and continued. There's still an hour. Find someone to secretly protect me. I'm going to stabilize that guy. Shun Yan looked at the seemingly worn-out detector in his hand, its internal wiring visibly chaotic. He didn't doubt the instrument's effectiveness but frowned and said, It's too dangerous. Let someone else go instead. Gu Xing shook his head. No, that person has definitely already described my appearance to the other side. If I don't go personally, I won't be able to stabilize him. I must go myself. Although Shun Yin wanted to stop him, he knew time was tight, and this was indeed the best option. He could only nod. Then be careful. Also, make sure he stays hidden and doesn't intervene unless absolutely necessary. 3 p.m., Old Building District. Gu Xing leisurely rode an electric scooter to the agreed location. Just as he parked the scooter, a brown poodle emerged from the nearby bushes. Gu Xing quickly opened its system window. Name, gender, level, Lord Tier Stage 3 Early Innate Talent, Self-Destruct Talent Skill, Teleportation Attribute, 72 Status. Incomplete. Teddy wagged his tail and barked happily twice, trying to get closer to Gu Xing. Gu Xing quickly stepped back, waving his hand and saying, "You better stay away from me. I haven't lived enough yet." Hearing this, Teddy stopped pretending to be cute, sat directly on the ground, and made a piercing sound as his claws scraped the floor. "I thought you'd hug me, so I could dig out your heart." After speaking, he revealed a menacing smile as a threat. Gu Xing pretended to be scared, clutching his chest. "Oh no, I'm terrified." "Stop pretending, human. I can sense you're not afraid. Where's the relic?" Teddy's eyes widened, flashing red light, and he threatened, "I'm warning you. Don't try to deceive me, or I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead." As soon as he finished speaking, several spider legs suddenly emerged from behind him, two of which pointed threateningly at Gu Xing. Looking at this monster with spider legs, Gu Xing's vision darkened, and he quickly threw the item in his hand to it. "Of all things to possess, you chose a dog, and it even grew spider legs. Now I'll be on edge every time I see this kind of animal." Encountering these creatures again in the future, he'd truly fear they might suddenly sprout spider legs from their backs. Teddy picked up the black orb, carefully examining the patterns on it, confirming it was the type he had seen before, and his mood improved significantly. He casually replied, "This is just a container. The weaker the creature, the easier it is to hide things without you humans noticing anything unusual." "Oh," Gu Xing nodded and asked, "Finished checking?" To clear the Anatoly dungeon, he had spent nearly a year strategizing, becoming thoroughly familiar with Anatoly's skills and the method of crafting this black orb. Using ancient techniques from 1,000 years ago to fool an inexperienced underling was a piece of cake. The dog heard Gu Xing's question and nodded. "That's right. Although there's an unsettling aura on this, the traces are indeed from Queen Anatoly." After speaking, the dog casually opened a teleportation portal and threw the black orb directly into it. "Oh, if that's the case, I'll be leaving now." Gu Xing lifted his foot, ready to leave, when the dog suddenly called out to him. "Wait." Gu Xing turned around, only to see the dog's mouth stretch wide, its voice chilling enough to give goosebumps. "I never said you could leave. Since you're here, come with me." Before the words were finished, Teddy suddenly spat out spider silk from his mouth. Lunging to entangle Gu Xing kicked at the shadow in front of him. "Brother, stop standing there watching the show. Hurry up and save me." A man in black suddenly emerged from Gu Xing's shadow, holding a long blade, and slashed the spider silk in one swift motion. "Wow, amazing!" Gu Xing exclaimed in awe. The man in black gave him a strange glance and immediately charged forward, attempting to capture Teddy. Knowing he was no match, Teddy decisively chose to self-destruct. Boom! With a loud explosion, the spot where Teddy had been was left with only a half-meter wide crater. Gu Xing looked at the crater and sighed. "If you're going to leave, just leave. Why blow up the ground and ruin the city's appearance?" The man in black was speechless. Gu Xing smiled at him and said, "Thanks, big brother, for your help. But..." He paused for a moment and decided to tell the man in black, "Recently, there will be a place with energy fluctuations, possibly gathering a group of people from the Lost Paradise. You need to be careful." After all, he had prepared a big gift for Teddy. When he returned to the competition venue, Qian Yuan was pacing back and forth anxiously, muttering under his breath. When he saw Gu Xing, his eyes lit up. "Brother Xing, you're finally back." He rushed forward, trying to give Gu Xing a bear hug. Gu Xing pushed his chubby face away with one hand and turned to ask Sun Yinshi, "How's the situation?" Sun Yinshi slowly replied, The competition is over. In the individual matches, we got second place, and in the team matches, we got first. Teacher Shun has already defused all the bombs. 40 minutes ago, those bombs were detonated in an open area without causing any casualties. Gu Xing nodded. That's good. Qian Yuan muttered. Brother Xing, if you had come back earlier to participate in one match, we definitely could have gotten first place in the individual matches. Sun Yinshi explained. If Gu Xing had participated in the competition, the bombs would have exploded earlier. I know, I just think it's a pity. We were only a few points away. Qian Yuan sighed. Although he had a counter-damage skill, defeating a warrior-type player alone was still too difficult, so the individual matches relied on Sun Yinshi, Hu Tianba, and Su Dong to compete. Rank doesn't matter. Anyway, the top 3 can all get direct admission to the 7 academies and choose freely, Gu Xing said indifferently. Hearing this, Qian Yuan nodded but still felt a bit disappointed. But Brother Xing, you can't get the direct admission, right? The competition rules stated that only those who participated and won at least one match could qualify for direct admission. Since Gu Xing didn't participate, he naturally wasn't eligible. Oh, that? I don't care. My goal is the research institute, Gu Xing thought aloud. He never intended to go to university. If he did, he only wanted to enter the Archaeological Research Institute. With his experience, finding a relaxed position there would be easy. Qian Yuan opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He looked at Brother Xing, who seemed to have no ambition at all, and felt extremely anxious inside. Gu Xing, help this student with their knife techniques. Gu Xing, the principal wants you to go to the office. Gu Xing, you have to attend the friendship match with second high school this time. Gu Xing. After coming out of the principal's office, Gu Xing slumped over the desk like a dead fish. Brother Xing, you're back. Want some chocolate? Qian Yuan looked at his weak appearance and handed him a piece of chocolate. Gu Xing glanced at the chocolate, then at Qian Yuan, and suddenly got angry. He grabbed Qian Yuan by the collar and questioned him. Didn't you say joining the genius class meant I could be a slacker? Why am I so busy? Qian Yuan felt a bit wronged. Brother Xing, the genius class really isn't busy, but it's because you're too outstanding. The principal was conducting an investigation, and Gu Xing was forced to participate. Although he was only G level, his attributes and combat power were very high. During teacher Shen Yan's classes, he even acted as a teaching assistant, helping students train. Moreover, every time other schools challenged the genius class students, claiming it was a friendship match, everyone wanted to challenge Gu Xing. In the end, all the challengers were defeated by him. No matter who it was, they couldn't last 10 minutes under Gu Xing's command. Thus, the title of Invincible War God, Gu Xing, spread across schools, and some even invited him for exchanges. Gu Xing knew this wasn't Qian Yuan's fault, so he loosened his grip and slumped back onto the desk. That day, he really didn't feel like going to school anymore. Seeing Gu Xing's dejected look, Qian Yuan suddenly thought of something that might cheer him up. Oh, right, Brother Xing. I have some good news for you. What is it? Gu Xing looked up at him. Qian Yuan immediately said, Recently, we discovered the lair of a monarch-level leader. At this point, Qian Yuan sighed. Unfortunately, the leader escaped, but it was severely injured and shouldn't cause any trouble in the short term. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing slumped back down and waved his hand. Got it. I need to sleep for a bit. Actually, he had heard about this matter earlier. Due to your command, severely injured monarch-level follower, star points plus 50 back then, he had infused concentrated star power into the bead, and the moment it was activated, it was definitely detected by the people of the Star Temple. I clearly warned them. Why haven't they finished it off yet? Gu Xing muttered. A severe injury could earn 50 star points if it were killed. It would surely unlock new skills. What a pity. Moreover, that monarch would definitely hold a grudge against him, like a ticking time bomb ready to explode and cause trouble at any moment. Qian Yuan scratched his head, looking at Gu Xing's gloomy expression. Strange, wasn't Gu Xing usually very interested in these matters? This was good news, so why wasn't he happy? After thinking for a moment, Qian Yuan suddenly asked, Brother Xing, do you want to take a leave of absence? Gu Xing replied gloomily. I do, but Shunyan knows my family situation and won't let me. He didn't even have a valid reason to request leave. His parents were orphans. He had no relatives to visit. His sister was in a closed school and didn't need visiting, and his G-level talent meant he didn't need to absorb spiritual energy. Qian Yuan grinned and said, I have a way to help you successfully take leave. Gu Xing immediately sat up, his eyes lighting up, and asked eagerly, Tell me. As long as he could take leave and rest, he'd do anything. Qian Yuan said word by word, Spiritual void exploration. Spiritual void exploration. Yes, it's about exploring newly formed spiritual void areas. The risks vary depending on the level. Upon completion, you can get up to a year of leave, or at least a mandatory 1-month rest. Hearing about the minimum 1-month rest, Gu Xing almost agreed. But remembering the hardships of exploration in his past life, he ultimately shook his head. Exploration is too exhausting, and I'd just be a burden no one would want to take me along. Really? Qian Yuan was surprised. Hasn't Professor Lu contacted you recently? Gu Xing took out his phone and showed Qian Yuan a bunch of missed calls from unknown numbers. Which one are you talking about? Recently, a bunch of research institute people have been calling me. It's so annoying. Although he wanted to be a researcher, now wasn't the right time. Participating in these research institute activities would just be asking for trouble. Qian Yuan paused for a moment and asked, Do you remember the old man who helped you make the detector? Gu Xing finally remembered and nodded. Qian Yuan said, That's Professor Lu Luanpeng, a senior researcher at the Rongyang base. Since he couldn't reach you, he contacted me and said you could reach out to him if you needed help. He recently participated in a low-level Lingshu exploration. I think if you want to take leave and join his team, it should be fine. Gu Xing nodded. All right, then give me his number. I'll contact him. Since it's entering as a researcher, it shouldn't be tiring. Of course, I have to go. 3 days later, Gu Xing stood by the street, looking down at his phone, his brows slightly furrowed. Didn't they say someone would pick me up at 8? It's already 10 past 8. Why is there still no sign? He muttered, sighed, and decided to call the new number. The phone rang twice before being answered, and the person on the other end spoke hurriedly, apologizing repeatedly before Gu Xing could even say a word. Sorry, my friend, something urgent came up on my end. I've already sent someone else to pick you up. Amid the noise on the other end, Gu Xing, though annoyed, didn't say much and simply responded with an "oh," casually asking, Who's coming to pick me up? It's your classmate. She should be arriving soon. Before the sentence was finished, another young researcher interrupted with a shout. Teacher, this instrument broke again. Luanpeng was evidently overwhelmed, covering the phone and shouting, Don't panic. I'll be right there. Hearing the chaos on the other end, Gu Xing didn't feel like asking further and proactively said, You go ahead. I'll hang up. Thanks for understanding. Luanpeng breathed a sigh of relief and hung up. Gu Xing stared at the disconnected call, wondering who the classmate coming to pick him up was. Just then, a long black business car slowly stopped in front of him. The car door opened from the inside, and a familiar face came into view. It was Sun Yinshi. Get in, Sun Yinshi said indifferently. Oh, Gu Xing was momentarily stunned, then opened the car door and got in. The car restarted and smoothly drove forward. Gu Xing sat on the soft seat, turned to look at Sun Yinshi, his eyes carrying a hint of doubt. You're joining the exploration too? Sun Yinshi glanced at him and replied flatly, Yes, I need the training. Oh, Gu Xing responded softly, thinking that since that was the case, there was nothing more to ask. He set a principle for himself. Focus when there's something to do, relax when there's nothing. He casually placed his backpack on the seat beside him, but noticed Sun Yinshi staring at his backpack. Understanding her intent, he directly unzipped the backpack and handed a bag of snacks to Sun Yinshi. Want some? I brought a whole bag. After all, this Lingshu exploration would last at least a week. He was here for a vacation, not to suffer, so snacks were a must. Sun Yinshi looked at the colorful snack bag in front of her, paused for a moment, and finally shook her head. No, thank you. Seeing this, Gu Xing didn't insist, chuckled, and stuffed the snacks back into his backpack. Not now, but once inside the Lingshu, he'd eat them. Half an hour later, the car steadily stopped in front of a glowing white Lingshu entrance. Gu Xing got out of the car and looked around. This was the outskirts, sparsely populated, but a cordon had already been set up, with police patrolling nearby. The 3-meter-high Lingshu entrance before him was entirely white, emitting a faint glow, clearly a normal level Lingshu. Gu Xing knew that Lingshu was divided into levels: normal, dangerous, chaotic, nightmare, destruction, and even apocalypse. The one before him was just normal level, with most of the beasts inside being Tier 1 to Tier 3. Beside the Lingshu entrance, a group of people were chatting idly, as if waiting for something. Gu Xing noticed one of them wearing a bronze badge, which gleamed with a special light, making it quite conspicuous. They're from the Martial District and are also part of this exploration team, Sun Yinchi whispered. Gu Xing nodded. He already knew this. He also knew that the bronze badge signified the person's ability to single-handedly kill a same-tier Lord-level exotic beast, showcasing extraordinary strength. The person wearing the bronze badge noticed Gu Xing and Sun Yinchi, waved at them, and walked over with a smile. Are you also part of this exploration team? Sun Yinchi nodded. I'm Sun Yinchi, and this is Gu Xing. We're students from the Genius class. Upon hearing Genius class, the person's eyes lit up, and he immediately introduced himself. I'm Enchi, a fire element mage. After introducing himself, he called out to the people chatting behind him. All right, stop chatting. 2 students from the Genius class are here. Come over and get acquainted. The group stopped talking and gathered around. A burly man with scars all over his arm was the first to speak. I'm Gung Hu, a warrior-type damage dealer. As he spoke, he flexed the muscles on his arm and proudly added, I use a machete. His voice was loud, matching his hearty demeanor. Next to him, a simple and honest-looking man introduced himself. I'm Zhao Dong, a frontline shield type. You can just stand behind me. A woman who had been playing mobile games looked up at the 2 of them briefly and said indifferently, Li Ping, control type. Then she lowered her head and continued playing. The last woman hid behind Enchi, keeping her head down and saying nothing. Enchi smiled and introduced her to the 2. This is my sister, Enlan, a support healer. She's still a bit shy around strangers, so please be understanding. When shy was mentioned, Enlan lowered her head even further, staying silent behind Enchi after everyone had introduced themselves. Sun Yinchi began her introduction. I'm an ice element mage, and this is... Just as Sun Yinchi hesitated on how to introduce him, Gu Xing interjected. I'm a close combat fighter, but I'm here as a researcher. And she was a bit surprised upon hearing this. A warrior turned researcher? That's quite challenging. Gu Xing nodded. It is a bit difficult, but I really enjoy this field. I'm here this time to get familiar with things in advance. To get familiar, and to slack off a bit. And she seemed to understand and leaned closer to Gu Xing, asking in a low voice. Do you know the real purpose of entering Lingshu this time? Of course, Gu Xing knew. After all, Lu Wenpeng had provided him with detailed information, but he wanted to probe and see if there were any secrets unknown to researchers. He shook his head and asked in confusion, Isn't it just exploration? Mapping the area and identifying dangers? And she nodded, then shook his head, Not entirely. He then explained, This time, Lingshu opened within the base city. Considering the safety of the entire base city, the ultimate goal of this exploration is to blow up Lingshu, forcibly closing the portal. Gu Xing suddenly understood. I see. No wonder I've only seen Lingshu entrances on the outskirts of the base city, never inside. But, he scratched his head, looking puzzled. Wouldn't that be a huge waste? Although it's a standard grade Lingshu, there must still be many spiritual plants and undiscovered exotic beasts inside. After hearing this, Enchi laughed heartily and nodded, saying, That's right. The main task of this operation is to gather intelligence. If we find valuable and unrecorded spiritual plants or exotic beasts, we must take them as for those already documented. He coughed and added in a low voice, The ones the Research Institute doesn't want to take, we'll take. You're a student, so you should bring more. Even if you can't use them, selling them can earn you a profit. So that's how it is, but I'll pass. I only know how to handle instruments. I don't understand spiritual plants. Gu Xing scratched his head awkwardly on the surface, but inwardly he was muttering. This job is pretty straightforward. No wonder a group of 5th and 6th tier experts would take on such escort work. It's not difficult, I'll teach you. Seeing Gu Xing's humble and eager attitude, and she couldn't help but share many tips and practical techniques for identifying spiritual plants that aren't taught in books. The most important thing, he patted his pocket proudly and said, when staying in Lingshu for a long time, you can save on everything, but you absolutely can't skimp on barbecue seasoning. Otherwise, after a week, your mouth will lose all taste. As he spoke, he even showed off the barbecue seasoning in his pocket. I brought enough supplies, but for safety's sake, I brought an extra 5 packs of barbecue seasoning. Occasionally, we can even grill some meat. Gu Xing listened and nodded in agreement. He had already said that bringing snacks was the wisest choice. It's almost 10 o'clock, why haven't those people arrived yet? Geng Hu's loud voice revealed his impatience. Zhao Dong spoke slowly. Not sure, the other escort team hasn't shown up either. But look at those 3 off-road vehicles loaded with supplies parked here, they should come, right? And Qi sighed on the side. If they don't come, the 5 of us won't be able to protect the research convoy, and the departure might be delayed. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. Although the 5 of them were elites, facing a large-scale beast tide, the defense line could easily be breached. It would be best to have a guard team of at least 10 people. Sun Yinshi listened to everyone's tense discussion and calmly said, "They went to pick up the research team and will come along with them." Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting another half hour, the research team finally appeared. Besides the conspicuous big white vehicle, it was accompanied by a circle of black security cars, exuding a strong presence. The white vehicle was let through by the police, while the black cars stopped outside the security line. Since they couldn't drive in, the doors of the black cars opened, and a group of men in work pants quickly got out and ran toward them. Gu Xing watched them, their movements uniform, feeling they were completely different from Qi and the others, and couldn't help but wonder, are these people from the military district too? And Qi shook his head. Probably not. They look like bodyguards. Could it be that the research team brought them themselves? Hearing the word bodyguards, Gu Xing thought of what Sun Yinshi had said earlier about them picking up the researchers and couldn't help but smile. He turned to look at Sun Yinshi. Are these all your bodyguards? Sun Yinshi nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Gu Xing and Qi both were speechless, their faces full of shock. Is this how rich people act so recklessly? Sun Yinshi noticed in Qi's helplessness and explained, they are only responsible for escorting and protecting me, nothing else. In other words, they wouldn't compete with Qi and the others for money-making opportunities. Instead, because they wouldn't participate, Qi and the others could earn more. Hearing this, Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Although entering Lingshu depended on one's abilities, it was certainly no match for this group of professionally trained bodyguards. The white car stopped at the entrance of Lingshu, and the car door opened. Lu Enpeng quickly got out and apologized to everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. Everything is fine on our end now, and we can enter Lingshu. Hearing that they could enter Lingshu, Qi nodded and drove his own car to take the lead in exploring the entrance. Sun Yinshi pointed to the 3 off-road vehicles and asked, should we go together? Gu Xing shook his head and pointed to the white car, saying, I came as a researcher, so I'll stay here. All right. Sun Yinshi turned around directly after hearing this. Lu Enpeng, hearing Gu Xing's words, happily invited him. Young friend, come on board. Gu Xing nodded and followed Lu Enpeng onto the white car. The interior was spacious, like a small laboratory, filled with various precision instruments. Gu Xing looked at the busy researchers around him. He recognized a few, while others were new faces, likely Lu Enpeng's students. Young friend, sit here, Lu Enpeng said, bringing over a chair and placing it in front of Gu Xing. Gu Xing thanked him and sat down, quietly observing his surroundings. It was so boring he really wanted to eat some snacks, but everyone here was busy, and he felt embarrassed to eat. As he thought about it, he started to zone out. A researcher who didn't know Gu Xing noticed the young student and curiously leaned over to another researcher, whispering, Who is that student? Why does the teacher treat him with such respect? The person glanced at Gu Xing and replied in a low voice, Didn't I tell you before? He's the student who dismantled a bomb with his bare hands. What? The researcher exclaimed in shock, then quickly realized his voice was too loud and lowered it, saying in disbelief, He's the one who used the simplest equipment to dismantle a bomb and even handcrafted a detection device? So young. The other researcher rolled his eyes. I already said he's a student. Of course he's young. Another researcher pursed his lips. I don't believe it. Could he have secretly taken out pre-prepared equipment? The researcher sighed. I don't believe it either, but the teacher personally helped with it, and the teacher was very impressed. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but it definitely can't be that bad. At this moment, another researcher joined the discussion. I participated in the work where that student used a handmade detection device to dismantle a bomb. The exterior looked a bit rough, but the circuit design was extremely precise, and the researcher continued. Although it could only detect one type of material, the fact that it was made with so few materials and entirely by hand, even the teacher couldn't achieve that. Suddenly, a researcher shouted, "Something's wrong. This radar detector is malfunctioning." Upon hearing the sudden shout, everyone immediately turned their heads to look, their gazes focused on the researcher. Even Gu Xing, who had been daydreaming, was startled back to reality. Lu Wenpeng quickly rushed over, his brows furrowed as he asked, "What happened?" The researcher looked anxious. "I just did a simple adjustment, but as soon as I started it, an error occurred." Lu Wenpeng's brows furrowed even deeper as he immediately took over to begin troubleshooting. Gu Xing watched everyone busily and anxiously working, unable to resist his curiosity as he stared at the equipment. Terrain biological radar detector unable to function due to incorrect wiring of the radar receiver. As soon as the information appeared, a faint blue highlight lit up on the machine, clearly indicating the fault area. Gu Xing silently calculated in his mind. Given the size of the machine, finding the problem point would likely take over an hour. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by An Chi's voice. "Professor Lu, we've reached the open area. You can activate the radar now." The special sound waves emitted by the radar would attract alien beasts, so it could only be activated in open areas to better prepare for the upcoming battle. But now, the radar was broken. 2 hours had already been delayed. Would they have to drag it out for another hour? Seeing everyone busy and overwhelmed, Gu Xing couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up and said, "If it's okay, can I take a look?" The researchers turned their heads upon hearing the young voice, only to see Gu Xing walking toward them. Of course, Lu Wenpeng immediately nodded and stepped aside. The researchers exchanged glances. Those who had witnessed Gu Xing's abilities naturally had no objections, while others unfamiliar with his background wanted to protest, but ultimately held back. Last time, the professor had gotten angry because someone casually questioned others and ended up kicking that person out of the research institute. No one wanted to be expelled for speaking out of turn. As Gu Xing passed by the silent researchers, he was secretly surprised. He had expected to encounter some brainless antagonists. It seemed that such people were in the minority. Most would only grumble privately and wouldn't dare to confront him directly. Since that was the case, Gu Xing didn't say much either. He pretended to inspect the external condition, then crouched down, picked up a nearby screwdriver, and began dismantling the machine. Seeing this, one person couldn't help but want to speak, but was stopped by someone next to them. The person nervously whispered, "Are you crazy? Don't you know the professor got angry last time because someone questioned others recklessly?" The researcher replied indignantly, "I'm just worried he's too young. What if he breaks it?" The other person patted their shoulder and whispered, "If he breaks it, he'll take responsibility. But if you speak out and question him, you'll also bear the consequences and might even get kicked out of the institute. It's not worth it." In the end, the person chose to remain silent. Gu Xing removed the outer metal plate, revealing the complex internal wiring. After thinking for a moment, he pretended to inspect other areas, then found the misconnected wire and successfully fixed it. After repairing it, he reassembled the metal plate, stood up, and nodded. "It's done. Try it now." Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak, not expecting it to be resolved so quickly. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. "The radar can be activated now." Lu Wenpeng immediately pressed the activation button. The machine operated normally. The researchers exclaimed, "It's really fixed." Gu Xing looked up and saw their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. He quickly said to Lu Wenpeng, "I'll go outside to check on my classmates hunting the beasts. You guys keep working." With that, he swiftly opened the car door and stepped out. Outside the car, Gu Xing glanced back at the door and, seeing no one following, let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes were full of curiosity, wanting to rush up and ask him how he did it, but they didn't dare to question him directly. At this moment, The radar was already activated, and Gu Xing could hear the roars of beasts coming from deep within the forest. The people protecting the researchers formed a tight circle around the white vehicle, creating a solid human wall. Each person held their weapon, vigilantly watching the depths of the forest. Roar, a gray wolf, suddenly charged out of the bushes, and she quickly threw a fireball straight at the gray wolf. However, a flash of light appeared on the wolf's leg, and its speed instantly increased, easily dodging the fireball. This gray wolf is fast. It's a speed type. Li Ping. And she shouted a reminder. Got it. Li Ping replied somewhat impatiently, gathering deep green spiritual energy in her right hand. With a wave, a vine suddenly shot up from the ground. Since the gray wolf couldn't leverage its strength in midair, the vine coiled around it, trapping it tightly. At this moment, Gung Hu had already raised his half-human height machete and swung it down, directly severing the gray wolf's head. Thud, the gray wolf's head separated from its body, completely dead. Just as one gray wolf was killed, more beasts charged out from the depths of the forest. Gu Xing watched as everyone cooperated seamlessly, hunting the beasts methodically without letting a single one break through the encirclement. He felt very satisfied. This was the power of teamwork, perfectly coordinated. He looked around and noticed that he couldn't see Sun Yinxi's figure on this side. Sun Yinxi should be on the other side of the convoy. Thinking this, he walked around to the other side of the vehicle and indeed saw Sun Yinxi. She had just killed a gray wolf and was preparing to deal with another beast charging out. It was a massive black bear, roaring as it lunged at the group. Its enormous body brought a sense of oppression, heading straight for Sun Yinxi. Sun Yinxi remained calm, gathering light blue spiritual energy in both hands. Frozen prison. Several ice pillars instantly rose around her, trapping the black bear securely. The black bear angrily slammed into the ice pillars, shattering them into shards. Just as it broke free from the ice prison, the black bear was pierced in the eye by sharp ice spikes that had been prepared. Roar, the black bear let out a miserable cry. Sun Yinxi focused on dealing with the black bear, but suddenly, more beasts surged in from all directions. They roared and howled, as if they wanted to devour everyone. Gu Xing watched the intense battle with great interest, but the beast tide ended quickly. It seemed the researchers had already thoroughly scanned the area using the radar. As soon as the beast tide ended, several researchers came out carrying a few black boxes. They placed the boxes on the ground and opened them, revealing several drones inside. The researchers began debugging the drones, ensuring everything was functioning properly before releasing them. Gu Xing observed these drones and noticed that their surfaces were coated with a special chemical substance, allowing them to become completely invisible when airborne. Though they were extremely expensive, they were likely designed for targeting small-scale objectives. At this moment, a researcher suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that one of the drones was malfunctioning and couldn't start. Luanping came over, took a look, and immediately instructed, "Bring a backup, don't waste time." Even though these invisible drones were valuable, malfunctions during flight were inevitable, so plenty of backups had been prepared. However, the broken drone couldn't just be left unattended. The task of repairing it was assigned to other idle researchers. Some researchers who were knowledgeable in this area began studying repair methods, while those who weren't simply chatted nearby. Today is really unlucky. Just as we were about to set off, the equipment broke. The car had a flat tire. After finally changing the tire, the Lingshu radar broke, and now the drone is malfunctioning too. Another researcher muttered quietly, "I bet it's the bad luck brought by that group of visitors to our research institute a few days ago. Ever since they left, we've been plagued with misfortune." Listening to their chatter, Gu Xing thought to himself, "So unlucky? That can't be right. This kind of bad luck definitely isn't a coincidence. Someone must be behind this." He opened one of the researcher's status panels and immediately noticed something unusual. Status: parasitized. However, this status didn't last long and quickly disappeared, changing to none. Gu Xing. He was certain the system monitored in real time, and something must have been attached to that researcher just now, but it had already vanished. He quickly checked everyone's status panels, but found no other anomalies. This doesn't make sense. At this moment, and she walked over and called out to Gu Xing, "Gu, catch." Gu Xing heard the voice and saw a purple halo flashing in the sky. He instinctively caught it. In his hand was a pale purple crystal core, only the size of a fingernail. He looked up at Enchi in confusion. "What is this?" Enchi walked over and smiled, saying, "Look at this crystal core. Isn't it quite beautiful?" Gu Xing picked up the crystal core and examined it carefully, nodding. Indeed, it seems to be elite lord level, poison type, but it also appears to carry psychic type energy. The spiritual energy within crystal cores is graded, and its purity represents the danger level of the beast. Although this crystal core was small and contained little spiritual energy, its purity was extremely high, making it a treasure that could only come from elite lord-level beasts. The absorbed elemental attributes can actually be discerned from the color of the crystal core. Poison-type crystal cores are supposed to be deep purple, but due to the neutralization with the white psychic type, the color had lightened significantly, making it look more appealing. "I didn't expect you to be able to tell all this." And she was a bit surprised. They had spent a long time in the wild and often encountered crystal cores, so only people like them could accurately identify the characteristics of a crystal core. He hadn't expected this high school senior to be able to distinguish it directly. Occasionally reading popular science books and observing a few times helps. "I didn't expect to guess correctly," Gu Xing said modestly. He had met quite a few students from the genius class, either from powerful backgrounds like Sun Yinshi or aloof and unwilling to interact with them. Someone like Gu Xing, who was willing to chat and got along well, was truly rare. Thinking about this, and she felt that Gu Xing was bound to have a bright future and decided to build a good relationship with him. Smiling, he said, "I remember you mentioned you have a younger sister, right? Girls love pretty things like this. Take it back and give it to her." Actually, this crystal core was originally intended for Gu Xing. Now, and she was even more willing to treat it as a small gift between friends. Gu Xing shook his head. "No, no, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." As he spoke, he tried to return the crystal core to Enchi, and Chi stepped back and smiled. "What's so valuable about this? I picked it up in the wild, it's not worth much." Gu Xing couldn't refuse anymore and had to accept it. After thinking for a moment, he took out a small knife from his pocket. "Then let me help you dig out crystal cores. It's not easy to dig these out with so many beasts around." "Sure, I was just thinking of teaching you how to quickly dig out crystal cores." And she put his arm around Gu Xing's shoulder and began enthusiastically explaining the key points of digging out crystal cores. Crystal cores are generally concentrated in 3 places: the abdomen, the heart, and the head. But other locations aren't ruled out, so the researchers were responsible for collecting Lingshu data, while the protection team specialized in finding valuable items. An hour passed, and the researchers had almost finished collecting data, so they called the protection team to continue moving forward. Gu Xing returned to the research vehicle and found that the problematic drone still hadn't been fixed. As soon as he got on the vehicle, the researchers' eyes were fixed on him, making him feel a bit uneasy. Facing their intense gazes, Gu Xing hesitated for a moment and tentatively said, "Well, let me give it a try." Upon hearing this, the researcher who was repairing the drone immediately held the drone out to Gu Xing. Gu Xing said, "Put it on the table, that's the only way I can fix it." Oh, okay." The researcher quickly placed the drone back on the table and arranged the disassembly tools. Gu Xing stood by the table and looked around. All the researchers were staring at him. Even Lu Enpeng, who was secretly observing from the side, remained silent. What was going on? Why did it suddenly feel like he had landed in an extraordinary position? He was clearly just a slacker. Gu Xing shook off the chaotic thoughts in his head, focused on the drone that had been disassembled and reassembled, and opened the panel for a careful inspection. After finding no issues, he turned his attention to the controller. Drone controller, battery installed backward, causing malfunction. Gu Xing. It's just that simple? He then opened the controller's back cover, adjusted the battery's direction, and reassembled it. Done. Gu Xing put down the controller and looked at everyone. They all had puzzled expressions. The researcher took the controller and tried to start the drone. Sure enough, the drone immediately received the command, and its wings began to spin and fly. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Lu Enpeng scanned the crowd, his face darkened. Who installed the battery in the drone controller? Such a basic mistake, and no one suspected it. The researchers shrank their necks like scolded quails, thoroughly chastised by Luanping. Gu Xing stood aside, rubbing his nose. Ahem, after scolding them, don't forget not to scold me. The atmosphere in the research lab was heavy. Gu Xing found an excuse, saying he needed to meet a classmate, grabbed his backpack, and jumped off the vehicle. Since Gu Xing repaired drones so quickly, the convoy hadn't set off yet when he spotted Sun Yanqi. He walked over and asked, "Is there an empty seat in your car? Can I hitch a ride?" Sun Yanqi glanced at him and nodded lightly. Gu Xing immediately climbed into the back seat and sat beside Sun Yanqi. This escort team consisted of 20 people. Apart from Yanqi and his group of 5, the rest were Sun Yanqi's bodyguards. The 3 vehicles moved separately, with one having someone on the roof keeping watch, while the other 2 were fully occupied with 5 people each. Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that being with Sun Yanqi made the atmosphere much more relaxed. He pulled out a box of chocolates from his backpack and handed it to Sun Yanqi. The fight earlier must have been exhausting. Have something sweet to replenish your energy. Sun Yanqi looked at the chocolate. She was indeed a bit hungry, but the bumpy ride made it inconvenient to eat. Thank you. Eventually, she accepted the chocolate, unwrapped it, and began eating. The bodyguard driving in front saw their young lady eating chocolate given by a strange man and almost swerved the car off course. Gu Xing ignored the bodyguard's reactions and casually opened a bag of chips, crunching away. He wasn't tired, so naturally, he chose the tastiest snacks to eat. The convoy moved forward slowly. Gu Xing noticed a strange beast suddenly darting out of the woods, but the warrior on the roof quickly dealt with it. They arrived at an open area, and the bodyguards informed the researchers that they could start their operations. Everyone prepared for battle. However, after waiting for a long time, no strange beasts appeared. Just as everyone was puzzled, Luanping approached Gu Xing and explained the situation. The detection radar broke again. We've been trying to fix it for a while, but couldn't. Could you take a look? Gu Xing looked at Luanping, a question mark forming in his mind. Broken again? Luanping smiled awkwardly. Since that last time, I haven't let anyone touch the radar, nor have I touched it myself, but it just broke on its own. Gu Xing nodded, suspecting it might be caused by parasites, and followed Luanping back to the research vehicle. Gu Xing inspected the radar and quickly identified the problem. It was just a minor issue, and once Gu Xing fixed it, the radar immediately returned to normal. The researchers looked at him with a mix of shock and admiration. Gu Xing ignored their gazes and turned to leave. Fortunately, this time the drone operated smoothly without suddenly breaking down. The vehicles alternated between stopping and moving until sunset, when everyone lit a bonfire to prepare for rest. Gu Xing, come have some barbecue with us. It's from Zhao Dong's barbecue shop, and the meat is especially delicious. And she invited Gu Xing. Gu Xing immediately nodded. Sure. And she then turned to Sun Yanqi. Are you coming? Sun Yanqi shook her head, as her bodyguards had already brought her a plate of freshly stir-fried dishes. Gu Xing. And she. How infuriating. Rich people can eat whatever they want whenever they want. After dinner, Gu Xing rubbed his full stomach and began looking for a place to lay out his sleeping bag. Halfway through laying it out, Sun Yanqi's voice came from the side. Do you need a tent? Oh, I originally. Gu Xing turned his head and saw her high-end goose-down sleeping bag and insect-proof tent, then looked at his own simple sleeping bag, which didn't even include a tent. He originally wanted to say no, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes. Although the power of the stars could block mosquito bites and provide soundproofing, the feeling of mosquitoes crawling on his face was still unbearable. Who wouldn't take advantage of good stuff? I also have extra sleeping bags. Give me everything. Thus, Gu Xing and Sun Yanqi shared a tent, and their sleeping bags were of the same model. Gu Xing. He looked at Sun Yanqi, who had already closed her eyes and started sleeping. Seeing that she wasn't saying anything, Gu Xing didn't bother to meddle. In the wilderness, who had the time to worry about gender differences? 3 days passed, and the convoy continued to gather information within Lingxiu. Occasionally, they encountered unlucky incidents, but Gu Xing resolved them one by one. The admiring gazes from everyone made his head ache. Gu Xing decided to keep his status panel open, determined to catch the person causing the misfortunes. He stared at everyone, but the status bar showed None, for all of them, leaving him with no clues and feeling a bit frustrated. Keeping the panel open also consumed the power of the stars, and he was almost out of energy. At this moment, a nearby researcher suddenly shouted, "There's an energy fluctuation 3 kilometers southwest." Lu Wenpeng walked over to check the values and speculated, "The spiritual energy level here is very high. It might be the hiding place of a secret treasure." And Qi and Gu Xing were chatting and naturally overheard. And Qi raised an eyebrow and asked Gu Xing, "Do you know what a secret treasure is?" High school textbooks didn't mention this, so Gu Xing shook his head. And Qi explained, "Secret treasures are treasures within Lingxiu. Each Lingxiu has only one, and they cannot be duplicated. The higher the level of Lingxiu, the more useful the secret treasure." At this point, and Qi said proudly, "I heard that at the beginning of the war, our country was the first to conquer a destruction-level Lingxiu and obtain the Awakening Stone. Other countries haven't achieved that yet." Gu Xing nodded in agreement on the surface, but thought to himself, "Isn't this just the first clear reward for a dungeon?" The Awakening Stone is also the item given after clearing the stage for the first time. Since it's bound to Long Country, of course, it was given to Long Country. Gung Hu, listening nearby, laughed heartily. "I told you our country has good luck, once far surpassing other countries." Gu Xing thought about the history he had learned and felt puzzled. The books say Long Country is the third strongest nation, second only to Mi Country and Xiong Country. It doesn't seem to be the first. He thought to himself, with his assistance, Long Country should definitely be number one. How did it become third now? Even with isolationism, it shouldn't have fallen so far, and it was even invaded. Gung Hu scratched his head after hearing this. And Qi also fell silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm not sure of the reason either. I only know we used to be very prosperous, but then we suddenly declined." Gung Hu patted Gu Xing's shoulder and laughed. "So, the future of Long Country depends on you young people." Gu Xing smiled and nodded, then fell into silence. It seemed that although they were military personnel, they hadn't yet been exposed to the real secrets. Sun Yinshi probably knows quite a lot, but it's uncertain whether she's willing to talk. At this moment, Sun Yinshi, who had just finished talking with Lu Wenpeng, walked over and looked at Gu Xing, asking, "Are you coming along?" Because this time the secret treasure was extremely rare and special, regardless of the level of Lingxiu. The secret treasure would be handed over to the state unconditionally. Therefore, it was best to leave this matter to Sun Yinshi, who often dealt with the authorities. Gu Xing guessed that Lu Wenpeng thought the same. Just as well, he wanted to probe into the specific reasons for the decline of Longhua, so he nodded. The ones coming along this time were all high-level martial artists of the 4th or 5th tier, making it easy to deal with ordinary Lingxiu. Thus, Sun Yinshi only brought 5 people, leaving the rest to rest in place. Gu Xing and Sun Yinshi were surrounded in the middle by the 5, who were responsible for handling the exotic beasts that appeared nearby. Looking at these unfamiliar faces, Gu Xing decided to find an appropriate time to ask. Unexpectedly, Sun Yinshi spoke directly. "Are you trying to ask about the truth behind Longhua's decline?" Hearing this, Gu Xing secretly glanced at the bodyguards nearby, thinking, "Big sis, are you really just going to say it outright like that?" Sun Yinshi noticed his concern and calmly said, "These are my personal guards who have been with me since childhood. They are trustworthy." Hearing the term personal guards, Gu Xing felt a bit tense. As expected of a prominent family, even after losing their direct lineage, they still had a personal guard team for protection. Since things had come to this point, Gu Xing simply nodded. "Yes, I'm curious. Since Longhua was ahead for so many years, why did it suddenly decline?" Sun Yinshi thought for a moment and finally said, "It's a bit complicated. To put it simply, the leader took most of the resources and fled to the Star Temple." Gu Xing was shocked. "What? That dramatic? No wonder Long would decline so quickly. Did the Star Temple accept those resources in the end?" Gu Xing asked. Sun Yinshi nodded. "Yes, they accepted them." Gu Xing found it hard to believe. After all, in his previous life, Longhua was a place he had focused on supporting, and the Star Temple was his faction, with plenty of resources already in the Star Temple. The Star Temple was never short of such things. Thinking of this, he asked again, after this incident, what was Longhua's official attitude toward the Star Temple? In order to protect the exclusive technology and resources within the Star Temple, Longhua could only pretend it never happened and block the news. However, in terms of faith, Longhua no longer supports the Star Temple, Sun Yinshi replied. Guxing nodded. I see. He had already noticed that back then, the entire population of Longhua worshipped the star god, but now the faith had gradually faded. Some people even only knew that the star god was a faction without understanding the content of the faith. However, Guxing still couldn't understand why someone would defect and even flee to the Star Temple. While he was deep in thought, Sun Yinshi said no more. After walking for a long time, the group finally arrived at the location of the secret treasure cave. The cave was filled with abundant spiritual energy and carried a faint medicinal fragrance. So it's a pill, Guxing murmured. Secret treasures containing pills in ordinary Lingshu are very precious, but if it's a weapon or tool, it might not be as powerful and would have limited use, Sun Yinshi explained. Guxing nodded in agreement. It was like buying a computer versus buying a pen. Though the price might be the same, the value and utility were entirely different. Although the pill was of a low grade, it was definitely more useful than ordinary weapons. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed from the cave. The treasure area was rich in spiritual energy, and beasts often appeared nearby, but the one residing in the cave was undoubtedly a king-level beast. Miss, please wait here. We'll go deal with the king-level beast first, the bodyguard said respectfully. All right, be careful, Sun Yinshi nodded. The bodyguards picked up their weapons and immediately went inside. Not long after, the sounds of intense fighting and the beast's angry roars came from within. The fight inside sounds intense, Guxing remarked. It'll be resolved soon. Sun Yinshi crossed her arms, completely unperturbed. After all, she had great confidence in her personal guard team. Guxing felt that this situation was too deliberate, as if someone was setting a trap behind the scenes, and there might be trouble. Just as this thought arose, a warrior rushed out. Miss, there's an ambush inside, the bodyguard urgently reported. What exactly happened? Where are the others? Sun Yinshi handed him a bottle of potion and asked. The bodyguard quickly drank the potion and said, after entering, we encountered the king-level beast and found that we couldn't activate the spiritual energy within us. That king-level beast also went berserk. Right now, they're trying to maneuver around the beast and find a chance to retreat. No one is injured for the time being. After all, they were advanced warriors, and even without skills, they could rely on their physical strength to retreat safely. Hunting a king-level beast was too difficult, so they had to send one person out first to report. This is clearly a trap set intentionally, Sun Yinshi analyzed. Guxing nodded. He smelled the fragrance of the potion and knew there must be pills inside that could enhance attributes, and the trap was definitely related to them. It might also be connected to the unfortunate incidents in the research lab. Thinking of this, Guxing turned to Sun Yinshi and said, I'll go in and take a look and deal with whatever is blocking the spiritual energy. Sun Yinshi knew that although Guxing didn't have spiritual energy, he was very powerful, so she nodded. The bodyguard beside her wanted to stop him, but seeing the lady nod, he had no choice but to let it go. Guxing entered the cave and, while everyone was out of sight, directly activated Phantom Step, swaggering inside. This skill adjusted energy consumption based on the surrounding people's line of sight. Once the star power was insufficient, he would become visible. However, even if his star power ran out, Guxing still had backup star points, though he was reluctant to use them. After delving deeper into the cave, Guxing saw 4 people fiercely battling a red armor bear. The 4 were fighting while retreating. The red armor bear's eyes were blood red, and it kept attacking them relentlessly. Guxing opened the red armor bear's panel and looked at the status bar below. Status: Berserk, Parasite, so it's parasitized. Guxing muttered, but he knew the most important thing now was to find the cause of the spiritual energy blockage. Finally, Guxing saw a system prompt on the cave wall. He touched the indicated spot, and the hard stone wall suddenly became hollow. He pulled out a vial from inside. The vial was open, and the liquid inside was constantly evaporating. Guxing recognized this as the culprit behind the spiritual energy blockage. He immediately took out a tissue from his pocket, stuffed it into the vial's opening, and then tucked it into his pocket. This thing was too valuable to waste. After finishing this, Gu Xing turned back to look at the red armor bear, intending to find the location of the parasite from its panel. As soon as it was opened, the parasite status had already disappeared, leaving only frenzy. Gu Xing, how could it be such a coincidence? Forget it, there's something wrong here. The treasure isn't safe either. Let's go check it out first. Gu Xing muttered to himself and walked straight inside. After a while, the four people still fighting were entangled with the red armored bear. Suddenly, someone saw the red armored bear's claws coming down and instinctively used spiritual power to block it, surprised to find that their spiritual power had actually recovered. Everyone, spiritual power is usable again. Upon hearing this, the group quickly tested it and confirmed that their spiritual power had indeed returned. Finally, it's back. To think we were held up for so long by a third-tier king beast. The young lady won't think we were slacking, will she? Impossible. Ah Qing already went to report. But why did it suddenly come back? Who cares? I, a dignified sixth-tier warrior, was injured by a third-tier beast. How embarrassing. Quickly finish it off and report to the young lady. The four nodded, unleashed their skills, and took down the red armored bear with a single punch. They exited the cave and informed Sun Yanqi about the recovery of their spiritual power. Sun Yanqi pondered. Gu Xing had entered not long ago, and their spiritual power had recovered shortly after. Did you see Gu Xing? Sun Yanqi asked. The group knew Gu Xing, the young man by the young lady's side, but they hadn't seen him now and shook their heads. Sun Yanqi pursed her lips. Since Gu Xing hadn't come out, he must have gone to find the treasure. Then we'll go in too, Sun Yanqi said, leading the way into the cave. At this moment, Gu Xing had already reached the depths of the cave and saw a floating pill in midair. He took a few steps toward the pill, and with a click underfoot, followed by a whoosh, several sharp arrows shot out. Gu Xing quickly dodged, and the arrows embedded themselves into the stone wall, instantly turning it black. Looking at the blackened wall, Gu Xing decided to open the panel for a closer inspection. Compared to stepping on traps, opening the panel seemed more reliable. As soon as he opened it, Gu Xing saw a dense list of trap descriptions. Spike traps, poison gas traps, arrow traps. Is it really necessary to have so many traps? Gu Xing couldn't help but mutter. He continued carefully searching for safe footing when suddenly he felt a comfortable sensation spreading throughout his body. Gu Xing was shocked. He took out a mirror and opened the panel. Sure enough, his star points had decreased by 1. These were precious points he had painstakingly saved. Ugh, I can't get angry. Gu Xing put the mirror away and tried to console himself. When I catch those Paradise Lost scoundrels, I won't let them off. After making up his mind, Gu Xing carefully observed the ground again and finally found a safe route. Taking a deep breath, he slightly crouched, tensed his legs, and shot forward like an arrow, precisely landing on spots without mechanisms. Using the momentum, he leaped forcefully, rocketing into the air, his arm outstretched toward the pill radiating spiritual energy. His fingers successfully touched the pill, and as he grasped it, he adjusted his posture mid-air, kicking off the wall beside the pill to stabilize himself and land firmly back on the ground. Gu Xing rated his smooth movements an 8.4 out of 10, as there was still room for a 1.6-point improvement. Detected GM being parasitized. Immune protection activated hearing the system prompt. Gu Xing lowered his head and saw a few black tentacles, as thin as hair emerging from the pill, trying to burrow into his palm. Tisk! Gu Xing almost threw the pill away in one breath, but ultimately held back. I can't throw it away. What if something happens and I get blamed? Absolutely can't throw it. Gu Xing stared at the hair like entities, which were as agile as living creatures, constantly burrowing under his skin, his brows furrowed as he calculated in his mind. This thing should also be a product of the Lost Paradise monsters. Would they be afraid of the power of the stars? Thinking this, Gu Xing gathered a cluster of star power in his hand. Sure enough, as soon as those hairs sensed this power, they immediately seemed frightened and tried to sneak away. Gu Xing attempted to clean up the area around the pill. In the end, those hairs all burrowed back into the pill. After finishing this, Gu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Sun Yanqi arrived with her bodyguards. Seeing Gu Xing staring at the pill in his hand with a look of disgust, she curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Xing turned to look at her and said coldly, "Do you really want to see? This thing is a bit gross." Sun Yinshi looked puzzled. Question mark. Seeing her disbelief, Gu Xing released a bit of star power, and the hair like worms immediately crawled out of the pill, floating around. Finally, one worm seemed to find its target and directly jumped towards Sun Yinshi, but Gu Xing quickly caught it. The worm struggled until Gu Xing released a bit more star power, and it finally calmed down. Seeing Sun Yinshi's completely unperturbed expression, Gu Xing thought she wasn't afraid and was about to speak when he saw her pull out a lighter from somewhere. "This thing should just be burned," she said, preparing to ignite the worm. Gu Xing shouted in alarm, "No, no, no, you can't burn it. This thing is useful to me." Sun Yinshi frowned and looked at him. "Useful for what?" Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Do you have a small glass bottle? A test tube would work too." "I do." Sun Yinshi took out a small glass bottle from her portable space ring. Gu Xing put the worm back into the pill, took the glass bottle, and explained, "These worms are definitely not limited to just this one. I need to use them to lure out more worms, and maybe even find the mastermind behind this. I also need to study what these worms actually do." After listening, Sun Yinshi thought for a moment and nodded. Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the worms squirming in the glass bottle. Deformed species hair. Detailed information requires consuming star points. Gu Xing originally thought these were worm-like hairs, but unexpectedly, they were actual hair. Seeing the description, he gritted his teeth and spent the star points. Deformed species talent. Automatic return. Each part of the body has independent consciousness. Once detached, no matter where it is thrown, it will return to its original position. After reading the introduction, Gu Xing had a plan in mind. "Let's head back. I'll keep the pill, but don't tell anyone about this for now." He put the pill bottle into his pocket and turned to Sun Yinshi. "Okay." Sun Yinshi saw that he had a plan and nodded. The group returned together, and Sun Yinshi reported to Luanpeng. Luanpeng, knowing the pill was being kept by Gu Xing, immediately agreed. After finding the treasure, the researchers focused intently on setting up bombs, and the team continued forward. Gu Xing ran around within the team, picking up the deformed strands of hair scattered on the ground. Parasite immunity popped up on the system panel as Gu Xing grabbed a strand of hair attempting to burrow into his skin, pinched it, and placed it into a glass bottle. "There shouldn't be any left, right?" Gu Xing muttered under his breath. This was the 7th strand of hair he had caught, and it had taken him a long time to catch it. Ever since collecting these strands, there hadn't been any mishaps in the research vehicle, and the entire journey had sped up significantly. The radar activated, signaling a wave of beasts approaching. After Enchi dealt with the beasts, he dug out crystal cores while remarking, "There don't seem to be many beasts here." Gu Xing looked around. The number of beast corpses was half of what it had been the first time. "Maybe our aura is too strong, and the beasts don't dare come near." Enchi nodded with a smile. "That is possible. The radar will stay on for a while longer. Do you want to come with us to investigate Lingxiu?" Gu Xing shook his head. "You guys go ahead. I'm not going." "All right." Enchi greeted Luanpeng and left with 2 others. Gu Xing watched their backs, knowing they were going to investigate the truth behind the anomalies in Lingxiu. "Looks like Enchi still sees me as a kid." Gu Xing scratched his head. Although Enchi appeared young, the higher 1S rank, the slower they aged, he was at least in his 40s. At only 18 years old, it was normal to be seen as a child. "Hope they come back safely," Gu Xing murmured, then got back into the vehicle. The vehicle moved forward slowly, and after an unknown amount of time, they finally reached the edge of Lingxiu. Gray mist permeated the area. Though it was mist, its transparency was extremely low, making it impossible to see inside. It resembled a lifeless ocean, slowly undulating. Gu Xing stared at the gray mist in front of him, feeling a bit dazed. Back when he treated this place as a holographic game, he thought it was just the boundary of a game dungeon. But now, in the real world, the edge of Lingxiu was shrouded in gray mist, prompting deep contemplation. What kind of power could divide this world into sections, with each separated by gray mist? Gu Xing opened the system panel, hoping to figure out what the mist was. But as soon as he opened it, the content on the screen left him stunned. Insufficient current permissions. Gu Xing. Oh, he had almost forgotten that his system was too powerful, and his permissions hadn't been fully unlocked yet. Currently, he was only at level 1, capable of banning NPCs from level 1 to level 3. Yet the mist he encountered this time exceeded his detection range. It seemed the power hidden behind this gray mist was extraordinary. But how could he upgrade his permissions? Increase attributes to unlock new permissions. Looking at the system prompt that popped up, Gu Xing fell silent. All his attributes were already at 25, and even with a total exceeding 100, it still wasn't enough. Did he need to reach 150? As Gu Xing pondered, Sun Yinxi's voice came from beside him. Don't get too close to the mist. If you fall in, no one will dare to rescue you. I know. Gu Xing snapped out of his thoughts. Although the book didn't mention the treasure, the mist was emphasized multiple times. Unless absolutely necessary, never approach the gray mist. Even if you see it, move away immediately. Because once you come into contact with the gray mist, at best, it will affect your mind, leaving you foolish for life. At worst, you'll be sucked in, and not even your body will be found. That's all the book mentions, but besides that, Gu Xing knows some secrets that are not widely known. Beasts above the disaster level can freely traverse various spiritual voids, and the people of Paradise Lost can use special devices to teleport through the gray mist. Simply put, there's a chance of encountering a world boss while running a dungeon, and there's also a chance of triggering a difficult mission. Thinking about the potential dangers near the gray mist, Gu Xing decided to take a few steps back. Although he had activated the hidden star power skill, Elusive, who knows if some sharp enemy might suddenly appear and attack him. Seeing Luanpeng and a few others digging a pit, Gu Xing curiously walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Luanpeng pointed to a red box nearby and replied, "This is a special bomb to close the spiritual void entrance. It contains a device that disrupts the magnetic field. As long as it's placed at a weak point of the spiritual void and detonated on a timer, it can forcibly close the entrance. How many do you need to set up? This spiritual void isn't very large, one is enough." Gu Xing watched as everyone carefully placed the red box into the pit. Still worried, he continued to ask, "What if a beast or someone else discovers it? Can it be dismantled? What if something unexpected happens, like these malformed creatures' true forms haven't been found yet? Or what if our enemies are targeting these red boxes, detonating them prematurely and trapping us here forever?" The people of Paradise Lost have special devices to leave through the gray mist, but they can only leave through the teleportation entrance. If it's closed, they'll have to wait for the spiritual void to open again. But there's no guarantee where the spiritual void will reopen, and they might even be mistaken for people from Paradise Lost and captured. And if he goes missing for too long, would his sister start threatening others with bombs to find him? Just imagining this scenario gave Gu Xing a headache. Nothing can go wrong. Luanpeng smiled and said, "This thing is built very sturdy. The outer shell is made of top-grade materials, capable of withstanding the full force attack of a 5th-tier beast. Even against a 6th or 7th-tier beast, it can hold out for a while." He spoke with confidence, but Gu Xing still pressed on. "How long is the timer set for?" 168 hours. A week, huh? Gu Xing calculated. At a normal pace, they could return in 2.5 days, definitely within 5 days. He just hoped they wouldn't encounter any major trouble along the way or get stuck in a prolonged battle. To be safe, Gu Xing discussed with Luanpeng about traveling day and night. Although Luanpeng found it strange, he agreed. As expected, the return journey was more difficult than anticipated. Just as a small beast tide had subsided, everyone resumed digging for beast crystal cores, which were their actual income. Zhao Dong looked at the wealth delivered to their doorstep in front of him but couldn't feel happy. Instead, he stared at Li Ping with a worried expression, muttering, "We didn't even turn on the radar. So how did this beast tide just rush over here?" Li Ping was busy playing a game, with the occasional perfect sound effect coming from her phone. She absent-mindedly replied, "This has happened before. They've spent quite some time in the Lingshu realm, so they're already used to this kind of thing." Zhao Dong nodded. "Yeah, I just wonder how things are going on in Qi's side." It had been a full day since Qi left with Lan and Gung Hu, and there was still no news. "I'll check." Li Ping had already linked the locator and phone on Qi, quickly switching to the tracking interface. She found 3 red dots moving rapidly toward their direction. "They're heading this way, but..." Li Ping looked closely and noticed their speed was unusually fast. Feeling something was off, she quickly put away her phone and shouted, "Let's go. We need to support them." Seeing Li Ping's serious expression, Zhao Dong immediately realized the urgency and nodded in agreement. "I'll go too." A voice sounded, and the two turned to see Gu Xing. The friendship built over shared meals during this time had made them quite familiar with each other. "All right, but you need to keep up. If you can't, head back immediately. It's dangerous out there," Zhao Dong reminded, worried that Gu Xing, being a lower-level student, might not be able to keep up. Gu Xing smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I can keep up." Thus, the three set off together. Li Ping, being a ranged attacker, ran faster than the tank Zhao Dong, leading the way while occasionally looking back to ensure the two weren't falling behind. She noticed Gu Xing was keeping pace with Zhao Dong, even wearing a relaxed smile. A speed-focused assassin? Li Ping speculated internally, unconsciously quickening her pace. Soon, the roar of a beast could be heard in the distance, seemingly chasing something. Before long, they saw Gung Hu carrying Lan on his back, while Enchi was behind them using skills to fend off the beast's attacks. The three quickly joined the battle, and it didn't take long to eliminate all the pursuing beasts. Gu Xing flicked the blood off his dagger, noticing it still gleamed as if new, and nodded in satisfaction. The power of the stars could indeed act as a waterproof shield. Impressive. He sheathed his dagger and noticed that Enchi and the others had varying degrees of injuries, causing him to frown. He hadn't expected the situation to be so severe, even injuring 4th and 5th tier warriors. After the battle, Enchi finally let out a sigh of relief, but as soon as he relaxed, he collapsed from exhaustion. Li Ping quickly supported him, taking out a spare potion from her pocket and feeding it to him. After drinking the potion, Enchi's body recovered slightly, and he said, "Quickly go back and inform Professor Liu that the high-tier beasts nearby have all disappeared. I suspect someone is controlling them." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly rushed back toward the main group. Gu Xing, however, was not surprised. He had more important matters to attend to and didn't plan to return with them. "You all go back first, I'll catch up later." After saying this, Gu Xing turned and left. Gung Hu shouted anxiously, "Where are you going alone as a student?" Enchi patted Gung Hu's shoulder and shook his head, saying, "He's fine. We should hurry back and inform Professor Liu." During the battle earlier, Enchi had already noticed Gu Xing's formidable strength. Without using any skills, he could easily hunt 3rd-tier beasts, his power even surpassing Gung Hu, who was at mid-4th tier. Perhaps Gu Xing had discovered some important clues, which was why he left. Although Gung Hu was somewhat worried as he watched Gu Xing's departing figure, he ultimately followed the captain's orders. Gu Xing moved through the forest, occasionally glancing at the bottle in his hand, where the hairs inside all pointed in the same direction. Earlier, he had received a series of parasite immunity notifications and realized that the beasts chasing Enchi had all been parasitized. He immediately opened the glass bottle and placed the hairs inside. The hairs seemed to be activated, constantly trying to rush in one direction. Gu Xing knew that the main body must be summoning these hairs, so he bid farewell to Enchi and the others and ran in the direction indicated by the hairs. Meanwhile, Enchi and the others finally managed to return, only to find that the main force had been surrounded by beasts. Although the guard team was powerful and adept at fighting beasts, they struggled against the onslaught of these frenzied creatures. Sun Yanqi saw Enchi and the others and immediately ordered people to escort them inside. As Enchi passed by Sun Yanqi, he said, "Gu Xing has already left." Sun Yanqi nodded. "I know." When Gu Xing left, he specifically asked her for a locator and instructed her to find him immediately if he lost contact. A bodyguard approached Sun Yanqi to discuss strategies. "Miss, judging by the stance of these beasts, it seems like they're trying to stall for time. Should we fight while retreating?" Sun Yanqi shook her head. "No need. It should be resolved soon." At this moment, Gu Xing had arrived at a cave entrance, which showed signs of habitation. He immediately activated the Phantom Presence skill, completely concealing his aura and presence. He cautiously entered and saw a man sleeping on the ground. Continuing further inside, he discovered a bald little girl, about 10 years old. The girl was wearing a tattered dress, squatting in a corner, her head lowered as she fiddled with the straw at her feet. It seems these hairs belong to her. Gu Xing thought to himself, turning to deal with the man. However, upon seeing the man's panel level as mid-tier 4th rank, he realized his own authority was insufficient to ban him. Let me think. Gu Xing stared at the man's panel, reached into his pocket, and touched the spiritual power nullification potion he had taken from the treasure cave a few days ago. He opened the potion bottle and waved it near the man's nose. Before long, the man's status bar changed to Spiritual Power Unusable. Name: Deformed Species, Semi-Finished Product. Gender: Female. Level: Early stage of Tier 3 Innate Skill. Converging Body Hair Attributes: 1810. Status: Wound Infection, Severe Hunger, Moderate Dehydration, Semi-Puppet State. A long list of negative statuses left Gu Xing with mixed emotions. He slowly squatted down, quietly observing the little girl. Her body was covered in scars, and she seemed completely unaware of Gu Xing's arrival, continuing to focus on the withered grass at her feet. Gu Xing thought for a moment, reached into his pocket, and finally found a piece of fruit candy, which he held out to the little girl. The little girl's gaze shifted to the candy wrapped in colorful plastic. She paused for a moment, then resumed playing with the withered grass, ignoring him. Could the semi-puppet state mean she could only act upon orders? Gu Xing unwrapped the candy, revealing the pink treat, and placed it in front of the little girl again, speaking softly. "This candy is very sweet. Give it a try." The little girl seemed to hear the command and finally moved. She slightly raised her head, stared at the candy in Gu Xing's hand, and leaned forward to take a bite. The candy melted instantly, and the sweetness spread throughout her mouth. The little girl froze for a moment, looked up at Gu Xing briefly, then quickly lowered her head again. The semi-puppet state meant she could still follow orders, but retained a trace of her own emotions. "Gather all your hair back," Gu Xing said as he opened the bottle in his arms. The little girl trembled slightly, and her hair seemed to respond to the call, frantically crawling back onto her body, quickly returning to its original position. Gu Xing stared at her sparse hair and noticed her attribute values had risen, and her status had improved significantly. He looked down at the pill in the bottle, which had been gnawed down to just the shell, and remained silent. He hadn't expected her hair to be capable of consuming pills. "I still have candy. Do you want to come with me?" Gu Xing extended his hand, waiting for the little girl to voluntarily place her hand in his palm. The little girl froze upon hearing candy, slowly raised her head, and stared at Gu Xing's hand, motionless. This wasn't a command, it felt more like a question about her choice. She could continue to follow orders and stay here, or she could follow her heart and leave. Finally, the little girl placed her hand in Gu Xing's palm. Because her condition was so poor, she couldn't run fast, so Gu Xing carried her in his arms and walked back. "Miss, there's someone at 3 o'clock. Should I capture them?" the bodyguard asked Sun Yinshi in a low voice. Sun Yinshi thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "They're not urgent. Let's find Gu Xing first." "Miss, what about these exotic beasts?" Before the bodyguard could finish speaking, the exotic beasts that had been charging at them suddenly seemed frightened and began fleeing in all directions. At that moment, the people secretly watching in the forest also quietly retreated. Several men in black ran while whispering to each other. "Why did those exotic beasts suddenly stop obeying?" one of them asked in confusion. "It must be because of that experimental subject." The leader glared at the red dot on the locator and cursed. "What a useless thing, trying to escape." By taking a shortcut, they happened to run into Gu Xing and the little girl. However, Gu Xing used the elusive skill to conceal himself and the little girl, so no one noticed them. When they encountered them, Gu Xing could clearly feel the little girl in his arms breathing rapidly, clutching his clothes tightly, trembling all over. The leader stopped beside Gu Xing, looking at the tracker with confusion. "Strange, the location is clearly here." At that moment, a sound of something cutting through the air came from behind, and a figure descended from the sky, landing next to the man in black. The man in black quickly dodged and noticed a group of people following behind. Sun Yinshi also stopped, seeing the tracker indicating the location was here, but no figure was found. Gu Xing walked to Sun Yinshi's side and revealed himself, saying, "Capture these people, try to take them alive." Sun Yinshi nodded, not questioning why Gu Xing was holding a little girl, and directly instructed the bodyguards to act. The bodyguards immediately moved, relying on their training and sufficient manpower, and quickly subdued the three individuals. The leading man in black was pinned to the ground. The poison in his mouth had been removed, and he struggled desperately. He looked up and saw the little girl in Gu Xing's arms, shouting angrily, "Do you want to be a traitor? Why are you standing on the enemy's side? Use your skill to kill them now." Gu Xing looked down at the little girl and asked softly, "They pose no threat to you now. Do you plan to go with them or with me?" The little girl's lips turned pale, trembling as she tried to raise her hand to release her skill, but ultimately did nothing. "She's injured. Take her back for treatment first. Leave a few people here with me for interrogation," Gu Xing said as he handed the little girl to Sun Yanqi. Sun Yanqi was about to take her, but the little girl clung tightly to Gu Xing's clothes, refusing to let go. Since the interrogation couldn't involve the little girl, Gu Xing thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any candy?" Sun Yanqi was stunned, then remembered the chocolate Gu Xing had given her earlier, found a few uneaten pieces, and handed them to the little girl. "Give it to her." After eating the chocolate, this time when Gu Xing asked Sun Yanqi to carry her away, the little girl did not resist. Sun Yanqi carried the little girl away, while Gu Xing looked at the pinned-down man and sneered. "All right, now it's just between us." But the smile carried a hint of coldness. Whoosh! Gu Xing let out a long breath and casually tossed the blood-stained knife, which hit the ground with a clang. He turned to the bodyguards and said, "These people are useless now. Dispose of them." The bodyguards, expressionless, raised their knives and swiftly ended the lives of the tortured, barely alive individuals. Gu Xing lowered his head, calculating the gains from this operation, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Not bad. All the necessary questions had been answered. That little girl was a defective product cultivated by Lost Paradise, an abnormal type. Her skill, converging body, could only control part of her hair, using it to stimulate the brains of alien beasts, driving them mad and preventing them from returning to the entrance, trying to trap people here. As for the contact above, no information could be extracted, clearly restricted by some prohibition. But Gu Xing was already satisfied at least they had no other poison besides the one in their mouths. Killed a Paradise Lost Ordinary Level Heretic. Star points +2. Killed a Paradise Lost Ordinary Level Heretic. Star points +2. Killed a Paradise Lost Elite Level Heretic. Star points +10. Prevented a small-scale hunting operation. Protected multiple important researchers. Star points +5. Current star points 87.5. So close to success. What a pity. He sighed, turned around, and waved to the bodyguards. "Let's go back." After speaking, he strode ahead. The bodyguards followed closely, their expressions complex, a mix of awe and confusion. Gu Xing's interrogation methods were more ruthless than those of professional agents. Verbal threats, psychological tactics, one after another, sent chills down people's spines. Even the professionally trained bodyguards felt fear when they saw Gu Xing's calm and ruthless demeanor. What shocked them even more was that Gu Xing was just a student. Where did he learn such methods? Returning to the main group, time was tight, and everyone was afraid of unexpected incidents. They dared not delay for even a moment and set off immediately. The new little girl was arranged to sit with Gu Xing and Sun Yanqi. The little girl kept her head down, silently nibbling on the bread in her hands. Her hair had returned to normal, though straight, it appeared dull. Her exposed skin showed signs of bandaging, indicating some simple treatment had been done. Seeing Gu Xing return, Sun Yanqi quickly reported the little girl's condition. The tracker was on the back of her neck. It's been removed, and the wound has been preliminarily treated, but it still needs professional equipment for a thorough check. Gu Xing nodded, his gaze falling on the little girl, and asked, "She needs to be sent to the military district for examination, right?" Sun Yanqi replied, "Yes, since she's from Paradise Lost, we need to report it." Leaning back in his chair lazily, Gu Xing said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you, okay?" He had originally come for a vacation, and resolving this issue smoothly was already good enough. He didn't want to deal with the follow-up trouble. Sun Yanqi readily agreed. "No problem." Gu Xing raised an eyebrow slightly at her quick response, but said nothing. Everything went smoothly, and they encountered no trouble during the retreat. Exiting the Lingshu entrance, Gu Xing couldn't help but ask, The bomb won't explode for another 3 days. We won't have to wait here the whole time, right? Sun Yinchi thought for a moment and said, if you want, you can go back first. Gu Xing had been waiting for this and quickly nodded. There's no point in me staying here. That leave note. Professor Lu signed it. I'll take it back to the school, Sun Yinchi interjected. Then I'll leave it to you. I'm heading off now, Gu Xing said, slinging his bag over his shoulder and waving as he prepared to leave, only to have his clothes tugged. Looking down, he saw it was the little girl. What's wrong? Gu Xing asked, lowering his head. The little girl just kept her head down, clutching tightly at Gu Xing's clothes without saying a word. You don't want me to leave? Or do you want to come with me? The little girl remained silent, only gripping tighter. Gu Xing's heart tightened. Could this child be mute? He hadn't heard her speak the entire way. Sun Yinchi watched the scene and speculated. Maybe it's because you saved her, so she's relying on you. Moreover, after the little girl followed her, she had been staring in the direction Gu Xing had left. She wouldn't eat tea. Gu Xing looked at the teenage girl in front of him, remained silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll take her to the military district on my way home. Sun Yinchi saw his hesitation and lowered her head, saying, sorry. What? Gu Xing was confused. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? I didn't complete the task you gave me. I'm not a qualified teammate. Sun Yinchi reflected on herself. Gu Xing was even more puzzled. What task? When did we become teammates? He quickly recalled, but he hadn't mentioned anything about being teammates. So, up until now, we're still not teammates. Sun Yinchi muttered softly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. But she quickly regained her determination, looked at Gu Xing, and said, then I'll keep working hard to become your qualified teammate. Gu Xing. You don't have to take it so seriously. Gu Xing waved his hand. Sun Yinchi ignored him and continued to motivate herself. I will become more valuable and catch up with your pace. No, never mind. Do whatever you want. Gu Xing didn't expect Sun Yinchi to be so persistent. Explaining was useless, so he simply stopped talking. Send someone to take me to the military district, Gu Xing said. All right, Sun Yinchi agreed. Since she had to stay and wait for Lu Enping to sign the report and couldn't leave, she could only have a bodyguard take Gu Xing to the military district. Gu Xing and the little girl sat in the back seat of the car. Through the window, he looked at Sun Yinchi outside and couldn't help but shiver. He always felt that if she weren't truly tied up, she would definitely drive them there herself. This kind of stubborn and relentless fighter was truly terrifying. The car drove smoothly. Gu Xing glanced at the little girl beside him, who was tightly clutching his sleeve, her lips pressed together, looking extremely nervous. He sighed. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing the car to jolt. Gu Xing almost fell over but steadied himself and asked, "What's wrong?" The driver pointed ahead and said, "Someone's attacking people on the street up ahead." Hearing this, Gu Xing quickly rolled down the window and stuck his head out to look. He saw a man in a white t-shirt muttering to himself, holding a kitchen knife, and crazily attacking another man. Several young men lay injured on the ground. Some passers-by hurried to call the police, some screamed and ran away, while others he was just passing by, definitely not a witness. In less than half an hour, the car steadily stopped in front of a tall building. Gu Xing got out of the car, his gaze falling on the building before him. The four large characters on the rooftop, Warrior Military District, gleamed under the sunlight. Nowadays, there are more and more talented individuals, and the country has specially established this unique department to better integrate these forces. The military district's assessment is very strict, but once passed, not only can one take on national tasks, but also enjoy civil servant benefits, even more freedom than civil servants, with a full set of welfare guarantees. "Let's go." Gu Xing took the little girl's hand and led her into the building. The first-floor lobby wasn't crowded. Bulletin boards lined the sides, where task information could be checked. To take on a task, one could swipe a card or register at the front desk. At this moment, a woman in formal attire walked over, smiling as she asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Gu Xing?" Gu Xing nodded slightly. "That's me." "That's great. Miss Sun has already informed me in advance. Please follow me." The woman gestured in a direction, and Gu Xing followed her. Gu Xing was very satisfied with Sun Yinchi's efficiency and followed without hesitation. The three entered the elevator, and the woman took out a card from her pocket and swiped it. The elevator descended slowly, the display screen blank, clearly indicating a hidden floor. When the elevator doors opened, the view suddenly expanded, resembling a large hospital. The little girl silently followed beside Gu Xing, tightly gripping his fingers, her palms sweating. Gu Xing noticed her nervousness and glanced at her panel, which displayed semi-finished product. Knowing what she had been through, he softly comforted her. "Don't be afraid. It's just a simple physical examination." Hearing this, the girl lightly pressed her lips together and eventually nodded. She had heard these words before. At this moment, a young doctor in a white coat approached, briefly conversing with the woman in formal attire before she left. The doctor turned to Gu Xing and said, "I understand the situation. Take her for a full-body examination." Gu Xing nodded and was about to lead the girl inside when he noticed she was biting her lower lip so hard it was bleeding, and her panel now displayed the label "Extremely Terrified." Was she still scared? Gu Xing thought for a moment and asked the doctor, "Can S, but due to long-term malnutrition and residual substances left by experiments, coupled with awakening and cultivating too early, her bones are damaged, and her cultivation level may never break through in her lifetime. As for her lifespan," Li Qingshi said solemnly, "it's less than 1/5 of an ordinary person's. The average lifespan of ordinary people is nearly 100 years, but this girl's life is estimated to have only about 5 years left." Gu Xing looked at the girl sitting quietly with candy in her mouth, feeling deeply uncomfortable. She was the same age as his sister, yet had endured such suffering. Fortunately, his sister was strong and wouldn't be caught by those people. Well, even if she were caught, the trump card in Gu Yu's hand would make those people regret it. Thinking of this, Gu Xing's mouth twitched. It seemed he was overthinking. However, the doctor changed his tone. With proper care, her lifespan still has hope of being extended. Using some top-tier elixirs could also prolong her life. Got it, Gu Xing sighed in response. These matters had nothing to do with him if there were good medicine. He'd rather take it himself. With the system, his lifespan shouldn't be shorter than an ordinary person's, right? "She's done with the checkup, you can take her back now." The doctor closed the medical record and smiled at Gu Xing. Gu Xing froze, thinking the girl would stay here and be cared for by professionals. What? The doctor raised an eyebrow and said matter-of-factly, "You brought her, so naturally. You take her back. Given her current condition, shouldn't you be responsible for her or send her to a specialized institution for supervision?" Gu Xing asked, full of doubt. "You've seen it yourself, this child is extremely fragile mentally and only listens to you. Forcing a separation might harm her," the doctor explained, suddenly patting his head. "Speaking of supervision, given her background, she does indeed need supervision. I'll look for a contact." Saying this, the doctor pulled out his phone and started scrolling through his contacts. Gu Xing. He turned to look at the girl quietly eating candy, then at the doctor making a call nearby. Poor little girl. Enough, I pity myself. Gu Xing muttered inwardly, walking to the doctor's desk to check the name. Li Qingshi. On the other side of the desk, he also saw a photo of Li Qingshi with someone familiar, Principal Li Dongyu. Li Qingshi and Li Dongyu were clearly family. Gu Xing gritted his teeth. Good, good, good. No wonder the Fox family specializes in bullying people like him, who can't tell the truth and can't keep secrets. All right, once that person arrives, you can leave, Li Qingshi said with a smile. Walking over to Gu Xing looked helpless and sighed. Did your dad say something to you? If it weren't for Li Dongyu speaking up, Gu Xing wouldn't believe that Li Qingshi, with the limited information he knew, would feel assured letting him take care of this girl. Li Qingshi sighed and said, "That old man in my family said you're on vacation anyway, alone at home with nothing to do. So he found you a companion. Well, I really must thank him." Gu Xing replied through gritted teeth. Hey, don't be so agitated. You're just taking care of her for a few days. Once her emotions stabilize, she'll be taken away, Li Qingshi added. Hearing this, Gu Xing knew he couldn't avoid it and could only nod. All right, then let's discuss the payment for this job. Payment? What payment? There's no payment. Li Qingshi hurriedly denied it. Gu Xing spread his hands. If you can't provide those life-extending supplements or longevity pills, money will do. If there's no reward, I can't guarantee that girl will stay healthy. You wouldn't want the final report to say you refused to pay, and the target ended up dead, right? Gu Xing's tone was full of threat. Li Qingshi. In the end, Li Qingshi tearfully took out 100,000 yuan as compensation for Gu Xing, his expression pained as if he were cutting flesh. Don't waste it. This money is equivalent to my annual salary. Gu Xing rolled his eyes. Stop whining. Given your family's situation, this amount is nothing to feel pained about. Li Dongyu may not earn much as a principal, but as an 8th-tier martial artist, he must have money. Li Qingshi didn't blame Gu Xing for being rude. He just sighed. It's my old man who's rich, not me. He said I have to break through to the 6th tier to inherit the family business. I've been stuck at the peak of the 5th tier for over a year now. Hearing this, Gu Xing curiously opened Li Qingshi's panel to take a look. Name, Li Qingshi. Gender, male level. Peak of 5th tier talent skill. S level healing apostle attribute. 262 status. Cultivation speed reduced by 50%. Gu Xing glanced at his abundant star points and remembered the 100,000 yuan he had just swindled. He finally decided to spend some star points to unlock the status and take a look. Star points 1 cultivation speed reduced by 50%. Due to excessive consumption of cultivation-enhancing pills and absorption of too much spiritual energy has accumulated in the body, causing a slowdown in cultivation speed. Solution: quickly consume the excess spiritual energy in the body. Seeing this prompt, Gu Xing sighed and patted Li Qingshi's shoulder. Go train more in Lingshu and burn off some spiritual energy. You might just break through. Li Qingshi's eyes widened. Really? He had heard from his old man that the young man in front of him was very special. If he was willing to help, even a casual remark could solve your problem. Could it really be that simple? Just burning off some spiritual energy to break through? How would I know? I'm just a student. It's up to you whether you listen or not. Gu Xing spread his hands, looking indifferent. Hee, I'll listen. When the supervisor comes to find me, I'll go to Lingshu and train properly. Li Qingshi quickly agreed. With the matter resolved, Gu Xing was a bit curious. By the way, who is the person supervising me? You'll find out when the time comes, Li Qingshi said with a grin, already planning where to train in Lingshu. Looking at his expression, Gu Xing really wanted to punch him, but thinking about the 100,000 yuan reward, he held back. When he returned to school after the break, he would definitely hit up his dad for a good sum. After all, he had been swindled, so he had to get his revenge. Not long after, the supervisor responsible for overseeing the girl arrived late. The person waved at Gu Xing, smiling brightly. Gu Xing, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Gu Xing. He hadn't expected the supervisor sent to be Yang Xiaoming. Aren't you a judge? Why are you here? Gu Xing was speechless. The supervisor's rank was far lower than that of a judge. Even if they were short-staffed, they shouldn't have sent her. Yang Xiaoming shrugged helplessly. During the last trial, I was suspected of favoritism and corruption. I've already been demoted, so now I can only do odd jobs. Gu Xing. He had thought she had power and influence to deliver a lenient sentence, but it turned out her career was completely ruined. Of course, he didn't believe her. All right, since the handoff was successful, you three take care. I'll go organize the report and head to Lingshu. Li Qingshi waved goodbye and dashed off. Only Gu Xing, Yang Xiaoming, and the girl were left at the scene. Gu Xing. He scratched his head, feeling speechless. Yang Xiaoming walked over to the girl, squatted down, and gently asked, Little girl, what's your name? The girl remained silent. Gu Xing suddenly realized that he had never known the girl's name. On the system panel, there was only the cold label deformed species. She can't speak right now, and judging by the attitude of those people from Paradise Lost, they wouldn't have given her a name, Gu Xing explained. I see. Yang Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Gu Xing. Why don't you give her a name? Me? Gu Xing pointed at himself, looking surprised. The girl heard the word name and looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A name? Could she have any other name besides experiment, semi-finished product, or deformed species? Yang Xiaoming noticed the anticipation in the girl's eyes and smiled encouragingly. Look, she's looking forward to it too. Give her a name, she'll need it for things like an ID card. All right, let me think. Gu Xing frowned, racking his brain. He was terrible at naming things and had no clue about this sort of thing. At that moment, he accidentally caught sight of the candy wrapper tightly held in the girl's hand. Inspiration struck, and he patted his forehead. How about Tang Tang? Tang from Haidang, Chinese flowering crabapple, and Tang as in candy. Yang Xiaoming looked a bit surprised. I thought you'd give her your surname, Gu. Gu Xing quickly waved his hand. Don't joke around. I'm just temporarily taking care of her. Besides, one sister is already enough trouble for me. I can't handle another one. Thinking of his sister who loved guns and explosives, he definitely didn't want another little ancestor who could manipulate people's minds. After deciding on the name, Gu Xing turned to the girl and asked, Do you like this name, Tang Tang? Tang Tang froze for a moment upon hearing the name. Although she didn't understand what Tang meant, she knew Tang, as in candy. Sweet. She nodded lightly, her eyes shining with happiness. Seeing Tang Tang's bright eyes, Gu Xing felt delighted. Who said he was bad at naming? Clearly, he was great. Oh, since it was his name choice, there was no problem. With the name settled, Gu Xing held Tang Tang's small hand and looked at Yang Xiaoming. Do you know how to drive? Yang Xiaoming shook the car keys in her hand, smiling confidently. Of course I do. Then let's go. The three of them walked to the door of the house. Gu Xing looked wary. Men and women are different. I don't let outsiders stay at my house. Yang Xiaoming knew he was deliberately making things difficult, but kept her smile. Don't worry, I won't stay at your house. As she spoke, she took out a key, opened the door to the house opposite Gu Xing's, and invited him. Want to come check out my place? Gu Xing, ? How could he not know Yang Xiaoming lived next door to him? He remembered it was an elderly couple living next door. No need. Gu Xing waved his hand, pulling Tang Tang into his own home. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Yang Xiaoming called out to Gu Xing's back, anytime. Gu Xing completely ignored her and directly slammed the door shut. He led Tang Tang to sit on the living room sofa, looked at her messy appearance, then turned to his sister's secret stash of snacks and pulled out a pile of treats. He softly said to Tang Tang, Sit here obediently and wait. I'll go run some water to prepare your bath. Take whatever you want to eat, okay? Tang Tang's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing the table full of snacks, nodding vigorously. After getting her response, Gu Xing turned and walked to the bathroom to start running water. While doing so, he thought about Yang Xiaoming next door. He had said it before, those people from the Star Temple were all fanatics. If caught, they wouldn't have a good ending. But how did Yang Xiaoming know he was connected to the Star God? Gu Xing frowned in thought. Maybe she wasn't sure and just followed him, perhaps sensing the starlight aura on him. After all, the power of the stars wasn't exclusive to the Star God, it was a skill unique to the Star Temple. Thinking about how joining the Star Temple required 80% faith, cultivating starlight power needed 90%, and entering that floating invisible island in the sky demanded 100%, Gu Xing felt uneasy. He regretted setting the faith requirement so high. The maximum was 100% generally, 60% meant loyalty and no betrayal, 80% was die-hard loyalty, willing to die for the cause, 90% meant complete devotion, even putting parents second. 100% was fanaticism, pursuing the goal by any means necessary, the extreme being those crazy fans, even scarier than them. Damn it, if this were a game, he could just boast about his prowess. But this was reality. Thinking about the thousands of 100% believers and what they had developed into now, Gu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. She definitely didn't recognize me, just suspects I'm a subordinate of one of the constellations. After all, the 12 constellations operated independently, with no communication, undisclosed identities, and mutual ignorance being normal. Forget it, I don't even know what the Star Temple is like now. It might have changed completely. I can only hide my identity. Gu Xing shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. The water was ready, and the temperature was just right. Gu Xing was about to call Tang Tang for her bath when he noticed her silent and withdrawn demeanor, and his heart tightened. Oh, he forgot it's not safe for her to bathe alone. Someone needs to accompany her. Men and women shouldn't touch, so he definitely couldn't do it. Therefore, no choice, Gu Xing reluctantly went to knock on the door next door. Yang Xiaoming quickly opened the door, now wearing loose loungewear, her hair casually clipped with a sharp clip, a few strands sticking to her face. She smiled lazily and said, Didn't expect you'd come to me so soon. Gu Xing wasn't one to suffer losses easily and retorted directly. Isn't this what you're supposed to do as a supervisor? He wanted to test her limits and see how much power she held in the Star Temple. You're right. Yang Xiaoming not only didn't get angry, but nodded with a cheerful smile. Gu Xing. It seemed Yang Xiaoming wasn't doing well in the Star Temple, her soft temperament even evoking pity. So, Gu Xing explained his purpose, and Yang Xiaoming readily agreed. All right, does this mean you've agreed to let me visit your house? I'm not letting you stay, just visiting is fine, Gu Xing replied irritably. His house only had one guest room, which was already reserved for Tang Tang, leaving no extra space. Eventually, Yang Xiaoming came to Gu Xing's house and took Tang Tang to bathe. Gu Xing stretched lazily, thinking about the day's events. His stomach growled, so he decided to go downstairs to buy some groceries and fruits, and also pick up some daily necessities. When he returned, he left the clothes at the door and went straight into the kitchen to get busy. While Gu Xing was cooking, the bathroom door suddenly opened. He glanced back and saw Yang Xiaoming and Tang Tang had finished bathing. Tang Tang looked refreshed, wearing the pajamas Gu Xing had just bought, her hair loosely falling down her back. Because she was so thin, her eyes appeared particularly large, staring at Gu Xing adorably. Gu Xing sighed, remembering how his sister used to be this cute, though now, she had turned into a little lowly arms dealer. Are you cooking? It smells so good. Yang Xiaoming couldn't help but comment, drawn by the aroma. Gu Xing glanced at her and said impatiently, I didn't save you a portion. Go home and cook for yourself. That's so hurtful. I've been busy for so long, and I'm your neighbor. Can't I even get a meal? Yang Xiaoming held her face, pretending to look pitiful. Gu Xing. He realized that everyone who interacted with him seemed to have thick skin. Was he naturally attracting such people? In the end, after Yang Xiaoming's persistent pleading and giving him 100 yuan for food expenses, Gu Xing reluctantly agreed to let her stay. Once the meal was ready, the three of them gathered around the dining table, and Gu Xing patiently taught Tang Tang how to use a spoon. Yang Xiaoming held her bowl, looking satisfied. Gu Xing, you really have a talent for cooking. Your skills are more than enough to be a chef. I don't want to be a chef, Gu Xing replied casually. These skills were honed over 2 lifetimes in his previous life. He had run an interstellar restaurant and had been a chef long enough. After Tang Tang learned to use the spoon, she began eating heartily. Gu Xing hadn't eaten much yet, but the two of them had already cleared the food. Looking at the plates so clean they could reflect light, Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Had he brought back 2 little gluttons? Yang Xiaoming rubbed her belly, smiling contentedly. Can I subscribe for a month? Gu Xing shot her a glare. No way. Even if she offered 10,000 yuan a month, he wouldn't agree. 3 days later, Gu Xing received a call from Sun Yanqi. The leave has been approved. You can return before the midterm exams, Sun Yanqi said. Huh? Before the midterms? What about after the exams? After the exams, it's back to regular classes. Gu Xing. He glanced at the calendar. There were still 3 weeks until the midterms. His leave wouldn't even last a month. All right, Gu Xing could only accept. After all, he was a senior in high school, and getting such a long leave was already fortunate. That's all, hanging up now. Okay. After hanging up, Gu Xing glanced at Tang Tang, who was quietly eating snacks beside him. Tang Tang was adapting quite well now. Apart from her movements still being stiff, she was almost like a normal child. Thinking about it, the snacks at home were almost finished. It was a good time to buy more, and he also needed to get a few sets of clothes for Tang Tang. Now, Tang Tang is wearing Gu Yu's old clothes. Although they are smaller sizes that were set aside, they are still a bit big on her. So, Gu Xing squatted down and asked, Tang Tang, do you want to go out together? Tang Tang looked up at him and nodded. All right, then let's go. Gu Xing put on his coat and opened the door just in time to bump into Yang Xiaoming, who was about to throw out the trash. What a coincidence. Are you guys throwing out trash too? Yang Xiaoming asked with a smile. Gu Xing, not a coincidence. I'm heading out. Oh, heading out? Take me with you. Suit yourself. Gu Xing had long known she would come along, but he hadn't expected such a flimsy excuse. He muttered to himself, wondering if this person had been keeping an eye on them all along. Just as they got downstairs, Gu Xing saw a stretched white car parked ahead, with the word Qian engraved on the rear. The car door opened with a snap, and Qian Yuan stepped out, grinning as he said to Gu Xing, "Looks like I came at the right time. Brother Xing, where are you headed? I'll give you a ride." Gu Xing. In the end, he got in the car. Inside, Qian Yuan stared curiously at Tang Tang beside Gu Xing, his face full of envy. "Brother Xing, is this the child you picked up? She looks really nice." Gu Xing corrected him. "Her name is Tang Tang, and she wasn't picked up, she was rescued." "Oh, Tang Tang, that's a pretty name." Qian Yuan noticed Tang Tang staring at the fruit platter and smiled as he pushed it toward her. "Go ahead, eat." Tang Tang didn't move, but looked at Gu Xing instead. Gu Xing nodded, and only then did she lower her head and slowly start eating the fruit. Seeing how well-behaved Tang Tang was, Qian Yuan's heart melted. "Brother Xing, Tang Tang is so adorable. Can I recognize her as my little sister?" "That depends on whether she's willing," Gu Xing said indifferently. Qian Yuan leaned closer, grinning as he said, "Tang Tang, call me brother. Let me hear it." Tang Tang, seeing Qian Yuan approach, seemed very resistant. She stopped eating the fruit, clung tightly to Gu Xing, and trembled. "She's just starting to adapt, don't scare her." Gu Xing gently patted her back and reminded Qian Yuan, "I didn't scare her, I just wanted to hear her call me brother." "No one has ever called me that," Qian Yuan said, looking aggrieved. His sisters all called him by his full name, and he longed for a soft, sweet little sister like this. After a while, the car stopped, and everyone got out, arriving at the largest department store. "Brother Xing, you're here to buy clothes for Tang Tang, right? I'll cover the expenses this time as an apology," Qian Yuan said generously, waving his hand. Yang Xiaoming sighed helplessly. "Since the young master of the Qian family is paying, it looks like I can take a break." Gu Xing looked at the two of them, feeling speechless. Did he bring along 2 walking ATMs? In the end, Gu Xing didn't use anyone's money. He still had the 100,000 care fund given by Li Qingshi. "Deliver the goods directly to this address, right now," Gu Xing said, buying a lot and requesting home delivery. "Why deliver to my house?" Yang Xiaoming asked, puzzled, upon hearing Gu Xing give her address. "I still need to buy medicine to help Tang Tang recover. It's far, and it's inconvenient to take her along." "You take her back to your place first," Gu Xing said after paying. Yang Xiaoming looked at Tang Tang, whose complexion seemed a bit off, and finally nodded. "All right, be careful." "Don't worry, Brother Xing has us to protect him," Qian Yuan said proudly. After all, he was very skilled in the genius class. Except for Sun Yanqi, he could take on anyone. Of course, people like Gu Xing, whose combat abilities were mysterious, were an exception. Gu Xing squatted down, looked at Tang Tang, and said softly, "Go back with Aunt Xiaoming first, okay? Brother will come back to find you soon." Tang Tang nodded obediently. Aunt Xiaoming and brother were both very kind to her, they were good people. After sending the two off, Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, got in the car, and asked Qian Yuan to drive to the largest herbal medicine store. Qian Yuan proudly said, "The largest herbal medicine store? That would be my family's." The car stopped in front of Qian Pharmaceutical Company. Gu Xing's mouth twitched slightly. There's no need to come here specifically. Most of the herbs he needed could be bought at regular stores. There was no need to make a special trip here. "No worries, Brother Xing. If you need it, I'll make sure you get the best," Qian Yuan said confidently. Upon entering, Qian Yuan waved away a staff member who wanted to guide them and directly led Gu Xing to the herbal medicine room in the back. In the herbal medicine room, Gu Xing looked up at the items and couldn't help but marvel. The scale and quality of wealthy people were indeed different. Although he wasn't short on money, such extravagance was something his family could never achieve in a lifetime. However, he could manage it, he just didn't want to go through the hassle. Running such a large company must be exhausting. He preferred a more relaxed lifestyle. Young master. An elderly man busy in the herbal medicine room quickly bowed upon seeing Qian Yuan. "This is my friend. Whatever herbs he needs, just give them to him," Qian Yuan said, pointing at Gu Xing. "Understood, young master." The elderly man turned to Gu Xing, waiting for him to name the herbs. Gu Xing didn't hold back. He happened to have a formula in mind, which he had previously used inferior substitutes for due to difficulty in sourcing the ingredients. 1 Ling Shou ginseng, 1 Xing Huan Lingji, 3 Yuming grass, 1 Ling Yen flower, 1 Ningjing leaf. That's all. Are they available? The elderly man nodded, looked at the young Gu Xing, and after some hesitation, asked, "Is this for making a life-extending medicine?" Gu Xing nodded. "Yes, why?" The elderly man hesitated for a moment before saying, "The properties of Ling Yan flower counteract Ling Shou ginseng. Although Ningjing leaf neutralizes the fiery nature of Ling Yan flower, they are still difficult to combine." Gu Xing nodded. "I know. I have a way to make them blend." The elderly man wanted to say more, but Qian Yuan immediately interrupted. "Just do what you're told. Why ask so many questions? Haven't you figured that out after working here for so long?" The elderly man quickly lowered his head and apologized. "Sorry, young master," and to this guest, "I'll prepare the materials right away." He then turned and left. Qian Yuan watched the elderly man's back and frowned. You can tell he's been here too long. His mind's all muddled, asking this and that. Gu Xing wasn't angry. Instead, he found Qian Yuan's reaction amusing and reassured him. "It's fine. I understand. These two ingredients indeed couldn't mix, and adding other substances wouldn't help. However, just because they couldn't solve it didn't mean he couldn't." The materials were quickly prepared, and Gu Xing asked Qian Yuan, "Can I borrow your configuration room here?" He could have gone back to his sister's lab to prepare it, but after some thought, it was more convenient to finish it here and take it back. Qian Yuan put his arm around Gu Xing's shoulder like a close buddy and said, "Between us, why say borrow? Use it as you please." After speaking, Qian Yuan directly pulled Gu Xing towards the configuration room, while the old man silently carried the materials and followed behind. Soon, everyone arrived at the configuration room. The equipment here was complete and quite advanced. "Brother Xing, come here. This set of equipment is better and more convenient for configuration." Qian Yuan patted a machine as he spoke. Gu Xing glanced at the advanced equipment, shook his head, and walked over to the simpler equipment on the other side. "No need. The configuration is simple. This set is enough." "Huh? Should we step out first?" Qian Yuan asked curiously as he watched Gu Xing put on gloves and a mask. Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan's expectant face, then at the silent old man behind him, and finally shook his head. "No need. It'll be done soon. You can wait here, but keep your distance. It might be a bit dangerous." "No problem." Qian Yuan instructed the old man to place the materials on the table. Then they both retreated about 3 meters away and asked, "Is this far enough?" Gu Xing nodded and began preparing the potion. He had made this potion countless times before. Back when he played holographic games, potion configuration required manual operation. He had thought it was just for immersion, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be applicable in reality. Logically, he would hand over the production of this potion to professionals, but there was one step that ordinary people couldn't perform. That was the infusion of starlight power into the potion. This was the secret to the harmonious coexistence of Lingyan flower and Lingshou ginseng. Gu Xing skillfully processed all the materials. During the fusion stage of the herbs, he infused starlight power. In the past, the game interface made it hard to see clearly, but now Gu Xing could clearly observe the process. The originally frenzied light red solution that was devouring the pale green liquid suddenly calmed down and began to slowly merge with the pale green liquid. Soon, a bottle of solution emitting deep purple starlight appeared before everyone. Gu Xing removed his mask and let out a sigh of relief. Not bad, it was a success. After all, this was his first time configuring in reality, and he was a bit nervous. Seeing Gu Xing complete the process, Qian Yuan immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. "Wow, Brother Xing, you succeeded on the first try? That's amazing. This potion needs to be consumed quickly. I'm in a hurry to get home, so I want to clean the equipment," Gu Xing said as he sealed the potion in a glass bottle and handed it to Qian Yuan. "All right, Brother Xing, I'll take you home." Qian Yuan agreed immediately and shouted to the dazed old man behind him, "Stop daydreaming. Clean the equipment quickly." "Yes, young master," the old man responded, bowed, and watched them leave. After they had gone far, the old man hurried to the equipment Gu Xing had just used and sniffed the remaining solution at the bottom of the test tube. His talent allowed him to simulate the effects of potions through smell and calculate the results. The potion Gu Xing had just configured, if consumed entirely, could not only completely heal wounds, but also extend the life of a dying person by 10 years. Currently, Potions that could extend life by 3 years were already extremely rare, and this potion that could extend life by 10 years was simply unbelievable. But why were hallucinogenic star illusion Ganoderma and hypnotic dreamshade grass added? The old man scratched his head, unable to figure it out. By the way, Brother Xing, why did you configure this life-extending potion to be purple? Qian Yuan asked curiously, looking at the potion in Gu Xing's hand. He had consumed quite a few life-related potions before, and their colors were almost always green. He had never seen this kind of toxic-looking, glowing purple. Gu Xing watched the potion wrapped in starlight and casually explained, "For people with weak bodies, drinking this life-filled potion can be too potent, directly impacting their body and causing them to faint. So I added some hallucinogenic ingredients to make them dream, along with hypnotic materials. This way, when Tang Tang falls asleep, she can have sweet dreams instead of nightmares." Qian Yuan was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. "Brother Xing, you're amazing. A potion that can extend life is already incredible. Who cares if you can have sweet dreams while unconscious?" He cautiously asked, "Can you share the sweet dream formula with me? I want to have good dreams too. I'm willing to pay." Gu Xing shook his head. "No need for money. The formula isn't rare. I'll send it to you later." After all, the market price for these materials was nearly $1 million, and he had no reason to keep the formula hidden. Hee. "Thanks, Brother Xing." Qian Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude, watching Gu Xing's back with growing admiration. Super intelligent, incredibly strong in combat, not only able to help others absorb skills, but also skilled at concocting various potions. If someone had told him such an all-around person existed in the world, Qian Yuan would never have believed it. But now, he had seen such a person with his own eyes. "Brother Xing, I'm so lucky to have met you," Qian Yuan said emotionally. He had specially traveled from Luhai province to Baishui province, and it was definitely worth the trip. "Ugh, you're being too sentimental." Gu Xing shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Why was this guy suddenly so moved? Was it really worth it for a potion of little value? Soon, they arrived at the building where Gu Xing lived. Gu Xing immediately got out of the car. Seeing that Qian Yuan still wanted to escort him, he quickly waved his hand. "No need to see me off. I'm heading upstairs now." "All right. Goodbye, Brother Xing. I'll come find you when I have time. Focus on practicing your skills." Gu Xing lightly knocked on the door across the hall. The door was almost instantly pulled open, and Tang Tang's young, slightly anxious face appeared. As soon as she saw Gu Xing, she launched herself at him like a little cannonball, tightly hugging him, her small head rubbing against his chest. Gu Xing looked at Tang Tang's reliance on him and felt a bit worried that she might not be willing to go with anyone else. "You're back. Tang Tang has been waiting for you." Yang Xiaoming poked her head out from the kitchen, holding a spatula in her hand. Gu Xing walked a few steps inside, and a burnt smell hit his nose. He frowned. "Are you trying to poison someone?" "Of course not. I just wanted to save some money and cook myself." Yang Xiaoming glanced awkwardly at the kitchen behind her, which was emitting black smoke. "Looks like I failed. My cooking skills really aren't great." Gu Xing. He handed the potion to Yang Xiaoming, took the spatula, and said, "You feed this potion to Tang Tang. I'll cook." "All right." Yang Xiaoming agreed cheerfully. Watching Gu Xing head into the kitchen, she withdrew her gaze and stared at the potion in her hand. The potion was wrapped in dense starlight, which had already been removed, but the residual power was incredibly pure, so pure that no one but the star god himself could achieve it. Yang Xiaoming suppressed her admiration and fervor for the source of this power, turned around, and called Tang Tang to drink the potion. Gu Xing finished cooking and came out to see Tang Tang sleeping soundly on the sofa, her face adorned with a blissful smile. He nodded in satisfaction. "You eat first. I'll carry Tang Tang back," Gu Xing said as he picked Tang Tang up in his arms and turned to Yang Xiaoming. "Huh? You're not eating?" Yang Xiaoming asked in surprise, hesitating before adding, "So, you made this meal especially for me?" Gu Xing glanced at her and nodded. "Consider it a reward for taking care of Tang Tang all this time." Yang Xiaoming was deeply moved and nodded, saying, "Gu Xing, you're truly a good person." Gu Xing, now labeled as a good person, he placed Tang Tang in the guest room, closed the door, and then went to the kitchen to prepare something for himself to eat. In the middle of the night, Gu Xing continued cultivating the power of the stars. His conversion speed had improved significantly previously. He could only accumulate zero point 0.1 in 2 hours, but now he could reach 0.15 in the same time. Although it was still slow, gradual accumulation was better than nothing. Besides, cultivating the power of the stars was more comfortable and energizing than simply sleeping. So Gu Xing was happy to continue. At that moment, while cultivating, Gu Xing sensed a similar energy emanating from the room next door Tang Tang's room. He immediately opened his eyes, hesitating whether to check it out. Ultimately, he felt the energy and decided against it. Forget it, they wouldn't harm Tang Tang, let them be. The next morning, Gu Xing stretched, loosened his joints, and prepared for his morning exercise when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID Mom, he answered excitedly. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling all of a sudden? Is Dad with you? At that moment, in the desert, a figure dressed in black listened to the joyful voice on the other end of the call, removed her mask, and chuckled lightly. What? Am I not allowed to call my son? Hearing the slightly displeased tone, Gu Xing quickly tried to appease her. Of course not. I'm just surprised. That's better. The woman replied to his earlier question. Your dad isn't with me, he went ahead to handle some matters. Oh, okay, Gu Xing said, feeling a bit disappointed. It had been nearly 2 months since he'd seen his parents. He asked, when will you both be back? The woman glanced at the black-clad figure beside her, who was casually battling a massive exotic beast, and replied offhandedly. We still have a few tasks to complete, but we should be back before your graduation. Oh, Gu Xing listened carefully to the background noise. On the other end of the line, the wind howled, mixed with strange sounds, like the crisp clash of weapons. How odd. You both stay safe, things haven't been peaceful lately, Gu Xing reminded them with concern. His parents were ordinary people who had awakened intelligence-based abilities, so such missions must be quite challenging. We're fine. You, on the other hand, need to take good care of yourself, the woman said, turning to look at the white owl perched on her shoulder and sighing. If you encounter danger, make sure to tell us. Although your dad and I aren't that powerful, we know some strong individuals. Don't worry, I'm fine, Gu Xing replied casually. After chatting for a bit longer, he reluctantly ended the call. Hope everything goes well for Mom and Dad. Gu Xing put on his jacket and stepped outside for his morning exercise. The woman turned off her phone, put on her mask again, and jumped directly. At that moment, the owl on her shoulders spread its wings, and its body instantly grew 5 times larger. The woman landed steadily on the owl's back, and the owl carried her toward the man in black who was fighting a strange beast, shouting, Finish quickly. The sooner it's done, the sooner you can go home. Your son is waiting for you. Her voice was muffled due to the mask. The man in black sighed. All right, for my son, I'll finish this now. A day later, Tang Tang finally woke up. Gu Xing had been closely watching the time she woke up, staying by her side to ensure someone was there the moment she opened her eyes. Tang Tang groggily opened her eyes, saw Gu Xing, and showed a look of surprise, tightly hugging his waist and softly calling, Brother. Her voice was faint, but Gu Xing heard it clearly. Considering Tang Tang's condition, being able to speak within a month was already remarkable. It seemed that the beautiful dream had worked well. Gu Xing asked her what happened in the dream. Tang Tang carefully recalled, her face showing a satisfied smile. Many people couldn't see their faces, liked me, liked brother, eating snacks, very happy. Listening to her fragmented description, Gu Xing roughly understood. It turned out that those people who came to Tang Tang in the middle of the night had implanted a directed, beautiful dream in her. Just the fact that she liked him explained a lot. This group of people likely wanted to turn Tang Tang into one of the Star Temple's people. During this time, Yang Xiaoming always appeared suddenly at mealtime, refusing to leave no matter how much she was chased away, so she had to be allowed to stay for meals. While eating, Gu Xing received a call from an unknown number. On the other end was Li Qingshi's voice. Gu Xing, you're amazing. I had an issue in Lingxiu and overused my spiritual power. I thought I'd get hurt, but instead, I broke through. That's good. Gu Xing nodded, then turned to look at Tang Tang, who was eating with her head down, and asked, Has the adoption process been handled? Not yet. You know how busy the officials are right now. It'll take some more time. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Li Qingshi was clearly brushing him off, and the call was quickly disconnected. Gu Xing stared at the disconnected phone, silent. Yang Xiaoming sneaked a glance at Gu Xing, then lowered her head and continued eating. A few days later, Yang Xiaoming suddenly told Gu Xing she would be leaving for a while. I'm going to attend my cousin's wedding. It'll take 3 or 4 days before I return. Gu Xing looked at her suspiciously. Really? Of course it's true. Yang Xiaoming held her forehead and said, I really have something to do. Someone else will take over during this time. All right. Gu Xing didn't care much. It didn't matter who was watching over them. He was only concerned about when he could take Tang Tang and leave. Yang Xiaoming left in the morning, and by the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. I'm coming. Gu Xing got up to open the door and was surprised to see a tall, sturdy woman and a nearly 2-meter tall strong man behind her. Who are you? Gu Xing asked. We're Yang Xiaoming's substitute supervisors. I'm Li Mei, and this is my husband, Wang Jinxiang. Wang Jinxiang slightly bowed to Gu Xing. Hello. Hello. I'm Gu Xing. Gu Xing responded politely. I know. Xiaoming told me about you. Li Mei smiled and patted Wang Jinxiang's arm. Wang Jinxiang immediately took out a pack of snacks. Li Mei continued. I know Tang Tang likes snacks, so I brought some specially. Then please come in. Gu Xing stepped aside. Li Mei smiled and sat down next to the sofa, handing Tang Tang the snacks and chatting softly with her. Wang Jinxiang circled behind the sofa, silently watching them. Gu Xing opened their panels and discovered that both of them possessed the power of the stars and were members of the Star Temple. He stared at Li Mei's panel, his eyes narrowing slightly. This skill. Name. Li Mei. Gender. Female level. Early stage of 5th tier innate talent. Power of the stars talent skill. S level affinity attributes. 182 status. Normal Tang Tang felt a bit nervous around strangers, but upon seeing Li Mei, she immediately relaxed. This aunt was beautiful, and her aura felt familiar, just like her brother and Yang Xiaoming. They were all good people. Gu Xing saw Tang Tang and Li Mei getting along happily, but his brows furrowed slightly. Sending people was one thing, but sending someone with a special skill? Was it really just to make Tang Tang less resistant? Over the next few days, Wang Jinxiang and Li Mei stayed at Yang Xiaoming's house and occasionally took Tang Tang out to play. At first, Tang Tang hesitated and wanted Gu Xing to join them. However, Gu Xing declined, and although Tang Tang felt a bit sad, she obediently followed Li Mei to play. One day, Gu Xing was cultivating when he heard a knock at the door. He opened it to see Tang Tang wearing a beautiful little dress, holding an exquisite doll in her arms, her face full of happiness. Gu Xing, I'm back. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Yang Xiaoming peeked out from behind Wang Jinxiang, smiling brightly. Gu Xing let them in and then looked at Yang Xiaoming, asking, You're done with your work? Yang Xiaoming nodded. Yes, and I came to check how they're getting along. Gu Xing shrugged, just like you see. Yang Xiaoming observed the three of them getting along harmoniously and nodded in satisfaction. Looks pretty good. After speaking, Yang Xiaoming clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, I'm back. You too. She pointed at Li Mei and Wang Jinxiang. Can go back to your own tasks now. Hearing this, Tang Tang nervously grabbed Li Mei and asked, Auntie, are you leaving? Li Mei gently patted Tang Tang's head, a trace of bitterness on her face, and said, Yes. After all, we were only taking care of you on behalf of Aunt Xiaoming. Now that Aunt Xiaoming is back, we have to leave. Tang Tang became even more anxious upon hearing this and asked urgently, Can't you stay? Although their time together hadn't been long, she had already grown very fond of this beautiful aunt. Well, Li Mei hesitated and turned to look at Gu Xing. Gu Xing immediately understood her meaning. It was his turn to step in. He quickly said, Tang Tang, you can go with Aunt Li Mei and live with them. But, Tang Tang frowned, looking at Gu Xing. I don't want to leave my brother. Brother Gu Xing has to go to school and might not have time to take care of you. Gu Xing explained helplessly. Tang Tang was deeply conflicted, torn between her brother, who had saved her, and the aunt she had grown to like so much. It's so hard to make a decision. Gu Xing walked to Tang Tang's side and added, If you miss your brother, you can call him or visit him often, okay? Hearing Gu Xing's promise, Tang Tang finally nodded. Okay, but brother must keep his word. Of course. Then let's pinky swear. All right. Shortly after, Wang Jinxiang packed Tang Tang's belongings and placed them in the car. Gu Xing stood downstairs, waving to Tang Tang. Remember to call your brother. I will, brother. Tang Tang held Li Mei's hand, waving vigorously with the other. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, Aunt Xiaoming. Gu Xing smiled and waved, watching them leave. Yang Xiaoming lazily said from the side, I'll help contact them about the adoption process. Someone will call to verify. Gu Xing looked at Yang Xiaoming curiously and asked, Why are you helping me? Everyone knows the official process arranging personnel might take half a month, and it would have to align with his vacation time. But Yang Xiaoming simply found a substitute, and the matter was smoothly resolved, involving people from the Star Temple. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. Yang Xiaoming thought for a moment and smiled. Maybe. I just like doing good deeds. Gu Xing. He understood and sighed. You can find my phone number, right? Yang Xiaoming paused for a moment and nodded. Gu Xing turned and left, leaving one last sentence. I'm still in school. Don't bother me unless it's important. Watching Gu Xing walk into the building, Yang Xiaoming slowly spoke. May your brilliance always illuminate the path ahead for us. Tang Tang's matter was settled, and Gu Xing's vacation still had over a week left. During this time, except for weekends when Sun Yanxi and Qian Yuan visited, no one disturbed him, and he focused on cultivating the power of the stars. On the afternoon before his vacation ended, sunlight lazily streamed into the room. Gu Xing lay on the bed, seemingly sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. He quickly grabbed the small mirror by the bedside and opened the familiar interface. Current remaining star points, 100. Finally saved up 100 points. Seeing these words, Gu Xing's face was full of joy. Although cultivating the power of the stars was comfortable, after continuous practice, he was almost paralyzed on the bed. I'm starting to understand the feelings of those cultivation fanatics. Gu Xing rubbed his neck, muttering, then opened his skill panel. Would you like to spend 100 star points to unlock a new skill? Yes. Unlock successful. As Gu Xing eagerly stared at the screen, a new skill appeared at the bottom of the skill panel. Prerequisite conditions not met. Skill cannot be unlocked. Gu Xing. ? Did I just waste the 100 star points I worked so hard to save? He frantically clicked on the new skill panel, but the screen didn't respond at all, as if it had crashed. What are the prerequisite conditions for this skill? You have to tell me. Don't play dead. Where's the automatic pop-up window? How do I unlock this skill? Gu Xing wanted to hit the system, but his hand passed right through it, leaving him with no way to act. This requires GM's personal exploration. Seeing this sentence, Gu Xing gritted his teeth in anger. Not even telling the skill name. Why make it so mysterious? New skill unlocked. 300 star points. Gu Xing was speechless. The new skill had no clues at all, not even how to unlock it, and suddenly a task for unlocking was given. He was completely at a loss for words, rolled his eyes, and lay back on the bed. Not playing anymore. Whoever wants to play can play. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, he closed his eyes, feeling suffocated, as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He felt that today was definitely his unluckiest day, no comparison. At this moment, the system interface popped up again, making him even more annoyed. But when he saw the words on it, he immediately bounced up from the bed. Due to your guidance, a Lost Paradise believer has joined the Star Temple. Star points plus 50. These guys actually managed to pull Tang Tang into the Star Temple? Gu Xing muttered in surprise, then thought. So, as long as I recruit people to join the Star Temple, star points won't be a problem? The ideal was grand, but reality was harsh. Gu Xing quickly shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Too difficult. Recruiting people is harder than simply killing them. After all, for someone to join the Star Temple, their faith value must be at least 80%. Tang Tang was an exception. Gu Xing didn't expect her to reach it so quickly. Since I gained 50 star points, I might as well use them to upgrade basic attributes, Gu Xing thought. His current attributes were falling behind. Sun Yanxi's upgrade speed was like a rocket, and he almost lost to her in a sparring match 2 days ago. Well, actually, it was just that his clothes were almost torn. After all, fighting someone like Sun Yanxi, who has domain skills, and not getting instantly defeated is already difficult. Such a cheat, Why can't she be banned? Gu Xing muttered. He had tried banning many people, and it worked, but Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan, who had innate talents, couldn't be banned. He looked at his attribute panel except for luck value. All other attributes were at 25. So, he decisively prepared for a full upgrade. Just as he was adjusting the sliders, a panel suddenly popped up. Permission 2 unlocked. Gu Xing looked at the pop-up, then glanced at his attributes, calculating in his mind. Total attributes reaching 120 unlocks permission 2. Then permission 3 requires 240. Thinking about spending 120 star points to unlock new permissions, he shook his head again. Let me distribute the attributes first, then see what permission 2 is all about. Soon, he adjusted all 4 attributes to 35, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to check the content of permission 2. Permission 2 can ban talents of levels 1-3. No need to trigger permission 1. Simply open the panel to ban. If the target is a Lost Paradise believer, their account can be directly banned. Oh, so those with innate talents are considered talent level, not NPCs. Gu Xing suddenly understood, and seeing the latter part of the content made him even happier. He had always been troubled by the fact that he could only ban people after they provoked him. Now, he could take the initiative. In other words, he could now directly ban anyone from levels 1-3. This permission really targets Lost Paradise. If I want to ban Xin Yan, I need to upgrade to permission 5? Gu Xing calculated silently. In the end, he felt that his revenge against Sun Yan and Li Dongyu was still a long way off. He looked at his panel. Name, Gu Xing. Gender, male level, dust level. Talent skills, GM system skills, power of the stars, GM protection, star defense, star enhancement, prophecy, elusive, system space to be unlocked, attributes, 140 status. None. Seeing the new panel, Gu Xing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The 100 star points weren't wasted, and an extra 50 star points credited. Upgrading attributes and unlocking permission 2 is a nice surprise. No profit, no loss. But when he looked again at the skill column with the asterisks, he couldn't help but sigh. If this skill were space-related, it would be great. Then I could take out snacks anytime, anywhere. Just as he finished speaking, the system window popped up again. Would you like to spend 10 star points to unlock system space? Current remaining star points. 10. Gu Xing froze. Question mark. If there's such a good feature, why is it only appearing now? GM did not mention Gu Xing. What other good features are there? Show me everything. Current permission insufficient. Gu Xing. Gu Xing felt the system was deliberately trying to annoy him, but he ultimately decided to unlock the space. System space. Can store any items, retrieve at any time. Cannot store living beings. Remaining space. 0.5 cubic meters. Spend 20 star points to upgrade space. Current star points. 0. Only 0.5 cubic meters? Whose system is this stingy? Gu Xing complained, but his hands couldn't help but start testing this new ability. He lightly touched the pillow, and the pillow instantly disappeared. With a thought, the pillow returned to his hand. Do I need to use the power of the stars to activate the space? Gu Xing pondered. He then hovered his hand over the pillow, releasing the power of the stars from his palm, and tried again to place the pillow into the space. This time it worked. Gu Xing took the pillow out and turned to the water cup by the bed, releasing the power of the stars. It failed, and he began to think about the reason. Is it because my hand was too far away, and the power of the stars broke off when it touched the cup? Earlier, he felt his internal energy was almost depleted, directly releasing the power like firing a cannonball. It hit the cup, but failed to place it into the space. To test his hypothesis, Gu Xing used the remaining power of the stars to condense a thread as thin as a hair, with the other end touching the cup. The cup instantly disappeared. Gu Xing felt a surge of joy and lay on the bed, gasping for air. The feeling of being drained was uncomfortable, but the experimental results made him very satisfied. After all, he was using the power of the stars, which ordinary practitioners of spiritual energy couldn't see. As long as he used it cleverly, he could silently take anything, retrieving items from a distance with ease. At the same time, Gu Xing confirmed a principle. Good things might come slowly, but they would never be missed. He began to look forward to the skill that required conditions to be met first. Baishui Province, Rongyang Base City, First High School, Genius Class. Tomorrow is the midterm exam, and you all know the rules. Shunyan stood on the podium, swept his gaze over the students, and said loudly, "Your martial arts scores must rank in the top 30. If you don't meet the standard, pack your things and leave." Upon hearing this, the students' expressions turned serious. This had been the rule of the Genius Class since its establishment. However, today I'm adding a new rule. Shunyan paused, looking at the students' surprised expressions, and slowly said, "Your liberal arts scores must rank in the top 100. If you don't meet the standard, I'll personally give you extra training." Got it. As soon as they heard there were requirements for liberal arts as well, the students who were poor in liberal arts immediately groaned in despair. Got it. Their voices were weak and uneven. Shunyan frowned, his aura exploding instantly, and shouted, "Louder! Haven't you eaten?" The students were startled into attention and shouted in unison, "Got it." Shunyan nodded in satisfaction and turned to Gu Xing. "You just keep maintaining your first place in liberal arts." Gu Xing. "All right, class is dismissed early today. Go home and study well," Shunyan said, then turned and left. After he left, the classroom erupted into chaos, with everyone complaining about Shun Yan's lack of empathy. Qian Yuan dragged his chair over to sit next to Gu Xing, thinking about his terrible liberal arts scores, and said, "I'm doomed. My liberal arts will definitely fail this time, and I want to escape extra training." Gu Xing patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Extra training isn't too bad, it's good exercise." "I don't want extra training," Qian Yuan wailed, slumping onto the desk, then turned his face to look at Gu Xing. "But honestly, the King of Hell is pretty lenient with you." Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Lenient? That was basically telling him that no matter what, he couldn't leave the Genius Class. Gu Xing sighed, unable to explain to Qian Yuan, and stood up, saying, "Let us go home and rest, and prepare for tomorrow's exam." Qian Yuan also stood up, grinning. "Brother Xing, help me highlight the key points. Even cramming at the last minute is worth a try." Gu Xing thought about it. He had been bored lately. "All right." Qian Yuan slung his arm around Gu Xing's shoulder. "Great. Then let's south go to my place." Nearby, Sun Yinshi watched the two of them with their arms around each other and said, "I'll go too." Gu Xing and Qian Yuan froze simultaneously. Question mark. "Why are you coming? Your liberal arts scores are pretty good." Qian Yuan looked at Sun Yinshi with jealousy. He had heard that Sun Yinshi's liberal arts scores ranked in the top 10 in the Imperial Capital's joint exams. "I need tutoring in martial arts." Sun Yinshi looked at Gu Xing seriously and said, "Gu Xing, wasn't he this just treating him as a free sparring partner? She wanted to schedule fights with him every other day? But it worked out he hadn't had a fight since upgrading his attributes a few days ago. It was a good chance to spar with Sun Yinshi." In the end, the duo turned into a trio. "Hey, Brother Xing, why did you agree to this?" As soon as they got in the car, Qian Yuan slumped, his eyes full of grievance as he stared at Gu Xing. Gu Xing shrugged indifferently and said, "It's fine. We can all train together. You need to improve your liberal arts, and you should also put more effort into martial arts." Qian Yuan shivered involuntarily when he saw Gu Xing throw the basketball with a sound that seemed to tear through the air. He quickly shook his head and said, "No, no need for that." Screech! The car suddenly braked, and the three of them were almost thrown out. Qian Yuan nearly fell flat on his back and, burning with anger, shouted at the driver, "Why did you brake all of a sudden?" The driver stuck his head out and said seriously to Qian Yuan, "Young master, there's a group of people ahead protesting in the streets." "Protesting in the streets?" Qian Yuan froze, quickly rolling down the car window. Gu Xing leaned over curiously as well. Before they could see anyone, they heard the synchronized chanting. "Life has no meaning. Death is liberation. Life has no meaning. Death is liberation. Life has no meaning. Death is liberation." The group consisted of dozens of people, all dressed in identical gray robes, their faces showing expressions of determination and numbness. They marched slowly and orderly, completely ignoring the gazes of passers-by and the traffic congestion they caused. They held signs that read, "Living is pain, death is freedom, and this world has no pure land. The underworld is our destination." In the middle of the group, Several people carried a large banner with black lettering that read, "Collective Suicide. Farewell to the sinful world." Drivers around them honked their horns, trying to disperse the group, but the protesters seemed possessed, ignoring everything and continuing to chant their slogans as they marched forward resolutely. Qian Yuan stared at the scene, dumbfounded. What's wrong with these people? Are they crazy? Sun Yinshi also heard the chanting and frowned, saying, "This reminds me of something." Guxing turned to her and asked, "What is it?" Sun Yinshi slowly replied, "I once encountered a student during the Genius Battle competition who said similar things. He even tried to kill his opponent on stage. Later, he was disqualified and banned from competing. So things like this have happened before." Guxing muttered under his breath. Listening to their conversation, Qian Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right. Recently, the mental health medications at my family's store have been selling really well, especially sedatives." Guxing asked, "Is this happening everywhere, or just here? I don't know about other places. Let me make a call and check." Qian Yuan took out his phone, asked a few questions, and then hung up, saying, "Other places are normal." As he listened to their reports, Guxing suddenly recalled some things. The interrogation records Li Dongyu had shown him, and the indiscriminate murder case he encountered a few days ago. The attitudes of both the victims and the perpetrator were extremely negative, filled with self-destructive tendencies. "Brother Xing, look! They've stopped," Qian Yuan shouted. Guxing leaned out to look through the window. The protest group had stopped at an intersection. The leader stood on a makeshift platform, his eyes hollow as he gazed at the surrounding crowd and shouted loudly, "This world is full of sin. We've had enough of lies, deceit, and pain. Today, right here, we will protest this ugly world with death. Anyone willing to join us in seeking liberation, step forward." The crowd began murmuring softly, but soon someone from the protest group responded, "Yes, once we're dead, it's all over. This world has nothing worth holding on to." All the participants in the parade stood up, ready to face death together. "They're insane, choosing this place. Why haven't the police arrived yet?" Qian Yuan was anxious, knowing that if a murder occurred at this intersection, it would definitely be tomorrow's headline news. Although the speed of live streaming on the internet is incredibly fast, the news had already climbed to the top of trending searches. "I've already called the police, but since their level is high, it takes some time to mobilize the special forces." Sun Yinshi put down her phone and said, "But they should be here soon." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of police sirens came from afar. A group of people in special forces uniforms stormed in like a whirlwind. The leading officer dashed forward to the leader standing on a small platform. Like an agile leopard, he reached out and grabbed the arm holding the megaphone, shouting loudly, "Don't move." The leader tried to dodge, but there was no way he could escape. The special officer twisted his arm and cuffed him behind his back. He still tried to struggle, cursing, "This world deserves destruction. You are the sinners preventing its end." The special officer ignored him, placed handcuffs that suppressed spiritual power on him, and escorted him to the police car. Other special officers quickly took action, rushing in groups toward those preparing to commit suicide. One officer ran toward a person holding a small bottle, ready to DRI after testing. His combat power has doubled compared to before, and he can indeed block Sun Yinshi's abilities. After resting for a while, Guxing turned to look at the two busy people. This was an underground training ground, with a ring in the center and training equipment scattered around. Sun Yinshi was exercising on the treadmill, while Qian Yuan was buried in his studies. This guy, wasn't he always unable to focus? How has he been studying for half an hour without complaining? Guxing muttered, curiously opening Qian Yuan's panel and discovering a talent skill. Sun Yinshi. Focus increased by 30%. Guxing. He looked at Sun Yinshi, who had just finished a fight and was now training, then at Qian Yuan, who was engrossed in his books and remained silent for a long time. Could it be that he was being dragged into this relentless effort by these two study maniacs? Guxing watched the two working hard and lay back down again. He was just someone who wanted to coast through life. He had no intention of competing. But why was there always someone forcing him to work hard? Thinking of Li Dongyu, Li Qingshi, and Shun Yan, Guxing gritted his teeth in frustration. They were truly infuriating. Sooner or later, he would deduct 10 points from their luck value. For now, though, Gu Xing could only think about how to take it easy. Leaving the genius class should make things easier. Gu Xing muttered softly, but when he thought about Shun Yan's attitude today, he realized leaving the genius class wouldn't be so simple. Maybe I should just take a break from school. Gu Xing couldn't help but shout. Qian Yuan looked up sharply, exclaiming in surprise, "What? You're going to take a break from school?" Sun Yanqi, who was running, frowned and stopped, walking over to ask, "Why are you suddenly thinking about taking a break from school?" Seeing their shocked reactions, Gu Xing waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just annoyed by the principal and the class teacher. I was just saying it casually. Taking a break is impossible." He couldn't really take a break from school otherwise. His parents would definitely worry, and his sister would think he was facing some major issue. He didn't want to trouble his family. So Gu Xing sighed. "I just don't want to stay in school anymore." Hearing this, Qian Yuan's eyes lit up. "Brother Xing, you could try for a direct admission. If you get admitted, you wouldn't have to attend school." All 7 participants in the Genius competition had successfully secured direct admissions, but they all chose to continue attending school. Thinking about how Gu Xing was the only one among the 8 who hadn't received a spot, Qian Yuan sighed. "What a pity, Brother Xing. If you'd participated in just one match, you definitely wouldn't have missed out on a direct admission." Gu Xing shook his head. "I can go to any research institute I want now, but the principal definitely won't let me leave." Sun Yanqi thought for a moment and asked, "If you just want a change of environment, I know a place that might suit you." "What place?" Gu Xing asked eagerly. "It's related to the things we encountered on the road, connected to Paradise Lost. You could help with the investigation." Because the incidents on the road were too strange, Sun Yanqi looked into it and found they were related to Paradise Lost. According to Qian Yuan, Gu Xing seemed particularly concerned about the people from Paradise Lost, and the police station happened to need assistance. She could help make the connection. Paradise Lost? So it really is related to those guys. Gu Xing muttered. He had suspected it was them at the time, but the style of Paradise Lost's actions didn't quite match. If those gray-robed people were victims, then it would make more sense. Gu Xing nodded but frowned and said, "But this matter still needs the principal's approval, right?" Qian Yuan, "Seems like it." Gu Xing leaned back and sighed. "No harm in trying. I'll ask tomorrow." The next day, the midterm exams began, and the campus was filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone used their break time to read and check answers. Qian Yuan muttered, "First question, choose a second question, choose C." At this moment, Sun Yanqi suddenly interjected, "Second question, choose B." "Huh." Qian Yuan scratched his head. "I think C is more correct. Why don't we ask Gu Xing?" Thinking of this, Qian Yuan looked around, but found Gu Xing was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Xingji?" Maybe he went to the principal's office. At this moment, Gu Xing was already standing at the principal's office door, knocking. "Come in." Gu Xing pushed the door open and entered, only to see the principal standing by the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the students coming and going in the campus. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Gu Xing warmly. "What brings you to me voluntarily?" Gu Xing didn't want to beat around the bush and said directly, "I want to go to the research institute." The principal immediately understood that this matter wasn't something that could be dismissed casually. He walked unhurriedly to the sofa and sat down, his face wearing his signature smile, and said softly, "Sit down and let's talk." Gu Xing obediently sat down but frowned slightly. Li Dongyu didn't respond immediately. He picked up the teapot and skillfully poured Gu Xing a cup of Baihao Engine tea. The steaming aroma of tea wafted through the air. Li Dongyu gently set down the teapot and said softly, "This is your favorite tea. Have a taste." Gu Xing, however, didn't move, his brows furrowed tightly, and he said firmly, "If I can't go to the research institute, helping with cases at the police station works too." The principal frowned slightly but soon relaxed and said, "Tea is best enjoyed while it's hot." Gu Xing was silent for a few seconds, but eventually picked up the teacup and took a small sip. The tea's fragrance lingered, but Gu Xing found it unremarkable. Li Dongyu looked at his tense expression, picked up his own cup, took a small sip, and slowly said, "Tea should be savored carefully." Gu Xing frowned, set down the teacup, and said bluntly, "Pick one." I won't pursue the matter with the military district anymore. Li Dongyu was silent for a few minutes, as if weighing something. Just as Gu Xing was about to lose patience, Li Dongyu sighed, set down his teacup, and said slowly, "Your talent would be wasted at the research institute, and going to the police station would be too dangerous." Gu Xing suddenly interrupted him. "What if I can prove I have the ability to help with cases at the police station?" Li Dongyu looked at the determination shining in Gu Xing's eyes and asked with a smile, "What?" Dropping the act now, Gu Xing sighed, leaned back, and shrugged. "You've practically stripped me bare. What's the point in pretending anymore?" Hearing this, Li Dongyu laughed heartily. "I'll personally monitor your performance in this exam. As long as you impress me, not only will I let you go to the police station, but I'll also make an exception and give you a team leader position. How about that?" "Really?" Gu Xing sat up straight, his eyes lighting up. If he were just a team member, he'd have to follow the team leader's instructions, and his actions would be restricted, making it impossible to do what he wanted. But as a team leader, he could reasonably allocate tasks, focus on overall control, and have much more freedom. Of course, but it depends on your performance. Li Dongyu picked up his teacup and smiled. "Still drinking tea?" "Of course, drinking." Gu Xing smiled, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and nodded. This tea is indeed good." The midterm exams were held over 2 days, with humanities on the first day and martial arts on the second. "Brother Xing, are you really going all out this time?" "No holding back." Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing, who was dressed in sportswear and appeared relaxed, and asked quietly. Yesterday after school, he had been worried about Gu Xing's situation. Unexpectedly, Gu Xing had uncharacteristically said he would take this exam seriously, but didn't explain why. Gu Xing glanced at Li Dongyu, who was smiling at the students, and said indifferently, "There's no avoiding it anyway." As Li Dongyu had said, since he was born into this world, he was destined not to be an ordinary person. Sometimes, it's not that you approach danger, but that danger actively seeks you out. At that moment, the recorder called out with the list. "Next, Qian Yuan." Gu Xing patted Qian Yuan's shoulder. "All right, go ahead." Qian Yuan nodded and walked toward the exam room. Gu Xing watched Qian Yuan's departing figure, then turned to look at Sun Yinshi, who had just come out. Seeing Gu Xing, Sun Yinshi immediately walked over and asked, "Are you taking this test too? How did it go?" This test was for spiritual power level, perception, and control. Gu Xing had no spiritual power, so naturally, he couldn't participate. He shrugged. "I went in and got asked a bunch of theoretical questions, and in the end, they gave me 3 good ratings." Sun Yinshi frowned. "You should have gotten 3 excellent ratings. This test was graded as excellent, good, or poor. Excellent added points, good didn't add points, and poor deducted points. With Gu Xing's level, 3 excellent ratings were a given, but unfortunately, he had no spiritual power. It doesn't matter. Maybe my cultivation level won't necessarily be higher than yours," Gu Xing said with a smile. In just 2 months, Sun Yinshi had rapidly advanced from awakening to mid-stage level 2, her speed as fast as a rocket. Sun Yinshi shook her head. "My level was suppressed before. Starting from level 2, my cultivation speed has noticeably slowed down." Hearing this, Gu Xing suddenly understood and nodded, asking, "Is Qian Yuan the same?" Sun Yinshi nodded. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. As expected, wealthy kids have a fast start. He had long noticed that these two had been advancing a level a day before, but once they reached level 2, their speed slowed significantly. "Are you aiming for first place on the overall ranking this time?" Sun Yinshi asked. Gu Xing thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Sorry, I might have to take your first place." After all, without him, Sun Yinshi would undoubtedly take first place with her dual excellence in academics and martial arts. But with him, the game changed. Sun Yinshi shook her head. "No, this is just returning the first place you were supposed to have." Saying this, she looked at Gu Xing, her eyes sparkling with determination. "But I will do my best to narrow the gap between us." She was eager to know the exact difference in strength between herself and Gu Xing now. The spiritual power-related tests concluded, and next was the basic attribute tests. The first item was the strength test. Gu Xing stood in front of the massive strength testing machine, facing a tall sandbag equipped with a display screen. Nearby, Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi had already finished their tests, and were nervously watching Gu Xing. Li Dongyu calmly watched him, speculating on how strong his power truly was. Besides those supporting Gu Xing, there were quite a few who doubted him. Although Gu Xing had achieved consecutive victories in the arena and earned the title of Invincible War God, some still believed it was all just a performance. Therefore, there was a large crowd observing the test. Gu Xing ignored the murmurs around him and began warming up. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded, explaining the test rules. This assessment includes 2 items, punch strength and leg strength. Once confirmed, the test can begin. Gu Xing rotated his wrist and decisively said, "Confirm." Beep, test begins. As soon as the machine's voice fell, Gu Xing's eyes sharpened. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart, lowered his center of gravity, and suddenly raised his right arm, clenching his fist like a cannonball ready to launch at any moment. He took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the punch strength testing machine, and then suddenly pushed off the ground. His body shot forward like an arrow, his right fist carrying the sound of wind as it slammed fiercely into the target surface. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and the entire space seemed to tremble slightly. Gu Xing's fist firmly struck the target surface, and the numbers on the testing machine began to soar. Single digits, tens, hundreds. The final number froze at 298 kilograms. Everyone's eyes widened. Even Li Dongyu was shocked by Gu Xing's strength. This power was actually twice that of Hu Tianba, the strongest puncher. However, Gu Xing did not stop to rest. He quickly adjusted his posture, shifted his power point, and delivered a beautiful side kick that fiercely struck the testing machine. The numbers on the machine jumped again, finally stabilizing at 578 kilograms. The crowd shouted, "This machine must be broken. It has to be broken. There's no way the numbers are this high. Isn't he a G-level failure? How could he hit such high numbers?" Hu Tianba only reached 180 kilograms. The crowd buzzed with discussion until Shun Yin loudly reprimanded them to quiet down. Feeling the pressure, everyone fell silent. After completing the test, Gu Xing directly exited, not needing a second attempt. He walked toward Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi, saying, "Let's go to the next testing site." Hearing Gu Xing's voice, Qian Yuan snapped out of his shock and nodded. Oh, okay." Sun Yinshi looked at Gu Xing with a complex expression. "You're very strong." But she would never admit defeat easily. The second test was a speed assessment, starting with a 100-meter sprint. Gu Xing entered the site and noticed many people watching him. "Brother Xing, your earlier performance was recorded and posted in the class group," Qian Yuan whispered. The exam didn't prohibit phone use, and someone had intended to mock Gu Xing's results in the group, only to be completely humiliated by him. Gu Xing thought they were childish. He walked directly to the speed testing machine, scanned his identity information, and watched the machine activate, preparing to start. Standing at the starting line, he warmed up his body and listened to the countdown. 3, 2, 1, 0. Whoosh! Gu Xing shot out like an arrow released from a bow, reaching the finish line within 2 seconds. A few seconds later, the testing machine displayed the result, 45 meters per second. The crowd was stunned. Li Dongyu nodded in satisfaction, admitting he had underestimated Gu Xing's strength. The third and final test, Neural Reaction Assessment. Ji Yuxing stood in the testing room, surrounded by transparent glass, allowing those outside to clearly see what was happening inside. Due to the powerful strength Gu Xing had displayed twice in a row, everyone present was shocked and gathered around to watch. This testing room was of a lower level, with a time limit of 3 minutes. The difficulty gradually increased from the initial stage of level 1 to the peak of level 3. The testing rules stated that if one was hit more than 20 times, the test would immediately end. The goal was to see who could last the longest. At the beginning, Gu Xing dodged with ease. But as time ticked by, the speed of the rubber bullets shot from the walls increased. Those observing from outside could barely see the trajectory of the rubber bullets, and even if they did, they only felt as if they were witnessing a dense rain of bullets. Gu Xing's expression gradually became serious, but he continued to skillfully dodge the rubber bullets with various agile movements. Soon, the test ended, and Gu Xing walked out of the testing room. The screen displayed the results, and a mechanical voice reported to the crowd. "Test passed. Not hit even once." Upon hearing this result, Everyone gasped in astonishment. Other participants' test results were test ended, duration XX seconds, but Gu Xing's was cleared, and he hadn't been hit even once. Reaching the limit of being hit 20 times would likely require a level 4 or 5 neural test. This result was absolutely authentic, as everyone had witnessed Gu Xing effortlessly maneuvering through the dense rain of bullets. Gu Xing walked directly toward Li Dongyu and asked, "How's my performance? Does it meet your requirements?" Li Dongyu nodded with a smile, patted his shoulder, and said heartily, "Satisfied. Absolutely satisfied. I'll go back right now and write you a recommendation letter." Gu Xing and Li Dongyu left, while Shun Yin watched their departing figures, the shock in his eyes lingering. The strength Gu Xing had displayed was practically at the level of a level 4 physique, even stronger than some level 4s. Thinking about how he was only 18 years old and still a senior in high school, Shin Yin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, this is a true genius. Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan were considered geniuses too, but compared to Gu Xing, they were far inferior. Gu Xing shouldn't be called a genius, he was a monster. At the Rongyang City Police Department, two figures walked briskly down the hallway, clearly close colleagues. One of them glanced at a spacious office with a sign on the door that read, "Special Handling Unit," the lettering fresh and striking. She gently tugged on the sleeve of the person beside her and lowered her voice to ask, "Has our department opened a new unit?" The other person stopped, their gaze falling on the sign, and sighed. It's because of that recent nihilism case. The impact was huge, the situation severe, and even personnel from other cities were sent to assist. The higher-ups also instructed the entire police force to follow this unit's orders. "Oh, then there must be a team leader here." The person asking lit up with curiosity and excitement. Those sent to assist must be elites, and the team leader would be the cream of the crop. "Don't mention it." The other person waved their hand, looked around cautiously as if afraid of being overheard, and lowered their voice. "My friend in the printing room said the team leader looks very young, like a student." "Student?" The person asking was so surprised they almost bit their tongue, covering their mouth in disbelief. Could it be some leader's relative here to build a good reputation? The other person nodded in agreement. "I think it's unlikely too. Even if it's a temporary team leader, they should be a seasoned cop in their 30s or 40s. But my friend said that person looks barely over 20 and is quite handsome." Hearing this, the person pursed their lips and muttered, "Being handsome doesn't help here. This is a place where real skills matter. Looks can't serve as evidence." The two were standing at the door, chatting away, when suddenly a warm, magnetic voice came from behind them. "Excuse me, may I come in?" Both turned around simultaneously, and standing before them was a tall, handsome young man, half a head taller than them. "Oh, sorry." One of them quickly reacted, pulling their companion aside to make way. "Thank you." Gu Xing smiled and nodded, gently pushed the door open, and walked in with steady steps, closing the door behind him. After Gu Xing's figure disappeared, the other person finally snapped out of it, excitedly grabbing the girl next to her. "Wow, he's handsome, polite, and has such a nice voice. When did he come in? I want his WeChat." The girl beside her recalled Gu Xing's young and unfamiliar face, and remembered the director mentioning in the morning meeting that a new member would arrive today. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Could that person just now be the team leader? Gu Xing closed the door and looked around. The office was bright and softly lit, with a large table in the corner suitable for meetings and discussions. There were also 4 desks, each adorned with a delicate nameplate. Mo Qing, Lu Xinyue, Qin Yi, He Shuyang. Gu Xing glanced at the names on the desks. When his eyes landed on the name Mo Qing, he murmured to himself, "This name seems familiar, but where's my desk?" He noticed a frosted glass partition in the office, with a door beside it, so he walked over and pushed it open. Creak, the door opened, revealing a private office, clearly a single-person workspace. Moreover, Gu Xing saw his name on the desk inside. Gu Xing. He tried touching the frosted partition and discovered it could turn transparent. From this angle, he could see the 4 desks clearly. Looking around, even the flower pots in the corners were meticulously arranged, with every leaf looking pristine, which made Gu Xing feel a headache coming on. The name Special Operations Team was no joke. It implied special tasks and special cases. Even though Gu Xing hadn't passed the certification exam and had no credentials, he somehow managed to get in. Previously, Li Dongyu had mentioned assigning him a separate team, and Gu Xing thought it was just a nominal title. He hadn't expected to have actual team members, and these members were elite officers transferred from various police departments. Is it still possible to run away now? Gu Xing thought to himself. Probably not, and he might even become the laughingstock of the team leader who ran away on his first day. With no other choice, he could only sit back in his designated seat. The chair was very comfortable, and the computer was brand new. When Gu Xing turned it on, he found that the graphics card was the latest model. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Gu Xing leaned back in the chair, preparing to relax and adapt. Gu Xing lounged lazily in the office chair. The surroundings were empty and the atmosphere was cold and quiet, making him feel bored after a short while. So boring, I might as well go check out the new team members at the entrance. With that thought, he got up and slowly walked to the spacious communal desk, casually picking a spot to sit down. Before he could even settle in, hurried and light footsteps echoed from outside the door. Moments later, a woman burst in, her movements hurried and flustered. She saw Gu Xing, nodded politely, and then went straight to her workstation, busying herself with organizing her things. Gu Xing curiously observed the new colleague. With a thought, her information immediately appeared before his eyes. Name: Lu Xingyue. Gender: female. Level: mid-stage. Tier 5. Talent skill: photographic memory. Attributes: 213. Status: after working for a while and confirming everything was in order, Lu Xingyue walked over to Gu Xing and extended her right hand. Hello, I'm Lu Xingyue, responsible for case organization. Gu Xing stood up and lightly shook her hand. Hello, I'm Gu Xing. Lu Xingyue didn't hear Gu Xing introduce his specific duties, nor did she see his name on any of the 3 prominent nameplates. She immediately understood. The person before her was the team leader of the independent office. She wasn't surprised, merely withdrawing her hand calmly and saying, I need to familiarize myself with the case files, so I'll head off first. All right, go ahead. Gu Xing nodded with a smile, watching her leave. He sat back in his chair, his gaze falling once again on the still open panel, murmuring softly to himself, photographic memory, what an impressive skill. At that moment, footsteps and scattered conversations echoed from the hallway, growing closer. Thank you for showing me the way. If you're free after work, I'll treat you to a meal, said a warm voice with a hint of kindness. Oh, no need. It's no trouble, a younger voice replied. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man appeared at the entrance, holding a thermos cup. He smiled and waved goodbye to the young person outside the door, then turned and met Gu Xing's gaze. Oh, my apologies, I got too caught up in chatting just now, he said as he walked over to Gu Xing, extending his hand warmly. I'm He Shuyang, responsible for interrogation work. Gu Xing expressionlessly opened his panel while shaking hands and introducing himself. Gu Xing. Name: He Shuyang. Gender: male. Level: late stage. Tier 5. Talent skill: emotion perception. Attributes: 235. Status: He Shuyang glanced around the office and noticed that Gu Xing's name indeed wasn't on any of the 4 nameplates. He immediately understood. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly regained composure and began to compliment. Team leader Gu is truly young and promising. You flatter me. Gu Xing responded indifferently, withdrawing his hand. Sensing Gu Xing's lack of enthusiasm, He Shuyang changed the topic. When I first arrived, I wanted to get a cup of water but ended up getting lost. He touched the thermos cup, sighed, and looked a bit embarrassed, showing an awkward smile. In the end, I had to ask someone to lead the way. I'm really getting old, not sure if I'll hold everyone back. This old fox used his perception skill, hiding meaning in his words. Gu Xing silently praised him in his heart, then smiled and comforted him. Getting lost is normal. After all, the brain's capacity is limited. Being busy with work makes it easy to forget other things. The more experienced someone is, the more likely this happens. Hearing Gu Xing's words, He Shuyang's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. He then smiled and continued chatting with Gu Xing, subtly probing into his background. Gu Xing naturally understood his intentions and didn't hide anything, saying with slight frustration, "I was recommended by Principal Lee. I thought I would be a team member, but unexpectedly, I became the team leader. I'm really afraid I can't handle this position." "Principal Lee?" He Shuyong's voice rose a bit in surprise, his heart shaken. "You're a student from number 1 high school." Gu Xing nodded and replied helplessly, "Yes." He Shuyong was instantly shocked and speechless. He could tell at a glance that Gu Xing was still very young, assuming he was a university student or a recent graduate. He never expected him to be just a high school student. Although Li Dongyu had stepped down as principal due to an injury, he was still an 8th-tier ability user with formidable strength. Being recommended by him meant he held Gu Xing in high regard. Recognition from an 8th-tier powerhouse was not something easily obtained. He Shuyong calculated in his mind and decided he must build a good relationship with Gu Xing. As a result, his attitude became warmer, even carrying a hint of praise. Gu Xing naturally noticed the change in He Shuyong's demeanor, feeling a bit bored but still casually chatting with him. While they were talking, Gu Xing suddenly frowned, lowered his head, and fiercely kicked his own shadow, then said coldly, "Come out." He Shuyong was startled by Gu Xing's sudden action, looking blankly in the direction of his gaze. Gu Xing's shadow slowly expanded, and then a figure completely wrapped in black clothing emerged from the shadow, moving as if a ghost. He Shuyong's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. He had never expected someone to be hiding here. Moreover, this person showed no emotional fluctuations, and he hadn't sensed them at all. Even he himself hadn't noticed, so how did this kid discover it? Could it be that he has some special detection ability? Gu Xing looked at the person wrapped tightly from head to toe, whose face seemed somewhat familiar, and smiled. "No wonder you look so familiar. Turns out your name is Mo Qing." The person hiding in his shadow was the one who protected him and delivered the fake relic during the last genius battle. Name: Mo Qing. Gender: male level, 6th tier perfection innate talent. Power of the Stars talent skill, S-class shadow concealment attributes. For 37 status. Normal. Mo Qing nodded slightly, his voice hoarse and a bit nervous as it came through his mask. "How did you discover me?" Gu Xing naturally wouldn't reveal it was a system prompt, so he casually replied, "Your aura." Although he had many skills, none could completely hide his aura. But Mo Qing had clearly used a secret technique or potion just now. Hearing this, Mo Qing's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He hadn't expected that even with a secret technique, he could still be detected. On the side, He Shuyong immediately realized that Mo Qing's concealment skills were extremely strong and far from ordinary. He smiled, extended his hand, and greeted proactively. "You're Mo Qing, right? I'm He Shuyong. Nice to meet you." Your entrance was really startling. Mo Qing glanced at He Shuyong's outstretched hand, only responded with a light and didn't shake it. His gaze remained fixed on Gu Xing, as if no one else mattered. He Shuyong wasn't embarrassed by this. Having lived for so many years, he had seen such situations countless times. He withdrew his hand and continued chatting with Gu Xing as if nothing had happened. Gu Xing's thoughts were clearly elsewhere, and he only responded to He Shuyong's words with a casual Then, he stared at Mo Qing and asked, "Do you know Yang Xiaoming?" Mo Qing was slightly stunned, his eyes flickering under Gu Xing's probing gaze, but he eventually nodded. Seeing him admit it, Gu Xing revealed a "just as I thought" expression and snorted coldly. "I knew it. Yang Xiaoming must have recommended you." He remembered Li Dongyu mentioning that besides him being recommended, there was another person who was recommended to join and even made the team leader. Initially, he thought it was Sun Yinqi's recommendation, but it turned out to be Yang Xiaoming. Mo Qing nodded again, looking a bit guilty. On the side, He Shuyong was shocked by this scene. The name Yang Xiaoming was very familiar to him. She was once the presiding judge of the tribunal, but later voluntarily stepped down and disappeared. He Shuyong looked at Gu Xing, his eyes flashing with a complex expression. He hadn't expected Gu Xing to know such a figure. Buzz Gu Xing's phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and quickly glanced at the screen. The display showed an unfamiliar number. Gu Xing felt this call was likely from Yang Xiaoming, so he didn't avoid it and answered directly. Sure enough, Yang Xiaoming's relaxed voice came from the other end. "Gu Xing, classmate, how's it going? Getting along well with the new team member?" Gu Xing glanced at Mo Qing, who stood silently nearby with an awkward and evasive expression, and replied irritably, "You arranged this person, and you're asking me?" Yang Xiaoming seemed prepared and laughed, feigning ignorance. "Huh? What are you talking about? I just heard you went to the police station, so I called specifically to congratulate you." Gu Xing remained unmoved and replied indifferently, "Mo Qing already told me it was your arrangement." On the other end of the line, Yang Xiaoming's voice noticeably paused. Then she muttered, "That guy," as expected, encountered. Gu Xing didn't catch the rest of her words clearly, but he could roughly guess. Everyone knew his identity, and no one dared to lie in front of him. Even if someone colluded with others, they would betray their friends without hesitation and report the situation directly to Gu Xing. After all, the loyalty of the Star Temple wasn't to the team, but to one person, Gu Xing. After muttering, Yang Xiaoming awkwardly chuckled twice and quickly explained, "I just wanted to help you share some of the workload. His talent is just right for the job. You've met him before, and with him by your side, I feel reassured." Gu Xing understood. This Mo Qing was most likely directly brought in by Yang Xiaoming. Last time, when he was protected, it was also arranged by her. Sigh, her shadow could be seen everywhere. But to be honest, Mo Qing's talent was indeed very suitable for certain tasks, especially covert tracking. Gu Xing said nothing, and Yang Xiaoming thought he was angry. She hurriedly added, "He's very obedient. You can trust him." "Ah, I have something else to do here. I'll hang up first." Before Gu Xing could respond, the call was hung up. Gu Xing looked at the phone screen, saved the number, and let out a deep sigh. A wave of frustration surged in his heart. "I'll head back to the office first. You guys carry on." Gu Xing stood up and walked toward his office. Mo Qing silently followed behind. At this moment, only He Shuyang was left sitting at his desk, his face full of shock. This young man not only had connections with Principal Li, but also had a deep relationship with Yang Xiaoming. And even his emotions had to be taken into account. Who exactly was this kid? Gu Xing, sensing Mo Qing behind him, stopped in his tracks, turned around, and asked, "Why are you following me?" Mo Qing replied in a low voice, "To protect you." Gu Xing was speechless. "It's very safe here. I don't need protection." Mo Qing stubbornly refused to leave. Gu Xing, helpless, rubbed his forehead and pointed to a workstation not far away. "Go sit there and familiarize yourself with the environment." "That's an order." Although reluctant, Mo Qing had no choice but to obediently comply. Gu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief, having sent him away. If he revealed his identity, all he would hear during meetings would be praise for the Star God, and even after leaving, it would still be praise for the Star God. When playing games, he thought he was cool, but in reality, he just felt so embarrassed that his toes curled. No, absolutely not. He must never go back. Back in the office, Gu Xing sat in his comfortable chair, lost in thought. Although he knew Yang Xiaoming wouldn't speak recklessly, he still felt uneasy and couldn't help but send her a message, asking who exactly knew his identity. Yang Xiaoming replied, "Huh? Gu Xing, what identity are you talking about?" Gu Xing, don't play dumb. "How many?" Yang Xiaoming, 2. Gu Xing, you and Mo Qing? Yang Xiaoming, yes. Yang Xiaoming explained, "Actually, I didn't want to tell Mo Qing, but he's too stubborn and wouldn't come otherwise. I couldn't find anyone more suitable for the time being, so I had to tell him part of it." She assured, "Besides the two of them, no one else knows your identity." Watching Yang Xiaoming hurriedly explain, Gu Xing didn't press further and simply reminded her, "Let me know about such things in advance next time." Yang Xiaoming, got it. Gu Xing put down his phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Yang Xiaoming was cunning, she was at least obedient. Gu Xing lowered his head and helplessly stared at Mo Qing's shadow. "Have you gotten familiar with the environment?" The shadow nodded. Gu Xing felt even more helpless and could only sigh. "I told you this place is very safe. There's no need to keep following me. If you keep following me, I'll really get angry." The shadow moved slightly and suddenly darted back to its workstation, but its gaze remained fixed on Gu Xing. Even though Gu Xing adjusted the frosted glass to opaque, it couldn't block Mo Qing's piercing stare. Gu Xing felt as if needles were pricking his heart. He rubbed his temples, looking distressed. Just dealing with two people was already giving him a headache. He couldn't even imagine the chaos if tens of thousands of people knew his identity. Ding ding, the familiar computer notification sound rang in his ears, and a hint of surprise flashed in Gu Xing's eyes. So quickly matched with the public WeChat, he muttered to himself, his fingers swiftly clicking the mouse to open WeChat. He saw a private message from someone marked as Special Handling Group Lu Xinyue. Since it was a public WeChat account, everyone's name format was XX Group XX, including his own, which was Special Handling Group Leader Gu Xing. Special Handling Group Lu Xinyue. Here's the case analysis I compiled. Please review it. Special Handling Group Lu Xinyue. World Weariness Case Analysis. Doc so professional. While he was idly waiting for the last team member, someone had already started working. Gu Xing opened the file and was instantly stunned by its contents. Case summary, problem analysis, response strategies, conclusion recommendations. The content was incredibly detailed. Looking at the hundreds of pages in the analysis report, Gu Xing wiped the sweat off his forehead. They've worked so hard. I need to review this properly. Luckily, his star power was versatile, protecting his eyes while enhancing his intelligence, allowing him to skim through 10 lines at a glance. Half an hour later, Gu Xing rubbed his sore eyes, leaned back in his chair, massaged his brow, and organized the information he had absorbed. The situation is even more serious than expected. No wonder support from other regions is needed. Gu Xing muttered under his breath, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. It turned out that similar incidents had started appearing as early as a year ago. At the time, these targets were scattered and random, seeming like ordinary, short-lived emotional fluctuations. Everyone thought the situation would quickly pass, but unexpectedly, the longer it lasted, the worse the problem became. Some people even formed an organization called Extinction, promoting world destruction and expressing hatred for everyone, including themselves. Subsequently, the authorities implemented a series of measures, such as strengthening internet regulation, improving public awareness, and providing free psychological counseling, but the results were not significant. Instead, those extreme world-weary individuals began causing more trouble, threatening social safety. Gu Xing wanted to find commonalities among these people, but discovered it was truly difficult. Their ages, genders, professions, and regions vary greatly. From centenarians to 7-year-old children, anyone could become an extreme nihilist. No way. They must have something in common, maybe something they've done, someone they've met, or Gu Xing tried using prophecy to uncover the truth behind it. As soon as he activated it, the starlight power within his body was instantly drained, startling him into shutting it off quickly. He took out a small mirror to check his condition. Fortunately, he closed it in time and didn't lose any star points. Sigh, let us try starting the investigation from somewhere. Gu Xing consumed 2 star points to replenish his energy and attempted prophecy again. This time it worked. Gu Xing immediately sent a message to Lu Xinyue. Special Handling Team Leader Gu Xing. Organize the distribution of areas without extreme nihilists, and especially mark the regions where there are absolutely no nihilists in between. After sending the message, Gu Xing planned to lean back in his chair and take a good rest. He had already vaguely guessed some clues, but still needed verification. Lu Xinyue saw the message, frowned slightly, but quickly replied with "got it," and immediately got up to check the data. Just as she reached the door, she heard urgent shouting from outside. "We're going to be late. We're going to be late." The door was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure rushed in so quickly that his face couldn't be seen clearly. Lu Xinyue instinctively dodged to the side, but due to her physical condition being inferior to the other person, she was still bumped on the shoulder and almost fell. The man patted his chest, caught his breath, and awkwardly glanced at He Shuyang and Mo Qing, who were already seated. Scratching his head, he said, I'm not the last one to arrive, am I?" Noticing that the two weren't looking at him, but at Lu Xinyue behind him, he suddenly realized he might have bumped into someone earlier. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I was running too fast. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary?" Lu Xinyue frowned, glared at him irritably, and walked out without saying a word. Clearly, she didn't have a good impression of this impulsive young man, and even felt he was more disappointing than the young team leader. Mo Qing merely glanced at Qin Yi indifferently before turning his gaze toward Gu Xing's office. Apart from being interested in the person in the single office, he had no interest in anyone else. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. He Shuyang naturally sensed it, stood up, and walked toward Qin Yi, smiling as he extended his hand. "Hello, I'm He Shuyang, responsible for interrogation. We'll be colleagues in the same office from now on." Qin Yi, who had been feeling awkward, was touched when he saw He Shuyang take the initiative to ease the tension. He quickly shook He Shuyang's hand firmly. Hello, I'm Qin Yi, responsible for control and combat. I guess that's how I should introduce myself. He Shuyang smiled and nodded, not minding Qin Yi's stiff introduction. "You are indeed the last one to arrive. Even the team leader is here. We were just waiting for you." Qin Yi was shocked. "What? The team leader is already here? Then I need to apologize to the team leader immediately." With that, he quickly let go of He Shuyang's hand and turned to head toward the single office. He pushed the door open abruptly, walked straight in, and without looking at the person sitting on the chair, he bowed and apologized. "Team leader, I didn't mean to be late. I encountered a robber on the way, chased him down, and sent him to the police station, so I was delayed. But I know I was wrong. Please punish me." Qin Yi closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the team leader's reprimand. Shortly after, a gentle voice came from ahead. "A police officer's duty is to serve the people. You did nothing wrong. In fact, you did very well." Hearing the praise, Qin Yi automatically ignored the youthful voice, feeling a surge of joy in his heart, and quickly bowed again. "Thank you for the compliment, team leader." Then, he raised his head to see who this forgiving team leader was. When he saw the smiling, very young-looking boy sitting on the chair, he froze. "Huh, the team leader is actually baby-faced and looks particularly young?" Gu Xing looked at the dazed team member in front of him and directly opened his panel to check the information. Name: Qin Yi. Gender: male. Level: early stage of 6th tier. Talent skill: a level. Intimidation attributes: 304. Status: now. All 4 team members had met Gu Xing, and he began analyzing their strengths. 3A level talents and 1S level talent, no wonder they were all elites. He looked up at Qin Yi and found that this young man looked like a fresh college graduate, carrying the unique innocence and impulsiveness of a university student, along with a slightly reckless personality. Reaching the 6th tier at such a young age, he truly seemed to be a genius. Gu Xing waved his hand. "Go familiarize yourself with the environment first. If you have any questions, you can ask He Shuyang." Standing outside the door and secretly observing, He Shuyang immediately stepped forward and responded. Qin Yi looked at Gu Xing's youthful face, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but ask, Team leader, can I ask how old you are?" Perhaps realizing the question might be a bit impolite, Qin Yi quickly added, "Don't mind me. I just graduated, and the team leader looks even younger than me. So I was wondering how old you are. You might even be my junior, ha." He Shuyang, who was standing nearby, also stayed behind, clearly interested in Gu Xing's real age. Gu Xing naturally understood Qin Yi's meaning. He folded his hands, a faint smile on his lips, and without hiding anything, introduced himself directly. "My name is Gu Xing. I'm a senior at Rongyang Bay City's number 1 Advanced High School. This year, I just turned 18. Qin Yi." He Shuyang wasn't too surprised and nodded. As expected, his guess was correct. You're really the team leader?" Qin Yi stammered. He had thought the person in front of him was about his age or just looked young, but it turned out he really was young. Only 18. Just an adult. "Yes, look here." Gu Xing pointed to the nameplate on the desk. The name Gu Xing was in white font, set against a black background, giving it a textured look. Seeing Qin Yi's bewildered expression, Gu Xing asked, "Is there a problem?" "There's a big problem." Qin Yi scratched his head anxiously, unable to find a tactful way to phrase it, and directly asked, "Did you get in through connections?" He Shuyang, standing nearby, was so shocked he almost dropped his eyeballs. The words are already so blunt and still so harsh. Can't it be said more tactfully, like relying on a recommendation letter? Saying outright that it's nepotism? Are you asking for a beating? Gu Xing thought about his recommendation letter. It indeed counted as a form of nepotism, so he calmly admitted, yes. His tone was natural, as if it were a matter of course. Yu Qin Yi had expected Gu Xing to refute or talk about his own abilities, but that single yes left him speechless. Qin Yi paced back and forth in the room, anxiously advising, "This isn't a place for playing games. People can die here, it's very serious." Gu Xing nodded, "I know." Although he had killed many people under his command in his previous life, and even in this one, he had only personally killed one, the rest were handled by others. He had also reviewed the case and understood how dangerous the situation was. Qin Yi saw Gu Xing's calm demeanor and became so angry his face turned red. He quickly walked up to him, slapped the table, leaned on it with both hands, and glared down at Gu Xing. "Fight me. If you win, I'll acknowledge you as the team leader." Gu Xing looked at his towering 340 attributes and decisively shook his head. "I can't beat you." He only had 140 attributes, and even with the power of the stars, he couldn't win. The key was that he couldn't seal it either. Qin Yi was furious and turned to He Shuyang. "Don't you think this is too unfair? He's so young, he doesn't deserve to be the team leader. Let's compete." He Shuyang shook his head directly. "No need to compete. I think Gu Xing is quite suitable as the team leader." After all, Yang Xiaoming and Li Dongyu had both acknowledged him. Even though he was young and not the strongest, with their support, he could hold the position firmly. More importantly, standing with this young man was more reliable than cooperating with others. Qin Yi saw He Shuyang unmoved and had no choice but to run out to find Mo Qing, the man in black, and asked, "What about you? Do you also agree with him being the team leader?" Mo Qing immediately nodded. What was a small team leader? This was the master of the Star God Hall, the entire planet under the control of the Star God. Being chosen was an honor. "You all." Qin Yi couldn't believe it and stormed out the door. Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. Why did he run off? He Shuyang thought for a moment and said, "Maybe he went to find Lu Xingyue." At this moment, Lu Xingyue was busy organizing the materials Gu Xing had requested in the archive room. The crisp and rhythmic sound of her typing on the laptop resembled a continuous beat. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in, panting heavily, and said, "There's someone outside shouting your name in the hallway. He sounds very anxious." Lu Xingyue frowned. She had no relatives here and few friends who would come looking for her, but she still stood up and walked out. As soon as she stepped out the door, she heard a familiar loud voice shouting her name throughout the hallway. Lu Xingyue. Her brow twitched, and she quickly ran toward the direction of the voice. When she appeared in Qin Yi's line of sight, he immediately rushed over as if seeing a savior, his face full of urgency, and demanded, "Did you also acknowledge Gu Xing as the team leader?" Lu Xingyue was momentarily stunned but quickly understood the situation. Her head hurt a little, so she nodded and said, I suggest you focus on doing your own job well and stop worrying about so much." She felt she had set aside her prejudices and offered this impulsive young man some advice, but Qin Yi clearly misunderstood, hearing only that Lu Xingyue agreed with him. "No, do you really agree? He's only 18 years old, hasn't graduated high school yet, and got in through connections." Qin Yi loudly listed Gu Xing's various backgrounds and finally concluded, "He's completely unfit to be the team leader." Lu Xingyue's ears hurt from the shouting, so she stepped back a few paces and said impatiently, "This is arranged by the Bureau. Just follow the orders. Why worry so much? All right, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work." With that, she turned and left. She didn't want to get entangled in this issue any further. After all, she was just an ordinary employee, and doing her own job well was enough. Qin Yi stood in place, head lowered, teeth clenched, fists tightly gripped, veins bulging. He had admired the police profession since childhood. Upon awakening advanced abilities as he grew up, his determination to become a police officer only strengthened. He excelled in the police academy, consistently ranking at the top, and graduated early with enthusiasm to join the police force. After working for a year, he heard this place needed support and came over specifically. He had thought the work at the provincial base would be better. Unexpectedly, reality dealt him a harsh blow. A team leader at 18? A high school student who hadn't graduated yet? Even if it was through connections, this was too absurd. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he finally decided, if that's the case, I want to transfer teams. With that, He headed straight to the director's office. His loud voice attracted many curious onlookers, who began whispering upon hearing that an 18-year-old high school senior was the team leader. An 18-year-old team leader? How strong must their connections be? Even the three major families couldn't pull this off. Who knows? Never underestimate the power of capital. I actually think that 18-year-old must be really capable, otherwise the director wouldn't agree. Exactly. This isn't something that can be achieved just through connections. I've seen Director Sun and the Qian family head have a good relationship, but even he only became director in his 50s. 18 is way too young. What kind of achievements would it take to become the special operations team leader? Now that you mention it, I heard someone say he has a reverse aging ability, so maybe he's actually 82 years old inside. Hey, that might actually be possible. The crowd whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Yi had already reached the director's office door. He pushed it open forcefully and shouted, "Director, I want to transfer teams. Any team will do." Director Sun Jian was discussing official matters with someone and was startled by the sudden outburst, as was the person beside him. "Step aside for now," Sun Jian said to the person next to him, who nodded and quickly left with the documents. Sun Jian organized the files on his desk, placed an agreement in the center, then looked up at Qin Yi with a questioning gaze. What's the specific reason? He knew who the person in front of him was, a member of the special operations team who had come to provide support. Moreover, he was well prepared for Qin Yi's sudden intrusion, as the director of the police bureau where Qin Yi worked had already informed him. This kid is a bit impulsive, but he has a good nature. He often acts on impulse, so I want to use this opportunity to give him some experience. Qin Yi, full of dissatisfaction, said, "Director, that team leader is just a student who hasn't even graduated high school. I don't want to play games with a kid." Sun Jian raised his hand to interrupt. "All right, are you sure you want to transfer teams?" Qin Yi took a deep breath and said, "Yes, going to another team is better than being commanded by a high school student." Seeing Qin Yi still agitated, Sun Jian stood up, took a document from the cabinet, and said, "Go sign the confidentiality agreement on my desk." Although Qin Yi was a bit puzzled, he never doubted the director's words. He walked over and took a look. The agreement was specifically prepared for him, stating that any information in the office must not be disclosed, and violators would be directly handed over to the tribunal. Qin Yi signed his name. As he turned around, he saw Sun Jian handing him a file and pointing to the sofa nearby. "Sit there and take a look." Qin Yi stared at the file titled Gu Xing's Personal Profile, took a deep breath, walked to the sofa, sat down, and mustered the courage to open the folder. He thought to himself, what could an 18-year-old kid possibly have accomplished? But as he read Gu Xing's resume, the disdain on his face gradually turned serious, and finally, he was completely shocked. During team assignments, Gu Xing single-handedly defeated a second-tier early-stage berserk beast and assisted in capturing lawbreakers. In the arena battles, he uncovered the disguise of a fourth-tier early-stage cultist and ensured the safety of the students. He infiltrated a temporary cultist camp, rescued 2 students, and even nurtured one of them, who had ordinary aptitude, into a genius. During the genius training camp, he exposed an undercover agent and obtained critical evidence. In the genius battles, he single-handedly identified the undercover agent, suppressed the forces behind them, and ensured the safety of all the students in the genius battles. During the Lingshu exploration, he thwarted the cultist conspiracy, saved a girl who had been modified, and helped her recover her health. Qin Yi flipped through the pages, his eyes widening and his expression becoming increasingly incredulous. Top scorer in humanities in the base city. First place in both humanities and martial arts in the midterm exams. These achievements were impressive, but what shocked him the most was Gu Xing's talent rating was G level. Qin Yi knew that G-level talent was even worse than that of ordinary people, unable to cultivate spiritual power or absorb skills. Gu Xing had achieved all of this relying solely on physical strength. Looking at these records, Qin Yi was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for the official seal on the document, the fact that he was sitting in the director's office and Sun Jian watching him nearby, he would have suspected it was all fabricated. Seeing Qin Yi frozen like a statue, Sun Jian walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, It's normal to feel resentful about an 18-year-old team leader leading the team. But you need to understand, age doesn't mean everything. The position of team leader belongs to Gu Xing, without question. Qin Yi fell silent, reflecting on his own experiences and achievements. Although he excelled academically and was passionate about solving cases, compared to Gu Xing, his resume was utterly insignificant. Moreover, all these achievements were accomplished by Gu Xing within 2 months. Such accomplishments in just 2 months actually surpassed what he had accumulated over 10 years. Qin Yi remained silent. Sun Jian took back the file, tidying it up as he spoke. An excellent police officer not only needs combat skills, but also team spirit. You proposed switching teams without properly understanding the team leader. This is not only disrespectful to the team leader, but also shows distrust towards the entire team. Qin Yi lowered his head, full of regret. I'm sorry, You thought the largest public security bureau in the province would let someone without qualifications, achievements, or usefulness become the leader of the special operations team? Sun Jian continued. Qin Yi pressed his lips tightly, not refuting. He had indeed thought so before. Now that he had calmed down, he realized how naive he had been. That's right, Rongyang would never let someone incompetent enter this place. This is the largest case handling base, and everyone who comes here is an elite. Even the support staff are strictly selected. Qin Yi stood up, bowed deeply to Sun Jian, his eyes filled with complex emotions. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please punish me. Sun Jian smiled and waved his hand. It's not me you should apologize to. Qin Yi understood, bowed deeply again, and left the office. He nodded slightly, turned, and left. Watching his back, Sun Jian sighed and shook his head. Young people are always impulsive. But now that he had been taught a lesson, handling Gu Xing's side should go more smoothly. Achoo! Gu Xing suddenly sneezed. At that moment, a figure emerged from Gu Xing's shadow, holding a steaming cup of water, eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to refuse, but considering the good intentions, he could only accept it. Thank you, Mo Qing. Seeing Gu Xing accept the cup and even say thank you, Mo Qing retreated back into the shadow. Shortly after, he brought out another cup of warm water. Gu Xing. 1 cup is enough. Take this one back and focus on your work. Gu Xing didn't take the second cup. Mo Qing's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he said nothing, silently nodded, and retreated back into the shadow with the cup. Gu Xing took a sip of the hot water, rubbed his slightly itchy nose, and turned to look at the sunlight outside the window. Looking at the clear sky, he frowned and muttered to himself, how could I catch a cold in this weather? Could someone be talking bad about me behind my back? At that moment, a shadow appeared on the frosted glass outside the door, followed by a knock. Knock, knock, knock. 1 cup is enough. No need to bring another. Gu Xing turned his head, frowning helplessly. At that moment, he noticed something and looked down. Mo Qing had once again poked his head out from his shadow, looking at the door with a puzzled expression, then innocently at Gu Xing. Clearly, it wasn't him knocking. Gu Xing. He suddenly realized that Mo Qing usually entered directly through the shadow, so why would he knock on the door? Wait, why is this guy still here? Then, a voice came from outside the door. Team Leader Gu, it's me, Qin Yi. Hearing the voice, Gu Xing felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't this guy already gone? Why did he come back? Could it be he wanted to switch teams? Thinking of this, Gu Xing found it quite reasonable. After all, changing teams required the signature of the original team leader. He called out towards the door. Come in. Mo Qing saw someone approaching and immediately hid back in the shadows, wanting to stay hidden, but Gu Xing kicked him. He had no choice but to leave. Qin Yi pushed the door open and entered, his face gloomy, with a trace of guilt in his eyes. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief, took a pen from the drawer, and waved it. Here to get my signature for a team transfer. Hearing this, the guilt on Qin Yi's face deepened. Team leader Gu not only didn't blame him for his impulsiveness at the time, but also understood his intentions, maintaining a calm attitude and willing to sign for him. Qin Yi lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, Team leader Gu, you've misunderstood. I don't intend to leave. Gu Xing was stunned, looking at him in confusion. Then what is this about? Qin Yi took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, and bowed deeply to Gu Xing. I'm sorry, Team leader. I was too impulsive and let you down. Please punish me. Gu Xing was startled by Qin Yi's sudden change. He looked carefully at Qin Yi and noticed his evasive gaze, filled with guilt. Could it be that his superiors forced him to come back and apologize? Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, "Did Director Sun make things difficult for you?" After all, only the director could control this hot-tempered young man. Thinking of Qin Yi being stifled here, just like he had been in the past, Gu Xing added, "Don't worry about what others say. If you don't want to stay here, I can help you transfer." "No, team leader, I said I won't leave." Qin Yi immediately interrupted, expressing his stance seriously. The director was right, strength shouldn't be judged by age. This time I was wrong. You're much better than me. Gu Xing was completely puzzled. He thought for a moment and guessed that Sun Jian might have told Qin Yi about some of his past achievements. Gu Xing recalled the things he had done, feeling a bit tense. Although he hadn't actively sought to do them, he had indeed resolved them, no doubt about that. "Then, in that case, you're staying?" Gu Xing asked. "Yes, team leader," Qin Yi replied excitedly. Gu Xing felt like he was training a dog, put down the pen, and waved his hand. "Then do your best." Qin Yi wasn't willing to let it go at that, looking seriously at Gu Xing. "No, team leader, I must accept punishment. Please punish me." "No need, just focus on your work." "No." Qin Yi raised his head and said earnestly, "This was my mistake. Please punish me." Gu Xing looked at his serious expression and felt a headache coming on. Why was this guy always thinking about being punished? Could he be a masochist? Then run 10 kilometers every day with weights. Do 1,000 squats and 1,000 push-ups, all before the end of the workday. This training volume was slightly excessive, just enough to count as punishment. Qin Yi immediately nodded after hearing this. "All right, I'll start right away." He was about to leave when Gu Xing quickly called out, "Don't rush now. First, go notify the others and prepare for a meeting later." Because the information for the task assigned to Lu Xinyue was incomplete, police force deployment was needed for investigation. Deploying so many people was troublesome, and a meeting was necessary to discuss whether it was worth it. "Understood." Qin Yi nodded and went out to notify the other three. Mo Qing stared resentfully in the direction Qin Yi left, feeling down. Why didn't Lord Xing assign the task to him? So he continued to hide in Gu Xing's shadow, feeling gloomy. Half an hour later, in the small meeting room, soft lighting spilled across the table, and the air was filled with the aroma of tea and coffee. Gu Xing sat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, holding work notebooks against the wall, a question forming in his mind. Something was off. Originally, only a dozen team leaders were supposed to have a simple discussion, so why were there suddenly so many people? Even if they were just observing, there shouldn't be this many. There were people all along the wall. He turned to look at Sun Jian in the front left, his eyes questioning the reason. Sun Jian smiled helplessly. "You've been in the spotlight lately, and some people are too curious about you. They all want to sit in and observe. If you don't like it, I can ask them to leave. What do you think?" Gu Xing was speechless, but he had a rough idea of what was going on. It must have been Qin Yi, the big mouth, spreading the news about him becoming a team leader at 18 years old. He scanned the room, silently calculating everyone's background and confirming there were no issues before he relaxed. Shrugging, he said to Sun Jian, "Forget it. Since they're here, let them stay. Listening won't hurt. Anyway, the content we're discussing will eventually be known to others. If we chase them out, I'm afraid they'll gossip behind my back." Sun Jian nodded with a smile. He naturally understood this reasoning, so he didn't refuse the group of observers. The meeting officially began. A colleague who opposed Gu Xing's proposal to investigate groups other than those with suicidal tendencies stood up, his voice urgent. "We should focus our efforts on actual patients. Why investigate people who are completely unrelated? The department's police resources are limited. We can't waste valuable resources on something so useless." As soon as he finished speaking, another colleague raised his hand, his voice calmer. "I actually think that we've been fixated on patients for too long, and we might have fallen into a mental rut. Team Leader Gu's new approach might bring unexpected breakthroughs. It's better than staying stagnant." The opponent clearly wasn't convinced and retorted, "This investigation will take at least half a month. If nothing is discovered after half a month, who will take responsibility?" This The colleague supporting Gu Xing couldn't respond for a moment and turned to look at Gu Xing. Everyone's eyes focused on Gu Xing, waiting for his response. Gu Xing knew it was his turn to speak. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Lu Xinyue. He nodded slightly, and Lu Xinyue immediately understood, quickly opening her computer and projecting the prepared files onto the meeting table. The investigation data floated above the table like a three-dimensional painting, clear and vivid. I must remind everyone that due to the small sample size, these data may have some errors, but they generally reflect my point of view. Gu Xing picked up the telescopic pointer on the table and pointed to a data point on the projection, continuing. We found that the illness rate among people who rarely go out decreased by 30%. Those who rarely use mobile phones also decreased by 30%, and those who rarely shop decreased by 40%. At this moment, someone in the corner of the meeting room raised a question. Could it be that their lives are more fulfilling, making them less prone to negative emotions? Gu Xing smiled and nodded, responding, "That's correct, but what if we look at these three situations together?" As the voice fell, the three data circles on the projection gradually merged, forming a surprising image. The address on the screen left everyone present stunned. Gu Xing pointed to a photo of a welfare institution in the image with a telescopic bend. Here, only this welfare institution fully meets the three overlapping conditions I mentioned, so the disease rate here is 0%. Of course, this excludes human interference factors. He retracted the baton, his tone calm. I suggest we conduct a comprehensive investigation of welfare institutions in the city and other groups that meet these three overlapping conditions to find their common characteristics. At the same time, we should also track those who meet only two conditions, understand their life trajectories, and see why some people can avoid illness while others cannot. This way, we can gradually identify the common points of the disease. After speaking, Gu Xing smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. That concludes my speech. As soon as he finished, whispers immediately filled the conference room. Everyone discussed in low voices, curious yet somewhat skeptical, evaluating the feasibility of this investigation plan. Several colleagues standing by the wall joined the discussion. Some of them had participated in data sorting and naturally knew the authenticity of the data. Sun Jian observed the changes in everyone's expressions, knowing they already had an answer in their hearts. He stood up, waved his hand, and loudly announced, "Since no one objects, the meeting is adjourned." As soon as the meeting ended, each team immediately began investigations according to Gu Xing's plan. As the initiator of the operation, Gu Xing naturally participated as well. A group of 5 arrived at the entrance of a psychiatric hospital. Qin Yi's gaze shifted back and forth between Gu Xing and the psychiatric hospital, his face full of confusion. "Team leader, why are we here?" Qin Yi couldn't help but ask. Gu Xing didn't answer directly. He took out his work ID from his pocket, showed it to the elderly gatekeeper, and politely said, "Sir, could you please inform the director that we are from the police department and need to inquire about something?" The elderly gatekeeper squinted at the young man, confirmed the ID was valid, and revealed a kind smile. "Ah, police officers, please wait a moment. I'll go call the director right away." After the man left, Gu Xing said calmly, "This place also meets our investigation criteria." Lu Xinyue looked down at her tablet, her brows slightly furrowed. This is the largest psychiatric hospital in Rongyang Base. Besides psychiatric patients, there are also some world-weary patients sent here. However, most of the patients here lack normal thinking. I think the investigation value here is minimal. Although there are many world-weary people, very few dare to openly cause trouble. Even if someone loses control, they are often treated as psychiatric patients and directly sent to the psychiatric hospital. No, no, no. Gu Xing shook his head, looking at Lu Xinyue. The answers are often hidden in the least noticeable places. Moreover, he looked up at the building, at the patients pressed against the glass, curiously peeking out and waving at them with smiles. Don't you think that these seemingly strange people are actually the ones who are truly normal? Free from the shackles imposed by society to maintain order, being able to do whatever you want and say whatever you want, how wonderful that would be. Gu Xing's sudden words left everyone stunned, except for Mo Qing, who silently nodded beside him, his eyes full of admiration for Gu Xing. What Lord Xingxin says is absolutely right. This is the truth. The dean hurried over and saw everyone standing behind a young man. His smile froze instantly, unsure of what to do. This young man is their leader? Impossible. He Shuyang noticed the dean's hesitation and quickly stepped forward to explain. We are the Special Handling Unit of the Public Security Bureau, and this is our team leader. Gu Xing smiled and extended his hand. Hello, my name is Gu Xing. Although the dean was puzzled about how a teenager could be a team leader, he still politely shook hands and responded. Hello, my name is Gao Chonglin, and I am the director of this psychiatric hospital. After brief introductions, they followed Gao Chonglin into the psychiatric hospital. We're here to understand the patient's conditions. Could you take us to see them? Gu Xing asked directly. Of course, Gao Chonglin agreed readily. Which department's patients would you like to see? Patients with a nihilistic tendency, Gu Xing replied. Nihilistic patients. Gao Chonglin sighed, as if recalling something troubling. Recently, the number of such patients has suddenly increased, and their emotions are extremely intense. We're running out of beds and have had to temporarily repurpose beds from other departments. As he spoke, he led Gu Xing and his team to the ward for nihilistic patients. Gu Xing looked through the window and saw a patient bound hand and foot, sleeping with his eyes closed. The room was simply furnished, with protective bars on the windows and surveillance cameras in the corner. Gu Xing silently opened his panel and, as expected, saw a list of negative status entries. Severe confusion, severe nihilism, severe depression, severe breakdown. Looking at these entries, Gu Xing's expression grew heavy. The statuses displayed on the panel were all conditions that had reached a critical level, each marked with severe. This patient is in the worst condition. If he weren't restrained and sedated, he would have struggled until his limbs broke. Having worked in the psychiatric hospital for years, Gao Chonglin had never seen a case this extreme. The patient had struggled to the point of dislocation, and the restrained areas even showed exposed bone. Recalling the scene, Gao Chonglin nervously said, he previously struggled so much that his shoulder dislocated. He fought desperately. Only after administering sedatives and sleeping pills did he calm down a bit. Gu Xing nodded and asked, have any of the recent patients with similar conditions shown improvement? Gao Chonglin thought for a moment. After a period of treatment, the mild cases have improved significantly. Severe cases are difficult to treat, but are gradually improving as well. Could you take me to see them? Gu Xing pressed further. Of course, Gao Chonglin agreed, leading him to see other patients. Qin Yi watched Gu Xing and the dean chatting casually, his face full of confusion. What's the team leader doing? He's obviously gathering information. You should learn from him, He Shuyang sighed. Ever since his awakening, he had been trying to learn how to handle people and situations, but it was clear he was still not as adept as Gu Xing. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old high school student could be so smooth and capable? This really isn't something that can be mastered overnight. Lu Xinyue didn't join the discussion, instead lowering her head and meticulously recording every word Gu Xing said on her tablet. As for Mo Qing, whatever Lord Star God says is always correct. Under Gao Chonglin's guidance, Gu Xing carefully reviewed the panel information of each patient. Some had fewer entries, indicating milder conditions. Others had more entries, indicating more severe conditions. Gu Xing understood. This state resembled an infection. The longer the exposure, the deeper the despair. Take me to see patients in other departments, Gu Xing said to the director after organizing the information. The director nodded and decided to take them to see some patients with relatively stable conditions. Gao Chonglin led them to another floor. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a wave of noise surged like a tide, immediately catching Gu Xing's attention. Activate all systems. Activate. Activate. And this one too. I can't tell. I really can't tell. Deep blue. Add more. Gu Xing paused in his steps, his brows slightly furrowed. Seeing this, Gao Chonglin felt a pang of anxiety, quickly putting on a smile and explaining, it's break time now. Patients with milder conditions come out to get some fresh air and move around a bit. Gu Xing replied, it's fine, I was just thinking about something. Before he could finish, a child dressed in a yellow plastic bag and wearing a yellow folded paper crown on his head swaggered over, shouting loudly. Upon seeing me, Why aren't you bowing immediately? The nearby staff, noticing that Gu Xing and his group looked extraordinary and clearly weren't ordinary people, hurried over, smiling as they tried to coax the child away. The child struggled while shouting at Gu Xing, "I won't leave. You must bow to me, or I'll sentence all of you to death." Gao Chonglin, while signaling the staff to quickly take the child back to the ward, nervously watched Gu Xing's reaction. Unexpectedly, Gu Xing stepped forward, looked at the child, and asked, "Your Majesty, I don't want to bow. Can I use this to avoid punishment?" As he spoke, he seemingly performed a magic trick, producing a candy wrapped in yellow packaging. The child's eyes lit up, snatched the candy, and snorted, "I am magnanimous, so I'll let you off this time." Then, ignoring Gu Xing, he hopped back to his room to play with the candy. The staff looked at Gu Xing gratefully, thanking him repeatedly. Gu Xing waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a small effort." Since the prophecy pointed here, he had to build good relationships with the patients here. Seeing this, others gathered around, curiously asking Gu Xing if he had more candy. Gu Xing glanced at their panels and smiled, nodding. "I do. But first, I need to ask a few questions." Upon hearing it was AQA, everyone readily agreed after all. This was much better than eating green peppers. Gu Xing cleared his throat and asked the first question. "Who has been to the third floor?" The third floor was specifically for despairing patients. Gu Xing wanted to test them first to see if anyone knew any inside information before continuing. A few people nodded, saying they had been there. Most of them were cheerful and still had hope for the future. So except for those with severe conditions, others could go to the third floor to relax and spread some positivity. Gu Xing then asked, "What do you think of those people?" Everyone started talking at once. "Those people are so strange, always shouting nonsense. I know, they shout that everyone should die, but I don't understand why. Anyway, I shouldn't die. I still want to eat candy." "Me too. Me too." The atmosphere gradually became uncontrollable, and everyone stared intently at the candy in Gu Xing's hand, almost drooling. There wasn't enough candy to share with everyone should they fight for it first. Gu Xing looked at their eager eyes and realized they had no patience to listen to him ask further questions. He could only sigh and distribute the candy. Strange, the prophecy said there would be clues here, but after asking around, he found nothing. Could the clue be in the ward? Gu Xing decided to finish distributing the candy first and then search the ward. To be fair, he gave one piece to each person, even those who hadn't participated in the questioning. He walked up to a quiet man squatting in the corner, holding out the candy. The colorful candies sparkled in the sunlight. He asked softly, "What color do you like?" "Pick one." The squatting man glanced at the candy, then lowered his head and whispered, "I'm a mushroom. Mushrooms can't eat candy." Gu Xing. He placed the candy on the ground beside the man and was about to leave when the man muttered again, "Being a mushroom is nice, no happiness, no worries." Gu Xing heard this and suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. No happiness, no worries. He repeated the phrase and suddenly remembered something. He quickly went to find Gao Chonglin and asked, "Has anyone visited those patients with a death wish recently?" Gao Chonglin was puzzled by Gu Xing's sudden question, but thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, it seems it's about time. Take me there," Gu Xing said urgently. "All right." Gao Chonglin led the way, and Gu Xing followed closely behind. Qin Yi looked confused. Lu Xinyue recorded notes while following. He Shuyong watched Gu Xing's excited expression thoughtfully, and Mo Qing stared at his back with admiration. As they entered the hospital, a pair of worried parents slowly walked toward a ward to visit their sick daughter. Gu Xing quickly took out his police badge, politely stopped them, and asked softly, "Hello, I'm a police officer investigating something. Could we observe from the side?" The parents exchanged a glance, hesitated, but reluctantly nodded in agreement. Thus, the five of them followed the parents into the ward, standing in the corner and trying not to disturb the three people there. Inside the ward, a frail girl sat quietly on the bed, her head lowered, long hair covering half her face, muttering incessantly in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Gu Xing focused his attention, straining to hear her murmurs, and finally caught her repeating, "Everyone should die. All should die." He immediately pulled out his panel to check the girl's information. Sure enough, she was a mild to moderate mixed-type patient with multiple negative emotions. Ranner, it's me, Mom. The mother cried, her voice choked, trying to reach out and touch the girl. But the girl reacted as if stung, abruptly flinging her mother's hand away and shouting, "You're not fit to be my mom. You only care about grades and never cared about me. You treated me like a machine." The mother was supported by the father, listening to her daughter's words. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She couldn't help but cry out loud, tears falling like broken pearls. The father's brows furrowed tightly, and he roared, "If you try harder, you can get into a good high school. Your mother is doing this for your own good." "For my own good." The girl suddenly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot, glaring angrily as she sharply questioned her father. "How dare you say that? Haven't you always despised me for being a girl? Well, I despise you too. If our family wasn't poor, how would I be isolated at school? It's all your fault." The father was incredulous. "When have we ever despised you? Back then, we just sighed that if the first child had been a boy, you'd have an older brother to protect you." The girl sneered coldly. "See? You just wanted a boy. And now you're talking about having a second child. But after all this time, there's still no sign of pregnancy. We just want to give all our love to you." The father's voice trembled, his eyes filled with pain. His mother had always urged him to have a son, but he believed there was no difference between sons and daughters and had never planned for another child. He hadn't expected his daughter to say such things. "I don't believe you. You just despise me for being a girl. You." The father was so angry his face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as if he wanted to hit someone. But seeing the 5 police officers nearby, he could only suppress his fury. The girl became even more agitated, pointing at her own face and screaming hysterically, "Go ahead and hit me. Just kill me already." The staff nearby looked helpless and softly suggested to the parents, "Why not talk about something happy?" The mother nodded, her gaze gentle yet anxious, and slowly said, "Ranner, do you remember the time we all went to the amusement park? You were so happy then." "Happy?" Rand sneered, full of sarcasm. "We waited in line for half an hour, stood under the sun for half an hour, and finally got an ice cream. I had just taken one bite when it fell. I wanted to line up again, but you wouldn't let me." The mother explained, "Because the line was still long and the sun was too hot. We thought of buying a new one." "Stop making excuses," Rand interrupted sharply. "You just don't love me and didn't want to spend more money." The mother failed, and the father tried to bring up a happy memory. At the last parent-teacher meeting, the teacher even praised our family for looking so happy. Rand curled her lips. "That teacher just says polite things. They say that to everyone." The parents tried hard to recall more joyful moments, hoping to awaken the kindness in her heart. But Rand was like a hedgehog, picking faults and refuting them. Her gaze was cold, as if the whole world owed her something. In the end, the father lowered his head in defeat. Looking as dejected as a squashed eggplant, the mother was tearful, her voice choked. "Ranner, you weren't like this before." Hearing this, Rand's emotions exploded. She jumped up and roared, "What? So now you hate me? I became like this because you forced me to. You all deserve to die." She was like a wild beast out of control, charging at her parents, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The mother was so frightened her face turned pale. Collapsing to the ground, the father was stunned, his eyes wide open, unable to believe she had become like this. "Stop her." Gu Xing had been prepared and quietly ordered Mo Qing. Mo Qing immediately rushed forward and subdued Rand. Rand struggled desperately, her eyes wide open, screaming hysterically, "Let me go. I want to kill them. They all deserve to die. You're stopping me too? Then you deserve to die as well." Gu Xing sighed helplessly. This child really acts like a little tyrant. The parents were terrified, and this meeting had to end hastily. Gu Xing turned his head to look at He Shuyang and instructed in a low voice, "Go talk to her parents. Find out what kind of personality this girl had before, how she became like this, and what might have happened." "Understood, team leader," He Shuyang replied, his face still wearing a gentle smile. He quickly walked over to the still shaken parents, softly comforting them and carefully asking questions. Lu Xingyue noticed that the tight frown on Gu Xing's face seemed to relax slightly. Curious, she asked, "Team leader, do you have any leads?" Gu Xing nodded faintly. "Yes, I have a bit of an idea, but I need further confirmation. Let us wait for He Shuyang to return, and see if it matches the person I'm thinking of. Got it, Lu Xingyue responded with a nod. She had been observing the situation from the side. Though her memory was astonishing and she remembered every conversation clearly, she couldn't deduce much from the earlier talks. This was a typical case of a self-isolating patient. After being given a sedative, Xiaoran finally calmed down. She curled up on the bed, as if distrusting anyone, tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Eventually, she fell into a deep sleep. Gu Xing and his team left the hospital room and found a quiet corner in the hallway to wait patiently for He Shuyang to return. Before long, He Shuyang came back in quick strides and lowered his voice to report. Qin Ran, 16 years old, a first-year high school student. Before starting high school, she was quite cheerful and had a good relationship with her family. But after starting high school, the academic pressure increased. Her mother would occasionally ask about her studies like before, but Qin Ran's emotions began to turn extreme. Later, her parents noticed something was wrong and tried to ask her about it, but she wouldn't speak. They took her to see a psychologist, but she didn't cooperate. She took a month off from school, but her condition only worsened, and eventually, they had to send her here for treatment. After listening, Gu Xing turned to Lu Xingyue with a questioning look in his eyes. "What is your analysis?" Lu Xingyue thought for a moment and said, "She was cheerful before middle school, which means she was willing to communicate with her parents. Her parents seemed like caring ones who took immediate action when they noticed something was wrong, but they still couldn't turn things around." Gu Xing nodded and continued to ask, "Can you deduce what kind of ability she encountered?" Lu Xingyue pondered for a moment and cautiously guessed, "Something that makes people become closed off and unwilling to communicate." Gu Xing shook his head lightly, a faint smile on his lips. "No, think about it from another angle." "Then what is it?" Qin Yi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but blurt out in frustration, scratching his head. Gu Xing slowly began to explain. "The human brain has a protective mechanism that automatically forgets things that cause intense emotional fluctuations. Even if those memories remain, they won't feel as painful when revisited later." "But," he paused, his gaze locking onto Lu Xingyue, who was furiously taking notes. He continued, "Now, someone is deliberately making Qin Ran vividly remember that painful period, as if reliving it every time. By doing so, the happy memories in her brain have been overshadowed, leaving only the painful fragments. As a result, she exhibits abnormal behavior and becomes disillusioned with life." Gu Xing pointed towards the direction of the ward, his tone firm. "So, the other party's skill is likely to amplify negative emotions or erase positive ones." Lu Xingyue's eyes lit up. This was the key clue to solving the case. Gu Xing stretched lazily, his tone relaxed. "All right, let's head back to the bureau and study this case thoroughly." Everyone nodded and returned to the police station in a grand procession. They immediately got busy. Lu Xingyue quickly shared the key clue Gu Xing had discovered with the team, and it was as if they had seen a lighthouse in the fog, instantly finding direction. They began using the official database to carefully screen individuals with similar skills. The original investigation continued methodically. Mo Qing was responsible for locating targets, Qin Yi for apprehending them, He Shuyang for interrogations, and Lu Xingyue for organizing the data. Gu Xing sat in the office, holding a set of exquisite teaware, which Li Dongyu had specially sent a few days ago, along with some premium tea leaves. "Haha. Suddenly, working here doesn't seem so bad," Gu Xing remarked, sipping his tea with a sense of contentment. He was only responsible for steering the direction, leaving the dirty and tiring work to others. Clear division of labor does make work easier. Gu Xing leisurely enjoyed his tea, though his brows furrowed due to the recent clues. The current focus was to identify individuals with similar skills from the archives, then screen them one by one and interrogate the most suspicious ones. But after all this time, there's still no breakthrough. Gu Xing set down his teacup, deep in thought. Maybe I should try prophecy? With that, he closed his eyes and activated his skill. The starlight power within him was slowly drawn out, and he could feel the panel unfolding in an unseen space, devouring all the starlight power. When the prophecy ended, Gu Xing opened his eyes, his expression bewildered. "Why is the result Lu Yaoyao?" he wondered, puzzled. He knew Lu Yaoyao had encountered similar incidents before. He had asked her about it, and she said she couldn't remember anything. So why did the skill prompt him to ask her again? The skill has never been wrong before. Asking again won't hurt, I'll just make a call. Thinking this, Gu Xing took out his phone and dialed Lu Yaoyao's number. The call was quickly connected, and Gu Xing chatted with Lu Yaoyao for a bit before getting to the point, asking about her feelings at the time. I really can't remember clearly. My mind was completely blank back then. Lu Yaoyao's voice carried hesitation. Every time she tried to recall the scene, it filled her with fear. But she mustered her courage, closed her eyes, and tried hard to remember. I only remember feeling extremely upset, so much so that I could barely breathe. And then you appeared. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Gu Xing casually responded, "Come in," and Lu Xingyue entered, holding a report in her hand. "Today's report has been organized and sent to your WeChat." "All right, thank you." Gu Xing was about to say goodbye to Lu Yaoyao when Lu Xingyue added, "But aside from that, there's another rather important discovery. The investigation shows that regardless of the type of person, the probability of blind individuals experiencing suicidal thoughts is 0%. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing nearly hung up the phone. It turned out that this skill was transmitted through vision. This means that the mastermind must have used visual media ubiquitous in our daily lives, such as media, products, or anything visible. Thinking of this, Gu Xing hurriedly asked Lu Yaoyao, who hadn't hung up the phone yet, "Think carefully again. Did you see anything unusual at the time?" Hearing Gu Xing's urgent tone, Lu Yaoyao closed her eyes and tried hard to recall the scene. Suddenly, she remembered a strange detail. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Now that you mention it, I think I saw something glowing at the door. It seemed black and red. I thought it was an illusion at the time, but thinking carefully, it seems I really saw it with my own eyes. Black and red, black and red." Gu Xing repeated softly, a series of images flashing through his mind. Suddenly, he thought of the latch on the rectangular object fixed to the door. "It's a painting. It must be a painting." Gu Xing suddenly realized, hurriedly said goodbye to Lu Yaoyao, and turned to instruct Lu Xingyue, "Investigate all widely circulated paintings from a year ago to now." No. Gu Xing immediately refuted himself, forcing himself to calm down and analyze carefully. Although brainwashing Lu Yaoyao indeed involved something like a painting, it didn't mean the mastermind only used paintings for dissemination. He continued, "Besides painters, also look for any patterns that can be posted on social platforms, printed on clothes, and have a wide range of dissemination." "Understood, team leader." Lu Xingyue received the order and immediately left. Soon, the team identified 4 suspects. The first was a printing factory owner, talent level D, gifted with colors, able to make them more vibrant. He recently rose to fame and was suspected to be connected to the Paradise Lost project. The second was an assistant to an entertainment star, talent level C, emotional manipulation, capable of consuming abilities to make others like or dislike something, spread through electronic devices. The third was another assistant to a star, talent level B, able to transfer enhancement effects applied to others onto themselves. The fourth was a celebrity with abilities, talent level A, able to attract everyone's attention and make others worship him as an idol. However, his image recently collapsed, and the internet was filled with negative sentiments about him. But after careful investigation, the team found that none of these 4 were related to the outbreak of world weariness symptoms. It was a complete misunderstanding. The meeting reached an impasse, with everyone arguing and trying to identify new suspects. Gu Xing listened quietly, his brows furrowed, and suddenly broke the silence. "Maybe we've been looking in the wrong direction from the start." Everyone stopped and focused their attention on Gu Xing, anticipating his thoughts. Gu Xing was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Is it possible that he became famous a year ago?" This sentence was like a lightning bolt splitting the night sky, instantly waking everyone up. They had been focusing only on suspects who had suddenly risen to fame in the past 2 years, never considering that the target might have appeared earlier. At this moment, someone stood up to refute, "Impossible. If he became famous earlier, how could the symptoms only be breaking out now?" His words were full of unwillingness and confusion. After all, They had already confirmed that the symptoms of world weariness developed in stages. The longer one was exposed to the suspicious items, the more severe the symptoms became. Extreme emotions could appear in as little as a month, and at most within half a year. If the suspect had been famous for a long time, the symptoms should have already been widely spread through the media and the streets. How could it only erupt now? Another person suddenly thought of a key point. What if he hadn't used his skill before and only started using it recently? This idea was immediately refuted. But he's so famous, the world weariness symptoms couldn't possibly only erupt in this city. The conference room fell silent again, everyone struggling to solve this puzzle. At this moment, Gu Xing spoke again, his tone slow yet firm. What if the effective range of his skill is limited to just one city? This statement was like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. Everyone's breathing became rapid, as if a new direction for the investigation had suddenly appeared before them. I'll check the list of people who entered and left here a year ago. One person stood up abruptly, his tone resolute and urgent, and left the conference room immediately after speaking. I'll investigate the most famous suspects in the city. Another person also stood up, bowed to everyone, and hurriedly left. The others quickly took action as well, launching investigations based on this new line of thought. Although the new direction increased the number of suspects, the entire police department was bustling with activity, like a high-speed machine in operation. Most of the people brought in for questioning were somewhat well known in their respective fields, with packed schedules. Now, being restricted from leaving, they were full of complaints, their faces showing impatience. Originally, it was thought to be a small-scale secret investigation, but unexpectedly, a media person leaked the news online, and it quickly became a trending topic. Although the trending post was soon taken down, it still caused panic among the residents. People were anxious, and some even considered moving out of the city, including a few of the suspects. As a result, the entire review team was mobilized, including part-time reviewers, and Gu Xing was no exception. Gu Xing held the water cup given to him by Qian Yuan. The cup had a unique design, engraved with intricate patterns, and inside was tea gifted by Li Dongyu, its fragrance filling the air. He lowered his head and carefully examined the documents in front of him, saying, "Oh, your name is Zhang San? That's such a common name." Gu Xing put down the documents and leisurely took a sip of tea. Zhang San was a bit nervous, his hands constantly rubbing the hem of his clothes. Hearing Gu Xing's teasing, he scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "I'm the third child in my family. My dad's surname is Zhang, so they named me Zhang San. So that's how it is." Gu Xing took another sip of tea, looked up at Zhang San, and casually asked, "Have you eaten?" Zhang San froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Gu Xing to suddenly ask this. His nervous expression immediately disappeared, replaced by a look of bewilderment. "Huh?" Gu Xing repeated the question, and Zhang San finally reacted, answering, I ate." "Good. As long as you've eaten. You can go now." Gu Xing waved his hand, his tone relaxed. Okay." Zhang San was somewhat confused, not understanding why it was so casual, but he quickly left the interrogation room. Gu Xing calmly tightened the lid of his cup, a faint, inadvertent smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Let the next one in." Just then, the interrogation room door was suddenly pushed open, and someone rushed in. He glanced at Gu Xing's calm demeanor, said nothing, and directly pulled him away, moving so fast that Zhang San was left stunned in place. The man took Gu Xing straight to the adjacent monitoring room, while Gu Xing protected his cup, complaining with a pained expression, "What are you doing? My cup almost fell. This is a treasure worth over $500,000. This Qian Yuan really didn't know how to spend money, insisting on buying a cup made from powdered crystal cores of exotic beasts, which could automatically heat and keep warm." Gu Xing originally didn't want to accept such an expensive gift, but upon hearing that Li Dongyu's tea set was also worth over $500,000, he felt it would seem biased not to accept it. Though he was full of questions, he still took it. The man ignored Gu Xing's complaints and shouted at him, "Gu Xing, what exactly are you doing?" Gu Xing shrugged, feigning innocence as he looked at the interrogation team leader Sheng Peiming. "I'm interrogating team leader Sheng. Isn't that obvious?" Sheng Peiming gritted his teeth. "You call this interrogation? Are you sure you're not just messing with me? Gu Xing blinked and replied earnestly. Of course, professional techniques, efficient and quick. If you don't believe me, ask Director Sunday. As he spoke, he even gave Sheng Peiming a thumbs up, looking proud as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Sheng Peiming. He felt a severe headache, holding his forehead and sighing helplessly. Don't give me that. Director Sun may have said not to question your decisions, but your interrogation methods are really. Forget it, just leave. We don't need you here anymore. Gu Xing deliberately asked, Really don't need me? Sheng Peiming waved his hand repeatedly, impatiently. No, just go. Seeing you gives me a headache. Seeing Sheng Peiming treating him like a plague, Gu Xing grinned and said cheerfully, Then can I wander around the hallway? Whatever, as long as you don't participate in the interrogation. Sheng Peiming was truly afraid of him as long as he didn't cause trouble. Anything was fine. Got it. Gu Xing beamed with joy. Mission accomplished. He had already guessed that this person had a complex connection with Paradise Lost. So he had tested a little, releasing a bit of starlight power to observe the changes in the other S state and confirm their identity. Thus, he began quickly screening. Originally, he had planned to interrogate everyone himself, but unexpectedly, Sheng Peiming had kicked him out. That worked too. Now he could openly check everyone's state in the hallway. Prophecy consumed starlight points based on the accuracy of his predictions and the causal relationships involved. For this prophecy, he had used half a month's worth of accumulated starlight points. Looking at the remaining single-digit balance of starlight points, Gu Xing gritted his teeth in distress. However, to catch the mastermind behind the scenes, this sacrifice was entirely worth it. By then, not only would he earn starlight points for killing the heretics of Paradise Lost, but he would also receive a large batch of rewards for saving lives. This deal was too good to pass up. It was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Thinking about it, Gu Xing held a water cup and strolled leisurely down the corridor, checking the panels of the people passing by one. Normal, huh? This one seems off. Since unlocking permission level 2, Gu Xing discovered that the status bar not only displayed negative statuses, but also revealed subtle emotional fluctuations clearly. Most people only showed simple emotions like anger, nervousness, or confusion, but those with guilt, remorse, or regret were immediately identifiable as troublemakers. Fortunately, he had reviewed the interrogation list today, and the names of these individuals automatically appeared on the panel. Gu Xing discreetly marked the person with abnormalities as cultivation speed decreased by 1% for easier tracking later. A 1% decrease in cultivation speed wouldn't have much impact unless someone cultivated daily, in which case they might notice. However, exceptions like Sun Yanxi, a cultivation fanatic, existed. Gu Xing had sealed the speed of over a dozen people, and for those he couldn't seal, he relied on memory to compile a list later. Satisfied, he withdrew his hand and prepared to leave. But at the end of the corridor, Gu Xing noticed a young man. The boy had his head down, holding a tablet, engrossed in writing and drawing, completely immersed in his own world, ignoring the surrounding noise. Gu Xing quietly approached and opened his panel. At a glance, his heart tightened. Name, Shi Xiu Gender. Male level, late stage of 6th tier innate talent. My world, my control talent skill. SS level illusion attributes. 402 status. Mild aversion, mild irritation, moderate immersion. High level, emotional abnormalities, and innate talent. Such individuals almost always had issues. Just as Gu Xing intended to observe more closely, Shi Xiu's hand trembled slightly, the pen in his grip creaking as if it might snap at any moment. Simultaneously, the immersion status on his panel decreased, while aversion and irritation kept rising. Gu Xing's intuition kicked in, telling him that the mastermind behind the manipulation of the crowd was undoubtedly connected to the Lost Paradise, and those from the Lost Paradise would have a strong aversion to Star Force. It seemed highly likely that Shi Xiu was the hidden culprit. However, Gu Xing dared not act rashly now. First, he lacked concrete evidence. Second, he feared provoking Shi Xiu, which could put the manipulated individuals in greater danger. Third, his own body was too weak and no match for Shi Xiu. So, he pretended nothing was amiss, casually walking past Shi Xiu without looking at him, opening a nearby door and leaving. Gu Xing didn't notice the crisp crack sound behind him. Shishio raised his head, his eyes filled with hostility, glaring fiercely in the direction Gu Xing had left. The pen in his hand had already been crushed by his grip. Back in the office, Gu Xing immediately sat at his computer, dragging the profiles of the individuals with abnormalities into a new document. Then, he messaged Lu Xinyue, asking her to organize and package the data for him. Lu Xinyue saw the message, nodded, and quickly began sorting. Before long, the data was sent to Gu Xing's computer. He quickly browsed through the document, ultimately locking his gaze on Shishio's profile. After all, his target was only Shishio. However, Shishio's file left him greatly disappointed. The contents were less than 10 pages, no different from an ordinary person's, with pitifully little information. Gu Xing flipped through the file, his brows tightly furrowed, muttering under his breath, "How is this possible?" The file indicated that Shishio's talent was E-level, called Vivid Drawing, which simply made his drawings more lifelike. But Gu Xing clearly remembered that Shishio's talent on the panel was SS-level Illusion. He continued flipping through, hoping to find something special in this extraordinarily ordinary file. Finally, as he neared the last page, he found a crucial piece of information. It turned out that when Shishio was a child, his home was completely destroyed in a beast riot, and he only survived because he stayed late at school. Afterward, he was sent to an orphanage and began drawing comics. At 18, he left the orphanage and the city, only returning a year ago. This timeline coincided exactly with the occurrence of the World Weariness incident. He couldn't have someone investigate Shishio, as he was just an E-level. Since there was a connection to Paradise Lost, if they could hide it the first time, they could hide it a second time. Gu Xing flipped through the file again, confirming there was nothing else, and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, too ordinary, and the records are too simple, even with errors. He rubbed his temples, looking somewhat troubled. How could someone who loves drawing possibly cultivate to the 6th tier? After all, cultivation speed is directly tied to talent. Ordinary levels like F and E would at most reach the 1st to 3rd tiers in a lifetime, and with effort, maybe the 4th tier. Beyond that were the more outstanding individuals. Those with B to D levels, if willing to put in the effort, could generally reach the 4th or 5th tiers, and with a bit of struggle, even the 6th tier. The 6th tier and above were considered A-level experts. Those who could break through to the 7th tier were either extremely diligent A-levels or top-tier S to SSS levels. So far, the highest publicly known level was the 9th tier. But Gu Xing knew in his heart that there was a 10th tier beyond the 9th. Even during his past life's pioneering days, when he specifically trained a team, only he reached the 10th tier, while his teammates maxed out at the 9th tier. Thinking of this, Gu Xing shook his head and refocused on reality. He looked up at Lu Xinyue and asked, "Is this all the information?" Lu Xinyue nodded. "Yes, to investigate further, we need to send someone for an in-depth investigation." Hearing this, Gu Xing immediately understood that by in-depth investigation, she meant gathering information from people around Shishio, or even Shishio himself. This news made his headache worse. Such investigations were not only easy to detect, but also extremely time-consuming, making them entirely unsuitable. "Is there any other way?" Gu Xing asked. Lu Xinyue thought for a moment and suddenly recalled a similar situation her department had encountered before, where they later discovered a batch of new information. She said, "There is another way, but it requires approval from the team leader and the director." Hearing this, Gu Xing immediately stood up. "All right, I'll go apply." With that, he headed to the director's office. "Knock, knock, knock, come in." Gu Xing pushed the door open and stepped in, but as he took his first step, he suddenly looked down at his shadow, his brows slightly furrowing. The shadow seemed to sense his emotions and suddenly shrank by a circle. The extra part unexpectedly moved toward the office. Gu Xing stared at the shadow returning to normal before stepping into the office. Sun Jian looked up at him. "It's you. Come sit here. I was just about to look for you." As he spoke, he stood up and warmly invited Gu Xing to sit on the sofa nearby. Gu Xing sat down and asked in confusion, "Looking for me? What's the matter?" Sun Jian pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Since we can't keep restricting personnel access forever, I was thinking about loosening the management a bit. Since you're here, I wanted to hear your opinion." Gu Xing listened, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, thought for a while, and gave his view. I think, since we've already been discovered, strict control won't help. With their strength, if they want to escape, they definitely can. Moreover, Gu Xing shifted his tone, recalling the status bar of that young man. He's been planning for so long. Once he leaves, those people we can control now will definitely run away. The most important thing is, we're acting openly while he's secretly planning. He has a clear advantage and dares to provoke us. He definitely won't leave easily. Sun Jian nodded, clearly agreeing with Gu Xing's analysis. That's what we thought initially too. Gu Xing thought helplessly. Then why are you asking me after analyzing it yourselves? Sun Jian saw his speechless expression and chuckled twice. You were in the interrogation team before, and we didn't call you for the meeting. If you have a different opinion, we can hold another meeting to discuss. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. So, if I disagree, you'll hold another meeting? He couldn't help but sigh. His position really was somewhat special. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Sun Jian changed the topic. Why are you here anyway? Gu Xing got straight to the point. I want to investigate a group of suspicious individuals. Lu Xinyue said you could help apply for higher-level permissions. Is that true? Sun Jian frowned. Isn't the Bureau's data enough? Gu Xing shook his head. I want more detailed information. Sending people to investigate takes too much time. I see. Sun Jian furrowed his brows, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Gu Xing saw his difficulty and asked, is it very troublesome to access with your permissions? Even if it's not national level, can't we go one level higher? Sun Jian awkwardly smiled. The data we have is already national level. Gu Xing's heart sank. So this little bit of data is considered national level? Then Lu Xinyue said we could apply for higher permissions. Gu Xing pressed further. Sun Jian sighed, his eyes showing some helplessness. There are indeed higher-level permissions, but this matter is particularly complicated. Gu Xing looked puzzled, waiting for him to continue. He hadn't dealt with these things before, usually only handling business matters, and had no understanding of national-level affairs. Gu Xing thought, at the very least, there should be a monitoring system like Sky Eye. Sun Jian continued explaining, the data you're referring to is all recorded by Sky Eye. Sky Eye transmits all information to Smart Brain, which organizes everyone's life into documents and stores them. So, as long as it's not deliberately hidden, it will be monitored by Sky Eye, including ordinary people. After hearing this, Gu Xing couldn't help but be shocked. These two terms were incredibly familiar. Before coming to this world, he had never heard of it. Gu Xing immediately asked, then why isn't this information included in the national level authority? Sun Jian helplessly looked at Gu Xing and said, Sky Eye and IntelliBrain are not under our country's control. Gu Xing curiously pursued, which organization controls them then? Sun Jian replied, it's the Star Temple. Gu Xing was speechless upon hearing this. How did it come full circle, ending up back in his own territory? Speaking of which, when did the Star Temple become so powerful? Sun Jian continued, if you want to investigate all the information about a person, not only does it cost a fortune, but it also requires layers of approval, and sometimes it gets rejected. Moreover, once the money is paid, it won't be refunded. At this point, Sun Jian looked at Gu Xing with a serious tone. So, unless you're certain these people are truly worth investigating, I won't report it to the higher-ups or apply to the Star Temple. Seeing Sun Jian's serious expression, Gu Xing immediately waved his hand. No need, no need, I was just asking. Spending so much money to investigate those people isn't worth it. He was merely trying to find a suitable reason to hand over the investigation results to the Bureau, but the cost was too high, so he decided to drop it. However, Gu Xing could understand the Star Temple's approach. If they didn't raise the price, people would come asking about every trivial matter. The Star Temple wasn't easy to deal with. Sun Jian, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Although the Bureau is short-staffed right now, we can still spare some manpower. Gu Xing stood up and waved his hand. All right, I'll go back and organize the files. After saying that, he turned and left, secretly sweating in his heart. One was his own faction, and the other was the country he supported. Both relationships were delicate. Therefore, Gu Xing decided to go directly to the source for answers, planning to get it for free. Gu Xing pushed open the office door, walked to the desk, tapped his phone, and dialed Yang Xiaoming's number. The phone rang only a few times before Yang Xiaoming answered, her voice carrying a mix of surprise and complaint. Gu Xing, you finally remembered me. I thought you forgot about me after you got Mo Qing. I feel like an abandoned little weed, trembling alone in the cold wind, like a forgotten wild goose in the desolate wilderness. Gu Xing. For some reason, the people from the Star Temple always seem to be eloquent, with endless ways to embellish their words. All right, I'm calling you for serious business this time. Gu Xing interrupted her directly and asked, can your authority access personal data in an IntelliBrain system? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoming's smile immediately faded, becoming serious. Yes, who do you want to check? Shishio. I've already sent you the other details. I need all his information, as detailed as possible. All right, I'll deliver it to you within 3 days. Okay, hanging up now. As soon as the words were spoken, a beep sound came from the other end of the line, and the call was disconnected. Looking at the phone being hung up so quickly, Yang Xiaoming, though feeling the conversation was a bit short, wasn't upset. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted in satisfaction. As long as she could serve the star god, she felt her existence had value. She turned around and looked toward the bustling dogfight arena. There, the battle between the two dogs had ended, and the audience cheered incessantly. But in her eyes, all of this seemed hollow and meaningless. They were still immersed in the boring dogfight game, while she had already found her own direction. Time to go. I need to hurry and handle matters for the adults. Yang Xiaoming, in high spirits, headed toward her destination. Gu Xing hung up the phone, leisurely handed the list and documents to the interrogation and investigation teams, and acted as a hands-off manager. Not long after, he received a notice to handle these cases. Gu Xing. Good grief, this is truly asking for trouble, walking right into the trap. Didn't they say they weren't short on manpower? Why am I handling this personally? Gu Xing knew it was just Sun Jian's excuse, but he still muttered as he slumped in his chair, motionless. Because he had a capable assistant. Mo Qing. Gu Xing called softly, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a figure flashed out of the shadows like a ghost. Follow these people, and once you find evidence, report back to me immediately. Gu Xing handed the documents to Mo Qing and patted his shoulder. I trust you, great job. Receiving a task directly from Gu Xing made Mo Qing very happy. Hearing the praise, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. He nodded immediately and disappeared in a flash. Suddenly having a subordinate seems pretty reliable. Gu Xing propped his head up with both hands, comfortably slouching. But as soon as he thought about being watched by a group of people every time he opened his eyes, the thought vanished in an instant, sending a chill down his spine. Forget it, the current situation is fine, no need for too much attention. He definitely didn't want to be watched every time he opened his eyes. Hand over Shishio's documents to Yang Xiaoming, and the others to Mo Qing. So what should I do myself? Gu Xing rested his head on one hand, lost in thought. The system panel only showed attributes and skills, with almost no record of his experiences. Solving cases required evidence, and he had to produce something concrete to make the bureau start suspecting Shishio. Suddenly, he thought of Shishio's works, quickly flipped through the documents, and found the name of the comic. Evil Spirit? Just hearing the name, you can tell it's a dark-themed comic. Gu Xing muttered under his breath, pulled out his phone, downloaded the largest comic platform, and started searching for the comic. With years of experience, Gu Xing was well aware that a person's abilities awakened at 18 are often closely related to their attributes, personality, interests, and growth background. Thus, the style of a work often reflects the author's worldview. For instance, optimistic authors simply cannot write dark stories. They always believe the world is full of sunshine and that bad people will eventually face justice. On the other hand, dark-minded individuals cannot write sunny stories. Even if there is apparent goodwill, it is often the result of an exchange of interests. Those optimistic authors usually meet tragic ends. He clicked on Evil Spirit and began reading carefully. The art style is pretty good. Gu Xing glanced at the system panel's prompt. Skill immunity activated. This skill is quite impressive too. Gu Xing praised briefly and continued reading. The story's background is set in a post-apocalyptic world where humans and mutant beasts erupt into war, ultimately leading to the collapse of the world, the disappearance of abilities, and only a few struggling to survive. The protagonist is a survivor rescued by a merchant group. The merchant group's goal is to dominate the continent, and the protagonist is a member of the merchant team. The story revolves around the protagonist's experiences in trading and the legendary journey of recruiting subordinates along the way. An hour later, Gu Xing exited the reading interface and commented, "As expected, it's a story written by someone disillusioned with the world." But he touched his chin, falling into deep thought. Why did he suddenly find his younger sister, who was supposed to be dead? In the plot, the sister was originally rebellious and disliked the protagonist. However, after meeting again, her personality changed drastically. She became obedient and even willing to sacrifice her life for the protagonist. Forget it. I'll wait for Yang Xiaoming's information first. Gu Xing shook his head, temporarily setting aside his doubts. 2 days later, a shadow silently emerged from beside Gu Xing and handed him an encrypted file. Gu Xing glanced at the seal on the file, noticing a faint starlight power shimmering on it, requiring the same power to unlock and destroy it. He couldn't help but mutter, "Why make it so secure? It's not like it's top secret information." Despite his words, he still activated the starlight power within him and gently touched the seal. With a soft sound, the seal unlocked. He pulled out the information and began to examine it carefully. Seeing that the information had tripled in volume compared to before, Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Indeed, comparison brings pain. He flipped through the data: name, gender, identity, birthplace. Everything seemed ordinary. But when he reached the section on ability levels, he couldn't help but pause. Initial level E, behavior highly volatile. Some actions exhibit abilities beyond ordinary people. Estimated strength ranging from B to SS. Risk rating, 3 stars out of 10. Gu Xing stared at this line, admiring the investigative capabilities of the Star Temple. They could even uncover this. He continued flipping through the file and finally found more detailed information on Shi Xiu's growth and background. Shi Xiu's parents originally lived in a base on the outskirts of the chaotic zone. After both children were admitted to the base's high school, the parents moved into the base to work odd jobs and accompany them during their studies. But the good times didn't last long. Disaster struck. A spiritual void entrance appeared near Shi Xiu's home, and beasts poured out. Although the beasts were dealt with, there were casualties, including Shi Xiu's family of 3. However, Shi Xiu narrowly escaped because he was blocked at the school gate due to campus bullying. On-site deductions indicate that the parents were killed by beasts biting their necks, and the sister, no body parts were found. The death and injury situation remains unconfirmed. Gu Xing frowned. "As I suspected," he murmured. In the comic, the sister didn't die, and the missing sister even returned to the protagonist's side. In reality, the plot should be similar. The sister was likely sent to the Lost Paradise, refined into a puppet or a deformed creature, and then returned to Shi Xiu. Gu Xing speculated, muttering. In the comic, the sister's combat power seemed only slightly lower than Shi Xiu's. Although her combat power was lower, after being refined and implanted with thoughts, her fearless drive could compensate for the difference in strength. Thinking about the terrifying puppet beside that monster, Gu Xing felt a headache coming on. "I should have known better than to expose myself so flamboyantly back then," he lamented, slapping his forehead. He had assumed that such people were always alone, without trusted companions around them. Gu Xing stared at the paper file in his hand, his gaze resolute. He activated the starlight power within him. Watching the document slowly transform into specks of starlight under the devouring power of the star force and dissipate into the air, he murmured to himself, "It seems paper documents are still quite useful." As the document completely vanished, Gu Xing finally lowered his hand, exhaled deeply, leaned back in his chair, and began contemplating the next solution. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, it was time to clock out. Gu Xing stood up, left directly, found an electric scooter, and sped away. Overtime? Not a chance. He would never work overtime in this lifetime. Recently, due to a wave of nihilistic sentiment spreading, people on the streets often caused trouble, leading to traffic jams as stagnant as dead water. In this suffocatingly congested city, this little electric scooter had become his best weapon for weaving through the chaos. A gentle breeze brushed by, rustling the leaves. The police station was a bit far from home, and Gu Xing was accustomed to taking the back roads, wearing Bluetooth earphones while the latest news played on his phone. A random killing incident occurred in Rongyang City. Citizens are advised to remain calm and stay vigilant. SSSHHH, the wind not only stirred the leaves, but also lifted a few strands of Gu Xing's long hair from his forehead. He had to stop his scooter and raise his hand to tidy his hair. As he looked up, the scene before him made him hold his breath instantly. The sunset resembled a massive fireball, slowly descending toward the horizon, dyeing the clouds a dazzling pink. The entire world seemed to fall silent, with only the gentle caress of the breeze on his cheeks and the tender entanglement of the sunset and clouds. Today's sunset is truly beautiful, Gu Xing remarked, taking off his earphones and tucking them into his pocket. Don't you think so? Just as he finished speaking, an arrow shot straight toward him. Gu Xing shifted his body slightly, easily dodging it. The arrowhead struck the nearby concrete wall with a thud, leaving clear corrosion marks and emitting black smoke. Looking at the corroded wall, Gu Xing sighed helplessly and irritably jumped off his scooter, shouting toward the back. Hey, can't you pick work hours for this? Do you have to make me work overtime? The only response was dead silence. It was supposed to be rush hour, but the street was completely deserted. The entire street was eerily quiet, enough to make one's skin crawl. Gu Xing stared at the corner ahead, stepped forward, and shouted loudly, "Stop hiding! Come out already! I still need to go home and cook." Before his words finished, a figure dressed in black suddenly dashed out from the corner, drawing a bowstring and shooting another arrow. Gu Xing's ears twitched slightly. Though he knew he could dodge, he chose to step back. Swish! The arrow landed precisely where he had been standing moments ago, its sharp blade sinking into the ground as if slicing through tofu. Taking advantage of the moment when the archer raised his bow, Gu Xing charged forward, his face cold, his right hand clenched into a fist, and struck the archer's chest like a cannonball. Crack! The sound of ribs shattering echoed sharply in the silent street. Even after suffering a fatal blow, the archer's face remained expressionless. Using the momentum, he quickly pulled back and shot another arrow. Whoosh! At the same time, another black-clad figure wielding dual blades rushed from behind, aiming fiercely at Gu Xing's heart. Faced with an attack from both sides, Gu Xing remained exceptionally calm, charging directly toward the direction of the incoming arrow. The arrow grazed his hair, and Gu Xing punched the archer, sending him flying. The archer's already fractured ribs were struck again, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily against the concrete wall. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell silent. So pathetic, yet you dare to come looking for trouble after work, Gu Xing sneered coldly. Another man in black, seeing this, raised his dual blades and swung them fiercely at Gu Xing's head. But Gu Xing seemed to vanish, leaving the man in black momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, a massive force knocked him to the ground, embedding his body deeply into the surface. He struggled to get up, but found his waist had lost all strength. Just as he tried to prop himself up with his arms, a sudden sharp pain struck his head. Gu Xing had stomped on his face with force. "I know who sent you." Gu Xing bent down, staring at the man in black while pressing his foot harder against his cheek, his gaze curious. "I haven't provoked him, so why does he want to kill me?" The man in black, perhaps implanted with some kind of directive or driven by resentment before death, snarled viciously. "The master said you carry the scent of paradise lost that he despises. We will hunt you down relentlessly until you..." Before he could finish, Gu Xing stomped down, shattering his chest bones and sending him to meet the king of hell. Blood and brain matter splattered onto Gu Xing's clothes. Strangely, the blood did not soak into the fabric but slid off as if it were waterproof, leaving Gu Xing spotless, even his shoes clean. He lifted his foot and shook off the blood, which slid back onto the disfigured man in black. Watching the scene unfold, Gu Xing sighed helplessly and rubbed his neck. What a bunch of bloodhounds, chasing after the scent. At least send someone who can earn me some star points. He felt a bit annoyed because puppets didn't count for star points. This meant that after all this fighting, he hadn't earned any star points and had even lost quite a bit. Hey, we found a few heretics here. The address is. Gu Xing reported the location to the people specialized in handling such matters, then rode off on his electric scooter. Luckily, the scooter wasn't damaged otherwise. He would have suffered a double loss. The next morning, after being attacked, Gu Xing directly requested half a day off from the bureau and brought Mo Qing along with him. The two arrived at the parking lot outside an art exhibition. Standing by the car door, Gu Xing spoke softly to Mo Qing. Remember, stay put and don't come out unless I say so. Mo Qing hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. His figure flickered and completely merged into Gu Xing's shadow. Seeing this, Gu Xing immediately opened the car door and strode into the exhibition. This exhibition was a public gallery for some renowned artists. To prevent damage, experts had specially set up a formation that could isolate spiritual power. Here, those with lower levels of cultivation would have their powers suppressed. Although higher-level individuals were unaffected, they wouldn't act recklessly either. After all, while the paintings were valuable, high-level experts wouldn't stoop to stealing them. Gu Xing, having no spiritual power, was unaffected by the formation. Mo Qing, being high-level, was also not suppressed. Gu Xing bought a ticket and strolled leisurely through the gallery, admiring the paintings on the walls while searching for his target. Suddenly, his gaze was firmly drawn to a particular painting. The image depicted a shocking red ocean, the red resembling boiling blood, surging and tumbling. The waves surged, crashing against the shore in layers. In this sea of blood, countless pale hands suddenly reached out, emaciated, with skin clinging tightly to bones. Their postures varied, some desperately stretched upward, others clawed at each other, but they all had one goal: to drag the viewer of the painting into an endless abyss. The entire painting was suffocatingly oppressive, yet its title was completely different. The painting was called Redemption. Is this the despair of death? Gu Xing murmured softly. Someone nearby heard him and immediately turned around. Seeing it was Gu Xing, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes, but it quickly turned into a cold chill. Gu Xing seemed oblivious to the change in atmosphere and sighed. A painting like this can be called redemption? It really lowers the standard of this gallery. As he spoke, he turned to Shishio beside him and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Shishio didn't respond, only clenched his fists, his face dark and stormy as if it could drip water. Gu Xing pretended not to notice, continuing to stroke his chin while looking at the painting, commenting, "The artist is called End. Sounds a bit familiar. Seems like he's a pretty popular despair-style painter recently. I heard he started creating these works because he was utterly disillusioned with the world. In my opinion, when people fall, they should get back up. If they can't, they should accept their fate. But some people refuse to stand up and insist on blaming others, dragging others down with them. There's a term online for this kind of behavior. What's it called?" Gu Xing frowned in thought. Then his eyes lit up. "Oh right, it's breaking down and barking like a dog." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere around them instantly grew tense, resentment almost spilling out into the entire exhibition. At this moment, Shishio spoke up. "Aren't you doing the same?" Gu Xing turned to Shishio, his smile radiant. "Someone tried to assassinate me, and I didn't even hold it against them. I even offered kind advice. This is practically saintly behavior." Shishio sneered coldly. "Too bad you didn't die yesterday." Gu Xing grinned cheekily. "Don't worry, even if you die, I won't." Shishio. As a shut-in who spent all his time at home drawing comics, Shishio didn't have the sharp words to counter Gu Xing. Even if he did, he couldn't bring himself to say them. Watching Shishio's face grow darker and closer to breaking point, Gu Xing felt satisfied and leisurely revealed his intention. "So, the reason I came here today is to tell you, if you turn yourself in now, I'll help you keep your life. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait for death." After all, this way he could still earn some star points. Killing such a genius would be a waste. Persuading him to turn back could even contribute to Longhua. After hearing all this, "Do you think I would turn myself in?" Shishio retorted. If Gu Xing hadn't said those infuriating words, perhaps Shishio might have calmly explained. But now, he had no mood for explanations, only a heart full of murderous intent. But he had clearly made this painting completely invade Gu Xing's thoughts. Why was it useless? This guy really deserved a beating. You're absolutely right. Gu Xing nodded in sudden realization. In that case, just pretend I was never here and continue with your plan. With that, Gu Xing waved his hand, turned, and left, leaving behind a thoroughly enraged and broken figure. Walking out of the exhibition hall, Gu Xing didn't stop, heading straight for the parking lot. He opened the car door, leaned his body lazily, and sat in the back seat. Closing his eyes, he instructed, "Drive back to the bureau. I'll take a nap." Only then did Mo Qing slowly step out of Gu Xing's shadow, sit in the driver's seat, and grip the steering wheel. However, he still felt uneasy and asked, "Aren't you afraid he'll act directly?" Mo Qing's words carried two meanings. One was concern for Gu Xing's safety, and the other was worry about the person controlled by Xixiu. Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the information on the floating panel, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "I'm fine on my end. As for those controlled people," he paused and continued, "that kid is introverted and stubborn. If I let him act freely, he'll become suspicious and won't dare to act rashly." Gu Xing understood this type of psychology well, as it was all displayed on the panel. Back at the bureau, as soon as Gu Xing stepped through the door, he was hurriedly called to a meeting and immediately plunged into busyness. Although the Bureau had already determined the scope of the investigation and grasped the methods of the crime, the information flooding the internet was like a tidal wave, impossible to pin down. Too many bans might provoke dissatisfaction among netizens, while too few would be ineffective. Frowning in thought for a while, Gu Xing proposed a compromise. Let's implement phased bans. First, communicate with the author, ask them to take a temporary leave, and take the work offline. Once the case is resolved, it can be re-uploaded. This way, even if the work goes back online later, there won't be any skill control. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding the plan both reasonable and feasible. Thus, a massive internet-wide cleanup operation officially began. Netizens voiced their complaints, while Gu Xing took the opportunity to secretly throw Xixiu's online works into the ban list as well. However, the Bureau could only handle online content. The offline profit chains were as complex as a maze, and any movement could implicate a whole string of people. While action could be taken, it certainly couldn't be as bold and sweeping as online measures. After pondering for a while, Gu Xing decided to contact Qian Yuan to see if he had any way to deal with those tricky offline issues. Using the Bureau's resources to target one person would definitely draw attention. Sun Yinxi's ties with officials ran too deep, which would only bring trouble. Yang Xiaoming was backed by the Star Temple, and dealing with her too much would be problematic. Besides, she was likely at the bottom level and might not be able to complete the task, so it was better not to ask. After much consideration, Qian Yuan seemed the most suitable for executing this task. Gu Xing tentatively asked how much could be banned, thinking that whatever could be done was better than nothing. Unexpectedly, Qian Yuan's reply was simply completed. Seeing the two simple words "completed" on the screen, Gu Xing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Nearly 200 offline works, and Qian Yuan had banned them all. The power behind this was clearly unfathomable. My understanding of capital suddenly deepened. Gu Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead, but also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he shouldn't be able to recruit newcomers anymore, right? After all, he had spent quite a few star points carefully studying Xixiu's skills and control methods. Xixiu creates illusions through his works, pulling people into his world, and then uses his innate ability, my world, my rule, for remote brainwashing, immersing people in the thoughts of his creations. His works are filled with a sense of world weariness, and those brainwashed will only remember sadness, anger, and sorrow, completely ignoring happy moments. The key is that as long as the vision link is cut off, preventing these works from appearing before residents, Xixiu cannot control them. Even if thoughts are implanted, they will fail due to the lack of reinforcement. Perhaps that guy is quite panicked now. Should I go and show off a bit? Forget it, I might get beaten up. Gu Xing shook his head and abandoned the idea. Beep, beep, his phone vibrated with a notification. Gu Xing picked it up and saw a message from his sister. Gu Yu, brother, I'm coming back. So soon. Gu Xing was a bit surprised. He checked the date and suddenly realized, oh, it's winter break. She should be coming back. He typed and asked, what time is your train? Guyu replied, this afternoon at 5. Brother, will you come to pick me up? Gu Xing countered, are you saying I can choose not to? Guyu immediately replied, hee hee, you're the best brother ever. You'll definitely come to pick me up, right? She even added a pitiful emoji. Only when she needs help does she act so cute. Gu Xing looked at the emoji and couldn't help but tease, replying with an okay. My own sister, I still have to spoil her. Gu Xing glanced at the clock on the wall. Although it was still early, he decided to head out now. At the station, Gu Xing waited patiently until he finally saw that familiar figure appear. A girl wearing a pink hoodie, chewing bubblegum, and dragging a suitcase almost as big as herself walked out. Gu Xing stood up and walked toward her, and she noticed him too. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately dragged her suitcase and rushed over. Brother, but as she got closer, she suddenly slowed down, let go of her suitcase, and jumped onto Gu Xing, laughing as she said, Brother, I'm back. Are you happy? Of course I'm happy. Gu Xing rubbed Gu Yu's head and replied with a smile. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 4 months. Other than spending time at the police station, he had been training his star power, living a monotonous life. All right, get down quickly. You're already grown up, yet you still cling to your brother like this. Gu Xing teased, but Gu Yu snorted and angrily retorted, What's wrong? Are you annoyed with me? I knew it, you're just. She was about to get down, but suddenly caught a strange smell on Gu Xing. She immediately clung to him again, sniffing left and right, frowning. Brother, why do you smell like, Gu Yu paused. This made Gu Xing nervous, and he quickly asked, What smell? Gu Yu jumped off him in disgust, waved her hand, and fanned the air near her nose, saying, Ink smell. Gu Xing, you little brat. Gu Xing angrily rubbed her head and said, All right, let's go home. I haven't cooked yet. Oh, I want to eat cola chicken wings, shredded pork and garlic sauce. Kung Pao chicken. Gu Yu pulled her suitcase, listing her favorite dishes as she walked. Wishful thinking. Gu Xing smiled helplessly. The two chatted happily as they headed home. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Shishio was curled up in the corner, looking utterly dejected. He bit his already mangled nails, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the information on the tablet, as if trying to burn a hole through the screen. How did they find out? I clearly used someone else's information as works. The paintings that once made him proud had all been taken down. The artworks he painstakingly created were returned, and even the merchandise related to his comics was forcibly removed from shelves. Maybe it's just a coincidence. I still have other accounts at that moment. A notification popped up on WeChat. It was from the person managing his media accounts. All media accounts had been banned. Impossible, how could this happen? Shishio's voice trembled, unable to accept the reality. He should have waited longer, waited until he could control everyone and orchestrate a grand suicide frenzy. But now, everything was ruined. Who did this? Shishio roared. A figure suddenly flashed through his mind. It's him. It must be him. Shishio abruptly stood up, his eyes wide with fury, as if they were about to shoot flames. There's a disgusting aura about him. The enemy of paradise lost. It must be him. In his rage, he grabbed the tablet and smashed it against the wall. With a loud crack, the tablet shattered into pieces. Since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Shishio gritted his teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face. During this time, Gu Xing had been encountering assassination attempts, but he had grown accustomed to them. It seems the strongest puppets he can control are only at the 4th tier. Unable to capture stronger ones, he compensates with numbers? Gu Xing looked at the dozen or so corpses in front of him and turned to Mo Qing, saying, You've worked hard during this time. It now seemed that Shishio had completely lost control, resorting to daily assassination attempts. Initially, it was just 1 or 2 people, but when they failed to kill him, the attacks escalated. Now, there were over 10 4th-tier perfected puppets. Mo Qing was handling the last corpse. Upon hearing this, he quickly finished his task and bowed to Gu Xing. Please don't be so polite to me. Gu Xing nodded, thinking, true, words alone won't do. Once this is over, go find Yang Xiaoming for a reward, ask for a high one. After all, it wasn't his loss. Understood. Mo Qing agreed quickly, his eyes filled with joy. All right, clean this place up. I'm heading home now. Gu Xing glanced at the time. He had lied to his sister, saying he was still in school, so he had to be home by 6:30. It was getting late. Understood. Mo Qing responded, and Gu Xing quickly ran home. At the door, he carefully checked himself to ensure he hadn't gotten anything on him and sniffed to confirm there was no blood smell. After confirming everything was fine, he took out his key, opened the door, and shouted loudly. I'm back. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze at the scene before him. What are you doing? Guyu stood at the doorway in pink plush pajamas, arms crossed and a serious expression on her face, questioning. Where did you go today? Gu Xing, already prepared, immediately replied. I ran into an old man selling candied hawthorns on the way, so I thought I'd buy some and ended up coming home late. As he spoke, he pulled out the candied hawthorns he had prepared earlier from his space. Guyu looked at the candied hawthorns in her hand, silently took them, and turned to walk toward the sofa. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief, thinking the matter was over, but Guyu spoke faintly. You haven't been at school recently, so where exactly have you been? Gu Xing. He quickly blinked, his mind racing to come up with an excuse. Guyu stared at him, taking a big bite of the hawthorn, muttering, I knew something was off. When you picked me up that time, besides the smell of ink, there was also the scent of tea leaves and tobacco. Later, when you came home, I even smelled blood. What shocked me the most was that G-level editing challenge video of you taking on students from major universities. I saw it. Gu Xing was speechless. He knew he couldn't hide it from Guyu for long, but he hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. He could only change his shoes, sit down next to Guyu, and confess honestly. I want to graduate early and help the police investigate a case in the meantime. A case? Guyu scrutinized him. What kind of case? Is it dangerous? It shouldn't be too dangerous, I think. Gu Xing recalled the puppet he encountered today, his tone somewhat uncertain. Guyu sighed, looking at him seriously. Brother, I know you're smart, but this kind of thing is too dangerous. What if bad people target you and try to harm you? At this point, Guyu's eyes reddened, her voice choking. I promised Mom and Dad that I would take good care of you and not let you get hurt. Gu Xing understood she was worried about him. He patted his chest, saying, Don't worry, you've seen that video. Your brother is really not that simple. Guyu nodded at his words, but still had doubts in her heart. But, brother, you're G-level. How are you able to cultivate? Oh well. Gu Xing hesitated for a moment, but still used the same explanation. I'm not too sure either. Ever since I awakened last time, I felt a strange power inside me. I don't know what it is, but I can use it. He was telling the truth. The power of the stars was indeed like that, though he didn't mention the system. Guyu nodded after hearing this. She wasn't surprised by it. Although many people believed that those without spiritual power were useless, her education wasn't so narrow-minded. In fact, many people, besides spiritual power, could cultivate other forces like internal energy, soul power, witchcraft power, and so on. These powers couldn't be measured by instruments, but could be cultivated alongside spiritual power. So, although Gu Xing was G-level, it was normal for him to have other powers to use. Guyu thought for a moment and asked, Can you absorb crystal cores? Gu Xing shook his head, No. All right then. Guyu seemed a bit disappointed, but suddenly remembered something and continued to ask, When will your case be over? Do you need my help? Her current level was second-tier suppression, with strength comparable to a third-tier peak ability user. Stronger than the average person, handling the case Gu Xing is responsible for shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about the recent situation, Gu Xing immediately shook his head and earnestly advised her, You don't need to go. The case is almost closed. Stay home obediently during this time. If anything happens, you can go next door and find our neighbor Yang Xiaoming. This battle was nearing its end because of his involvement. Shishio would definitely be furious and come looking for him, possibly even for Guyu. He couldn't let her be in danger. Seeing Gu Xing's nervous expression, Guyu nodded and teased, Don't worry, I'm still studying bombs recently. At a critical moment, I definitely won't run around. Ordinary people can't beat me. She was very confident in her firepower, with a bomb in one hand and a gun in the other. Gu Xing smiled helplessly. Although studying bombs was quite dangerous, it was still better than being targeted by Shishio. The next day, back at the police station, Gu Xing had just sat down when he was called to a meeting. Another meeting, it's endless. He muttered helplessly as he got up and walked toward the conference room. Upon entering, he saw that many people were already there. Scanning the room, he realized he was the last to arrive. Who has to attend a meeting on their first day at work? Gu Xing felt a headache coming on. Sun Jian waited for Gu Xing to arrive before taking out a stack of documents and distributing them to everyone. Each person received a letter, but the text on it left them puzzled. "What is this?" someone asked in confusion. Sun Jian explained calmly. "Half a month ago, letters like this started appearing in the suggestion box. The text is in an ancient language, roughly 1,000 years old. The script had evolved over time, especially after they experienced catastrophic destruction. Many documents were lost, and only oral traditions preserved the language, which gradually developed into the current script." "What does it say?" Gu Xing asked curiously. "That's why I urgently gathered everyone," Sun Jian said as he handed out translated copies. "I invited experts in ancient languages to translate it. Take a look." After reading the translation, everyone was shocked. "This is a clue?" "Yes, these are all clues related to the recent world-weary cases," Sun Jian continued. "Not only does it include the leads we've already uncovered, but it also points to areas we haven't investigated yet, even directly identifying the suspect." Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, their fingers quickly flipping through the translated documents. Their expressions shifted from confusion to surprise, and finally to astonishment. The document contained not only the information they already knew, but also details they were completely unaware of, with an incredible level of specificity. Descriptions of skills, speculated levels, background origins, and even the reasons for using certain skills in specific situations were all clearly outlined. Everyone exchanged glances. If they didn't know the suspect had been evading capture, they might have suspected the confession letter was written by the suspect themselves. Sheng Peiming furrowed his brows, his eyes scanning the document back and forth. He said doubtfully, "It's so detailed. Could there be some kind of trap?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby stroked their chin thoughtfully and nodded. "That's right. Although this information was deduced step by step based on what we know, what if the subsequent clues are false and deliberately lead us astray?" At this moment, someone suggested, "Why don't we send someone to investigate and find out who wrote this letter?" Another person immediately agreed. "Yes, as long as we find the person who wrote this letter, all these doubts can be resolved." However, Gu Xing quietly stared at the handwriting on the letter, put down the document, and slowly said, "I don't think it's necessary to investigate." Hearing Gu Xing's objection, no one responded immediately. After all, in this case, every time Gu Xing spoke, he was very accurate, and everyone trusted him. Seeing the group quiet down, Gu Xing continued, "If this was written by a fraudster, why would they use such a complex ancient script from 1,000 years ago to deceive us? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble?" Everyone pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the script from 1,000 years ago is extremely difficult to understand, and only a few experts can decipher it. Even for experts, they cannot fully comprehend it. The text on the letter couldn't even be completely translated by experts, let alone by an amateur fraudster. A fraudster couldn't possibly write in a 1,000-year-old script. If they had such a capability, why would they resort to being a fraudster? The country has plenty of opportunities for someone with such skills. Gu Xing's gaze returned to the letter as he continued. "I guess this letter was written by an ancient tribe hidden deep in the mountains 1,000 years ago. They might have realized the severity of the situation and knew that if it wasn't resolved quickly, it would threaten their safety, so they decided to help." An ancient tribe? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Ancient tribes refer to families or clans that have preserved their bloodlines from 1,000 years ago. Nowadays, many ancient tribes have integrated into society, such as the Sun Clan and the Tang Clan. However, besides these two, there are other undisclosed ancient tribes, some of which are undoubtedly very powerful. I think so too. This matter involves mind control and could easily cause chaos. That's why those ancient tribes couldn't help but step in to warn us. Writing the letter in a 1,000-year-old script makes perfect sense, someone agreed. They don't want to appear directly and chose to write a letter, which shows they don't want to be found by us. Besides, they live in seclusion and no matter how hard we search, it won't be easy to find them," another person added. Many present were familiar with some reclusive ancient tribes and knew that they usually observed from the sidelines, only stepping in when absolutely necessary. Seeing everyone agree with his perspective, Gu Xing nodded in satisfaction. "Since we already have a lead, we should focus on solving the case and quickly find the suspect. This world-weary case is the most important thing right now." "Right. Once this matter is resolved, we can look for that ancient tribe later," someone echoed. Everyone found this reasonable and nodded in agreement. Thus, they stopped discussing the ancient tribe and began studying the suspect based on the clues in the letter. Xixiu. Sheng Peiming read the name aloud, frowning slightly. "Isn't this just an ordinary E-level ability user?" He remembered this person clearly because when Gu Xing handed him this mess to deal with, he had interrogated this young man. The other party was introverted, spoke slowly, and had the typical personality of someone who rarely went out. After asking a few questions and finding no issues, he let him go. "Didn't the letter say so? He has connections with Paradise Lost and can block ability detection," someone nearby explained. "Yes, according to the clues in the letter, he currently can't contact those he's controlling. This is the perfect opportunity to catch him. There are also a few places where suspects might be hiding. We can send people to investigate first." Based on the contents of the letter, the group quickly formulated a detailed capture plan. However, the matter regarding the ancient clan also needs to be officially investigated. The group nodded, deciding to temporarily refer to the mysterious figure behind the scenes as Y, calling him the Prophet, and to look for him after the case was resolved. After the discussion ended, the meeting adjourned, and everyone hurriedly left. Gu Xing watched them, both eager to catch the suspect and the Prophet, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. They really want to find him, huh? That's right. The person who wrote the letter was Gu Xing himself. After thinking for a long time, he decided to use this method to shift the blame onto the ancient clan. During the process of delivering the letter, he used certain means, making it absolutely impossible to be discovered. To find him, they'd have to seek help from the Star Temple. The Star Temple's heavenly, I might be able to locate him, but the Star Temple would never expose one of their own to the Dragon Nation. So, this problem was essentially unsolvable, and this identity was definitely secure. Thinking of this, Gu Xing sighed. Why does this disguise keep multiplying? At this moment, Xixiu, hidden in a dark little room, was completely falling apart. His illusions were useless against Gu Xing, and the assassins he sent out were all counter-killed by Gu Xing. What troubled him even more was that the police, who had previously been aimlessly wandering like headless flies, suddenly seemed to have figured everything out and were heading straight for his hiding place. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have been caught already. A man in black knelt on the ground, his head so low it almost touched the floor, his voice trembling as he said, "Master, the higher-ups refused to send reinforcements. Useless. Why are you babbling?" Xixiu roared in fury, grabbing the water cup on the table and hurling it violently. Crash! The cup traced an arc through the air and shattered above the head of the man in black. Yet, the man remained unscathed, still kneeling, his head lowered even further. Xixiu paced anxiously around the room. He knew he was already trapped in a desperate situation, surrounded on all sides with no escape routes left. Like a beast trapped in a cage, watching himself being slowly hunted down. It's all because of that damned Gu Xing. Xixiu gritted his teeth, kicking over the nearby coffee table. The coffee table tumbled like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the corner of the wall with a loud bang. In that corner, a long-haired girl stood. She didn't lift her head because of the noise, remaining motionless with her head lowered, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, obscuring her face. She wore an exquisite princess dress, resembling a lifeless doll. Seeing this girl who seemed like a corpse, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Xixiu's eyes. He remembered that Gu Xing had a younger sister. "If I can't kill you, Gu Xing, then I'll make you taste the pain of losing a loved one." He quickly walked to the girl's side and took out a wooden box from the drawer. Opening the box, it emitted a strong spiritual energy, and in the center lay a fist-sized, glowing crystal core. This was a perfect 7th-tier disaster-grade crystal core, something any strong individual would covet. This was originally the girl's power core, but Shishio secretly kept it to enhance himself. On the contrary, he failed to request reinforcements. He thought that relying on a group of fourth-tier experts would be enough to complete the task of massacring the base city and severely damaging the Dragon Nation. But, thinking of this, Shishio unhesitatingly stuffed the crystal core into the girl's chest. As the power of the crystal core slowly infused into the girl's body, her eyes gradually gained focus. Then, she slowly raised her head and met Shishio's gaze. Her eyes showed no emotion as she coldly called out, "Brother." Shishio didn't mind her demeanor, touched her cold face, and revealed an insincere smile, asking coldly, "Sister, your brother has been bullied. What are you going to do about it?" The girl stared blankly at Shishio. Then a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes as she replied, "Avenge my brother." "Brother, why are you blocking me from going out?" Guyu glared angrily at Gu Xing, who was standing at the door, her fists clenched tightly, her face full of displeasure. Gu Xing sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with concern. "I've already told you, it's very dangerous outside recently. You shouldn't go out for now. Not this again." Guyu stomped her foot in frustration, turned around, and sat back on the sofa, crossing her arms and muttering, "What danger? It's been half a month, and I haven't seen a single trace of it." As she muttered, her gaze swept over the scattered test papers on the floor, and suddenly, a bold idea came to her. She looked up abruptly, staring at Gu Xing in disbelief. "You wouldn't be making up this lie just to trick me into staying home and doing test papers, would you?" Gu Xing rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Please, don't accuse me. I see you shouting every day about wanting to go out and play, so I let you do test papers to burn off some energy." "What? Doing test papers can burn off energy?" Guyu was on the verge of collapse. Her eyes widened, and her voice rose several degrees. "Who uses test papers to burn off energy? That's practically draining all my energy." Guyu had been cooped up at home for half a month and was going crazy. Her friends had already invited her out 3 or 4 times, and she had used excuses to refuse every time. Now, she was running out of excuses. "Then can I at least invite them over to our house?" Guyu said as she picked up her phone to contact her friends, only for Gu Xing to snatch it away. Gu Xing shook his head firmly. "No, during this period, you can't go out, nor can you invite anyone over." Guyu wanted to argue further, but Gu Xing's phone suddenly rang. Beep beep. Gu Xing glanced at the caller ID, Sun Jian, and his brows furrowed slightly. He handed the phone back to Guyu, reminded her again not to invite anyone over, and then turned to answer the call. Guyu looked at Gu Xing's back, snorted, but obediently curled up on the sofa without making any more moves. "Hello, what's the matter?" Gu Xing answered the call, his brows furrowing slightly. He knew very well that Sun Jian would never call him unless there was a problem with the capture. On the other end of the line, Sun Jian's voice sounded somewhat troubled. "The suspect has taken several innocent hostages. If we act rashly, someone will definitely get hurt. His only request is to meet with you." Gu Xing was silent for a few seconds. He understood this was a hostage exchange. Sun Jian seemed to see through his thoughts and quickly explained, "Don't worry. This is just to appease the suspect and the hostages. We will ensure your safety." "All right, I understand. I'll go." Gu Xing knew very well that his appearance was merely a means to calm the hostages. A group of well-trained police officers, how could they possibly be intimidated by a 6th-tier suspect? They just wanted to prevent Shishio from taking extreme actions. And Gu Xing's presence was the perfect way to stabilize the situation and reassure both Shishio and the hostages. After all, the police couldn't directly tell the hostages, "We won't agree to the criminal's demands, but we guarantee your safety." That would only make the criminal more dangerous and cause the hostages to lose confidence. Hearing Gu Xing agree, Sun Jian breathed a sigh of relief. "I've already sent someone to pick you up." "Okay." Gu Xing hung up the phone, quickly put on his coat, and prepared to head out. As he reached the entryway to put on his shoes, he suddenly noticed Guyu looking sullen. Guyu sensed his gaze, huffed, turned her head away, and pouted unhappily. Seeing his sister's expression, Gu Xing's brows relaxed slightly, and his tone softened a bit. "What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you later." Guyu could tell he was trying to make amends and pouted again, replying haughtily, "I want caramel fried chicken, a big bottle of cola, and The candied hawthorn you bought me last time. Gu Xing chuckled. All right, stay home and be good. I'll be back soon. This will be resolved today. After speaking, he turned to leave. Hearing this, Gu Yu's anger dissipated. She quickly ran over, grabbed his arm, and said anxiously, Is it about the case? Did the suspect ask for you? Then I want to go too. I need to protect you. She knew in her heart that when Gu Xing said, resolve today, it definitely wasn't about discussing tactics, but about negotiating with the suspect in person. It was too dangerous. Don't worry. Trust the police department's capabilities. I'll be fine. Gu Xing gently patted her head, his voice soft and comforting. Although still worried, Gu Yu eventually let go of his arm and said sullenly, All right, but come back soon. I'm starving. Got it. Gu Xing chuckled lightly, opened the door, and walked out. Sunlight streamed through the dusty, cracked glass windows, illuminating the dim factory. Shishio stood in the center of the crowd, tightly surrounded by a group of men in black. Outside the men in black, the hostages formed another circle, like a living wall. The hostages' faces were pale, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at the surrounding police, hoping for rescue. Although the police were armed, none dared to act rashly, fearing harm to the innocent. At this moment, Shishio spoke. Time's almost up. Why isn't Gu Xing here yet? They had agreed earlier that Gu Xing must arrive within 10 minutes, or the hostages would be killed. Hearing this, a young woman was so frightened that she burst into tears. Her sobs triggered others, who also began crying and trembling. Some hostages even showed traces of despair and anger in their eyes. Were they really going to be abandoned? The atmosphere was as tense as a string about to snap. Just then, Gu Xing appeared. He wore a black trench coat and walked calmly into the tense scene. The police automatically made way for him. Gu Xing stepped to the front, his gaze locked on Shishio, his voice steady. I'm here. As agreed, you must release the hostages. The hostages saw Gu Xing, hope flashing in their eyes, tears welling up as excitement surged in their hearts. Shishio noticed Gu Xing's arrival, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. He deliberately stepped out from the group of men in black, facing Gu Xing directly. I thought you, the coward, wouldn't dare show up. Gu Xing chuckled lightly, his tone calm but laced with warning. Put down your weapons and release the hostages. This is your last chance. Shishio sneered, his tone mocking. Humph, Gu Xing, don't use these old tricks to stall for time. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't come over, I'll kill them. With that, he began counting down. 10-9. Gu Xing exchanged a glance with Sun Jian, who nodded slightly. Only then did Gu Xing continue approaching Shishio. The smile on Shishio's face turned sinister, the short knife in his hand gleaming coldly under the sunlight. 3, 2, 1. The last number was shouted by Gu Xing. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately canceled his skill. Instantly, a wave of inexplicable hatred surged in the hearts of the followers controlling the hostages. Their eyes locked onto Gu Xing, as if enraged and ready to kill him on the spot, completely ignoring Shishio's orders. It was the perfect opportunity. The police and special forces, who had been prepared, swiftly took action, using their skills to control the followers. Subsequently, the combat police subdued them one by one, successfully rescuing the hostages. Shishio had anticipated this, but showed no signs of retreat. Gripping the dagger tightly, he lunged at Gu Xing like a trapped beast, determined to ensure mutual destruction. At the critical moment, the shadow beneath Gu Xing's feet suddenly began to writhe. A figure leapt out, kicking the short knife out of Shishio's hand. Moving so fast it was dizzying, the figure instantly pinned Shishio to the ground and cuffed him with handcuffs that restricted spiritual power. The crisis was resolved, the hostages were safe, and all suspects were firmly under control. The situation finally stabilized. Your actions triggered a chain reaction, successfully saving 1 million humans. Star points plus 100. Gu Xing slowly walked up to Shishio, crouched down, and looked directly into his eyes, his tone carrying a trace of barely perceptible regret. I told you, this was your last chance. Why didn't you listen? Shishio's lips curled into a strange smile, tinged with mockery and madness. Gu Xing, I heard you have a precious little sister. Is that true? Gu Xing's smile immediately faded, his gaze turning cold, his tone icy. Where did you hear that? He and his sister's identities had always been well hidden, impossible to trace. Could it have been leaked by a neighbor? Although he had dealt with every assassination attempt, there were always some who slipped through the cracks. Shi Xiu's eyes grew blood red, as if he had found Gu Xing's weakest spot, his laughter becoming more maniacal. Ha! Gu Xing, my sister has already gone to catch up with your precious little sister. She's a 7th-tier disaster-level master at full power. Gu Xing's face turned pale instantly upon hearing this, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. 7th tier. Shi Xiu's sister is actually 7th tier. He miscalculated. Although he had asked Yang Xiaoming to protect Gu Yu, Yang Xiaoming was only at the peak of 6th tier. He thought Yang Xiaoming's 6th tier strength would be sufficient, but he didn't expect the opponent to be 7th tier. 7th tier and 6th tier are not on the same level, especially since the opponent's body contains the crystal core of a disaster-level beast. Disaster-level beasts possess powerful skills, and in one-on-one combat, humans simply cannot win. Seeing Gu Xing's reaction, Shi Xiu laughed even more smugly. You better hurry back now and prepare her funeral. Ha ha. Gu Xing said no more and immediately sprinted towards home. Jumping off the car, he looked up at his apartment floor. There were no signs of fighting outside. Everything seemed calm and undisturbed, but the calmer it appeared, the more uneasy Gu Xing felt. He furrowed his brows and quickly ran upstairs. Reaching his floor, the familiar door was still firmly shut, showing no signs of anything unusual. However, faint sounds of fighting came from the door gap, along with Gu Yu's anxious shouts, which made Gu Xing's heart leap to his throat. He took out his key and opened the door, immediately shouting, Gu Yu, are you okay? Before he could finish, the scene before him made his words stick in his throat. Yang Xiaoming and Gu Yu were sitting cross-legged in front of the TV, tightly gripping game controllers. Intense fighting sounds came from the TV, and Gu Yu was clearly at a disadvantage, pleading for mercy. In the quiet corner of this scene, a strange girl was tightly bound, her head tilted, unconscious. Gu Xing. He blinked, doubting his own eyes. KO. The game ended, and Gu Yu angrily threw the controller, looking up to see Gu Xing at the door. Seeing Gu Xing empty-handed, Gu Yu, already upset from losing the game, became even angrier and shouted at him. Where's the snacks? The snacks? Bad brother. Yang Xiaoming smiled gently, looking at Gu Xing. Gu Xing, you're back. Gu Xing froze, staring at the peaceful scene, and after confirming it wasn't a dream, he quickly walked to the unconscious girl, his gaze scanning her panel information. Advanced carrier puppet, capable of embedding 1 to 7-tier crystal cores, possessing power equivalent to the crystal core. He narrowed his eyes and turned to stare at Yang Xiaoming. Did you do this? Yang Xiaoming nodded lightly, her smile unchanged. Before she could speak, Gu Yu interjected. That person tried to attack as soon as she entered. If it weren't for Sister Xiaoming arriving in time, I would have been in danger. That person was so fast it was terrifying. I couldn't block her at all. Luckily, Yang Xiaoming came. Gu Xing listened silently. The room was undamaged, indicating the fight was clean and efficient, without any mess. But the opponent was a peak 7th tier puppet. A peak 6th tier defeating a peak 7th tier? Who would believe that? He stared at Yang Xiaoming again, his gaze tightening, then turned to Gu Yu and said, Go back to your room. Don't eavesdrop. Gu Yu sensed the seriousness in Gu Xing's eyes and knew this wasn't the time for whining or acting spoiled. Although she was reluctant, she still responded with an "oh" and pouted as she returned to the bedroom. The sound of the bedroom door closing softly reached him, and only then did Gu Xing speak, his tone carrying a faint trace of coldness. You are not Yang Xiaoming. He stared at the person in front of him, trying to probe her state, but only a brief message popped up. Insufficient permissions. Unable to detect. This was the first time he couldn't access someone's information panel. Even the panel of an 8th tier expert was crystal clear to him. But this person in front of him, she had either used an advanced stealth skill or was in existence stronger than the 8th tier. The 6th tier was the common peak for cultivators. The 7th tier represented martial arts geniuses. The 8th tier was nearly invincible, and the 9th tier, that was an existence that could drive the entire world mad. Yang Xiaoming recognized Gu Xing at a glance, her face showing no surprise but rather a hint of joy. It seems nothing can escape your notice. Gu Xing frowned slightly, his voice cold. What exactly are you here for? Yang Xiaoming slowly approached Gu Xing, sensing the pure starlight power flowing from him, her face showing a satisfied expression. So it really is the star god himself. Gu Xing felt his starlight power being drawn by her, his brows furrowing tightly as he took a step back. Feeling Gu Xing's rejection, Yang Xiaoming lowered her head, looking somewhat sad. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. I came this time to apologize. Gu Xing suddenly noticed something in his hand. Looking down, he saw it was a crystal core. Even without confirming through the panel, he knew it was the disaster level 7th tier perfect crystal core from the unconscious puppet. At this moment, Yang Xiaoming's figure gradually faded. She held her hands to her chest, speaking reverently. I hope that in the near future, your brilliance can once again lead us out of the darkness. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a point of light and disappeared from the room, as if she had never been there. Gu Xing looked at the crystal core in his hand, his expression complex. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent yet polite knocks on the door pulled Gu Xing out of his thoughts. He sighed lightly and turned to open the door. Creak, the door opened, and a familiar, delicate face came into view. It was Yang Xiaoming, but her eyes carried a hint of nervousness and unease, along with a slightly ingratiating smile. Gu Xing, you're back. Gu Xing looked at her, already having a sense of foreboding. The person who had just left, and now Yang Xiaoming had arrived immediately after. He tilted his head slightly, signaling for Yang Xiaoming to come in, while asking, that person just now, she's also from the Star God Temple, isn't she? Yang Xiaoming immediately feigned ignorance. Who? I don't know. Gu Xing ignored her evasion, snorting coldly. Libra, right? He said it with certainty, not as a question. Hearing him say this, Yang Xiaoming fell silent, lowering her head in tacit agreement. I knew it. Gu Xing sighed, looking helpless. Didn't we agree? If someone discovers my identity, you would tell me immediately. Yang Xiaoming quickly explained. I don't know why either. After you left, I wanted to come here to protect, but was stopped by her. You know what happened afterward. Seeing that Yang Xiaoming was indeed unaware, Gu Xing stopped asking further questions and turned to rest. All right, take that person to the police station. I'll go back to the house to rest. Okay. Yang Xiaoming responded, picked up the bound girl, and turned to leave. Gu Xing returned to the house, stood by the bed, and suddenly collapsed, staring straight at the ceiling and sighing. If it weren't for sensing that power of the stars, he wouldn't have spoken so directly. As for Libra, actually, this world doesn't truly have 12 zodiac signs. The 12 zodiac signs were a system he set up in the temple while playing a game, with each sign representing a manager, and above the managers were the star gods. Once the star gods disappear, the 12 zodiac signs can replace them to control the star temple. Previously, he wasn't sure what the star temple had become now, nor was he certain if he could still be accepted by the 12 zodiac signs. But the earlier test told him that even the 12 zodiac signs had to bow before him, and anyone who tried to disturb him would pay the price. Once again heading toward the end of darkness, Gu Xing softly repeated the words of the person before they left, scratching his head in frustration. Ah, such a hassle. It means that after winning last time, he has to lead them to win again this time. A fight is inevitable, and reclaiming the Star Temple must be done again, but not now. A massive force full of strong individuals, yet controlled by a useless G-level waste, anyone would doubt it. Water can carry a boat, but also overturn it. If he can't show a power that convinces everyone, he won't be able to reclaim his rights with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Gu Xing took out the crystal core given by that person and muttered, she should be able to see that I can't absorb spiritual power, so why give me this? At that moment, a panel suddenly popped up. Skill detected that can be absorbed. Absorb? Gu Xing was shocked. A new skill. Absorb. He almost blurted out. Absorption successful. Skill acquired. Libra Libra. Summon the projection of Libra to measure the value of all things and make fair judgments just by looking at the skill name. He knew this was left for him by that person. He had long suspected that someone of such a high level couldn't possibly fail to notice that he couldn't absorb spiritual power. Turns out the real gift was this. Just as Gu Xing eagerly wanted to try out the new skill, the system window popped up again. New skill unlocked early. Star points, 300 insufficient star points. Skill will be reclaimed soon, Gu Xing. Even for someone else's gift, you deduct star points? He grumbled indignantly. Absorbing skills requires skill slots. Skill slot, 300 star points. Gu Xing fell silent. Turns out all the star points he had been spending were used to increase skill slots, not directly by skills. Looking at this obviously powerful skill about to be reclaimed by the system, he felt very unwilling. I've already obtained the skill, and you won't even allow early unlocking? Gu Xing angrily threatened the system. If you don't explain, I'll smash you right now. Although he couldn't actually smash it, a threat was necessary. Detected that the administrator desires to become stronger, activating challenge mission. Accumulate 300 star points within 100 days. Completion deducts 300 star points, retaining the skill. Failure deducts all star points and retrieves the skill. Accept? Looking at the challenge, Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief and clicked accept. A chance like this couldn't be missed. Accumulating 300 star points in 100 days, he already had over 100 now. 3 months, 200 more, easy. After resolving the matter, Gu Xing began studying the skill he had spent a fortune to acquire. This should be one of the exclusive skills of the 12 constellations. It must be powerful. Gu Xing looked at the description, pondering. As everyone knows, the shorter the skill description, the stronger the skill. His phantom presence only mentioned reducing presence and masking aura, but in practice, it was almost like invisibility. This skill also seemed to belong to the conceptual category. Gu Xing tried using the skill, gathering star power into his palm. A small scale, emitting a faint golden glow, slowly took shape. He lowered his gaze to the scale in his hand, frowning slightly. Measure value. Is there anything valuable nearby? His eyes swept across the room, finally landing on the water cup and phone on the table. With a thought, he gently placed the 2 items on either side of the scale. The scale trembled slightly, then steadily tilted toward the phone. Sure enough, the phone is worth more than the water cup. After testing and finding it useful, Gu Xing was about to pick up the water cup to drink when he noticed the scale moving again. The water cup side had actually surpassed the phone. Gu Xing froze, a flash of understanding in his eyes. This value wasn't just about money, it included other aspects. The water cup was worth less money than the phone, but since he was about to drink water, the cup was more important to him at that moment. Thinking about it this way, Gu Xing pondered, what about pure consciousness, emotions, or moral perspectives? He removed the phone and water cup, placing 2 blurry objects, one faint red and one faint green on the scale. He knew red represented evil and green represented good. The scale slowly tilted toward the faint green side. Looks like my goodness outweighs my evil. Gu Xing looked at the result, softly muttering to himself. Well, he didn't want to admit it, but he really was a kind and good student. How do I use judgment? Gu Xing wanted to test judgment, but a pop-up notification appeared. Conditions not met, judgment unavailable, just as I thought. He put away the scale, left to speculate on how judgment worked. Since it was called judgment, could it be used to kill without lifting a finger? He wanted to test it immediately, especially after spending so much money. With this in mind, Gu Xing got up from the bed and walked toward Gu Yu's room. Sis, want to go out and play with your brother? He had previously promised to bring snacks for Gu Yu, but had forgotten in his rush to get home, worried about her safety. Now that the matter was resolved, it was the perfect time to take Gu Yu, who hadn't been out in a while, along. Gu Yu and Gu Xing walked side by side through the bustling food street. It was nearing evening, the crowd surging, and the aroma of various snacks wafting enticingly. You promised to bring me snacks, but now it turned into us going out together. Seriously, Gu Yu puffed her cheeks like a little pufferfish, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Gu Xing helplessly rubbed Gu Yu's head. All right, don't be mad. It's been a long time since we went out shopping together. Gu Yu snorted. You still remember? In that case, I'm going to eat a lot. Do you have enough money? Enough. As long as you don't buy the whole street. I'm fine. Gu Xing said confidently. After all, he didn't need to spend money on cultivation equipment, and with the money his parents gave him plus what he earned himself, his little savings were quite substantial. That's more like it. Gu Yu nodded in satisfaction, her eyes lighting up as she eagerly ran toward a stall filled with tempting snacks. Gu Xing leisurely followed behind her, playing the role of a mobile wallet. However, he hadn't forgotten the real purpose of coming here. His gaze swept over a couple walking nearby. The man was carrying the woman's bag, while the woman was enjoying takoyaki in her hand, occasionally feeding her boyfriend a piece, their sweetness enviable. Gu Xing's heart stirred, and he quietly activated the Libra skill, placing the couple on the scales. The chosen couple didn't notice anything unusual and continued walking normally. The skill can be hidden, and the selected people won't feel anything, Gu Xing muttered to himself, starting to think about what value to measure. Since they were a couple, he decided to measure the weight of love. The scales slowly tilted toward the woman, indicating that the woman's love was greater. Just as he was about to draw a conclusion, the couple suddenly started arguing. The woman angrily said, "Can you stop looking at other girls?" The man responded innocently, "I was just casually looking. There are so many people around." "Casually looking? You stared at someone else's chest for ages and even said mine is flat." The woman stormed off in disappointment, while the man anxiously shouted, "Honey, I was wrong. Wait for me. I won't say it anymore, okay?" At this moment, the scales slightly tilted toward the man. "The results of the scales can change," Gu Xing concluded. "Brother, what are you spacing out for? I want to eat barbecue over there. Remember, you promised to pay." Gu Yu ran over and waved her hand in front of him. "Oh, coming." Gu Xing snapped out of his thoughts and followed Gu Yu to a bustling barbecue stall. The stall owner, a kind middle-aged woman, warmly greeted them. "What would you like to eat?" Gu Yu skillfully flipped through the menu. "I want 10 lamb skewers, 10 beef skewers, and 10 pork belly skewers." "That's it." The stall owner smiled so broadly her face couldn't contain it. These were large skewers, and they weren't cheap. "All right, that'll be 120. Just scan this code." She pointed to the QR code, smiling brightly. "Okay." Gu Xing took out his phone to pay, but Gu Yu suddenly said, "I heard this barbecue is especially delicious, with lots of returning customers." The stall owner chimed in with a smile. "The young lady is right. My meat is fresh, and the sauce is a secret recipe you can't find anywhere else." Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed over and slapped the stall owner without saying a word. Gu Xing froze mid-payment, and Gu Yu was startled, immediately stepping in front of Gu Xing. "Brother, be careful." The stall owner was stunned, and after recovering, she shouted angrily, "Why did you hit me?" The middle-aged man glared at her and yelled, "I hit you because you're a heartless woman. You actually put poppy shells in the barbecue." The stall owner panicked and waved his hands hurriedly. "What evidence do you have? Don't make false accusations." The middle-aged man trembled with anger, pulled out a test report, and threw it hard at the stall owner's face. "Still saying there's no evidence? My child stopped eating and became thinner after eating your barbecue. The hospital found traces of poppy shells, and you still dare to deny it." The stall owner glanced at the stamp on the test report in a panic, then sat on the ground, crying and shouting. "I have a paralyzed elderly mother and a child at home. I run an honest business. How could I be falsely accused? Your child must be taking drugs." The middle-aged man was furious. "You still dare to deny it? My child has been well-behaved since childhood and would never take drugs. It's your barbecue that's the problem." As he spoke, he rushed forward and slapped the stall owner several times. The stall owner was powerless to resist and could only cry. The surrounding people began to discuss, and the scene descended into chaos. Because of the loud commotion, more and more onlookers gathered. Some who didn't know the truth saw a man aggressively confronting a woman and immediately started gossiping. "Brother, this is serious. We should call the police right away." Gu Yu anxiously tugged at Gu Xing's sleeve. Gu Xing slowly put down his phone and responded calmly, "I already did." Gu Yu. Her brother always acted leisurely. Except when it came to calling the police, he was exceptionally quick. Before long, the police arrived at the scene. Several uniformed officers worked efficiently, with some dispersing the crowd to maintain order, while others quickly intervened to separate the two parties and prevent the situation from escalating. "Please remain calm and stop crowding. Give the police space to handle the matter," one officer shouted loudly through a megaphone, while directing the crowd to retreat in an orderly manner. Gu Xing and Gu Yu were also among the crowd. Gu Xing had finally encountered a target that might meet the conditions for using his judgment skill. How could he leave so easily? He immediately pulled out his police badge and said to the officer, "Comrade, I'm also a police officer. I happened to come across this incident and would like to follow up on the situation. I might be able to help." The officers carefully examined Gu Xing's badge and, upon seeing Special Operations Unit written on it, their eyes lit up. They quickly asked, "Are you the one who solved that major case?" Gu Xing quickly made a gesture to silence them and nodded. "That's me. It's better if fewer people know about my identity." The officer nodded excitedly. Although they didn't know the specific personnel involved in the case, they had heard about the Special Operations Unit during meetings, especially the team leader, who was rumored to have contributed 80% of the success. Although it was hard to believe that this young man in front of them was the team leader, the photo on the badge was authentic, and the badge couldn't be fake. "It's great that you can help." The officer excitedly grabbed Gu Xing and prepared to take him to the scene. Gu Yu saw Gu Xing about to leave and quickly shouted, "Brother, you can't just leave me here alone." The officer looked at Gu Xing and asked for his opinion. Gu Xing initially wanted Gu Yu to go home first, but then reconsidered. Gu Yu was already upset, and if he left her alone, it would be even harder to appease her later. "That's my sister. Let her come along as a witness," Gu Xing said. Due to the large crowd of onlookers, it was inconvenient to conduct an on-site investigation. The police decided to leave some officers to collect evidence while taking the rest of the people back to the station for questioning. Gu Yu was taken to give a statement, while Gu Xing entered the vendor's surveillance room. A police officer walked up to the vendor with the test results, handed over the report, and said, "According to the test, your stall's seasoning does indeed contain poppy shells. Do you have anything to say?" The vendor, realizing he had been exposed, stammered in explanation, I just heard that poppy shells can enhance flavor, so I used them." The police immediately corrected him. "Poppy shells are not used to enhance flavor, they are addictive. Are you sure you didn't know the consequences?" The vendor panicked but still tried to hold on. I didn't know." It was obvious to everyone that he was lying. The police asked again, more sternly. The vendor broke down, covering his face and crying. "I just wanted to make more money. What could I have done wrong?" Sob, sob, sob. The police did not offer comfort, but instead said seriously, "This is not an unintentional mistake. You knowingly and deliberately used them. Poppy shells are explicitly prohibited from being added to food. As a vendor, you couldn't possibly be unaware of this basic knowledge. You have severely endangered public health and safety, which is an unforgivable mistake. Even in this era of spiritual energy revival, such substances are still strictly banned, with even tighter regulations." After hearing this, the vendor's sobbing gradually stopped, but he still tried to argue. "I really didn't think the consequences would be so serious. I thought it would just enhance the flavor and wouldn't cause major issues." The police shook their head. "It's too late to say that now. You must admit your mistake, actively cooperate with the investigation, and strive for leniency." Seeing the police's unwavering stance, the vendor fell silent for a moment, wiped his tears, and nodded. I know I was wrong. I will cooperate with the investigation." Subsequently, the police conducted a detailed inquiry with the vendor, including the source of the poppy shells, the duration of use, and the frequency. The vendor confessed everything truthfully, not daring to hide anything. As a result, the investigation uncovered even more serious issues. It turned out that the vendor not only used poppy shells himself, but also sold portions of them to others. This was a far more severe offense. Gu Xing watched all of this in silence for a long time. He had refrained from using his skill, fearing that without understanding the truth, he might misjudge the severity of the situation. But now, with the situation so grave, even sentencing the vendor to death would be justified. Thinking this, Gu Xing took a deep breath and decided to try using his skill. The scales slowly appeared, and Gu Xing placed the vendor on one side. As soon as he did, a feather automatically appeared on the other side. The scales began to move, and to his surprise, the feather's weight far exceeded that of the vendor. Conditions for judgment met. Punishment executable. Option 1. Death penalty. Option 2. Experience equivalent pain until death. Gu Xing was shocked. Sure enough, this skill was far more powerful than the system. He analyzed that the two had different focuses. The system leaned more toward management, with punishments mostly resulting in the loss of skills and spiritual power, reducing someone to an ordinary person. In contrast, the Libra skill emphasized fair judgment, with much harsher punishments. Looking at the glowing golden options panel before him, Gu Xing began to think carefully. He originally activated this skill just to test under what circumstances the judgment condition could be met and to see if it would succeed. Now that the skill experiment was complete, as for the punishment, speaking of which, why wasn't the punishment canceled? The system indeed had a punishment mechanism, but the punishment could be canceled. At this moment, a light blue panel popped up. Hint: forcibly canceling the punishment will violate the skill's intent, and the skill will disappear. Gu Xing fell silent. Light gold was the skill color of Libra, while light blue was the color of his panel. As expected, borrowed skills had some issues and couldn't be freely chosen like the system panel. He had originally planned to select the second option, but because there was no cancel punishment option, he clicked it out of curiosity. So he chose option 2. Judgment begins as soon as the light gold panel appeared. It turned into a beam of golden light that struck the vendor. The vendor, who had been honestly confessing in front of the police, suddenly felt an unbearable pain surge through her. She felt as if her body was being bitten by countless ants, her skin burning, her heart racing, and her breathing chaotic. The pain caused her to collapse directly to the ground, rolling and groaning. "Oh no, what's happening to me? It hurts, oh it hurts so much. And it itches terribly." The police were stunned by the sudden change, looking at each other in confusion, not understanding what had happened. "It's just a minor punishment," Gu Xing said calmly. "The rest is up to you to handle. If there are any issues, talk to Director Sunday." After saying this, he turned and left. Are you kidding? Who would willingly expose their skills to others for questioning? As soon as Gu Xing walked out of the interrogation room, Gu Yu, who had been waiting outside, immediately ran over and asked, "Brother, how did it go? How did you get involved in this case? What did you do?" Gu Xing pulled Gu Yu along as they walked out. "Nothing much. The case is over. Let's go home." Seeing his hurried demeanor, Gu Yu was full of confusion but still followed him. On the way home, Gu Xing explained the events to Gu Yu, scaring her into shivering. "I won't dare eat street food anymore." Gu Xing nodded in agreement. "Try to avoid street food. If you want to eat, go to a proper shop." Gu Yu shook her head. "I'm scared too, but..." She paused for a moment, then looked at Gu Xing with a playful smile. "Brother, you're so good at cooking. Those snacks aren't hard to make, right?" Gu Xing: "I see you're just using this as an excuse to avoid street food and want me to cook instead." Gu Yu, having her intentions exposed, didn't refute but instead clung to Gu Xing's sleeve, her big eyes pleading. "Brother, please, give it a try." If her brother could make them, she could eat them at home anytime, clean, hygienic, and convenient. Gu Xing understood her little scheme and could only sigh, rubbing her head vigorously. All right, I'll give it a try." "Yay, I knew my brother was the best." Gu Yu jumped with joy and dragged Gu Xing to buy ingredients. On the day of the trial, Gu Xing naturally brought Gu Yu, who was not only unharmed but had even gained some weight, to join the crowd. "Brother Xing, I'm here to pick you up." Qian Yuan excitedly waved at Gu Xing. Gu Xing brought Gu Yu into the car, which started smoothly. Qian Yuan sat in the passenger seat, holding a piece of fruit, eating while complaining. Lately, King Yin has gone crazy. Not only has the training intensity increased, but he's also keeping a close eye on our academic performance. Luckily, I made it through, or I wouldn't even get a break during winter vacation. Gu Xing frowned. Why? He had been busy with cases recently and hadn't had time to catch up on school gossip. Could something big have happened at school? Qian Yuan peeled an orange, looking aggrieved. What else could it be? It's because someone performed too well, and King Yin thinks we're not working hard enough. So he decisively increased the training. Gu Xing was speechless. Qian Yuan continued, but Sun Yinshi seems pretty happy about it. Even I got dragged into training with her. Seeing how fast that person was improving, Qian Yuan felt immense pressure and cautiously asked, "Brother Xing, if I progress too slowly, you won't abandon me, right?" Gu Xing: "No." Qian Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "I knew it. The bond between me and Brother Xing isn't something anyone can shake." Gu Yu listened to their conversation, feeling confused. She tugged on Gu Xing's sleeve. Brother, what are you guys talking about? What abandon? Qian Yuan answered first. We're preparing to form the strongest guild in the future. For now, we can only apply as a squad. Your brother is the captain. Captain. Gu Yu looked at Gu Xing in surprise. Brother, when did you start leading a squad? Why don't I know about this? Gu Xing was equally puzzled. Why haven't I heard about it? After the spiritual energy revival, many people went to Lingshu to fight monsters, but solo battles were inconvenient, so people started forming teams. Official regulations stated, groups of fewer than 10 people are squads, 10 to 100 are teams, and over 100 are guilds. Currently, the four largest guilds are Su, Qian, Sun, and Tang, representing the four fields of martial arts, alchemy, diplomacy, and weaponry, respectively. There was actually another guild, Star Temple, but they hadn't officially registered, so they weren't included. Qian Yuan smiled and said, I just wanted to surprise you. Gu Xing. This wasn't a surprise, it was clearly a shock. He already had two S-level experts following him every day, which was absurd enough. If he really formed a guild in the future. Seeing Gu Xing's resistance to forming a squad, Qian Yuan immediately tried to persuade him. Brother Xing, you have to trust Sun Yinshi and my judgment. We have a feeling you'll definitely form a guild in the future. For now, it's just a squad. Forming a team will make things more convenient when you go to college. Gu Xing wanted to argue, but thought about recent events. Forget it, he couldn't refute it. Feeling a headache coming on, he could only sigh. Do as you wish. Seeing this, Gu Yu joined in the fun, raising her hand and saying, I want to join too. Qian Yuan looked at Gu Yu and waved his hand. We're aiming to build the top-tier guild. Initial members must be S-level or above. You're just in middle school and haven't even awakened yet. Don't joke around. Gu Yu had actually awakened long ago, but she couldn't let others know. She snorted. When I awaken with an SSS-level talent, I'll crush you. Qian Yuan laughed and agreed. All right, I'll be waiting. Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan's cheerful smile and couldn't help but silently mourn for him for a second. He had no idea what he would go through 3 years later. The car stopped at the courthouse entrance, where Sun Yinshi was already waiting. Seeing Gu Xing arrive, she walked over and said directly, I've already handled the matter from before. They won't leak anything. That matter was neither too big nor too small. For those influential people behind it, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, the vendor, tormented by unbearable itching all over his body and wishing for death, had already confessed everything he knew, just wanting to end his life quickly. This inadvertently helped solve the case. Thank you. Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. If he were truly interrogated, he wouldn't have been able to explain it well. If he were misunderstood as using some malicious sorcery, it would be completely over for him. The group entered the courthouse. This was Gu Xing's second time here. He curiously observed his surroundings. The last time he came, he had only been to the underground detention room, and his mind was preoccupied with Yang Xiaoming's matter, so he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. This time, he looked carefully. The building was grand, with a high ceiling adorned with luxurious chandeliers, and the walls were covered with portraits of famous figures and warning slogans. Everyone took their seats, and soon the judge struck the gavel, announcing the start of the trial. The prosecutor first read the indictment, detailing Shishio's crimes and the evidence. Shishio stood at the defendant's stand, his face indifferent, completely unconcerned about the trial. From the moment he joined Paradise Lost, he knew this day would come. He was just unwilling to accept that his plan had failed so quickly without witnessing the grand scene he had envisioned. However, thinking about the price paid by those who opposed him, Shishio's lips curled into a faint smile. Seeing Shishio's smug expression, Gu Xing knew the opportunity to counterattack had arrived. He quietly released a trace of starlight power, ensuring Shishio could sense this aura. Shishio, immersed in imagining the scene of Gu Xing collapsing in despair over his sister's death, suddenly felt a repulsive aura. He turned his head and saw Gu Xing staring at him with a smile. What was going on? Why wasn't he reacting at all? Gu Xing looked at Shishio, then turned to Gu Yu and said, Say hello to the person who once tried to assassinate you. Gu Yu smiled sweetly, then slowly extended her small hand, raised her middle finger toward Shishio, and mouthed clearly, Idiot. Gu Xing watched his sister's mischievous gesture and nodded in satisfaction. Truly infuriating, but well done. You. Shi Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, burning with rage, struggling to charge forward. The judge frowned deeply, raised the gavel, and struck it heavily. Silence. As the gavel fell, a powerful spiritual pressure immediately enveloped Shi Xiu. Though his anger was overwhelming, under this pressure, he could only forcibly suppress his impulse. He glared at Gu Xing, gritting his teeth, and said, "I won't let you go." Every word seemed squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with hatred and curses. Even from a distance, Gu Xing could feel the intense malice emanating from Shi Xiu, but he was completely unfazed. What could a man about to be executed possibly threaten him with? Could he invade his dreams? Gu Xing replaced sleep with cultivation every day. He had no time for dreams. The trial continued, with evidence and testimonies presented one by one, each pointing to Shi Xiu's crimes. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for argument. Finally, the presiding judge solemnly declared, "Shi Xiu, due to crimes that severely endanger public safety, is sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately." Two bailiffs roughly dragged Shi Xiu away. His face was filled with unwillingness, but even more so with hatred toward Gu Xing. It seemed this guy was truly enraged. After the trial ended, everyone left the courtroom. Gu Xing let out a long sigh and lazily stretched. Finally, this matter had come to a conclusion. "Brother Xing, what are your plans next? Want to go out and have some fun?" Qian Yuan asked curiously. Gu Xing thought for a moment and casually replied, "We'll see. I'll rest for now." He didn't need to train or absorb spiritual energy at the moment. This winter break was a rare opportunity for him to relax. Seeing that Gu Xing had no specific plans, Qian Yuan immediately suggested, "If you're free, come to my hometown. I'll introduce you to my sisters." His father had mentioned this before, but they never found the right opportunity. Now that Gu Xing finally had some free time, he had to extend the invitation. Sun Yinshi overheard and seriously said to Gu Xing, "Come to my house first." Qian Yuan protested, "I was the one who invited Brother Xing first." Sun Yinshi coldly retorted, "I helped Gu Xing out." Qian Yuan was frustrated, thinking that although his family was wealthy, they lacked connections. Was he really going to lose out like this? "Gu Xing, are they not going to ask what I think?" So he simply refused. "No, I need to spend time with my sister." "Hee, I knew my brother treats me the best," Gu Yu said happily, holding on to Gu Xing's arm and smiling brightly at the two speechless individuals. The execution was scheduled for the next day. "I'm not willing. I refuse to accept this. Why should I end up like this?" Shi Xiu curled up in a corner, his eyes filled with defiance and hatred. The walls around him could block spiritual energy, and the floor was engraved with various restrictive formations. He didn't even have the strength to shout. Outside, there were tight guards, making escape impossible. "I can't die like this. At the very least, I want to let Gu Xing have it easy." Shi Xiu muttered to himself, his voice tinged with madness. Suddenly, a glint of insanity flashed in his eyes. He struggled to stand up and bit his finger hard. Bright red blood dripped into his palm as he chanted an obscure incantation. A surge of dark energy began to flow within the cell. Moments later, a twisted black shadow gradually took shape, exuding a chillingly evil aura. "Summoning me, you know the price, don't you?" The voice was icy, as if it came from the depths of hell, making one involuntarily shiver. But Shi Xiu no longer cared about such things, his face full of madness. "I'm willing to offer my life, my soul, everything just to bring pain to Gu Xing, to trap him forever in his most feared moment." The shadow began to evaluate Shi Xiu's value, and after a moment of contemplation, it responded, "Accepted." As soon as the words were spoken, Shi Xiu's body began to change rapidly. His skin turned pale and shriveled, his hair transformed from black to white, as if all his vitality was being drained away. In the end, he collapsed, his breath extinguished. But his consciousness did not dissipate, it was controlled by the shadow, which left the cell and eventually arrived at Gu Xing's residence. At this moment, Gu Xing was sound asleep, complete. "Let you be forever trapped in your most fearful moment." Xiuxi's soul roared, rushing into Gu Xing's mind. Gu Xing had been leisurely floating in space, feeling the flow of the power of the stars. Suddenly, a powerful suction force pulled him away, catching him off guard. What is going on? Gu Xing abruptly opened his eyes, his face full of surprise. Looking around, a familiar scene came into view. On the dark blue plateau, 10 immortal beings were wreaking havoc, countless superhumans charging forward like moths to a flame, only to be instantly defeated. Lord Star God, you go first, we'll hold them off. A figure rushed into the battlefield, desperately resisting those powerful monsters. Huh? Gu Xing was dumbfounded. How did he suddenly return to the final stage of the game? But he didn't stay stunned for long, quickly reacting and frantically searching for the exit button. He didn't want to play anymore, he just wanted to return to his planet and live as an ordinary farmer. On the other side, the 9 immortals were battling humans, and humanity was retreating step by step. A bunch of weak bugs. Icebird sneered disdainfully. I haven't had enough fun yet. Let us see if there are any survivors. Qilin scanned the area and spotted Gu Xing, who was standing still, pointing at the void with his fingers. Its eyes lit up. Found him. Qilin gleefully charged at Gu Xing, extending its claws to crush him with one blow. Gu Xing was still anxiously searching for the exit button when he suddenly felt darkness envelop him, accompanied by a gust of wind. Huh? I didn't use any skills. Gu Xing raised his head in confusion, only to see a massive foot above him. Question mark. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a 100-meter deep pit appeared beneath Gu Xing's feet. Haha, this human must have been smashed into pulp by me, Qilin said excitedly. But before it could revel in its triumph, a sharp pain suddenly came from its foot. A bloody hole had been pierced through its foot, and the human it thought it had crushed was now floating unharmed in front of it. The other 8 immortals saw Gu Xing, and 5 of them began to show interest. They hadn't expected an ordinary human to injure Qilin. The other 3, however, looked at the familiar figure before them, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Although this was just a dream, they could sense the other's strength and could also enter the dream with their consciousness. They had initially thought someone was having a nightmare about them and came to check it out. Unexpectedly, this wasn't a human's dream, it was their own nightmare. Who dreamed of him? Who was it? Black Bear shouted at the other 2 beasts. Not me. I wouldn't even dare think about him, let alone dream of him. Falcon shook its head repeatedly. I didn't dream of him either. Who is so bored they dream of this guy? Gorilla was getting agitated. Stop arguing. I suggest you run quickly, I'm heading to the ocean floor. The blue whale in the distant ocean transmitted its voice to the 3 remaining beasts, swiftly diving into the deep sea with a flick of its massive tail. The 3 beasts instantly reacted and bolted. The remaining 5 immortals saw the reaction of the 3 and were puzzled. What is wrong with them? Lion asked. Who knows? I actually think this human is quite adorable. I'd love to make him my son. Spider rested its face on its hands, radiating maternal warmth. Adopt a son and then swallow him? Are you learning from the neighbor's mantis eating its mate? The centipede beside him sighed helplessly. That's still better than your guy who steps out the door and never comes back. The monitor lizard flicked its long tongue and sneered. At this moment, the Qilin looked at the bloody hole in its paw. Its face darkened. A lowly insect dares to harm me? I'll make you disappear without a trace. With that, it spewed blazing flames toward Gu Xing, but Gu Xing simply raised his hand, and the flames were effortlessly dispersed to the sides. What? The Qilin was shocked. This firepower was enough to destroy the entire base. Yet the man before it blocked it with one hand. Gu Xing stared at the familiar Qilin, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it, this is a dream. A dream. He actually dreamed of the past he least wanted to remember. Since I'm here, I won't feel satisfied unless I beat you all up. This time, I'll kill every one of you. After speaking, Gu Xing waved his hand, and the sky suddenly darkened. A black curtain dotted with stars directly enveloped the Qilin. All that could be heard were the Qilin's painful screams and the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. In less than 3 seconds, the black curtain vanished, and the Qilin disappeared completely without a trace. The remaining 5 beasts stared in shock. They could feel that the Qilin's presence had completely vanished. Even its soul for resurrection was entirely obliterated. Before they could react, the man in front of them smiled faintly. Now it's your turn. The remaining 5 beasts looked at Gu Xing, a strong sense of fear surging in their hearts. The lion's eyes widened, its voice trembling. Who is this guy? How can he be so terrifying? The spider's once kind gaze turned wary. The Qilin is the weakest here, and even a group of us together might not be able to kill it. The centipede shook its legs hesitantly. But he just took down the Qilin so easily. Do we really stand a chance? The monitor lizard flicked its long tongue, a hint of apprehension flashing in its eyes. How will we know if we don't try? We can't just sit here and wait to die. The lion gritted its teeth and roared angrily to bolster its courage. Let's fight. If we die, so be it. The 5 beasts exchanged glances and simultaneously lunged at Gu Xing. Seeing this, Gu Xing's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Overestimating yourselves. He gently raised his hand, and the already gloomy sky grew darker. A massive pressure instantly pinned the 5 beasts down, rendering them immobile. How is this possible? The lion screamed. A human? How can he possess such power? The spider cried out in despair. Gu Xing clenched his fist, and 5 muffled sounds echoed in the air as the bodies of the 5 beasts exploded into fragments. That's done. Time to find the ones who ran away, Gu Xing muttered softly, closing his eyes to sense the whereabouts of the 4 fleeing beasts. He was the star god. As long as they remained on this planet, they couldn't escape. In an instant, the fleeing beasts were enveloped in black and teleported back. Even the giant whale that had dived deep into the ocean was dragged up, thrashing its tail in terror. Just as Gu Xing was about to annihilate them all, a powerful suction force suddenly pulled him away. His consciousness dissipated, and his physical form in the dream vanished along with it. The 4 beasts stared at the empty ground, exchanging bewildered looks. Was this dream the monster's? Could it be? He's reincarnated and returned? The gorilla muttered in disbelief. The falcon hurriedly said, It must be. We need to find him immediately and stop him from getting stronger. Exactly. We absolutely can't let him have the chance to grow. The other beasts nodded in agreement. Damn it. Gu Xing opened his eyes, and the first thing he said was a curse. Having a nightmare in his dream was bad enough, but it didn't even let him enjoy himself. If only he had managed to eliminate the remaining 4 beasts in his dream back then, he wouldn't have so many troubles now. But it's strange, maybe because it was a dream, that black dragon didn't appear. Gu Xing touched his chin, lost in thought. He clearly remembered that he had planned to annihilate his opponents, but a black dragon suddenly tore through space and appeared, forcing him to sign a 1,000-year contract. Gu Xing had seen the black dragon's status panel, and it clearly displayed the word danger, meaning he couldn't possibly defeat it. In the end, he had no choice but to painfully sign the agreement. But shortly after signing, he transmigrated here. Could this dream be the black dragon's doing? Just as Gu Xing was speculating, a system notification suddenly popped up. Detected a calamity-level beast skill, successfully fixed this bug. Gu Xing was completely confused. So, the skill just now was cast by a calamity-level beast? But how could someone like him, a minor character, be targeted by a calamity-level beast? Could it be Shishio's doing? But isn't Shishio locked up in prison? Could he have escaped? Just as this thought emerged, the phone rang. It was Qian Yuan calling. As soon as Gu Xing answered, Qian Yuan urgently asked, Brother Xing, are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Did Shishio escape? Gu Xing immediately asked. No, he's dead. His life force was drained completely, and even soul summoning couldn't retrieve his soul. He's utterly dead. He must have used some secret method to try to drag you down with him. So I called to let you know, Qian Yuan explained. After hearing Qian Yuan's words, Gu Xing replied, I'm fine, don't worry. No wonder he was cultivating peacefully and suddenly had a nightmare. That guy clearly wanted to trap him in the dream and prevent him from waking up. But for Gu Xing, this nightmare was merely the last moment before defeating the beasts and starting a tough life. Thinking of this, Gu Xing gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. He really wanted to go back to his planet and just farm. Buzz, his phone vibrated again. This time it was Sun Yanqi calling. Sun Yanqi is calling. I'll hang up now, Gu Xing said. He ended Qian Yuan's call and answered Sun Yanqi's, already knowing what she wanted to ask, and immediately responded, I'm fine. Hearing his straightforward reply, Sun Yinshi knew Qian Yuan must have already explained the situation. She softly acknowledged and continued. Shortly after Shishio's death, a calamity-level dream-type beast that our family was tracking suddenly lost its life force. When we arrived at the scene, we only found the corpse. There were no visible wounds, the soul was gone, and there was no contract mark on its body. Gu Xing looked at the system notification on his panel and listened to Sun Yinshi's report, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. So, the system's way of fixing a bug was this brutal? Sun Yinshi's words carried a hint of suspicion, as if she wanted to ask whether the beast's death had anything to do with him. This definitely can't be said. Gu Xing pretended to ponder for a moment and said, these two things are indeed strange. I just woke up from that bizarre dream, and the details are still unclear. A bizarre dream? Sun Yinshi pressed further. Can you tell me what kind of dream it was? It was a dream about a black monster. After seeing it, I felt mentally off, but… Gu Xing paused and continued. Then a white light appeared and killed the shadow, and I woke up. Then you called. A white light. Sun Yinshi thought for a moment, guessing that someone might have saved Gu Xing. This matter is still under investigation. Be careful recently, and maybe go to the hospital for a checkup, she reminded. Don't worry, I will. Gu Xing agreed, casually chatted a bit more, and then hung up. After hanging up, Gu Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Investigate all you want no matter how you look into it. It won't lead back to me. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill a disaster-level alien beast from a distance. Of course, it wasn't him who killed it, it was the system fixing a bug. Thinking of this, Gu Xing's tense nerves finally relaxed. He lay back on the bed, lazily closed his eyes, and said, Next time you come into my room, remember to knock, got it? The shadow on the ground trembled slightly, slowly moved to the door, and extended a hand from the darkness to gently knock on the door. Gu Xing. He knew that the people from the Star Temple were all a bit off in the head, so he changed the subject. By the way, did you and Yang Xiaoming ask for a reward? Mo Qing, having completed the mission and been reinstated to his original position, should logically apply for some kind of reward. Yes, Mo Qing's voice came from the shadows, and then his figure slowly emerged. Gu Xing sat up curiously, looking at Mo Qing. Oh, tell me, what reward did you ask for? The Star Temple was so wealthy they should be able to give something good, he thought as he observed. Mo Qing knelt on one knee, his tone extremely respectful. I requested to stay and accompany you. As a member of the Star Temple, being able to stay by the Star God's side was the highest honor, far more precious than any material reward. Gu Xing. Seeing his odd expression, Mo Qing grew a bit nervous, immediately kneeling even lower and bowing his head with a trembling voice. Apologies. Star God, I made the decision to stay by your side without your permission. Gu Xing waved his hand. Hey, I'm not blaming you. I'm just curious, why are you so loyal to me? Just because I'm the Star God. If this were in the game, he could say it was a system setting requiring loyalty to the Star God. But this is reality. Reality is far more complex than a game. Why are you all still so loyal? He really wanted to know why an S-class genius with perfected 6th-tier advanced combat power would be so devoted to him, a G-class student with only 4th-tier strength. Is it just because he's the Star God? You are the Star God. Everyone in the Star Temple unwaveringly pledges loyalty to the Star God. Mo Qing answered, head lowered, word by word. Then what if I'm not the Star God? Gu Xing deliberately tested. Mo Qing's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. His voice choked, as if he was about to cry. Ew. You are the Star God. Lord Star God, are you going to abandon us? Seeing the man in his 20s so anxious he was about to cry, Gu Xing quickly explained, Hey, that's not what I meant. I was just asking casually. You've just met me and are already so loyal. What if I really were an unscrupulous successor of the Star God? Wouldn't you be in trouble then? Hearing that Gu Xing wasn't planning to abandon them, Mo Qing finally relaxed. He lowered his head respectfully, his voice full of reverence. Your aura has always remained in the Great Hall. We worship it every week. Your aura is identical to the one in the hall. You are undoubtedly our Star God, and moreover, at this point, Mo Qing lowered his head even further, his voice becoming even more deferential. The orders of the Star God are supreme. Every decision you make is wise and flawless. We are the sword in your hand. A sword does not need its own emotions, it only needs to loyally execute orders, shield you from the wind and rain, and charge into battle for you. As Gu Xing listened, an image of a group of people kneeling and worshipping his statue immediately popped into his mind. Moreover, for Mo Qing to recite such a long speech so smoothly, he must have memorized it countless times. Thinking about them reciting these words every day, it felt like some kind of cult brainwashing ritual. Stand up. Remember to keep my identity a secret. Don't tell anyone, understand? It was terrifying, truly terrifying. If a group of people chased after him shouting such overly dramatic lines, he'd want to go back to his gaming days and give himself a good slap. At least for now, he absolutely couldn't accept it. Yes. Mo Qing stood up, bowing respectfully, then cautiously asked, "Then, my lord, may I continue to stay by your side?" Stay? Run errands for me," Gu Xing said indifferently. After all, he did need someone to help with errands like grocery shopping and picking up deliveries. He was too lazy to go downstairs himself. "Thank you, my lord." Mo Qing was about to kneel again, but Gu Xing immediately pulled him up. "Enough. Stop kneeling all the time. It's too futile." "Yes." Mo Qing bowed. Originally, Gu Xing planned to let Mo Qing leave first, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, Gu Xing pulled out a crystal core like a magician and handed it to Mo Qing. "This is your mission reward. When you break through to the 7th tier, let me know, and I'll help you absorb this calamity level skill." This was the skill container given to him by Libra back in the day, and it was also the power core from Shishio's sister. The crystal core came from a calamity level chameleon dragon lizard, and the calamity level skill, 10,000 breath mimicry, inside was perfect for Mo Qing. Mo Qing had been stuck at the peak of the 6th tier for 2 months, so he was likely to break through soon. Anyway, the crystal core was just sitting there unused. Seeing the crystal core in his hand, Mo Qing was so excited his hands trembled uncontrollably. He had tried applying for such a crystal core before, but it was too rare, and his abilities and contributions weren't enough to qualify. He had thought he'd have to settle for a lower grade one, but now not only could he stay by the Star Goddess side, he also received the crystal core he had been longing for, and it was personally handed to him by the Star God. This was an honor that, 1,000 years ago, only the 12 constellations who achieved great feats could receive. Mo Qing tightly gripped the crystal core and immediately knelt down. "Thank you, Star God." Gu Xing. "Didn't they say that the new Dragon Nation forbids slavery and doesn't allow casual kneeling? Forget it. This kind of habit can't be changed overnight." So, Gu Xing waved his hand. "All right, go quickly and train well." "Yes." Mo Qing responded, turned into a shadow, and slipped out through the crack in the door. He needed to seize the time to train and break through the 7th tier as soon as possible, so the Star God could personally guide him. After Mo Qing's presence completely disappeared, Gu Xing slowly lay back on the bed, furrowing his brows, and opened the system panel, muttering, "Strange. What time is it already? And why haven't the star points been credited yet?" Recalling that the star points hadn't been credited when Shishio was captured, he could barely understand it at the time. After all, Shishio was still alive then, and the matter wasn't over. But now Shishio was dead, his soul had dissipated. So why haven't the star points arrived yet? Could it be that the challenge task is deliberately withholding them from me? Gu Xing squinted his eyes, staring at the panel with a face full of doubt. Perhaps sensing Gu Xing's suspicion, the system panel suddenly popped up. Hint: Shishio's soul harbors danger and has not found peace. Gu Xing froze, his face full of confusion. What? Didn't he already sell his soul just to kill me? How could his soul still exist? Hint: the target has been eliminated, but Shishio's soul has not been utilized. Seeing this reply, Gu Xing suddenly understood. It turned out that the alien beast hadn't had time to devour Shishio's soul before dying, and Shishio's soul, having been captured and then released, had now become a free soul. So that means... Gu Xing glanced around, his back feeling a bit chilly. That guy's soul might be wandering around me, right? Hint: you can use star power to enhance your vision and see souls with heavy resentment. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Forget it, I don't want to see. Even if he didn't look, he could guess that Shishio was definitely cursing him nearby. Then how do I deal with this? Do I really have to wait for him to disappear on his own? Gu Xing muttered to himself. Given Shishio's level of hatred towards him, it would take at least a year or two for the soul to dissipate. If the soul doesn't disappear within 3 months, his bet with the system would be in jeopardy. 300 star points that would require him to train non-stop from now on to accumulate them. And he still wanted to improve his basic attributes. Just then, the system suddenly popped up another hint. Prerequisite met. Skill information unlocked. Past pain shadow. Experience pain. Transform pain. And gain rewards. Gu Xing. He suddenly remembered the skill he had spent 100 star points on, but hadn't fully unlocked before. So, this is how the skill's trigger condition works. Gu Xing muttered to himself, having a rough idea now. Not only could he see the skill description, but he could also roughly understand how to use it. Simply put, it involved delving deep into the target's memories, finding their most painful moments, and then soothing and intervening to gain rewards. The amount of reward depended entirely on the value of the target. Put the rewards aside for now. The most important thing is to soothe Shishio's soul and obtain the star points. Without hesitation, Gu Xing took a deep breath, gathered the power of the stars in his eyes, and began searching for Shishio's whereabouts. As soon as he activated it, he saw Shishio using 2 phantom hands to strangle his neck, staring at him with hollow eyes, muttering the word die repeatedly. It seemed Shishio's hatred for him was truly deep. However, the current Shishio was merely a wisp of resentment, without consciousness, only mechanically repeating curses. Gu Xing sighed. How pitiful. Yet, he also understood that pitiful people often have traits that make them unpleasant. Gu Xing placed his hand on Shishio's head, closed his eyes, and softly said, I understand. I change. I give you freedom. As Gu Xing whispered, the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly. Then, a flash of white light appeared, and a powerful force suddenly pulled at his consciousness. Simple and direct, satisfying face slapping. If you don't like it, you can skip to chapter 124. When he opened his eyes again, what appeared before him was not a bedroom, but a somewhat worn-out rice bowl. It seemed he had entered the instance, right? At that moment, someone placed a piece of meat into the bowl. Gu Xing looked up and saw 3 people in front of him. His brain automatically recognized their identities: father, mother, and sister. His mother picked up a piece of meat for his sister, her tone firm and unquestionable. Here, eat the meat. We'll eat the vegetables. We've treated you like this, so don't let us down. Gu Xing frowned. Such a cliché line. He wanted to retort, but found himself unable to speak. His sister silently ate her meal without responding. Seeing no reaction from either of them, his mother's smile instantly disappeared, and she slammed her chopsticks onto the table with a crisp sound. But louder than the sound of the chopsticks was his mother's voice. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? His father finished eating and smoked in silence, his face gloomy amidst the swirling smoke, reprimanding. Are you mute? Seeing Gu Xing remain silent, his sister had no choice but to muster the courage to respond. Got it. His mother, instead of softening, became even more severe, glaring at his sister. If you understand, then act on it. Look at your brother, his grades are always at the top. And you? Always average. We work hard to support your education, not to let you freeload. His sister gripped her chopsticks tightly, looking helpless. After scolding his sister, his mother turned to Gu Xing and continued to reprimand. And you? Don't be satisfied with just being in the top few. Can you try to get first place? If you can't, it means you're not working hard enough. If you don't work hard, don't even think about awakening a good ability. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. This logic was truly absurd. Seeing Gu Xing still silent, his mother roared, Speak. Are you mute? At this moment, Gu Xing finally felt he could speak, and simultaneously, a panel popped up. Mission: change the final outcome. Outcome deviation: 0%. Seeing this information, Gu Xing understood that Shishio's original ending was to fall into darkness and join Paradise Lost. Now, he had to change this ending. Thinking of this, Gu Xing retorted without hesitation. If hard work really worked, then what would be the point of geniuses? The younger sister looked at Gu Xing in shock, almost unable to believe it. When the parents heard this, the mother immediately stood up, pointed at Gu Xing, her finger trembling, and said, "You, what did you just say?" Gu Xing smiled at his mother and calmly replied, "I just said, you always say that hard work leads to success, but you've worked so hard. Why haven't you seen success? Could it be?" He glanced at his parents and suddenly realized, "So you don't want to work hard yourselves, but want others to work hard for you?" Seriously, unwilling to put in effort and only talking about it if it were me. I could do that too. Gu Xing mocked sarcastically. You. The mother was rendered speechless, unable to say a word for a long time. "You ungrateful child," the parents shouted angrily, raising their hands to hit him. Gu Xing quickly jumped away, dodging them. No way, he didn't want to get hit while completing a task. "Don't be so quick to act. Am I wrong?" Gu Xing was about to continue speaking when suddenly a red warning box popped up. Plot deviation too high. Memory replica malfunction detected at that moment. The entire scene began to distort, and Gu Xing's vision blurred. When he could see clearly again, he found himself sitting at a desk, holding a comic book in his hand. Huh? What's going on? Gu Xing looked at the action-packed comic in his hand and glanced around. The space was small, with only a simple single bed and a study desk. Due to the memory replica being based on the creator's own memories, the deviation is too high, and the plot cannot continue. Skipping directly to the next plot point, ending deviation, 30%, I see. Gu Xing looked at the message and understood. His words earlier had been too sharp, impacting Shishio's memory and causing the system to crash. An increase of 30% in one go. If I say a few more things, won't it be resolved? Gu Xing thought to himself. At this moment, the system issued another red warning. Memory replica collapse rate. 50% warning. If the collapse rate reaches 100%, the replica will be forcibly closed, and rewards will not be obtained. Gu Xing sighed. I haven't even started trying, and this replica can't handle it. He scoffed, looking at the comic in his hand, muttering to himself, "What does this comic have to do with the plot?" Gu Xing opened the comic. The storyline was very cliché, a warrior defeating a dragon to save the world. On the last page, the warrior raised his sword and said to the reader, "Anyone can become a warrior, as long as you're willing to pick up the sword and fight back." Looks like he didn't see the ending. Gu Xing closed the book and sighed. After all, if he had seen the ending, he would have chosen to fight back instead of constantly complaining. Only by knowing how to resist can there be a way out. If you don't save yourself, no one else can help you. Just as Gu Xing was about to observe carefully, suddenly, with a bang, the door was slammed open. He turned his head and saw his parents glaring at him, while his younger sister stood beside them, complaining to them with a grievance. "Mom, Dad, look, brother is reading comics again." The parents' gaze fell on the comic book in Gu Xing's hand. Father frowned, quickly walked over, snatched the comic book, tore it to pieces, and shouted loudly, "I let you study, not read this kind of thing." Mother also looked worried. "Son, you can't waste time on these irrelevant things. You should focus on studying and strive to awaken a powerful ability." Seeing his parents start to scold him, Gu Xing guessed they had forgotten about his earlier outburst. He spoke up, "Haven't you ever gone to school?" His parents froze for a moment. "You ungrateful child, whether I went to school or not is none of your business," Father said angrily, raising his hand to hit him, but Gu Xing dodged. Plot collapse rate, 60% sigh. Gu Xing took a deep breath. Could the plot collapse even without him saying anything? "Wait, listen to me." Gu Xing stopped his father and explained seriously. The high school elective course, Essential Guide to Ability Awakening, says that ability awakening is related to personal attributes, personality, interests, lifestyle habits, attitude, and even background. Having hobbies can help enhance ability levels. If I can deeply explore my hobbies, perhaps my ability will greatly improve because of this passion. So I'm not wasting time, I'm doing this for you, desperately seeking every opportunity to enhance my ability. Hearing this, his father paused, and his mother looked bewildered. For us? Gu Xing saw a chance and immediately put on a pitiful and innocent expression. "I thought my hard work would earn your trust, but I didn't expect." After speaking, Gu Xing turned his head, looked up, and tried hard to hold back tears, his voice slightly choked. It's okay. After all, you're my parents. If you want me to give up my hobbies, then I'll give them up. If my ability awakening doesn't meet expectations because I didn't delve deep enough, I'll only blame myself. Why? Despite working so hard, I still couldn't meet your expectations. But if you could understand me, support me, and give me the courage to pursue my dreams, awaken an S-level ability or higher, then when I appear on TV in the future, I would say, thanks to my parents for supporting me in pursuing my dreams, I have become who I am today. But unfortunately, at this point, Gu Xing sighed. It seems all of this is impossible now. When his father heard that reading comics could lead to appearing on TV, he immediately fell silent. His mother, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Son, is what you said true?" Oh, reverse psychology worked, and it wasn't broken. The act wasn't over yet, so naturally, it had to continue. You can search it on your phone, but for now. Gu Xing gave them a disappointed look, lowered his head, and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that because of this matter, I have already lost your trust. It seems that even if I want to understand you, it's wrong. As long as you seize the initiative, no one can easily control you. Mother cautiously walked over, looking at the torn comic book on the ground, appearing somewhat at a loss. Father immediately took out his phone, searched as Gu Xing suggested, and indeed found that sentence, which was indeed from the high school elective textbook. The two fell silent, unwilling to apologize or admit their mistake. Gu Xing saw through their thoughts and smiled faintly. It's okay. You just want me to study well, I understand. Although not having hobbies might affect awakening abilities, I won't blame you. After all, you are my parents. His parents felt even more guilty but kept their mouths tightly shut, only dryly reminding Gu Xing to rest well before leaving. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. This matter should be considered resolved. As for the claim that not having hobbies would lower ability levels, it might, but the impact wouldn't be significant. Unless it's someone with extraordinary talent, born with special abilities. However, his parents definitely wouldn't go to the hospital to consult experts. They'd just search aimlessly online, believing those exaggerated half-baked theories. The next day, Gu Xing received brand new comic books identical to the ones before. Receiving this gift, Gu Xing was a bit surprised. It seemed his words had truly been heard. Since that was the case, he decided to prepare a preemptive measure, immediately switching to a super praise mode. Hugging the comic books with a face full of happiness, he said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad. You're amazing. I'm really happy to have such open-minded parents. In the future, when I awaken powerful abilities and get into a top university, I'll make sure you live a good life." Whether the future could be realized or not was irrelevant. Painting a big picture was the most important thing, and it had to be the kind of picture they wanted to hear. After all, their family had always been quiet, with no one praising anyone. The parents were always critical, and the child could only silently cope. This time, they made a small compensation and received so much praise in return. Although the parents were happy, they maintained their authority and could only dryly say, "Don't spend all your time on hobbies. Studying is still the most important thing. Don't let hobbies interfere with your academics." Gu Xing naturally nodded. "Don't worry, I'll balance my studies and hobbies well. I won't let hobbies affect my studies." Deviation from ending. 60%. As the panel popped up, the surrounding scene began to distort. Oh, the first two times were at home, but today it actually shifted to school. Gu Xing stood in the equipment room, looking down at the familiar school uniform, and sighed. I didn't expect Shishio to be in the same high school as me. Being able to get into #1 high school was enough to prove Shishio was a true genius. If he didn't stray off course, he'd definitely be a promising talent. But unfortunately, is this school bullying this time? Gu Xing looked at the few people walking toward him, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He had already figured out how to play this scenario. It was just about helping someone fulfill their wish. The first plot was parental suppression, where he simply needed to resist. The second plot was hobbies not being understood, where he had to make his parents understand and support him. The third plot was this school bullying, which was even simpler. Speaking of which, I haven't fought in a long time. Gu Xing stretched his arms, getting used to this frail body. It was indeed quite weak, but dealing with a few unawakened punks would still be easy. Hey, planning to fight back today? The leader, a yellow-haired boy, smirked disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. The softy finally wants to act tough, haha. No matter how tough you act, you're still a softy. The lackeys behind him laughed mockingly, not taking Gu Xing seriously at all. Gu Xing looked at them and maintained a polite smile. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll make the first move. As soon as his words fell, Gu Xing grabbed a steel pipe nearby, strode forward, and swung it directly at the blonde-haired guy's head. The blonde-haired guy hadn't even reacted before his vision went black, and he passed out instantly. What? The other lackeys were stunned by the scene. Shock flashed across their faces, but they quickly snapped out of it and rushed toward Gu Xing, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. However, it seemed as though Gu Xing had anticipated their movements. His body moved with the agility of a swimming dragon, weaving through the crowd. Every strike he made was precise and deadly. He showed no mercy after all. This was just a memory replication. Even killing someone here wouldn't matter. The only thing that mattered was getting it done. In less than 5 minutes, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Gu Xing tossed aside the broken steel pipe, frowning at the bloodstains on his hands. He clicked his tongue in disdain. As expected, without the protection of Starforce, no matter how careful I am, I can't avoid getting splattered. Deviation from ending. 90%. The system's notification panel popped up, leaving Gu Xing a bit puzzled. Could there be more to this? He flipped through Shishio's records. At most, there were only these 3 hurdles. Could there really be something else? Don't tell me. I have to reject Paradise Lost's invitation in person. Gu Xing muttered to himself softly, glancing at the time. It was just after school hours, and he needed to head home. Following the body's memories, Gu Xing returned to a house that felt somewhat unfamiliar. His parents weren't home, and only a girl sat on the couch, staring at him intently. Why are you staring at me? Gu Xing asked, his face full of confusion. He wasn't very familiar with this younger sister and didn't want to get involved in matters unrelated to his mission. Besides, she wasn't cute at all, nothing compared to his own little sister. Though his own sister was a lowly arms dealer, she was adorable and could protect him, a useless G-rank loser. The girl continued to stare at Gu Xing, speaking cautiously. You're not Shishio. Who are you? Gu Xing froze for a moment, then smiled, took off his shoes, and sat down on the couch next to her without hesitation. He replied calmly, Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm helping your brother accomplish what he wanted to do. What he wanted to do. The girl glanced at the bloodstains on Gu Xing's clothes, fell silent for a moment, then asked, So, did my brother live well afterward? Your brother. Gu Xing thought for a moment before saying, I don't know if he lived well, but the ending certainly wasn't good. He failed to complete his misdeeds, got caught, made a contract with a Calamity-class entity, had his soul bound, and even needed the help of an archenemy. What a miserable fate. Hearing this, the girl didn't get angry. Instead, she seemed a bit melancholic. Perhaps that's just the kind of ending people like us are destined for. Gu Xing looked at the girl curiously and asked, How long have you been trapped here? The girl did not hide the truth and replied calmly, Ever since I was taken away and turned into a puppet, my soul has been trapped here. She looked at Gu Xing, a trace of apology flashing in her eyes. I'm sorry. If I had been brave enough to resist like you, maybe our fates would have been different. Gu Xing shook his head. No, even if you had resisted, it wouldn't have made a difference. He sighed and continued. Those parents are just stubborn. Reasoning with them is useless. The girl was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to say that. But I can still help you see things more clearly, Gu Xing said earnestly. Your parents' hardships have nothing to do with you, and their pain is not your fault. The girl asked in confusion, But isn't it because we failed to meet their expectations that they feel pain? Gu Xing sighed, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Why think like that? Those hardships weren't caused by you. They're just looking for excuses, pushing their failures and pain onto you, making you bear their suffering. At this point, he couldn't help but start venting. I really don't understand these people, selfish and stubborn, incompetent yet bossy, unwilling to keep up with the times, forcing outdated ideas onto their children. When faced with problems they can't solve, they vent their frustrations at home. Useless outside, acting like kings at home, taking it out on their kids. Their lives are just like that. Gu Xing spoke passionately, and the girl couldn't help but laugh. You're really interesting. If we had met you earlier, maybe we would have turned out differently. Gu Xing thought for a moment. If you had met me earlier, you probably wouldn't have listened to a kindergarten kid preaching. The girl listened, her eyes filled with regret. A soul like mine probably won't have another chance to reincarnate, right? Gu Xing fell silent. The topic was beyond his knowledge. All right, I feel your brother's obsession has dissipated. The girl stood up and smiled at Gu Xing. Thank you, kind-hearted person. Her figure gradually blurred and eventually disappeared into the air. Ending deviation, 100%. Task completed. Returning, Gu Xing thought everything was over and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a glaring red system window popped up. Alert! Unknown force intrusion. Before he could react, his consciousness was swept away by an invisible force, and everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the boundless expanse of space. What is going on? Gu Xing stared at the system interface in front of him, but it kept displaying, attempting repair, spinning endlessly. This was the first time the system had encountered such a tricky situation. Suddenly, the pop-up content changed, and the information became even more alarming. Unable to repair, attempting eradication, eradication in progress, eradication temporarily unavailable. Searching for solutions, attempting communication, communication? With whom? Could it be the force preventing me from returning? At that moment, a giant display window appeared before him, showing only one simple question. Question: do you want freedom? Gu Xing. Stopping me from returning just to ask this. Kind of a dumb question, isn't it? Looks like I have to answer honestly if I want to leave. Gu Xing thought, immediately replying without hesitation. Of course, I've always pursued freedom. Ever since he decided to join that millennium-long battle, everything he did was for the freedom he sought 4 years later. After answering, the text on the panel disappeared. Just as new text was about to appear, a red alert window popped up. Unknown force detected. Communication interrupted immediately after. Gu Xing felt a powerful force pulling him away again. A sudden sense of weightlessness hit him, making him dizzy and nauseous. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a soft bed, surrounded by the familiar layout of his room. He was back. What on earth just happened? Gu Xing looked bewildered, sitting up and scratching his head. How did he suddenly get pulled into space? And why was he asked such inexplicable questions? System, explain this to me. He turned to the system, seeking answers. Insufficient permissions. Gu Xing rolled his eyes. All right, you win. He knew asking further would be pointless. There was too little information, and thinking about it wouldn't help. So he turned his gaze to the clock on the wall. Thankfully, entering the instance doesn't take up real-world time. Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. This realization reassured him. After all, if he urgently entered someone else's memory in the future, it wouldn't cause any noticeable anomalies. At that moment, a new window popped up. Task completed. Rewards being calculated. Calculation successful. Skill reward obtained. Word draw illusion. Word draw illusion. Use words as a medium to create illusions. Note. Requires target observation. This skill is somewhat like a combination of Shishio's innate skill and companion talent. Gu Xing pondered. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the system panel warily. Hey, system, this skill won't take up my skill slot again, will it? He still had an unpaid debt of 300 star points, and now there was another skill. He couldn't afford to give up any of his skills. This skill is a sub-skill of Past Pain Shadow and does not occupy additional skill slots. That's good. Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that this stingy system was finally being generous. Now that he had a new skill, Gu Xing couldn't hold back. He immediately took out paper and pen, casually wrote the character Ludir, and then walked to Gu Yu's room door, gently knocking. Brother, what are you doing here? I'm busy. Gu Yu poked her head out, looking annoyed as she opened the door. Gu Xing held up the paper in his hand, pointing to the character on it, smiling mischievously. Sis, take a look. What character is this? What character? Gu Yu glanced at it, puzzled, and said, It's my horse. Brother, are you losing it? Her brother was acting strange, asking her about such a simple character. Gu Xing was overjoyed. It worked. He could indeed make people mistake a deer for a horse. Nothing, just asking. By the way, What s with this? Gu Xing looked at her white lab coat, his mouth twitching. Still researching bombs. Of course. Wait a moment. Gu Yu turned around, picked up a round, chubby chicken nearby, and handed it to Gu Xing. Here, take this. Gu Xing's eyes widened as he stared at the plump chicken, asking in confusion, is this also a bomb? Of course. Gu Yu introduced proudly, this is my latest invention, the mother-child combo bomb. As she spoke, she pulled an egg out of the chicken's bottom. This egg can be thrown, and different colors have different functions. I added various effects like knockout smoke, tear gas, and explosions. I'll write you a manual later to explain it in detail. Then she put the egg back, grabbed the chicken's head, and pointed at the comb, saying, there's a mechanism here. Just pull this off and throw it, and all the eggs will explode. As for the power, enemies below the 4th tier won't be able to withstand it. At this point, Gu Yu seemed a bit regretful. Using other materials would make it more powerful, but the main idea is to make it look like a toy to lower the opponent's guard. Still, the current power should be enough for you. After saying that, Gu Yu grabbed the chicken's head and prepared to hand the bomb to Gu Xing. Gu Xing quickly waved his hands. No, I don't need a bomb. He already had a seal, a balance, and an illusion in hand. He had no use for such a bomb. Oh, just take it. You don't have to use it as a bomb, you can even hug it like a toy to sleep, Gu Yu said casually, then directly stuffed the bomb chicken into Gu Xing's hands and gave him a thumbs up. I specifically chose the softest material. Hugging it to sleep will definitely be comfortable. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. He didn't have the guts to sleep hugging a bomb. All right, brother, you go play by yourself. I'm busy here. With that, Gu Yu shut the door. Gu Xing, this thing, better throw it into the system space. Gu Xing muttered, casually tossing the bomb chicken into the system space. Who knows, it might come in handy someday, he comforted himself. At that moment, the system panel popped up. Killed a Paradise Lost Monarch level heretic. Star points plus 100 current star points. 241.3 finally settled. I thought it was going to swallow them. He glanced at the remaining star points, and then at the challenge task beside it. Still 60 short. What a headache. Gu Xing sighed. I'll have to ask Qian Yuan and Sun Yanqi to help look for some. Qian family underground training room under the dim light. Qian Yuan sat cross-legged amidst a floor full of crystal cores, eyes closed, focusing on his cultivation. Before long, he opened his eyes and excitedly waved his arms. I've finally reached the perfect realm. Gu Xing, sitting on a luxurious sofa nearby, leisurely sipped his tea and calmly said, if Sun Yanqi were here, your cultivation speed would be at least a third faster. After all, Sun Yanqi gave him a 30% boost. Qian Yuan shook his head and frowned. No way. Being watched by a woman while cultivating feels weird. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. So it's fine if I watch you cultivate? Qian Yuan chuckled awkwardly, playing dumb. I'm just worried you'll get bored. My internet speed at home is fast, surfing is more fun. Recently, Sun Yanqi's contributions had surpassed his, which made him a bit uneasy. After all, the position of Gu Xing's #1 sidekick was his and no one else's. Gu Xing poured Qian Yuan a cup of tea and casually asked, any news about Paradise Lost recently? Accumulating star points on his own was too slow. It was more efficient to hunt down members of Paradise Lost. Even if he couldn't kill them, assisting would still earn him points. Qian Yuan sat across from Gu Xing, downed the tea in one gulp, and sighed, shaking his head. No, Paradise Lost has been very quiet lately. I have a feeling they're secretly planning something big. Gu Xing frowned and asked, is it nationwide? A few days ago, he had asked Sun Yanqi, but still couldn't get any news about the Paradise Lost people. Qian Yuan nodded. I asked others too, but there are no clues. That's strange. Gu Xing muttered, trying to predict, but the result left him stunned. That can't be right. Gu Xing looked at the prediction result, completely puzzled. Why did the prediction show Star Temple? Could it be that they were about to go to war? But the Star Temple and Paradise Lost had always been fighting. There was no need for a special reminder. Gu Xing initially wanted to make a detailed prediction, but thinking about his star points, he ultimately gave up. Although he had quite a few points, he didn't dare to use them recklessly. If he couldn't accumulate enough points within 3 months, his stealth killing skill would be gone. Gu Xing gritted his teeth in frustration. When he didn't need them, they always popped up, but when he needed help, not a single one could be found. Qian Yuan suddenly remembered something and patted his head. Oh right, the squad application has been approved. Brother Xing, when are you free? We need to go to the headquarters to complete the formalities. Gu Xing, still troubled, waved his hand casually. Any time is fine, you guys decide. Qian Yuan decisively said, then tomorrow. The others are getting impatient. Hearing the others, Gu Xing's eyebrow twitched. Who else? Qian Yuan smiled. Just a few S-class students from our class, plus Su Dong, Hu Tianba, and Lu Yaoyao. Their levels and skills are pretty good, so it's convenient to team up for hunting exotic beasts and completing tasks together. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. There were only a few useful ones in the genius class, and they had all been recruited. Homework. What homework? Winter break homework. How could he forget that the genius class still had winter break homework? Qian Yuan sighed, looking helplessly at Gu Xing. Because someone's performance was too outstanding, Yin Wang specifically assigned a task for us to raise our ability association level to bronze before the new semester starts. Gu Xing touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. It wasn't his fault, he had already tried to keep a low profile. See you tomorrow then. I'll head home to rest first. All right, I'll have the driver take you home. The next day, Gu Xing and his group arrived at the headquarters of the Ability Association. Wow, this building is so impressive. As soon as he got out of the car, Su Dong's eyes widened, his mouth half open as if it could fit an egg. This is the first time I've seen such a tall building. Zhou Changming's face was full of amazement. The others were also stunned by the towering and magnificent building in front of them. Although they all attended number 1 high school, they hardly had time to go out. During breaks, they either went home or continued training at martial arts gyms. Gu Xing looked up at the skyscraper and turned to ask, why not go to a branch office? Qian Yuan smiled and said, since we're in Rongyang, of course, we should visit the Su family headquarters. I haven't been here in a long time and want to see how it's changed inside. The Ability Association belonged to the Su family. It not only handled the assignment and reception of various tasks, but also served as an important platform for communication among ability users. Everyone could log into the association's website and freely choose tasks suitable for themselves. Let's go. I've already contacted the receptionist in advance. Sun Yinchi interrupted everyone's thoughts and led the group toward the lobby. Others saw this and quickly followed. As soon as they entered the hall, a strong sense of technology hit them. In the center was a row of orderly service counters, and beside them were numerous task panels densely packed with various missions. The tasks here were different from those directly issued by the National Martial Arts Military District. They were personally posted. From finding lost pet cats to taking care of patients, curing illnesses, saving lives, exploring the spiritual void, and hunting calamity beasts, this place was a massive information exchange market catering to all kinds of needs. However, accessing this information required a certain level of strength verification. By joining the Ability Users Guild, one could become a member, with membership levels divided into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and supreme. Teams also had corresponding rankings. A uniformed staff member had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Gu Xing and his group, she immediately smiled and bowed to welcome them. Welcome, everyone. Please follow me. Under her guidance, Gu Xing and his group arrived at an exclusive waiting room. The interior was simple yet elegant, with soft sofas, a delicate coffee table, and perfectly arranged greenery, creating a comfortable atmosphere. At this moment, another staff member approached holding a tablet and began inputting everyone's information. Gu Xing, Qian Yuan, Sun Yinchi, Hu Tianba, Su Dong, Lu Yaoyao, Zhou Changming, and Qian Fengying 8 names, levels, talents, and categories were all entered into the system one by one. The team member information has been completed. May I ask who will be the team leader? The staff member asked, looking up. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan immediately said, of course, it's my star bro. Gu Xing had already anticipated this, but he glanced at the others and found no objections. Even Su Dong, who had previously opposed him, remained silent. Everyone suddenly became smarter? Actually, Gu Xing didn't know that his photo had quietly been placed on the school's honor wall. The honor wall of First High School only featured the most outstanding students in its 1,000-year history, with fewer than 100 names. Gu Xing was one of them. Due to confidentiality, no achievements were listed under the photo, but the records guaranteed authenticity, making it impossible to fake. Gu Xing's guarantor was Principal Li Dongyu. All right. The staff member, unaware of the details, lightly tapped Gu Xing's name and set him as team leader. Then she added, since the team has more than 2 members, a deputy leader also needs to be selected. Sun Yinshi stepped forward. I'll be the deputy leader. Everyone had no objections and looked at Gu Xing, waiting for his approval. Gu Xing was a bit surprised. You've adapted to the team member role so quickly? He nodded. All right, then Sun Yinshi will be the deputy leader. Sun Yinshi was actually more suited to be the leader, but since everyone wanted him to take the role, he would only hold the title while delegating actual authority to Sun Yinshi. Fortunately, there was someone capable in the team otherwise. He wouldn't be able to slack off. Understood. The staff member quickly submitted the form, put away the tablet, and bowed slightly. The application for the ordinary level team assessment has been submitted. Please wait, the examiner will meet you shortly. After saying this, she turned and left. As the staff member walked away, the atmosphere in the room became relaxed. Hu Tianba, Su Dong, and Zhou Changming, like newcomers to a big scene, looked around curiously. This was their first time in the VIP lounge, and everything felt fresh and new. Although Qian Fengying was curious, her introverted nature kept her standing quietly beside Sun Yinshi, secretly observing her surroundings. Liu Yaoyao had no interest in the luxury and cautiously observed Gu Xing through her glasses. Gu Xing, uninterested in the opulence, walked straight to the sofa, grabbed an orange, skillfully peeled it, and popped a segment into his mouth. The juice instantly filled his palate, and he contentedly ate another piece. Not bad, quite sweet. At this moment, Qian Yuan leaned over, sat beside him, picked up an apple, and took a big bite while complaining, Xingji, this place is way too shabby. I assent it? My family's VIP lounge is much more luxurious, but this apple is decent. Gu Xing swallowed the last piece of orange, thought about the upcoming assessment, and looked up at Sun Yinshi. Was it your idea to apply for the elite squad assessment this time? Ordinary squads only needed to confirm their numbers on site and get a team member certificate. But elite squads were different. Passing an assessment was required to obtain the certificate. Qian Yuan had only mentioned coming to handle the paperwork, not the assessment. Sun Yinshi nodded lightly and explained, I kept my level at Tier 2 perfection, so the assessment will be easier. Once we pass, it'll be more convenient for our squad to upgrade in the future. Gu Xing nodded. All right, that works. He didn't oppose Sun Yinshi's decision, but was curious about who came up with the idea. The assessment was essentially a strength certification. Passing it would unlock more tasks, which was indeed beneficial. As they were chatting, a knock came from the door. Gu Xing looked up and saw a man and a woman walk in. Hello everyone. I'm the proctor for this assessment, Yang Xiaoming. Yang Xiaoming introduced herself with a smile and gestured to the man beside her. This is the assistant proctor, Mo Qing. Mo Qing nodded slightly and said briefly, hello. But his gaze remained fixed on Gu Xing. Gu Xing thought to himself, has the Star Temple changed professions to paparazzi now? They just want to leave me alone. Xingji, that assistant proctor keeps staring at you. Do you know them? Qian Yuan whispered as he leaned closer, pulling an orange out of his spatial ring and handing it to Gu Xing. Xingji, eat this. I brought it from home, it's better than the ones here. Not really, Gu Xing replied casually, taking the orange and peeling it to taste. It's definitely better than the ones in the fruit platter. Hee, Xingji, if you want more, I've got plenty here. The assessment doesn't restrict the use of spatial items, so I brought a lot of snacks. Gu Xing. As Qian Yuan spoke, he suddenly felt a chill down his back, as if something was staring at him, making him extremely uncomfortable. He turned to look, but saw nothing except the 2 proctors. Weird, Qian Yuan muttered, rubbing his neck. Just now, he thought there might be a bounty hunter hiding here, ready to kill him. Yang Xiaoming smiled and asked, who are the captain and vice captain? We need to discuss the specifics of the assessment. Her face was all smiles, but her gaze remained fixed on Gu Xing. Gu Xing thought, what is there to discuss? Can't we just start already? But as he was currently only a regular captain, he couldn't directly issue orders to the proctors and had to follow their arrangements. He walked over. As Gu Xing moved away, the tense aura around Yang Xiaoming and Mo Qing instantly dissipated. Sun Yinshi also walked over, holding the prepared materials, and said, "The squad's assessment task is to hunt a Lord-level exotic beast of the same level. The highest level in our squad is second-tier perfection. I've already chosen the assessment location in Lingshu. It's right here." She pointed to the map on the materials, explaining clearly, "The assessment is based on the highest level among the members, and the highest level determines the exotic beast to be hunted. If Sun Yinshi breaks through to the early stage of the third tier, the assessment would involve facing a third-tier exotic beast, doubling the difficulty. This is why she has been holding back from breaking through to the third tier despite being capable of doing so. A normal-level Lingshu, a second-tier, Lord-level fire-tailed horse, meets the assessment requirements." Yang Xiaoming nodded, then turned to Gu Xing and asked, "Are you sure you want to choose this?" Gu Xing nodded. He was just cooperating with the process, leaving the specifics to Sun Yinshi, who was the most reliable. "All right, then let's set off," Yang Xiaoming said, turning to lead the way. "Hey, aren't we going to Lingshu? Why aren't we heading straight out?" Hu Tianba asked, watching Yang Xiaoming lead them deeper into the building instead of exiting through the main door, feeling puzzled. Sun Yinshi casually replied, "Guilds with money and proper registration build teleportation arrays, allowing direct teleportation to the desired Lingshu." "Oh, I see," Zhou Chaming nodded. He had thought teleportation arrays were only available in a few places or could only teleport to important locations, not expecting even normal-level Lingshu to have them. Su Dong's eyes lit up. "Does that mean we can use teleportation arrays to travel between cities without taking vehicles? That would be so convenient." He particularly suffered from motion sickness, so teleportation would be a dream come true for him. Wishful thinking. The smallest single-person teleportation array costs at least 10,000 to tens of millions per use, Qian Yuan added. Even the minimum 10,000 can only teleport within a city. The five of them fell silent upon hearing this. 10,000 yuan was enough for them to travel by plane or car to any accessible destination. Seeing everyone discouraged, Sun Yinshi thought for a moment and reminded them. After successfully passing the normal-level squad assessment, squad members can use city teleportation 3 times a month for free and provincial teleportation once a month for free. Everyone's eyes lit up. This instantly felt like a significant boost in combat capability. A single city teleportation costs 10,000, so passing the assessment would essentially mean earning over 50,000 yuan monthly for free. Can this benefit be sold? Su Dong asked eagerly. Qian Yuan shook his head, wishful thinking. Without certification, you can't pass the mechanical teleportation audit. However, there are exceptions, Yang Xiaoming said, standing by the machine next to the teleportation gate and placing her examiner's certificate on it. She continued, "The supervising examiner can bring uncertified rookies along for teleportation, but it must go through an audit and still cannot be resold." Gu Xing overheard their conversation and turned to Su Dong, asking, "Why do you want to resell it? Are you facing any difficulties?" He remembered Qian Yuan mentioning that Su Dong's grandmother was in poor health. This guy had almost been led astray by Gao Yuan's words before. If he was truly in trouble, Gu Xing wouldn't stand by and do nothing. No, it's nothing. I was just asking casually." Su Dong quickly waved his hand. Although Gu Xing had helped him before, he still felt embarrassed to ask for help, and Gu Xing hadn't blamed him for his previous rudeness. Gu Xing looked at Su Dong's evasive expression and didn't press further. With a click, the portal slowly opened, revealing a space resembling an elevator. The walls and floor were engraved with intricate formation patterns, with a crystal core embedded at the center of each formation. Gu Xing examined them closely. The quality of these crystal cores was all above level 6, and the one at the very center was a level 7 monarch-grade core, worth millions. "Everyone, come on up. The teleportation is about to start," Yang Xiaoming called out to the group. They all stepped onto the teleportation array, and Yang Xiaoming input the coordinates. The crystal cores began to glow, and the light traveled along the formation patterns. When all the patterns lit up, a feeling of weightlessness surged through them. Then, with a ding, the elevator doors opened. The scenery outside had completely changed. They had arrived at the outpost station. The outpost was a resting station within Lingshu, where one could buy supplies and sell materials. At the exit of the watchtower, Everyone received an emergency rescue device for Lingxiu. This device was a lifesaver in times of danger pressing. It would send a signal to the watchtower, and nearby ability users would also receive the location. All right, let's set off, Sun Yinshi said, pulling out a map to lead the group in search of the Firetail Horse Lord's lair. They crossed the desert, the sand beneath their feet scorched by the blazing sun, each step radiating heat. Finally, a group of fiery red firetail horses appeared in their sight, leisurely grazing among the withered grass. Their tails resembled burning flames, occasionally flicking and scattering sparks that easily ignited the surrounding dry grass, leaving patches of charred ground. These were just ordinary and elite-level firetail horses. The true lord had yet to appear. The group avoided these firetail horses and ventured deeper, arriving at a stream where they spotted a different firetail horse. This horse was quietly drinking water, its tail fully ablaze, gently swaying with its movements. "We came at the perfect time," Qian Yuan said in a low voice, surprised. Typically, a lord-level firetail horse would be surrounded by a group of followers, but this one had clearly come alone. "Mid-tier level 2, not bad," Sun Yinshi said as she put away the scanner and called everyone to start discussing the battle plan. Gu Xing leaned in to listen, his brows gradually furrowing. "Wait a minute? Why wasn't he included in this battle plan? What about me?" Gu Xing asked. Sun Yinshi looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "You're too strong. This time, we want to try it ourselves." "Gu Xing, being strong is a mistake now?" "All right then." Gu Xing had originally planned to take it easy, and seeing no objections, he began to relax. After finalizing the tactics, the group cautiously advanced toward the lord-level firetail horse. Gu Xing climbed onto a half-human height rock, took out a cushion, and sat down leisurely, ready to watch the show. Yang Xiaoming and Mo Qing saw this and came over to join him. While the battle raged on over there, Gu Xing was enjoying a moment of leisure here. He took out a piece of candy from his space, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Casually, he asked Mo Qing, "How much longer until your breakthrough?" Mo Qing replied respectfully, "Within a month." Gu Xing nodded and turned to Yang Xiaoming. "What about you? Do you want me to help you absorb a skill?" In his previous life, he could guarantee that the people of the Star God Hall would absorb the skills they desired with 100% success. Even now, with the power of the stars, he could still help. Yang Xiaoming didn't expect Gu Xing to show concern and shook her head with a smile. "It's still early. Thank you for your kindness, Star God." Since that was the case, Gu Xing didn't say much and focused entirely on observing Sun Yinshi's battle. The Firetail Horse Lord had 3 skills, the most dangerous being Magma Surge, which could instantly cause scorching magma to erupt from the ground. But for Sun Yinshi, it wasn't a problem. Her innate ice domain was enough to counter the Firetail Horse. This battle was sure to be a victory for them. As Gu Xing was intently observing, Yang Xiaoming suddenly broke the silence. "You'd better avoid using star power recently. If you must use it, make sure to hide it with a shielding spell." Gu Xing paused upon hearing this, his brows furrowing slightly. He turned to Yang Xiaoming and asked in confusion, "What exactly has been happening lately?" Yang Xiaoming's expression turned serious. "Recently, both the exotic beasts and the Lost Paradise have been very unstable. As soon as they discover our people, they attack madly." She added more details. "Our relationship with Lost Paradise has always been tense. Now that they're going all out, we can only fight back with everything we've got, an eye for an eye." Gu Xing's brows furrowed deeper as he listened. No wonder the people from Lost Paradise had vanished without a trace recently. It turned out they were engaged in full-scale war with the Star God Hall. As for why the war started, Gu Xing speculated that it was likely due to his previous actions in the Dream Realm being discovered by those 4 immortals. After all, when someone's power reaches a certain level, they can perceive and observe everything like a god. Although he could now activate the Phantom Presence skill at any time to completely block the immortal's detection, he had been forcibly pulled into the Dream Realm back then, and the Dream Realm itself couldn't be shielded. However, seeing that the people from Lost Paradise were blindly hunting down members of the Star God Hall without finding him, Gu Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a question and curiously asked, "Since the war is already in full swing, How do you still have time to act as exam proctors? If Yang Xiaoming and Mo Qing could capture 2 Lord-level members of Lost Paradise and bring them here, wouldn't his star points be easily earned? Upon hearing this, Mo Qing lowered his head even further, his face full of disappointment and guilt. Yang Xiaoming's expression also dimmed. She sighed and said, "Sorry, our strength is simply not enough to participate in this hunting operation." Gu Xing was shocked as he looked at the 2 6th-tier peak experts beside him. 6th-tier peak already above S level, and yet it still wasn't enough? What level were the people in the Star God Hall? Were they all 7th tier and above? By the way, what are your ranks in the Star God Hall? He couldn't help but ask. Previously, he hadn't asked because he didn't want to care too much about the Star God Hall and preferred to keep his distance. But now, seeing that even 2 6th-tier peak experts couldn't join the battle and didn't even qualify as cannon fodder, he was truly curious. Yang Xiaoming replied, "I am the 52nd newly promoted Star Radiance attendant among the 15 Aquarius Star Lords and 24 Star Apostles. Mo Qing is my trainee follower. I can already enter the hall, but I haven't been promoted yet," Mo Qing said with his head lowered, his voice trembling slightly, afraid that Gu Xing would think he wasn't loyal enough. Gu Xing was completely confused. Wait, I remember the lowest rank was the 12 Apostles. Where did the attendants come from? He recalled that back when he was in the Star Temple, there were only the 12 Zodiac Guardians, 12 Star Lords, and 12 Star Apostles. The numbers were small, but they were all 100% believers, with S-level talent and above, and at least 6th tier in rank. That was a long time ago. Yang Xiaoming wiped his sweat and explained, because the number of believers kept increasing, it has now expanded to 12 Zodiac Guardians, 24 Star Lords, 36 Star Apostles, 52 Starshine attendants, and those who don't meet the standards can only remain outside the temple as trainee believers. Gu Xing was so shocked he couldn't speak. Thinking about the requirements to be recognized by the Star Temple faith value reaching 80%, mastery of star power at 90%, and 100% to enter the temple, his vision darkened repeatedly. This meant that there were now at least over 500,000 people with 100% faith value. And if you included those with 80% and above, the number would be even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Gu Xing rubbed his temples and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. You guys can just pick someone else to be the Star God." He felt that not being the Star God might be better. Going back would be like walking into a death trap. With his frail body, he feared he would be torn apart by this group of fanatical believers. "You can't do this." Yang Xiaoming immediately grabbed Gu Xing's arm, his gaze shifting from gentle to determined. "We've waited 1,000 years for you. Finally waited for you. You can't abandon us again." Mo Qing also anxiously grabbed Gu Xing's other arm, pleading, "My lord, please, don't abandon us." Although they spoke their hearts in a joking tone, their reactions made Gu Xing a little scared. However, he quickly calmed down. He noticed that although the two were afraid, they didn't dare to use force, fearing they might hurt him. Gu Xing gently freed himself from their grip, sighed, and said, "This is exactly what I'm afraid of, which is why I don't want to go back." He understood that love too deep could turn into madness. The deeper the love, the more irrational it could become. He worried that if he returned, he would be bound by this excessive worship, or even locked away. After all, he was just a frail G-level weakling. Yang Xiaoming looked at Gu Xing with a complicated expression and sighed. "I've been trying to control myself." Mo Qing kept his head down and apologized to Gu Xing. "I'm sorry, my lord. It's my fault for disappointing you." Gu Xing looked at them, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Clearly, he was the one who had left them first, yet they were still reflecting on their own faults. He remained silent for a long time, then sighed helplessly. "All right, I'll continue being the Star God. But don't get too excited, and try to find your own goals and values." Yang Xiaoming and Mo Qing, however, said in unison, "Our goal is to follow the Star God forever." Gu Xing was speechless. "Great, these two are hopeless." All right. Sorry, I was just joking. After all, the Star Temple was built by me personally. How could I possibly abandon it?" Seeing the two with their heads down and spirits low, Gu Xing quickly tried to comfort them. Yang Xiaoming, however, was not comforted. She looked at Gu Xing seriously and said, "My lord, You don't need to apologize. Just don't make such jokes in the future. Even if you say it's a joke, we are still afraid. Imo Ching nodded, his voice choked. Yes, we waited so long for you. Gu Xing forced a dry laugh, feeling a bit awkward. Only now did he understand what 100% faith value truly meant. Even if he jokingly told them to die, they wouldn't doubt it was a joke, nor would they care about right or wrong. They would willingly and gratefully comply. This is bad. He felt like he was carrying the lives of over 500,000 people. The pressure was immense. Brother Xing, the hunting operation was a complete success. We've returned victorious. Qian Yuan put away his shield and quickly ran to Gu Xing to report the good news, only to see Gu Xing, Yang Xiaoming, and Imo Qing standing like statues, silent and with a strange atmosphere. Qian Yuan scratched his head, looking puzzled. What on earth were these people being so deep about? What happened here while they were fighting? Seeing Qian Yuan was done, Gu Xing stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and said calmly, "All right, let's consider this matter closed. I won't casually say things like that again. You guys go ahead and get busy." Yang Xiaoming and Mo Qing nodded lightly and walked towards Sun Yanqi's direction. After the two left, Qian Yuan leaned closer to Gu Xing and lowered his voice. "Brother Xing, what exactly did you say to make the two examiners go silent?" "Oh, that." Gu Xing smiled and spread his hands. "I said that as a G-level player, I could knock out that horse with one punch, but I was just too lazy to do it. They didn't believe me." Qian Yuan nodded in understanding. "If I didn't know you, I wouldn't believe it either. After all, G-level players couldn't cultivate, which was common knowledge. But he knew Gu Xing was incredibly strong despite lacking spiritual power, so he had specifically looked into it and found that besides spiritual power, there were other types of forces in the world. Other forces. By the way, Brother Xing, do you know formations?" Qian Yuan asked curiously. Gu Xing nodded. "I know a little bit." The bead he handed over earlier, modeled after Anatoly, had the exclusive formation of the Lost Paradise engraved on it. "Then you should study formations properly. Brother Xing, you're so amazing, you could definitely make a fortune," Qian Yuan said earnestly. "The activation of formations doesn't rely solely on spiritual power, it can also be powered by other forces. The strength of the formation's effect varies depending on the force used, and the strongest force is exclusive to the Star Temple." Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan's roundabout way of speaking and rolled his eyes, directly asking, "What are you trying to find out from me? Just say it." "Hee. As expected, nothing gets past Brother Xing." Qian Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The beast hunt earlier was a bit exhausting, and I was thinking it would be great if there was a buff skill. Since Brother Xing knows everything, I wanted to ask if you know any." "Oh." Gu Xing thought about the roles of the 8 of them. The others were clear, and Qian Fengying was wind-based, but she leaned more toward combat, like healing and cooperating with ability users, and wasn't very skilled at buffing teammates. Even if she could buff, she would need to absorb crystal cores first. Formation engraving does have buff effects, Gu Xing sighed, but the buffs from small formations aren't as effective as directly taking medicine, and large formations are too troublesome. Unless it's an awakened formation master who can carve such things by hand, I don't have that skill." Hearing this, Qian Yuan deflated like a punctured balloon and said dejectedly, "Looks like I'll have to wait until college. No one in our class has awakened auxiliary enhancement skills. Other classes do, but their talent is too low, and the effect is poor. It's not even as good as my potion." Gu Xing's mouth twitched. The potions Qian Yuan drank were beyond the reach of ordinary people, all high-grade potions worth millions, with effects equivalent to at least S-grade. "Then just keep thinking about it." Gu Xing couldn't help but tease. Qian Yuan scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "Hee. If just thinking about it could make me stronger, that would be great. Too bad it's just a daydream." "Thinking? Daydreaming?" Gu Xing froze for a moment, suddenly recalling his newly acquired skill. The skill he had obtained recently allowed him to immerse people into a fantasy world he had already crafted through text. If that's the case, what would happen if he made someone imagine themselves becoming stronger? "Come on, let's do an experiment." Gu Xing immediately took out paper and pen, activated his skill, and quickly wrote, "Strength increased by 5%, handing it to Qian Yuan to read. "Huh." Qian Yuan, though unsure of what Gu Xing was doing, obediently stared at the words on the paper and muttered, "Xingji, are you drawing a formation? Shut up and focus on the words. Tell me how you feel," Gu Xing said while opening Qian Yuan's panel and closely monitoring his status bar. "Okay." Qian Yuan carefully looked at the words on the paper, feeling a bit dizzy. Then a surge of power coursed through his body. He said, "It feels a bit strange, like my strength has increased, a slight boost." Gu Xing observed the changes in the status bar. Status: Potential activated strength plus 25%. Seeing this status, Gu Xing had a clear understanding. He didn't have a skill that directly increased strength. This skill merely made people feel stronger, and this feeling actually triggered the latent potential within their bodies. But why was it 2% to 5%? With too few test subjects, Gu Xing took the paper and went to find Sun Yanqi. At that moment, Sun Yanqi had just finished verifying assessment scores with Yang Xiaoming and was about to look for Gu Xing, but Gu Xing approached her directly. Before Sun Yanqi could speak, Gu Xing handed her the paper filled with text. "Take a good look and tell me how you feel." Sun Yanqi nodded, carefully read it, clenched her fist, and replied, "My strength has indeed increased by 5%. Gu Xing checked her panel, and sure enough, her strength had increased by a full 5%, with no fluctuation range. At this point, Gu Xing understood that the 2% to 5% range was because Qian Yuan himself was unsure of how much his strength had increased, so the system provided an estimated range. On the other hand, Sun Yanqi was clear about her physical state, so the value could be displayed accurately. "Is this your new skill?" Sun Yanqi couldn't help but ask when she saw Gu Xing's ability to enhance strength. During hunting, she had often thought how great it would be to have an auxiliary skill that could boost abilities, and now she had found it. "Something like that," Gu Xing replied, then changed the value on the paper to 30% and held it up to Sun Yanqi again. "How does it feel this time?" Sun Yanqi carefully stared at the words on the paper, and Gu Xing could sense a surge of starlight power being drawn from within her. Obviously, the residual power of the stars on the paper was no longer enough to deceive her. A stronger dose was needed. Sun Yanqi frowned and looked down at her hand. "Power has increased by 25%, but my body feels very tired, and other abilities have actually declined." "That's enough." Gu Xing tore the paper into pieces. Immediately, the buff effect on Sun Yanqi disappeared, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. Gu Xing understood this was the result of overextending potential. Everyone can unleash their potential in life and death situations, and this skill uses illusions to stimulate untapped potential within the body, forcing it to operate beyond its limits. The downside is that the consumption of star power is too high. Boosting one person would use up 1/10 of their star power and make them feel uncomfortable. This kind of potential enhancement is suitable for a small buff before battle, but overuse can overdraw the body and cause significant harm. We still need to find a professional support specialist to be more reliable. Gu Xing sighed. Sun Yanqi nodded in agreement. Although Gu Xing's buff skill was useful, it still needed improvement. "All right, the results have already been uploaded to the association. Once we return, we can officially form a team," Yang Xiaoming said. Sun Yanqi looked at the 5 people surrounding the corpse of the exotic beast and said, "Let's wait a bit." Gu Xing saw the 5 people circling the corpse of the firetail horse and curiously walked over to see what they were planning to do. Fortunately, as soon as he approached, they looked at him as if he were their savior. Zhou Changming, looking troubled, asked Gu Xing, "Do you know how to move a corpse?" Gu Xing was baffled. Lu Yaoyao noticed his confusion and explained, "Sister Yanqi said this firetail horse could be sold for money and split among the 5 of us, but we have to carry the horse back ourselves." "Oh," Gu Xing nodded. Actually, this was quite good. They weren't short on money, and selling materials themselves was a decent option. Hu Tianba scratched his head in frustration. "This horse is so big, carrying it back is too troublesome." Listening to their discussion about how to move it, Gu Xing couldn't help but comment, "Why carry it back? Firetail horse meat isn't very tasty. If you're selling materials, just dissect it and take the valuable parts." Upon hearing dissect, everyone fell silent. Qian Fengying whispered, "We know, but we don't know which parts are valuable, and we don't know how to dissect it." Gu Xing was helpless. After all, they had just advanced to Tier 2, and dissecting a Tier 2 lord was indeed challenging. Moreover, dissection is something learned in university and high school. They only teach the theory. Gu Xing glanced at Sun Yinshi and saw that she had no reaction. He coughed, squatted down, picked up a tree branch, and gestured at the fire-tail horse's corpse. First, analyze which parts of the fire-tail horse are most valuable. The crystal core, horse tail, horse hide, and horse legs are useful. Other parts aren't worth much and can be ignored. After finishing, he called Su Dong over and guided him step by step on how to dissect it. After more than an hour of effort, the materials from the fire-tail horse were neatly arranged on clean stones. Done. Gu Xing threw away the tree branch in his hand, patted the dust off his pants, and said to the group, "Go find Qian Yuan for a backpack, pack everything up, and let's go." The group looked at Gu Xing's back, filled with admiration in their hearts. They hadn't expected Gu Xing to know about this too. Qian Yuan took out a backpack specifically for storing materials from the space and handed it to Hu Tianba. He whispered to Gu Xing, "Brother Xing, I didn't expect you to be quite willing to help." Gu Xing rolled his eyes. "I've always been willing to help." The materials were sold at a lower price at the watchtower, so everyone decided to sell them back at the headquarters of the ability users. 5 people went to sell the materials, while the other 3 went to the VIP room to handle the paperwork. The assessment is complete. Please give your team a name of 1 to 10 characters. The staff member looked up from the tablet at Sun Yinshi, who turned to ask Gu Xing for his opinion. Gu Xing looked at the fruit platter, picking through it without finding anything he wanted to eat. Leaning back on the soft sofa chair, he started slacking off. "I'm fine with anything, whatever you guys want." Sigh. He was really a bit tired and just wanted to go home and eat. Qian Yuan knew this kind of thing required his own input, so he frowned and thought hard, almost messing up his hair. Seeing Gu Xing idle, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Since Brother Xing is leading the team, how about calling it Morning Star?" Morning as in dawn. Gu Xing turned to look at Qian Yuan after hearing the name. "Aren't you afraid those people will come after you?" The followers of the Star God numbered at least 50,000, possibly up to 1,000,000. Using the name Morning Star, which clearly referred to the Star God, he was really worried they'd come after him if they found out. "It's fine, they're not nearby anyway. Besides, this name is probably used by many people. I'm just trying it out," Qian Yuan said indifferently. "The name is not duplicated." "Confirm using Morning Star as the team name?" the staff member asked. "Wow, it can actually be used." Qian Yuan jumped up. He was really just trying it out, then nodded. "Confirm, definitely confirm." This name was like grabbing a popular account. If you're slow, it's gone. The staff member knew the chubby guy wasn't the team leader, so he turned to Gu Xing for confirmation. Gu Xing thought for a moment and said, "Can we change the morning in Morning Star to this star in constellation?" Qian Yuan. "Damn, Brother Xing, your name is even bolder than mine." Qian Yuan was startled. He had originally chosen morning to avoid the constellation meaning associated with the Star God Temple, but Gu Xing changed it back. "That's fine. Confirm using Constellation Star as the team name?" the staff member asked again. Gu Xing nodded. "Let's go with this." "All right." The staff member recorded the name, submitted it, and said to the group, "The team cards will be ready in 3 to 7 business days. You'll be notified via phone when they're ready for pickup." After speaking, the staff member turned and left. Qian Yuan was stunned for a while before reacting. He dumbly gave Gu Xing a thumbs up. "Brother Xing, you're even bolder than me." Gu Xing sighed lightly, his face showing helplessness. "Whatever, since we decided to change the name, any character is pretty much the same." Seeing Gu Xing's calm demeanor, Qian Yuan chuckled and teased. "Brother Xing, your actions remind me of a saying." Gu Xing raised an eyebrow. "What saying?" Qian Yuan blinked and raised his voice, saying, "Since you like excitement, stick to it." Gu Xing suddenly jumped up, vigorously rubbing the goosebumps on his arm, complaining, "If you're going to talk, just talk. Don't do these disgusting things." Qian Yuan pretended to be aggrieved, wiping non-existent tears and wailing, "Brother Xing, saying that really breaks my heart." Gu Xing rolled his eyes in disdain. "Get lost." Nearby, Sun Yinshi watched their interaction, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "So men can interact like this?" Qian Yuan almost jumped up upon hearing this. "Ahem. We're just joking, don't misunderstand." They were in the same social circle, and if such words were overheard by elders, whether joking or not, he wouldn't be able to stay in the circle. His dad might even drag him straight home. Gu Xing crossed his arms, watching Qian Yuan flusteredly explain, while Sun Yinshi listened half understanding, finding it quite amusing. As expected, the more people, the more fun. Although he himself had become part of the fun. At this moment, Mo Qing cautiously peeked out from behind Gu Xing and asked carefully, "Can I join?" Gu Xing shook his head and explained, "Not yet. Wait until you level up." The Association of Supernatural Abilities upgrades levels based on points earned from tasks. The levels, from lowest to highest, are Ordinary, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Supreme. Team members' levels must be within one level above or below the team leader's level, so they need to upgrade to at least a gold level team before Mo Qing can join. All right. Mo Qing nodded disappointedly and retreated back into the shadows. The five returned after selling materials, their faces full of smiles, but also a bit reserved. This time, they had earned 2,000 yuan, with each person getting 400. To know, 400 yuan was what their parents could earn after 2 days of hard work. From entering Lingshu to selling the materials, they hadn't even spent half a day. Holding the money, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. Previously, they didn't understand market prices and thought getting 50 yuan each would be good enough. But they hadn't expected to sell for so much. No one wanted to go back. Their families were in tough situations, and their parents cared deeply about their grades, not only buying them various supplements, but also sending them to martial arts gyms daily for training, forbidding them from working. Seeing the five looking both nervous and unsure of how to speak, Gu Xing quickly said, "The team's first successful hunt, who's treating us to a meal?" Hearing about food, Qian Yuan immediately shouted, "What? Who's treating?" The five, hearing Gu Xing's words, instantly brightened up and all offered to treat. They went to a budget-friendly barbecue stall for a meal, and after eating, agreed to meet again once the headquarters finished making their team cards. For days later, under the perfect sunshine, everyone gathered again at headquarters. "Is this our team's ID?" Su Dong held the card, examining it repeatedly. Gu Xing looked down at the card in his hand, about the size of an ID card, with a white background but completely different information. Gu Xing Qinxing Team Captain, followed by a special code, likely serving a similar purpose to an ID number. So ugly, this white background. Qian Yuan looked disgusted as he searched for another membership card template. He leaned toward Gu Xing and said, "Brother Xing, look at this black background, it's so classy." Gu Xing glanced at it, and couldn't help but tease. "Supreme member? You could work for 10 years and still might not get it." Supreme membership required at least a 7th tier level, and whether Qian Yuan could reach the 7th tier in 4 years was still uncertain. Qian Yuan chuckled and whispered, "I'm just saying. Even the bronze member card is fancier than this white plastic piece." Gu Xing shook his head helplessly. "Then sell more materials and try to upgrade our squad to bronze membership sooner." After the squad accepted a mission, the points would be distributed proportionally to each member's card. The points represented the squad's total score, and once enough points were accumulated, they could upgrade, but the upgrade required passing an assessment. "Got it. Got it." Qian Yuan waved impatiently, stuffing the card into his pocket. Sun Yinshi handed a tablet with the selected mission to Gu Xing. Gu Xing took it, examined it carefully, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Having a reliable vice captain was such a blessing. The schedule, route planning, meal times, and even the final earnings were all calculated. Following Sun Yinshi's plan, the team began executing the mission. Crash! A horned sheep fell to the ground, marking the end of the battle. I'm exhausted." Qian Yuan plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. "This is even more tiring than school training." Gu Xing held the progress chart written by Sun Yinshi and calmly said, "Stop pretending. According to this, you should still have 30% of your energy left. You can handle one more beast." "Who in the world calculates this accurately?" Qian Yuan complained. These past few days, he often felt drained, as if his spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Gu Xing said, "All right, you brought potions, didn't you? Drink some to recover your energy. Besides, it's already time to rest." Turning his head, he saw Qian Yuan had already opened a bottle and started drinking. Gu Xing's mouth twitched as he walked over to check on the team processing the sheep carcass. Recently, the task of handling carcasses had been assigned to the 5 of them, and they had improved significantly. They could now manage it on their own. Leave the thigh meat for lunch, Gu Xing reminded. Got it. Everyone nodded, selecting the best parts to cut. Sun Yinshi looked at the map and frowned. We need to leave here quickly. The blood smell during the cutting process was strong, and apart from sheep, it could attract wolves. Wolves were fierce, medium-sized carnivores, and they didn't dare provoke them lightly, especially since their energy was nearly depleted. Don't bother leaving, they're already here, Gu Xing shrugged. Sun Yinshi heard this and scanned the surroundings, noticing the grass rustling irregularly. Her eyes sharpened, and she shouted, Prepare for battle. Everyone dropped their cutting tools and gripped their weapons tightly. Even Qian Yuan, who was standing nearby, reacted quickly, taking a step forward to shield the group and keeping a vigilant eye on the front. The team was fully alert. The beast in the grass realized it couldn't ambush them and slowly emerged. It was a gray wolf. Its fur was filthy and matted, and it was so thin it looked like it could collapse with a gust. It moved to a distance of 10 meters from the group. Crouched low, its nose twitching constantly, as if confirming the food was real while assessing the danger posed by the group. Be careful, this is a Lord Level 1, Gu Xing reminded in a low voice. Carnivores are 3 times more dangerous than herbivores, especially this Lord-level gray wolf in front of them. Although its leg was severely injured, it was still extremely dangerous. The group responded, but their faces were filled with exhaustion. They had already expended most of their energy today, and the sudden appearance of this gray wolf was completely unexpected. Gu Xing looked at each of them, worn out and struggling, thought for a moment, and said, Leave this gray wolf to me. I'll try out the new weapon I just got. The group was indeed in poor condition and not suited for a direct confrontation with the gray wolf, so they nodded one after another, their eyes filled with curiosity. They all knew Gu Xing was strong. They had witnessed his prowess during the school challenge competition. Now, they were even more curious about how much stronger Gu Xing had become. As they were wondering if Gu Xing could take down the wolf with just a few punches, they saw him pull out a chubby stuffed chicken from his pocket. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xingji, why are you taking out a stuffed toy? Qian Yuan was a bit confused about what Gu Xing was planning. Could the new weapon he mentioned really be this plush toy? Sun Yinshi stared at the decorative bracelet in Gu Xing's hand, the one he had gotten from his sister, and seemed to be deep in thought. She had originally wanted to give Gu Xing a spatial item, but since Gu Xing had no spiritual power, she ultimately decided not to. Could it be that spatial items could be used even without spiritual power? Gu Xing ignored Qian Yuan's question and pulled out a handwritten instruction manual from Gu Yu from his pocket, carefully reading it. After finishing, he took out an egg from the stuffed chicken's bottom, walked forward a few steps, and shouted at the gray wolf, Hey, look over here. The gray wolf had been keeping a wary eye on the strongest person here, Sun Yinshi, but upon hearing the shout, it glanced over with its peripheral vision. It saw a human holding a strange object, waving his arms at it. The gray wolf looked puzzled. While the gray wolf was still confused, Gu Xing decisively threw the egg at it. Although the gray wolf didn't know what it was, its instincts made it dodge quickly, and the egg rolled to its feet. The gray wolf became even more perplexed. The others were equally baffled. At that moment, a pungent smell suddenly sprayed out from the egg, making the gray wolf's eyes feel like they were burning, tears streaming down, and its vision becoming blurry. Logically, encountering something beyond its understanding that could harm it should have scared it into fleeing. But it was starving, and the only thought in its mind was, fight to the death. Howl. The gray wolf let out a cry, trying to summon its companions. But then it remembered that its underlings had already been killed by humans, and it had been injured and driven out of its territory by the neighboring lord. If it fled now, who knows when it would encounter food like this again, or it might even starve to death. So, it mustered all its strength and charged at Gu Xing. The gray wolf used its skill to sharpen its claws and teeth, ferociously lunging forward, but Gu Xing remained calm. He aimed at the gray wolf's mouth and threw another egg. The egg hit the gray wolf's teeth and exploded instantly. Boom! The gray wolf's head was a bloody mess, powerless as it fell from the air, landing at Gu Xing's feet. Gu Xing glanced at the smoke bomb in his hand, regretfully stuffed it back into the fat chicken's rear, put the toy back into his space, and sighed. What a pity, I didn't get to use it this time. Qian Yuan and the others stared in shock, taking a while to react. Brother Xing, you're amazing. Where did you buy it? I want to get two as well. Qian Yuan gave a thumbs up, speaking enviously. It looked like a plush toy, but it was actually a bomb. Throwing this thing was way more satisfying than tossing potion bottles. The others were equally astonished. That gray wolf was a second-tier Lord-level beast, and it was killed just like that? Too easy. It seemed so effortless it was hard to believe. Someone gave it to me, Gu Xing shrugged, saying he'd been wanting to use the bomb for a while, and it finally came in handy this time. However, he felt the bomb's value far exceeded that of a single gray wolf, so he planned to save it for later. Few scared me to death, Su Dong gasped for breath, his legs giving out as he sat directly on the ground. The others also collapsed, pale-faced and shaken. Wolves, as carnivorous predators, were not creatures that novice hunters like them could easily provoke. Herbivores were gentle by nature when threatened, they would only run away. Even if they fought back, humans could retreat, and herbivores wouldn't pursue. Carnivores, however, were entirely different. They were cunning and fierce, actively attacking and even treating humans as prey. Their claws and teeth were naturally sharp, making them undeniably dangerous. In comparison, Sun Yanqi and Qian Yuan were in much better condition. Having grown up under the protection of their family elders, they were accustomed to seeing these carnivorous animals and were mentally prepared. Although they still felt tense when encountering them, it was a sense of alertness to danger, not fear. We need to leave here immediately, Sun Yanqi said, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. She knew that after the death of a Lord-level gray wolf, other Lord-level creatures would soon be drawn to the area. After all, the meat of a Lord-level beast could help other Lord-level creatures enhance their strength. Though everyone's legs were still trembling slightly, they forced themselves to stand up and prepared to retreat. Gu Xing looked at their exhausted and nervous expressions, quickly opened the panel, and checked everyone's status. Sure enough, each person's status bar showed varying degrees of panic markers. However, Gu Xing glanced around and noticed Lu Yaoyao's status was the strangest. She didn't have a single negative status. It was truly odd. Ever since that incident, Lu Yaoyao had been quieter than usual, but her behavior otherwise seemed normal, almost unnaturally so. No matter what happened, she always appeared calm and unaffected, as if external events couldn't touch her. Was it extreme pain or extreme suppression? Gu Xing pondered whether he should find her a psychologist. But now wasn't the time. Seeing everyone's poor condition and knowing their retreat would be slow, Gu Xing suddenly had an idea. He pulled out paper and a pen from his space, quickly wrote the word courage, and held it up in front of everyone. Look here, Gu Xing said. Hearing his voice, the group looked at the word on the paper with some confusion. Then, an indescribable force surged through their bodies. This is incredible. Qian Fengying lowered her head and looked at herself. Her legs, which had been trembling uncontrollably, were now steady. Su Dong also mustered up the courage to stare at the gray wolf's corpse again. The fear he had felt earlier vanished instantly, and he was no longer afraid. How about we deal with this gray wolf's corpse before we leave? Hu Tianba suddenly spoke, his voice filled with excitement and eagerness. Even the usually cautious and honest Zhou Changming nodded and said, Yeah, that's a Lord-level creature. It's worth a lot. Qian Yuan, the bravest of them all, chuckled and said, Brother Xing, let's not leave just yet. After all, we've got you to back us up. Gu Xing, you guys are way too bold. But he could indeed handle it. Leaving second-tier Lord-level materials here would be a waste, so he nodded in agreement. Everyone cheered. The girls began processing the horned sheep's corpse, while the boys handled the second-tier gray wolf. Watching them go from being scared and silent to chatting and working, Gu Xing's mouth twitched. They were so brave. But this was a good thing. Hunting would be much easier from now on. He had completely figured out this skill. The skill's amplification was somewhat mediocre, but its ability to dispel negative states was quite effective, even temporarily altering personalities. In the days that followed, the group seemed to be on repeat, either hunting exotic beasts or traveling to hunt. Initially, they could only deal with herbivores, but as their strength grew, they even dared to try hunting carnivores. Of course, the first time they hunted carnivores, they were definitely scared. Gu Xing immediately gave everyone a courage buff. Afterward, the group charged forward as if they were on steroids. The result was defeating the enemy at the cost of severe injuries. Gu Xing. They went home to recover, reorganized, and set out again. This time, Gu Xing learned his lesson and added a layer of caution buff. During this hunt, the group was both brave and careful, working together seamlessly to successfully hunt the carnivorous exotic beast. However, relying solely on skill buffs wasn't sustainable. Gu Xing gradually reduced the buff's intensity until they could hunt on their own. Aside from that, hunting always brought unexpected surprises. The Lingshu map wasn't updated in real time. They had planned to go to the Rhino territory, only to find it had already been taken over by a third-tier elite Lord-level tiger. Although they had become braver, they still didn't dare to confront a third-tier elite lord head-on. Gu Xing decisively commanded everyone to retreat. After running far away, Qian Yuan collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Wow, this period has been more thrilling than my entire past decade. The others, though unafraid, were also exhausted, leaning on each other as they sat down, breathing heavily. Sun Yinshi bent over, hands on her knees, looking in Gu Xing's direction. Gu Xing had told them to run first, saying he would catch up later. She wasn't worried about the third-tier exotic beast hurting Gu Xing, but she was curious why he hadn't returned yet. At that moment, the sound of dragging came from afar. Everyone turned toward the noise, only to see Gu Xing slowly emerging from the grass, dragging a tiger's tail. The tiger was completely motionless. He threw the tiger in front of the group and patted the dust off his hands. Qian Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Xing, you took it down?" Gu Xing shrugged. "What else could I do? Couldn't just let it run away." Then she called out to the 5 people over there. "Come over and deal with the corpse." Everyone heard this. Their faces lit up with joy, and they quickly gathered around to start handling this unexpected prey. Over the past month, they had fully committed themselves to various tasks, not only earning a considerable amount of money, but also significantly improving their skills. Sun Yinshi had already advanced to late-stage Tier 3, and Qian Yuan had cultivated to mid-stage Tier 3. The other 5 remained at Tier 2 perfection, and they were sure to advance to Tier 3 in the next semester. Although they encountered many unexpected situations during this period, with Gu Xing, the mysterious expert, around, they were always able to resolve challenges against strong enemies and return safely. One day, Sun Yinshi said to everyone, "Just 1 or 2 more days of tasks, and we'll have enough points to advance to bronze." Since the points were distributed evenly, as long as one person advanced, everyone could. "Oh my God, it's not easy." Qian Yuan was so moved by this news that he almost cried. He had never worked so hard since he was young, even dreaming about fighting exotic beasts in his sleep. It was pure torment. "What do we do after advancing to bronze? Do we keep fighting?" Qian Yuan asked Sun Yinshi. Sun Yinshi glanced at her phone calendar and said, "We'll talk about it after the new year." "You still remember the new year? I thought you'd just keep killing as soon as you opened your eyes," Qian Yuan said in surprise, unable to resist teasing her. Everyone was happy to hear this. They could go home for the new year. Amid the joy, there was also a sense of reflection. Although it had been tough, they hadn't realized they had already been teaming up for over a month. If it weren't for Sun Yinshi leading the team to earn money and Gu Xing teaching them dissection techniques, solo efforts would never have allowed them to complete the high-difficulty task assigned by Yin Wang in such a short time, let alone gain extra rewards. After all, they had a class group chat, and every day there were complaints about how unfairly they were treated. The damage dealers complained about unfair material distribution, while the supports and tanks complained about uneven point allocation. When asked about it, they could only smile and brush it off. In reality, they hadn't been treated unfairly at all. Instead, they had profited immensely. When bored, they calculated their earnings. This month's income was equivalent to 5 or 6 months of their parents' wages. "Thank you, Sister Yinshi," Qian Fengying said. The others also expressed their gratitude, but Sun Yinshi replied, "I was just completing the tasks assigned by the team leader." So everyone directed their thanks to Gu Xing. Gu Xing? He hadn't asked Sun Yinshi to lead the team. He had been slacking off the whole time, rarely taking action, and only exerting effort during travel. He was already used to such gratitude. So as usual, he checked the task arrangements Sun Yinchi had sent him before departure. At this moment, he noticed that the task list actually had two options, Plan 1 and Plan 2. Unable to resist, he asked, "We have choices this time?" Sun Yinchi nodded. "Recently, there's a large-scale hunting mission targeting a Tier 4 monarch. Given our current level, our task is to guard one side and intercept Tier 1-2 ordinary and elite exotic beasts. We'll be cooperating with a silver-level team. They'll handle the higher-level exotic beasts. This mission is dangerous but can test the results of our efforts over the past month. It comes with both risks and rewards. Completing it will earn enough points to advance to bronze. However, if you don't want to take the risk, I have an alternative plan." She flipped through another memo and said, "This is the second plan. As long as we complete the tasks for the next 2 days, the points can also reach bronze." Gu Xing. No wonder she mentioned vague time frames like 1 or 2 days. It's not uncertainty, it's been planned all along. Gu Xing looked at the full 2-day task list and then glanced at the solitary Hunt the Monarch task. He personally preferred the Monarch Hunt because, aside from the training benefits Sun Yinchi mentioned, the most important reason was ease. Even when he occasionally stepped in, he felt a bit tired, and the others who had been hunting continuously were even more exhausted. Still, he asked for everyone's opinion. "Which one do you think we should choose?" The 5 people responded in unison. "We'll follow the captain." During this time, they had already recognized Gu Xing as the captain. Whatever Gu Xing decided, they would follow. Gu Xing. "All right." He handed the tablet back to Sun Yinchi. "Then we'll go for the Monarch Hunt." Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this and chose the same. Although they knew hunting the monarch was dangerous, they didn't want to keep hunting from dawn till dusk every day. Moreover, while hunting the monarch was risky, they had Gu Xing. "Okay, I'll go register now," Sun Yinchi said as she got up and headed to the registration area. Gu Xing watched as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started chatting casually, then sighed himself. "Brother Xing, don't sigh. Even if the monarch charges at us, you can easily handle it, right?" Qian Yuan patted Gu Xing's shoulder confidently. In Qian Yuan's view, a 4th-tier monarch was a piece of cake for Gu Xing. "I'm not worried about that," Gu Xing replied. Hunting the monarch was a large-scale task, which meant there would definitely be a lot of people. He didn't like crowded places. Crowds inevitably brought trouble, and trouble made things complicated. "Don't worry." Qian Yuan patted his shoulder again and said lightly, "The worst-case scenario is just those guys showing up." Gu Xing glanced at Qian Yuan, looked at his jinx-like comment, and nodded. "Let us hope you're right." After all, he still had over 40 star points left unresolved. Qian Yuan, question mark. He felt like Gu Xing was mocking him, but had no evidence. "The application has been approved," Sun Yinchi returned and said to Gu Xing. "Since this is a province-wide joint operation, many people have already used up their teleportation quota for the month. The operation is scheduled for the 1st of next month." Gu Xing looked at the date on his phone. He could rest for 3 days. "All right." Gu Xing nodded, then stood up and said to everyone, "Take these few days to rest well and recharge. We'll meet here in 3 days." As soon as he said this, everyone cheered excitedly, as if they had seen the dawn of hope. Finally, they could take a break. The high-intensity training over the past month had nearly worn them out physically and mentally. Qian Yuan escorted Gu Xing home, while Gu Xing stopped by a breakfast shop to buy some lunch. Back home, Gu Xing placed the food on the table, nestled into the sofa, and started scrolling through videos on his phone, occasionally munching on an apple, enjoying the rare leisure time. Around noon, Guyu rubbed her still sleepy eyes and came out of her room. Seeing Gu Xing leisurely sitting on the living room sofa, holding an apple in his hand, eating while typing, she paused for a moment and curiously asked, "Brother, why are you back so early today?" Gu Xing didn't look up, his eyes fixed on the phone screen, glancing at the OK message sent by Sun Yinchi, and replied vaguely, 3 days off." "Oh," Guyu responded, catching sight of the food Gu Xing had bought in the kitchen. She initially planned to head straight to the kitchen to find something to eat, but suddenly remembered the provincial-level large-scale task recently issued by the Ability Users Association, which was set to begin in 3 days. She stopped in her tracks and tentatively asked, Are you guys going to participate in that mission to hunt the king? Only then did Guxing look up, nodding briefly. Yes. Hearing this, Guyu stretched lazily, yawned, and said, Are the bombs easy to use? I'll prepare some for you. Guxing smiled faintly and nodded. Okay. The psychological analyst gently pushed open the door to the consultation room, sunlight streaming in through the window, casting dappled light on the girl. The girl, wearing black-framed glasses, sat upright on the sofa. Her gaze was hollow, looking out into the distance beyond the window, seemingly lost in thought, not noticing the visitor. The analyst quietly sat down, trying not to make any noise, afraid of disturbing her thoughts. The girl remained immersed in her own world, but didn't keep the analyst waiting for long. She asked faintly, Is my current state really problematic? Her voice carried confusion and uncertainty. She had received a message from Sun Yinshi saying that a professional psychological analyst had been arranged for her. A psychological analyst? Why did she need to see a psychologist? She had asked, and Sun Yinshi said it was Gu Xing's suggestion, saying her current state wasn't quite right. Since it was Gu Xing who had asked her to come, she was willing to give it a try. The psychological analyst observed Lu Yaoyao's state, guessed a few things, and guided her. You've experienced some unusual things before, haven't you? Lu Yaoyao turned her head, her eyes under the black-framed glasses flashing with a guarded light. But she still nodded, her voice low. Did Sun Yinshi tell you that? No. The analyst immediately responded. Someone else told me. Hearing this, Lu Yaoyao's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. That name seemed to have a certain magic, slightly easing her tense nerves. She wanted to say something. Her lips moved slightly, but she swallowed her words. The analyst smiled gently and said warmly, This place is very safe. You can say anything you want. I feel like your heart is locked in a box. Lu Yaoyao showed no expression, as if she hadn't heard, but her gaze shifted slightly. At this moment, the analyst made a small gesture, crumpling a piece of scrap paper in his hand and decisively throwing it into the trash can. This was a commonly used psychological hint. Lu Yaoyao caught this scene out of the corner of her eye, her lips trembling slightly, opening as if to speak, but she swallowed her words again and asked, Why should I tell you? What's the point of saying it? The analyst leaned forward slightly, maintaining eye contact. Sometimes we don't need answers. Just expressing the troubles in our hearts can make us feel lighter. Your body is also telling you that you've been under too much pressure. Hearing this, Lu Yaoyao remained silent for a while before finally speaking slowly. I once thought I was about to die, but he appeared. He was like a ray of light, like a god, reaching out to pull me out of that dark mire. He not only saved my life, but also gave me a life I never dared to dream of. As Lu Yaoyao spoke, a trace of excitement flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and said softly, I want to repay him. The analyst listened and began to ponder. This was likely a complex emotion she developed after experiencing trauma, a mix of gratitude and dependency. But strangely, he didn't sense any extreme behavior from her words, only noticed her transition from previous tension and anxiety to calmness. He had initially thought it was merely emotional detachment, but the situation turned out to be more complicated. So he tentatively asked, How do you plan to repay him? I want to do anything for him. Lu Yaoyao answered without hesitation, but immediately gave a bitter smile. But that's just wishful thinking on my part. He doesn't need my help at all. She lowered her head, looking at her slightly pale hands, her voice heavy. I'm just an ordinary person, without power, without resources, nothing that could help him. He has people around him who are far better than me, capable of doing everything I can't. As she spoke, Lu Yaoyao's gaze became confused, her voice somewhat scattered. When I think about this, strange thoughts start to emerge. If I were to do something bad that only I could fix and then help him solve it, would that make me valuable to him? The analyst didn't show surprise, as he had already sensed from her previous words that her thoughts had deviated, becoming somewhat distorted. Could it be that they had already noticed Lu Yaoyao's condition and sent her for treatment? Now, what he needed to do was help her change this mindset. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yaoyao suddenly said, No, this won't do. She clenched her fists, as if trying to encourage herself, muttering softly, I can't do this. He wouldn't like it. I don't want to be hated by him. The psychologist was somewhat surprised. He knew Lu Yaoyao's psyche was already somewhat twisted, but he hadn't expected her to suppress those thoughts herself. However, this was also dangerous. Excessive suppression could easily lead to personality splits. After an hour of psychological counseling, Lu Yaoyao's emotions gradually stabilized. But the analyst knew this was only temporary. Her desire to repay was deeply buried, and he could only help her uncover it layer by layer. For now, they had just begun, with progress less than 10%. Thinking of this, the psychologist and Lu Yaoyao agreed on the time for their next meeting. Lu Yaoyao nodded and then left. After she left, the analyst finally breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his temples. Her persistence was even stronger than he had anticipated. When going out to buy breakfast as usual, Gu Xing stood at his door, his gaze unconsciously sweeping toward the door of his neighbor Yang Xiaoming's room, a sense of curiosity rising in his heart. Mo Qing. Gu Xing called softly. Mo Qing appeared swiftly from the shadows like a phantom and stood respectfully before him. Master, I am here. Where has Yang Xiaoming been recently? Yang Xiaoming used to always pretend to bump into him whenever he went out to take out the trash, but lately, she had completely disappeared. Although she was a 6th-level ability user and often left to carry out missions, it was normal for her to at least say goodbye to him. This time, however, she vanished without a word. Could something have happened? Mo Qing lowered his head and replied, "Apologies, Master. I am not authorized to know the captain's whereabouts." Yang Xiaoming was not only his mentor, but also his captain. His duty was to follow orders, not to pry into the captain's personal matters. Gu Xing nodded in understanding, then tried to predict the situation. The results showed that Yang Xiaoming was still alive, which reassured him. On the morning of departure, Gu Xing woke up early, put on a black hunting outfit convenient for movement, and was about to head out when a voice came from behind. "Brother, I'll take you downstairs." It was Gu Yu. Gu Xing turned to look at her, feeling comforted. "Thank you, sister." Gu Yu snorted and pushed him downstairs. "No need to thank me. I just want you to bring me back some fried chicken when you return." "Haha, all right." The two went downstairs, where Qian Yuan had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Gu Yu, Qian Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Xingji, didn't you say your sister only wakes up at noon every day?" Gu Yu snorted, "I don't need to wake up early. Besides, my brother is so weak, you better ensure his safety, got it?" Qian Yuan looked helplessly at Gu Xing, who shrugged and said, "That's right, I'm really weak. As an S-level genius, you must protect me." Qian Yuan chuckled and patted his chest. "Don't worry, I'm a genius. Protecting Xingji is a piece of cake." Gu Yu waved goodbye to the two, watching the car drive farther and farther away. Everyone gathered in the spacious and bright hall of the headquarters, preparing to book a teleportation to the Lingshu coordinates. To save energy during teleportation, the group would only depart when the required number of people was met. This time, the teleportation was set for 10 people, and they were just too short. While waiting, Gu Xing glanced back at Lu Yaoyao. Her condition had improved significantly. At least she was no longer silent and withdrawn, occasionally chatting with teammates. "Let's go," Sun Yanqi said. Everyone stepped onto the teleportation array, and as space gently twisted, they were instantly transported to the mission site. As soon as they arrived, lively sounds surrounded them. "Wow, there are so many people here today." Qian Yuan looked around at the bustling crowd, with various equipment gleaming under the sunlight. He marveled. This large-scale hunt for the king is truly extraordinary. Although he had seen many scenes before, this was his first time fully participating in a hunt for the king. Usually, the Watchtower Hall only had a few staff members, and even when ability users came, most were in a hurry to hunt. But today, the hall was filled with laughter and chatter. Team members were either forming groups to discuss tactics or casually sharing experiences, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. The team we're collaborating with has arrived. Sun Yanqi put away her phone, locked her gaze in a certain direction, and led everyone over. "Is it them?" Qian Yuan looked at the group of people over there, frowning slightly in doubt. "Yes," Sun Yanqi nodded at this moment. A young man wearing black-framed glasses and holding a tablet noticed the group and looked up at them. Seeing the 8 people approaching, he quickly put away the tablet, walked briskly toward them, and greeted them politely and warmly with a smile. Excuse me, are you the Qinxing squad? Sun Yinshi nodded. I am the vice captain of the Qinxing squad, Sun Yinshi. She gestured to Gu Xing beside her and introduced. This is our captain, Gu Xing. Gu Xing smiled and extended his hand. Hello. Hello. I am Zhao Ming, the vice captain of the wine squad. The young man with glasses replied, shaking Gu Xing's hand and introducing himself. Zhao Ming led Gu Xing and the others to meet the other members of the wine squad. He introduced them one by one. This is our captain, Li Yi, a close combat fighter who uses a longsword. A burly man with a full beard looked up drunkenly, his eyes hazy. Huh? Who called me? Apologies. Our captain's talent is related to alcohol, so he might be a bit impolite, Zhao Ming explained. Then he pointed to a gentle-looking woman nearby. This is Li Yi's wife, Lin Wan, responsible for healing. Lin Wan supported the drunken Li Yi, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She softly brushed her hair behind her ear and greeted warmly. Hello. Zhao Ming then pointed to a sturdy, muscular man. This is my younger brother, Zhao Hu. Hello there. Zhao Hu greeted them with a bright, honest smile. Before Zhao Ming could introduce the last member, a short-haired, playful, and cute girl eagerly approached Qian Yuan and greeted him enthusiastically. I didn't expect to meet you here. Young master, Qian Yuan was surprised. You know me? They had been keeping a low profile recently, rarely appearing in large social circles, only showing up when necessary. Since this was a small gathering, the attendees should all be people he knew, and he should remember this girl. Qian Yuan carefully looked at her short hair and suddenly recalled something. He patted his forehead and pointed at her in shock. You're the one, the fierce girl who beat up the Zhao family's youngest son at my birthday party? Liao. He thought to himself. No wonder he didn't recognize her at first. She had cut her hair and wasn't wearing makeup, looking completely different. Liao pouted. Don't bring that up. He wanted to keep me as his mistress, so beating him up was already dirtying my hands. Besides, she sighed, because of that incident, my family kicked me out. Now I can only hang around in a hunting squad. Qian Yuan shushed her and complained. It was clearly that Zhao Gai's fault. Liao shrugged helplessly. What can I do? His family is more powerful than mine. I'm just lying low for now. I'll go back after some time. Zhao Ming watched Qian Yuan and Li Yao chatting enthusiastically, adjusted his glasses, and said, She's a close combat assassin. Her weapons are hidden tools and daggers. Then he introduced the last young man. This is Shun Ran. Before he could finish, Shun Ran interrupted rudely. You're the captain of this squad? He stared sharply at Gu Xing, his tone full of hostility. Gu Xing was slightly taken aback, not understanding why Shun Ran was hostile toward him, but he remained calm and replied, Yes, I am. What's the matter? Shun Ran's gaze quickly swept over Gu Xing, and the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a contemptuous smile. Huh. I really don't understand how you dare to openly use the name Chun Xing Gu Xing. Enough, Shun Ran. Zhao Ming frowned impatiently from the side and turned to explain to Gu Xing. He's a follower of the Star God Temple, particularly sensitive to anything related to the stars. Don't take it to heart. Shun Ran, however, had no intention of stopping. He snorted coldly, his tone full of arrogance. Sensitive? I'm just stating the truth. A mediocre team. So weak, yet daring to call yourselves Qin Xing? Do you even deserve it? At this moment, Qian Yuan, who had been happily chatting with Li Yao, immediately burned with anger upon hearing this. He stepped forward to shield Gu Xing and retorted loudly. Weak? We're students from the city's top genius class. It only took us a little over a month for our ordinary team to upgrade to bronze. Shun Ran snorted coldly. Even if you're from the genius class, you haven't truly grown yet. You're still weak. Qian Yuan immediately started arguing with Shun Ran. If it weren't for the no-fighting rule at the watchtower, they would have already come to blows. Sun Yinshi calmly introduced Gu Xing's team classification and weapons to the other members of the drunken squad. After finishing the introduction, seeing Qian Yuan and Shun Ran's argument escalating, she asked the silent Gu Xing, Aren't you going to intervene? Gu Xing paused for a moment and shook his head. I can't. This kind of situation was beyond his ability to take sides. On one hand was his own follower, and on the other was his close friend. One side was defending the star goddess' reputation, while the other was also defending him. Moreover, seeing their argument grow more intense, it was clear they weren't fighting over right or wrong, but simply trying to win the quarrel. Gu Xing decided not to get involved. However, this was the first time he had encountered someone who didn't recognize him as a follower of the star god. His gaze sharpened as he opened the panel to check Shen Ran's information. Name: Shun Ran. Gender: male level, mid-stage tier 4 talent skill. B-level fire attribute mastery attributes. 142 faith level. 60%. Gu Xing stared at the 60% faith level, lost in thought. It seemed the faith value hadn't reached 80%, so this guy hadn't recognized him as the star god yet. If the faith value reached 80%, while it wouldn't directly reveal his identity as the star god, it would at least create goodwill toward those with star power, avoiding the current hostility. At this moment, a loud broadcast suddenly echoed throughout the watchtower, the sound spreading across the entire area. All personnel, please gather outside immediately to prepare for the king hunt. With that, the people who had been chatting idly stood up one after another, orderly heading toward the hunting location according to their team sequence. Qian Yuan and Shun Ran's argument was also interrupted as their teammates pulled them apart. Though still dissatisfied, they had no choice but to temporarily suppress their anger and follow the main group. This time, the hunting team consisted of over 100 people, and their target was a massive golden horn mammoth. Not only was it incredibly strong, but it was also a support-type king, capable of summoning more exotic beasts to assist it. Ordinary and elite-level exotic beasts had few skills and could be hunted solo. Lord-level exotic beasts brought minions and required teamwork to defeat. King-level exotic beasts not only brought minions, but could also summon surrounding exotic beasts to join the battle. So, besides the main battlefield hunting team, there must also be a large unit responsible for intercepting the supporting beast groups. Gu Xing glanced at Sun Yinshi and Zhao Ming. They were walking side by side, the two vice-captains seriously discussing the division of tasks upon arrival. Gu Xing then glanced at the drunken, staggering Captain Li Yi, who was being supported by Lin Wan. There are quite a few slacker captains like him. Although Li Yi seemed unreliable, his strength was undeniable already at the peak of Tier 4, with an A-level talent. Like him, there are those with strength but lacking enthusiasm. It seems there's nothing special about him. Gu Xing, who longed for an ordinary life, breathed a sigh of relief but still felt a strong gaze fixed on him. Gu Xing didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Brother Xing. Qian Yuan's voice interrupted his thoughts as he leaned in mysteriously. I suddenly have a strange feeling. What kind of feeling? Gu Xing asked casually. Do you need to use the bathroom? He pointed to the dense woods by the roadside. Go ahead. Qian Yuan. Not that. Qian Yuan glanced at Shun Ran and whispered, don't you think Shen Ran's personality is a bit like Su Dong's before? Gu Xing instinctively turned to look at Shun Ran, who was glaring at him defiantly. Then he turned to look at Su Dong, who was currently getting along well with the other teammates. Gu Xing. Indeed, there's a resemblance. Seeing Gu Xing's sudden realization, Qian Yuan grinned and said, see? I told you. Shun Ran will eventually get slapped in the face by you. Gu Xing, however, shook his head lightly, not necessarily. This time, he didn't plan to intervene. Although this mission was somewhat dangerous, the main threat came from the hunting kings, which had little to do with them dealing with the minor beasts. However, Gu Xing was quite intrigued by Shun Ran's belief in the Star Temple. After all, the Star Temple had previously been involved in a scandal where high-ranking officials embezzled funds and fled. Now, the Dragon Nation no longer endorsed the Star Temple, even forbidding its mention, let alone promoting it in the media. Apart from major families like Qian Yuan's, or those with vested interests in the Star Temple, ordinary young people didn't even know about the Star Temple, let alone believe in it. Yet Shen Ran not only knew about the Star Temple, but had a belief level as high as 60%. To reach a 60% belief level, one must either receive blessings from the Star Temple, clearly obtaining rewards, and thus becoming devoted, or have believed in it since childhood. Gu Xing felt Shun Ran was likely the latter. But who introduced him to the Star Temple? He'd have to ask to find out. With this in mind, Gu Xing looked ahead at the two people. After Sun Yinshi and Zhao Ming finished their conversation, he walked over to Zhao Ming and asked, "I want to ask you something. Is it convenient?" Zhao Ming immediately understood Gu Xing's intention and nodded, his expression complicated. Sure. Before Gu Xing could speak, Zhao Ming began telling Shun Ran's story. Shun Ran is the youngest in our team. He joined right after graduating high school because his talent was exceptionally high, so we accepted him. After spending time together, I learned some of his background. When he was young, his parents were killed by beasts. The government issued compensation, but it was taken by his relatives, and in the end, no one was willing to adopt him. Speaking of this, Zhao Ming sighed and continued. He was sent to the welfare home, but that place was terrible, so he escaped. When he was about to starve to death, he was taken in by the grandfather who now raises him. The grandfather said it was the guidance of the star god that led him to find Shinran in a dead-end alley. Gu Xing listened and frowned, saying, "This guidance might just be a coincidence." Zhao Ming thought for a moment and said, "We asked about it too." His grandfather said that he wouldn't have walked into that dead-end alley that day if it weren't for a strange beam of starlight guiding him, which led him to Shinran. All right then, Gu Xing nodded. The strange light was likely the work of the Star Temple believers. After all, one of the Star Temple's doctrines is to save people in times of crisis, but they generally don't intervene directly or provide face-to-face rescue. The Star Temple is not like a relief station. It cannot take in everyone. They only slightly alter people's destinies, guiding them in the right direction. Life and death are determined by fate, and whether one survives depends on their own luck. It seems they have adhered to this philosophy until now. The main team had already started battling the king, and the surrounding beasts, summoned to assist, were rushing to join the fight. Gu Xing's small squad was tasked with intercepting these supporting beasts, keeping them extremely busy. This Lingshu realm was only of ordinary level, and most of the beasts inside were between levels 1 to 3, with very few at level 4. Sun Yinshi and her group were busy dealing with ordinary beasts, while Li Yi's team targeted Lord-level beasts, hunting the lords while helping Sun Yinshi's group clear out the smaller ones. Gu Xing sat on a large rock, watching Li Yi leisurely drink wine while effortlessly dodging attacks, turning around to finish off enemies with a single sword strike. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Turns out, the only one slacking off all this time was himself. No, this is too boring. Let me try my skills, maybe I'll discover some new uses. Gu Xing muttered to himself and opened the attribute panel. Name, Gu Xing. Gender, male level, dust level innate talent. Power of the stars talent skills, GM system skills, GM guardian, star protection, star enhancement, prophecy, phantom movement, shadow of past pain word art illusion, Libra attributes, 140 status. Huh. Gu Xing looked at the innate talent section, feeling a bit puzzled. The power of the stars is no longer a skill, it has become an innate talent. He speculated that it was likely because he had fully embraced the power of the stars and the system's strength. Innate talent not only represents the talent one is born with, but also signifies abilities that cannot be stripped away under any circumstances and will accompany one for life. Let us see which skill is useful. Gu Xing pondered. GM Guardian was a passive skill and couldn't be used actively. Star Protection and Star Enhancement were general-purpose skills but lacked any additional effects. Prophecy was temporarily off the table, it consumed too many star points. Phantom Movement was currently in use, and he had already developed many functions for it. The most useful was combining it with Star Enhancement to make objects invisible. As for the word Art Illusion, Undershadow of Past Pain, Gu Xing stared at the swarm of beasts charging madly around him, his brows furrowed. This skill was indeed useful, a versatile tool, but using it to observe these beasts would be quite challenging. Let him wave a banner in front of the exotic beasts? Gu Xing decisively shook his head, just thinking about it felt too stupid. This Libra skill. He pondered for a moment and decided to summon it to try it out. Gu Xing gently waved his hand, and a scale appeared, only palm-sized, exquisitely crafted, with faint light shimmering along its edges. The trays on both sides were empty, swaying slightly in the breeze. Looking at the scale, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Since it's a scale that can measure the value of all things, could it be used to exchange something for the lives of these exotic beasts? Gu Xing decided to give it a try. He locked onto a gray wolf in the distance, and the wolf's figure immediately shrank into a projection, appearing on the left tray. One side of the tray slowly sank while the other gently tilted upward. A golden prompt box popped up. Please place an item of equal value, equal value. Gu Xing glanced around and suddenly remembered the crystal cores he had received recently. During battles, he was occasionally forced to be allocated spoils, so he had dozens of crystal cores in his possession. Now they could finally come in handy. He took out a mid-tier second-grade gray wolf crystal core from his space and gently placed it on the right tray. The tray's sinking slowed down a bit, but the gray wolf projection was still noticeably heavier. The same species and the same grade still don't work? Gu Xing frowned and muttered to himself, replacing it with a rhino crystal core of the same grade. This time, the scale finally balanced. Exchange? Gu Xing chose yes, without hesitation. As soon as he selected yes, the rhino crystal core instantly disappeared, and the scale trembled slightly before emitting a soft glow that enveloped the distant gray wolf. The wolf's fierce gaze turned confused, and finally, it slowly collapsed, its life fading away. There were too many exotic beasts on the battlefield, and since the gray wolf had left the main group, its fall didn't attract much attention. Useful, but honestly such a loss. Gu Xing looked at the crystal cores in his hand, feeling a bit pained. After all, he could take down a gray wolf with a single punch. There was no need to spend hundreds of crystal cores to exchange for it. But then he thought, what if I use star power instead of crystal cores? To him, star power was like an endless source of energy. With just an hour of serious practice or 3 hours of casual effort, his reserves could be replenished. If it still wasn't enough, he had star points as backup, though he hadn't paid off his debts yet, so saving was better. Let's give it a try. Gu Xing focused his thoughts and locked onto another gray wolf. He slowly infused star power into the right tray, and the scale gradually returned to balance. A golden prompt box popped up. Exchange? I didn't expect it to actually work. Gu Xing was both excited and surprised. And the cost isn't even high. This time, he only used 1% of his star power, equivalent to the maximum energy needed to take down an exotic beast with a single punch. Gu Xing chuckled to himself and began selecting exotic beasts that were troublesome for Sun Yinshi and the others, quietly dealing with them. There were so many exotic beasts on the battlefield that a few extra corpses wouldn't draw attention. Shun Ran stood in a safe zone, quickly gathering spiritual power in his hands and continuously throwing blazing fireballs, each one precisely hitting the beast horde. Explosions echoed, flames scattered, and the power was immense, even making the surrounding air feel scorching. During a brief pause in the battle, he gasped for breath and quickly replenished his spiritual power. His gaze inadvertently swept to the side, and he was instantly stunned. Gu Xing leisurely sat on a large rock, crossing one leg over the other, muttering to himself, occasionally pointing forward with his finger as if commenting on the distant beasts. Shinran couldn't help but sneer inwardly, his face full of disdain. What kind of genius class student was this? This team was clearly 7 experts carrying 1 deadweight. The captain must be some rich young master trying to pad his resume. He despised people who lacked ability but loved to act important. The more he looked, the angrier he got. Unable to hold back, he walked over and asked irritably, "Hey, why aren't you out there killing monsters?" Gu Xing shifted his gaze from the balance scale, turned to look at Shun Ran, and answered frankly, "I don't want to." After all, he could take the lives of beasts from a distance. Why bother going to the dirty, chaotic battlefield to do it himself? Sure, close combat could be thrilling, but this elegant and stealthy method suited his style much better. Shin Ran grew even angrier. "You don't want to? Then you're just useless." Gu Xing was unfazed, shrugging with a smile at the corner of his mouth, calmly replying, "Yeah, you're right. I'm just a G-level nobody." Shin Ran. He was stunned, not expecting Gu Xing to admit it so openly. It felt like punching air, leaving him frustrated. But wait, did Gu Xing just say he was G-level? Shin Ran was momentarily dumbfounded, incredulously asking, "G-level? As in, the level even worse than F-level, where you can't cultivate spiritual power at all?" Gu Xing nodded, his gaze clear. "Yes, that one." Shun Ran was at a loss for words, his anger doused like a bucket of cold water. He opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. No wonder he could never sense Gu Xing's spiritual power. There was none to sense. Then why? Why are you even here? Shen Ran's voice faltered, clearly not expecting this answer. Gu Xing, however, remained calm, directly explaining, I got into the genius class with the top score in liberal arts. The teacher assigned a task requiring us to reach bronze membership level. Shen Ran fell silent for a long time after hearing this, staring at Gu Xing with a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. In the end, his face turned red, and he awkwardly said, well, then carry on. With that, he turned and left. Gu Xing watched Shen Ran's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. To deal with such straightforward people, a softer approach was necessary. He turned his gaze back to the distant beasts. The balance scale steadied, and an invisible force shot out instantly, felling a beast in the distance. On the battlefield, Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi worked together to take down a massive beast. Qian Yuan looked ahead in confusion and turned to Sun Yinshi, saying, have you noticed? Those speed-type beasts are all gone. For them, thick-skinned beasts weren't too difficult to handle. The real trouble came from the fast and agile ones, like wolves, tigers, and leopards. But now, these beasts had mysteriously disappeared. Occasionally, they spotted a few, but they would suddenly collapse and never get back up. Sun Yinshi listened and turned her gaze toward Gu Xing. Gu Xing was deep in thought, occasionally looking up to select a target. Sun Yinshi knew her guess was correct. It's Gu Xing taking action. After hearing this, Qian Yuan turned to look at Gu Xing with a proud expression. I told you my Xingji would definitely take action. Sun Yinshi looked at the distant beasts, her brows furrowed, feeling a strange unease. Hurry up and deal with it. I feel like the number of beasts is increasing. Although the monarch could summon beasts, the range was limited. Why? Up until now, had the beasts not decreased but instead multiplied? Suddenly, a rush of footsteps interrupted Gu Xing's thoughts. Someone ran over, panting heavily, shouting. Southwest direction. A large group of beasts is approaching, at least 100. We are critically short of healers and melee fighters. Urgent reinforcements needed. Zhao Ming looked up at the distance, where only a dozen beasts remained on the field. Because the Qinxing team's strength far exceeded that of ordinary and bronze-level teams, they handled Lord-level beasts with ease. This area didn't need them much, but the other side was short-handed. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming discussed dispatching reinforcements with Gu Xing, who nodded in agreement. With him overseeing, even if danger arose, he could protect everyone. Thus, Zhao Ming sent Li Yi, Lin Wan, Zhao Hu, and Li Yao to provide support, while he and Shen Ran stayed behind to eliminate Lord-level beasts from a distance. Gu Xing watched the four leave, his brows tightly furrowed, and took out a map to examine. Strange, it's already been half an hour. There shouldn't still be large-scale beast tides. Unease rose in his heart, and Gu Xing decided to report to the watchtower. He raised his wrist to look at his watch. This watch was mandatory for everyone entering Lingshu hunting grounds. If someone didn't return from Lingshu for a long time, they would be tracked. It could also be activated manually, sending a signal to the watchtower, which would take action, and nearby ability users could receive the location and come to assist. Gu Xing only sent a suspicious signal, indicating abnormal conditions nearby. If he sent danger, it would mean his life was threatened and he needed rescue. After sending the signal, he noticed his watch hadn't responded. Normally, he would receive a confirmation of delivered, but he didn't. There was only one possibility. The signal was being blocked. Xingji, the beast tide is here. Qian Yuan rushed over to report to Gu Xing. Gu Xing looked up to see the previously scattered beasts now densely packed, estimated to be over 100, moving like a bloodthirsty ocean. This was a big problem. Qian Yuan asked anxiously. Xingji, should we retreat? They were just mercenaries. If the mission didn't go well, they could run away. Although it would cost them points, it was better than losing their lives. Gu Xing shook his head. We can't retreat. The signal isn't going through. Someone must have set up a formation. Contact your bodyguards and see if they can break it. Qian Yuan was about to take out his communicator when Sun Yinshi walked over, her face grave. I've already contacted them. The reinforcements are blocked outside, and breaking the formation will take at least half an hour. Half an hour? I'll be dead by then. Qian Yuan cried out in despair. Seeing this, Gu Xing knew he couldn't hide the truth anymore. He sighed softly and said in a low voice, You go deal with those beasts. Huh? Qian Yuan pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Could he really do it? Before he could finish speaking, swish, a black shadow emerged from Gu Xing's own shadow. A masked figure knelt on one knee, saluted Gu Xing, and responded in a low voice, Understood. Then, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared from sight, heading straight for the beasts. Wherever the shadow passed, the beasts fell to the ground one after another. Whoa! Qian Yuan was startled by the sudden appearance of the man and was immediately awed by his strength. Although these were only beasts of levels 1 to 3, they shouldn't have fallen with just one strike. Sun Yinshi recognized the masked man from his figure. It was the proctor from the previous assessment. She had suspected that Gu Xing and this proctor seemed to know each other, but she hadn't expected them to have a superior subordinate relationship. Gu Xing glanced at Mo Qing's side, then turned to the two and said, Stop holding back. Use every skill you have at your disposal. Don't let your combat power drag us down. Although the disciples of the two major families were not highly regarded, they were direct descendants and certainly had their trump cards. Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi, realizing the urgency of the situation, immediately nodded and unleashed their best abilities. Sun Yinshi waved her hands, spreading a wave of cold air that formed a freezing domain, locking the beasts in place. Qian Yuan, on the other hand, chuckled coldly at the beasts, waved his hand, and pulled out bottles of potions from his spatial storage, throwing them wildly at the beast horde. Boom, boom, boom. The potions exploded mid-air, flames bursting forth as the beasts screamed in agony amidst the sea of fire. Watching Qian Yuan crazily throwing bombs, Gu Xing was speechless. This arms dealer was misnamed. He was clearly a demolition maniac. The two worked together, leaving Mo Qing, who relied on close-range output, with little room to contribute. Gu Xing simply called him back. Mo Qing returned, looking a bit dejected. Apologies, my lord, I'm useless. He was an assassin, specialized in single-target attacks and stealth, without any area of effect skills. No matter how skilled he was, he could only kill beasts one by one. It's fine. I have a more important task for you, Gu Xing said, patting his shoulder. Go deal with the Lost Paradise group for me. Mo Qing's eyes lit up at the chance to hunt Lost Paradise followers and eagerly replied, Yes. To him, hunting Lost Paradise followers was far more interesting than killing beasts. Most importantly, he could act alongside Gu Xing. Gu Xing ignored his thoughts, his gaze sweeping toward a hidden corner in the distance as he prepared to open his panel. Sure enough, he discovered a concealed Lost Paradise follower. Gu Xing raised his hand to seal their title and directed Mo Qing to act swiftly. The sealed Lost Paradise follower was powerless to resist and was easily taken down by Mo Qing. Gu Xing continued scanning the surroundings, sealing one after another, while Mo Qing eliminated them one by one. He had initially thought there would be few beasts of levels 1 to 3, but unexpectedly, almost all of them were of this level. As Gu Xing quickly sealed titles, he muttered softly, How strange. The external formation is clearly of the highest level, and the person planning this event must be no ordinary figure. Meanwhile, Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan exerted their full strength. The other 5 members of the Qinxing team, who had been busy fighting beasts, stopped in their tracks, staring at the two in shock. When they had previously teamed up to fight beasts, they hadn't noticed much of a gap in strength between Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan. They had only felt they were slightly stronger, thinking the difference between rogue cultivators and disciples of major families wasn't significant, and that the gap between S level and SS level wasn't too large either. But now, Qian Yuan was throwing explosive potions worth tens of thousands, as if they were cabbages. Sun Yinshi was even using domain skills that only 6th or 7th tier experts could possess, crazily hunting down the beasts. The gap was simply worlds apart. They finally understood that these genius monsters had been deliberately hiding their true strength just to cooperate with ordinary people like them. The commotion here was so intense that even Zhao Ming and Shun Ran, who had seen much, were stunned. Is this the rising tide? No, this is a tsunami. Just as everyone thought the beasts could be dealt with smoothly, an unexpected change occurred. A saber-toothed tiger suddenly charged out, pouncing fiercely at Shun Ran. Shun Ran reacted quickly, barely dodging the fatal blow, but his shoulder was slashed with a deep wound that exposed the bone. Hiss! Shun Ran gasped sharply, his face instantly turning pale. This saber-toothed tiger was clearly unusual, its eyes blood red, surrounded by a hazy black mist, and its spiritual power was continuously rising. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger roared, its spiritual power suddenly erupting, spreading a powerful pressure. Shun Ran's eyes narrowed sharply. This was a king-level beast. Within the spirit void realm, there could only be one king. When the king dies, one of the elite-level lords will ascend. The saber-toothed tiger before them had just broken through to king level and had not yet awakened its skills, but its spiritual power pressure alone made it difficult for Shun Ran to withstand, not to mention he was already injured. Shun Ran, run. I'll distract it, Zhao Ming shouted, pulling out his bow and arrows. Arrows rained down on the saber-toothed tiger, attempting to divert its attention. Shun Ran gritted his teeth, clutching the wound on his shoulder, and turned to run. But the saber-toothed tiger seemed to have locked onto him, completely ignoring Zhao Ming's arrow attacks and chasing straight after Shun Ran. Slash! The saber-toothed tiger clawed fiercely at Shun Ran's back, leaving deep scars. Shun Ran was thrown to the ground not far away, his back burning with pain, his clothes soaked in blood. He was in so much pain he almost passed out, but he still struggled desperately to turn around. The saber-toothed tiger stepped closer to him, opening its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs that seemed capable of swallowing him whole. Shun Ran closed his eyes in despair, a wave of helplessness surging in his heart. His grandfather was worshipping the star god again, even forcing him to join in. Shun Ran was extremely unwilling, but still knelt before the plaque engraved with Star God, casually bowing his head, then stood up and complained, "Grandpa, the school already said to believe in scientific spirituality. All other beliefs are superstitions and scams." His grandfather ignored his complaints, respectfully finished offering 3 sticks of incense, then slowly stood up, his gaze deep. "Child, you will understand in the future." Shun Ran pursed his lips, muttering under his breath. "Understand what? Right now, we need money the most. If this star god is really effective, it would be impressive if it could conjure money for our family." Hearing this, his grandfather's wrinkled eyes flashed with a peculiar light. He lightly patted Shun Ran's shoulder and said earnestly, "If the gods don't help you directly, it's because they believe in you, believe you have the ability to overcome difficulties. Believe in me." Shun Ran's voice trembled, his gaze fixed on the saber-toothed tiger charging toward him. The sharp fangs glinted coldly under the sunlight, as if they could tear through anything in an instant. Shun Ran closed his eyes with a bitter smile. He was really going to die. If the star god truly existed, would it hear his cries for help and save him? At this critical moment, a dazzling sword light tore through the sky. Puffed! A crisp sound echoed as the massive body of the saber-toothed tiger was instantly split in two. Its ferocious head rolled to the side, blood splattering everywhere. Shun Ran heard the commotion and opened his eyes. Sunlight pierced through the gaps of his eyelids, making him feel a bit dizzy. A figure standing against the light slowly came into view, radiating brilliance like a savior from mythology, reaching out a hand. "Are you okay?" Shun Ran struggled to blink, trying hard to make out the person before him. Gradually, that familiar face became clear. It was Gu Xing. Shun Ran stared blankly at Gu Xing. At this moment, he seemed to feel something. It was an indescribable sensation, like his soul had found a place to rest. Seeing Shun Ran unresponsive, Gu Xing assumed he was temporarily unconscious due to shock and blood loss. Without hesitation, he picked Shun Ran up and turned toward Qian Yuan. "Do you have healing potions? Give him a dose." "I do." Qian Yuan, busy throwing explosive potions, immediately retrieved a green healing potion from his spatial ring upon hearing Gu Xing's words. He pried open Shun Ran's mouth and poured the potion. Didar. As soon as the words fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive shadow descended, Crashing directly in front of Gu Xing, dust billowed upon impact, smoke rolling thickly. Gu Xing stood motionless, letting the dust swirl around him. This kind of spiritual suppression had no effect on him, and the dust was effortlessly blocked by the starlight power he released. He calmly observed the monster before him. The spider demon finally revealed its true form, a massive figure as large as a small house. Its 8 long legs were twisted and powerful, resembling hardened branches, each covered in sharp barbs and thick black armor. The legs scraped against the ground, producing a chilling shh sound. Its upper body, however, resembled a woman, with a pale, distorted face, disheveled hair like dry grass, and blood-red eyes filled with hatred and fury. She glared at Gu Xing, as if she wanted to tear him apart alive. Gu Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. "Long time no see, little Teddy. How do you like the gift I brought you this time?" He hadn't expected to encounter an old acquaintance, the 12-legged teddy spider. Upon hearing his words, the spider demon's eyes flared with red light, as if he had struck a nerve. "It's all your fault, you damned man. If it weren't for you, I could have become stronger, instead of ending up like this." She quickly gathered her 8 legs and leapt forward, her slender front legs slicing through the air with a sharp sound, aiming straight for Gu Xing. Before the legs could land, a dark figure suddenly blocked Gu Xing's front. It was Mo Qing. With a forceful push, Mo Qing forced the spider demon back a few steps, and the two immediately entered a standoff. The spider demon glared at Gu Xing, her eyes full of venom. "So, you really are with the Star God Temple." Mo Qing stood in front of Gu Xing, his expression serious as he warned, "Master, be careful." Gu Xing responded with a nod and opened the monster's information panel. Name: Earth Demon Spider, Aberrant Species, Incomplete Gender, Unknown Level, Early Stage of 7th Tier Talent Skill, SS Clone Creation Attribute Value, for 73 status. Furious listening to her words and seeing the incomplete in her name, Gu Xing understood. Despite his warning, she had still escaped. It turned out her fusion with the Earth Demon Spider was incomplete, resulting in this form. Gu Xing chuckled lightly. "So, you forced the Lord to break through to king level just to kill me?" The spider demon was amused by his confidence. Of course not. Encountering a damned man like you is an unexpected surprise, but you'll pay the price for it." With that, she charged at Gu Xing again. Mo Qing immediately stepped forward to engage her, and the two became locked in combat. Both were at the early stage of the 7th tier, but their strength differed. The spider demon's attributes far exceeded Mo Qing's, yet Mo Qing could hide in the shadows and had absorbed the 10,000 breath mimicry ability, allowing him to imitate various auras, making it impossible for the spider demon to locate him. Thus, although the battle was fierce, neither side could gain the upper hand. The spider demon also possessed area damage skills, but she didn't directly attack Mo Qing. Instead, she targeted Gu Xing whenever she unleashed these skills. Gu Xing, with his lower attributes, could only keep dodging. He knew that merely evading wouldn't work, so he decided to attempt prophesied in order not to use the star points. He simply asked the final result. Could this monster be killed? The answer was affirmative, and the system even provided an additional message. You have a chance to protect everyone. Seeing this message, Gu Xing felt a bit puzzled and wanted to ask further, but he had a vague premonition in his heart. If he asked too many details, he might not be able to protect everyone. This was his sixth sense and judgment. So, facing this monster that was evenly matched with Mo Qing, how should he resolve it? Mo Qing knew that dragging it out would lead to defeat. He forced the spider demon back a few steps and quickly ran to Gu Xing's side, saying, "My lord, I will take you." To retreat. Even if the formation couldn't be broken, his speed was beyond what the spider demon could catch up with. Gu Xing shook his head. "No, I can't leave." Sun Yinshi and the others were nearby, where everyone was hiding. If he went too far, the power of the stars would dissipate, and the spider demon would discover them and kill everyone directly. So, what exactly was the solution? What was the answer the system provided? But there was no time for Gu Xing to think further on the battlefield. The spider demon, hearing the conversation between Mo Qing and Gu Xing, burned with rage and roared loudly. "Trying to escape? Don't even dream about it. You will all die here." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned blood red, and familiar patterns on the formation on her spider body began to light up. Gu Xing's expression changed drastically. "Damn it, that's the signal for forcibly breaking through the formation. We must stop her immediately." Upon hearing this, Mo Qing charged at the spider demon without hesitation, trying to interrupt her spellcasting. But it was already too late. The spider demon's face twisted into a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha, you will all die." With her words, a surge of immense spiritual power erupted like a raging flood. Gu Xing, protected by the spiritual barrier, was unaffected, but Mo Qing was blasted 100 meters away, his head spinning, temporarily unable to stand. At that moment, the spider demon's figure flickered like a ghost, rushing toward Gu Xing, raising her leg for a killing blow. Gu Xing panicked and tried to dodge, only to find his ankle tightly bound by transparent spider silk, rendering him immobile. Dodging was no longer an option. At the critical moment, a small, thin figure suddenly stepped in front of Gu Xing. It was Lu Yao, but he knew very well that unless he received professional treatment immediately, the potion would only provide temporary relief. Lu Yaoyao's body was caught in a fierce clash of two forces. She knew Gu Xing was desperately trying to save her, but she also understood that she couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, she recalled her conversation with the psychologist. The doctor had asked her how far she could endure. Besides the words she had spoken, there was one sentence she hadn't said aloud: "Give it my all, even if it costs my life." Lu Yaoyao locked her gaze on Gu Xing, slowly raising her slightly pale hand. Her fingertips trembled, her palm facing upward, revealing the tightly gripped black framed glasses. Gu Xing's eyes froze, his heart clenched sharply, and almost instinctively, he reached out to tightly grasp her cold hand. "I will save you." His voice trembled slightly, but was resolute. "I will definitely save you." But Lu Yaoyao gently shook her head, using almost all her strength. Her lips moved faintly, her voice intermittent, like a flickering candle in the wind. "I should have died. It was you who saved me." After speaking, she closed her eyes. Her hand fell weakly, leaving only the black framed glasses in Gu Xing's hand. Gu Xing's pupils contracted sharply. He bent down and held her tightly, feeling the warmth in her body gradually fade, his body trembling uncontrollably. He understood. He knew. Lu Yaoyao was dead. She had died to save him. "Huh. I thought some strong reinforcements had arrived, but it turns out to be so fragile." The spider demon looked at the scene before her, a trace of mockery flashing in her eyes, and said, "Don't worry, you're next." She raised her long leg and fiercely struck toward Gu Xing. At that moment, Mo Qing appeared beside the spider demon like a ghost. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a sharp dagger, and attempted to stab the spider demon's heart. But the spider demon reacted swiftly, grabbing the dagger with one hand and directly knocking him away. Mo Qing flew through the air like a broken kite, drawing an arc before crashing heavily into a thick tree trunk. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been squeezed and displaced. Despite this, he didn't give up, struggling to get up and continuing to charge at the spider demon. He knew that if he couldn't stop the spider demon, Gu Xing would die. This time, the spider demon didn't simply knock Mo Qing away. Instead, Mo Qing was tortured to the brink of losing consciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, shouting hoarsely, "My Lord, hurry-o!" Gu Xing lowered his head to look at Lu Yaoyao, who was lifeless in his arms, then raised his gaze to Mo Qing, his devoted follower, who had been cruelly tormented. Slowly, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gently placed Lu Yaoyao on the ground. Then, he stood up, facing the spider demon directly, his eyes carrying a smile, though the smile did not reach his eyes. "All right, let me show you my power." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swiftly gathered a massive amount of starlight power in his hands, clasped them together, and activated his skill. Instantly, a dazzling golden light condensed above his head, forming a gigantic scale. The light was so radiant that even daylight could not overshadow its sanctity and brilliance. On the left side of the scale was the shadow of the spider demon, while the right side gathered an increasing amount of light, all derived from Gu Xing's pure starlight power. The spider demon looked up at the scale, and an inexplicable fear surged in its heart. It recalled that not long ago, a white-robed figure had used a similar skill. Once the scale balanced, the skill would activate, leaving mountains of corpses in its wake. As the scale slowly approached balance, the spider demon felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. It abruptly flung away the captured Mo Qing and, like an arrow released from a bowstring, charged toward Gu Xing, attempting to interrupt this deadly skill. At this moment, Gu Xing's starlight power was rapidly depleting, his starlight points dropping to 0, yet the scale was still not fully balanced. Just a little more. Just a tiny bit more. Gu Xing had long anticipated that his starlight points might not be enough, which was why he hesitated before. But now he no longer cared. He wanted this creature dead, dead in agony. He wanted it to regret ever coming into this world. At that moment, two windows popped up simultaneously, one blue and one gold. Force balance of the scale, unknown stakes. Proceed with exchange? Yes. Gu Xing paid no attention to the strange prompt or the stakes involved, choosing the exchange without hesitation. Instantly, the scale suspended in the air erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, like a star suddenly ignited. Then, it transformed into a dazzling stream of light, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, and fiercely struck the massive, grotesque body of the spider demon. The spider demon's 8 long legs stiffened immediately, its body trembling violently as if struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. Its blood vessels bulged, its skin cracked under the excruciating pain, oozing black blood. Its eyes were bloodshot, its eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets, filled with terror and despair. No, no, it hurts, stop. The spider demon's screams echoed across the heavens and earth, hysterical and piercing. But soon, its throat was crushed, unable to produce any sound, leaving only desperate, gurgling noises. Its 8 long legs clawed at the ground frantically, but they could no longer support its collapsing body. It was so close. It could have won. Its internal organs were violently churned by the force, causing unbearable pain that nearly made it lose consciousness. Yet its soul was being shredded like a blade, forcing it to remain awake. The spider demon widened her eyes and stared at Gu Xing, a drop of blood tear sliding down the corner of her eye. This tear, was it regret or pain? Finally, a deafening explosion erupted between heaven and earth, bang. The 8th-tier spider demon, under the shocked gazes of everyone, turned into a sky full of blood mist and vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. The suspended scales, having completed their mission, also slowly disappeared. The battle ended unexpectedly like this. Silence as still as death enveloped the surroundings. Gu Xing had won. The survivors froze like statues, staring blankly at the unbelievable scene before them. Shen Ran was still unconscious. Zhao Ming widened his eyes, staring at Gu Xing, muttering, How is this possible? Gu Xing's appearance had completely overturned his 40-plus years of understanding. How could a student be so powerful, even saving all of them? The others were equally shocked. They knew Gu Xing was strong, but they hadn't expected him to defeat such a terrifying monster. At this moment, besides shock, they felt a deep sense of awe toward Gu Xing. But this awe was quickly replaced by sorrow. Qian Fengying suddenly squatted down, covering her face with both hands, tears slipping through her fingers. Yao 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 is dead. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this. They hadn't expected Lu Yao Yao to rush forward directly while they were distracted. Sun Yanxi and Qian Yuan remained silent, but their gazes were fixed tightly on Gu Xing's direction. Gu Xing was still standing motionless, his expression dazed, as if his soul had left him. A foreboding feeling surged in their hearts, and the two immediately ran over to check on him. Brother Xing? Qian Yuan called cautiously. Gu Xing remained standing, like a soulless statue, his eyes half open, his gaze hollow and lifeless, his face pale and frighteningly devoid of vitality. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew past, and his body unexpectedly collapsed directly to the ground. Qian Yuan reacted quickly, catching him in time. Qian Yuan panicked. Brother Xing, what's wrong? Wake up. Sun Yanxi watched the scene, her heart tightening, and reached out to check Gu Xing's breath. Her face instantly turned pale. Gu Xing wasn't breathing. Was he dead? At that moment, The surrounding air suddenly fluctuated, indicating that the previous formation had been lifted. The crowd began to stir, and someone shouted, "Quick! Go find Miss." Another voice followed immediately. "The young master and Miss Sun are over there." Qian Yuan looked at the unresponsive Gu Xing, then raised his head to glance at Sun Yinshi, whose lips were tightly pursed and expression was complex. He already had a guess in his heart but refused to believe it, forcing out a laugh. "Haha, Brother Xing, stop joking around. Wake up, the reinforcements are here. If you don't wake up, how will we explain the situation?" At this moment, a middle-aged man in a combat outfit walked up to Qian Yuan, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Qian, Miss Sun, we apologize for being late." Qian Yuan didn't respond. His eyes reddened as he kept shaking Gu Xing's body, his voice trembling with sobs. "Brother Xing, say something. Don't scare us, Sun." Yinshi bit her lip tightly. She couldn't believe Gu Xing would leave them so easily. Her intuition kept telling her she had to do something. But what exactly? She hadn't figured out yet. She firmly believed that Gu Xing would not die so easily. He held everyone's fate in his hands. It was impossible for him to simply disappear. After thinking for a moment, she made a decision. She would probe into Gu Xing's fate. Although her grandfather had repeatedly warned her not to easily calculate Gu Xing's fate due to the complex entanglement of cause and effect that she could not bear, she could no longer care about that now. No one could confirm Gu Xing's safety. She had to try. So, she sat on the ground and took out copper coins from her pocket. This time, instead of taking out just one as usual, she took out 3. She placed the 3 copper coins flat in her palm, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes tightly, and silently recited the matter she wanted to know in her heart. A minute later, she slowly opened her eyes and gently unfolded her hands. With a crisp ding sound, her heart suddenly jolted, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped it, and a sharp pain instantly spread throughout her body. This was the backlash from probing into someone she shouldn't. The pain was more severe than she had imagined, but she did not stop. She stared at the hexagram in front of her, memorized it, then picked up the copper coins and started again. The copper coins fell again, and the result appeared once more. This time, the pain spread from her heart to the corner of her mouth, and a trace of bright red quietly slid down, dripping onto the ground. "Miss you." The man beside her saw blood at the corner of her mouth and nervously stepped forward, trying to stop her. "Don't come near." Sun Yinshi sternly rebuked, picked up the copper coins, and continued calculating fate. Qian Yuan held Gu Xing, standing between the man and Sun Yinshi, and shouted angrily, "Don't approach her." He knew Sun Yinshi was calculating Gu Xing's fate and also knew that fortune-telling required a price, but he was unwilling to watch Gu Xing die like this. There must be a turning point. There must be. The man saw Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan's resolute attitude. Once fortune-telling began, stopping midway would cause even more severe backlash. He could only lower his head helplessly and wait. The third time the copper coins fell, Sun Yinshi's eyes suddenly turned blood red, as if flames were burning within them. Immediately, 2 streams of blood tears uncontrollably slid down, blurring her vision. But she persisted, fumbling for the 3 copper coins on the ground, placing them back in her palm, and continuing the prophecy. When the 4th result appeared, her ears began to bleed. The entire world became blurry in her ears, but she forced herself to focus. All she could hear was the sound of copper coins falling and her rapid breathing. Others who had rushed over saw Sun Yinshi bleeding and panicked, wanting to step forward to stop her. But Qian Yuan directly activated the counter-damage skill, coldly staring at the crowd and shouting, "I command you as the heir of the Qian family, do not approach, or die." The crowd looked at the counter-damage skill enveloping Sun Yinshi, conflicted. Breaking the defense would require harming her. Not attacking would result in punishment, possibly even death. Attacking would lead to execution by Qian Yuan's orders, certain death. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment. At this point, Sun Yinshi reached the decisive 6th toss of the copper coins. By now, her condition was unbearable, and her pain had reached its peak. Her face was pale, as if devoid of blood. Her lips cracked as though she hadn't drunk water for a long time. Although her eyes were open, they had lost their usual brightness, appearing hollow and lifeless. Due to excessive blood loss, Her body swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapse, but she relied on her strong will and kept persevering. Sun Yinshi tightly gripped a copper coin, her fingers turning pale from exertion, even trembling slightly. She almost used up all her remaining strength, slowly opening her hands. At this moment, it was as if all her energy had been drained. Her body began to sway uncontrollably and finally collapsed to the ground. "Miss!" A man shouted anxiously, rushing over, but was blocked by Qian Yuan's skill. Sun Yinshi could no longer hear the sounds around her. She could only reach out to feel for the copper coin on the ground. After confirming its position, her tense body finally relaxed. She spat out a mouthful of blood and said to Qian Yuan, "You must protect Gu Xing's body." Then she completely lost consciousness. The breakthrough of the lost paradise only occurred at one point, initially blocked by Gu Xing, leaving other areas unaffected. The victory at the monarch level brought joy to hundreds of people, but only the members of the Qinxing squad and the drunken squad looked grim. They were secretly taken to a hidden base and forced to sign a confidentiality agreement engraved with a mysterious formation. The drunken squad left first, followed closely by the 4 members of the Qinxing squad. Lu Yaoyao was confirmed dead and was being sent to the hospital for final arrangements. Sun Yinshi, who fainted from peering into fate, was urgently hospitalized, leaving only Qian Yuan holding Gu Xing's body at the scene. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but a group of people surrounded him. Men in uniforms encircled him, speaking softly to console him. "Young master, please accept our condolences. He's gone. You need to face reality. Young master, the body needs to be buried." They wanted Qian Yuan to let go of Gu Xing's body, but Qian Yuan angrily shouted, "Get lost. All of you, get lost. Xingji isn't dead. He's just asleep." Everyone was at a loss for what to do in the face of Qian Yuan's determination. At this moment, Qian Xiaodong slowly walked in, his gaze fixed on Qian Yuan, and softly called out, "Child, come here." Qian Yuan's vigilance slightly eased, but he still stubbornly stood his ground, saying, "I want a time stasis chamber." Sun Yinshi calculated it. "I must preserve Xingji's body. Gu Xing isn't dead, he'll come back." A time stasis chamber, as the name suggests, stops the flow of time for anything placed inside. Since Sun Yinshi had instructed this before fainting, he had to make it happen. No matter what, he had to ensure Gu Xing's body remained unharmed. Qian Xiaodong looked at Qian Yuan's stubborn face, sighed helplessly, and nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll have it arranged." In less than half an hour, Gu Xing's body was placed in the time stasis chamber at Rongyang Research Institute. Lu Wenping stared at the instruments, checking them repeatedly. No matter how he looked, all signs of life in Gu Xing's body had disappeared. Looking at the boy lying in the time stasis chamber, Lu Wenping felt momentarily dazed. He had planned to have Gu Xing work at the Research Institute after graduating high school. But how could the lively and intelligent boy now lie there so quietly? Xin Yan and Li Dongyu rushed over upon receiving the news. They were initially unwilling to believe it, but seeing Gu Xing sealed in the time stasis chamber shattered their last glimmer of hope. Xin Yan stared at Gu Xing's body and said in a low voice, "This guy is strange. Maybe his soul is still wandering? He just refuses to believe that this playful, irreverent troublemaker is gone like this." Li Dongyu stared at Gu Xing and the instrument beside him, shaking his head as he said, "If it were just his soul leaving, his body should be like a vegetative state, not completely lifeless like this." His emotions were complex. He knew Gu Xing was incredibly powerful, yet he hadn't expected this crusade to encounter a 7th-tier follower of Paradise Lost, who even broke through to the 8th tier. Li Dongyu muttered under his breath, "How am I supposed to explain this to the 2 masters?" Guyu was curled up on the sofa, her fingers sliding quickly across her phone screen as she frowned and mumbled, "Strange, the hunt is over. Why hasn't my brother come back yet?" Suddenly, a strange phone call broke the silence. She hesitated for a moment, but still pressed to answer. On the other end of the line came an urgent voice. "I'm Lu Wenpeng, director of the Rongyang Base Research Institute. Are you Gu Xing's sister, Guyu?" Guyu was startled and sat up straight. "Yes, that's me. May I ask what's the matter?" "Gu Xing." Lu Wenping's voice choked up, and instead of finishing his sentence, he said, "I've already sent someone to pick you up." You'll understand when you come. Gu Yu's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She hung up the phone, clenched her hands tightly, her mind in turmoil. Not long after, a black sedan stopped in front of the Gu family's door. Without much thought, Gu Yu hurriedly got into the car. On the way, she kept asking the driver, "What happened? What is wrong with my brother?" The driver remained silent, driving without answering. When Gu Yu was brought to the Rongyang Base Research Institute, she saw Gu Xing sealed tightly in a transparent glass chamber. She stood there as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. It took her a long time to come to her senses. She ran over in a panic, grabbing the arm of the silent Qian Yuan beside her, her voice trembling as she asked, "Why is my brother lying here? What happened to him?" Qian Yuan lowered his head, remaining silent. Seeing him like this, Gu Yu's unease grew heavier. Her emotions suddenly collapsed, tears streaming uncontrollably as she choked and cried out to Qian Yuan. "Didn't you promise to protect my brother? Didn't you swear on your chest? Why has he ended up like this?" Qian Yuan kept his head down, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if carrying a heavy burden. He struggled to open his mouth, his lips moving as he tried to say that Gu Xing might still have hope and wasn't he dead yet. But he knew that was just something Sun Yanqi had vaguely mentioned before falling unconscious, with no evidence to support it now. His thoughts were chaotic, and he finally managed to squeeze out 3 words. "I'm sorry." These 3 words were like a knife, stabbing deeply into Gu Yu's heart. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes red and swollen, her vision blurred by tears, her voice trembling and filled with anger. "Sorry? What good is sorry? My brother is lying there, motionless, and you're telling me sorry?" Gu Yu leaned against the glass chamber, looking at Gu Xing lying quietly inside. Her heart ached as if being cut by a knife. She cried out, "Brother, you promised to take me home for fried chicken. How can you go back on your word? Brother, wake up. Look at me. I'm Gu Yu, your sister. You can't leave me alone. Mom and Dad, if they knew, if they found out, they woo-woo." Tang Tang suddenly looked up, her clear big eyes gazing at Li Mei, her voice filled with childlike urgency. "Mom, I suddenly really miss brother Gu Xing." Her little face slightly wrinkled, her heart feeling empty, the kind of loss leaving her helpless. Li Mei gently stroked Tang Tang's soft hair, her voice tender. "Be good, brother Gu Xing is really busy lately. He might not be able to play with you." Worry flashed in Li Mei's eyes. Recently, she had received a message from Yang Xiaoming, "Don't go see Gu Xing." Although she didn't know the specific reason, her heart felt oppressed, as if shrouded by dark clouds. Even breathing became difficult. Tang Tang listened, her brows furrowing tighter, her small hands unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes, pleading, "But I really miss him. Mom, can we go see him? Just for a little while, please?" Li Mei looked at Tang Tang's pitiful expression, her heart aching. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound firm. "Tang Tang, Mom knows you miss brother Gu Xing, but we really can't disturb him right now. After a while, Mom will definitely take you to see him, okay?" Although Tang Tang was reluctant, she still nodded obediently, her face full of understanding. Li Mei was a good mother. She couldn't bear to see her daughter sad. She gently hugged Tang Tang, trying to give her some comfort. Tang Tang leaned into her mother's embrace, feeling the warmth, her heart gradually calming down. Although she still missed brother Gu Xing, she understood her mom had her reasons and would obediently listen. "Why? Why are you stopping me from telling the adults the truth?" Yang Xiaoming cried out, her eyes red and swollen, angrily staring at the man in front of her, shouting, "We could have prevented this disaster for him. We could have ensured the adult's safety. Why are you still making him endure all this?" The man lowered his head, his voice indifferent. "Pisces said the adults must go through this trial to move further. We cannot interfere." Slap, a loud slap echoed. Yang Xiaoming lost control, raising her hand and delivering a slap, roaring, "Yang Xiao, stop using those hypocritical words to fool me. I am you, I understand your thoughts. I admire the adults, and so do you. Even if growth can come slowly, can't you feel how much pain the adults are in?" Yang Zhao's head tilted slightly from the slap, but he didn't get angry. He slowly raised his head, revealing a face almost identical to Yang Xiaoming's. His eyes flashed coldly, his voice icy. "Time is running out. The adult's time is precious. Besides, you are just my clone. If you continue to act recklessly, I will make you disappear completely, never to see the adults again." Yang Xiaoming sneered, her face full of determination. "Fine, since our Gemini adult is angry, go ahead and do it. All the pain and struggles I've endured will descend upon you, making you feel it first, but once they intervened, all their previous efforts would be in vain, and the final outcome would completely collapse, beyond redemption." After taking a deep breath, Yang Xiao turned and left. When he reached the door, he stopped, his back to Yang Xiaoming, and said, "I know you're doing this for the master. I won't blame you, nor will I kill you, but I will continue to keep you here until the master's trial is over." With that, he walked out of the isolation room without looking back. The door slowly closed, leaving Yang Xiaoming alone inside. She watched Yang Xiao leave, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Covering her face with her hands, tears slipped through her fingers. She knew that in her current state, she could do nothing. She wouldn't commit suicide, because if she died, she would never see Gu Xing again. Gu Yu stayed by Gu Xing's side, speaking softly about their childhood stories. Qian Yuan, having gone a week without sleep, was forcibly sedated by Qian Xiaodong with a drug. The formula for this drug had been personally given to him by Gu Xing, and now it had become the only pass to meet him in dreams. Lu Wenping tested Gu Xing's condition every day, but the results remained unchanged. Would he really wake up? Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. That afternoon, Sun Yinchi slowly opened her heavy eyelids. Despite lying unconscious for a month, her eyes were still filled with exhaustion. "Miss, you're finally awake." The person guarding her was overjoyed, but before they could finish speaking, Sun Yinchi interrupted with her hoarse voice. "Call Qian Yuan." Her voice was weak but unusually firm. When the news reached him, Qian Yuan almost sprinted all the way there. His face was full of anxiety, and fine beads of sweat covered his forehead. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to ask, "I placed Gu Xing in the time stasis chamber. How is he? It's been so long, and he still hasn't woken up. Will he ever?" "He will wake up," Sun Yinchi interrupted softly, her gaze resolute. "I'm certain he will wake up." After speaking, a wave of exhaustion and helplessness washed over her face. For the first time, she felt such a strong bond of fate with someone. Even if she gave it her all, even if she gambled her life, all she could gain was a vague hope. But knowing that Gu Xing would wake up was enough. Qian Yuan looked at the determination in Sun Yinchi's eyes, clenched his teeth, and a glimmer of tears appeared in his eyes. He nodded firmly, as if reassuring himself and giving strength to Sun Yinchi. "Yes, he will wake up. Yes." The two were silent for a moment before Qian Yuan suddenly broke the quiet. "How have you been lately?" He felt a bit guilty. Recently, whenever he was awake, he stayed by Gu Xing's side until he was forcibly sedated by high-level ability users sent by his father. When he woke up, he would go back to see Gu Xing, leaving no time to check on Sun Yinchi. Sun Yinchi closed her eyes lightly. "My talent has dropped by 1 level, but it's still within an acceptable range." She could feel her talent dropping from SS level to S level, and that powerful domain skill had disappeared. She understood that this was the price she had to pay for lingering on the edge of the line. Qian Yuan, feeling guilty, said, "I'm sorry. Downgrading one's talent is an extremely severe punishment. The hierarchy is strict, and with each downgrade, not only does the body suffer, but the soul is also affected. This feeling is extremely unpleasant, and many people, after experiencing it, fear cultivation and eventually stagnate." If he had stopped Sun Yinchi back then, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. "Even if you had stopped me, I would have continued, and the cost would have been even greater," Sun Yinchi replied. If Qian Yuan had intervened, she would have used her domain skill to simultaneously unleash spiritual power and divination, which might have left her unable to return. The fact that she made it back this time was pure luck. She could still vaguely recall some memories from when she was unconscious. Endless emptiness, desolation, and deathly silence, like a road that never ends. At that time, she was deeply lost and despairing, but a strange force pulled her back. That force was gentle and cool, flickering with tiny lights. More importantly, she did not resist it. Instead, she felt at ease. Gu Xing floated alone in the boundless interstellar space, with two panels constantly popping up in front of him. Golden panel. Checking the cost the host must pay. Golden panel. Check complete. Cost. One soul. One spirit. All memories. Golden panel. Beginning cost collection. Blue panel. Intercepted. Golden panel. Unknown force detected. Collection interrupted. Attempting to recollect. Blue panel. Intercepted. Golden panel. Unknown force detected. Collection interrupted. Attempting to recollect. Gu Xing looked at the two panels looping endlessly, his head about to explode, and couldn't help but shout, "Hey, can you two stop arguing and just send me back first?" Time had lost its meaning here. Gu Xing could only rely on the feeling he got during his nightly cultivation to guess how long he had been outside. It could have been a week, a month, or even longer. But he still had so many important things to do. At this moment, the blue panel suddenly popped up a new window. Skill malfunction detected. Would you like to fuse the Libra skill? Hurry up and fuse it. Fix it quickly. I need to get back. Gu Xing responded urgently. Fusing fusion successful. Seeing this message, Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he could finally return to his body safely, but he still couldn't go back. Then, the blue panel popped up another prompt. Recalculating cost. Another cost? Gu Xing was puzzled, but thinking that the system wouldn't let the skill take his soul and memories, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides his soul, memories, and body, he couldn't think of what else the system could demand as punishment. Cost calculation complete. Punishment. Time. The sky suddenly cracked open, and a massive, blinding countdown appeared in the void. Countdown. 362 days, 23 hours, 24 minutes, 28 seconds. The numbers changed at a speed far exceeding normal, clearly calculated according to Blue Star's actual time. Gu Xing looked at the countdown and let out a sigh of relief. This cost is still acceptable. Trading a year for an 8th-tier expert worth it. Hint: what you lack most is time, and time is the harshest punishment. You will act as a bystander, unable to intervene until the punishment ends. Before the words were finished, the prompt panel turned into a small window, displaying a scene inside. In the scene, a man was curled up on a desolate grassland, his face pale, hands clutching his abdomen tightly. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining his clothes red. He was clearly gravely injured. Not far away, a massive tiger was approaching step by step. The man tried to struggle and escape, but his body had no strength left to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the blazing tiger drew closer, its bloodthirsty jaws opening to reveal sharp teeth. Gu Xing stared intently at the scene, clenching his fists, hoping for a miracle. But there was no miracle. The blazing tiger bit down, tearing the man's head apart. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body collapsed to the ground, staining the grass red. Crunch, crunch. The tiger chewed on the man's head, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth, then began devouring the man's body. The brutal scene made Gu Xing feel nauseous and uneasy. The image switched, and a new despair came into view. It was a similar scene. A woman's leg was bitten off by a beast in front of her. Blood splattered across the grass, triggering the lion's wild instincts. Her fate was clear. Gu Xing turned his head away, unable to bear watching anymore. However, a new window appeared, showing another scene. In a dimly lit operating room, a person was tightly bound to the operating table, their mouth gagged with cloth, eyes wide open, filled with fear and despair. Beside them, a doctor in a white coat held a scalpel without hesitation, precisely aiming at the person's head. The blade sliced through the skin, and blood immediately gushed out. The person struggled violently. The doctor ignored the struggle, skillfully peeling back the skull, reaching inside to extract a smooth crystal core. Then, the doctor turned to the abdomen, cutting through the skin and muscle, expertly removing the internal organs. The person on the operating table breathed more and more faintly. Their struggles gradually ceased, but their eyes remained wide open. They died with their eyes open. Gu Xing closed his eyes in pain, shouting, "Enough! Stop showing me this." But those horrific scenes clung to his mind like ghosts, deeply etched and impossible to escape. He could only watch helplessly as more and more tragedies unfolded. All over the world, beasts were rampaging, mercilessly attacking humans and hunting innocent lives. Humans were also killing each other, becoming as terrifying as wild animals. At this moment, life was trampled upon without regard. Men, women, the elderly, children, pregnant women. Every life lost felt like a sharp sword stabbing into Gu Xing's heart. These images were like an invisible blade, ruthlessly tearing at his heart, causing him unbearable pain. Instinctively, he reached out to try to stop it, but his hand passed through the images. Only then did he realize that he was nothing more than a powerless bystander, unable to change anything or prevent the tragedies from happening. Damn it! Gu Xing's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. He gritted his teeth and roared with all his might. Why are you making me see this? Why? As though in response to his fury, a pale blue panel slowly appeared before him. This is punishment. Gu Xing completely lost it. He swung his fist at the panel with all his might. But his fist passed right through it, unable to harm it in the slightest. The panel instantly transformed into an even more despairing scene. He saw a vast grassland. The Lingxiu, neglected for far too long, emanated a blinding crimson glow. Then, a swarm of strange beasts surged forth like a flood, roaring and charging toward nearby human villages. The village was just a small, ordinary one. Most of the villagers were unarmed, defenseless. Even the strongest among them was insignificant in the face of these ferocious beasts, utterly incapable of resisting their frenzied attacks. In this bloody massacre, the village was reduced to ruins in an instant. The ground was covered in blood, and the beasts savagely feasted on the corpses. The scene shifted. Gu Xing saw a massive plaza, crowded with people at least hundreds of thousands. Their faces were filled with smiles, as though they were anticipating something good. On a high platform stood a man in a gray robe. Slowly, he raised his hand. The smiling people suddenly began collapsing, one after another. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of lives were extinguished. They fell in unison, like a field of wheat being harvested. Bright red blood gushed from their bodies, converging into streams of blood that flowed toward the gray-robed man on the platform. As the blood flowed into him, a faint yellow glow began emanating from his body. The light grew brighter, more radiant. Suddenly, an immense wave of energy erupted from the gray-robed man. He had ascended an ascension achieved at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives. Gu Xing stared blankly at the scene, unable to hold back his tears any longer. They streamed uncontrollably down his face. He didn't know these people. Their deaths had nothing to do with him. But he had witnessed their lives slipping away with his own eyes and was powerless to stop it. A crushing sense of helplessness surged within him, like a massive boulder pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. If I could just wake up, if I could act. If he hadn't fallen into this time punishment, could he have used his power to prevent the tragedy? Even if he couldn't stop it all, he could have changed something, even if just a little. I don't want to see this anymore, I don't want to see it. Gu Xing clutched his head in pain, curling up tightly. He shut his eyes, trying to drive these horrifying images from his mind. But the more he tried to escape, the clearer and more numerous the images became. Blood, screams, eyes filled with despair, all of it played on an endless loop in his mind. Gu Xing finally broke down. He clenched his teeth, raising his hand to claw at his heart, wishing only to end the endless torment, even if it meant sacrificing his life. But he was in a state of soul. His hand passed through his body. Unable to touch anything, not even the right to end his pain was granted to him. He couldn't die? Then what was the point of witnessing all of this? Time ticked by, second by second, as the haunting images continued to flash before him. Each scene was different, never repeating, proof that such horrors were happening on Blue Star at this very moment. But Gu Xing remained unmoved. Had he become numb? Or had he given up? No. His voice was hoarse and low, filled with reluctance. I can change all of this. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. I can change everything, he murmured, slowly opening his eyes. He stared intently at the images, unblinking. Even if his eyes were bloodshot, even if tears of blood flowed from them, he kept his eyes fixed, committing everything to memory. 1 year. 1 year later, when he got out of here, he would make those vile beasts and despicable people pay their blood debts. During this time, the atmosphere in the Star Temple was heavy. From the 12 constellation guardians to the temple's followers around the world, everyone could feel a pain that seemed to spread from the depths of their hearts. The pain was like a sour liquid soaking their hearts, like the loss of their most cherished loved ones. No one knew what was happening to them, but without exception, their gazes turned toward the great statue in the temple. No orders were given, nor were they summoned, yet everyone who could enter the Star Temple returned of their own accord. They gathered before the enormous statue, silently praying. The space inside the temple was vast, yet it was still crowded with people. Each follower wore a unique mask, bowing their heads, palms pressed together, devoutly making their wishes. As they prayed, an invisible power flowed from within them, transforming into countless tiny points of light that converged upon the statue at the temple's center. Suddenly, everyone seemed to sense something at the same time. They all looked up, their eyes locking onto the statue. The statue, which had previously been faceless, was now shedding crimson tears of blood. The god was crying. At this moment, a figure in a black robe slowly stepped out from the crowd. He was tall and slender, wearing a black mask engraved with a unique symbol. He raised his head, gazing at the statue that wept tears of blood. Raising a hand, he lightly touched the stone figure, closing his eyes and whispering softly, "Lord Star God, we are your most faithful followers. Today, why do you show your sorrow through tears?" He stood there silently, and it seemed as though time itself stood still. Only the blood tears from the statue's eyes continued to flow. The congregation held their breaths, waiting for a revelation from their God. A moment later, the black-robed man slowly opened his eyes, a trace of sorrow in his gaze. The God is grieving for all living beings. At this moment, another black-robed figure stepped forward and announced loudly, "From this day forth, in the name of the Star God, we shall perform good deeds and accumulate virtue. Everything we do will be for our Lord Star God." The followers responded in unison, their voices echoing through the temple. "Everything for Lord Star God. Everything for Lord Star God. Everything for Lord Star God." Their chants reverberated within the temple, lingering for a long time. Gu Xing continued watching the thousands upon thousands of scenes before him. Chaos, fear, despair, these emotions relentlessly battered his mental defenses. His heart ached, but he had grown accustomed to the pain. All he wanted now was to remember it all. But in his heart, he still wished. If only someone could come save him, share his burden. Just then, a small window silently closed. Gu Xing didn't notice. Then, a second and a third window began to close. More and more windows disappeared, their speed increasing rapidly. The windows that had once completely surrounded him began to vanish, revealing the boundless void beyond. It was only then that Gu Xing realized what was happening. He looked up at the time display above him. There were still more than 50 days left. Why were the windows closing early? What had happened? He noticed that the disappearing windows didn't vanish completely. Instead, they transformed into tiny points of starlight. The starlight gathered into a small orb, hovering before him. The orb shimmered with brilliance, yet its glow wasn't blinding. Cautiously, he extended his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the orb. The light sphere instantly dispersed, transforming into countless points of light that merged into his body. All for the Star God. All for the Star God. All for. These deep voices echoed in Gu Xing's ears, as if tens of thousands of people were chanting in unison. At this moment, Gu Xing's once hollow eyes gradually focused, and his wounded heart began to heal. His chest felt warm, accompanied by a strange sensation. This feeling, Gu Xing couldn't quite describe it. Perhaps he had finally been saved. At that moment, a pale blue notification box appeared before his eyes. Punishment countdown ended. Gu Xing felt he could return to his physical body at any time. Just then, the system suddenly popped up a window. Request for communication request approved. Subsequently, a massive virtual screen appeared in front of Gu Xing, just like the last time they interacted. A line of text appeared on the screen. Question: Are you satisfied with the current situation? Having witnessed countless scenes of disaster, Gu Xing gritted his teeth and almost shouted, "Of course not." He didn't demand the complete eradication of all alien beasts, but at the very least, humanity should win, and Blue Star shouldn't become a playground for alien beasts. Moreover, those evil forces must be completely eliminated. At this moment, Another line of text appeared on the screen. But this is the best possible outcome for now, and if you try to change it, things will only get worse. Gu Xing stared at the text, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He looked up at the endless cosmos and calmly replied, "There is no worse outcome than this." As his consciousness was about to detach, he gazed deeply at the massive screen and uttered one final sentence. "Have you ever heard a human saying? A slow knife cuts the deepest." As his words fell, Gu Xing's consciousness gradually blurred, and eventually, his soul completely vanished into the boundless starry sky. The massive screen did not disappear with his departure. The text on it began to fade away bit by bit, followed by the emergence of a new line of words. These new words formed a sentence. But what if? This leads to the extinction of all humanity. Tick, 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 the faint, rapid sound echoed in the quiet laboratory. Lu Wenping's hand hovered in midair. That sound. Tick, tick. After confirming he hadn't misheard, Lu Wenping dropped the tool in his hand and rushed toward the tightly sealed chamber door. Deep within the laboratory, an oval-shaped chamber stood silently, connected to crude instruments that emitted a green glow and the sound of tick-tick. Hearing that sound, Lu Wenping's nose stung. Their wait had finally borne fruit. He quickly silenced the alarm and carefully activated the chamber door. Hiss! The door opened, and Lu Wenping stared intently at the person inside until Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes and sat up. "Gu Xing, you're finally awake." Lu Wenping's voice trembled slightly, as if afraid this beautiful dream would shatter at any moment. Gu Xing turned to look at Lu Wenping, his entire being appearing much more haggard, as if he had aged 5 or 6 years. His once half-finger-length hair had now grown past a full finger, clearly having gone untended for a long time. Gu Xing opened his mouth, wanting to say many things, but ultimately swallowed them back and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." He knew it was they who had protected his body. Without them, he might never have woken up. Lu Wenping shook his head. "It wasn't hard. As long as you wake up, everything is worth it." Gu Xing stepped out of the cabin and looked around. This was clearly a laboratory, and with Lu Wenping here, it must be Rongyang Research Institute. "How long was I unconscious?" Gu Xing asked. Although he knew he had been in a coma for a year, the exact time was somewhat vague. The memory of the coma felt like it was separated by frosted glass, gradually fading away. The pain in his chest reminded him that it had not been an easy time. "You were unconscious for 391 days, Lu Wenping replied. Gu Xing pressed his lips tightly together upon hearing this. As expected, it had been over a year. "The others, how are they?" Gu Xing's voice trembled slightly. During his absence, how had they been? "Well," Lu Wenping hesitated for a moment. "You need to see for yourself." It wasn't that he didn't want to say, but everyone's situation was complex and couldn't be explained in a few words. Gu Xing had to find out for himself. "I understand." Gu Xing nodded and prepared to leave. Lu Wenping escorted him to the car and suddenly remembered something, saying, "Your parents have returned. We told them you were participating in a closed training program, but didn't specify the duration." Gu Xing lowered his eyes and said softly, "Thank you." As the car drove away, Lu Wenping watched its direction, thinking about Gu Xing's state. Although Gu Xing didn't say much, it was clear he had been through a lot. In the past, while reliable, he still had the vitality of youth, giving off a sense of ease, as if he could attack or retreat at any moment. Now, he was like a taut string, and if provoked, he would not hold back. Not far away, a white owl silently observed everything, then disappeared in an instant, as if it had never been there. The car stopped downstairs, and Gu Xing looked up at the sunlight. Nothing had changed here, even the weather was as cool as if he had never left. At that moment, a middle-aged woman's voice came from nearby. "Is it Xiaoxing?" Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Xing turned sharply. Not far away stood a beautiful woman in a white wool coat. As soon as Gu Xing turned, the woman's eyes instantly filled with tears. She dropped the groceries in her hands and hurried over, embracing Gu Xing tightly, choking back sobs. "Xiaoxing, it's really you, my Xiaoxing, my son. You're finally back." Gu Xing's eyes also grew moist as he hugged his mother back, feeling the long-lost warmth and reassurance. "Yes, Mom, I'm back." The two embraced for a long time before the woman reluctantly let go. She gently caressed Gu Xing's cheek. wiping away his tears, and smiled tenderly. Our Xiaoxing is a grown man now, you can't cry so easily. Gu Xing smiled faintly, raising his hand to gently wipe the tears from the corners of his mother's eyes as well, replying, no matter how grown I am, I'll always be a child in front of Mom. His mother chuckled and lightly pinched his nose. You always know what to say. Gu Xing laughed, easing the previously tense atmosphere considerably. All right, let's go home quickly. If you don't, your dad will be worried sick. Mother spoke as she turned to pick up the 2 plastic bags filled with vegetables and meat from the ground, but Gu Xing grabbed them first and said, let me carry them. Don't tire yourself. Mother smiled and ruffled Gu Xing's hair. Good job, my little Xing has really grown up. They chatted and laughed as they walked upstairs. Gu Xing curiously asked, are we preparing a feast today? Mother nodded. Yes, Xiaoyu was clamoring to eat out, but the food outside isn't healthy, so we decided to cook at home. Mother pushed open the door and said excitedly, come and see who I brought back. Guyu was curled up on the sofa playing games. She only looked up when she heard the voice. Seeing the person behind the door, Guyu froze for a moment, then rushed over and hugged Gu Xing tightly, crying her heart out. Brother, why did you take so long to come back? Whoa, I thought you wouldn't come back anymore. Well, Mother watched the scene, took the plastic bags from Gu Xing's hands, and walked into the house. Gu Xing ruffled Gu Yu's hair and comforted her. All right, I'm back now. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man peeking out from the kitchen. Smiling, he said, Dad, I'm back. The man nodded. It's good that you're back. Gu Xing held Gu Yu until she had cried enough. She said hoarsely, from now on, don't leave for so long. Gu Xing knew Gu Yu was truly scared, so he promised, okay. Gu Yu added, next time you face something dangerous, you must take me with you. Gu Xing still agreed. Okay. No matter what Gu Yu said, Gu Xing nodded and agreed. Until Gu Yu let go of him, her nose red, and extended her finger. Pinky promise. Then I'll believe you. Gu Xing smiled, hooked his pinky with hers, pressed his thumb over it, and promised, okay. The family worked together to prepare the meal, eating happily and warmly in a lively atmosphere. After dinner, Gu Xing returned to his bedroom and saw several missed calls from Yang Xiaoming on his phone. He had asked about Mo Qing's situation and learned that Mo Qing's body hadn't been found, likely taken by the Star Temple. Since that was the case, Yang Xiaoming should know about Mo Qing's condition, so he decided to call back to find out. Beep beep, the phone had just rung when the other side immediately picked up. Is this Gu Xing? On the other end, Yang Xiaoming's voice was filled with urgency, afraid it wasn't Gu Xing himself. Gu Xing nodded, it's me. Hearing his voice, Yang Xiaoming was silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh and said softly, you're back, that's good. Gu Xing asked about Yang Xiaoming's recent situation, chatted for a while, and then asked, how is Mo Qing? Yang Xiaoming replied, Mo Qing is still unconscious, his condition is very bad. The hospital is barely keeping him alive. Hearing this, Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. Does he have enough status? What about mission points? Can't he exchange them for medicine? Yang Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before saying, he can enter the temple, but he didn't pass the combat test. Plus, he's been following you recently and hasn't had time to complete missions, so his points are limited and can't be exchanged for effective medicine. Gu Xing fell silent. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Mo Qing had been injured like this to protect him. He let out a long sigh. Which hospital is he in? Give me the address. Yang Xiaoming provided the address, and Gu Xing responded before hanging up the phone. He decided to go and take a look tomorrow. After hanging up, Gu Xing called others to let them know he was safe, but Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi didn't answer personally. Qian Yuan's butler said, young master and Miss Sun are in seclusion for cultivation. Gu Xing replied, let me know when they finish their cultivation. The next day, Gu Xing headed straight to the hospital Yang Xiaoming mentioned. He looked up at the shining signboard that read Starry Hospital and murmured softly. What a coincidence, he wondered if this hospital had any connection to the Star Shrine. Nearby, someone nervously scanned the surroundings, and Gu Xing said helplessly, I've already told you. I'm just here to visit a friend, not to carry out any dangerous mission. You don't need to be so tense. Beside him, Gu Yu had a lollipop in her mouth and a telescope in her hand. vigilantly scanning the area like a diligent little bodyguard. Gu Yu put down the telescope, her eyes filled with doubt. Who knows? What if a bad guy suddenly shows up and tries to hurt you? Gu Xing, stop looking around. If you keep this up, people will start thinking you're the dangerous one, he said as he pulled Gu Yu's arm, and the two walked into the hospital together. Once inside, Gu Xing noticed the facilities were very new, and he was a bit surprised. This hospital seemed to have been built recently. What a coincidence! As soon as Gu Xing entered the hospital, he immediately felt all eyes on him. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was real. Whether walking or playing on their phones, as long as they were medical staff in white coats, their gazes quickly turned to him, creating a very strange atmosphere. However, they soon realized their behavior was inappropriate. After glancing at Gu Xing, they returned to their tasks. Most people were busy with their work, but a few continued to sneak glances at Gu Xing, even whispering among themselves, as if they wanted to approach him. Gu Xing's heart sank, and he quickly opened the panel, gasping in shock. 60%, 64%, 72%, 83%, all the doctors and nurses on duty here had faith values exceeding 60%, reaching the level of absolute loyalty. He had only suspected it before, but he didn't expect this hospital to actually be run by the Star Shrine. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. He even saw a few with values as high as 90%, prompting him to quickly close the panel and secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was used to concealing his aura. At most, they were curious about him. Once they realized he didn't possess any star power, they would let it go. If they discovered the pure star power within him, the consequences would be unpredictable. At that moment, a nurse with a faith value of 100% walked over. Seeing Gu Xing, her eyes immediately locked onto him, and she smiled as she asked, "Sir, you've been standing here for a while. Do you need any help?" Gu Xing responded casually, "I'm here to visit a friend." The nurse nodded. "All right, what's your friend's room number? I'll take you there." Gu Xing waved his hand. "No need. We'll find it ourselves," the nurse immediately said. "Our hospital's design is different from others. It's very easy to get lost. Let me take you there." Seeing her full faith value, Gu Xing knew he couldn't shake her off, so he nodded in agreement. All right. Gu Yu silently watched everything, chewing on a lollipop, her eyes flickering with a strange light. Then, Gu Xing reported the hospital room number Yang Xiaoming had given him. The nurse nodded and led them to the elevator. Inside the elevator, there were only the three of them. Gu Xing obediently stood in the corner, but the nurse stood close to him. Sandwiched in the middle, Gu Xing. At that moment, the nurse suddenly spoke. "Sir, may I know your name?" Gu Xing hesitated, unsure whether to reveal his name with Xing in it or to make up a fake name. Just as he was struggling, Gu Yu suddenly squeezed between the two and shouted, "My brother is still an innocent young man. I won't allow you to corrupt him." Gu Xing, innocent young man? Question mark. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Gu Xing quickly covered Gu Yu's mouth, smiled at the nurse, and said, "We'll find the rest ourselves. Thank you for guiding us." Then, he picked up Gu Yu and rushed out. Gu Yu struggled out of Gu Xing's arms and seriously lectured him. "Brother, that nurse is obviously a flirtatious heartbreaker. Don't be fooled by her." Gu Xing turned back to confirm the nurse wasn't following them and said sternly, "Didn't Mom and Dad say not to judge others casually without knowing the situation?" Gu Yu pouted and snorted in defiance. "She approached you so proactively, I don't believe she's a good person." Gu Xing rubbed his forehead, unable to explain, and could only say, "Don't do this again." Although Gu Yu was stubborn, seeing Gu Xing's serious expression, she finally nodded in agreement. The matter was temporarily resolved. Gu Xing stared at the room number and finally found Mo Qing's hospital room. He gently pushed open the door to the private room. Inside was a single patient room, where a young man in hospital attire lay quietly asleep on the bed. Yang Xiaoming sat on the sofa nearby, scrolling through her phone. Hearing the door open, Yang Xiaoming looked up and, seeing Gu Xing, immediately stood up and smiled. "You're here." Gu Xing nodded and walked to Mo Qing's bedside, looking at him. Mo Qing appeared to be in his early 20s, the age when he should be full of energy and training for battles. But now he could only lie quietly in the hospital bed. Apart from his skin looking pale and sickly from lack of sunlight, He seemed no different from a normal person. Gu Xing asked, "What's his specific condition?" Yang Xiaoming, knowing Gu Xing had come for this, handed him a report. Gu Xing pretended to read it seriously while glancing at Mo Qing's status panel, his brows furrowing. The external wounds had already healed, but the internal injuries were the biggest problem. Moreover, Mo Qing's talent level had dropped, from S level directly down to D level. This indicated that Mo Qing's soul had suffered severe damage, and it was extremely serious. Additionally, Gu Xing finally saw Mo Qing's age clearly this time. Only 23 years old, he must have just graduated and started working by his side. Gu Xing took the report and said lightly, "I'll handle this matter. Just maintain his current condition." Yang Xiaoming nodded. Gu Xing left the hospital with Gu Yu. After leaving, Gu Xing got into the car heading home, seriously contemplating his next steps. He knew of a top-tier potion formula. That formula was something he had obtained in his previous life while playing a game, completing an extremely difficult hell-level quest. This formula can completely cure Mo Qing, but the required medicinal ingredients are extremely rare and expensive. Each ingredient is worth a fortune, and once it appears, it will inevitably trigger a storm of competition. Even with strong financial resources, obtaining them easily is difficult. Now he faces two paths. The first path is to return to the Star Temple. As far as he knows, the Star Temple is stronger and wealthier than other nations, and gathering the materials to cure Mo Qing would be no problem at all. They could even directly have the 12 constellations intervene and resolve the issue effortlessly. But he cannot go back. He is too weak now, and returning would not only subject him to unbearable bullying by those fanatical believers, but also attract the attention of Paradise Lost. If he goes back, those zealots will surely expose his existence to the public, making his already unstable life even more dangerous. The second path is to slowly gather the materials on his own. Although two paths lie before him, in reality, he can only take the latter. "Brother? What's your relationship with that person?" Gu Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. She knew her brother best. He rarely took the initiative to get involved in matters. Yet this time he acted unusually and personally intervened. Gu Xing thought for a moment and replied, "A friend, and also a lifesaver." Returning to the bedroom, Gu Xing immediately wrote out a list of materials, planning to ask Sun Yinshi and Qian Yuan to help search for them after their seclusion ended. It wasn't that he didn't want to search for them himself, but these items were not something an ordinary person like him could easily come into contact with. He had initially planned to make a trip to the Chaos Zone, but after thinking it over carefully, he decided he was too weak for that now and gave up on the idea. As he was pondering, Gu Xing suddenly realized something. "I haven't checked my panel since I woke up. Although I used the scales to kill that monster, there should still be some star points left." Saying this, he opened the panel and was pleasantly surprised to find a balance of 103 star points. He quickly pulled up the previous system notifications. Killed a disaster-level believer, star points plus 403-month deadline reached. Detected sufficient star points balance for payment. Proceed with payment. Automatically defaulted. Congratulations. Challenge successful. The notification ended there. Gu Xing looked at the remaining 100-plus star points and smiled smugly, snapping his fingers. System add points. He then directly increased all attributes from 35 to 60. At this moment, a system pop-up appeared. Permission level 3 unlocked. He immediately clicked to view it. Permission level 3 can ban NPCs of levels 4-6 and impose any degree of punishment. Can ban all Paradise Lost believers of levels 1-6. Gu Xing was shocked. This meant he could now freely adjust cultivation speed, combat power, and fortune, ranging from 1% to 100%, and even directly revoke titles. Gu Xing pretended to wipe away tears. "After a year and a half of struggling, I can finally be a competent administrator." From now on, if anyone annoyed him, he could directly revoke their title without wasting time on repeated warnings. He looked at his panel. Name: Gu Xing. Gender: male. Level: Dust. Level: Innate talent. Power of the Stars. Talent skills: GM system skills, GM protection, star enhancement, prophecy, elusive, past pain. Shadow word art. Illusion guide, system space, Libra. Permission level 3 attributes, 240 status. Gu Xing thought about the attributes on other people's panels. I should have the strength of a 5th tier now. He was probably at the late 5th tier or already perfected. Although his attributes were like this, he could easily defeat anyone below the 6th tier. He could even directly earn a title. Of course, excluding genius-level individuals. Geniuses were troublesome, but to him, they were just an easy strike. Gu Xing lay on the bed, lost in thought. Although he had 5th tier strength, he still couldn't handle 7th or 8th tier powerhouses. He didn't want to experience tragic events like those with Mo Qing and Lu Yaoyao again. Mentioning Lu Yaoyao filled Gu Xing's heart with guilt. If he hadn't hesitated back then and dared to risk everything, Lu Yaoyao wouldn't have died, wouldn't have sacrificed herself to protect him. Gu Xing took out a pair of glasses from his space, the ones Lu Yaoyao had given him before her death, still stained with her blood. I should visit Lu Yaoyao's family. Gu Xing muttered softly, put the glasses away, and closed his eyes to start cultivating. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Gu Xing was already up. Because the bedroom soundproofing was poor and Gu Yu had particularly sharp hearing, Gu Xing had to pack his luggage quietly, preparing to sneak off to the address given by Sun Yinxi's housekeeper. Sun Yinxi had previously arranged for Lu Yaoyao's family to live in the inner city, but after Lu Yaoyao's death, her mother voluntarily moved to a very remote place. This time, Gu Xing was going both to apologize and to pay his respects to Lu Yaoyao. Leaving now, using the Transcendent Association's teleportation channel, he could finish his business and return before noon, and then lie to Gu Yu, saying he went to buy snacks. Just as he was thinking this, Gu Xing quietly opened the door to put on his shoes, only to find someone already at the door. His parents, who should have been asleep, were dressed in outdoor clothes, quietly putting on their shoes, clearly about to leave. Gu Xing froze, and his parents were also surprised to see him up so early, a trace of awkwardness flashing in their eyes at being caught. Just as Gu Xing was about to ask, his parents tacitly raised a finger to their lips, signaling for silence, and glanced toward Gu Yu's room. Gu Xing immediately understood and quickly shut his mouth. If Gu Yu found out their parents were leaving again, she would definitely cry and throw a tantrum. Gu Xing approached, and his father's eyes were full of apology and helplessness as he whispered, "We came back on personal leave, but the work over there is really urgent. Now that you're back, we have to go." Gu Xing frowned, wanting to ask what they were so busy with that they could only see each other once a year, and even then for less than a month. But he knew his parents wouldn't say anything due to the company's confidentiality agreement, so he kept silent. Seeing Gu Xing's reluctance, his mother gently pulled him into her arms and softly said, "Just a few more years, and we'll retire. By then, we can always be with you." The father opened his arms, hugged Gu Xing and his wife, and softly reminded, "While we're not here, you need to take good care of your sister." Gu Xing was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly in response. The parents let go of him, gently turned, and opened the door. Gu Xing watched them leave until the door was completely closed. The room returned to silence. Gu Xing took a deep breath, turned toward Gu Yu's bedroom, and asked, "Why didn't you come out to say goodbye to Mom and Dad if you're awake?" As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door slowly opened. Gu Yu stood at the doorway with red-rimmed eyes. Her voice choked. "You already knew, didn't you?" If she had come out, she would have cried, so she pretended not to notice, sparing their parents from worrying after they left. Seeing her holding back tears, Gu Xing's heart softened. He opened his arms and smiled. "Come here, let me comfort you on behalf of Mom and Dad." I'm not a child," Gu Yu complained, but her feet involuntarily moved forward. In the end, she threw herself into Gu Xing's arms, sobbing, "Brother, it's just the two of us at home again." Her voice was low, like a little animal abandoned, filled with loss and helplessness. Gu Xing gently patted her back and said softly, "It's okay, we can take care of ourselves until Mom and Dad come back. When Mom and Dad are here, we are children. When they're not, we have to learn to be strong." After a moment of silence, Gu Yu wiped her tears on Gu Xing's chest, pushed him away, and huffed, "Why are you up so early? Are you leaving too?" Gu Xing froze for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. "I'm not leaving yet." Ignoring his explanation, Gu Yu said directly, "Wherever you're going, I'm coming with you." In the end, Gu Xing couldn't refuse Gu Yu's tearful insistence and had to take her along to the outer city. The two took a taxi to the high-speed rail station, rode the train to the outer city, transferred to a regular train, then switched to a bus, and finally took another taxi. It was afternoon by the time they arrived at Lu Yaoyao's mother's place. As soon as they got out of the car, Guyu leaned against a nearby tree, covering her mouth, her face pale, and stammered, "Brother, I'm going to throw up." Seeing this, Guxing quickly took out a soothing spray he had prepared in advance from his space, a bit helpless. "I told you you're not used to this. I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen." Guyu grabbed the spray, took a deep breath, and her complexion finally improved. She looked up, her eyes stubborn. "I don't care. I just want to follow you." Guxing sighed, knowing Guyu was scared, but he blamed himself and said nothing more. He began observing the surroundings. This place had some years on it, with houses scattered unevenly. The tallest were 2 stories, most being single-story houses made of bricks, tiles, and concrete. The address given by Sun Yinshi's housekeeper was here, but the rural houses were disorganized, so finding the exact location required asking around. The good thing was that in rural areas, people knew each other, and asking a passerby would usually get you the information. Guxing noticed a middle-aged woman carrying a hoe, walking along a path from the fields, and decided to ask her. He approached with a friendly smile and politely said, "Hello, Annie. Could you tell me how to get to Lu Suiping's house?" The middle-aged woman stopped, scrutinized Guxing carefully, her eyes filled with doubt and wariness. "Who are you? What do you want with Lu Suiping?" Guxing heard the address, Aunt Lu, and knew that the middle-aged woman in front of him must be close to Lu Suiping. He immediately took out his student ID from his pocket, smiled, and handed it over, trying to bridge the gap between them. "Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I am Lu Annie's daughter, Lu Yaoyao's classmate, and this is my younger sister. Look, this is my student ID." The middle-aged woman took the student ID and examined it carefully. Although she wasn't very literate, she recognized the characters for a first high school, knowing it was one of the best schools in the base city. Her impression of Guxing improved, as students were generally more pure and kind-hearted than people in society. Moreover, she was aware that Lu Suiping's unfortunate deceased child had once been a student at First High School. Seeing the middle-aged woman's attitude soften, Guxing quickly explained his purpose. "Auntie, I was in closed training before and only found out after coming out that Lu Yaoyao. She's already gone. This time, we came to visit Aunt Lu and also to pay our respects to Lu Yaoyao. Could you tell us how to get to her house?" Guxing couldn't reveal the truth and could only use this explanation for outsiders. The middle-aged woman sighed lightly and pointed to a small path ahead. "Go that way, straight to the end, turn right, and it's the second house that's Lu Suiping's home." Guxing nodded gratefully, thanked the middle-aged woman, and then led his sister along the path she had indicated. They walked along the smooth dirt road, flanked by low gray tiled houses, with a few pieces of clothing swaying gently in the breeze under the eaves. Eventually, they arrived at the place the middle-aged woman had mentioned. The small courtyard was filled with various flowers and plants, vibrant in color. Though not particularly rare, they brought a sense of comfort and emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance. Guxing walked softly to the door and raised his hand to knock lightly on the somewhat worn wooden door, producing a knock-knock sound. From inside came the sound of light footsteps, and the door slowly opened. Upon seeing Guxing, Lu Suiping's voice trembled involuntarily. "You are?" "Guxing." Guxing nodded, his eyes carrying a trace of barely noticeable guilt. "Yes, Auntie, I am Guxing, and this is my sister, Guyu." He stepped aside to introduce Guyu to Lu Suiping and handed over a carefully prepared gift box. "Auntie, this is a gift we brought for you." Lu Suiping's gaze lingered on the gift box for a moment before gently shaking her head to decline. "Child, just having you come to visit Auntie makes me very happy." Seeing this, Guxing quickly stepped forward and firmly handed the gift over, his eyes resolute. "Auntie, you must accept this. It's my belated gesture of goodwill and also an expression of my apology." Hearing this, Lu Suiping knew she couldn't refuse, so she slowly accepted the gift and said softly, "All right, Auntie will take it." After receiving the gift, Lu Suiping invited them inside. Guxing led Guyu into the house. The interior was simple and clean, with every item neatly arranged, reflecting the owner's love for life. It seemed Lu Tsuaping hadn't fully moved on from the loss of Lu Yaoyao. They sat around a somewhat old table covered with a clean tablecloth, and Lu Tsuaping skillfully brewed flower tea she had dried herself. The fragrance of the tea rose and spread gently to Ji Yuxing lowered his head, looking at the teacup in his hand, his eyes filled with regret and self-blame. Although I came late, I still want to say, I'm sorry, Auntie, about Lu Yaoyao. It was all my fault. If I had been more decisive at the time, Lu Yaoyao might not have died. Mentioning Lu Yaoyao, Lu Tsuaping's eyes reddened slightly. She lowered her head, clasping her hands tightly, trying to calm her emotions. After a while, she shook her head, her voice choked. No, it's not your fault. I know the truth. If it weren't for you, everyone would have lost their lives. My daughter, she did it willingly. You don't need to bear the guilt. As she spoke, Lu Tsuaping lowered her head, as if suddenly remembering something important. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. Yaoyao left a letter for me to give to you. After saying this, she stood up and walked quickly to the drawer, taking out a letter and handing it to Gu Xing. Take a look. Gu Xing looked at the unopened letter, pursed his lips, and tried to suppress his trembling as he carefully took it and slowly opened it. What met his eyes was neat and elegant handwriting, every stroke filled with care. Gu Xing read it attentively, his eyes instantly moist. If you're reading this letter, it means I've already left this world to save you. Seeing this, you must be sad. But really, don't be too sad. If my departure can save you, I'll be happy. After all, I've long been prepared to give everything to save you. Every day I've lived until now is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my mom and I might have already been sold by that man who used to be called Dad, dying in some unknown corner, miserable and helpless. I know in my heart that I'm not as capable as Sun Yanxi or Qian Yuan. In this lifetime, I probably won't be able to help you with anything significant. But at this moment, I think I might be more useful than them. Back then, you saved me from suffering like a savior. Now, can I be your savior too? Lastly, if you come to see me, could you bring me a flower? Any flower will do. I especially like the phrase, vivid and flourishing. It feels like flowers, full of life and vitality. After reading the letter, Gu Xing's eyes were burning red, tears welling up but refusing to fall. If Lu Tsuaping and Gu Yu weren't beside him, he would have already broken down in tears. He and T expected that his somewhat selfish act of kindness back then would stay with her for so long. Even more unexpected was that she had always wanted to repay him with her life. Gu Xing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then looked up at Lu Tsuaping and asked in a trembling voice, "Can I go see her?" Lu Tsuaping nodded, her gaze drifting to the sea of flowers outside the window, her expression somewhat dazed. "Go pick some flowers. Yaoyao once said these flowers would come in handy." Hearing this, Gu Xing felt a pang of sorrow. There was no flower shop here to buy flowers. He'd have to go to the city. She had even thought of that, hadn't she? He stood up, walked into the yard, and carefully picked a few blooming flowers. Lu Tsuaping took out some paper money. The three of them walked along a rugged path to a small hillside behind the village. The hillside was covered with vibrant flowers, and in the center stood a simple tombstone engraved with Lu Yaoyao's name, birth date, and her photo. Lu Tsuaping gently stroked the photo on the tombstone, her voice soft. "Yaoyao, Gu Xing has come to see you." Gu Xing and Gu Yu silently placed fresh flowers in front of the tombstone and bowed their heads in mourning. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Past painful shadows can be activated. Gu Xing stared at the line of text, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to activate it. It wasn't for the reward, he simply wanted Lu Yaoyao's soul to find peace. Unexpectedly, he didn't directly enter Lu Yaoyao's memories. Instead, a gentle breeze suddenly blew around him. The breeze stirred, petals danced in the air, encircling Gu Xing like a dream. He saw a girl in a white dress ahead. Lu Yaoyao smiled brightly, her hair neatly draped on both sides, her eyes bright and spirited, not red, but black. Gu Xing stared at her in a daze, and the tears he had been holding back finally broke free, streaming down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Lu Yaoyao slowly walked toward him, opened her arms, and gave him a hug. Her voice sounded softly in his ear, "Don't cry. He reached out to touch her, but his fingers passed through her body, as if touching nothingness. Lu Yaoyao smiled and stepped back a few paces, tilting her head slightly, her eyes filled with both reluctance and relief. I can only leave you this. I hope it helps you. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually blurred, eventually transforming into countless shining stars that merged into Gu Xing's body. At the same time, a surge of power flowed through him. Mission complete. Rewards being calculated. Calculation successful. Skill reward obtained. Eye of Fear. Eye of Fear allows the user to peer into souls, erode the target's mind, and upon successfully inducing fear, the target will randomly fall into a negative state. So, her soul didn't need saving. She had stayed behind, not dissipating, just to pass this skill on to him. Back home, Gu Xing stayed in his bedroom the entire time. Gu Yu tried various ways to threaten him into opening the door, but none worked. Worried, Gu Yu decided to go out and buy some snacks. Speaking of which, Gu Xing always claimed he didn't like snacks, but in reality, he loved competing with her for them. Not only did he compete, but he was picky about what he ate, which helped Gu Yu figure out his favorite flavors. Not long after, there was a knock at the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was light, almost shy. Gu Xing stood up, puzzled. Gu Yu had the key, so who could it be? Click. Gu Xing opened the door and saw a woman in a luxurious gown with exquisite makeup standing outside. Beside her was a little girl who barely reached her waist. The moment the little girl saw Gu Xing, her eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, she threw herself into his arms, her small body clinging tightly to him, her voice soft and joyful. Brother. Li Mei stood at the door, her smile sincere and relaxed. Tang Tang has been talking about you a lot lately, so I brought her to see you. Gu Xing nodded lightly and stepped aside. Come in and sit. Li Mei shook her head. No, I have something urgent to attend to. If possible, could I trouble you to take care of Tang Tang for a few days? Gu Xing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Society had been peaceful recently, with no missing person cases and no rampaging beasts, so there wouldn't be any danger. Tang Tang would be very safe with him. Besides, Gu Yu had mentioned wanting to meet Tang Tang before, so this was a good opportunity for them to meet. All right, then I'll leave her in your care. I'll pick Tang Tang up within a week, Li Mei said. She then lowered her head and gently spoke to Tang Tang. Tang Tang, Mommy has to go to work now. Be good and listen to Gu Xing, okay? Tang Tang nodded earnestly, her face full of determination. Okay, I will. Li Mei slightly bowed to Gu Xing, said her goodbyes, and left. Gu Xing held Tang Tang's small hand and led her into the house. The two of them sat together on the sofa. Gu Xing initially thought about taking some snacks from Gu Yu's secret stash, but then realized that Gu Yu had probably finished most of the snacks she had bought. He had no choice but to seriously search through his space and finally found a lollipop. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. I'm back, Gu Yu exclaimed excitedly, carrying 2 large bags of snacks. But as soon as she saw Gu Xing holding a lollipop, about to give it to the little girl in front of him, she froze in place. Tang Tang was startled by Gu Yu's intense gaze and shrank back, clutching Gu Xing's clothes tightly. Gu Xing looked at Gu Yu helplessly. You're back? Perfect timing, bring some snacks over. Tang Tang was still young. Eating too much sugar would cause cavities, so it was better to give her something healthier. Gu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, Brother, I was only out buying snacks, and you've brought back a child? Gu Xing. He rubbed his temples helplessly and explained, This is Tang Tang, the one I mentioned to you before. As he spoke, he gently patted Tang Tang's head, his voice as soft as a spring breeze. Tang Tang, this is Gu Yu, the sister who went out to buy snacks for you. Upon hearing the word snacks, Tang Tang cautiously peeked out and looked at the bags in Gu Yu's hands, timidly saying, Hello, sister. That one word, sister, hit Gu Yu right in the heart. She was the youngest in the family, always called little sister by others, and had never been addressed as sister before. Gu Yu's expression immediately softened, and she walked over to Tang Tang with a big smile, handing her the bags of snacks. Here, these are all for you. Tang Tang looked at the bags of snacks that were almost as tall as she was, her eyes sparkling. She bravely stepped out from Gu Xing's protection, walked up to Gu Yu, and looked up with a bright smile. Thank you, sister. You're so nice. Ah, what a cute little sister. Guyu was completely won over by Tang Tang's innocence and sweetness. She squatted down, hugged Tang Tang, and started opening snacks to feed her new little sister. Tang Tang cooperated obediently, and the atmosphere between the two was warm and harmonious. Watching this scene, Gu Xing felt the gloom in his heart gradually dissipate, replaced by a sense of warmth. Having more people around really did make things livelier and happier. He also realized that he couldn't keep living in the past, he needed to look toward the future. During this time, Tang Tang had been like the family's little bundle of joy, constantly making Gu Xing and Gu Yu laugh. Her best trick was using her hair to create various shapes. Brother, look, this is you, this is Sister Gu Yu, and this is me. We're holding hands, running together on the grass. Tang Tang excitedly used strands of hair on the coffee table to create various shapes, forming a series of amusing comic strips. Gu Yu watched in astonishment, clapping her hands in amazement. Wow, this is incredible. Hair can actually move like this. Gu Xing, already aware of Tang Tang's ability, wasn't too surprised but still marveled at her control over her hair. In the past, her hair could only wriggle like a caterpillar, but now it could perform all kinds of complex movements, even bending 360 degrees without issue. This must have something to do with her training. Thinking of this, Gu Xing asked, "Are these lessons tiring for you?" He had always hoped Tang Tang could live the life of an ordinary child, enjoying a carefree childhood. If the Star Temple only wanted to train her as a tool, he would rather hand her over to official protection. Tang Tang shook her head, her face beaming with happiness. Not tiring at all. The teacher is amazing, teaching me so many things and helping me create lots of fun stuff, like little moving sprites. At this point, Tang Tang looked a bit troubled. But it's a pity my hair doesn't have thoughts, unlike the teacher's. Creating moving things and even giving them thoughts. Gu Xing thought to himself, someone with such an ability must be at least S level. Come to think of it, all the Star Temple followers he had encountered seemed to be S level or above. Could it be that they were recruiting all the talented individuals into the Star Temple? Just then, Gu Xing's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw the name Qian Yuan displayed on the screen. He got up, walked back to his room, and answered the call. On the other end, there was rapid breathing, mixed with sobs, and a cautious voice called out, "Xing? Brother Xing." Recognizing the tentative tone, Gu Xing chuckled lightly and replied, "It's me." Hearing the familiar voice, Qian Yuan finally let go and cried out, "Brother Xing, you finally woke up. Do you know I?" Qian Yuan's voice was choked with sobs, speaking in broken sentences that were hard to understand. Gu Xing could only comfort him softly. "I'm awake now. Don't cry. I'm fine." "How can you be fine?" Qian Yuan's voice suddenly rose. "Do you know how much has happened during the year you were in a coma?" On the other end, Sun Yanqi's calm voice interjected, "There's too much to explain. We should meet and discuss everything in detail." Qian Yuan immediately agreed. Yes, Brother Xing, we need to meet. In an hour." "No, we'll be there in half an hour." Gu Xing was about to say, "There's no need to rush," but before he could finish, the call had already ended. 27 minutes later, knock, knock, knock. "Brother Xing, open the door." "Brother Xing, open up." The door was being pounded so hard it sounded like thunder. Gu Xing frowned in exasperation. With this kind of energy, they should be cracking walnuts instead of banging on his door. He quickly put down the snacks in his hand and got up to open the door. Click! As soon as the door opened, a figure dashed in like a wild horse, throwing themselves at Gu Xing and hugging him tightly, wailing loudly, "Brother Xing, you're finally awake. I've been waiting for you for over a year. Do you know how I managed to get through this past year?" Gu Xing pushed Qian Yuan's face away in disgust as it almost pressed against him, complaining, all right, I get it. Hey, watch your image. Don't get your tears on me." Nearby, Sun Yanqi looked at Gu Xing, who was lively and energetic, her eyes slightly moist. Gu Xing had really woken up. Gu Xing struggled to push Qian Yuan away and turned to look at the two little ones behind him. The two stood there wide-eyed, dazed, their little heads seemingly lost in thought. Gu Xing didn't want them to know, as there were still many things he needed to ask Qian Yuan and Sun Yanqi, things that were clearly not suitable for Gu Yu and Tang Tang to hear. especially Guyu. She cared too much about him. So he said to Guyu, Guyu, take Tang Tang out for a walk. We're out of groceries at home, so buy some fresh vegetables while you're out. Guyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She knew Gu Xing must have something to discuss to send them out. But since Tang Tang shouldn't hear these things, she couldn't stay either and had to leave. Watching Guyu take Tang Tang out and close the door, Gu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Qian Yuan, who was still crying, he spoke seriously. All right, stop fussing. I have serious questions for you. Hearing this, Qian Yuan reluctantly got off Gu Xing, wiped his tears haphazardly, and responded with a hum. Just as Gu Xing was about to speak, his gaze involuntarily fell on Qian Yuan, and he exclaimed in surprise, You've lost weight? Earlier, he had been facing Qian Yuan's enlarged face and hadn't looked closely. Now, he noticed that Qian Yuan had indeed slimmed down a lot, his clothes now more fitting and stylish. His face had become more angular, his jawline clear, and his eyes sharper. Hearing Gu Xing mention this, Qian Yuan pretended to wipe his tears, looking aggrieved. It's all your fault. Taking care of you for those 3 months, I barely ate or drank. Losing a pound a day, no exaggeration. Really? Gu Xing was skeptical. Did Qian Yuan really take care of him for 3 months? Sun Yinchi nodded. It's true. But later, he started binge eating, and his weight rebounded. Gu Xing. His mouth twitched. Then why did you lose weight again now? Sun Yinchi explained helplessly. Because of 2 months of intensive training. The training was tough, and there was no time to eat. He also doesn't like nutritional supplements, so he lost weight. Gu Xing. Only Qian Yuan could pull off something like this. Having been exposed, Qian Yuan wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he straightened his chest proudly and said, The process doesn't matter. Brother Xing, do I look handsome now? Gu Xing looked him over carefully and nodded. You do look quite handsome. Qian Yuan had always been good-looking, but he used to be a bit chubby, which hid his ruggedness. Now that he had slimmed down, his features were more defined, his youthful innocence replaced by a touch of masculinity. Standing there, his aura even resembled that of Qian Xiaodong, the head of the Qian family, quite imposing. Of course, one had to ignore his tear-reddened eyes. Handsome is what matters. Qian Yuan was about to continue boasting when he suddenly noticed the snacks on the table. His eyes lit up as if discovering treasure, and he immediately rushed over, grabbed the snacks, and stuffed them into his mouth. There's actually snacks. I haven't had a proper meal in 2 months. Gu Xing watched him devour his food and couldn't help but remind him, Don't eat too fast, or you'll gain weight again, and your clothes won't fit. Qian Yuan waved his hand indifferently. No problem. Whether I'm fat or thin, I have custom-made clothes that fit perfectly. Gu Xing. Damn it, competing with you rich people is exhausting. Sun Yinchi reminded him at this moment. Don't you have something to ask? Gu Xing, prompted by her words, remembered the matter at hand, nodded, and immediately asked, Yes, I want to know what exactly happened this past year. Of course, he wasn't referring to the public news, but the hidden turmoil behind the scenes. The Millennium War was drawing closer, and all forces were stirring. He needed to gather as much intelligence as possible to secure his footing in this storm. These two, after all, came from prominent families and must have heard plenty of secret information. Qian Yuan, still munching on snacks, responded while eating. Recently, the Lost Paradise has been eerily quiet, as if it vanished into thin air, and even other evil forces have toned down significantly. But that's not the main point. The truly important thing is, Gu Xing noticed the sudden pause in his words, turned to look at Qian Yuan, and asked, What's important? Only to see Qian Yuan patting his chest, his face flushed red, pointing at the nearby kettle, and mumbling, Water, water. Gu Xing. He thought something serious had happened, but it turned out he was choking. Gu Xing sighed helplessly, walked to the kettle, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan took the water, drank it in one gulp, and finally recovered, patting his chest with a face full of lingering fear. I'm alive again. Gu Xing urged. Hurry up, what's so important? Qian Yuan put down the cup, stuffed his mouth with potato chips, and said while crunching, Recently, the Star Temple has reappeared in the public eye. Gu Xing immediately recalled the Star Hospital he had visited before, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. What are they doing now? Qian Yuan pointed with his finger and said, they've established the Star Group, which includes the Star Welfare Home, Star School, and Star Hospital. Basically, they're spending money on charity and hardly making any profit. At this point, Qian Yuan's face showed disdain. These people are really doing charity, spending money without hesitation. Our family is slightly affected, but it's no big deal since we don't deal in healthcare. The key issue is for those who rely on hospitals to make money. They've taken a huge hit this time. Now, the smaller hospitals with stable patient flow are fine. The focus is on those expensive, subpar hospitals that specialize in profiteering. The Star Temple's spending spree has directly cut off their financial paths, so those hospitals sent people to cause trouble, even attempting bombings and assassinations. He sneered, as if picturing the other side's miserable state. In the end, the Star Group's buildings remained intact, while the troublemakers mysteriously disappeared. Their companies were also acquired by the Star Group. Serves them right. The authorities were already planning to crack down, and now with the Star Temple stepping in, it saved them a lot of effort. Consider it a good deed for the country. Hearing this, Gu Xing was a bit confused, but vaguely felt that this matter was related to him. His memories during the coma were becoming increasingly blurry. He only remembered the pain, but not the specific details. Gu Xing asked Sun Yinchi again, has there been any major action from the officials? Sun Yinchi thought for a moment, recalling what her grandfather had said. She decided to share what she knew and began. The 6th seat and 7th seat went crazy. Gu Xing. He knew about the 6th seat and 7th seat. The officials categorized ability users into 7 major types, with the military district grading them as ordinary bronze, elite silver, and special gold. After passing the military district assessment and reaching the special level, they would enter the final competition. The champion of each category would earn the title of the strongest in that category, known as a seat. Seats 1 to 7 were the 7 strongest ability users in the country. Gu Xing also knew that these people formed a team, and the captain's strength could easily overpower seats 1 to 7, earning the title of Seat 0. In his previous life, he was that captain, but now he had no idea about the strength of the new captain. This was the background, but Gu Xing was more curious about why the 6th seat and 7th seat had gone crazy. Seeing him deep in thought, Sun Yinchi knew he understood who she was referring to. Although she was a bit puzzled, she didn't ask further and continued. After you fell into a coma, the actions of the 6th seat and 7th seat became frequent. The domestic headquarters of Paradise Lost is located in the Sanqing Plain, and the 6th seat and 7th seat bombed that place continuously for 3 months. Although it's uncertain whether all the followers were eliminated, the nearby cults suffered heavy losses. Some were completely eradicated, and even sought help from border police, trying to escape the plane. Gu Xing. He knew the officials hadn't directly intervened to clear out the cults in the Sanqing Plain, instead letting them destroy each other. But he hadn't expected them to take direct action during his coma, and so ruthlessly at that, bombing for 3 consecutive months. Considering the combat power of the 6th seat and 7th seat, which was at least above the 9th tier, this would have turned the Sanqing Plain into ruins. However, Gu Xing was even more puzzled. He didn't remember knowing these two, nor had he ever met them. Could they be from the Star Temple? He speculated internally, thinking this was likely the case. After all, the conflict between the Star Temple and Paradise Lost hadn't ended yet. Using this method, though a bit forced, was still reasonable. The two continued chatting about the events of the past year. Gu Xing nodded, having mostly understood, and then asked about their cultivation progress. Qian Yuan had already reached the late stage of the 4th tier, and Sun Yinchi was also at the late stage of the 4th tier. When Gu Xing heard that Sun Yinchi's progress was almost the same as Qian Yuan's, he opened her panel to take a look. But upon seeing it, he found something odd. What is going on with your talent level? ISNT at SS level? Gu Xing asked. The two were silent for a while, and Qian Yuan was the first to speak. Because when you suddenly fainted, we didn't know what to do, so we had her perform a divination. Gu Xing frowned, not quite believing it. The backlash is that severe? He didn't know much about this, though he had heard that divination required a price, but this price seemed too high. Sun Yinchi pursed her lips and replied, Do you know about personal weight? Gu Xing shook his head, Sun Yinshi took a deep breath and slowly explained. If we compare this world to a basin of clear water, each person is like a drop of colored ink. Those with low personal weight are like light-colored ink that doesn't spread or stain other areas. But those with high personal weight not only have a deeper color, but also spread far, even engulfing surrounding colors and turning them into their own shade. Divination is about peering into the future of the world, so the higher the personal weight, the greater the cost. As Sun Yinshi said this, she raised her head and stared intently at Gu Xing. And you are someone who can influence the entire basin of water, turning all other colors into your own. The cost of your divination is naturally very high. Hearing this, Gu Xing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He knew his existence might be very special, perhaps useful in the Millennial War. But the idea of influencing the entire world's trajectory seemed a bit exaggerated. So he chose not to delve deeper and instead asked Qian Yuan, "Can her talent be cured?" Qian Yuan gently shook his head. "We haven't found a solution yet. We can only rely on potions to barely stabilize her level." But now, Qian Yuan wanted to say more, but seeing Sun Yinshi's expression, ultimately stopped. Sun Yinshi's talent level was extremely unstable and could only be temporarily controlled with potions. But these potions were merely a stopgap measure. If a cure couldn't be found within a year, her talent level would continue to decline. More than a year had passed, and the existing potions could no longer stabilize Sun Yinshi's talent level. Her condition could deteriorate at any moment, perhaps even today. Gu Xing closed his eyes. Although Qian Yuan didn't finish his sentence, he had already seen Sun Yinshi's condition on the panel. He could directly feel the weight of his personal weight. Lu Yaoyao's death, Mo Qing's coma, the establishment of the Star Temple Group, the strange behavior of the 6th and 7th seats, Sun Yinshi's declining talent. As long as he was alive, everything seemed relatively calm, but once he died, the consequences would spread like ink. "Send me the potion formula," Gu Xing said flatly. Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan immediately took out his phone and quickly operated it, sending the precious potion formula to Gu Xing. Gu Xing took the formula, studied it carefully, and typed as he read. Before long, a new and improved potion formula appeared on his phone screen. "Make the potion according to this formula. It should completely stabilize her level." Gu Xing sent the formula back to Qian Yuan and said lightly, "Although the materials are a bit expensive, your family is wealthy enough to find them." Qian Yuan looked at the detailed step-by-step formula and fully trusted Gu Xing's words. He immediately sent the formula to his family's pharmacists, urging them to start production as soon as possible. Sun Yinshi watched all this and softly said, "Thank you. Don't mention it, it's what I should do." Afterward, Gu Xing sent a list of medicinal ingredients to Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi. "Help me find these materials. I know they're rare and expensive, so I'll owe you the money and the favor for now. I'll definitely repay you in the future." "Brother Xing, what are you saying?" Qian Yuan immediately interrupted him. "We're friends. There's no need to be so polite." Sun Yinshi also nodded, her eyes full of sincerity. "We are your friends. It's only right for us to help." Hearing this, Gu Xing felt warmth in his heart and nodded lightly, his voice slightly choked. Then I'll leave it to you, my friends." Seeing Gu Xing seriously call them friends, Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi took out their phones to contact their respective families and began inquiring about the medicinal herbs. In no time, the two had finished contacting everyone, mobilized their networks, and listed all the herbs they could find. Then, they cross-checked the list to ensure nothing was missed. Looking at the long list of herbs on the phone, marked with check marks, Gu Xing said in surprise, "You guys are amazing." Qian Yuan, hearing the compliment, proudly lifted his nose. "Of course. Do you even know who we are?" Sun Yinshi said calmly. "Although these herbs are rare, if you need them, we can still get them." He had originally thought that at least a dozen of the herbs would be impossible to find, but now there were only 5 left. 5 might sound like a lot, but considering these herbs were top-tier materials he had painstakingly gathered in the game, even relying on luck, it was astonishing. Gu Xing calculated in his mind. If these two, supposedly discarded heirs, could find so many herbs, then if they truly mobilized all their family connections, wouldn't it be easy to gather all the materials? Thinking of this, Guxing tentatively asked, "Can you talk to your family heads and mobilize all the family's resources?" Qian Yuan frowned slightly and said with confusion, "This is already all the resources our families can mobilize. We've even asked the affiliated families." Sun Yinshi also nodded, indicating they had indeed done their best. Guxing listened and widened his eyes in shock. "Aren't you supposed to be discarded heirs?" Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi looked puzzled. "When did we ever say we were discarded heirs?" Guxing froze, carefully recalling, and realized they had never said that. They only mentioned they were direct descendants. Seeing Gu Xing's confused expression, Qian Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Xing, I am currently the sole heir to the Qian family head position. Once I reach the 7th tier in cultivation, I can directly take over." Sun Yinshi also smiled and said, "My grandfather wants me to inherit the family head position too, but I refused. However, I still hold all the authority of the family head." Gu Xing. Hearing this, Gu Xing was stunned. It took him a while to react. "Then what are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be staying obediently in your own families?" Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi spoke in unison. "Because of you." Gu Xing. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask why, but after thinking for a moment, he understood. One had the eye of appraisal, and the other had the sixth sense. His influence was too significant. These two were undoubtedly drawn to him. Gu Xing rubbed his temples, gave up on asking further, and seriously looked at the herb list on the phone. These medicinal herbs are crucial for Sun Yinshi's talent enhancement, as well as Mo Qing's recovery and advancement. The 5 missing ones are the main herbs. Although substitutes can be used, the effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Previously, they thought it was fine to make do since many were missing, but now only 5 are left. Although these are the hardest to find, Gu Xing tried to make a prediction and asked if these 5 could be gathered within a year. The prophecy indicated, yes. Since that's the case, Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi and asked, "Do you have any channels to obtain these herbs? Or know how to acquire them?" Qian Yuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "I've basically never heard of them." With their family's background, as long as they know where the herbs are, they can directly request or exchange for them. The ones they haven't obtained are those that no one has even mentioned having. Seeing Qian Yuan shake his head, Gu Xing felt a bit disappointed. At this moment, Sun Yinshi suddenly remembered. Imperial University has a 9 Heavens Lingxi grass. The 9 Heavens Lingxi grass is one of the 5 missing herbs and is also needed by Mo Qing. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing immediately perked up. "How can we get it? You're at Imperial University. Can you manage it?" Sun Yinshi shook her head helplessly. "The 9 Heavens Lingxi grass requires 10 million points to redeem." Qian Yuan also remembered and sighed, saying speechlessly, 10 million points. Ordinary students only accumulate a little over 1,000 points per semester. Even if I don't redeem anything for an entire semester, I only save up a little over 10,000. I can't even imagine. Gu Xing completely trusted Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi's abilities. With their level, saving 10,000 points in a semester is feasible, but to exchange for something worth 10 million. Sigh, this is really troublesome. Gu Xing frowned in frustration and suddenly thought of Qian Yuan's financial resources, so he asked, "Can you buy points with money?" Qian Yuan gave him a look as if saying, "You seriously don't know?" and replied, "Brother Xing, do you even need to ask? If it were possible to rely solely on buying, I would have mentioned it earlier." Sun Yinshi added, "The school rules state that each person can only buy up to 10,000 points per semester, which is still far from 10 million. After hearing this, Gu Xing's mouth twitched. He knew this, but he still held on to a sliver of hope. After all, the university has been around for so long. Any loopholes would have been patched long ago. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Qian Yuan broke the awkwardness first. "Brother Xing, why don't you come to Imperial University? We haven't deliberately saved points, but with you leading the team on missions, maybe we can save enough before graduation." Gu Xing listened and shook his head helplessly. Before graduation? The Millennium War will arrive before graduation, and who knows if they'll even survive until then. However, Qian Yuan's suggestion made sense. The whereabouts of the other herbs are still a mystery, and now they've found a clue about this one herb. Gu Xing couldn't bear to give up so easily. Besides, the prophecy said he must gather all the herbs within a year. No matter what, He had to at least try. Step by step, he would start by getting into the school first. Thinking of this, Gu Xing gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "All right. But it's already the second semester. Can I still get in?" Sun Yinchi thought for a moment and replied, "Principal, Li should be able to help." Upon hearing this, Gu Xing immediately picked up his phone and dialed Li Dongyu's number. At this moment, Li Dongyu was hosting an important meeting when his phone suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep. He picked up the phone and saw it was Gu Xing calling. He immediately signaled to pause the meeting. The person speaking also stopped, and Li Dongyu answered the call with a smile in his voice. "Gu Xing? Why are you suddenly calling me?" Li Qingshi, upon hearing it was Gu Xing, quietly got up and walked to Li Dongyu's side, eavesdropping intently. Gu Xing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you help me get into Imperial Capital University? Any identity will do, as long as I can earn points." He wasn't aiming to study, he just wanted to earn points. Li Dongyu glanced at the Imperial Capital University principal beside him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Of course, but you want to earn points?" "Yes, I need to exchange for something at the school," Gu Xing replied honestly, thinking that maybe Li Dongyu could help. "I see." Li Dongyu lightly tapped the table, seemingly pondering something. At that moment, the principal handed him a list. Li Dongyu looked at the list and suddenly seemed to have an idea. He said to Gu Xing, "All right." Gu Xing was a bit puzzled by how quickly he agreed and asked, "What identity?" "A student." Li Dongyu looked at the list and said, "Not decided yet. You'll find out after the semester starts." Hearing such a vague response, Gu Xing said seriously, "I just need an identity that allows me to earn points and doesn't restrict my freedom. Nothing else matters." It wasn't unreasonable for him to be picky if he ended up as a cafeteria worker, stuck at the counter every day with no freedom. Wouldn't that ruin everything? How would he earn points then? Li Dongyu picked up on Gu Xing's cautious tone and chuckled. "All right, I'll discuss it with the principal and let you know." Gu Xing finally felt relieved. "Thank you." After hanging up, Li Dongyu put down his phone and said to everyone, "Let us continue the meeting." Qian Yuan saw Gu Xing relax and asked, "Did it work?" Gu Xing nodded, "Most likely." From Li Dongyu's tone, there seemed to be some hesitation, but Gu Xing felt he didn't have any bad intentions. He even felt a bit nervous. Not long after, Gu Yu returned with Tang Tang. Gu Yu pestered Gu Xing to quickly make dinner, leaving Gu Xing no choice but to get up and cook. Everyone didn't idle around either, helping to wash vegetables. Before long, a table full of steaming dishes was ready. Qian Yuan took a bite, his eyes lighting up, and quickly started eating. With his mouth full, he mumbled to Gu Xing, "Xingji, your cooking is amazing." Gu Yu proudly said, "My brother is super smart. My dad only taught him once, and he mastered it." Qian Yuan nodded repeatedly. "Xingji, once we're in school, I'll come to your place every day for meals." Gu Yu snorted, "I don't agree. By then, I'll be living with my brother, and I'll kick you out." Qian Yuan grinned cheekily. "By the time you get to school, we'll almost be graduating. Gu Yu, after the semester starts, you'll see if I can stop you." Qian Yuan feigned surprise. "Really? You wouldn't sneak in, would you?" Gu Yu, "I'll definitely enter openly and kick you out." Qian Yuan, "Then I'll climb in through the window." Gu Yu, "Are you a pervert?" Gu Xing calmly ate his meal, listening to their bickering, feeling quite content inside. After finishing their meal, Sun Yinchi and Qian Yuan prepared to leave. Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan, who was about to gain back the weight he had just lost, and said speechlessly, "Is he a rubber band? How can he lose weight so quickly and gain it back just as fast?" There was still some time before the start of the semester, and during this period, Gu Xing kept receiving forms from Li Dongyu. The forms required a lot of information to be filled out. At first, they were normal, consisting of common survey forms, but they gradually became stranger. Life philosophy. What kind of nonsense is this? Gu Xing stared at the form he received today, utterly confused. However, he suddenly thought of a phrase and filled it in. At Imperial Capital University, students gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the opportunity to choose elite mentors for the new semester. Finally, we can choose genius mentors. Stop dreaming. Only the top 100 freshmen are qualified to be called geniuses and can choose their own mentors. Ordinary students like us should just focus on earning points to buy private lessons from teachers. There are only 10 genius mentors each year. Hopefully, this year's elite mentors will be even more impressive. Rumor has it that a young genius mentor has arrived. What? A young genius mentor? How young? Could it be a stunning beauty? Let's go check it out. A group of students excitedly headed toward the campus bulletin board. A crowd had already gathered in front of the board, with students standing on tiptoes and craning their necks to find information about their desired mentors. The holographic bulletin board displayed photos, names, talent types and levels, ranks, specialties, and mottos of the 10 genius mentors. 6th rank, 6th rank, 7th rank. Hey, there's an 8th rank expert here. We didn't see this last semester. The quality of mentors this time is generally very high. Most are 7th rank, and even the 6th rank ones are exceptionally skilled. This one, Shenyan, 7th rank max level, not bad. He's a self-type talent. I'm going to choose his class. Specializes in hidden weapons. Must be someone from the Tang family. I bet many Tang family students will pick him. Though I have no intention to compete for supremacy, I understand the suffering of the people. This phrase is incredible. I'm signing up for his class. Hold on. Take a closer look at this person's information before deciding. The student listened and carefully examined the mentor's details. After reading, he decisively shook his head and said, "No matter what, I absolutely won't let a G-level guy teach me." Hearing this, the surrounding students were stunned. G-level? The lowest level? How could someone like that become a genius mentor at Imperial Capital University? Everyone turned their attention to the student's mentor introduction. Genius mentor. Gu Xing level talent classification. G. Unclassified rank. None specialty. All motto. Though I have no intention to compete for supremacy, I understand the suffering of the people. The students were dumbfounded, and then a heated discussion erupted. G level. And still a mentor? A genius mentor, no less. Has the school gone mad? This guy looks about the same age as us. So handsome, but can looks translate to combat power? If he weren't G-level, I'd definitely choose him. I love his motto, but paired with this G-level status, it feels like an insult to it. The key point is, he's a genius mentor. Each year, there are only 10 top-tier experts. How could he possibly be a mentor? Did he pay for the spot? Or is he related to the principal? I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. Should we go ask? Apply to change mentors? Don't be ridiculous. Decisions made by the principal have never been overturned. This guy is probably just here to make up the numbers. Anyway, mentors can be freely chosen. No one would pick him. Haha, I'm off to choose my mentor. I'm definitely going to learn from an 8th tier mentor. Don't rush. Mentors and students choose each other. What if he doesn't pick you? Either way, I would never choose a G-tier mentor. After all, the mentor has to guide me until graduation. Me neither. The crowd gradually dispersed. Some started filling out registration forms on their phones, while others continued discussing mentor selection. However, 2 people stood staring at the announcement board, looking bewildered. Qian Yuan pointed at Gu Xing's photo with trembling fingers, shouting in disbelief. So, when Gu Xing said I can get in, he meant this? Directly becoming a mentor? A genius mentor? He couldn't believe it. Gu Xing had entered a completely different level. Even the highest level, just one step away from being principal level. After a moment of shock, Qian Yuan lowered his hand and said matter-of-factly, "If it's Brother Xing, then it's no problem." As long as it was Gu Xing, everything made sense. After all, the things Gu Xing did were far beyond what ordinary geniuses like them could achieve. Thinking about course selection, Qian Yuan turned to Sun Yanqi and said, "How about we tell the 8th tier mentor that we're not going to his class and switch to Brother Xing's?" The 8th tier mentor was only here because of their connections. Now that they weren't going, they needed to notify him in advance. Although it was already a bit late, courtesy was still important. Sun Yanqi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, let us apologize to the teacher and sign up for Gu Xing's class. They were already confirmed as top 100 students. She wanted Gu Xing to become a genius mentor, but she didn't have the authority to make it happen. However, Li Dongyu did. Sun Yanqi pursed her lips. As a member of one of the 4 major families, even her family head couldn't make Gu Xing an elite mentor, yet a high school principal managed to do it. All right, Qian Yuan took out his phone, sent an apology message to the 8th tier mentor, and then looked at his pinned contact, scratching his head. By the way, Brother Xing looked at his phone and left earlier. Do you think he went to a meeting? Sun Yinshi nodded. Probably. Gu Xing arrived at the location arranged by Li Dongyu, pushed open the meeting room door, and looked around. He thought this was a classroom for transfer students to study together, but upon entering, he realized why were they all middle-aged people? Gu Xing opened their profiles and saw that all of them were above 6th tier, with an average of 7th tier, and even an 8th tier expert among them. Something wasn't right. Did he go to the wrong place? Gu Xing glanced down at the gathering location sent by Li Dongyu. No, it was correct. The group was also surprised to see Gu Xing. Huh, such a young mentor? Did he come to the wrong place? Gu Xing hesitated about whether to leave, but then he spotted a familiar face. He stared at the person and slowly typed a question mark. Shunyan noticed Gu Xing's gaze, smiled and waved, patting the chair next to him to let him sit down. Gu Xing didn't know anyone else, only one person, and the location showed it was here. After hesitating for a moment, he still walked over and sat down. Shunyan smiled and started chatting with Gu Xing. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How is your cultivation going recently? Gu Xing listened to Shunyan's overly familiar tone, his mouth twitching. I'm already G level, and you still don't know? By the way, why are you here? Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Why can't I be here? Gu Xing sighed, rubbing his forehead, and asked, what exactly is this place? Who are these people? Xinyan seemed surprised. You don't know? Gu Xing was speechless. If I knew, why would I ask you? Xinyan chuckled twice and said, this is the Genius Mentor Exchange Conference. Principal Li didn't he tell you? Gu Xing. Genius Mentor Exchange Conference? Only then did Gu Xing realize where Li Dongyu had arranged for him to go. He originally thought he was just a transfer student, at most an assistant teacher or an ordinary mentor. But, Genius Mentor, Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi were both at Imperial Capital University, so naturally, he had heard of the title of Genius Mentor. Every year during the first semester of freshman year, students fiercely compete, and after 4 months of rivalry, the top 100 at the end of the semester are listed as geniuses. By the second semester of freshman year, they can freely choose 10 genius mentors. These 10 mentors are specially hired from outside the school, at least A level, reaching late-stage 6th rank, and must have made significant contributions to be recruited. Mentors can take up to 15 students and guide them until graduation in their 4th year. During this period, mentors are responsible for guiding them to complete weekly tasks, monthly tasks, and semester tasks, essentially accompanying and nurturing them throughout. Sigh. Gu Xing held his head. His intuition was indeed correct. It's not that this identity is bad, but he is most afraid of a group of clueless people running around. The younger ones can't win, so they find the older ones. If they can't beat the older ones, they find even older ones, and those older ones might even form cliques. So annoying. At this moment, the door opened, and an old man walked in. He scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Gu Xing for a moment. When 10 people had arrived, the old man cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Dear mentors, welcome to Imperial Capital University. I am Principal Zhao Mingwei. First of all, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to serve as. Gu Xing couldn't help but yawn. Seriously, even with spiritual energy awakening, it's still the same old routine. His phone vibrated silently. Gu Xing took it out to check. Qian Yuan had sent a message. Image Qian Yuan. Brother Xing, you've been hiding deep, secretly becoming a genius mentor. Qian Yuan. Sun Yinshi and I both chose your class. Qian Yuan. Hurry up and join us. JPG Gu Xing. With an 8th rank powerhouse in the class, what is the point of him leading it? But thinking carefully, a mentor can only take up to 15 students. Besides Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi, he probably wouldn't have anyone else to guide. As long as he keeps Phantom Presence active and accompanies them like a ghost while they complete tasks, it should be fine. This isn't too far off from their previous plan, and mentors get extra bonuses based on student completion rates. If that's the case, it doesn't seem too bad. As the phone vibrated again, it was a message from Guyu. Guyu. Hee, brother, today you'll finally see the big surprise I prepared for you. Guyu excited? Seeing the message, Gu Xing suddenly remembered that before Guyu left, She had mysteriously mentioned preparing a surprise for him. Gu Xing replied, excited. When can I see it? Gu Yu, you'll find out very soon. At that moment, Principal Zhao was giving the final summary. Lastly, education is a great endeavor. I hope everyone takes it seriously. As his words ended, the meeting room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Gu Xing joined in, clapping along with the group. When the meeting concluded, Gu Xing stood up to leave. Xin Yan also stood, shaking his phone as he said, "Our office is just next door. Let's go together." Gu Xing glanced at his phone notifications, then at Xin Yan's phone, and asked, "Is this Li Dongyu's doing?" Xin Yan spread his hands, looking innocent. "No, it's just a coincidence." Gu Xing, "I don't believe you." Xin Yan. Shun Yin was momentarily speechless, which greatly improved Gu Xing's mood. Since they happened to be heading the same way, Gu Xing agreed to walk with Xin Yan, and the two headed toward the office side by side. Just as they stepped out of the meeting room, a faint but piercing sound reached their ears. While chatting with Xin Yan, Gu Xing suddenly raised his hand, lightly pinching his fingers together. A nearly invisible fine needle appeared silently between his fingertips. The needle's tip faintly glimmered with spiritual energy, clearly imbued with some kind of effect. Gu Xing slowly turned his head, locking his gaze on a middle-aged man not far away. Smiling, he asked, "We shouldn't have any grudges between us, right?" After all, his enemies were all from Paradise Lost, and he maintained friendly relations with other factions. Of course, it was always better to extend goodwill first. The middle-aged man hadn't expected Gu Xing to notice. Hands lazily stuffed in his pockets, he casually said, "No grudge. I just found you young and promising, and as the new mentor, I was a bit curious." The words, young and promising, were emphasized with a mocking tone. Gu Xing stared at the needle in his hand, his gaze turning cold as he noted the paralysis effect on it. "And you use such low-level methods to express your curiosity?" The middle-aged man, noticing the surrounding people hadn't left, laughed loudly and said, "Nowadays, anyone who becomes a mentor here either has connections or real skills. I just wanted to see what you're relying on." Hearing this, the crowd's footsteps paused. Even those about to leave stopped and turned to watch the confrontation. After all, who doesn't enjoy free drama? A mentor this young was unheard of, so naturally, people were curious to see how capable he really was. Xin Yan, seeing that Gu Xing could handle it, didn't intervene. If Gu Xing couldn't manage, he could step in later. Gu Xing directly opened the other party's panel. Name, gender, male level, late stage tier 7 innate skill, a physical penetration attribute value, 557 status, arrogance, jealousy, anger. Jealousy? So that's what it was. Gu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, lazily twirling the fine needle between his fingers as if mocking the man's provocation. "Oh, so what have you found out?" The man opposite saw that Gu Xing was not angry at all, snorted coldly, and said nothing. He was unwilling to admit that his confident strike had been easily neutralized by Gu Xing, unable to save face. He stubbornly kept silent. Secretly, he activated his spiritual power, attempting to intimidate Gu Xing with the pressure of a late-stage 7th-tier cultivator. Although no one could measure Gu Xing's level, being so young, he was certainly not at the 7th tier. Confidently, the man believed Gu Xing couldn't withstand his pressure. The invisible pressure spread like a tide. The weaker onlookers turned pale and retreated one after another. Shun Yin stood nearby, unaffected as he was at the peak of the 7th tier, merely curious about how Gu Xing would respond. After all, he knew Gu Xing was only at G level. However, his concern was unnecessary. At the center of the pressure, Gu Xing stood straight as ever, even leisurely playing with the needle in his hand. Gu Xing felt the pressure, but showed no fear. His gaze grew colder as he slowly spoke. "Is this your test? Quite interesting." He paused and yawned, "But a bit boring." "Well, let us give him some excitement." Gu Xing's fingers moved slightly, activating the effect of Phantom Strike, enchanting the needle, which transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the man opposite. Due to the invisibility effect, no one noticed, except the targeted man who felt a hint of danger. Before he could react, the thin needle had already pierced his knee. The paralysis effect took hold immediately, and the late-stage 7th-tier powerhouse's knee buckled, causing him to kneel heavily on the ground. Gu Xing looked at the scene and feigned surprise. Oh dear, don't actually kneel to me. I can't afford the apology of a late-stage, 7th-tier powerhouse. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, staring at Gu Xing in disbelief. They couldn't measure Gu Xing's level, yet he had accurately identified the man S tier. Moreover, his movements just now were too fast for them to see. A woman looked at Gu Xing with astonished eyes. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, a trace of venom flashing in his eyes. Humph, young man, don't think you can act arrogant just because you have some skills. I have the Tang family backing me. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, feeling a chill for Gu Xing. The Tang family was one of the 4 major families, specializing in crafting weapons and hidden tools. Offending them would make it difficult to purchase equipment. Even the strongest individuals would be significantly weakened without good equipment. This young man was doomed. Gu Xing noticed the sympathetic gazes around him, but remained indifferent. Behind him were not only the Sun family and Qian family, but also the Star Temple. Such blatant hostility was something he would never tolerate. Gu Xing smiled slightly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the man who had just stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "Oh, so you're someone else's dog. My apologies, my apologies." You. The man was so enraged that he unleashed his full spiritual power, clearly intending to teach Gu Xing a lesson. But at that moment, Shunyan stepped forward and directly stopped him, coldly saying, "School rules forbid random fights. You've already broken the rules once. Do you want to do it again?" Feeling the stronger pressure, the man finally suppressed his anger. Gu Xing patted Shun Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let us go, let us go. My mom told me not to play with dogs, afraid I might catch rabies." You. The middle-aged man heard this and got so angry his face turned red. He wanted to make a move, but knew he couldn't win, so he could only snort coldly. "I hope the students you teach are just like you, only good at talking." Gu Xing spread his hands. Being good at talking is still better than your mediocre skills and words. The middle-aged man was so flustered his face turned red, but with Shun Yin present, he could only leave angrily. Shun Yin turned to look at Gu Xing, who was still smiling, and sighed. "Your ability to stir up trouble is even better than in high school." Gu Xing watched the man walk away, put away his smile, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and adopted a nonchalant attitude. Who told him to mess with me first? He's old and still doesn't have a clear mind. For kids, like Su Dong earlier, he could understand. After all, they're young, and being impulsive is fine. He's lived 2 lifetimes and wouldn't hold grudges against kids. But the man just now ugly, old, dim-witted, and impulsive, he had no intention of tolerating him. The warning earlier was just a small reminder. He wasn't sure when he had offended the man, but it didn't matter if he couldn't remember. As he spoke, Gu Xing walked and asked Shen Yan, "Do you know that guy just now?" Shen Yan nodded. "I do. His original name is Zhao Dicai. He married into the Tang family and changed his surname to Tang. He's an A-level attribute, late-stage 7th-tier strength. Although he's from a collateral branch, that branch is highly favored in the family, so he benefits from it." Gu Xing was a bit surprised. I didn't expect my insult to be so accurate. He had only meant to say that relying on connections wasn't a skill, but it turned out this guy was truly a dog with a master. This was a double blow. Shinyan sighed. "Every family has sent people now. You've offended one family, so make sure not to offend the Su family too." Gu Xing replied indifferently. "I'm not the one actively looking for trouble. As long as they don't provoke me, it's fine." Shinyan knew this. Gu Xing was incredibly lazy and wouldn't actively cause trouble. But that didn't mean others wouldn't come looking for it. The 2 arrived at the exclusive office. Shen Yin was about to go in when he suddenly remembered something and reminded, "Make sure to check the group notifications. Don't just lie around all day." Gu Xing waved impatiently. Got it, got it." Seeing Gu Xing's impatient attitude, Shen Yin wanted to get angry, but, thinking about his past experiences, only felt pity. He sighed and turned to enter the office. How does he know I don't like checking group messages? Gu Xing muttered to himself, walked to the next door, pushed open his office door, and took out his phone to check the group messages. Genius Mentor Group 12. This group was created by the vice principal after a meeting. It had 12 members: the principal, vice principal, and 10 genius mentors. The vice principal had sent many notices, including the campus website login details. Gu Xing read them carefully. Students can apply proactively, valid for 7 days. After logging into the software, you can view the information of the applicants. If satisfied, you can bring them to the mentor's exclusive office for an interview. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Isn't this just recruiting part-timers? Probably no one will come looking for me, except for those two. Gu Xing checked the information on the notice, turned on his computer, logged into his account, and looked at the back end. He was surprised to find there were actually 3 applications. He only knew Qian Yuan and Sun Yanqi, 2 of the top 100 genius students, so logically, there shouldn't be anyone else. He clicked to check. The first 2 were familiar faces, but the third one was also familiar. Gu Xing stared at the application form. Application information form 1. Basic information name. Guyu gender, female age, 18 grade, freshman level category, SSS level summoning ability level, early stage of 4th tier 2. Academic performance theoretical foundation, A. Practical skills, S. Combat application, S+3. Application reason no reason needed. You're my brother. I'm taking the back door. Brother, do you like this surprise? Hehe 4. Additional notes due to special circumstances, not listed in the freshman rankings, but eligible to apply for a genius mentor. Gu Xing. Seriously? This is the surprise she mentioned? This is more like a shock. Gu Xing rubbed his temples and immediately called her. Guyu was currently with Qian Yuan and Sun Yanqi. Qian Yuan was utterly shocked, pointing at Guyu, struggling to speak clearly. Ew. You're the special transfer student? He had heard earlier that this semester there would be a special transfer student who wouldn't occupy a spot in the top 100 freshman rankings, but could apply for a genius mentor. More importantly, the rumor was that this transfer student was SSS level. He had investigated, but everyone kept their mouths shut, and he couldn't find any information, as if this person had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He never expected that this person would turn out to be Guyu. Aren't you only 17 years old? Sun Yanqi asked. Before the age of 18, one couldn't cultivate because the body hadn't fully developed yet. Cultivating spiritual power could harm the body, not only slowing progress, but potentially causing major issues. Guyu replied, I took growth accelerators a year ago, so my bone age is already adult. I see. Sun Yanqi nodded, understanding now. No wonder she felt Guyu had grown too quickly and seemed a bit unnatural. She had originally planned to tell Gu Xing, but now it seemed unnecessary. Although growth accelerators have side effects, Guyu only matured a year early and spent a year gradually adapting, so the impact was minimal. Qian Yuan gestured at Guyu's height. Doesn't seem like you've grown much, though. Guyu, are you looking for a beating? Does our agreement still stand? Watch me not beat you up. With that, Guyu clenched her fist and charged at Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan quickly covered his head and hid behind Sun Yanqi. Sun Yanqi, ? At that moment, Guyu's phone rang. The special ringtone made her stop. She took her phone out of her pocket, glared fiercely at Qian Yuan, and then sweetly called out. Brother, there was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice spoke. Come to my office. Then the call was swiftly hung up. Qian Yuan overheard and could tell Gu Xing's tone was a bit cold. He grinned mischievously. You're doomed. Brother Xing is angry. Calling him brother won't help now. Mind your own business. Guyu huffed, turned, and left. Qian Yuan watched Guyu's departing figure and patted Sun Yanqi. Hey, have you ever seen Gu Xing angry? Sun Yanqi thought for a moment and shook her head. Gu Xing had always been emotionally stable, almost unaffected by external influences. Come on, let us secretly go take a look. Qian Yuan grinned mischievously, looking like he was ready to enjoy the drama. Sun Yanqi. She also wanted to see what Gu Xing looked like when he was angry, so she followed along. As they entered Gu Xing's office, Guyu had just stepped inside when she saw Gu Xing sitting in his chair, hands clasped under his chin, squinting at her. He said, What are you doing at this school? Guyu coming to Imperial Capital University was completely unexpected for Gu Xing. Her previous school specialized in cultivating SSS-level geniuses with abundant resources. Yet, she had given up those conditions to come here. Although Imperial Capital University was good, it was still far behind the national-level genius training center, which was detrimental to Guyu's future development. Guyu snorted. I told you, wherever you go, I'll go. Hearing this, Gu Xing held his head in frustration and said, but there's no need to follow me here. This place is very safe. Each of the 7 major schools had an 8th-tier powerhouse stationed there, along with special teleportation arrays capable of summoning the top 7 powerhouses within a minute. Generally, there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger. The moment Guyu heard the word safe, tears welled up in her eyes. Safe? You said it was safe before, and I ended up in a coma for a year. You promised me that wherever you go, I'll follow. Our agreement still stands. You can't go back on it. Gu Xing was silent for a long time before sighing. He really didn't know what to say and hadn't expected Gu Yu to be so persistent. Should he ask the principal for help? But he didn't know the principal. Maybe he could ask Li Dongyu? While he was hesitating, Gu Yu spoke again. I've already transferred my student records. A lot of people know about me now, and my information has been exposed. I can't go back. If I can't follow you, I want to choose a mentor and will just join the regular class. Seeing Gu Yu's tearful yet determined expression, Gu Xing finally gave in. He knew that Gu Yu meant what she said. If he didn't agree, she would definitely go to the regular class. If she went to the regular class, it would be better for him to teach her. At least he had the system and experience from his previous life, allowing him to create a tailored training plan for her. Finally, Gu Xing opened the back end and approved the applications of Gu Yu, Sun Yinchi, and Qian Yuan. Gu Yu, who had just been crying, immediately stopped her tears upon receiving the approval notification on her phone. She smiled sweetly and clung to Gu Xing's arm. I knew my brother was the best. You have to teach me well from now on. Gu Xing. The speed of her mood change is astonishing. Gu Xing felt like he had vented all his frustrations for the year today. Helplessly, he called toward the door. You two, stop eavesdropping and come in. With a click, the door slowly opened. Qian Yuan smiled awkwardly and explained dryly. Haha, we were just passing by. As soon as Sun Yinchi entered, her eyes fixed on Gu Xing, and she curiously asked, why aren't you angry at all? Qian Yuan looked confused. Big sister, why are you so blunt? Gu Xing helplessly covered his head and explained, getting angry doesn't solve problems, and I don't need to lose my temper. To him, if something can be resolved, he resolves it directly. If it can't be resolved, getting angry is pointless. Besides, Gu Yu's issue ultimately stemmed from her worrying about herself. Why would he be angry? Oh, Sun Yinchi nodded thoughtfully, then eagerly asked, so when do we start training? She had already heard from Qian Yuan about Gu Xing's special training methods. Based on her and Qian Yuan's progress, with Gu Xing's guidance, they could save at least 10% of their time. Gu Xing, ? Truly a training enthusiast. Wait a bit. I need to settle down first and find a place to live. At the school, all expenses were calculated based on points. Each mentor started with 3,000 points, which could be used to purchase various items, including accommodation. Qian Yuan immediately said, Brother Xing, where do you plan to stay? I'll help you find a place. Accommodation for 1 semester was divided into 6 tiers. The lowest was 10 points for an 8-person room, 50 points for a 6-person room, 100 points for a 4-person room, 200 points for a double room, 500 points for a single room, and the highest was 1,000 points for a private villa. Actually, a single room of over 50 square meters would suffice, but the villa came equipped with basic training facilities, making it more convenient for him to train them as a mentor. After thinking it through, Gu Xing said, the villa. Qian Yuan had already guessed this and immediately pulled out his phone to find pictures. Brother Xing, how about this villa? I had my eye on it before, and it's currently vacant. Shall we go take a look? Gu Xing nodded and turned to ask Gu Yu. Do you have enough points to stay in a villa? Do you want me to pick one for you too? Gu Yu shook her head and smiled. No need. I'll stay with you. 1,000 points per semester is too expensive. I'd rather spend it on cultivation materials. Gu Xing smiled helplessly. She really knew how to calculate. Since it was a villa, the space would definitely be large enough, so he had no objections. Qian Yuan led Gu Xing, Sun Yinchi, and Gu Yu to the school's residential area. They walked inside and eventually arrived at the villa zone. The layout here was well organized, with the villa zone located at the innermost part. The villas were all standalone 3-story buildings with warm ivory-white exterior walls that glowed under the sunlight. The roofs were slanted and complemented by dark wooden decorations. Gu Xing could tell that each house was reinforced with formations capable of withstanding the full force attacks of a level 7 ability user. The group arrived in front of one of the villas. Brother Xing, this is the villa I mentioned. Although it's on the edge, it's very quiet. The river nearby has plenty of fish, so you can go fishing and enjoy them when you have time. Gu Xing's eyes lit up. Quiet and fishing. It was practically his ideal residence. Although the location was a bit remote, he rarely went out, and the villa had a small teleportation array that could instantly transport him to any public area in the school. The teleportation array required crystal cores to activate, but he had more than enough crystal cores to use. Since he didn't use them for cultivation, it wasn't a problem. Gu Xing nodded, and Qian Yuan quickly walked to the door, pointing at the liquid crystal recognition code, and said, Brother Xing, scan here. Once the payment is completed, you can go in. Qian Yuan stepped aside, and Gu Xing scanned the code with his phone, clicked confirm, and a crisp, payment successful sounded. Just as he was about to push the door open and enter, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, I like this house. Name your price and let me have it. The voice carried a hint of arrogance and sounded very familiar. Gu Xing slowly turned around, his brows slightly furrowed. It was Tang Ditsai. Gu Xing thought to himself, wasn't this guy humiliated enough last time? Does he enjoy getting slapped in the face? Qian Yuan's face immediately darkened, crossing his arms in displeasure as he said, Do you understand the rules? First come, first served, got it. He hadn't expected someone to dare say name your price in front of him. Tang Ditsai, seeing that Qian Yuan was just a student, said indifferently, Do you know who I am? I'm from the Tang family, a genius instructor at the Imperial Academy. Tang family. Genius instructor? Qian Yuan thought for a moment, nodded, then turned to Sun Yinshi and asked, Do you know him? Sun Yinshi shook her head. Never seen him, don't know him. Qian Yuan then looked at Gu Yu. Do you know him? Gu Yu rolled her eyes without hesitation, pouting disdainfully. Who would know such a weird old man? You. Tang Ditsai's face turned livid with anger. Usually, when he revealed these two identities, students and colleagues would show him respect. But today he was completely ignored. Gu Xing had no interest in wasting time on such brainless people. He turned to the three and said, Don't bother with a dog being led by its master. If it bites you, you'll have to argue with the owner, and that's too much trouble. Tang Detsai froze upon hearing this, following the voice to look over, and it turned out to be Gu Xing. He was already upset about the conference room incident, and now the house dispute had him trembling with rage. Who are you calling a dog? If I don't teach you, a junior, a lesson, do you really think you're something special? Tang Ditsai roared, spiritual energy rapidly gathering in his palm. At this moment, Gu Xing slowly stepped out from behind the three, directly staring at Tang Ditsai. Tang Ditsai tried to lock onto Gu Xing with his spiritual energy, but when their eyes met, everything changed. He felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to his head, his body trembling uncontrollably, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was as if he was being stared at by an invisible beast, every inch of his skin shivering, and his spiritual energy completely frozen, unable to be activated. What was going on? Gu Xing's peripheral vision swept toward the faint blue translucent display frame floating in the air. Trigger random negative effect. Paralysis. The target cannot move, temporarily seals spiritual power, and can interrupt ongoing skills. This is quite effective. Tang Ditsai froze in place, trembling slightly, completely unable to move, and unable to use spiritual power. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Uncle. Gu Xing turned his head and saw a red-haired student bypassing them and heading straight to Tang Ditsai's side. The student glanced at Gu Xing, then turned to Tang Ditsai, frowning with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Uncle, are they pestering you to recruit them? Qian Yuan looked disgusted. Who's pestering who is still uncertain? Clearly, it's you, the good uncle stalker, trying to act like a creep and snatch a house. Gu Yu wasn't one to back down either, crossing her arms and snorting. There really are a lot of people with bad eyesight nowadays. Just happened to run into two. How rare. If your eyes have issues, hurry up and get them treated. Don't come out embarrassing yourself and causing trouble. The red-haired student was enraged by their mockery. His face darkened, and he raised his hand, ready to teach them a lesson. At the critical moment, Tang Detsai reached out to stop him, his expression complicated. The red-haired student looked at Tang Detsai in confusion. Uncle? Tang Detsai stared at Gu Xing, certain that Gu Xing had just used some kind of skill. The strange thing was, he hadn't sensed any spiritual power fluctuations at all. Using a skill requires releasing spiritual power, but he hadn't felt any spiritual power from Gu Xing. Gu Xing was clearly only G level. How could he possibly have skills? This was too absurd, and Tang Detsai wasn't sure if he could defeat Gu Xing. Not wanting to lose face in front of his nephew, he suppressed his anger and left behind a sentence. See you in the arena in a week. After saying this, he hurriedly pulled the red-haired student away, his back looking somewhat defeated. Gu Xing listened to Tang Detsai's vague words and asked in confusion, "What arena is he talking about?" Sun Yinshi was also a bit puzzled. Didn't they post it in the group? These are school traditions. Even information about external tutors is posted in the group for everyone to see. Oh, Gu Xing coughed awkwardly. With so many notifications, he couldn't possibly read them all. He stopped after reading the recruitment conditions. Seeing Gu Xing like this, Qian Yuan knew he hadn't read carefully and explained, "This is an old school tradition. Every semester, there's a tournament between tutors and students. The rules are that students can challenge any genius tutor. Students can form teams, but they can only team up with the tutor's students, with a maximum of 15 people." Listening to Qian Yuan's explanation, Gu Xing nodded. So that's how it is. Then he asked, "Can I refuse?" He didn't want to fight, it was too exhausting. Qian Yuan shook his head helplessly. "If you refuse, you'll lose all your points, and what would your classmates think of you?" Gu Xing. He needed points and couldn't let them drop to 0. Thinking about the points, Qian Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xing, don't resist. This is a great opportunity to earn points." Gu Xing perked up. "Tell me how to earn points." Qian Yuan grinned and said, "Challenging a tutor isn't free, you have to pay a challenge fee, starting at a minimum of 100 points, with no upper limit. If the tutor loses, they have to compensate the students 10 times the points. If the students lose, the points they paid go to the tutor." Gu Xing listened, calculated, and hissed, "So little? I only mentioned the basics. The real money maker is betting," Qian Yuan said, patting Gu Xing's shoulder with a smile. "Brother Xing, you're so skilled. Leading a team of 15 won't be a problem. By then, we'll bet all our points on your victory and make a fortune." Gu Xing nodded. "Makes sense, but the odds should be pretty low, right?" Qian Yuan nodded. "No worries, your odds will definitely be much higher than the average mentor." Gu Xing nodded again. That's true. After all, his talent was only G level, and others looked down on him. This time, he should be able to make some money. However, he was more inclined to let Qian Yuan and the others compete, as winning once could multiply their points tenfold. Thinking of this, Gu Xing smiled at the three. "Don't let me be the only one earning points, you guys should compete too. Tenfold points might even be better than my odds." Sun Yinshi nodded. All right. She could finally start training. The other two exchanged glances. "We're doomed. This is clearly aimed at us." Gu Xing pushed open the door and turned back to the three. "Come in. Let's check your current strength in the training room." Sun Yinshi was the first to walk in, while the other two hesitated but eventually followed. The four entered the villa, passed through the living room, and arrived at the training room. The room was filled with various basic training equipment, but the most eye-catching feature was the small arena in the center. Gu Xing walked to the arena, saw that the formation core was already embedded with a crystal nucleus, patted the surface, and glanced at the three. "Who's going first?" Sun Yinshi, eager to show her strength, immediately jumped onto the arena. Gu Xing looked at her attribute panel, observed her performance, and pointed out her weaknesses in detail. Sun Yinshi's eyes lit up. Gu Xing's understanding of this body and its skills was even deeper than her own. After guiding Sun Yinshi, Gu Xing moved on to Qian Yuan, and finally, it was Gu Yu's turn. Gu Yu looked reluctant. "Brother, I don't need it. I'm already strong enough." Gu Xing frowned. "Get up there. If you want to stay by my side, you have to listen." He had to guide Gu Yu properly. After all, she was SSS level, and Paradise Lost would definitely keep a close eye on her. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with Gu Yu's talent and skills yet. so it was a good opportunity to learn more. Fine. Guyu reluctantly stepped onto the arena. Sun Yanqi and Qian Yuan couldn't help but watch closely as Guyu prepared to showcase her strength. They had never seen an SSS-level combatant who hadn't fully matured yet. Standing on the arena, Guyu looked down at Gu Xing, her eyes glinting mischievously as she grinned. Brother, performing alone is boring. How about a sparring match? Gu Xing raised an eyebrow, seeing through her little scheme, and asked, Do you want to fight me, or them? Of course, I want to fight you. Fighting them is no fun. Gu Yu's tone was full of provocation. Brother, are you scared? Gu Xing wasn't the type to be provoked by such tricks, but he had never fought Gu Yu before. Curiosity drove him to nod. All right, let's give it a try. He stepped onto the arena, and the formation's light instantly lit up, enveloping the two of them. Sun Yanqi watched them prepare for battle seriously. Suddenly, her arm was poked by someone next to her. She turned her head and saw Qian Yuan. At some point, Qian Yuan had brought over 2 small stools and placed one behind her. Come on, standing is tiring, sit and watch. Thank you. Sun Yanqi sat down, and Qian Yuan handed her half a watermelon, complete with a spoon. Brother Xing said watching a show with watermelon is more enjoyable. Sun Yanqi. In the end, she still didn't take the watermelon. Gu Xing ignored the actions of the two beside him and only stared at Gu Yu. I'm just AG level. Aren't you afraid of hurting me? Gu Yu snorted. Brother, stop pretending to be weak. Even that genius mentor at the door is afraid of losing to you. Clearly, you're the one who has to go easy on me. Gu Xing couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. All right, how do you want me to go easy? Gu Yu thought for a moment and said, You can't fight back, and you have to keep your eyes closed. Quite the demand. Gu Xing teased. Gu Yu didn't care at all and said coquettishly, I can't beat you. So hurry up, close your eyes and start. Gu Xing sighed helplessly and complied, closing his eyes. What if I win? Gu Yu looked at him with his eyes closed and asked expectantly. Gu Xing asked back with his eyes closed, What do you want? Gu Yu grinned and said, If I win, I won't have to train for the whole year. How about that? Gu Xing thought for a moment and nodded. All right, but you have to knock me off the platform. Hee, then can I start? Gu Yu asked while holding a big object. Gu Xing nodded, smelled a scent, and frowned. No bombs allowed. Gu Yu raised the specially made big bomb, ready to throw it, but upon hearing this, immediately protested. Huh? Bombs are part of my strength. Why can't I use them? Gu Xing explained helplessly. I'm not fighting you. I can only use innate skills and absorb skills, nothing else. Oh, fine. Gu Yu reluctantly put the big bomb back into her space. Qian Yuan looked at the huge round chicken-shaped bomb, almost dropping the spoon in his hand, and exclaimed, So the bomb in Gu Xing's hand was made by Gu Yu? Sun Yanqi looked at the chicken-shaped bomb Gu Yu had raised and thought of the small bomb Gu Xing had taken out earlier, nodding. That should be correct. Qian Yuan watched as Gu Yu put the over 1 meter tall round chicken-shaped bomb back into her space and let out a big sigh of relief. Luckily, Gu Yu put the bomb away. Otherwise, I'd be worried that the defensive array on this platform wouldn't hold. Sun Yanqi nodded in agreement. Although the array could withstand attacks of the 7th tier, the impact from the bomb's explosion was no joke. Gu Xing, with his eyes closed, felt the bomb scent in the air fade significantly, knowing that Gu Yu had obediently put the bomb away. However, besides the disappearance of the bomb's scent, Gu Yu's presence had also noticeably weakened. Is this a skill to absorb and shield presence? Gu Xing asked. That's right. Gu Yu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow, listening carefully, but didn't hear any footsteps, so he asked, Also a stealth skill? Gu Yu snorted. You've almost guessed all my skills. Gu Xing said helplessly. You said it yourself. I was just confirming my guess. This time, Gu Yu didn't respond. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Gu Yu was now at the early stage of the 4th tier, having already revealed 2 absorption-type skills, which meant there were likely 2 more undiscovered. He knew Gu Yu's talent was the ability to create firearms, so she must have skills that complemented her talent. As he was thinking, a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly reached his ears. Gu Xing dodged a spiritual energy bullet with a quick movement. Weapon silencer? Just as he steadied himself, Gu Xing sensed another wave of spiritual energy and immediately evaded on the arena. Gu Yu didn't aim for his heart, but instead repeatedly shot at his feet, trying to force him to retreat to the edge of the arena. "So you want to push me to the edge," Gu Xing said, standing at the edge of the arena with his eyes closed, holding onto the ropes. "Hee, brother, this time I'm definitely going to win." Gu Yu knelt on one knee, tilted her head, holding a translucent pink handgun, and pulled the trigger. The bullet made no sound but was incredibly fast, flying straight toward Gu Xing. Gu Xing smiled faintly. Friendly reminder: celebrating too early often leads to a miserable loss. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xing's figure disappeared from the arena, leaving Gu Yu momentarily stunned. The next moment, she felt an intense sense of danger approaching and quickly activated her skill to roll sideways, creating distance from Gu Xing. She turned to see Gu Xing had somehow circled behind her, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Gu Xing straightened up, slightly disappointed. Quick reaction, absorbed a speed skill. Gu Yu didn't answer. Now all four of her skills had been discovered by Gu Xing, leaving her with only her last card to gamble on. She quietly increased the distance, put away her handgun, and switched to another weapon. Below the stage, Qian Yuan saw the weapon Gu Yu pulled out and almost spat out his watermelon. "What the?" Sun Yanqi stared at the item in Gu Yu's hands. "This thing feels like overkill." Gu Xing saw the system window in front of him frantically flashing warnings, the strange alerts prompting him to open his eyes. Gu Yu was holding a pink machine gun, her face beaming with a bright smile. Gu Xing looked puzzled, question mark. Then, without hesitation, Gu Yu pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, bullets rained down like a torrential storm, each carrying immense spiritual energy, roaring toward Gu Xing. Gu Xing dodged at lightning speed on the arena, weaving effortlessly through the hail of bullets. The bullets only grazed the edges of his clothes, hitting the protective barrier behind him and sparking dazzling flashes. Gu Yu noticed Gu Xing closing in on her and tried to adjust her firing direction. But Gu Xing was too fast. Just as she moved, he had already circled behind her. He reached out and vigorously ruffled Gu Yu's hair. "You lost." Gu Yu clutched her sore head, her face full of indignation, shouting loudly. "You cheated. If you hadn't opened your eyes earlier, I definitely would have won." Gu Xing spread his hands helplessly and shrugged. "You brought out a machine gun as your weapon. The fact that I didn't kick it away is already giving you face." Gu Yu raised her chin proudly. "So what? This is my talent skill. I didn't break the rules, but you did. It's unfair." All right, let's call this round a draw," Gu Xing said helplessly. "Well, he broke the rules first. Actually, I could dodge even with my eyes closed, but it's more exhausting." "Now that's more like it." Gu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Being able to tie with a genius mentor made her feel proud, even though it was under the special condition of Gu Xing having his eyes closed and being unable to fight back. Qian Yuan, at some point, had sidled closer and was leaning on the ropes of the ring, staring at the pink machine gun in Gu Yu's hands with wide, envious eyes. He quietly reached out to touch the gun, but his hand passed right through it. Qian Yuan. After the initial surprise, he was more delighted and exclaimed, "Wow, so this is an SSS-level talent skill? It even has an anti-theft design." Gu Xing looked at the machine gun in Gu Yu's hands and reached out, saying, "Let me see." "Oh." Gu Yu raised her hand and handed the machine gun directly to Gu Xing sitting on the edge of the ring. Gu Xing carefully examined the machine gun. He discovered that this gun was completely different from the standard models on the market. It fired spiritual energy bullets and had no recoil. The design didn't need to account for the hassle of reloading or the impact of recoil, so all the focus was on continuously enhancing its power. Sun Yanqi, also intrigued by the pink machine gun, reached out and gently touched its body. The gun's surface felt cold, like icy metal. Inside the transparent casing, spiritual energy flowed and emitted a sparkling glow, making it incredibly beautiful. Seeing Sun Yanqi able to touch the gun, Qian Yuan also reached out to try, but his hand passed right through the gun again. He looked puzzled. "Huh, why can Brother Xing and Sun Yanqi touch it, but I can't?" Gu Yu snorted coldly. "I can control who can touch my weapon now, and I just don't want you to touch it." "What?" Qian Yuan looked at the impressive weapon he couldn't touch. his face full of grievance. Guyu, you can't treat me like this. I'm your brother's good friend. Ignoring Qian Yuan's complaints, Gu Xing turned and handed the machine gun back to Guyu, saying, You're at the 4th tier now, so you should have unlocked 4 types of weapons. Besides the original pistol, what about the other 2? Guyu tossed the machine gun to Qian Yuan. As he caught it, he felt the cold and spiritual energy-filled touch and excitedly began to examine it. Then, Guyu waved her hands, and 2 different weapons appeared in the air. She placed them in Gu Xing's arms. Here you go. Gu Xing looked at the rifle and sniper rifle in his arms and curiously said, I thought you'd make a cannon or something. After all, Guyu had a particular fondness for explosives and should have preferred cannon-type weapons. Guyu pouted and said discontentedly, I wanted to make a cannon at first, but my level isn't high enough. These are the most powerful weapons the teachers could create. Gu Xing nodded. Got it. After all, that place was full of geniuses, and there were bound to be special instructors. The things they could make were naturally extraordinary. Gu Xing wasn't very interested in the rifle, but the sniper rifle looked promising. He picked it up to study it and looked through the 8x scope. The distant scenery instantly became astonishingly clear, with every detail appearing as if it were right in front of him. He hadn't expected this replica to be just like a real gun, or even clearer. Can this only load spiritual energy bullets? Gu Xing tried to remove the magazine, but couldn't succeed. Guyu took the magazine, opened it, and handed it to Gu Xing, saying, It can store other energy, but it must be pure. Even spiritual energy must be from an SSS-level body. Beast crystal cores won't work otherwise. The power will be reduced by at least half. Seems like there are quite a few restrictions. Gu Xing held the magazine, pondering whether his Star Force could be used. He decided to give it a try. Gu Xing gripped the magazine and infused it with Star Force. The originally pale pink magazine suddenly emitted a faint glow, with tiny star-like sparkles appearing inside, resembling glitter. Wow, so beautiful! Guyu couldn't help but exclaim, quickly grabbing the magazine and staring intently at the nearly liquid-like shimmering energy, as if she had found a treasure. She asked, Brother, what kind of energy is this? It's completely different from anything I've seen before. Don't ask. Try its power, and you'll know. Gu Xing replied, not intending to reveal the truth, urging Guyu to test it. He was eager to see how powerful a gun powered by Star Force could be. All right, Guyu excitedly ran toward the nearby shooting range. Qian Yuan was still immersed in studying the machine gun, his eyes fixed on the gun's body, his fingers gently stroking its components, muttering to himself. Sun Yanqi stood in place, her gaze following Gu Xing's figure, lost in thought. This energy, she felt like she had seen it somewhere before. The shooting range was empty, with only a few training dummies standing silently. Gu Xing walked to the control panel to adjust the dummies, while Guyu carefully loaded the magazine back into the sniper rifle. Once the magazine was inserted, the entire sniper rifle seemed to come alive, glowing with dazzling light spots, resembling stars twinkling in the night sky, absolutely stunning. Wow! It was the first time Guyu had seen her gun look so beautiful. After finishing the adjustments, Gu Xing held a tablet and returned to Guyu's side, saying, Go ahead. Got it. Guyu responded excitedly. She gripped the sniper rifle with both hands, crouched slightly, assumed a standard shooting posture, squinted her eyes into a slit, and locked onto the dummy's head through the scope, gathering her strength. 5 minutes later, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the shooting range as a white light shot out from the sniper rifle like lightning, piercing through the air and heading straight for the dummy. The light traveled incredibly fast, leaving a brief, bright trail in the air. Gu Xing stared intently at the tablet in his hand. The data on the tablet jumped rapidly the moment the white light hit the dummy, then displayed the test results. Seeing the data on the screen, Gu Xing couldn't help but gasp. So this is how exaggerated SSS-level talent has become now? Brother, how is it? How is it? Guyu excitedly leaned over to look at the tablet in Gu Xing's hand. Effective range, 5,000 meters. Damage effect, early stage of the 6th tier. Guyu's eyes widened in surprise as she saw the damage effect, her voice filled with excitement. Wow, such a huge improvement. Gu Xing heard this and asked, what was the previous effect? The previous maximum damage effect was only mid-stage of the 5th tier, Gu Yu replied. Gu Xing nodded. I see. The sniper rifle's power was definitely much stronger than other weapons. He had previously estimated it to be around mid-stage of the 5th tier. He also knew that even with SSS-level talent, it shouldn't be possible to jump 2 tiers in one shot. Brother, what kind of energy is this? Should I learn it too? The amplification is incredible. Gu Yu asked excitedly. How great would it be if I had that power? Gu Xing shook his head. You can't train for it now. To cultivate the power of the stars, one must join the Star Temple. Moreover, even if you join, it doesn't guarantee you'll develop such pure power. Stingy. Gu Yu pouted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. She understood deep down that she was just saying it casually after all. Cultivating 2 types of energy simultaneously could easily lead to conflicts. Although she envied it, it wasn't worth the risk. Gu Xing placed the tablet back beside the equipment and turned to Gu Yu, saying, Come on, let's go train. More training? Can't we rest today? Gu Yu complained. No, at least not this week, Gu Xing said, rubbing her head with a smile. The points depend on you all. During this week, Gu Xing led the 3 of them through rigorous training. Sun Yinshi enjoyed it, but Qian Yuan and Gu Yu were so exhausted they could barely hold on. Gu Xing suggested they use his power to enhance the results, but all 3 of them refused. At the beginning of the training, they couldn't handle it. After trying it once, the feeling of being both exhausted and exhilarated was so unbearable that they never wanted to experience it again. It was worse than just being tired. Sun Yinshi, on the other hand, felt it was unnecessary. By noon on the last day before the deadline, Xingji, I can't hold on anymore. Qian Yuan collapsed on the ground, completely drained, barely able to hold onto the potion in his hand. Gu Yu also sat down ungracefully, gasping for air, her voice hoarse. Brother, I need water. Although Sun Yinshi was tired, she simply sat quietly, wiped her sweat, and asked Gu Xing what tasks were next. Looking at everyone's exhausted state, Gu Xing thought for a moment, handed Gu Yu a bottle of water, and announced, Today is the last day. Take the remaining half day to rest. That's great. Qian Yuan and Gu Yu cheered simultaneously. Sun Yinshi walked over to Gu Xing and said, I can keep training. She had initially thought that under Gu Xing's guidance, her progress would improve by 10%, but to her surprise, it had reached an astonishing 40%. The nearly doubled speed thrilled her. Moreover, Gu Xing's mastery of skills was even more profound than hers. Even a casual pointer from him benefited her immensely. She wished she could keep learning from Gu Xing forever. Gu Xing shook his head and refused her. Rest well. You'll perform better in the arena tomorrow. Sun Yinshi thought about it. Since she was already under Gu Xing's guidance, training could wait for later. For now, accumulating points was the priority. She nodded. All right. Everyone began to rest, while Gu Xing took out his phone to check for new messages. Unexpectedly, he saw a new application in the system. Gu Xing clicked on it, feeling a bit puzzled. He had long heard Qian Yuan talk about how people at school viewed him. A G-level failure. Only good at brute force. Good looks but useless, misleading students, offending the Tang family. With such evaluations, no one dared to approach him. Even when he went out, students avoided him, afraid of being implicated. It was already the last day before the deadline. Why would someone suddenly apply? Could it be a mistake? They could still withdraw it. Gu Xing checked the application details. Application information form. Basic information name. Ji Chaoyu gender. Male age. 19 grade. Freshman rank category. SS level mental system ability level. Mid-stage tier 4-2. Academic performance theoretical foundation. A+. Practical skills. A. Combat application. A3. Application reason because omitted 1,000 words of rambling. Therefore omitted 1,000 words of rambling. Finally omitted 1,000 words of rambling summary. 4. Additional notes ranked 100th on the freshman list. Gu Xing stared at the special system student and turned to ask Qian Yuan. Do you know Ji Chaoyu, ranked 100th among the freshmen? Ji Chaoyu? Sounds a bit familiar, let me think. Qian Yuan raised his head, sat cross-legged, and stroked his chin, seriously trying to recall. A minute passed, and Qian Yuan still couldn't figure it out. Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. and even Qian Yuan himself found it strange. He muttered softly, "Weird. I clearly remember everyone in the top 100. How could I forget this 100th place?" Gu Xing flipped through the application form and added, "He's an SS-level mental system student. Maybe it has something to do with that." Upon hearing the words special system, Qian Yuan immediately became alert. Mental system. Mental system. There are only 7 people in the special system, and the notes say they need to drink purification potions. Muttering to himself, Qian Yuan quickly took out a bottle of potion and drank it in one gulp. As the potion took effect, his eyes lit up, and he finally remembered. Oh, I know now. His innate skill is reducing presence, meaning no one can remember him. Only emotionless machines can detect him. At this point, Qian Yuan patted his chest, looking tense. I was wondering how I could forget. Turns out I saw him once today and might have been affected by some negative effect. Gu Xing was shocked upon hearing this. Huh. Encountering someone with a skill similar to his, but even more powerful? His phantom presence could only hide his aura and reduce his presence, which was impressive but not to the extent of making people completely forget him. Thinking about this, Gu Xing felt puzzled. Why would this student come to me? Could it be that he's rejected everywhere? He muttered inwardly, but then thought, no, SS-level students should logically be highly sought after. Qian Yuan walked over to Gu Xing, looked at the application form on his phone, and thought for a moment, Brother Xing, why don't you meet him and ask about the situation? After all, today is the deadline. If no one takes him, he'll have to go to the regular class. Gu Xing thought about it, and indeed wanted to see just how powerful this reducing presence skill was. So, he sent an interview notification to Ji Chaoyu through the system. Sitting on a bench in the school park, watching the students coming and going, Gu Xing gazed at their backs and sighed. As expected, I still have to see him in person. Muttering to himself, he remembered the notification he had just sent. I wonder if he'll agree. Ding ding, his phone rang. Gu Xing quickly opened the system and saw the interview notification. He originally planned to go directly, but then noticed the note. Note: please bring 4 boxed meals, 2 all meat, 2 half meat half vegetable. Payment to be discussed. Thanks for the trouble. Ji Chaoyu. Question mark. Although he didn't understand why, he eventually obediently went to the cafeteria to buy food. When will Ji Chaoyu deliver the food? I'm starving. Guyu slumped on the training equipment, looking completely famished. Qian Yuan took out a bottle of potion. Here, drink some energy potion. Guyu glanced at it and pouted. No, it tastes awful. Sun Yanxi, seeing Qian Yuan acting like a medicine jar, reminded him, don't drink too much potion. If it's not absorbed well, it will remain in your body and affect your training. Qian Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry, this potion is specially formulated for my physique by my family. Even if there's residue, I can go home regularly to clear it. Gu Xing. I really want to fight you rich people. At this moment, a long silent pop-up suddenly appeared. Skill immunity, Gu Xing, ? He thought some detection skill had appeared and was about to warn everyone to be cautious when a voice came from the door. I'm here. Gu Xing turned his head and saw a student in a school uniform carrying 4 large lunchboxes at the training room door. Oh, so this skill immunity just now was his innate skill. Thinking of this, Gu Xing smiled and walked over. You must be Ji Chaoyu. He reached out to take the lunchboxes from Ji Chaoyu's hands. Thank you for your hard work. How many points? I'll transfer them to you. Ji Chaoyu froze and quickly waved his hands. No need. His movements were a bit clumsy. He hadn't expected Gu Xing to notice him immediately and even talk to him so directly. They've been hungry for a long time. Let's distribute the food first and chat later, Gu Xing said. Ji Chaoyu nodded and quietly stood to the side. Gu Xing glanced at him and then shouted to the others chatting nearby. Time to eat. Qian Yuan, hearing this, excitedly rushed over. Finally, we can eat. Guyu grabbed a bag and asked, where's the meat? I don't want vegetables. Sun Yanxi didn't rush to grab food, but instead looked around, somewhat puzzled, and asked, I remember you asked someone else to bring the food, right? Gu Xing saw Sun Yanxi's expression and turned to ask the 2 who were eating voraciously. Do you remember who brought the food for you? Qian Yuan mumbled while eating. Who cares, as long as there's food? Guyu paused for a moment, then shook her head. I can't really remember. Qian Yuan had no impression at all. Gu Yu was a bit vague, and Sun Yinshi seemed to remember, but forgot who it was. Seeing everyone's different reactions, Gu Xing glanced at their status panels and checked their attributes one by one. The panels of the three were different, but Gu Xing noticed something. Gu Yu and Sun Yinshi were both long-range fighters with high mental attributes, while Qian Yuan didn't rely much on mental attributes, so his mental value was relatively low. So it's related to mental attributes. Gu Xing understood. He handed a lunchbox to Sun Yinshi. You eat first, I'll go talk to him. Sun Yinshi nodded and quietly went to eat. Gu Xing turned and walked toward Ji Chaoyu, standing beside him, and directly asked, My reputation at school isn't great, is it? Why did you choose my class? Ji Chaoyu immediately replied, You can tell that my talent is quite special. I think you're not ordinary either, so I wanted to give it a try. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid people will say I got into the school through connections? Ji Chaoyu shook his head. I believe if you can be a mentor, you must have your own abilities. Gu Xing nodded. Finally, a student who understood reason. He curiously opened Ji Chaoyu's panel to take a look. Name, Ji Chaoyu. Gender, male level, mid-stage tier 4 innate talent. Eye of Destiny talent skill. SS passerby attribute value. 143 status. Normal. Gu Xing was puzzled. Passerby. He recalled Ji Chaoyu's aura of, I appeared in your world, but you didn't even notice me, and couldn't help but nod and smile. What a fitting name. Gu Xing carefully studied this innate talent, spending some Stardust points. Eye of Destiny can see everyone's destiny value. The higher the destiny value, the more opportunities they have. Seeing the word opportunities, Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Sometimes, these opportunities were completely useless. He guessed the reason Ji Chaoyu sought him out was probably because his own destiny value was very high. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall how protagonists in novels were always favored by fate. So he curiously asked, Have you read novels? Ji Chaoyu was slightly flustered by the question, but quickly nodded. I've read a little. Gu Xing was a bit puzzled by his reaction, but didn't say much, just nodded. All right, I was just asking. But do you really want me to be your mentor? If you're sure, I'll approve it now. If it were someone else, Gu Xing might have directly asked Shen Yin to help find a mentor. But for a special student like Ji Chaoyu, Gu Xing felt it was more appropriate to take him on himself. After all, with that SS passerby skill, other teachers might overlook him or not know how to teach him. It was hard enough for him to make it onto the freshman rankings. It would be a shame to return to an ordinary class. Ji Chaoyu pursed his lips and finally nodded firmly. Yes, I'm sure. His tone sounded as if he had made a significant decision. All right then. Gu Xing patted Ji Chaoyu on the shoulder and called out to the three people nearby who had just finished eating. Come over and meet the new member. Sun Yinshi looked at Gu Xing, then followed his gaze to see someone standing beside him. Gu Yu also noticed and pointed at Ji Chaoyu in surprise. When did he get here? I didn't notice at all. Qian Yuan looked up, confused. Huh? Who's here? Gu Xing was speechless. You guys have such bad memories. He turned to look at Ji Chaoyu, who seemed very calm about the situation, clearly used to it. Hey, where's the person, Brother Xing? You said we were meeting someone. Qian Yuan looked around. Sun Yinshi squinted at Ji Chaoyu and pointed at him. He's right here. Huh? Qian Yuan was still confused. Gu Yu remembered the conversation Qian Yuan had with Gu Xing earlier and reached out her hand. Drink some of your purification potion. Oh. Qian Yuan took out a bottle of potion, drank it, and finally saw Ji Chaoyu, who had been standing beside Gu Xing the whole time. He grinned and said, Finally, I can see you. Ji Chaoyu nodded slightly, looking a bit reserved. Hello, everyone. Gu Yu blinked, feeling a bit sour, and her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Gu Xing that as soon as he turned his attention away, Ji Chaoyu disappeared again. Hey, give me one of your potions. Gu Yu patted Qian Yuan's shoulder, playfully asking for a potion. You can't see clearly either? Qian Yuan took out a bottle and handed it to her. After drinking it, Gu Yu could finally see Ji Chaoyu clearly. Come, let me introduce our team to you. Don't be fooled by the small number of people. We're the elite of the elite. Qian Yuan grabbed Ji Chaoyu and introduced the people around him as they walked. I'm Qian Yuan. This little shorty is Gu Yu, and the one with the high ponytail over there is Sun Yinshi. Ji Chaoyu looked at the destiny values above their heads, following closely behind Gu Xing, feeling a bit nervous. He swallowed and greeted softly. Hello, I'm Ji Chaoyu. Hello, Qian Yuan. Who are you calling a little shorty? Gu Yu shouted angrily. Oh, come on. I'm not wrong. You're the shortest in our team, aren't you? Qian Yuan said with a grin. I'm only 18. I'll still grow taller. Gu Yu retorted, rolling up her sleeves, ready to fight. Seeing this, Sun Yinshi quickly stepped in to block them. Now's not the time for arguing. Gu Yu huffed and turned her head away. Qian Yuan also turned back to look for Ji Chaoyu, only to find that he had disappeared again. Huh? Where did he go? Qian Yuan scratched his head, looking puzzled. Did the potion's effect wear off so quickly? At that moment, a hand rested lightly on Qian Yuan's shoulder, and a voice said softly, I'm right here. Ah. Qian Yuan jumped in fright, hiding behind Sun Yinshi. Sun Yinshi squinted her eyes, confirmed Ji Chaoyu's identity, and said, This is Ji Chaoyu. Qian Yuan let out a breath and complained. His presence is way too low. He disappeared in just a moment. Gu Yu nodded in agreement. Even she could barely see Ji Chaoyu after knowing his location. Gu Xing watched as everyone struggled so much just to see Ji Chaoyu and thought to himself, if they were to carry out missions together in the future, Ji Chaoyu absolutely couldn't continue being invisible. He had to find a way to help Ji Chaoyu increase his presence. But did he have any suitable skills? Phantom Vanish? No, that wouldn't work. Using that skill would only make Ji Chaoyu's presence even lower. Illusion Draw? Also not suitable. That only changes a person's perception and can't alter the essence. The skill's effect can't be reversed either. Balance Scale? That seems pretty comprehensive. Gu Xing tried using Balance Scale. Looking at the tilt angle of the scale, based on past experience, he could calculate that the cost would be significant. Is there really no way to solve this? Gu Xing opened his panel and continued studying the prophecy. He saw that as long as he acted quickly, he could avoid losses. So that's how it's solved. Gu Xing was a bit surprised, but after thinking about it, he realized he hadn't tried this method before. With that thought, he said to Ji Chaoyu, Come over here for a moment. Okay. Ji Chaoyu obediently turned away from the three who were still discussing and walked over to Gu Xing. Before he could greet him, Gu Xing directly placed his hand on Ji Chaoyu's shoulder. Ji Chaoyu noticed that Gu Xing could accurately grab his shoulder, and his suspicions were confirmed. Sure enough, Gu Xing could clearly see him and feel his presence. Ji Xing placed his hand on Ji Chaoyu's shoulder, activating Elusive and Balance, using Balance to reverse the elusive effect on Ji Chaoyu. After the skill took effect, Gu Xing patted Ji Chaoyu's shoulder. All right, not sure if the adjustment is accurate, but it should be fine. Ji Chaoyu didn't understand what Gu Xing meant, but he clearly felt several pairs of eyes staring at him from behind. As he turned around, he met three gazes directly. Wow, I can see him, and I can see him so clearly. Gu Yu excitedly pointed at Ji Chaoyu. Previously, she had to strain her eyes to see Ji Chaoyu, but now she could spot him with just a glance. Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing in shock. Xing Ji, how did you do that? That's amazing. Before meeting Gu Xing, they couldn't see Ji Chaoyu clearly even if they could. They couldn't look directly into his eyes. But now, all three of them could clearly see his eyes. Ji Chaoyu was equally shocked. This was the first time he had been seen by three people simultaneously and from a distance, without any physical contact. He looked at their gazes and then at Gu Xing. Has my talent failed? It's not a failure, I added an opposite effect to it. Gu Xing explained, then added. The skill lasts about an hour and will gradually weaken afterward. Get used to it first. If it's too overwhelming, I'll adjust it for you. He had adjusted Ji Chaoyu's presence to the level of a normal person. For someone who had always been ignored, suddenly being the center of attention was bound to feel uncomfortable. Ji Chaoyu's eyes grew slightly moist upon hearing this. Thank you. Since awakening his skill, it had been a long time since he felt such intense attention. Even the genius mentors often overlooked him, only noticing him when he spoke. He had tried seeking help before, but it was futile. He never expected that coming here would truly change things. Ji Chaoyu looked at the long string of numbers above Gu Xing's head, filled with gratitude. Thankfully, he had decided to give it a try and come here. If he had chosen another mentor, he might not have achieved this result. No need to thank me. Since I accepted you, I have to take full responsibility, Gu Xing said as he pulled out his phone, saw Ji Chaoyu's application, and clicked approve. All right, go discuss tomorrow's tactics with them. I'm off to eat. Gu Xing didn't want to squat or sit on equipment to eat. He wanted to find a table to eat comfortably. So he carried his lunchbox and walked out. Qian Yuan, meanwhile, placed his arm around Ji Chaoyu's shoulder. Come on, let's talk about how to challenge the mentor tomorrow. Everyone gathered in a circle, discussing the battle plan for tomorrow. We don't need to discuss much. Qian Yuan glanced at the others and said, I'll handle defense, you take control, and he'll provide firepower suppression. Then he looked at Ji Chaoyu. As for you, considering Ji Chaoyu's talent, Qian Yuan smiled and said, find an opportunity to sneak attack the mentor from behind. Ji Chaoyu was speechless. Gu Yu excitedly pulled out a cute doll-shaped bomb and said, I can throw bombs to help. Sun Yinchi frowned. Throw bombs. The mentor can easily dodge. After all, even the weakest mentors are at the peak of the 6th tier, not something these 4th-tier individuals can easily handle. Although Gu Yu's sniper rifle has 6th tier power, it requires a long time to charge. Gu Yu sighed. What a pity. If only someone could assist without being noticed by the mentor. Upon hearing this, Gu Yu and Qian Yuan simultaneously realized something, turned to look at Ji Chaoyu, exchanged glances, and raised a finger. Qian Yuan, hey. Gu Yu, hey. The two clapped hands. Hey. They had found a solution. Ji Chaoyu and Sun Yinchi were completely confused. In the end, Ji Chaoyu was dragged by Gu Yu for specialized bomb-throwing training. Gu Xing returned after eating, initially intending to observe how the group was getting along, but ended up being pulled into the arena to test their teamwork. After the experiment, Gu Xing dusted off his hands, looked at the 4 panting individuals, and nodded with satisfaction. Clear division of roles, good teamwork. Ji Chaoyu was responsible for placing various bombs. Sun Yinchi controlled the enemies. Qian Yuan blocked damage, and Gu Yu used the machine gun to force retreats. If it weren't for his superior skills, they might have won. Qian Yuan wailed. This is the most perfect teamwork we could come up with, and we still can't beat you. Back in high school, his abilities were only around the 4th tier, but in just over a year, Ji Chaoyu's growth was astonishing. Gu Xing shook his head. This teamwork is enough to deal with others, but to beat me, you'll need more practice. He glanced at Ji Chaoyu and noticed that although Ji Chaoyu had lost his innate talent skill, he could still turn invisible. The skills he absorbed were related to invisibility and confusion. As an assassin-type character, how could he have so many non-damaging abilities? Gu Xing walked over to Ji Chaoyu and asked which 4 skills he had absorbed. Ji Chaoyu answered honestly. In high school, he had asked his teacher, who suggested he follow the assassin path, so all the skills he absorbed were assassin-related. Gu Xing nodded. That's fine, but you don't seem to like these skills much? Skill absorption is determined by personal preference. For example, someone who dislikes fighting but enjoys healing others usually won't absorb attack-type skills and will lean toward healing abilities. Everyone has different preferences and aversions to skills. Ji Chaoyu's 4 absorbed skills were all non-attack types, either intentionally or because he instinctively rejected them. The first possibility was unlikely, so it must be the latter. Ji Chaoyu listened to Gu Xing's words, paused for a moment, then nodded. I really don't like fighting. He was genuinely afraid of blood. If he could choose, he would prefer to study liberal arts. But his talent was SS level, and assassin skills were his forte. In the end, he followed his high school teacher's advice and chose the combat path, enrolling in Imperial University. Well, then why didn't you choose the police academy? Gu Xing asked. Police? Ji Chaoyu was surprised. Don't police have to fight too? Gu Xing, have you heard of investigation? He had discovered at the police station that investigative positions were rare, almost always handled by assassin-type police officers. But how could assassins with heavy killing intent work as undercover police, investigating and tracking suspects? Professional tasks require professional people. Just like Ji Chaoyu, standing in the crowd, he was just an ordinary person, someone the suspects wouldn't even notice. Being extremely ordinary is actually an advantage. Ji Chaoyu listened, his mind turned, and he suddenly understood. Yes, he didn't necessarily have to fight, he could take the reconnaissance route. Previously, everyone had suggested he become an assassin, and he hadn't refused, but he hadn't considered other paths either. He had been walking forward in confusion. After meeting Gu Xing, he was suddenly enlightened. He had originally thought university was just a way to pass time, and after graduation, he'd join a hunting group to get by. But now, everything became clear, and the foggy path suddenly turned bright. Ji Chaoyu bowed deeply to Gu Xing with gratitude. Thank you. Gu Yu, who had unknowingly come closer, saw Gu Xing giving Ji Chaoyu a couple of suggestions and showed a surprised expression as if she had just met him. Brother, I didn't know you could help people with career planning. Just casually saying something, Gu Xing replied indifferently. Actually, it was because he was too skilled at it. After all, in his previous life, he often had to manually adjust people whose abilities were mismatched with their positions. So, he would assign the most suitable careers based on each NPC's personality and skills. That was top-tier career planning. At first, it had been a headache, but after playing for a long time, career allocation became second nature. For those who were capable but confused, assigning them was particularly easy. Qian Yuan, hearing Gu Yu's comment, suddenly rushed over as if he had discovered a lucrative opportunity. Brother Xing, this career planning could make a fortune. Qian Yuan immediately began analyzing the current market situation at school for Gu Xing. Nowadays, most people are blinded by money. When the news says a certain career is profitable, everyone rushes to study it, but most end up disappointed after graduation. Career choices are mostly based on teachers' advice, but teachers aren't omnipotent. Professional customized career planning is usually only available to big families or those with resources. Ordinary families can't afford professional customization, and the cheaper options aren't as good as teachers' advice. Some people don't even know career planning exists and think it's useless. Hearing this, Ji Chaoyu coughed awkwardly. As a regular student who had only followed his teacher's advice and never sought professional customization, he hadn't realized how important this was. But Qian Yuan suddenly changed his tone, spreading his arms wide. Money isn't the key here, it's all about points. Points can be earned with effort, and everyone can get them. This is practically a blue ocean market. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. You're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating at all. Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing's modest demeanor and felt like it was infuriating. He clearly had the skills but refused to use them. Sun Yinchi nodded. I think Qian Yuan is right. Besides career planning, you could also do skill coaching, helping people analyze how to use their skills. Hearing this, Qian Yuan suddenly remembered something. I recall that after the challenge ends, every mentor has to set up coaching points, right? Thinking of this, Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing. Brother Xing, if you perform outstandingly tomorrow, there'll definitely be a lot of people seeking your individual coaching. Points will come rolling in. Gu Xing. Beep beep at that moment. Gu Xing's phone rang. He didn't want to listen to everyone's suggestions to keep working overtime. He took out his phone, stepped aside, and answered the call. Hello? A slightly aged voice with a hint of laughter came from the other end. Gu Xing, how are you adapting to the school? Is there anything you're not used to? Gu Xing smiled and replied. The place you arranged, what do you think? Li Dongyu. I think it's pretty good, haha. By the way, how many students have you taken on? Gu Xing glanced back at the four people who were enthusiastically discussing something and answered. You should know, right? Was Gu Yu's situation arranged by you? Gu Yu couldn't have left that place on her own, transferred schools as a special student, and chosen a genius mentor without someone helping her behind the scenes. Li Dongyu paused for a moment after hearing this, as if he had thought of something, and sighed. Your sister, she's very worried about you. Even, never mind. Gu Xing, question mark. What do you mean by saying half of what you want to say? Are you trying to keep me guessing? Gu Xing was so annoyed that he almost hung up the phone to confront Gu Yu, but Li Dongyu spoke again. Be careful of the Tang family recently. Gu Xing was puzzled. Tang Dicai? I've already offended him, how can I be careful? If that old man dared to cause trouble, he'd just use his skills to beat him up. Li Dongyu sighed. I'm not just talking about Tang Dicai, but also others, including his disciples. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow. What Li Dongyu was saying was definitely not simple, so he asked further. What happened with the Tang family? Did they cause trouble? Li Dongyu. Yes, we found some clues that might be related to Paradise Lost, but we're still investigating. Gu Xing replied directly. No need to investigate, it's definitely related. But Tang Dicai isn't the key contact. What do you mean? Li Dongyu was surprised. They had stumbled upon some unprocessed traces, and Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi didn't know about them, so they could be ruled out. Gu Xing had just interacted with the Tang family. Although he had offended them, it wasn't enough to directly link them to Paradise Lost, let alone make them the main contacts. This matter won't help you even if I tell you. Gu Xing shook his head helplessly. After all, the tool that could automatically detect the location of nearby Paradise Lost personnel was exclusive to their star temple, and no one else could use it. Was he supposed to carry a living detector around? Li Dongyu. He felt that Gu Xing was showing off, but he already had evidence. Gu Xing retorted and casually yawned, saying, "Anyway, Tang Dicai is just a brainless fool. I haven't met his disciples yet. The situation is still uncertain. If I find anything, I'll contact you." Li Dongyu responded with a hum. "Stay safe. Gu Xing, don't worry. At worst, I'll have Shun Yin block for me." Li Dongyu. "Haha, all right. I'll let him know." Gu Xing. "Forget it. I don't want to get scolded as a mentor." Li Dongyu simply chuckled twice at Gu Xing's response and then hung up the phone. No one knew whether he would actually pass the message along. But for Gu Xing, it didn't matter. Now that he was no longer under Shun Yan's control, he could just activate his skills and escape directly. Gu Xing walked back to his three companions. As soon as Qian Yuan saw Gu Xing approaching, he immediately said, "Brother Xing, we've discussed the pricing. We'll talk about it later. Aren't you tired? How about some extra training?" Upon hearing this, the three instantly fell silent. Although Ji Qiyu didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of extra training clearly, Gu Xing's training progress was also a standard for calculating points. He still followed the others and remained quiet. Gu Xing then urged them to rest well. The three left Gu Xing's villa. After seeing them off, Gu Xing turned to look at Gu Yu and directly asked, "Besides coming to school, is there anything else you're hiding from me?" Li Dongyu's hesitant expression clearly showed he had something on his mind. Gu Yu froze upon hearing this, her eyes darting around as she feigned ignorance. "Huh? Brother, what are you talking about? I don't know anything." Gu Xing. "Haha. Brother, I feel a bit sticky. I need to take a shower. I'll head back to my room now." After saying this, Gu Yu bolted away as if she had hit the gas pedal. Gu Xing watched Gu Yu's retreating figure and sighed. "Finally, today has arrived. Let's go watch the arena matches together. I heard there's a G-level mentor this time. I wonder how strong they are and if the odds are high. I really want to place a bet. Don't reveal all your cards. There's an 8th tier mentor this time, and I plan to buy their private lessons." G-level? Wait, I haven't heard of that level in ages. Really? Maybe the equipment didn't detect it? Impossible. Even SSS level can be detected. Could there be an SSSS level? Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. There's no such high level. I remember there's a special transfer student with an SSS level talent this time. Not sure which mentor they chose. Definitely the 8th tier mentor. Everyone was enthusiastically discussing topics like arena odds, G-level mentor, and SSS level genius. To avoid drawing attention, Gu Xing walked along the road with an ordinary person vibe, similar to Ji Chaoyu's, listening to their chatter. Qian Yuan said, "When my brother Xing steps up, someone will definitely challenge him." Gu Yu added, "I think so too. Let's check if the odds are high. Otherwise, we could have brother throw a fake match and lose once." Qian Yuan shook his head. "No way. Mentors can't lose. If they lose, the bets we place won't cover brother Xing's losses. Besides, we can't bet on the matches." Gu Yu. "Oh, then forget it." She was clearly a bit disappointed. "How annoying. They don't even allow betting." Qian Yuan said, "So, what I'm saying is, although we can only earn points through matches, after the matches, we can do tasks together. Brother Xing can take on private lessons. Clear division of labor, earn more points. Right, Brother Xing?" Qian Yuan turned to look at Gu Xing, only to find he was gone. "Huh. Strange. Where's Brother Xing?" Qian Yuan looked around, scratching his head. "I'm right here." Gu Xing's voice came from behind Qian Yuan. "Ah." Qian Yuan jumped in fright, then relaxed upon seeing it was Gu Xing. "Brother Xing, don't scare me. I'm most afraid of ghosts." Gu Xing looked at him speechlessly. "You're a tank, afraid of ghosts?" Qian Yuan straightened his neck and explained, What does being a tank have to do with being afraid of ghosts? The opponents I'm going to fight aren't ghosts. He wasn't afraid of novels or comics. And he could even accept monsters with 8 legs and 8 arms. But he was terrified of ghosts. Gu Xing looked at him and thought for a moment before retorting, "That's not necessarily true. Later, we'll be going to some particularly dangerous places. It won't do for you, as a tank, to be scared. I'll give you extra training later." "What? No way," Qian Yuan wailed. Gu Xing glanced at the mentor area, where 9 people were already seated, leaving only 1 empty seat. He waved to the others. "Good luck. I'm heading over first." Then Gu Xing casually walked to his seat, which happened to be next to Shen Yan. On the other side sat an unfamiliar woman, while Tang Detsai was nearby, looking around as if searching for something. "Maybe he's looking for me." After Gu Xing sat down, Shen Yan finally noticed him. Shen Yan already knew Gu Xing had an invisibility skill, so he wasn't surprised and greeted him. "How was your rest?" Gu Xing propped his face on his hand, watching the students coming and going below the stage, and replied casually, "Not bad." At that moment, the woman beside him suddenly spoke. "Hello, I'm Su Pianyu. It's a pleasure to meet you here." Gu Xing turned slightly, glanced at her to confirm there was no issue, and smiled politely. "Hello, I'm Gu Xing. Su." Considering Shen Yan had mentioned earlier that all 4 major families were here, this woman must be from the Su family. Su Pianyu looked at Qian Yuan and the others below the stage, then turned back to Gu Xing with a smile and said, "I'd like to learn about the academic progress of the Qian and Sun family members and get in touch with their parents." "Oh, their studies are going well, and they're improving quickly. You can watch their practical performance today," Gu Xing replied casually, continuing to focus on Qian Yuan and the others. He didn't want to chat much with this Su family member, because he always felt that her gaze on him was strange, not admiration, not envy, but more like a gentle concern. Su Pianyu looked at Gu Xing's profile and murmured softly. "So similar." Gu Xing turned back and asked, "Oh." Su Pianyu snapped out of her thoughts, smiled apologetically, and her eyes carried a hint of sadness. "Sorry, your profile reminded me of my late sister and brother-in-law." At this, Su Pianyu sighed, her eyes full of nostalgia. If they were still alive, their child would probably be about your age and look quite similar to you. Gu Xing was utterly confused. What does this mean? Is she treating him as a substitute for her lost loved ones? His parents were alive and well, and his family members all looked very alike. Clearing his throat, Gu Xing, though tempted to refute directly, saw her immersed in sadness and tried to respond gently. "Let the past stay in the past. It's better to look forward." Su Pianyu nodded slightly, forcing a faint smile. I know. Her sister had been a genius, someone ordinary people couldn't harm. Yet, at the peak of her strength, news came from Lingxiu that she had passed away, and even her body was never found. This coincidence made her feel that things weren't so simple. She wanted to investigate, but the family elders forbade her and even decided to erase all traces of her sister's existence. Although she never gave up, clues had been pitifully scarce for over 20 years. Now, someone who looked strikingly similar to her sister and brother-in-law appeared. How could she not be suspicious? What if her sister wasn't dead or had started a small family somewhere, living a peaceful life? Thinking of this, Su Pianyu asked, "Can I see a photo of your parents?" Gu Xing looked at her suspiciously, but seeing the plea in her eyes, he finally sighed and said, "All right." Letting her take a look might help her give up. He took out his phone, pulled up a photo, and handed it to Su Pianyu. Su Pianyu looked at the photo of 2 unfamiliar people, her gaze dimming slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you." Yet her disappointment was evident in her tone. The features did resemble her sister's somewhat, but her sister wasn't this attractive. All the photos of her sister at home had been burned, so she could only rely on memory to confirm her appearance. She distinctly remembered her sister wasn't this beautiful. Probably? Gu Xing didn't understand what Su Pianyu was thinking. He simply gazed indifferently at the preparations below the stage, ignoring the hostile glances from those around him. He always felt that Tang Detsai was up to something. Thinking of this, Gu Xing sighed. People tainted by the atmosphere of this paradise lost generally disliked him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Before long, The staff responsible for inspecting the arena completed their checks, and the tournament officially began. Gu Xing yawned and quietly asked Xinyan, "How long will this competition last?" Xinyan thought for a moment and replied, "Based on the previous schedule, about 20 matches." Gu Xing nodded, "Not bad." This time, there were only 10 mentors and 10 student teams. With over 20 matches, each team would challenge 2 mentors. Logically, he should be the first to go on stage, as he was the easiest to defeat. Thinking this, he was about to get up and head to the stage, but the first mentor called up was actually the 6th-tier support mentor. Gu Xing sat back down. Though surprised, it was reasonable. For someone like him, whose abilities were hard to gauge, a 6th-tier max-level support mentor, if they had the strength, should be able to win. He thought the second group would be his turn, but the second mentor called up wasn't him either. Gu Xing. "Wait, what is going on?" He turned to look at Tang Detsai, only to see the man as confident expression. When Tang Detsai noticed Gu Xing staring at him, he even flashed a provocative smile. Gu Xing, old and ugly, with such malicious eyes. He turned away in disgust, only to find that the third mentor called up was Shun Yan. Gu Xing. The 4th, 5th, and 6th mentors weren't him either. By the end of the 8th match, almost all the mentors had been challenged, except for Gu Xing and the 8th-tier Su Pianyue. Moreover, he noticed that only 6 teams had been called to the stage, while the remaining 4 teams, including Tang Detsai, hadn't gone up yet. At this point, Gu Xing was finally challenged. It was his turn to go on stage. He knew it no matter how much they feared him or were uncertain of his strength, they'd have to try challenging him. Just as Gu Xing was about to step onto the stage, a commotion erupted below. "Tang Lai, I'll kill you." Gu Yu completely lost it, pulling out a bomb and preparing to throw it at the red-haired boy. Tang Lai sneered, "You're throwing a doll at me? What a joke. If you dare, go ahead and throw it." Qian Yuan, knowing how dangerous the bomb was, quickly stopped Gu Yu. "Gu Yu, calm down. If you blow this place up, it'll be a huge mess. At best, you'll get expelled. At worst, you'll face endless trouble." Ji Chaoyu secretly snatched the bomb from Gu Yu's hand, but Gu Yu pulled out an even bigger one, shouting angrily, "I don't care. I'm going to blow up this stupid idiot." "Hey boss, put it down." Qian Yuan's face was full of panic, while Tang Lai remained indifferent, sneering, "How powerful can a doll be? It's laughable. You dare say that." "Gu Yu, calm down. Calm down." Sun Yanqi stood to the side, calmly pulling out her phone to send a message. At that moment, Gu Xing's phone rang. He opened it to see a message from Sun Yanqi. "They're planning to challenge you one by one." Gu Xing looked puzzled. Question mark. "Big sister, your wording is misleading." But it did remind him Tang Detsai must be planning to wear him down with numbers, slowly exhausting his strength until he was defeated. The cost of challenging a mentor ranged from a minimum of 10 points to a maximum of 1,000 points. For the first few rounds, they bet 10 points, but when it was his turn, everyone would bet 1,000 points. With 1,000 points per person and 15 challengers, the tenfold compensation would amount to 150,000 points. Some people challenged mentors to get cheaper private lessons, but Tang Detsai and his group wanted to saddle Gu Xing with a massive debt. Especially if Tang Detsai's students defeated him, it would be a huge embarrassment for Tang Detsai. So, Tang Detsai was trying to use this method to get back at Gu Xing? Too bad. He miscalculated. Others might not be able to withstand such consecutive battles, but Gu Xing was different. This kind of round-robin fight had no effect on him. Gu Xing glanced at the interface, pocketed his phone, and walked off the stage. He thought to himself, since he was already a genius mentor, advancing further among the geniuses shouldn't be a problem. As Gu Xing stepped off the stage, the students watching made way for him. He walked over to Gu Yu and ruffled her hair. "All right, put it away." Seeing Gu Xing arrive, Gu Yu pouted unhappily but put the bomb away, complaining, "Brother, he's so annoying. You have to teach him a lesson." "No problem." Gu Xing agreed readily, as he was already planning to do so. The red-haired boy called Tang Detsai uncle, so he was definitely part of the Tang family. Moreover, he carried the aura of the lost paradise, which meant he deserved a beating. Tang Lai looked at Gu Xing and snorted coldly. "You want to teach me a lesson? We'll see who teaches whom." Gu Xing merely smiled at Tang Lai's words, turned, and walked onto the stage. He stretched his neck and muttered softly, In that case, let's wrap up the earlier battles quickly. It's been a while since I earned a title, and my hands are itching. The first group of students stepped onto the stage, taking defensive stances to test Gu Xing's strength. They initiated the attack to probe him. Gu Xing opened their status panels and saw that they were all at the early stage of the fourth tier. He yawned and activated Phantom Strike. Gu Xing's figure instantly disappeared from the arena, causing the students on stage to panic and the audience below to be utterly confused. Isn't he G level? How can he turn invisible? Forget invisibility. Even if someone is invisible, their presence can still be detected. I can't sense anything at all. Assassin class. I'm also in the assassin class. Once the match is over, I'll check how much his private lessons cost. If it's reasonable, I'll buy an hour. Ha ha ha. I bet on him to win. I'm going to make a fortune. Too bad I didn't bet earlier. At that moment, a student was kicked off the stage by Gu Xing attempting to counterattack. They realized Gu Xing had disappeared again. The students on stage couldn't locate Gu Xing's whereabouts and hurriedly activated defensive formations, frantically casting skills in an attempt to force Gu Xing out of hiding. But it was completely useless. Before long, another student was kicked off the stage. The remaining 6 students' expressions changed not out of fear, but sheer despair. They felt utterly incapable of defeating their opponent, unable to even put up a struggle. Each time Gu Xing appeared, another student was kicked off the stage. In less than 3 minutes, only Gu Xing remained on the arena. He walked to the edge of the stage, hands in his pockets, looking down at the 8 students below as if they were weak ants. Gu Xing hadn't used any skills, yet the 8 students could still feel the icy killing intent emanating from his gaze. This coldness struck directly at their spines, causing them to tremble involuntarily. One student struggled to pick up their sword and stand, only to find the sword felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. They tried to use a skill to enhance their strength, but discovered they couldn't use it at all. I can't feel my spiritual power, the student shouted. What? The other 7 were shocked and tried to use their spiritual power and skills, but at that moment, they were like ordinary people, completely unable to use anything. What did you do to us? The student who couldn't lift their sword roared angrily. Another student, more experienced, frowned and asked Gu Xing, "Did you seal our spiritual power?" Gu Xing glanced at him coldly. "Yes, so what?" The student stared directly at Gu Xing and calmly said, "We've already lost. You should lift this skill." Gu Xing smiled faintly, but his tone was icy and merciless, privately accepting money and maliciously sparring with a teacher 3 days of skill and cultivation, sealing his punishment. What? The 8 students were shocked and couldn't believe it. They had merely taken money to help out, yet they were sealed from using spiritual power for 3 days. Other students began whispering among themselves. This was the first time they'd heard of someone being able to seal skills and spiritual power. Did this mean they'd have to live like ordinary people for the next 3 days? Qian Yuan and Gu Yu were both surprised. How did they not know Gu Xing had such an ability? Sun Yanqi, hearing this, confirmed her suspicions. No wonder my strength suddenly weakened when I fought Gu Xing before. It was because of this skill. This is private punishment, which is against school rules. One of the students loudly retorted, trying to use the school regulations to suppress Gu Xing. Gu Xing's lips curled into a faint smile. Unhurriedly, he took out his phone, turned on the speaker, and spoke to the person on the other end. "Did you hear that?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by an aged yet authoritative voice. "From now on, I officially appoint Gu Xing as the discipline supervisor of our school." As soon as these words were spoken, the students exchanged bewildered glances. It was the principal's voice. They could recognize it even over the phone. But what the principal said left everyone in shock. Discipline supervisor. At Imperial Capital University, everyone knew this position. It was above any teacher or student, with the authority to punish anyone. Even more astonishing, this position had been limited to only 3 people in the past 10 years and had never changed. And today, for this young mentor in his early 20s, the principal had made an exception. Gu Xing hung up the phone and coldly looked at the student who had just questioned him, saying, "Anything else to say this time?" The student's face turned red. He gritted his teeth, wanting to retort, but in the end, he said nothing. With the identity of a discipline supervisor, Defiance would be a direct challenge to authority, which could even lead to expulsion. Though he was indignant, he didn't dare risk his education over this. Tang Dicai witnessed this scene, clenching his teeth. The principal's public support for Gu Xing clearly showed which side he had chosen. How lucky Gu Xing was. And how did he even have the principal's phone number? Even Tang Dicai himself didn't have it. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Many of them had heard about the grudge between Gu Xing and Tang Dicai. They had assumed that Gu Xing, with no background or power, would be bullied by Tang Dicai. But unexpectedly, Gu Xing could directly contact the principal. It was well known that the principal was the highest authority in the school. No matter which of the four great families or anyone else, they all had to follow the rules here. Becoming a genius mentor not only required a high level, but also significant contributions to the country. And Gu Xing, at such a young age, had already earned the genius mentor qualification, which was limited to only 10 people per year, and now even obtained the discipline supervisor position that hadn't been filled for 10 years. This was simply unprecedented. Seeing the 8 people remain silent, Gu Xing withdrew his gaze and scanned the crowd of students. Anyone else want to challenge me? His tone was calm, yet it carried an imposing aura that demanded respect. Gu Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Xing. My brother is so cool. Qian Yuan nodded vigorously. Brother Xing's move was absolutely epic. Sun Yinshi also nodded in agreement. Ji Chaoyu stared at Gu Xing, his expression somewhat dazed. Is this what it means to be the protagonist? Tang Lai furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. He suddenly turned to the people beside him and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get on stage." But what responded to him was a cold laugh. That person looked at Tang Lai with disdain and said, "Didn't you understand what he meant? You want us to go up there and wait to be punished." He flicked the card in his hand lightly, and it landed precisely at Tang Lai's feet. "Take your money back. I'm not doing this." With that, he strode away without looking back. Tang Lai's face turned ashen. His trembling finger pointed at the others who hadn't left yet. "None of you are leaving. You all have to go up." They exchanged uneasy glances. The person who had just left was the strongest among them, and after witnessing Gu Xing's power and his identity as a discipline supervisor, none of them dared to offend him. One by one, they threw the cards in their hands back at Tang Lai as if they were hot potatoes, withdrawing and leaving the scene. "You bunch of cowards." Taking the money and then backing out. Tang Lai's roar echoed through the quiet venue, but it seemed powerless. He turned to look at a slightly nervous boy and said, "Let the other teams go up." The boy looked up from his phone, his voice trembling. "Young master, the other teams have all left too. Our plan for successive battles might be." Hearing this, Tang Lai's head heated up, his fists clenched tightly and trembled slightly as he cursed angrily. All useless. The original plan was to wear down Gu Xing's strength through successive battles, and then he would personally step in to defeat Gu Xing in one fell swoop, avenging his uncle and himself. But now, all his calculations had turned into nothing. The boy softly advised, "Young master, don't forget, in this day and age, everyone has their chance to rise. When we become stronger, we can come back." Tang Lai heard this advice and fell into deep thought. Gu Xing, on the other hand, quietly listened to their conversation. He had intended for Tang Lai to voluntarily step onto the stage, but now seeing Tang Lai hesitating, that wouldn't do. He had promised his sister to teach this person a lesson, and he hadn't done it yet. If he missed this chance, who knows how long it would take to teach him a lesson next time. So Gu Xing deliberately provoked him, asking, "Weren't you planning to teach me a lesson?" His tone was filled with obvious provocation. Tang Lai heard this, and his head exploded with a buzz. The shame of being seen through, the anger of being provoked, and the helplessness of retreating all intertwined, causing him to lose his judgment momentarily. "Fine, Gu Xing. Today I'll make you understand that not just anyone can mess with the Tang family." Tang Lai roared angrily, his face twisted, and he directly rushed onto the stage to confront Gu Xing. Gu Xing smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug grin, but he didn't strike immediately. Instead, he turned to Tang Dicai's group of students and said, "Aren't you coming?" Although they didn't say anything, those who needed to be taught a lesson still had to be taught, at least with a kick. Tang Lai turned back and shouted loudly, What are you standing there for? Get up here. Since the young master is up, we certainly can't back down, one boy said as he took the lead, stepping onto the stage and standing beside Tang Lai. The others gritted their teeth when they saw this. Although they knew stepping up meant getting beaten, they braced themselves and followed one after another onto the stage. Soon, 15 people had gathered on the stage, while Gu Xing stood alone on the opposite side. Both sides were of similar age, and the larger group seemed to have the advantage in numbers. However, Gu Xing appeared exceptionally calm. Tang Lai's group, despite their numbers, had faces full of hesitation and fear. Under Tang Lai's lead, they barely managed to form a formation. Gu Xing looked at their nervous expressions and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. When the time comes, I'll kick each of you off the stage one by one. We won't torture you." Hearing this, Tang Lai gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, and shouted loudly, "Gu Xing, don't be so arrogant. Today, we'll make you understand that not just anyone can mess with us." After saying this, a gleaming sword appeared in his hand. Its tip pointed directly at Gu Xing as he slashed fiercely. Gu Xing's movements were agile. He easily dodged with a sidestep, raising an eyebrow. Is this just the beginning? Tang Lai's attacks became even fiercer. The others, seeing him take the lead, feared falling behind and joined the attack one after another. On the stage, sword light flickered, fists whistled through the air, and chaos ensued. Guyu watched the chaotic scene, her lips twitching. Is this really the top 100 of the rookie rankings? Perhaps because she was surrounded by geniuses, seeing them like this felt unfamiliar to her. Qian Yuan calmly said, "Their strength is decent, but it seems they've been scared by Xing Ji." Gu Xing moved like a ghost among them, never striking back, letting Tang Lai and the others attack as if he were waiting for something. When Tang Lai's courage value gradually recovered through continuous attacks, Gu Xing finally made his move. His figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint afterimage. Tang Lai froze, looking around in panic and shouting, "Where is he? What are you hiding for?" "Not hiding, just clearing out the nuisances." Gu Xing's voice came from behind Tang Lai. Tang Lai swung his sword backward, only to find no one there. Just as he turned back, he saw someone being kicked off the stage by Gu Xing. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds echoed in succession. Before the team members could react, Gu Xing had already kicked them off the stage one by one. After finishing his moves, Gu Xing vanished again. Tang Lai looked around nervously, his face tense, like a beast trapped in a snare. At that moment, Gu Xing silently appeared behind him and kicked his knee. "Ah!" Tang Lai screamed miserably, his knee buckling as he fell to the ground in embarrassment. "You bastard!" Tang Lai roared angrily, swinging his sword in retaliation, but Gu Xing easily dodged it. Gu Xing then concealed himself again. He didn't continue attacking but stood calmly on the stage, watching Tang Lai slowly get up. Before Tang Lai could steady himself, Gu Xing kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! The kick was perfectly timed, causing Tang Lai to stagger backward without knocking him off the stage. Tang Lai clutched his aching stomach, his eyes blazing with fury as he searched for Gu Xing's figure, only to swing his sword in vain and shout angrily, "Are you just going to hide? If you have guts, fight me head-on." "As you wish." Gu Xing's voice rang out again, and his figure slowly appeared in front of Tang Lai. "Heh, this will be the decision you regret the most." Tang Lai decided to go all out, preparing to use the Tang family's secret weapon. With a slight flick of his wrist, a nearly invisible silver needle glinted coldly in the sunlight, silently flying toward Gu Xing. The spectators below the stage, some holding their breath and others whispering, failed to notice the subtle movement. Gu Xing merely tilted his head slightly, and the silver needle narrowly missed his hair, finally striking the edge of the defensive array with a ding before falling to the ground. Suddenly, a faint, pungent smell emanated from the ground. Gu Xing turned and fixed his gaze on the silver needle, which was slowly corroding the stage with its venom. His tone carried a chill, as expected of the Tang family with their hidden weapons. But using poison here is a bit much, isn't it? He had originally intended to end the match right there by kicking Tang Lai off the stage. But seeing the opponent resort to poison changed his mind. The venom was highly corrosive and toxic, with a pungent smell. If hit, One wouldn't die, but would suffer severe consequences, with their cultivation inevitably declining. Of course, Gu Xing wouldn't be struck, nor would he be affected by the poison. But someone actually dared to use poison in the school's arena, which is already a matter of crossing the line. Tang Lai, overwhelmed by anger, shouted, "As long as I can win, who cares about the means?" Since he had broken the rules, he had to teach Gu Xing a lesson. He then took out something resembling an ancient long smoking pipe. Below the stage, Qian Yuan saw the object and his face changed drastically, exclaiming in shock, "That's the Starry Thousand Needle Tube?" Gu Yu, hearing that a weapon had a specific name, immediately asked nervously, "What Thousand Needle Tube? What is that?" Sun Yinshi explained, "It's the most powerful ranged hidden weapon of the Tang family, capable of shooting thousands of fine needles in one direction at once." Qian Yuan added, "That's right. Even if the victim is rescued in time and doesn't die from the poison, those needles will remain in the body forever, causing a lifetime of pain." "What?" Gu Yu looked at Gu Xing on the stage, initially wanting to rush up to stop him, but seeing his calm expression, her anxious heart slightly relaxed. She knew her brother was very skilled and would be fine. Tang Lai's face was filled with rage, as if he was pouring all his resentment and hatred into this attack. Die. Swish, 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 thousands of fine needles shot toward Gu Xing like a storm. Gu Xing stood still, facing the overwhelming barrage of needles, neither dodging nor evading, and all the needles hit him. Gu Yu's eyes widened in horror, almost rushing onto the stage, but Sun Yinshi held her back. "Look closely." Gu Yu stared at Gu Xing and noticed that the needles, which seemed to hit him, disappeared the moment they touched his body. Tang Lai couldn't see this detail. He only saw Gu Xing being hit by thousands of needles without changing his expression, staring at him in disbelief, as if he were looking at a monster. "Finished attacking?" Gu Xing asked with a smile, as if waiting for Tang Lai to continue. It was a small trick he had discovered. As long as weapons left their owner's control, any hidden weapons touched by his star power could be absorbed into his space. So he had wrapped himself in a layer of star protection, causing any hidden weapons that touched him to disappear instantly. Short on hidden weapons? Conveniently, someone delivered them right to him. "Anything else? If not, I'll start now," Gu Xing said, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he activated the eyes of fear. At first, Tang Lai didn't seem affected, and Gu Xing frowned. He noticed that Tang Lai wasn't looking at his eyes at all. Tang Lai sneered, "My uncle already told me you have a skill that activates as long as someone looks into your eyes, so I want to look at them." "Is that so?" Gu Xing murmured softly. "Then I'll make you unable to resist looking." Before his words finished, he activated Phantom Presence, while simultaneously reversing the effect of the balance skill, applying it to himself. Instantly, Gu Xing became extraordinarily conspicuous, even drawing the attention of idle onlookers nearby. Strangely, his gaze seemed to have an irresistible allure, and Tang Lai unconsciously locked his eyes onto him. At the moment their eyes met, Tang Lai felt an unprecedented fear surge over him like a tide, enveloping his entire being. This fear penetrated deep into his bones, as if he were facing a black hole capable of devouring everything, no longer the fear of an ordinary person. His heart pounded wildly, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his breathing was rapid and labored. He saw his fate mercilessly judged in Gu Xing's eyes, and all his pride, confidence, and even his will to survive collapsed in an instant. "Ah!" Tang Lai screamed in terror, then collapsed to the ground, his gaze hollow and vacant, like an empty shell that had lost consciousness. Gu Xing glanced at Tang Lai's status panel. Status: paralyzed, collapsed. It seemed that using Attention Grabber followed by Eye of Fear caused the negative effects to stack, effectively enhancing the impact. Seeing Tang Lai in such a miserable state, Tang Detsai ignored the restrictions, jumped off the stage, and forcibly deactivated the arena's protective barrier. He picked up Tang Lai, whose face was filled with despair and whose body was trembling all over, and shouted angrily at Gu Xing. "How dare you harm a member of the Tang family?" Gu Xing, ? How strange. Why do members of the Tang family always like to flaunt their surname? Qian Yuan and Sun Yinshi never did that. I didn't even lay a hand on him. Gu Xing took his hands out of his pockets, looking innocent. You. Tang Detsai was so furious that he gritted his teeth. He couldn't use the school rules against Gu Xing, as it was Tang Lai who had broken the rules first. Just you wait. The Tang family will never let you off. Tang Detsai carried Tang Lai and turned to find a doctor. Gu Xing didn't care. He walked to the edge of the arena, bent slightly, and smiled at the staff. The damage to the arena is on Tang Detsai. He had no intention of taking the blame. The staff was stunned for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. After confirming everything, Gu Xing straightened up and stepped off the arena from the other side. Brother, you're so cool. Gu Yu ran over, hugging him with a bright smile. Qian Yuan also gave him a thumbs up. Brother Xing, that was awesome. Sun Yinshi nodded in agreement. Ji Chaoyu looked at Gu Xing, pursing his lips as if deep in thought. Gu Xing ruffled Gu Yu's hair, his gaze sweeping over the 14 people who had been kicked off the arena and were now huddled together like frightened little birds. You all, wait at the door of my office. Although students could refuse a mentor's orders, they had no choice but to obey the discipline supervisor. In the private office, Gu Xing leaned back in the soft executive chair, surveying the 14 people in front of him. He glanced over them and said, Tang Shi, stay. The rest of you leave. The group breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to Gu Xing, and left one after another. Gu Xing sat up straight, propped his arms on the desk, interlaced his fingers under his chin, and smiled at Tang Shi. Do you know why I asked you to stay? Tang Shi lowered his head, nervously clutching the hem of his clothes, and shook his head. Gu Xing sighed, stood up, and walked over to Tang Shi, placing a hand on his shoulder. If you confess now, it counts as turning yourself in. If I have to say it, the consequences will be much worse. Tang Shi gripped his clothes tightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke in a trembling voice. It was them. They contacted me first. He choked up. I just wanted to get a little stronger. Gu Xing sighed, patted his shoulder, and returned to his chair. I understand. You can go now. Someone will take you away. No one at the school will know about this. Once you're there, someone will teach you real skills. Tang Shi pursed his lips with a complicated expression, then turned and pushed open the office door. Outside, Shunyan was already waiting. He glanced at Gu Xing, who nodded. Shunyan said to Tang Shi, follow me. Tang Shi nodded, turned back to bow deeply to Gu Xing, and then followed Shunyan away. Qian Yuan had just finished a set of exercises and slumped into a chair in the training room, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he sprang up and shouted excitedly, Brother Xing, the final punishments for those people are out. Gu Xing sat leisurely, holding a cup of tea, and took a gentle sip. Tell me. All right. Ahem. Qian Yuan cleared his throat and deliberately elongated his tone, as if reading an announcement. Mentor Tang Detsai violated school regulation number 23 and is immediately dismissed from his position as a mentor. The school will never rehire him. Student Tang Lai was proven to have used excessively powerful weapons beyond the permitted range during the campus arena competition, disrupting fairness. He is expelled, effective immediately. Additionally, the remaining 14 students under Mentor Tang Detsai, due to their negative influence on other students, are disqualified from this year's freshman ranking evaluation, and their status is downgraded from special training candidates to regular students. Other related students, in order to maintain campus harmony and encourage everyone to monitor and report inappropriate behavior, will each have 2,000 points deducted as punishment. We hope all faculty and students take this as a warning, strictly adhere to school regulations, and avoid crossing the line. Gu Xing nodded. To outsiders, the punishment seemed heavy, but he knew it was already considered lenient. Qian Yuan looked at the notice, feeling puzzled. What's strange is that Tang Shi was only demoted, but no one has seen him since. I asked around, and he voluntarily withdrew from school. I think it wasn't necessary. Gu Yu had somehow run over and was staring at Gu Xing drinking tea. Upon hearing this, she snorted. I think Tang Shi definitely didn't leave voluntarily. I've seen Tang Lai bossing him around. He must have been one of those close lackeys. She had seen it back in middle school. A group of useless geniuses always had someone taking care of them. She had immediately recognized Tang Shi as that type. Gu Xing noticed Gu Yu staring at his teacup and reached into his space to take out another cup, pouring tea and handing it to her. Gu Yu's eyes lit up, and she picked up the tea, drinking it in big gulps. After finishing the tea, Gu Yu frowned, put down the cup, and stuck out her tongue in disdain. It tastes awful, nowhere near as good as soda. Tea is meant to be savored slowly, Gu Xing said, but still pulled a bottle of cola from his bag and handed it to Gu Yu. Seeing the soda, Gu Yu finally brightened up, grabbed the cola, and started drinking. Gu Xing sighed and looked away. Hearing Tang Shi say, "I want to become stronger," he roughly understood Tang Shi's situation. Sending Tang Shi to prison might be better than leaving him by Tang Lai's side. Thinking of Tang Lai, Gu Xing looked at Qian Yuan and asked, "How is Tang Lai?" Qian Yuan replied with a smile. "He's awake, but his mind is dull, his soul is unstable, and his talent level is showing signs of decline." At this point, Qian Yuan secretly added, "Rumor has it that he could have used connections to avoid expulsion, but he refused to come no matter what. I guess he was scared out of his wits by you." Gu Xing. He hadn't even used much force. Could it be that the other party wanted to renege? Qian Yuan lowered his voice again and said, "There's another piece of news about Tang Dicai." Before Gu Xing could speak, Qian Yuan grinned and said, "That guy must have offended someone." When he left, his face was covered in bruises, like he'd been beaten up. Qian Yuan looked at Gu Xing suspiciously. "Brother Xing, you didn't beat him up, did you?" Gu Xing calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and responded with a hum. He had mentioned before that Tang Dicai was too arrogant and needed to be taught a lesson. Hearing Gu Xing admit it, Qian Yuan wailed, "Brother Xing, why didn't you call me for something like this?" Gu Yu also puffed up angrily. "Yeah, brother, why didn't you take me along?" Gu Xing shot them a glance. "You're too weak to protect me." The two. So infuriating. Gu Xing was puzzled. Why would the Tang family send such a useless person? Tang Dicai was merely a son-in-law, yet they sent him here. Could it be that they didn't want to utilize the resources of Imperial Capital University students? When Gu Xing asked about this, Qian Yuan shrugged. "They don't lack helpers." Sun Yinchi nodded and explained, "The Tang family controls top-tier weapon resources. As long as martial artists need powerful weapons, they'll actively cooperate with the Tang family." Gu Xing nodded, understanding now it was monopoly tactics. But which of the four major families doesn't engage in monopolies? Among them, the Su family is the most formidable. Although they only control external forces like weapons and potions, they established the nation's largest Ability Users Association, holding all martial artists' information and controlling the martial artists themselves. If someone offends the Su family, they can directly issue a kill order, and all martial artists will receive it. No one can escape. Seeing Gu Xing deep in thought, Qian Yuan assumed he was worried about retaliation from the Tang family and patted his chest to assure him, "Brother Xing, don't worry, the Qian family will definitely protect you." Sun Yinchi also spoke up, "The Sun family can protect you too." Gu Yu raised her hand. "The Gu family can protect you as well." Ji Chaoyu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. "Sorry, he's useless." Nearby, the group was still arguing over who could be Gu Xing's backing. Qian Yuan was indignant. "I said it first, I'll protect Brother Xing." Sun Yinchi retorted, "My family has broader connections." Qian Yuan, "Humph, all you do is bully us for only having money." Gu Yu, "No comparing families, that's cheating." Ji Chaoyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's too much." Gu Xing looked at them vying to be his support and chuckled. "All right, talk about it when you have the skills." Hearing this, the group could only shut up. They couldn't beat Gu Xing, he could kick them flying with one move. Quickly changing the subject, Qian Yuan suddenly remembered that someone had been stopping a few students recently and asked, "Brother Xing, you need to set a price for your private lessons. A lot of people are asking me when you'll start classes." Gu Xing twitched his mouth and asked, "Can I not set one? Teaching these few was already exhausting enough." Sun Yinchi said, "If you don't set one, the system will automatically use the lowest price." Qian Yuan nodded. "I know. Once, a mentor forgot to set a price, and the default was 10 points per hour. The enrollment exploded, and those who wanted to drop the class had to pay double points." Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Fine, he'd set a price. Seeing Gu Xing take out his phone, Qian Yuan leaned over. Also taking out his phone, glanced at the prices of other mentors, and said, "The other mentors have already set theirs." The highest is 8th tier Minter Su Pianhua, 1,000 points per hour. I suggest you set the same price. Gu Yu frowned. Isn't this too expensive? Sun Yinchi thought for a moment and said, not expensive, actually a bit low. Qian Yuan waved his hand. I know. That's why I want to build a reputation first and then gradually increase the price. Sun Yinchi nodded. All right. Gu Yu also agreed. Ji Chaoyu nodded as well. Gu Xing. His rebellious streak kicked in. Looking at the back-end price settings, a new idea popped into his head. He quickly set the price, submitted it, put down his phone, and continued drinking tea. The group was still discussing when they noticed Gu Xing had already put down his phone. Qian Yuan asked, Xingji, have you set it up? Yes. How much? Make sure it's not less than 1,000 points per hour. Go see for yourself. Hearing this, Qian Yuan muttered as he opened his phone and logged into the campus app. Why so secretive? Can't you just say it directly? But when Qian Yuan saw the price Gu Xing had set, his eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, Xingji, are you kidding with this pricing? Gu Yu, seeing Qian Yuan's shocked expression, leaned over curiously, clutching his arm and looking at the numbers on the phone screen. She froze. What the heck? 1,000 points for 10 minutes. To put it into perspective, an average student only earns 2,000 to 3,000 points per semester. Even the top 100 students only earn a little over 10,000 points per semester. In other words, after working hard for an entire semester, they could only afford a little over an hour of his class. Sun Yinchi wasn't surprised. She calculated and nodded. This price is just right. She felt that Gu Xing's teaching quality completely justified the price. After all, she had seen many 8th and 9th tier tutors at home, but none of them could compare to Gu Xing. Gu Xing could pinpoint the problem at a glance and directly point out the mistakes, while other tutors couldn't even see the issues. Though the time was short, the efficiency was extremely high, and she liked this style very much. It's not that I doubt Xing Ji's class is worth the price. It's just that I've never seen such a high price before, and I'm worried Xing Ji might get criticized. Qian Yuan scratched his head. He understood Gu Xing's abilities well, but was concerned that this pricing might make Gu Xing a target for attacks. After all, they all knew Gu Xing disliked trouble, so naturally, they wanted to help him avoid it. Gu Yu opened the school's trending list and said calmly, My brother has long been a target of criticism. A few more insults won't faze him. Gu Xing. Qian Yuan. Though blunt, it wasn't wrong. Gu Xing knew his pricing was a bit high, but as Qian Yuan said, this way he wouldn't lose out, and students would feel like they were getting their money's worth. He was currently in desperate need of points without a sky-high price. He couldn't afford that medicinal material. Moreover, he prioritized quality over quantity, especially when students experienced other tutors' classes first and then came to his. The difference would be even more apparent. Gu Xing suddenly thought of something and asked, Are there still only 9 genius tutors? Are they not recruiting more? Qian Yuan shook his head, not sure. After all, this has never happened in history. Oh, Gu Xing nodded, also finding this situation quite rare. In the training room, 5 people were each lost in thought, but at this moment, the school forum was completely blown up because of Gu Xing's private tutoring class prices. On the Imperial University campus forum, a post skyrocketed at an astonishing speed, quickly surpassing other gossip and sharing posts to take the top spot. Hashtag explosive shocking. The youngest mentor Gu Xing, actually. Hashtag many people saw the title and clicked out of curiosity. The first page was a share. First floor, ahem, the title is just for shock value. But it's really surprising. Mentor Gu Xing looked absolutely stunning when he fought. I've always wanted to sign up for his class, but forget it. Everyone just look at the picture. Image. The image opened to Gu Xing's profile page. His profile was very simple, with no avatar change or signature, but everyone's attention was focused on the middle section showing the private tutoring class prices. One-on-one private tutoring. 100 points minute minimum of 10 minutes. Everyone was stunned. The comments section immediately exploded. Second floor, front row. Third floor, front row ad space for rent. Fourth floor, 100 points per minute, minimum 10 minutes. That's 1,000 points for 10 minutes. Fifth floor, stop calculating. This is basically daylight robbery. No, it's robbing points. Sixth floor, are you crazy? This is more expensive than the 8th tier mentor next door, who only charges 1,000 points per hour. 7th floor. I thought the 8th tier minter was already expensive, but I didn't expect this to be even pricier. 8th floor. I admit he looks cool when fighting, but the points price is just too outrageous. 9th floor. I'm broke. Should we let our review guy give it a try? 10th floor. Makes sense. Summon the review guy. App by Lingfeng. Come on. We need a review. 11th floor app by Lingfeng. Feng Ji. Please review. I'm running out of points. 12th floor. I'm in too. App by Lingfeng at this moment. Bai Lingfeng was sitting in his double dorm room, eating instant noodles and scratching his head in frustration. There's nothing good to review lately. The campus had been full of drama recently, but he couldn't get involved. He was a review blogger, and the matters involving Gu Xing, Tang Dicai, and Tang Lai were things he could only observe from the sidelines. They weren't his domain. The bystanders were making a fortune, while he was becoming irrelevant. Is there really nothing I can review? Bai Lingfeng irritably scratched his hair. Just then, his phone kept buzzing with notifications, pulling him out of his frustration. He turned to pick up his phone and check. He found that he was almost tagged to death. What is going on? Bai Lingfeng unlocked his phone in confusion and opened the campus network, only to find that everyone was tagging him in the same post. Shocking. Gu Xing, the youngest mentor, actually okay. Posts like this are usually gossip. Bai Lingfeng muttered, but his curiosity grew. Why were so many people tagging him at the same time? He knew who Gu Xing was. The youngest genius mentor. G-level trash, G-level expert. A single phone call could make him a disciplinary supervisor. A single person could rival the masters of the 4 major families. His students had defeated 3 mentors. He was also incredibly handsome and short. The recent trending topics were almost all about him. Out of curiosity, Bai Lingfeng opened Tieba and carefully looked at the content where people mentioned him. Almost all of it was asking him to try Gu Xing's course. Experience a private coaching session? It seems I haven't done that in a long time. But is this really the topic I should choose? Bai Lingfeng sighed. He was actually reluctant to do such things because everyone's training methods are different. If he recommended something and someone had a bad experience, they might come back to complain to him. Gradually, he stopped doing it. The students understood this, so usually, no one mentioned him. But now, why were they starting to mention him again? With questions in mind, Bai Lingfeng carefully read the post from the original poster and finally clicked on the image. Seeing the points required, he gasped, "Wow, this is way too expensive. 1,000 points." As a review blogger, he basically did this out of passion, and earning 1,000 points in a month was not easy. However, Bai Lingfeng thought again. This was indeed a good opportunity. The name, Gu Xing, was a hot topic at school right now. He had thought he wouldn't have a chance to ride the wave, but unexpectedly, now he could. Since he had nothing to do recently, spending 1,000 points to catch some attention was worth it. Thinking of this, Bai Lingfeng opened Gu Xing's private coaching page and clicked to purchase 10 minutes. Seeing the deduction of 1,000 points, Bai Lingfeng clutched his chest, feeling heartbroken. Please don't let him down. The next day at noon, Bai Lingfeng arrived at Gu Xing's residence at the agreed time. So remote. Bai Lingfeng felt even more distressed because this place was too far from where he lived, and he had to use a teleportation array to get here. The teleportation array cost him 1 point, but since he had already spent the money, he looked at the villa in front of him and politely pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After waiting for half a minute, there was no response. He pressed it again, waited for 5 minutes, and still, no one opened the door. Bai Lingfeng looked down at his phone. Strange? Is there no one living here? He checked the address. The location is correct, right? He looked at the door plate again, and it clearly stated that this was Gu Xing's residence. How odd. Just as Bai Lingfeng hesitated about whether to call to confirm, the villa door was pushed open, and a cute girl came out yawning, staring at him with an annoyed expression. Hey, what are you doing? Pressing the doorbell in the middle of the day? So annoying. Gu Xing's reputation had spread almost everywhere on campus, and Bai Lingfeng had done his homework on his background before coming, so he recognized this girl. She was Gu Xing's younger sister, Gu Yu, an SSS-level special genius. One appeared to be G-level on the surface, but was actually a master, and the other had monstrous SSS-level talent. They were truly a pair of siblings. Bai Lingfeng thought about many things in his head, but quickly responded, I'm a student here for a lesson. Is Instructor Gu at home? Gu Yu listened, nodded, and pointed to the river beside the villa. My brother went fishing. You can go look for him over there. After saying that, she turned around and went back to sleep. Bai Lingfeng, question mark. The river beside the villa? Fishing? Wasn't that the school's surrounding protective river? The protective river, as the name suggests, encircles the school, and there are plenty of fish in the river. These fish are delicious and can enhance spiritual power, but no one dares to catch them. Apart from the school's prohibition, the more important reason is that these fish are at least level 6 and are extremely aggressive. A long time ago, a student secretly tried to catch fish and was almost attacked by them. Fortunately, a staff member discovered it during a night patrol, preventing any incidents. Since then, no one has dared to touch the fish in this river. Although Bai Lingfeng was puzzled, he still went to attend the class. He arrived at the riverside, looking around along the riverbank, and sure enough, he saw Gu Xing not far away. Then, he witnessed a shocking scene. Gu Xing was lying on a rocking chair, with a seemingly ordinary fishing rod set up beside him, his hands behind his head, leisurely basking in the sun. Bai Lingfeng. He felt he had never met someone as strange as Gu Xing in his life. Gu Xing was enjoying the sun comfortably, and when he noticed someone approaching, he turned his head to look. The two stood by the river, facing each other. Gu Xing looked at Bai Lingfeng, who was standing motionless, and frowned. Do you need something? Bai Lingfeng. He couldn't even remember arranging for Gu Xing to appear at this time. Bai Lingfeng always felt that Gu Xing, as a teacher, was completely unreliable. Although he thought this inwardly, he still politely walked up to Gu Xing and softly said, Instructor Gu, I'm Bai Lingfeng, here for today's class. Bai Lingfeng. Gu Xing muttered the name, then remembered, placed his hands on the armrests of the chair, stood up, rubbed his head, and grumbled. Seriously, setting the price so high, and someone still came so quickly. Bai Lingfeng listened to Gu Xing's dissatisfied tone, feeling silent and helpless inside, even a bit angry. He had spent 1,000 points, but he didn't dare to say much, as Gu Xing was very powerful and had a strange temper. If Gu Xing got angry and kicked him into the river, he'd be done for. Gu Xing was actually just complaining that the students were wealthier than he had expected and daring enough to try new things. He had thought it would take a few days for someone to make a reservation. He had expected to rest for a few days, but unexpectedly, someone booked the class on the same day he set the price. Refusing to teach without a valid reason would require him to pay double the points. Since Gu Xing was here to earn points, he accepted it. Thinking of this, Gu Xing took out his phone, opened the countdown interface, and set a 10-minute timer. He placed the phone on the table beside him, ensuring Bai Lingfeng could see it, then said, All right, starting now, you can ask questions. Bai Lingfeng watched Gu Xing's skilled movements and stared at the 10-minute countdown, feeling uneasy. It's over. So casual was his 1,000 points going to be wasted? He was already thinking about how to complain to his classmates about this when he returned, but outwardly, he maintained respect and asked a basic question about cultivation. Bai Lingfeng. How can I improve my control over spiritual energy during cultivation? Gu Xing, fight. Bai Lingfeng. Is there any technique to enter deep cultivation faster? Gu Xing, fight a life and death battle. Bai Lingfeng. Then how can I avoid going astray during cultivation? Gu Xing, don't overthink. Bai Lingfeng. Are there any tools or formations to assist in cultivation? Gu Xing. It's in the books. Bai Lingfeng. Then how do you balance daily life and training time? Gu Xing. It's in the book. Read it yourself. Bai Lingfeng. Bai Lingfeng felt his patience being worn down bit by bit. Was this Gu Xing messing with him? Did he not actually want to teach anyone? Is that why he set such a high point price? Gu Xing glanced at him, noticing the impatience on Bai Lingfeng's face, and said indifferently, You keep asking these useless questions. Aren't you afraid of wasting your points? I, on the other hand, feel bad about wasting my time. If there's nothing else, just leave. The questions were completely pointless, and Gu Xing even suspected Bai Lingfeng had so many points he didn't know what to do with them. Seeing Gu Xing's arrogant attitude, Bai Lingfeng's good temper completely vanished. He didn't care if he might get kicked into the river and coldly retorted, Then tell me what problem I've been facing recently. As soon as he said this, he regretted it. After all, this was his mentor, and he should be polite. He was about to apologize when Gu Xing merely glanced at him, turned to look at the river, and said, "Recently, it's because your innate ability has hit a bottleneck, right?" Bai Lingfeng froze upon hearing this. Gu Xing was right. He didn't just randomly decide to become a review blogger, he was born with a special ability. As long as someone chose something based on his recommendation and was satisfied, he would gain energy, which would randomly enhance his basic attributes. In the past, he gained very little energy and didn't pay much attention to it. But due to an accident, something he recommended suddenly went viral, and he felt the surge of power. That was when he seriously embarked on the path of being a review blogger and stuck with it until now. He had indeed hit a bottleneck recently, but how did Gu Xing know? Seeing Gu Xing not elaborating further, Bai Lingfeng hurriedly asked, "Then why am I facing a bottleneck?" Gu Xing stared at Bai Lingfeng's panel, checking his accompanying talent, and replied indifferently, "Your accompanying talent only works on each person once. Everyone in the school has already given you energy." Accompanying talent, so it had a professional name? Bai Lingfeng wasn't sure if Gu Xing's explanation was correct, but he did feel like he couldn't absorb any more energy from others. The annoyance in his heart dissipated instantly because Gu Xing's understanding clearly indicated he had encountered many people like Bai Lingfeng before. He quickly asked, "Is there any way to solve this?" Compared to training day and night, his method of growing stronger by recommending things was far easier, so he didn't want to give it up. This was also why he had hit a bottleneck so early. Gu Xing thought for a moment and said, "There are two ways. First, focus on the freshmen in the school. Second, expand outside the school." At this point, Gu Xing kindly reminded him, "I recommend choosing the second option. The first option covers too few people, and after half a year, many freshmen have already given you energy. The second option has greater potential for growth." Bai Lingfeng scratched his head. "Actually, I've tried posting content outside the school. I have quite a few followers, but the energy I gained was too little, so I gave up." He had tried promoting outside the school. Although he gained many followers and people who took his recommendations, the energy he received was minimal, so he eventually gave up. Afterward, he focused entirely on his campus account, leaving the off-campus account inactive. Gu Xing nodded. "That's because your innate talent is range-based. Only when the people you recommend actually try something within your range and acknowledge your recommendation can you gain power." Bai Lingfeng tentatively asked, "Can I still continue with the off-campus account?" Gu Xing stared at him with a strange look and said, "Our school doesn't allow random people to enter." Bai Lingfeng scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, I forgot." Gu Xing sighed. "You're in your third year, right? You can move off campus directly during your internship." Bai Lingfeng asked, "Where should I go then?" Gu Xing glanced at him. This kid really doesn't think things through, but he patiently explained, "Your ability works equally for martial artists and ordinary people. You can go anywhere: commercial streets, snack streets, popular attractions, or even start a tutoring class." Upon hearing this, Bai Lingfeng suddenly saw the light. His innate talent was something others didn't have, and even if he explained it, they wouldn't believe him, thinking he was crazy or just blaming his lack of effort in cultivation. When faced with challenges related to his innate talent, he couldn't complain to others and had to figure things out on his own. The path that had been shrouded in fog suddenly became clear thanks to Gu Xing's guidance. This wasn't just a private lesson, it was practically life coaching. He even felt that Gu Xing understood him better than he understood himself. He had one last question and hurriedly asked, "Then, how large is the range of my innate talent?" The range. Gu Xing was about to answer, and Bai Lingfeng was listening intently. At that moment, beep, 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 the phone rang sharply and loudly. Gu Xing picked up the phone on the table, turned off the ringtone, and waved his hand, saying, "The 10-minute private lesson is over." Bai Lingfeng was so anxious he almost jumped up. He hadn't finished asking his last question, and the time was up. He regretted it deeply. He regretted asking those silly questions earlier and wasting time. Bai Lingfeng took out his phone, saw the high course fee displayed on the screen, and thought it was ridiculously cheap. Without hesitation, he clicked confirm. He cautiously spoke, his voice tinged with pleading. "Coach Gu, I just renewed the fee. Could you tell me the answer now?" Gu Xing looked at the desperate Bai Lingfeng and sighed. "All right, since your attitude is good, I won't schedule another session. I'll just tell you directly. The range is 1 kilometer around you as the center. You can measure it on a map. Bai Lingfeng nodded. Got it. Gu Xing asked. Any other questions? Bai Lingfeng shook his head. No more. He had asked everything he wanted to know and was ready to put it into practice. Gu Xing nodded, picked up his phone, and said, less than a minute counts as a full minute. I'll refund the remaining 900 points to you. Bai Lingfeng was surprised and deeply moved. He had thought Gu Xing would keep the entire fee, which would have been fine, but he didn't expect him to refund it. Indeed, you only truly understand someone when you interact with them directly. Online rumors are unreliable. After finishing everything, Gu Xing sat back in his chair and continued fishing, completely indifferent to others' opinions. 10 minutes passed, and Gu Xing didn't hear Bai Lingfeng leaving. He turned his head to look. Bai Lingfeng was squatting on the ground, staring at his fishing rod. Gu Xing, class is over. Why aren't you leaving yet? Bai Lingfeng chuckled, trying to please him. I want to watch you fish. He often helped recommend things to others and was quite good at reading people's expressions. After the 10-minute guidance session earlier, he felt that Gu Xing was easy to talk to and wanted to take the opportunity to chat more and learn more, which would be beneficial for future promotions. Gu Xing thought for a moment and felt that with Bai Lingfeng's innate talent, he might even help him recruit students. So, he said nothing and allowed Bai Lingfeng to stay. Half an hour passed, and Bai Lingfeng watched as Gu Xing continued lying there, the fishing rod quietly propped up, motionless. He felt a bit puzzled. He had never fished before and wondered if fishing was really like this. After such a long time, was Gu Xing just sunbathing, pretending to fish, with no fish actually biting? But unexpectedly, Gu Xing suddenly sat up straight, gripping the fishing rod tightly, his expression extremely focused. Bai Lingfeng exclaimed, exclamation point. Something big was about to happen. Not long after, ripples began to appear on the water's surface. Gu Xing grinned. Got one. He suddenly pulled the fishing rod and forcefully swung it backward. With a loud splash, a plump, large fish burst out of the water, its silver body shimmering in the sunlight. The 1-meter-long fish drew a beautiful arc in the air. This big fish was evidently quite smart. It was startled by the sudden change, froze for a few seconds, and then began struggling desperately, splashing water everywhere. Gu Xing watched the fish struggle continuously, frowning slightly, feeling a bit disgusted by the slimy creature. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped the fish's head. The slap was so powerful that the fish instantly fainted, collapsing limply to the ground. This scene left Bai Lingfeng dumbfounded. Not only was this a 6th-tier Lord-level fish, but what was even more shocking was that Gu Xing had managed to knock it out with a single slap. Gu Xing shook off the slime on his hand in disgust and turned his gaze to Bai Lingfeng, whose face was filled with shock. Seeing Bai Lingfeng's wide eyes fixed on the fish in his hand, Gu Xing asked, do you want to eat it? Bai Lingfeng's eyes lit up. Thank you, Mentor. He took the fish and said with a smile, I'll bring this fish back for you. Gu Xing. He had only planned to cut a bit of the fish to eat, but Bai Lingfeng seemed intent on freeloading a meal. Looking at Bai Lingfeng's sparkling eyes, if he had a tail, it would probably be wagging by now. In the end, Gu Xing turned and left. Bai Lingfeng carried the fish, excitedly following behind. Back at the villa, Gu Xing walked into the kitchen and looked at the fish in Bai Lingfeng's hands, feeling reluctant to take over. He really disliked slimy things, especially the mucus on fish, which was troublesome to deal with. He frowned and asked Bai Lingfeng, do you know how to handle fish? Bai Lingfeng nodded. I do. After all, he was a martial artist, and the fish was also a beast, so handling it was second nature to him. Gu Xing stepped aside. Then I'll leave it to you. It's no trouble at all. Being able to help my mentor is my honor, Bai Lingfeng said with a smile as he began processing the fish. Watching Bai Lingfeng's skillful technique, Gu Xing secretly felt fortunate to have found a good helper. After Bai Lingfeng finished processing the fish, Gu Xing started cooking. Once the dishes were ready, Gu Xing turned to Bai Lingfeng and said, I'll go call my sister for dinner. You bring the dishes out. Got it. Bai Lingfeng nodded, and Gu Xing went upstairs to call Gu Yu. Gu Yu followed Gu Xing downstairs, groggily opened her eyes, and saw someone in the kitchen placing dishes on the table. Since Bai Lingfeng had his head lowered, Gu Yu didn't see his face clearly and looked at Gu Xing in confusion. Brother, When did you hire a nanny? Gu Xing. That essay guessed. Gu Yuo. Hearing the voice, Bai Lingfeng raised his head, and his eyes met Gu Yu's. Only then did Gu Yu realize and pointed at Bai Lingfeng, shouting, "It's you." Gu Xing quickly grabbed Gu Yu's hand and softly stopped her. Don't point at people randomly. Be polite to good helpers. The three sat at the table, and Bai Lingfeng stared at the fish in front of him, which looked and smelled amazing. He hadn't eaten much meat from 6th-tier beasts before because the higher the tier, the more expensive it was. A meal outside would cost at least tens of thousands, and even at school, it required a lot of points. The few times he had eaten it before, the sensation of spiritual energy filling his mouth had left a deep impression on him. But the aroma of this fish was even more enticing than anything he had smelled outside. He was curious about the taste. With this thought, Bai Lingfeng carefully picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The fish melted instantly, incredibly tender, almost dissolving without chewing. The unique spiritual energy of the 6th-tier beast exploded on his tongue, and a warm current slid down his throat, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Even more surprising was the gentle, yet powerful spiritual energy that began to gather slowly within Bai Lingfeng's body. This energy was stronger than the 7th-tier beast meat he had eaten when he broke through, and it was even gentler. The taste was pure satisfaction, from the palate to the soul, almost moving him to tears. Although Bai Lingfeng tried to control his eating speed, he still ate quickly, almost like a blur. Gu Yu watched Bai Lingfeng devouring the food beside her, her face turning red with anger. This guy not only woke her up early, but was also stealing her food. She was so furious, she almost exploded. Seeing Gu Yu, who was about to turn into a pufferfish from anger, Gu Xing suddenly thought of the two who often came to mooch food and asked in confusion, "Where are Qian Yuan and Sun Yanqi?" They always came on time to mooch food, so they should have arrived by now. Gu Yu replied, "They went to do the monthly task." Gu Xing nodded in realization. He knew the school had a task system where other students could freely choose tasks, but the 10 mentor students had mandatory personal tasks, weekly group tasks, monthly group tasks, and semester team tasks. These tasks were harder than those for regular students, and mentors could follow up, but except for semester tasks, mentors couldn't intervene. Gu Xing didn't bother to care. As long as it didn't require his involvement, they could handle it themselves. After all, they were strong and didn't need him to worry. However, the month was almost over, and the task still had to be completed. This monthly task should be more challenging, so let the two, no, 3 of them handle it. Why aren't you going? Gu Xing asked. Gu Yu bit the end of her chopsticks, glaring angrily at Bai Lingfeng, who was still showing off, and replied impatiently, "I've already provided remote support for them. Whether I go or not doesn't matter. Hey, leave me some food." With that, Gu Yu started fighting Bai Lingfeng for food. Gu Xing. He could already guess what remote support really meant. Mission Lingshu Qian Yuan stepped on a rock, a blade of dogtail grass he had picked up from somewhere dangling from his mouth. He gripped a light pink machine gun that looked completely out of place for him, aiming its muzzle precisely at the incoming horde of alien beasts, and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, the rapid gunfire erupted, instantly weaving an impenetrable web of firepower that engulfed the attacking alien beasts entirely. In the distance, Sun Yanqi knelt on one knee, holding a pink sniper rifle. Through the scope, she focused intently on the Lord-level alien beast heavily protected within the horde, charging her sniper rifle. Once fully charged, she held her breath, aimed at the target, and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud shot rang out, and the sniper bullet hit the Lord-level alien beast squarely in the forehead. The giant beast paused briefly before collapsing with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qian Yuan continued firing, suppressing the alien beast horde's advance. Only when the machine gun ran out of ammo did he reluctantly withdraw the weapon, turning to look at Sun Yanqi in the distance and shouting loudly, "Ready?" Sun Yanqi quickly flashed an OK hand gesture. Seeing this, Qian Yuan raised his head and shouted toward the sky, "Ji Chaoyu, it's your turn." As soon as the words left his mouth, a doll-shaped bomb flew out of nowhere, landing precisely among the heavily injured alien beasts. Deafening explosion. The materials from approximately 100 bullets can be used to create a durable cold weapon, not even including the concentrated gunpowder and complex craftsmanship inside the bullets. If the cost of firearms could be reduced, their power would undoubtedly be formidable. Unfortunately, for thousands of years, people have been striving to find a solution but have failed. This indirectly proves how strong Guyu's ability to infinitely produce weapons and bullets is. Sun Yinshi took out her phone, submitted the task, and said, "All right, let us recycle the crystal cores and leave." Qian Yuan responded cheerfully, "Got it." Ji Chaoyu silently dug out the crystal cores, his peripheral vision glancing at the two chatting nearby. He looked at the numbers above their heads, pursed his lips, and lowered his head in thought. In the villa, the three of them finished their meal. Bai Lingfeng rushed to wash the dishes and prepared to leave. "Thank you so much for the meal, it was absolutely delicious." Bai Lingfeng bowed deeply to Gu Xing to express his gratitude. Gu Yu sat dazed at the dining table, staring at the empty plates, not even a drop of soup left, feeling a pang of sadness. She quickly ran to Gu Xing's side, tugged at his sleeve, and complained with grievance. "Brother, I barely ate a few bites, and he finished everything." While Bai Lingfeng scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry about that, he didn't mean to be so impolite, but he really couldn't control himself." This was truly the best meal he had ever eaten. "It's fine," Gu Xing replied indifferently. Bai Lingfeng apologized repeatedly before leaving. He planned to record everything that happened today in detail and write the most comprehensive recommendation post in history. "Brother, don't let him come again. He eats even more than Qian Yuan," Gu Yu complained. Gu Xing looked at the teary-eyed, aggrieved little Gu Yu and helplessly patted her head. "If you want to eat, I'll make it for you again." Hearing this, Gu Yu finally smiled happily. "Okay." In the morning, Qian Yuan and Gu Yu were still lazing in bed, while only Sun Yinshi and Ji Chaoyu were training. Gu Xing sat on a lounge chair, his peripheral vision catching sight of Sun Yinshi practicing not far away. Leisurely, he took a sip of tea and sighed. "I wonder how long days like this can last." Just as Gu Xing was lamenting life, Sun Yinshi's phone rang. She walked to the side to answer it. After hanging up, she came over and whispered, "The Star Temple is looking for you." "What? Looking for me?" Gu Xing was so shocked, he almost choked. "Looking for him? What for? To drag him back? Surely not." Ji Chaoyu's expression changed upon hearing the name Star Temple, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "Sun Yinshi said, they sent people to the school to investigate, but requested you to be the host." Gu Xing's heart sank. From Sun Yinshi's brief words, he guessed that Long Country and the Star Temple might have reached some sort of agreement, and the Star Temple had sent people to Imperial Capital University. However, the relationship between the two sides wasn't great, so they needed a mediator. Unexpectedly, it had to be him. No way, his identity shouldn't have been exposed yet. "Why him? Did the Star Temple specifically name me?" Gu Xing asked. He'd rather believe this was arranged by Li Dongyu than believe the Star Temple actively sought him out. Sun Yinshi nodded. "They said, the character Star is fated." Gu Xing was speechless, thinking he might as well change his name. Since things have come to this, refusing is pointless. He could only rub his temples and nod. "All right, I understand." He had been waiting for news about Tang Shi, but it turned out there were too many entanglements, and it wasn't over yet. They even mentioned the word star being fateful. Who knows how much of this is influenced by the 12 constellations requirements. In the morning, Sun Yinshi informed Gu Xing, and by noon, Qian Yuan arrived with the notice. Qian Yuan cleared his throat, preparing to read the notice, but Gu Xing waved his hand to stop him. "Just get to the point. No need to read it." Official notices were always full of unnecessary words, and he didn't have time to listen. Qian Yuan responded gloomily and summarized. "The new student rankings from 101st to 115th will be assigned to the new genius mentor, who will arrive this afternoon." Gu Xing nodded. He had already anticipated this outcome. If the Star Temple wanted to send someone, they'd need a reasonable excuse, and it just so happened they were short of a genius mentor. Qian Yuan whispered, "I heard this new mentor is an 8th tier expert, seems to be named Gao He." 8th tier? Gu Xing thought about it. Among the 8th tier experts he knew from the Star Temple, there wasn't anyone by that name. It must be a new face. Thinking of this, he decided to keep his identity hidden and act as an ordinary person. In the afternoon, Gu Xing sent off 4 people and assigned tasks. The week is almost over. Hurry up and complete your weekly tasks. The group responded and left, while Gu Xing stayed quietly at home, waiting for the Star Temple's people to arrive. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Gu Xing got up and walked to the door. He lowered his head to confirm that his star power was completely restrained, with no trace leaking out, before opening the door. Standing outside was a burly man and the tall Yang Xiaoming. Yang Xiaoming greeted Gu Xing with a smile. Hi, you haven't forgotten me, right? Gu Xing froze. Wasn't this guy still taking care of Mo Qing? Why did she come here? Just as he was about to ask, Gao He beside her suddenly locked eyes with Gu Xing. His gaze shifted from indifference to tension. Then, he abruptly dropped to his knees, kneeling on the stone slab with a loud thud. Gu Xing was utterly confused. You Gao He spoke each word with reverence. Lord Star God, your brilliance is like the brightest star in the night sky, forever dazzling. To witness your true form is the honor of my life. Just now, I dared to look directly into your eyes. That was a great disrespect. Please punish me. Before he finished speaking, his head slammed heavily onto the ground, shattering the stone slab with a deafening sound. The disguise fell apart too quickly. Gu Xing stood frozen in place. No way. Was his cover blown this easily? He glanced around to confirm no one was paying attention and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this place was secluded, with no other students or teachers nearby. All right, get up quickly. Gu Xing grabbed Gao He's shoulders and forcibly helped him stand up. Gao He had intended to continue kneeling and apologizing, but his body involuntarily stood upright. He lowered his head respectfully and said, Thank you, Lord Star God, for your mercy in forgiving this ignorant follower. The majesty of the Star God was indeed extraordinary even without fully revealing himself. The purity of the star power still made it impossible for him to resist the command. Gu Xing. He sighed and turned to Yang Xiaoming, full of helplessness. Didn't we agree not to let anyone know about my existence? Yang Xiaoming looked a bit aggrieved. I didn't tell anyone about your existence. It was you who previously communicated with the statue of the deity in the temple using your soul, leaving traces of your soul's aura on the statue. Although you hid the aura, we can still sense the guidance of the soul and confirm that you are the Star God. Gu Xing. So, the problem still lies with him? He rubbed his throbbing temples and asked, Does everyone in the Star God Temple know about me now? If that's the case, wouldn't he be doomed? Could it be that because everyone knows, they made him the intermediary? Yang Xiaoming shook her head. Only those who are extremely devout and have seen the statue face to face can confirm it. Meaning, only those whose faith has reached its peak, who have seen the statue, and have met you face to face can recognize you. Although the Star God Temple has over 500,000 members, it sounds like a lot, but spread across the billions of people worldwide, the probability is actually quite low. Thinking of this, Gu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had now developed a habit. Whenever he met someone, he would first open the panel to confirm if they were from the Star God Temple, and if confirmed, he would avoid eye contact and take a detour. It was manageable. Although his identity was exposed, he could still avoid awkward situations. Looking at Gao Hui and Yang Xiaoming blocking the doorway, Gu Xing sighed. Come in and talk. He originally thought this would be a simple first meeting, just chatting casually at the door for a few minutes. Unexpectedly, familiar faces showed up, and the conversation wouldn't end anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Gao Hui's eyes were filled with admiration and excitement, his voice trembling. Thank you, Star God, for your mercy, not only forgiving me, an ignorant person, but also granting me. Shut up. Gu Xing glared at him. Gao Hui immediately fell silent. The three entered the room, and Gao Hui walked lightly with every step, not daring to look around too much, extremely devout, as if he had entered a sacred place. Yang Xiaoming, on the other hand, was very natural. Gu Xing sat on the sofa and pointed to the seat opposite. Sit down. Yang Xiaoming smiled. Thank you, sir, and sat down. Gao Hui, upon hearing this, quickly waved his hands, his face full of reverence, as if frightened. No, Star God. How could I dare sit with you? Just standing before you and listening to your teachings is already my greatest honor. As he spoke, he stepped back a few paces, afraid that even his shadow might touch Gu Xing and sully the sanctity. Only the top-tier individuals among the 12 constellations were qualified to converse face-to-face with the star god. He was just a humble star apostle, completely unworthy. Gu Xing. He cursed inwardly. This level of delusion is too much. He needed to revise the Star God Temple's doctrines when he got back. He had met Yang Xiaoming and Mo Qing before, and they weren't this rigid. Gu Xing helplessly looked at Yang Xiaoming, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby. You brought him here. Aren't you going to manage him? Yang Xiaoming shook her head. He's not someone I brought. In fact, his rank is higher than mine. At this point, Yang Xiaoming smiled at Gu Xing. Besides, with the star god here, he listens to you more. Gu Xing. Finally, Gu Xing sighed and pointed to the empty seat next to Yang Xiaoming. Sit there. That's an order. Gao He trembled slightly upon hearing this, walked over, stood still, and bowed deeply to Gu Xing, almost bending at a 90-degree angle. His voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Lord Star God, for your grace, allowing me the opportunity to experience your brilliance up close. After speaking, he carefully sat down. Even after sitting, he did not relax, placing his hands neatly on his knees, his gaze lowered, not daring to look at Gu Xing. He even breathed cautiously, afraid of desecrating this sacred moment. Gu Xing. Why is it that when others say such overly dramatic lines, he feels so embarrassed that his toes curl? He never taught this kind of behavior before. This is too awkward. Gu Xing looked at the high-level martial artist, whose face was flushed with excitement, then turned to glance at the calm Yang Xiaoming, unable to suppress his curiosity. Honestly, I've never seen you act like this. When interacting with Yang Xiaoming, she always displayed politeness, composure, and her own opinions. Occasionally, she would give compliments, but she was never clingy or as stiff and nervous as this. It felt like Yang Xiaoming's status in the Star God Temple was more than just an ordinary starshine attendant. Yang Xiaoming set down her teacup, seemingly understanding Gu Xing's thoughts, and replied with a smile. Because you previously pardoned these actions, I am merely respecting your wishes. Although the pardon was for the 12 zodiac signs, as a Gemini avatar, she naturally could utilize this pardon. If you wish, I can try as well. Saying this, she stood up, preparing to bow to Gu Xing, but he waved his hand to stop her. No need, no trouble. Yang Xiaoming sat back down and smiled, saying, Thank you for your generosity, Lord Star God. Gu Xing. He turned to Gao He and said, Then I'll exempt you from these formalities as well. Gao He's face turned even redder upon hearing this. He immediately stood up from the sofa, knelt before Gu Xing, his voice filled with nervousness and reverence. Having the opportunity to bow to you and express my respect and loyalty is my greatest honor. Please retract your command. Yang Xiaoming added from the side. He recently completed the dialogue and behavioral norms between believers in God's course, so he might be a bit rigid. Gu Xing. A bit rigid? And what on earth is this dialogue and behavioral norms between believers and God's course? In the end, Gu Xing gave up. Such deeply ingrained beliefs couldn't be changed overnight. Faced with Gao He's almost fanatical praise, Gu Xing simply responded with one sentence. Shut up. Gao He immediately shut his mouth like a wronged child, his heart filled with disappointment. After all, he had accumulated a bellyful of compliments, and logically, he wanted to express them to the star god during every worship session. What a pity. Gu Xing ignored his expression and turned to Yang Xiaoming, asking, Let's get to the point. What exactly are you here for? Yang Xiaoming's expression turned serious as she replied, Investigation and protection. Gu Xing frowned. Are you planning some kind of assassination? Yang Xiaoming shook her head, quite the opposite. They are systematically recruiting people. Gu Xing, ? Recruiting people? His mouth twitched. It seems Paradise Lost is really short on manpower lately. Yang Xiaoming nodded. The domestic branch of Paradise Lost has already been destroyed. Now, they are trying to recruit newcomers and rebuild their team. Gu Xing was somewhat aware of this matter. After all, being hunted by the Star Temple for so long and bombarded by the 6th and 7th seats for 3 months, it would be strange if they weren't destroyed. Then recruiting should be done in the chaotic zones and outer cities. Yang Xiaoming shook her head. No, they are specifically recruiting students from major universities. Hearing this, Gu Xing recalled Tang Shi's attitude when he left. Someone like Tang Shi. According to him, Paradise Lost actively contacted Tang Shi, which indicated that he possessed qualities that attracted them. Yang Xiaoming confirmed with a nod. In universities, those students who are marginalized, isolated, and harbor thoughts of revenge are the key targets for Paradise Lost's recruitment. Gu Xing fell into deep thought and nodded. So you suspect they might come here to recruit? Yang Xiaoming explained. No, we have already stationed people in all universities. Imperial Capital University is under the responsibility of the two of us. Gu Xing. No wonder Longhua and the Star Temple could cooperate. It turned out to be a large-scale operation. Currently, most people are busy hunting exotic beasts, and manpower for such secret missions is scarce. The Star Temple is naturally the best partner. Thinking of this, Gu Xing asked, doesn't the Star Temple lack people themselves? Only about 50,000 people worldwide could enter the Star Temple, yet they sent 2 believers for this mission, quite a big move. Yang Xiaoming calmly replied, of course we lack people, but in the face of divine orders, all difficulties must yield. Divine orders? Doing good deeds. Exactly. Gu Xing's mouth twitched. Helping Longhua protect its talents counts as a good deed, and it also strikes against Paradise Lost, which is why the Star Temple stepped in. All right then. Gu Xing's gaze swept over Gao Hui and Yang Xiaoming, and he curiously asked, what identity did you use to enter the school? Yang Xiaoming smiled. Regional Property Management. Gu Xing. So, basically a university dormitory supervisor. The three continued their conversation, or more accurately, it was a back-and-forth QA between Gu Xing and Yang Xiaoming, while Gao Hui remained silent as per Gu Xing's orders. When the discussion was almost over, Gu Xing checked the time. The other 4 should be back soon, so he signaled the 2 to leave. At the door, Gu Xing looked at Gao Hui, who saluted him, and warned in a stern tone, do not reveal my identity to anyone, not even the 12 zodiac signs. Understood. Gao Hui responded without hesitation, already planning to find someone to cast a forbidden spell to ensure he wouldn't slip up, even if it cost his life. My current identity is a minter, not a star god. If you encounter me outside, watch your attitude. Got it. Got it. Gu Xing glanced at the guy who had damaged the stone pavement, his mouth twitching again, and added, you broke it, you fix it. Understood. Gao Hui considered this a reward. Gu Xing thought for a moment, then pointed at Yang Xiaoming and said to Gao Hui, during this period, follow Yang Xiaoming's arrangements. Understood. Gao Hui's response was concise and forceful. In fact, he was already following Yang Xiaoming's orders. Although Yang Xiaoming was just a Starshine attendant, she held the Gemini's proxy token, which gave her a status comparable to the Gemini themselves, so he naturally had to obey. Moreover, even without this reason, as long as it is an order from the star god, he would execute it without hesitation. Gu Xing was a bit surprised to see Gao Hui agree so quickly. He had thought Gao Hui would oppose the idea, but unexpectedly, there was no objection at all. It seems this guy has been deeply indoctrinated by the rules of the Star God Temple. Although this works in his favor, Gu Xing still felt a bit guilty. He patted Gao Hui's shoulder and said, if you're not satisfied with this arrangement, just say so. I respect your choice. After all, letting an 8th tier follow the command of a 6th tier is indeed somewhat unreasonable, but he still didn't know much about this unfamiliar believer. Comparatively, dealing with Yang Xiaoming was more convenient and trustworthy, which is why he made this arrangement. If Gao Hui was unwilling, he would have to think of another solution. Upon hearing this, Gao Hui felt a lump in his throat, his heart filled with emotion. The star god actually cared about his thoughts and was so considerate he had no regrets in this lifetime. Thus, he knelt on one knee and respectfully said, the star god's orders are supreme. Every decision you make is incomparably wise. I am willing to obey all your arrangements. Gu Xing. All right. You 2 hurry up and leave. Don't bother me unless it's necessary. These 2 either brought a heap of trouble or made him so embarrassed he wanted to stomp his feet. They were truly exasperating. Just as he was about to close the door, Yang Xiaoming suddenly turned back and handed Gu Xing an ancient-looking box. This is something Lord Constellation asked me to deliver to you. Gu Xing took it with a puzzled expression, opened the box, and inside was a smooth crystal. Gu Xing? Question mark. Not a crystal core? But he felt this item seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be? Suddenly, the long dormant panel popped up. Skill detected that can be absorbed. Absorb. Gu Xing's heart skipped a beat. Just as he suspected. Well, since you've come, and even brought a gift, I'll accept it. Gu Xing said as he tucked the crystal core into his chest, a smile appearing on his face. Initially, he had been resistant to the Star God Temple sending people over, worried about his identity being exposed. But now, with this unexpected benefit, his mindset immediately became more accepting. Seeing Gu Xing happy, Yang Xiaoming also smiled slightly and said, "As long as you like it." After sending the two away, Gu Xing returned to his room, took the crystal out of the box, and decisively chose to absorb it after seeing the system pop up. Unlocking a new skill slot requires 500 star points. Current star points, 50. Enter challenge mission to unlock skill slot early. Gu Xing. Before he could even complain, another pop-up appeared. Detected absorbable star power. Absorb. Gu Xing? Question mark. He looked at the bead in his hand. Just now, in his anger, he had squeezed it hard, causing a crack to appear. Dense star power was now leaking out from the crack. So the bead was filled entirely with star power. Although he was a bit puzzled, he still chose to absorb it. Absorbing, Gu Xing watched as his star points skyrocketed at a visible speed. Absorption complete. As the system notification sounded, his star points had already surged to 550. Gu Xing. What a genius idea. This power of the stars directly hit his sore spot. Since he has money now, of course, he should unlock skills. Gu Xing snapped his fingers and said happily, "System, unlock skills." Skill slot unlocked successfully. New skill acquired. Taurus. All actions have value. Everything you do can earn money. Gu Xing. Question mark. I don't lack money. What's the point of this? He was quite dismissive of the skill. But it didn't matter. He lay back on the bed. Anyway, it's a free skill. Yet he still sighed and gritted his teeth. Spending 500 star points, wouldn't it have been better to use them on attributes? Calculating, it was a loss. At this moment, the system popped up again. Detected a skill that can be fused. Would you like to fuse Taurus into the system? Gu Xing was a bit puzzled. Fusion? What's the use? After fusion, specific uses can be displayed. Gu Xing. Whatever, I won't use it anyway. He gave up directly, yawned, and prepared to sleep. Fusion initiated. Star points 500. Insufficient star points detected. Challenge automatically initiated. Challenge task activated. Accumulate 500 star points within 100 days during this period. Completing tasks will deduct star points, retaining the skill. Failure will deduct all star points and reclaim the skill. Fusion in progress. Gu Xing. Gu Xing sat up angrily and shouted at the system. What are you doing? Why are you deducting points randomly? Cancel the fusion. Cancel it, hurry. Fusion successful. Seeing this message, Gu Xing initially wanted to curse, but when he saw the skill description after fusion, his eyes widened instantly. Taurus. All actions have value. All activities will automatically convert into star points. Gu Xing. Does this mean that aside from killing people in the Lost Paradise and saving lives, his other actions can also earn star points? Seriously? At this moment, the system popped up another panel. Qian Yuan completed the weekly task. Star points +2. Gu Xing. Someone else completed a weekly task unrelated to him, and he still got rewards? Cancel fusion? No. Gu Xing quickly replied, then wiped the corner of his mouth. This skill is too awesome. Spending 500 star points on it was worth it. After this deal, it's a guaranteed profit. Thus, Gu Xing began testing the skill, and of course, the test subjects were his subordinates. Those few tools. Qian Yuan, Sun Yanxi, Gu Yu, Ji Chaoyu. 3 days later. Xingji, I'm about to throw up. Qian Yuan lay on the sofa, his face pale and completely drained of energy. He thought he could escape the crazy task-filled days after graduating high school, but unexpectedly, he was forcibly dragged into high-difficulty tasks again for 3 days straight. Gu Yu also slumped on the sofa, glaring angrily at Gu Xing. Brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you treating us like pawns? Over these 3 days, sometimes they worked on tasks together, sometimes acted separately, as if testing game formations. Sun Yinshi wiped the blood off her spiritual staff and secretly glanced at Gu Xing. She didn't know the reason behind Gu Xing's arrangement, but he must have his plans. Ji Chaoyu looked at Gu Xing in silence, as if he was daydreaming. Actually, he knew that Gu Xing wasn't daydreaming, but was calculating while staring at the panel in front of him. Over the past 3 days, Gu Xing had repeatedly assigned tasks to people, resulting in some approximate data. Sun Yinshi, Qian Yuan, and Gu Yu each earned 2 star points for completing individual weekly tasks, while Ji Chaoyu earned 1 star point. For monthly tasks, Sun Yinshi, Qian Yuan, and Gu Yu each earned 5 star points, while Ji Chaoyu earned 2 star points. When voluntarily taking on other tasks, the difficulty level must be at least medium to earn a minimum reward of 0.1 star points. Moreover, he himself couldn't intervene in these tasks. If he got involved, the task difficulty would decrease, and the star point reward would also be reduced. For instance, even if he stood nearby without participating, the star points earned would be discounted. Apart from these 4 people, others like Su Dong, Qian Fengying, Zhou Changming, and Hu Batian hadn't been contacted by him, but occasionally he could still receive some star points. Even by Ling Feng, Tang Shi, Gao Yuan, and Qin Yi, who hadn't interacted much but had helped him before, could earn a few scattered star points. Based on this data, Gu Xing speculated that the system calculated rewards according to effort and return. Qian Yuan, Sun Yinshi, and Gu Yu were his key, cultivated crops, with high investment leading to high returns. Ji Chaoyu was cultivated later, but despite the short time, he was always by his side, yielding decent returns. Others only received occasional help from him, so their rewards were relatively low. Thinking of this, Gu Xing leaned back on the sofa and sighed lightly. Adding up the scattered points, he could earn 5 points a day, which would be 500 points in 100 days. He would definitely save enough. Moreover, the speed would only increase. Bai Lingfeng contributed star points just by attending 1 private lesson, indicating that he could rely on private lessons to harvest crops. Gu Xing took out his phone, expecting no applications, but surprisingly, there were over 10 private lesson requests in the back end, all sent this afternoon. Just as he was puzzled, Qian Yuan, who was playing on his phone nearby, suddenly sat up and shouted loudly, "Brother Xing, you're trending again." Gu Xing, ? Hearing Yang Xiaoming say this, he had been worried about the people from the Star Temple discovering him. So he had been keeping a low profile recently, going out fully disguised to the point that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The popularity on the trending list had also dropped. Why was he trending again? He took out his phone in confusion and opened the trending list. Hashtag, explosive, sorry, after attending Gu Xing's private lesson, I just want to say, hashtag Gu Xing, ? Attended his lesson? Was this written by Bai Lingfeng? If it weren't for seeing this post, he would have almost completely forgotten about Bai Lingfeng. But he was quite curious about what Bai Lingfeng had written to make it go viral. Post number 1 by Lingfeng. Sorry, after attending Gu Xing's private lesson, I just want to say, it was freaking amazing. I give him a full score of 10 stars, no 100 stars. No money involved. Everything below is my genuine feelings. Highly recommended. Alright, let's get to the point. I'll share the entire process and my feelings from start to finish. When I saw the backend showing that I was earning 100 points per minute, I could hardly believe my eyes. Do you know that the Su family, one of the 4 major families next door, only earns 16 points per minute? 1 point can buy a meal infused with spiritual energy, 10 points can allow you to train for an hour in the Spirit Gathering Array, and 100 points can buy high-grade potions from the Qian family. If you were to use Dragon Nation currency to buy Gu Xing's courses, it would cost 100,000 per minute. But for the sake of my family, I didn't hesitate to buy a 10-minute private lesson. At the time, I felt a bit regretful, but now looking back, it was the wisest decision I've ever made in my life. After paying, it took 2 or 3 hours before the mentor notified me of the class time. The location was really remote, divided into northern and southern residential areas. The people in the northern residential area are so lucky they don't have to spend 1 point to use the teleportation array. When I arrived and knocked on the door, no one was home. Guess what Gu Xing was doing? Fishing. right there in the school's protective river. You have to know, the fish in that river have been raised by the school for over 10 years. Each one is at least 5th or 6th rank, and there are even 7th rank ones. Yet he was leisurely fishing with a rod. I've never met anyone as peculiar as Gushing in my life. His first words to me were, "What's the matter?" Huh, he forgot about his own student? I'm already a third-year student and have attended private lessons with many genius mentors. Other mentors always greet you with a smile as their first words. But Gushing directly pulled out his phone, set a 10-minute countdown, and said, "You can start asking questions now." Me? This is way too rushed. I thought to myself, this is bad. So casual, did I just waste my 1,000 points? I originally wanted to complain to you all later, but I had to keep up appearances and casually asked a few basic questions. His answers were absolutely absurd. He either directly said, "Solve it by fighting," or told me to engage in a life and death battle, or suggested I read more books, saying the answers were in the books. Me? I was furious, and he got angry too, saying the questions I asked were useless. Even for the useful questions, he didn't answer properly. Later, I turned the tables and asked him if he could figure out the issues I've been facing recently. I thought he wouldn't be able to answer. But then, a major twist happened. He pinpointed the bottleneck in my cultivation with laser precision. I want to go into the specifics since it's personal, but I can share my feelings. After the lesson, I felt completely enlightened. Gushing understands you better than your own mother, better than you understand yourself. If you feel something is off, even if you don't say it, he can see through it at a glance. Although 1,000 points are expensive, it's absolutely worth it. Truly, trust my recommendation, it's guaranteed to be worth it. If it's not, come find me, and I'll compensate you. That is how confident I am. Honestly, I regret not meeting him sooner. If I had enrolled 3 years later and could have him as my mentor with free private lessons, I can't even imagine how happy I'd be. Follow-up. Many people asked if Gushing eventually caught a fish. He did, and I even got to enjoy a meal. Honestly, Gushing's cooking skills are amazing. I've never had such delicious braised fish before. My spiritual energy improved significantly. I think it's even more effective than training in the spirit gathering array for 10 hours. Looking at Bai Lingfeng's review, Gushing smiled slightly. At the time, he thought the kid was quite polite, not much, but a bit ingratiating. So he was thinking so much back then. Gushing was curious about the comments below and scrolled through them. Floor 4. Brother Bai, if you're kidnapped, blink to let us know. We'll come to rescue you immediately. Floor 9. The disciplinary supervisor actually lets students post hidden ads. I want to report this. Floor 11. This is hilarious. The ad is too obvious. Everyone don't fall for it. Gushing had anticipated these reactions, so he remained calm. He continued scrolling down, and it was mostly criticism until after the 100th floor, where some different voices appeared. Floor 121. I think it's credible. I've tried everything Bai Lingfeng recommended during his 3 years at school, and 90% of it was pretty good. Plus, his reviews are sharp. This is the first time I've seen him give an all-around positive review except for the mentor's personality. Floor 174. Agree with Floor 121. If Bai Lingfeng wanted to scam money, he wouldn't choose Gushing, since the new mentor has limited points. Just joking. Floor 249. I believe it, but isn't this too expensive? 1,000 points for one class. I only earn that many points in a semester, and I want to save up 10,000 points to exchange for a top-tier weapon. A weapon can last a lifetime. Spending a tenth of my points on a 10-minute class, what if it's not worth it? Floor 358. Formation arrays, weapons, potions, none of these come without points. 1,000 points aren't easy to come by. Floor 391. If you have extra points and want to take a class, go give it a try. Floor 427. Although I have spare points, 1,000 points is too much. An 8th-tier mentor can only choose one of 3. Betting on Gushing is too costly. I can't bring myself to do it. Floor 438 at Floor 427. What are you hesitating for? The poster guarantees compensation. If it's not suitable, just go for it. Floor 459. Damn. I've been stuck for ages. If I can break through, what's 1,000 points? Floor 489. 1,000 points is nothing. Brothers, charge ahead. Floor 512. Waiting for your good news. Warriors. Looking at these comments, Gushing's mouth twitched slightly. Taking his class was practically like courting death. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? The others were also staring at the post. Qian Yuan, seeing the later edits, pleaded, "Brother Xing, I've never tasted fish before. I want to try it too." Gu Yu suddenly jumped up, grabbing Gu Xing's sleeve, her eyes full of anticipation. "Brother, didn't you say you'd give me special treatment?" They had indeed been working hard these past few days, and eating some fish to replenish themselves wouldn't hurt. Thinking of this, Gu Xing stood up. "Let's go, I'll take you." "Yay!" Gu Yu jumped up excitedly and followed Gu Xing closely, while the others quickly joined in. By the pond, a few fish heard the commotion on the shore and poked their heads out to look. The moment they saw Gu Xing, they immediately dove to the bottom of the water. "Fish God, save us! That demon is here again. That guy doesn't catch 5th tier ones, nor does he touch ordinary or elite 6th tier ones. He only targets 6th tier, Lord level, and above. If a fish that doesn't meet the standard is caught, it gets slapped twice, while someone shouts, 'Call your parents.' Then it's thrown back into the water. Such bullying of fish. And they can't even fight back. Helpless, the fish can only try their best to catch a qualified one. When Gu Xing arrives otherwise, they're all doomed." Gu Xing walked to the water's edge, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to casually grab a fish. But when he turned around, he saw 4 people lined up in a row, cheering him on with encouraging expressions. Gu Xing. He lowered his sleeves, sat on the nearby lounge chair, leisurely took out his phone, and said, "Since you all want to eat fish, you'll have to work for it yourselves." The fish underwater saw Gu Xing leave and exchanged glances. "Huh, the fish god has appeared, we're safe now." Gu Yu immediately pulled out a bomb. "Aren't they just a bunch of 5th or 6th tier fish? I'll blow them all up in one go." Before she could finish speaking, Gu Xing's voice came again. "No bombs allowed. No damaging the surrounding environment, and the fish must remain intact." Upon hearing this, Qian Yuan looked incredulous. "Brother Xing, are you joking? They had to catch them alive. These fish were only 4th tier, and killing 5th tier ones was already a stretch, let alone keeping the bodies intact." Gu Yu, frustrated by the restrictions and the ban on bombs, stomped her feet in anger. "Brother, if you don't want to cook, just say so." Gu Xing looked at the 2 doubters, tilted his head, and tapped his temple with his index finger. "If you want to eat, you have to use your brain. If you blow up the fish, how am I supposed to cook them?" Helpless, the group could only gather to brainstorm solutions. Gu Yu pondered for a moment, then turned to Sun Yinshi. "Yinshi, why don't you try freezing the river's surface?" Sun Yinshi shook her head. "I can only freeze a small area. Beasts above 5th tier are intelligent and can easily avoid the frozen zone." Qian Yuan frowned. "I remember your sniper rifle can kill 5th tier creatures. How about taking a shot?" Gu Yu shook her head. "There's refraction in the water, it would take several tries. If none of the shots hit, the fish will all scatter." Sun Yinshi added, "Even if you occasionally kill one, if you don't retrieve it quickly, the other fish will snatch it and eat it." Ji Chaoyu tried to speak 3 times, but was interrupted each time, so he eventually stayed silent and listened quietly. Gu Xing ignored them, busy arranging schedules for the students in the background. With over 10 students, each taking 10 minutes, he could finish tutoring in 2 hours. Today, he was too lazy to act, so he scheduled everything for tomorrow. He sent each student their specific class time, and suddenly a message popped up at the top of his phone. It was from Yang Xiaoming. Gu Xing clicked to check. Yang Xiaoming. Today, a college student went missing in Rongyang City. Attached is the student's information. Yang Xiaoming. File. Gu Xing frowned and replied, "What about the police? Any leads?" Yang Xiaoming. "None so far." Gu Xing tentatively made a prediction and then typed, "Tell them to focus on a senior student." Yang Xiaoming. Understood. After sending the message, Gu Xing switched back to the interface and continued arranging schedules. Just as he put down his phone, Yang Xiaoming sent another message. Yang Xiaoming. "Are you why?" Gu Xing. Question mark. Why? That was the fake identity he used in the police department to speed up case progress in the past. Could his cover have been blown again? Yang Xiaoming. After I informed the police of the situation, they urgently asked about my source of information. When I pressed them, they suspected it was Y who told me. Seeing this message, Gu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Xiaoming had merely passed on his information, and while the police were suspicious and wanted to dig deeper, Yang Xiaoming did not reveal his identity. Gu Xing replied directly, "Yes, remember to keep it confidential." He was already conspicuous enough, and if he were further identified as the ancient clan prophet behind Star Temple, things would completely fall apart. Thinking back to the meeting earlier, when that group of people had idly discussed dragging Wei to the police station to persuade him to serve the people, Gu Xing couldn't help but shiver. Work? That was impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. After replying, Gu Xing turned to look at the crowd over there, only to see that they seemed to have reached a consensus, nodding in agreement. Qian Yuan walked to the riverbank, made a small cut on his finger, took a deep breath, and plunged his head directly into the river water, extending his hand into the water as well. The water surface immediately stirred up waves. In an instant, the water churned, and a silver fish leapt out of the water like a flash of lightning, creating waves several meters high. Qian Yuan quickly retreated, raised his shield, and steadily blocked the impact of the waves. At the same time, Sun Yinshi raised her staff, amplifying her spiritual power through it. A powerful surge of spiritual energy shot toward the fish, instantly encasing it in ice. However, the fish was too strong, and the ice layer began to crack shortly after forming, emitting crisp cracking sounds. But this brief moment was enough. The fish's figure became clearly visible amidst the waves. Guyu had already set up her pink sniper rifle. With a gunshot, a pink energy bullet pierced through the fish's head. The fish's body fell, but it didn't land in the water. Sun Yinshi had already formed a layer of ice on the water surface beneath the fish. Ji Chaoyu, using his innate skill and remaining unnoticed by the fish, was ready with a net. The fish landed accurately in Ji Chaoyu's net, and he quickly returned to the shore along the icy path laid by Sun Yinshi. Qian Yuan shouted excitedly, "We did it!" Sun Yinshi also let out a relieved breath. Guyu disdainfully blew the blue smoke from her gun barrel. "Humph, just a fish. Too easy." Gu Xing stood up, walked over to the fish, squatted down, and carefully inspected it. Tier 5, Ordinary. The fish's head is even smashed. Hearing Gu Xing's disappointed words, the group felt a bit dejected as well. Gu Xing stood up, patted the water off his hands, and nodded, saying, "But the teamwork was good. Let's take it back and cook it." Hearing this, smiles returned to everyone's faces as they began discussing how to prepare the fish. Wei Pengyu, the middle-aged man, paused for a moment and shook his head, saying, "If you forcefully infuse spiritual power to break through again, your body might not be able to withstand it." Wei Peng's expression turned anxious upon hearing this. "Is there no other way?" The middle-aged man hesitated, not wanting to crush his student's confidence, and shook his head again, saying, "Not necessarily. If you encounter a special opportunity, there's still a chance." Seeing his mentor's vague response, Wei Peng could only force a bitter smile and bid farewell. Stuck at Tier 5 perfection, he felt unwilling to accept it. He returned to the double dormitory through the teleportation array, and as he approached the door, he heard a commotion inside. "Damn it! How dare you insult my life mentor? Watch how I fight back." Wei Peng curiously unlocked the door with his key and looked inside, only to see Bai Lingfeng sitting on the sofa, cursing while typing on his phone. If it weren't a high-level martial artist's specialized phone, it would probably have been punctured by now. "What are you doing?" Wei Peng leaned over to take a look, only to see Bai Lingfeng fiercely arguing with someone on a forum. The thread had already reached over 1,000 replies. Bai Lingfeng glanced at Wei Peng casually and said offhandedly, "Nothing. Just arguing with someone. How is your cultivation going? Have you made a breakthrough?" He knew that the guy next to him was a cultivation fanatic and could be considered a genius. Most people graduate at around the 6th level, but Wei Peng had already reached the peak of the 5th level in his junior year. However, he had recently been stuck at the peak and unable to advance. He had gone into seclusion with his mentor for a while, so he should have made a breakthrough by now. Wei Peng sighed. "No breakthrough. My mentor said I might never be able to break through in this lifetime." Bai Lingfeng stopped typing, surprised. "That's serious?" Wei Peng leaned back on the sofa and sighed. "I had my mentor force a breakthrough for me 3 times, but none of them succeeded." Bai Lingfeng was incredulous and almost shouted, "What? You actually had your mentor force a breakthrough for you? 3 times?" Being stuck at the peak is like a clogged pipe. Generally, one relies on their own opportunities to clear it, allowing the body to naturally open up. Another method is to have a high-level martial artist forcibly inject spiritual energy into a lower-level martial artist's body, forcibly opening the spiritual veins and expanding the spiritual energy pool, essentially a forced breakthrough. This method is very damaging to the body and spiritual veins, and it might even result in never being able to progress again with a low success rate. This was something Bai Lingfeng had learned from textbooks. He believed cultivation should be done gradually without rushing, but now he had a living example right beside him. Maybe I really will be stuck at this level for the rest of my life. Wei Peng smiled bitterly. Looking at Wei Peng's despondent expression, Bai Lingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Why don't you try going to Mentor Gu? He might be able to help you. Wei Peng was a bit skeptical. You mean that G-level guy? The one who offended the Tang family. Bai Lingfeng sighed. I think you've been in seclusion for too long and have no idea how much things have changed. Wei Peng still looked confused, so Bai Lingfeng pulled up a post summarizing Gu Xing's achievements and handed it to him. Wei Peng took it, initially not understanding, but as he read, he became increasingly shocked. What? An SSS-level genius actually became Gu Xing's disciple? What? A single phone call made him the youngest disciplinary supervisor? What? He dodged the Tang family's top-tier hidden weapon, the Starry Thousand-Needle Tube, barehanded in the arena? What? The Tang family ultimately suffered a complete defeat, with their mentor dismissed and their students expelled? After reading all this, Wei Peng felt his mind was in chaos, but one particular detail caught his attention. Gu Xing's private lessons were being sold at 100 points per minute. Are you sure he can help me break through? Wei Peng was still doubtful. After all, spending so many points made him hesitate. Being skilled doesn't necessarily mean being a good teacher. He had tried almost every mentor, and while some had rich experience in combat and hunting beasts, their cultivation advice was more or less the same. Especially when it comes to breakthroughs, it mainly depends on oneself. Otherwise, forcing a breakthrough and spending 1,000 points might be a waste. Although there is a third option, the cost is extremely high, such as buying a potion worth billions from the Qian family, or finding an SS level or higher healer to repair the spiritual veins. He neither has the money nor the connections, so the third option simply doesn't exist for him. About breakthroughs, I'm not entirely sure, but I can guarantee that even if you don't achieve a breakthrough, the gains will definitely be worth more than 1,000 points. Bai Lingfeng said confidently. Gu Xing is truly amazing. He had never met someone who could see through his innate talent at a glance. Wei Peng hesitated a little. Bai Lingfeng patted his shoulder and said seriously, give it a try. If you're not satisfied, I'll cover the points for you. How about that? With Bai Lingfeng's assurance, Wei Peng hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and deciding to give it a try. So he placed an order for Gu Xing's private tutoring session that very day and only received the notification the next morning. Since someone else had already booked a session before him, his private tutoring time wasn't fixed, but rather a time slot. Gu Xing promised to conduct the session within that period. Seeing that the time was from 12 to 1 o'clock, and knowing that most people only booked 10-minute sessions, Wei Peng decided to arrive an hour early to check things out. The next day at 11 o'clock, Wei Peng arrived early at Gu Xing's villa. Seeing the door slightly ajar, and recalling the message that said he could enter the living room to wait if he arrived early, he walked in. Pushing the door open, he saw 7 or 8 people already sitting on the sofa in the villa. Judging by their expressions, it was clear they had also come early to get first-hand information. Wei Peng. So he wasn't the only one who came early. Among these people, he recognized a few who were third-year students. Since third-year students had accumulated more points, they also encountered more problems. After sitting for a while, footsteps sounded from upstairs. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man in black silk pajamas slowly descending the stairs. He looked very young, with gentle features, the kind of harmless pretty boy that girls liked. However, his aura was strong, making people hesitant to act rashly. It was Wei Peng's first time being so close to Gu Xing. Although he could feel that Gu Xing was restraining his aura, the gap between student and mentor was still evident. Gu Xing glanced at everyone and muttered, "Why did you all come so early?" He had clearly told them to come after 12 o'clock. He had only come downstairs to get a drink of water, but so many people were already waiting. Since that was the case, Gu Xing felt it would be impolite to make them wait any longer. He took out his phone, checked the number of the first student, and asked, "Is number 1, Wang Lin here?" The named Wang Lin immediately stood up. "Here." "All right, let's go." Gu Xing led Wang Lin into the training room next to the living room. Wei Peng and the others exchanged glances, preparing to question Wang Lin thoroughly once he came out. 10 minutes later, the door clicked open, and Wang Lin emerged, looking radiant, with a flush on his face and excitement in his eyes. Everyone swarmed around him, bombarding him with questions about what had happened during those 10 minutes. Wang Lin shook his head. "I can't share the specifics, but I can give you one piece of advice." "What advice?" Wang Lin looked regretful. "Don't doubt Mentor Gu's decisions, or you'll waste time and regret it." He had wasted 3 to 4 minutes hesitating over the mentor's arrangements, and by the time he realized it, the countdown had already ended. He had squandered such precious time, truly brought it upon himself. Everyone was puzzled and wanted to ask more, but Wang Lin waved his hand. "No more talking. I need to hurry back to train." "Oh, right." Wang Lin looked at the group. "Who's number 2? If number 2 isn't here, move down the list. Don't keep the mentor waiting too long." With that, Wang Lin quickly left the villa. Number 2 was He Fan, and upon hearing Wang Lin's words, he hurried into the training room. 10 minutes later, He Fan pushed the door open and came out, his hesitation completely gone, replaced by excitement. The group surrounded him to ask about the situation, but He Fan shook his head. "I didn't say anything proactively. Mentor Gu discovered everything directly." Saying this, He Fan looked toward the training room with gratitude and sighed. "Mentor Gu is truly a life mentor. If only I had met him earlier." After that, every 10 minutes, a student would emerge from the training room. Each one had high praise for Gu Xing, but none were willing to share details. Wei Peng deliberately came early to hear the evaluations, but he grew impatient with these students who only gave compliments without revealing anything. "What exactly can't be said?" Wei Peng asked anxiously. His situation was unique. If he failed to break through, he'd have to resort to forced methods, which would completely ruin his cultivation. A student who had just come out saw Wei Peng's anxious expression, sighed, and patted his shoulder. "You'll understand after your session. All I can tell you is, if even Mentor Gu can't help you, then no one can." Wei Peng was half convinced. Though skeptical, he didn't withdraw from the course, as his turn was approaching. He was determined to see what methods Gu Xing used to earn such unanimous praise from the students. Soon, the training room door opened again, and Wei Peng knew it was his turn. He walked straight in. Entering the room, he closed the door and turned to look ahead. Gu Xing was seated in a comfortable chair, with a large screen on the table beside him. The screen displayed 10 o'clock. Seeing Wei Peng enter, Gu Xing pressed the timer, and 10 o'clock instantly changed to 9:59. Time started counting down so quickly. Wei Peng was displeased with Gu Xing's rushed demeanor. He had paid 1,000 yuan, yet the time was so tight. Couldn't he be given more preparation time? Before he could voice his complaint, Gu Xing's first sentence left him stunned. "You've sought help from other teachers for a breakthrough?" "More than twice." Wei Peng was shocked. Gu Xing hadn't even touched his spiritual veins. How did he know he'd sought help from others? Wei Peng remained silent, and Gu Xing frowned. "Haven't the books said that unless absolutely necessary, you shouldn't use that forced breakthrough method?" Gu Xing was practically questioning him. Wei Peng replied irritably. "Of course I had no choice but to use it." He had once been among the top 100 students and was very familiar with the knowledge in the books. But now he is in his 3rd year, and he has been stuck at the peak of the 5th stage for 3 months. The school requires students to break through to the 6th stage before their 4th year. For every month they advance early, they earn an extra 10,000 points, and the top 100 breakthrough achievers get priority in choosing graduation job opportunities. He doesn't want to miss this chance. Gu Xing didn't say what he was thinking, just sighed and said, "If you weren't in such a hurry to ask others for help, you would have broken through on your own long ago, and your spiritual veins wouldn't be damaged like this." Hearing this, Wei Peng thought Gu Xing was powerless and merely regretful, so he impatiently asked, "You've said so much, can you fix it or not?" Gu Xing sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Come here." Wei Peng walked over, and Gu Xing pointed to the ground. "Sit down." Take out the highest grade crystal core you have and absorb it. Wei Peng was completely confused. Absorb it himself? If he could break through on his own, he would have done it already. Why would he need to come here? He hesitated and didn't move. Gu Xing calmly took a sip of tea and reminded him, if you don't follow my instructions, you're the one wasting your points. Wei Peng sensed the indifference in Gu Xing's tone and realized that if he acted stubbornly, he would only end up losing out. So he sat down, took out the crystal core from his pocket, and began absorbing it. His spiritual veins were severely damaged, and even the simple act of replenishing spiritual energy caused him immense pain. Before long, Gu Xing placed his hand on Wei Peng's head, making Wei Peng tense up. Was he going to infuse spiritual energy? Just as Wei Peng was about to pull away, Gu Xing coldly said, "This isn't a forced breakthrough. Keep absorbing." Hearing this, Wei Peng became even more confused. What was he trying to do? But he still followed the instructions. As Gu Xing had said, if he didn't comply, he would be the one losing points. Wei Peng focused on absorbing the crystal core in his hand. Gradually, he felt a force within his body flowing along with the spiritual energy, automatically repairing the damaged areas of his spiritual veins until the energy reached the spiritual energy pool. The spiritual energy pool is the core crystal within the human body and the forbidden zone of every individual. Wei Peng felt no resistance at all. Instead, he felt warm and even wished this force could be stronger. As he absorbed more and more spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the pool quickly filled up. Normally, when the pool is full, he shouldn't be able to absorb any more energy. Yet, he clearly felt himself continuing to absorb. Moreover, he noticed the spiritual energy pool was constantly churning, as if some force was controlling the energy, causing it to collide against the edges of the pool while simultaneously expanding its capacity. This sensation was like waves crashing against the shore, impactful, but unlike a forced breakthrough that would rupture the pool walls, it felt like a natural state of cultivation. Boom! A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Wei Peng's entire body. He opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the now dim crystal core and then at his own hands. He could clearly feel that he had successfully broken through the peak of the 5th stage and entered the early 6th stage. He had broken through so effortlessly? Previously, forced breakthroughs were excruciating, as if every vein was being torn apart, and he had to endure it for over an hour. But now not only did his whole body feel comfortable, but there was no pain at all. Wei Peng glanced at the timer, 58 seconds remaining. It had only taken 9 minutes. Gu Xing withdrew his hand and let out a long breath. The issue with your meridians, I've only temporarily patched it up for now. Tomorrow, go to the Qian family pharmacy at your school, mention my name, and they'll give you the potion. Drink it for a whole month, and you should be fully recovered. After saying this, Gu Xing paused and added, it'll cost about 6,000 points. If you use Dragon Nation currency, it's roughly 5 million. Your choice. What? Wei Peng was stunned, almost unable to believe it. His spiritual veins could actually be repaired, and it would only cost 6,000 points? He had thought about repairing his spiritual veins before, but the treatment cost was at least over 1 billion Dragon Nation currency, or more than 100,000 points. Now it was only 6,000 points. He could save that up in just one semester. Beep beep, the countdown timer on the table went off. Gu Xing pressed the timer next to him and waved at Wei Peng. Time's up. You can leave now. Call the next student in. Wei Peng walked out in a daze. The others saw him come out and immediately crowded around, asking what had happened inside. Hearing the voices around him, Wei Peng gradually came to his senses. He looked at the students surrounding him, thought for a moment, and said, all I can say is, it's worth it. Imperial University Forum, post number 1. Starting a thread. Who has taken a class with Instructor Gu Xing? Share your thoughts. Post number 5. I'm here. Instructor Gu is absolutely amazing. I didn't even say a word, and he directly pointed out my problem. I'm starting to suspect he can read minds. Post number 18. I'm not good with words, so I'll borrow by Gu S. He knows me better than my mom, better than I know myself. Attaching a screenshot of my post-class verification to prove I'm not lying image. Post number 29. Words can't do him justice. Instructor Gu is incredible. He'll always be my favorite teacher. Post number 45. All I can say is, If instructor Gu can't solve your problem, then no one can. In the thread, every student who had taken his class gave glowing reviews. People were finding it harder and harder to believe. Could it really be true? Was he really that amazing? Students who knew someone who had taken his class started privately messaging them, and the answers they got were all the same. No fees. Highly recommended. Not only that, but the forum also revealed that a wealthy student had spent 6,000 points for just 1 hour of his class. Seeing this, students who had been hesitant were now eager to try and quickly signed up for Gu Xing's class. The second batch of students finished their classes and returned with the same glowing reviews. The news spread like wildfire. Think you've learned a useless skill? No problem. Go to Gu Xing, he LL turned that useless skill into a treasure. Think you'll never break through? No worries. Go to Gu Xing, he LL guarantee a breakthrough in 10 minutes. Injury-free. Feel like your life has no direction? Don't be afraid. Go to Gu Xing, he LL point you straight to your path. Whatever problem you think you have, no matter what it is, he can solve it. He is just that amazing. The rumors grew more and more exaggerated, and the forum thread about Gu Xing's private lessons skyrocketed in popularity. Many people saw it. Some were hesitant, some skeptical, and some just curious onlookers, but they all clicked on the thread. Could he really be that amazing? Some curious or well-off students decided to give it a try, and the result? Even those who thought they had no problems walked away from the class feeling they had gained a lot, instantly becoming Gu Xing's fans. He really is that amazing. Some ordinary teachers saw the post and, curious, decided to give it a try. The result was amazing. They wanted to come back for more. Word quickly spread among the teachers. A young man in his 20s could actually guide a group of teachers on cultivation issues, and his approach was incredibly precise, almost tailor-made. This kind of personalized cultivation technique used to be something only the 4 major families could afford, but now it only costs 1,000 points. What a bargain. As a result, not only did students seek Gu Xing for guidance, but many teachers also started asking him for help in finding breakthroughs. Gu Xing welcomed everyone after all. Points are points, and it would be a waste not to earn them. However, Gu Xing looked at Shun Yin in front of him and said helplessly, "Why are you joining the fun?" Shun Yin replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm here to consult Mentor Gu on some issues." Gu Xing. He pressed the timer next to him and opened Shun Yin's status panel to check. Ever since upgrading to level 3 permissions, the status bar displayed more information, even revealing minor hidden issues. Combining this information with the experience he had accumulated in his previous life, Gu Xing could almost always provide solutions. Shun Yin's status bar was clean, except for a few minor hidden injuries left by severe wounds and some blocked spiritual veins, nothing else. After the examination, Gu Xing instructed him to go to the Qian family pharmacy to buy medicinal herbs to treat the hidden injuries. As for the blocked spiritual veins, since Shun Yin's level was high, Gu Xing could only treat them in multiple sessions. Time's up. We'll continue next time. 3 more sessions should be enough. Gu Xing waved Shun Yin off. Shun Yin hadn't expected Gu Xing to actually be able to heal his hidden injuries. He felt his body lighten significantly and couldn't help but marvel. The principal said you hide your abilities well, but I didn't expect you to hide them this deeply. Gu Xing immediately changed the subject. Hurry up and make an appointment, or if your veins get blocked again, the money spent will be wasted. Shun Yin was speechless. He understood that Gu Xing didn't want to talk further, so he smiled, turned around, and left. During this period, Gu Xing was busy with private tutoring sessions, so he simply let the 4 of them act on their own. The 4 had no objections after all. They had learned what they needed to learn, and it was a good opportunity to participate in more practical battles and earn more points. However, due to Ji Chaoyu's special circumstances, everyone often forgot about him. Ji Chaoyu watched others chatting easily, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, maybe he really was out of place with them. After all, those people were main characters, while he was just a supporting role. Ji Chaoyu lived in a single dorm room. Returning to his room, he prepared to take a shower and sleep when suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. You'll always be just a supporting role around them. Are you willing to accept that? Ji Chaoyu immediately assumed a combat stance, warily scanning his surroundings. Who? Show yourself. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I can see the dissatisfaction in your heart." Following the voice, a figure shrouded in black mist slowly emerged from the shadows. The person stared at Ji Chaoyu and said, "Think about it. Has anyone truly cared about you? You're like a useless shadow, always trailing behind others. Even your mentor ignores you and doesn't teach you anything." Ji Chaoyu frowned and angrily retorted, "Stop spouting nonsense." The black mist took a step closer, flashing red light, its voice becoming piercing. "I'm lying? Do they prioritize protecting you during battles? Do they think of you when sharing glory? Has your mentor ever truly told you the truth?" Ji Chaoyu remained silent. The black mist seemed to be tempting him, speaking softly. "Join the lost paradise. There, you will no longer be ignored. You will become the true protagonist, grow stronger, and make them pay for neglecting you." Ji Chaoyu's gaze was resolute, and he shouted loudly, "I will never join you, you accomplices of monsters." "Well said." Suddenly, a voice came from the side, and both turned their heads simultaneously. Gu Xing stepped out of the shadows, smiling at the black mist. "Recruiting my student without permission, that's quite rude." The black mist sensed Gu Xing's threat and tried to escape. At that moment, swish, a figure flashed and directly subdued the black mist. It was Gao Hui. Gu Xing gestured for Gao Hui to take the black mist away, then turned to Ji Chaoyu and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Ji Chaoyu snapped out of it and shook his head. "I'm fine." Gu Xing sighed. "They don't intentionally ignore you. It's because your special skills are needed during battles, and when I'm not around, you can't adjust on your own, so you're often overlooked." Ji Chaoyu shook his head again. "I understand." Seeing his emotions were stable, Gu Xing prepared to interrogate the black mist. "Wait," Ji Chaoyu called out to him. Gu Xing turned back in confusion. "What's wrong?" Ji Chaoyu hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "I want to start my internship early." Gu Xing was stunned. Question mark. Starting an internship early meant leaving school to directly participate in practical training, which was only allowed for the top 100 freshmen with mentor approval. "Why so sudden? Are you worried about trouble from the Lost Paradise?" Ji Chaoyu shook his head and gritted his teeth. "Actually, I'm a transmigrator." After saying this, he lowered his head, unsure of how Gu Xing would react. If Gu Xing were a local, he might take it as a joke. But what if Gu Xing was also a transmigrator? Would he see him as a kindred spirit, or an enemy, or fear exposure and eliminate him outright? After a moment, Gu Xing's voice sounded, "What does that have to do with you dropping out?" His tone was calm, as if asking an ordinary question. Ji Chaoyu looked up at him in disbelief. "You already knew?" Gu Xing sat on the sofa and nodded. "I more or less guessed. Now it's confirmed." Back when he saw Ji Chaoyu's innate talent and chatted about novels out of curiosity, Ji Chaoyu reacted strongly, as if afraid of something. Gu Xing even checked his records and found that he originally didn't like reading novels. Someone who didn't like novels awakening a talent related to novels was clearly abnormal. Hearing this, Ji Chaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and confessed, "I was born with the ability to see everyone's fate value. Simply put, it's the degree of importance each person has to this world." Ji Chaoyu paused and sighed. "Anyone who interacts with you in an official capacity has a very high fate value. But my fate value is very low, no different from an ordinary passerby. This means I was never meant to appear in your story." At this point, Ji Chaoyu smiled bitterly. That black mist was right. I'm just a burden. When he teamed up with the three, he could clearly feel that although they were at the same level, their strength was astonishing. They were simply not on the same level. Gu Xing frowned and said, "Don't look down on yourself like that. Everyone has their own purpose for existing. There's no such thing as someone dragging others down. Don't feel inferior because of this. You can stay." Ji Chaoyu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. "Thank you for saying that, but I still want to intern first. In my previous life, I lived in a stable and peaceful world. I never liked fighting or taking on dangerous tasks. I just want to find a safe place and work peacefully." Even though he had lived in this world for more than 20 years, he still disliked killing and had no desire to become stronger. He had worked hard to get into this school because he discovered that most people here had high destiny values. He speculated that the protagonist of this world, Gu Xing, would come here, so he had worked hard to get in. He just wanted to find a stable job under Gu Xing and take a gamble. Hearing Ji Chaoyu's insistence, Gu Xing sighed, took out his phone, and said, "All right, you want to go to the police station, right? I'll arrange it for you right away." His identity as the leader of the special group was still useful. Even if it didn't work, he could ask Sun Jian for help. Ji Chaoyu shook his head. "Not the police station." "Hmm? Then where do you want to go?" Gu Xing looked up, full of confusion. He remembered that when he had previously recommended the police station to Ji Chaoyu, the latter had been quite happy. Now he had changed his mind. Could it be that he wanted a higher position? Forget it. Since they were both transmigrators, they should look out for each other. As long as the request wasn't excessive, he didn't mind helping. The Sun family had bureaucratic connections. The Qian family specialized in potions. If all else failed, he could ask the Su family for help, especially since someone from the Su family seemed to have a good impression of him. Ji Chaoyu fell silent for a moment after hearing Gu Xing's question. Then, he gave an answer that Gu Xing did not expect. Can I join your faction?" Gu Xing was stunned and asked in return, "Faction? Are you talking about the Qinxing squad I formed?" "Not the squad, but—" Ji Chaoyu hesitated, cautiously glanced at Gu Xing, and slowly said 3 words, "Star Temple." Gu Xing was surprised when he heard those words. He put down his phone and smiled. "It seems you know quite a bit." His tone carried a hint of danger, making Ji Chaoyu, who had a combat instinct, feel nervous. He braced himself and explained, "I know I'm useless and unworthy of joining, so just assign me to some remote place. If that's not possible, just pretend I never said anything." "All right, it's settled," Gu Xing interrupted directly. Ji Chaoyu looked up, his eyes full of joy. "Really? Is that okay?" He had thought he would be rejected. "Yes. I was actually thinking about how to find an excuse to bring you back. Now it seems I don't need to bring it up myself." An S-rank background character with the ability to detect destiny values. Wasn't that essentially a character filter with self-preservation capabilities? If he handed him over to someone else, he wouldn't be able to explain how to use Ji Chaoyu. But if he kept him in his own faction, he could fully utilize his abilities. Keep the useful ones, eliminate the harmful ones in advance. It saved a lot of trouble. "What do you mean it's useless?" "This is incredibly useful." Ji Chaoyu listened, confirmed that Gu Xing wasn't joking, and immediately bowed. "Thank you, Lord Star God." "Gu Xing." He changed his tone so quickly. Gu Xing thought about how Ji Chaoyu might also be brainwashed by those people in the Star God Temple and attend some strange courses, which gave him a headache. He waved Ji Chaoyu over and nagged like a worried parent. "Don't learn those outdated and messy courses. This is the new Dragon Nation now. I'm just an ordinary person, not a god. We are equals." Ji Chaoyu listened, saw the long string of numbers above Gu Xing's head, and nodded seriously. He would do his best. Seeing that Ji Chaoyu was taking his words seriously, Gu Xing finally stopped talking. Knowing that Ji Chaoyu was a transmigrator and familiar with the Star God Temple, Gu Xing couldn't help but ask curiously, "The novel you read, who was it about?" "Was it me?" Ji Chaoyu hesitated for a moment and nodded. "The story I read was about you in your past life as the Star God. You were kind to everyone. In my past life, I was just an ordinary office worker. After reading that book, I always hoped to meet someone like you. Then I transmigrated." Gu Xing asked Ji Chaoyu in detail about the plot and content of the book he had read in his past life, but Ji Chaoyu's answers were vague. It was roughly about Gu Xing playing a game to rescue Blue Star, the people on Blue Star learning of his existence, establishing the Star God Temple, and then fighting monsters, clearing dungeons, completing missions, and so on. After listening, Gu Xing compared it and found that it was surprisingly similar to his own gaming experience in his past life. He then asked Ji Chaoyu about his past life's reality. However, Ji Chaoyu didn't know much about it. Perhaps the book didn't mention it, or he had long forgotten, as he was also a reincarnator. Seeing that Ji Chaoyu couldn't remember, Gu Xing stopped asking and called Yang Xiaoming, asking her to take care of Ji Chaoyu for now. After finishing the call, Gu Xing said goodbye to Ji Chaoyu and turned to leave. Gu Xing returned to the villa and, upon opening the door, saw Gu Yu sitting on the sofa eating snacks. When she saw him come back, she immediately shouted, "Brother, where did you go? I'm starving, waiting for you to come back and eat together." "You go ahead and eat, I'm not hungry." I'll head to my room first. Hearing this, Gu Yu keenly sensed that something was off with Gu Xing's mood. She put down her phone, walked over, and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" You went out and came back looking so downcast. Gu Xing looked at the concerned Gu Yu, forced a smile, and rubbed her head. It's nothing, just tired from going out. I'm going to rest. You should sleep early too. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back at Gu Yu. Gu Yu watched his departing figure, tidied her hair that had been messed up, looked at the time, and muttered, "That's strange, it's only a little past 6. Gu Xing returned to his room, collapsed onto the soft bed, stared at the ceiling, and thought about what Ji Chaoyu had said. He wasn't particularly concerned about the transmigrator. What bothered him was his past self had become a character in a book. Back then, he had just played a game. If the story of his game completion had been read by Ji Chaoyu in his past life and then led to his transmigration, that would be understandable. But if his past life, including everything he experienced, was all part of a book's content, then was the world he lived in before real? Traveling from one fake world to another fake game. What does that even mean? If he thought about it this way, then everything happening to him now, could it also be just a book? Thin sheets of paper recording everything about him, for others to read and amuse themselves. No, maybe it's not even paper. Maybe it's just a string of data on a phone. The thought of all his experiences becoming someone else's story to pass the time made Gu Xing feel strange. And then, thinking about those cringeworthy lines the people in the Star Temple said if others found out about them, he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Damn it, sooner or later, he had to change all those old rules of the Star Temple. After thinking it through, Gu Xing closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and opened them again with a determined look. So what if it's a book? The people around him are real, and the things he's experienced are real. Even if everything about him now is just a book, he would write the most exciting story. Sleep. Having figured it out, Gu Xing threw off the blanket and fell into a deep sleep.